At Wuzhou's top high school, graduating students are diligently taking mock exams to prepare for the upcoming tests. In the quiet classroom, Chen Mo's snoring echoed, and suddenly he stood up and shouted loudly, "Little junior sister!" Chen Mo looked at the changed scene in confusion. He was clearly on a date with his beautiful, charming, and gentle little junior sister in the universe of purpose, wasn't he? A pen poked Chen Mo's butt, and Zhao Gang behind him yelled, "Sit down! We're taking an exam. Are you so lost in sleep you've lost your mind?" Chen Mo, in a daze, felt everyone's gaze focusing on him. A second later, the whole class burst into insane laughter. "What little junior sister?" "A lowly, ha, ha, ha." Chen Mo's so dumb from sleeping. And Caillou, the campus belle, looked at Chen Mo with a frustrated expression, even though her parents always wanted to set up Caillou and Chen Mo. But in her eyes, he was nothing more than a spoiled good-for-nothing, not even worthy of being compared to Yuan Hao's toenail. Zheng Yuan Hao was also smug seeing Chen Mo embarrass himself in class. He felt Chen Mo wasn't worthy of Caillou, nor was he worthy of being his rival. The exam proctor calmed the class down after the commotion Chen Mo had just caused. The homeroom teacher criticized him directly. "Chen Mo, you don't want to improve your grades, and you're sleeping during the exam, but don't disturb your classmates. Otherwise, I'll ask you to leave the exam room." In short, Chen Mo had reincarnated into this body and was in another world. The surging spirit and powerful soul in his body, where had they gone now? In his previous life, Chen Mo was immensely wealthy, which led to him being maliciously targeted by the 10,000 families. He was then saved by the immortal Emperor Tonghua and embarked on the path of cultivation. Along that path, Chen Mo befriended his little junior sister, roaming the world without a worry. Perhaps by now, his little junior sister is also wandering somewhere on this earth. Chen Mo must quickly increase his strength, regain his cultivation, and find his little junior sister. The teacher saw Chen Mo standing there frozen, and his face turned red with anger. "Hey, Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to take the exam anymore, then get out." Chen Mo smirked. It just so happened that he didn't have any knowledge in his head anyway. Chen Mo confidently walked out of the classroom, much to his classmates' confusion. Is he crazy? Is he really not taking the exam anymore? Chen Mo wasn't crazy, he was just obsessed with cultivation now. There are 8 realms: condensation, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, Tao integration, Mahayana, tribulation transcension, and immortal venerable. In his previous life, Chen Mo had already reached the grand cultivator soul transformation realm. Now, Chen Mo's goal is to quickly enter the condensation realm. He must learn from the lessons of his previous life to shorten the time, ensuring he masters each step thoroughly. The first task in cultivation is to choose a good cultivation technique to build a strong foundation. Chen Mo took out the profound heaven-soaring dragon Tao. This book is most suitable for those new to cultivation and those starting over, like Chen Mo. The first step in cultivation is to absorb qi into the body. Chen Mo closed his eyes and slept for half an hour, yet he successfully absorbed qi into his body. Indeed, choosing the profound heaven-soaring dragon Tao was the right decision. Suddenly, a group of people approached Chen Mo, led by Caillou and Yuan Hao. She looked at Chen Mo with an indescribable gaze, not understanding what he was doing behind the school. Or perhaps classmate Chen Mo has displayed his supreme skill and finished the exam before time. Yuan Hao's sarcastic remark made the whole group snicker at Chen Mo. Following behind Caillou was a girl who looked gentle and well-behaved. Chen Mo immediately recognized Jian Yao. She came from an ordinary merchant family. In his previous life, she was always by his side, never leaving, but he regrettably didn't cherish her. Caillou spoke up, repeating her question. "I asked what you're doing." However, Chen Mo ignored her and went straight to Jian Yao to strike up a conversation. "Yao Yao, how did you do on this exam?" Jian Yao was so surprised her face turned red, never expecting Chen Mo to ignore Caillou to talk to her. "Good. Good. Jian Yao answered shyly. Chen Mo gently patted her head, promising that if Jian Yao made it into the top 10 of the class, he would give her a gift. Jian Yao's eyes lit up as if they held an entire galaxy. Really? But a second later, her face turned bright red like a tomato. I'll try. Chen Mo smiled, waved goodbye to Jian Yao, and arranged to meet her again 3 days later. Meanwhile, Caillou forlornly watched Chen Mo's retreating figure. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, thinking he was just deliberately being cold to put on a show for her. According to Chen Mo's memories, Jian Yao would soon face a great calamity. Since he had been reborn, he couldn't let this happen again. Chen Mo was on his way home when he suddenly remembered he was currently staying at Caillou's house because his parents forced him to. Who would have thought that after ignoring Caillou, he'd have to go back to her house to sleep? Chen Mo wouldn't go even if it killed him. He wanted to rent a room, but his pockets were empty, without a single penny. Chen Mo wandered the streets, suddenly coming up with a good idea. That night, he set up a stall selling charms on the pedestrian street, looking no different from a beggar. Some old men and women passing by sighed. This society is in chaos. Even students are faking innocence to scam people, thinking they can fool anyone. Chen Mo suppressed his sorrow, telling himself that in this vast crowd, surely there would be 1 or 2 knowledgeable people. Finally, that person appeared. What can these charms of yours do? A girl, both beautiful and with an incredibly aloof aura, she was Kim Boy-Van. Chen Mo wasn't captivated by her beauty, he talked endlessly about his charms. This helps clear the mind, ward off evil spirits, ensure smooth sailing, and promote good health. The 4 words clear the mind made Boy-Van overjoyed, and she yelled out. If someone is confused, speaks erratically, and doesn't even recognize their own family, can your charm cure them? Boy-Van startled Chen Mo. As soon as he heard the symptoms, he knew it was due to an imbalance of yin and yang, and a restless earth soul, which modern medicine calls a mental disorder. So, the spirit calming charm was the most suitable. Boy-Van held the charm in her hand, asking for the price. Chen Mo said that if she didn't believe in the charm, it wouldn't be effective. Boy-Van nodded, saying she believed and would buy it. Chen Mo then held up 3 fingers. The spirit calming charm is 30,000, the spirit cleansing is 20,000, and the rest are 10,000. 30,000? Why don't you just rob people? A girl suddenly jumped out of nowhere to stop Boy-Van. It turned out to be Lu Tang Nam, a member of Boy-Van's board of directors. Xiao Van, how can you believe this? Such deceptive words are simply a scam. Boy-Van sighed. Her aunt's condition was getting worse, and the hospital was at a loss. Now, she just saw it as a last resort. Tang Nam, I've decided. Even if I'm scammed, I still have to try for my grandmother. Boy-Van then asked for Chen Mo's bank account number to transfer the money. Chen Mo then gave her all the remaining charms because he saw Boy-Van's filial piety. After returning, just stick the charm on her aunt's forehead and shout Kai. Boy-Van happily returned. Before leaving, Tang Nam gave Chen Mo one last warning. If these worthless charms don't work, no matter what corner you hide in, I will punish you. Selling 1 charm allowed Chen Mo to rent a house. From then on, he just locked himself in his room to practice cultivation. As for Boy-Van, she worriedly asked her grandfather about her grandmother's condition. He said that an hour ago, she had an episode and Dr. Lam had given her a sedative. Recently, the frequency of episodes has been quite high, so he feared she would soon pass away. Boy-Van then took out the charms she bought from Chen Mo and gave them to her grandfather, saying she met a benefactor on the street today who sold her some charms, and hoped he would let her grandmother try them. Her grandfather frowned and sighed, not understanding why Boy-Van believed in such things, which would only torment her grandmother further. Boy-Van knelt down and begged him, saying that even if there was only 1 chance, she wanted to try it to help her grandmother. Her grandfather had no choice but to nod. After all, it was just 1 charm, trying it wouldn't hurt. Boy-Van placed the charm on her grandmother's forehead, then shouted, Kai. But her grandmother still lay motionless on the bed. Her grandfather only stammered, not blaming Boy Van. Her grandmother's illness couldn't even be cured by Yen Qin's best specialists, so how could a charm be effective? Suddenly, the charm on grandmother's forehead seemed to burn, and a stream of energy flowed into her head. Trung Nan. Grandmother's weak voice spoke up, stunning both grandfather and granddaughter Boy Van. Grandmother trembled as she sat up, and Boy Van immediately leaned in close, asking with teary eyes, "Grandmother, do you recognize me?" Grandmother smiled kindly. "My granddaughter, how could I not recognize you?" Grandfather, flustered, immediately called Dr. Lam over. A moment later, the doctor checked her several times, then exclaimed, "A miracle, it really is a miracle. The old madam has recovered." Boy Van was overjoyed, and grandfather felt as if a knot in his heart had been untied. After Dr. Lam left, grandfather immediately told Boy Van to recount the incident of her buying the charm in meticulous detail, ensuring not to miss any. After hearing the story, grandfather immediately mobilized forces to carefully investigate Tran Mac's background. He wanted to personally visit and inquire. At that time, Tran Mac, having exerted himself greatly, was depleted of vitality, also because Earth's spiritual energy was too barren. He still needed 3 days to reach the Qi condensation stage. Tran Mac unconsciously picked up his phone. His mother would surely call him soon. No sooner had he thought it than Lai Defuang, Tran Mac's mother, called. "Tu Mac, come to Hanyang Airport immediately and go with me to Yen Qin to attend your grandmother's funeral." Tran Mac felt an overwhelming joy. It had been 600 years since he last heard his mother's voice. Tran Mac suppressed his emotions and told his mother to wait for him at the airport. His mother was born into the Lai family, one of the 6 super-large aristocratic families in Yen Qin. She was expelled from the family because she married Tran Mac's father, who was a commoner. Tran Mac's parents were self-reliant, diligently working hard in their respective fields. In the eyes of the Lai family, Tran Mac was merely an outsider, someone who could be looked down upon and trampled by anyone. Tran Mac was even considered a tool for a marriage alliance with the Yen family. Although the Yen family insisted on breaking off the engagement, Yen Kuyan-tan had secretly protected him all these years. Now that Tran Mac had reincarnated, he would slowly settle the old debts accumulated over so many years. At the airport, Tran Mac's mother was already waiting. He saw his mother and told himself not to cry, then called out to her, "You've become even more beautiful after a few months." Tran Mac's mother waved her hand. "When did your mouth get so sweet?" Tran Mac joked a bit, and his mother relaxed, telling him to pray a lot to his grandmother when they arrived in Yen Qin. The mother and son finally arrived at the outskirts of Yen Qin. The entire area belonged to the Lai family. Attending a funeral, yet the lineup of luxury cars outside made people think a party was being held. Lai family's butler, Fu Bak, saw Tran Mac and his mother and came out to ask, "Fourth Miss, why are you here? How could I not come to bid farewell to my mother one last time?" Tran Mac's mother was incredibly firm, but he could tell from Fu Bak's face that the Lai family did not welcome them. Butler Fu Bak whispered into Tran Mac's mother's ear, "This old servant dares not say much else, but your condolences this time will likely face many obstacles." Tran Mac's mother frowned. The principle of a daughter seeing her mother is obvious. "Let's see who dares to stop us." As soon as they stepped in, a barrage of contemptuous gazes fixed directly on them. In his previous life, Tran Mac was terrified by these stares, only daring to meekly obey. But now Tran Mac was different. After a lifetime, the Lai family was just an ant to him. Lai Dong Duong, the current head of the Lai family, sat prominently before the coffin, his face stern and expressionless as he surveyed his surroundings. First young master Lai Lap Van raised an eyebrow. "Fourth sister, why are you here?" Tran Mac's mother slapped him with a retort. "If you call me fourth sister, then don't ask that question." Lap Van was speechless. Second young master Lai Lap Vo stared at them as if his eyes would pop out. The first young master couldn't argue, so he had to let Tran Mac's mother in. But when it was Tran Mac's turn, he ordered him to stop. Tran Mac's mother's displeasure was evident. "He's my son, mother's eldest grandson." How is he an outsider? Are second brother's 3 sons and 1 daughter also all outsiders? Stung by Tran Mac's mother's sarcastic remark, second young master Lap Vo growled. Anyone not listed in the family tree is an outsider. With me here, he won't even dream of stepping half a pace into the memorial hall. Tran Mac's mother's face darkened. Her younger sister, Lai Lap Gon, stepped forward to intervene, stating that today was grandmother's day of rest, and if they caused a disturbance, they would be labeled unfilial. The eldest young master nodded, then glanced at Lai Dong Duong, who was sitting there observing everything. If he displeased the old master, they would all be packed off to live outside. Tran Mac's mother, having no more arguments, had no choice but to leave Tran Mac outside. She instructed him to wait at the entrance of the memorial hall to see her off one last time. Tran Mac nodded, standing before the memorial hall, bowing his head to bid farewell to his grandmother. After the ceremony, a nephew ran to invite Tran Mac and his mother to stay, saying he would make special arrangements for Tran Mac. Tran Mac's mother wanted him to come with her, not wanting to bother anyone, but it seemed the young man wouldn't easily let Tran Mac leave. Auntie, my father instructed that juniors have their own designated lodging, and etiquette must not be disregarded. Tran Mac told his mother to rest assured, nothing would happen. He knew they would lead him to the warehouse and beat him to a pulp. Indeed, he led Tran Mac to the warehouse. Tran Mac frowned. Could it be that your Lai family is so poor that you make guests stay in a warehouse? Allowing you to stay in the warehouse is already showing you respect. He threw Tran Mac a key and left. Tran Mac imbued the key with some spiritual energy, his expression mysterious. In the middle of the night, as expected, they came to the warehouse. The guy who gave the key earlier ordered the door to be opened. Each man, holding an iron bar, rushed in. They thought Tran Mac was sleeping, but unexpectedly, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, in a relaxed posture. What do you guys want? The young master sneered. They didn't need a reason to torment Tran Mac, they just did it if they felt like it. He turned and ordered his subordinates, telling them just not to beat Tran Mac to death. 2 of them charged, and within 3 seconds, Tran Mac kicked them until they spat blood. He brushed dust from his clothes, an indifferent expression on his face as if he had just swatted 2 mosquitoes. The young master was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. That guy tensed up as if he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. I'll show you what true power is. The spiritual power emanating from him surprised even Tran Mac, but this spiritual power was too weak, barely enough to be called spiritual energy. The important thing is, are there actually cultivators on this earth? The 2 men, who had been beaten badly, scrambled to their feet to flatter their boss. I can't believe Brother Viet is such a powerful martial artist. From his demeanor, he must have reached the great accomplishment stage of the outer realm. Tran Mac noticed the terms powerful martial artist and great accomplishment stage of the outer realm, which were a bit different from his own cultivation system. That guy Viet charged forward like a thug. His aura was majestic and formidable, but it faded when he met Tran Mac. He blocked the punch with one hand, leaving the guy stunned. Less than 3 seconds later, Tran Mac slammed him straight to the ground. That guy Viet felt like he couldn't breathe at that moment. This is what you call real strength? Seeing Tran Mac pressing his foot on their boss, the 2 men screamed. Tran Mac, let Brother Viet go immediately. Let him go. All right then. Tran Mac said softly, then pressed down hard on Viet's chest. He spat blood, his face pale. You dared to cripple my Dantian. I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. Tran Mac looked at him with a sneer. Don't rush, the fun has just begun. At dawn, the eldest young master and his wife sat in front of the house, crying profusely. Lai Dong Duong's face darkened as he asked. Speak, what's wrong? The couple cried mournfully, complaining. Father, Vietnamese Dantian was crippled by that bastard from N2. Crippling one's Dantian was no different from crippling a person for life, especially for a member of the Lai family. Lai Dong Duong was furious. Beast, how dare you be so ruthless? Lap Vo, Bring Tran Mak and M2 here immediately. Just then, Tran Mak strode in proudly. No need, I'm already here. All the relatives came out to watch the commotion, every single one of them frowning and spitting. Doesn't know what's good for him, truly a bastard. Even the youngest aunt was impressed by Tran Mak's courage, daring to come here alone. The eldest aunt-in-law shouted in indignation. Viet Ni is your older cousin, how could you be so ruthless to strike him down like that? Lai Dong Duong ordered Tran Mak to kneel, but he sneered, showing no reaction, which enraged the old man. Tran Mak, true to his name, was indifferent to the world. I have lived my life with my head held high before heaven and earth. Where did I go wrong? Those relatives continuously cursed Tran Mak as uneducated. The eldest cousin cried and raged. Beast, you're a member of the Lai family, yet you attacked your cousin so severely and still refuse to admit your mistake. Tran Mak's eyes sank, feigning sadness. Now you consider me a member of the Lai family, but I don't care. The eldest cousin was speechless with Tran Mak, turning to cry and complain to Lai Dong Duong, hoping he would preside over the matter. Lai Dong Duong only said one sentence. Bring forth the family law. The eldest cousin and his wife gloated, thinking that this time Tran Mak would surely not survive. Just then, Tran Mak's mother appeared. Big brother, little Mak is not a malicious person, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. The eldest cousin pointed at Viet, who was covered in blood. With him like this, what more is there to say about a misunderstanding? Tran Mak's mother turned to ask him, but Tran Mak felt that even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. Mother understands your intentions, but justice lies within the heart. Explain the situation so that those here can judge. Tran Mak awkwardly scratched his head, seeing that his mother was still naive and stuck in the ways of the Lai family. But Tran Mak still had to be a good son and obey his mother. He turned and grabbed the collar of a nearby person, startling him. Let him speak for me, he saw everything clearly at that time. Lai Dong Duong gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Seeing Tran Mak approach, the person was so scared that his limbs trembled. What do you mean? Tell everything you know, don't misrepresent even half a sentence. The person recounted clearly like a machine, from Lai Viet wanting to discipline Tran Mak, then slapping Lai to Phuong so they wouldn't dare come to the Lai family. Lai Viet arranged for Tran Mak to stay in the warehouse, then brought 2 assistants, saying that as long as they didn't beat him to death, there would be no problem. We didn't expect Tran Mak to be such a good fighter. Lai Viet used all his strength but was still crippled. Tran Mak's mother's lips trembled, but she was no longer weak and submissive before her siblings. Is this the good son you've raised? But the other couple still felt Tran Mak was too ruthless in his attack. Lai Viet just slipped up with his words a little. Besides, what did Viet Ni say wrong? If you did such a thing that year, are you still afraid of others talking about it? Tran Mak's mother's blood pressure spiked after the eldest aunt-in-law's words. Tran Mak had to immediately hold her back. Tran Mak's mother just wanted to know one thing. What if the person lying on the ground right now wasn't Lai Viet, but Tran Mak? Father, would you still use family law? Tran Mak stood still, watching the show, realizing he didn't need to add anything to what his mother was saying. She had asked a question that silenced everyone. And Lai Dong Duong answered very decisively. Of course not. He is not a member of our Lai family. How can the life or death of an outsider be worthy of the Lai family's law? Tran Mak's mother suppressed her anger until her facial muscles twitched. This heartlessness is ridiculous. So, Lai family head, how do you intend to handle today's matter? Lai Dong Duong unhesitatingly declared that a blood debt must be paid with blood. He ordered Tran Mak to be arrested and imprisoned, to be dealt with once Lai Viet woke up. Tran Mak's mother, of course, disagreed. For Tran Mak, she loudly argued with Lai Dong Duong. What do I have to be afraid of? You rebellious child. Lai Dong Duong raised his hand, preparing to slap to Phuong. Tran Mak immediately used one arm to restrain him. The people outside were aghast and cursed him for his insolence. As for second young Master Lap Vo, he had been waiting for this day for a long time, an opportunity to legitimately use force against Tran Mak. Tran Mak's mother, frightened, immediately told him to let go. Meanwhile, Tran Mak also saw two spirits behind old Lai Dong Duong. These two auras could threaten him. Indeed, the Lai family didn't simply become one of the 6 great clans here. However, the majesty of a great cultivator in the soul transformation realm is not easily challenged. In his previous life, Tran Mak was useless. In this life, he has power, and if he still lets his mother suffer humiliation, he wouldn't be worthy of being human. Tran Mak turned to warn Lai Dong Duong, saying that he beat Lai Viet, and if Lai Dong Duong wanted to deal with someone, he should target Tran Mak. Today, with me here, no one will be able to touch a single hair on my mother's head. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making your Lai family change its owner. As Tran Mak spoke, he unleashed powerful spiritual energy, and the Lai family members, seeing that he was an internal martial artist, froze, not daring to utter a sound. Lai Dong Duong also looked grim. At such a close distance, if Tran Mak made a move, the old man would truly be done for. Tran Mak's mother didn't understand what was happening. She just saw the people around her trembling and was confused. Aunt Lapgon also gently advised Tran Mak, saying that Lai Dong Duong was, after all, his maternal grandfather. Tran Mak used that to retort to her. Grandfather in name, but since Tran Mak was born, enduring the slanders and insults of others, where was he? When Tran Mak was locked in the warehouse by Lai Viet and people were brought to beat him, where was his maternal grandfather? These two words, maternal grandfather, I, Tran Mak, do not acknowledge. With that, Tran Mak pushed Lai Dong Duong's hand away while the old man was still dazed. Even if you have 1,000 reasons and 10,000 excuses, injuring your cousin from the same clan is inhumane. Lai Trak, Lai Lap Van's eldest son, stepped forward to defend his foolish younger brother. He used the excuse of shaming the Lai family to accuse Tran Mak of being disloyal, defiant, and unfilial, piling all sorts of accusations on him. Then he concluded with a statement. You keep saying the Lai family treats you unfairly, but you're just a rebellious child who is inhumane, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial. Tran Mak burst out laughing. Have you forgotten? My surname is Tran, not Lai. Those words sounded very reasonable, but they were no different from a silent fart. Lai Trak raised an eyebrow. He feigned consideration for Tran Mak's mother, saying he wouldn't destroy my Hoa group and the Tran family in Geduong, otherwise, he would have wiped them out completely. Tran Mak showed his contempt, because in his eyes, the Lai family was just an ant. The two sides kept sparring with words. Whoever got angry first would lose, and Lai Trak was already fuming. You don't know the internal situation of the Lai family. Given your extraordinary talent, if you immediately kneel and admit your mistake now, grandfather might add you to the family register out of respect for your abilities. Otherwise, in no more than 5 years, the entire Tran family of Ngeduong will be annihilated. Tran Mak looked at Lai Trak with half an eye. Who was he to dare tell him to kowtow and admit his mistake? If Lai Trak said 5 years, then Tran Mak would only need 3 years to make the Lai family willingly kneel at his feet, begging for forgiveness. All right, today's matter ends here. Lai Dong Duong spoke up, cutting off the two young men's verbal sparring. But he declared that from today, my Hoa group and the Tran family of Ngeduong would be the Lai family's biggest competitors. Tran Mak's mother's face turned pale. She secretly thought to herself. Tran Mak pulled his mother away. They couldn't stay in this heartless, meaningless, nauseating place. Tran Mak's mother closed her eyes tightly, worried about the future. Now, there was no chance for negotiation. First, she had to devote all her efforts to protecting my Hoa group. The mother and son left under the gaze of all the Lai family relatives. A few days later, Tran Mak returned to Saitang to buy several pieces of jade at the antique market to set up a spirit-gathering array. He didn't need special authentication, he only needed the jade to release its primal energy and for his divine sense to perceive it. But unfortunately, Tran Mak searched for half a day and couldn't find a single piece containing primal energy, let alone one that could release it. Suddenly, an old man stalled on the sidewalk with white hair and beard attracted Tran Mak. He then went to ask the price of the pair of jade lions. The old man quoted 1,000. Tran Mak then asked about the clock painting depicting a young woman. It cost 2,000. After asking around, Tran Mak then focused on the flashing stone in the corner. The old man's eyes flashed, but he immediately closed them, pretending not to know anything. That's something I picked up on the road. If you want it, I can give it to you, but you have to tell me what it's used for. Tran Mak's expression darkened. He had been very careful, but unexpectedly, the old man still noticed a clue. Although that stone looked ordinary on the outside, it contained the vast primal energy of heaven and earth, and Tran Mak couldn't help but pay attention. He agreed to tell the old man the stone's use, but in return, the old man had to tell Tran Mak where he found it. All right. The old man handed the stone to Tran Mak and motioned for him to follow, because this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Tran Mak contentedly looked at the stone in his hand. One piece was enough for him to set up a spirit-gathering array, and the rest would be used after Tran Mak reached second-level chi condensation to create some simple protective talismans. Next, Tran Mak followed the old man to an ancient place that clearly reeked of money. All right, now tell me, what exactly is this stone used for? Tran Mak briefly explained that this stone contained the primal energy of heaven and earth, which had no significant effect on ordinary people, but possessed miraculous effects for martial arts cultivators. The old man's eyes lit up. Could you be a martial arts cultivator? That's right, it's me. As soon as Tran Mak confirmed it, the old man sprang up happily. His master had admired martial artists his whole life, but unfortunately never met one, while he himself thought martial artists were nothing but tricks to fool old people. Unexpectedly, he met Tran Mak today, so he told him about finding this stone by the black water swamp of Lin Vo. There were many stones like this around that swamp, but he dared not go deeper because of a legend that there were monsters inside. Although he had never seen one, every time he intended to go deeper, a chilling sensation came over him, preventing him from going further. Just from hearing this, Tran Mak immediately guessed that the black water swamp contained what he needed. So Tran Mak asked the old vendor if he wanted to become a martial artist. He asked back skeptically, "Can I? Don't they say cultivating martial arts requires innate talent and must be done before the age of 16? Tran Mak chuckled. If you say it's possible, even the dead will come back to life to cultivate immortality. The old man immediately knelt down and called Tran Mak senior brother. Please, senior brother, recommend me. If I can join the sect, I will forever engrave this great kindness in my heart. Tran Mak smirked. Senior brother? You've misunderstood. Saying that, Tran Mak swung his hand, and a corner of the wooden table was cut as if a sword had passed through it. His entire body exuded powerful spiritual energy. For Tran Mak, this path of cultivation required defying heaven to succeed. It didn't distinguish roles based on age, but only spoke through strength. The old man realized that Tran Mak possessed the internal realm of a martial artist, whose palm strike was like a blade, cutting through gold and jade. I was blind, failing to recognize a true master. I am truly ashamed. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Although the old man bowed completely to acknowledge him as master, Tran Mak only allowed him to be a registered disciple. Who told him he wasn't qualified to officially join due to his advanced age? Before leaving, Tran Mak said that in a few days he would come to transmit cultivation techniques to the old man. Being his disciple didn't have many taboos, the old man could work comfortably here. On the way home, Tran Mak forgot to ask the name of his first registered disciple. Well, he have to do it next time. Upon returning home, Tran Mak broke the stone into many pieces, then arranged them into a formation. The stone fragments hovered in midair, and after circling, they descended into the floor, then released primal energy that gathered into one spot on the ceiling. That's why it's called the Spirit Gathering Array. From now on, Tran Mak's cultivation speed would significantly increase when inside the Spirit Gathering Array. Elsewhere, a beautiful woman in an evening gown stood all alone. A servant reported that the family meeting had just concluded with the decision to break off the engagement with the Tran family, specifically with Tran Mac. The purple-haired girl turned, her flowing hair swaying with each step. My Yin Qingqing's future is in my hands. No one has the right to decide. Qingqing ordered Tang Tang to go prepare to go to Chaitang. Tang Tang immediately warned Qingqing to be careful. As soon as she leaves the Yin family, countless dangers will arise. Qingqing frowned. It's always this annoying reason. Doesn't Tang Tang know martial arts? Moreover, they also have an inner-realm martial artist guarding them. Why worry? But will he help us? After all, by then you and he will have broken off the engagement. Tang Tang said worriedly. But Qingqing was very calm. As long as they go find that person, whether he helps or not is his choice. That night, all the spiritual energy of the city was drawn in one direction, towards Tran Mac's house. Thanks to the spirit-gathering formation that absorbed all the spiritual energy from all directions, Tran Mac reached the reverse Qi realm 2 days earlier than expected. At this rate, in another 10 days, Tran Mac will definitely be able to enter the second stage of the reverse Qi realm, where spiritual energy transforms into a sword. From now on, Tran Mac must consolidate his strength every day, ensuring solid progress. However, even with cultivation, Tran Mac still had to manage his studies. Tomorrow was report card day, but Tran Mac didn't care. What worried him was the Yin family coming to break off the engagement. In his previous life, Tran Mac was always a joke, but in this life, he'll be the ringmaster. At this moment, his phone rang. Jian Yao was calling. Tran Mac was curious what was so urgent that she would call him so early in the morning. On the other end of the line, Jian Yao replied shyly. Today my family's restaurant is opening. My parents told me to invite a few classmates to be the first customers and enjoy a free meal. Jian Yao's family only opened an ordinary restaurant, so she didn't dare invite Yuan Hao and Kuyu, only Tran Mac. Tran Mac accepted immediately, saying he'd be there at 11:30. Right on time, Jian Yao happily ran out to greet Tran Mac. You're finally here. I was just waiting for you. Jian Yao's mother also ran out to welcome the guest. Dao Dao, is this Tran Mac? This morning, you were chirping about him like a trumpet in my ear. Tran Mac politely wished her prosperous business and overflowing wealth. Jian Yao's mother smiled. You're truly good at talking, no wonder our Dao Dao mentions you all the time. Jian Yao blushed and pushed her mother inside to prepare, leaving Tran Mac no chance to give his gift. He had prepared a red envelope, but if he gave it to Jian Yao, she would definitely not accept it. So Tran Mac quietly placed it on the table, then followed Jian Yao inside. Seeing Jian Yao's arm placed on Tran Mac, all the Zhao gang pulled Tran Mac to sit next to him. Jian Yao was about to turn to check on the food when Wang Lei called out. Don't be so busy, come find a seat. Everyone's waiting for you to talk. Jian Yao nodded. Zhao gang deliberately wanted to switch places for her. Then he nudged Tran Mac's shoulder conspiratorially. You owe me a favor, Xiao Mac. But this. Two young dandies exchanged glances, planning. One young man set up his best friend. Zhou Hao, today is the opening day of Jian Yao's restaurant. What gift did you prepare? Zhou Hao smugly said he had given Jian Yao's family a money tree. Then he turned to ask Tran Mac. You surely didn't come empty-handed, did you? Or did Tran Mac give a 10 yuan red envelope? Everyone burst into laughter, holding their bellies as Tran Mac was made a joke of. Zhao gang also grew anxious seeing Tran Mac remain silent, letting them walk all over him. Finally, Jian Yao had to step in. Today she wanted everyone in the class to have fun, but instead, they turned it into a money-flaunting contest. I thank those who spent money on gifts, and also thank those who came to support without gifts. Let's stop this here. Although Jian Yao had spoken up, those guys were still annoyed with Tran Mac. At this moment, Tran Mac finished a glass of water to recharge, then started to roast Chu Hao and his group again. Are you provoking me because you think I'm easy to bully? Chu Hao had an arrogant look, but he said Tran Mac wasn't worthy of his provocation. Jian Yao was angry to see herself being made a fool of. She didn't hesitate. She told Chu Hao to take his gift and leave immediately. Chu Hao, fearing Jian Yao would be displeased, quickly waved his hand, saying he wouldn't say anything more, but secretly harbored resentment towards Tran Mak. Meanwhile, Tran Mak didn't like to show his hand, so he secretly cast a spell for Chu Hao to die silently. Just then, Jian Yao's mother ran in holding a red envelope, asking whose it was. Jian Yao opened it and was shocked. The stack of money was thicker than the layer of foundation on her face. Everyone buzzed, wondering who had so much money. Jian Yao turned to ask Tran Mak. Was it you? Tran Mak, who was about to cast a spell, had to stop midway to avoid being discovered. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Jian Yao's mother kept one bill and gave the rest back to Tran Mak, not daring to accept too much. Jian Yao returned the remaining money to him. I understand your gesture. Please listen to my mother and take it back. Once the matter was settled, Jian Yao's mother happily started serving the food. During the meal, Zhao Gang spoke up on behalf of Tran Mak. Ahem, who said Tran Mak didn't bring a gift just now? Everyone looked away and whistled. Only Chu Hao, who directly attacked, was the most embarrassed today. He was sure Tran Mak deliberately pulled a trick, so he stood up to go to the restroom to think of a solution. After Chu Hao left, everyone whispered. Is Chu Hao upset? We're all classmates, it's just a small matter. Tran Mak, sitting and eating, knew where Chu Hao had gone. He could only be calling his family for help to regain face. The atmosphere in the room became much cozier thanks to Jian Yao's mother's cooking skills. Suddenly, a gang of thugs with loud mouths burst in, ruining the atmosphere. Where's the owner? Seeing Chu Hao's sneering face, it was immediately clear he was behind these thugs. Jian Yao gently said that the restaurant wasn't open to outside guests today and invited them to another restaurant. Unexpectedly, the three guys lunged at Jian Yao like hungry tigers. Oh, pretty girl, come chat with your big brother for a bit. Jian Yao's mother ran out and stopped them in time, asking how she could help them. The thugs laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Brothers, what do you think she can do for us? The blond guy, on behalf of the three young men, introduced the bald man as Brother Hu, the protector of this street's frontage. If you want to do business on this street, you must follow my, Zhang Hu's, rules. Do you hear me? Jian Yao's father rushed out anxiously, asking what they wanted. Zhang Hu made a gesture with his finger. My rule is 100,000 a year, and I guarantee your peace of mind. Jian Yao's mother indignantly shouted, isn't this daylight robbery? Moreover, the Jiang family's business is legal and protected by law. A henchman took a chair and lit a cigarette for Zhang Hu, who crossed his legs arrogantly to show off his power. So, you're not going to pay up? Jian Yao's mother, furious, threatened to report these guys to the police, but Jian Yao's father stopped her just in time. It's not that we won't pay, it's just too much money, and we don't have it at the moment. Zhang Hu frowned and asked again, are you paying or not? This time, no one could stop Jian Yao's mother. She directly charged forward to fight. Pay my foot. You want protection fees? Do you think this is a TV show or something? Zhang Hu's face darkened from the scolding. He ordered his subordinates to call for backup. As for those Michelin boy youths, who initially acted tough, they now made excuses and all ran home. Jian Yao didn't blame them, after all, they were just guests today. You guys go first, be careful on the way. A bunch of cowards, Dao Dao's family is in trouble and you guys ran faster than rabbits. If you leave now, don't say you know me, Chu Hao, in the future. Chu Hao suddenly stepped forward and said some very righteous words, which surprised Jian Yao and her friends. He came up to her, saying that he knew those people and would try to talk to them so they wouldn't make trouble for Jian Yao's family anymore. Jian Yao was extremely grateful to Chu Hao. Meanwhile, Chu Hao walked past Chen Mo and threw a sarcastic remark. I, Chu Hao, am not like those people who give red packets and then intentionally make a scene, just afraid others won't know. Say one more word and I'll slap you to death. Chen Mo said a cold sentence and then released a bit of spiritual power that alone made everyone's faces turn pale. Chu Hao was even trembling from the killing intent Chen Mo emitted. It's still not too late to run now. Just then, Zhang Hu's tattooed, dyed-hair subordinates arrived. Seeing his side outnumber them, he maintained his condescending attitude. Someone doesn't want to follow the rules, what do you say we should do? The pierced, blonde-haired guy grinned brazenly. Isn't that too simple? Before they could make a move, Chu Hao immediately went to talk to Zhang Hu. Brother Hu, this shop belongs to my classmate's family, I hope you'll give them some face. Zhang Hu stood up and patted Chu Hao's face a few times, asking if Chu Hao was the son of the Chu family pork factory. Yes, I hope Brother Hu will be lenient. Chu Hao replied, his heart filled with confusion as the script wasn't going as he expected. Suddenly, Zhang Hu threw a punch directly at Chu Hao's face, sending Chu Hao tumbling to the ground. Give you face? Even your father wouldn't dare tell me to give him face. Jian Yao's mother charged forward, scolding Zhang Hu, asking what was so great about hitting a child, and told him to come at her if he was so brave. Chu Hao was stunned speechless from the slap and blurted out a few sentences. What do you mean, Zhang Hu? Didn't we agree that as long as I stepped in, you would leave? Everyone who was held back started clamoring. Hearing that, everyone guessed that Chu Hao and Zhang Hu had conspired together beforehand. Jian Yao, who was grateful to Chu Hao a second ago, now only felt nauseous from his despicable behavior. Chu Hao broke out in a sweat, cursing himself for being so foolish and blurting everything out. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu gloated proudly. That's right, I agreed with you, but now I don't want to leave anymore. What can you do? Chu Hao's face turned pale as he admitted his mistake, then he packed up and left on his own. As he walked away, Chu Hao looked back with resentment. This time, he was careless, but he was determined to see their outcome. Chuang Ho was no longer hindered, so he ordered his gang to smash up the restaurant. Iron rods wrapped with barbed wire, each strike shattered the wooden tables and chairs. The Tuong couple hugged each other, helpless, while Tuong Jiao stood stunned. This restaurant was her dream, something that would help Tuong Jiao change to stand tall beside Nkaduyet. I'll risk it all with you people. Tuong Jiao was cornered, wanting to rush forward and go all in. Fortunately, Tran Mak managed to hold her back in time. Just let them smash it up. Whatever they destroy today, I'll make them pay you back 10 times over. Trust me. For some reason, Tuong Jiao felt completely at ease entrusting it to Tran Mak. Tran Mak stroked her head. In his previous life, when he was most heartbroken and alone, only Tuong Jiao didn't abandon him. In this life, Tran Mak will protect Tuong Jiao. Are you almost done? Seeing Tran Mak appear, Chuang Ho frowned. Who are you? Are you tired of living, daring to meddle in my, Chuang Ho's, affairs? Who is Tran Mak? Of course, he's his great-grandfather. Chuang Ho grinned widely at Tran Mak's words, and his subordinates laughed along. A high school student? Is he crazy? Does he want to be a hero so badly he's lost his mind? Tran Mak ignored what they said, demanding that Chuang Ho's gang compensate 10 times all the damage here and publicly apologize to the Tuong family, then he would let them go. Tru Quang whispered to Tran Mak not to play hero anymore, but to quickly come back to them. Seeing Tran Mak dare to stand up for their family, Tuong's mother couldn't just stand by and watch. She told Tuong's father to get the money. Chu Hao stood among the crowd. Despite taking a punch earlier, he was delighted to see Tran Mak about to get beaten senseless. Chuang Ho asked about Tran Mak's backing, saying he could still spare his life. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't leave this restaurant today. Tran Mak arrogantly replied. My backing is myself. Chuang Ho had never been sassed to the point of exhaustion. He vowed that today, he would definitely chop off at least one of Tran Mak's arms and legs. Tran Mak smiled. How long had it been since he'd heard someone threaten to chop off his arm and leg? Such nostalgia. Chuang Ho's side was so fierce that Tuong's mother decided to offer him money, but he refused. It's too late. Just stand there and watch. Tran Mak jumped and weaved in midair, striking critical blows to the groin of each person he reached. As a result, the whole gang rolled on the ground in pain. Everyone present gasped, wide-eyed in disbelief. Tru Quam cheered loudly, never imagining his best friend could fight so well. Everyone was happy, except for Chu Hao, whose face turned pale. All the plans he had meticulously devised in the restroom were shattered by Tran Mak's prowess. Truong Ho brushed the dust off his shirt, still completely calm. "You're a good fighter, but can you dodge bullets?" His question made Tran Mak fall into thought. Even though he had reached the first stage of condensing chi, dodging bullets was indeed a difficult feat. Tran Mak stood still and observed. Seeing Truong Ho preparing to pull out a gun, he immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful uppercut. Truong Ho was shocked and fell to the ground. He scrambled to his feet. "Damn it, you dare hit me?" Before he could finish speaking, Tran Mak had already sent him flying into the air. Truong Ho vomited blood, pinned under Tran Mak's foot. "You dare pull out a gun? I'll crush your head right now." Truong Ho begged Tran Mak for his life, saying he didn't have a gun in his pocket and just wanted to scare him. Tran Mak, annoyed, changed the subject, demanding Truong Ho pay 10 times the damages and apologize to the Tuong family. Truong Ho agreed, and Tran Mak lifted his foot and turned to leave. "Now get up and apologize." Truong Ho now groveled and crawled on the ground towards Tuong Jiao. "Little sister, please be merciful and forgive me. I am willing to compensate your family for the damages." Tuong Jiao ordered Truong Ho to apologize to her parents and not to bother the Tuong family again in the future. Truong Ho raised both hands and kowtowed to the ground as if worshipping ancestors. "I, Truong Ho, was blind. I apologize to you too, please forgive me. I guarantee that Truong Ho's men will absolutely not come to your restaurant to cause trouble again, ensuring the safety of the restaurant from now on." Tuong Jiao's mother temporarily accepted, but she didn't need 10 times the compensation, just go by the market price. Truong Ho was overjoyed and even asked Tuong Jiao for her opinion before leaving. Tuong Jiao nodded, and Truong Ho, with his hands and feet, quickly pulled his brothers to retreat. Tran Mak also left, telling Tuong Jiao to call him if she ever encountered trouble again. Meanwhile, Tran Mak went to the Kim family, where Kim Boi Van's grandfather personally greeted him. This old man, Kim Trung Nguyen, welcomes Master Tran. Even in front of an elder acting so politely, Tran Mak maintained his icy cold expression. "Elder Kim, there's no need for such formality. Just state your business directly." Boi Van was clearly displeased with Tran Mak's attitude. Although her grandfather invited him, Tran Mak boldly sat in the main seat. Elder Kim invited Tran Mak to try some high-grade Da Hong Pao tea, but he still insisted on asking why the elder had called him. Boi Van was fuming. Tran Mak sat in the host's seat and wouldn't even drink tea, practically showing his superiority to Elder Kim. Elder Kim realized there was no need for further pleasantries and got straight to the point, wanting to thank Tran Mak for the talismans that had cured Mrs. Kim's chronic illness of many years. Tran Mak interrupted him, feeling that there was no need to be grateful for a fair transaction, they owed each other nothing. Seeing Tran Mak's words, Elder Kim asked if he could cure his own illness. Tran Mak finally smirked. "This is your real reason for seeking me out, isn't it?" He got straight to business, telling Elder Kim to strike with full force so he could observe. Elder Kim seemed surprised but complied. He took a deep breath and threw a punch. Tran Mak furrowed his brow, realizing the old man was actually an inner-realm martial artist. With just a glance, Tran Mak knew Elder Kim's illness and said that one body-tempering pill could cure him. Elder Kim was overjoyed. This illness had tormented him for decades, flaring up with excruciating pain that even renowned doctors couldn't cure. If Tran Mak could cure him, he would give him half of the Kim family's assets. Boi Van quickly stopped Elder Kim. "Grandpa, don't get so excited. Tran Mak hasn't even examined you properly. To be able to cure it with just a glance? That's too much of an exaggeration." Tran Mac, having been given a perfect setup, launched into a detailed diagnosis. Elder Kim isn't sick, it's just that his cultivation technique was incomplete, causing long-term stagnation in his meridians. Additionally, an old internal injury from his youth had not fully healed, which is why Elder Kim is now suffering so much. Elder Kim had never mentioned the internal injury, yet Tran Mac knew about it, making him trust Tran Mac even more. Master Tran is absolutely right, perfectly accurate. But the problem is, if Elder Kim wants a complete cure, he must abandon martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, it will recur later. The question is whether he can bear to do so. Trung Muon was shocked to hear this demand from Tran Mac. Giving up martial arts? That's like taking his life. However, he then bowed his head sadly and said, "But I can no longer endure this torment of illness and pain." Tran Mac understood Trung Muon's feelings and closed his eyes, pondering. Having witnessed the wonders of martial arts and immortal cultivation, who would willingly return to being immortal? Boy Van, looking worried, stepped forward to support him. "Grandpa, Grandpa." After a moment of thought, Trung Muon sighed and replied, "I am 72 this year, I don't have many years left to live. This family fortune has accumulated quite a bit. That incomplete martial arts technique was something I stumbled upon, and yet it allowed the Kim family to become so great. Perhaps I, the old man, already have enough." And having thought everything through, Trung Muon clasped his hands and bowed to Tran Mac, saying, "Master Tran, I am willing to abandon martial arts. I only ask that you cure my illness." Seeing that the old man had understood everything, he agreed, "All right. However, I don't need the family fortune. I only need 3 billion, which will be the cost of manufacturing the spiritual pill. Send someone to collect it in a few days." Boy Van was confused again. Why wait a few days? Can it be done now? The old man next to her quickly stopped her. "Xiao Yun, such a miraculous elixir surely requires Master Tran some time to prepare." Tran Mac quickly fabricated a reason to explain to them, "The body-tempering pill isn't a rare elixir. It's just that I need to go prepare the medicinal ingredients." In his mind, however, he was thinking, "The important thing is that I'm out of money." Hearing this, Trung Muon's face lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Master Tran, what ingredients do you need? I will immediately send people to find them." Tran Mac enthusiastically replied, "All right then, I'll write a list for you." After writing the list, he gave it to the elder. "These are the items." In his mind, he had another calculation. "I've written double the amount. I have my own plans for the rest." However, upon reviewing the list, the elder looked a bit perplexed and said, "Although these herbs are valuable, they're not too difficult to find. Give me 2 days." Tran Mac didn't press Kim Trung Muon. "Once you've gathered everything, call me, and I'll immediately refine the body-tempering pill." He then asked the elder another question, "Mr. Kim, how much do you know about the martial arts world?" Hearing this, Trung Muon, with a surprised look on his aged face, honestly replied, "I know quite a bit, because after all, my ability to cultivate martial arts relies solely on that cultivation manual. It can't compare to the ancient martial arts sects that have been passed down." Tran Mac replied, puzzled, "Are there still ancient martial arts sects in the Dali Kingdom now?" Since the elder wasn't from a martial arts sect, he just spoke everything he knew. "Well, although I don't know where their mountain gate is exactly, they definitely exist, and they've been inherited for a long time." The more he listened, the more his curiosity grew. "Then tell me about the martial arts world first," he said. Meanwhile, Tran Mac secretly speculated, perhaps the Lai family has connections with those ancient martial arts sections. With his decades of knowledge, the elder gradually told him everything. The martial arts world has a total of 4 major realms, known as the 4 martial realms: Outer Realm, Inner Realm, Transformation Realm, and Divine Realm. Those are the Outer Realm, Inner Realm, Transformation Realm, and the legendary Divine Realm. Each of the first 3 realms, Outer, Inner, and Transformation, is further divided into 3 minor stages: Minor Completion, Major Completion, and Peak. Upon entering the transformation realm, one is respectfully called a martial arts grandmaster by the community. Martial arts grandmasters are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Each one is a powerful figure guarding a region, establishing great families, and represents the pinnacle of martial arts existence today. As for the divine realm, no one has appeared in it for nearly 100 years. Afterward, Tran Mak became curious about Trung Wan's power, so he frankly asked, "What realm is your strength in?" The elder happily replied, "I am an inner realm major completion martial artist. I've fought countless solo battles over the years and have never met an opponent." At this, Tran Mak began to ponder, "So, currently, I'm probably at the peak of the inner realm, just a little short of the transformation realm. However, this is merely a classification of power levels, it doesn't fully represent actual strength. Therefore, I'm not afraid of a transformation realm grandmaster. But if I were to encounter the legendary divine realm, I'd be in a bit of danger. I must quickly increase my strength." Scene change. Tran Mak has returned to Saitang First High School. At this moment, his mind was still preoccupied with his grades. Today was the day to receive report cards, and also the day the Yin family would come to annul the engagement. "Yin family, if you dare treat me today as you did in my previous life, I will ensure you don't make it back to Hadu." Currently, laughter and chatter about grades echoed through Class 6 among the students. "How did you do on the test?" "I don't know. Let's hang out this winter break, okay?" Tran Mak was also a student in this class, so when Lin Tao, the rich scion Zheng Yuan Hao's loyal henchman, saw Tran Mak, he mocked him. "Tran Mak, you didn't even take the exam, yet you have the nerve to come here and get your report card?" Tran Mak ignored him, walked to his desk, sat down, and remained silent. But his quiet demeanor unintentionally caught Jiang Jiao's attention. She looked towards Tran Mak and mused, "Tran Mak, he's suddenly become so calm, even more handsome." Caillou was also silently observing him. When Yuan Hao saw her paying attention to him, he openly showed jealousy and secretly thought, "Only Caillou is worthy of my attention. Tran Mak is just a good-for-nothing." As class time arrived, the homeroom teacher, Liang, entered and loudly brought the class to order. All right, quiet down everyone. I'm handing out the report cards now." She distributed the report cards to each student. "Duong Tung, you did very well on the test, you've improved. Tru Quang, you've dropped 5 ranks, you need to work harder." When it was Caillou's turn, Liang happily handed her the report card and said, "Caillou, 2nd in class, 9th in the whole school. That's 1 rank higher than last year. Excellent performance." Immediately after was Yuan Hao. "Yuan Hao, highest score in class, 3rd in the whole school. I hope you can achieve 2 first places before graduation." The classmates were surprised to hear this, some even showed admiration and said, "He's so brilliant." However, when it was Tran Mak's turn, her smile vanished, replaced by an angry expression. "Tran Mak, 1st place from the bottom. Both in class and in school. You are the first student to submit a blank paper since Saitang High School was founded." The entire class suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. After that silence came bursts of laughter and mockery. 2 first places, from the bottom to the top. Meanwhile, Tru Quang turned to Duong Tung, puzzled, and asked, "But Tran Mak's performance yesterday at Jiang Jiao's family restaurant. Someone so powerful, what do grades matter to him?" But perhaps the most overreactive person was the class monitor, Tu Lu. Out of extreme dissatisfaction, she stood up, pointed at him, and irritably declared, "Tran Mak is truly a disgrace to our class. He's going to drag down the entire class's average score." Being pointed at, Tran Mak angrily retorted, "You're talking too much. Will you shut up?" Tulu didn't back down and defiantly challenged, "What did you say? Say it again." He calmly repeated each word, his eyes filled with anger. "You talk too much." She ran crying to tell the homeroom teacher Liang. "Teacher, Tran Mak bullied me." The teacher sided with Tulu and yelled at him, "Tran Mak, apologize to the class president right now." Tran Mac not only didn't apologize, but he also thought he was right. Teacher Wang, I don't think I did anything wrong. It's true I missed the exam, but I had a difficult reason to explain. If you give me another chance, I don't think I'd score worse than the class president. Lam Dao laughed loudly and mocked Tran Mac after hearing that. He said his scores are better than the class president's. I didn't mishear that, did I? Additionally, the teacher didn't believe in Tran Mac's abilities, but Liang still made another suggestion. Tran Mac, of course, we can't make everyone retake the midterm exam just for you. But I currently have a practice exam from Hong Kong High School. Now, you and Tulu will take it right in front of your classmates. Whoever loses will have to voluntarily apologize to the other person and stop arguing, okay? After hearing this suggestion, the whole class was completely surprised and started discussing nonstop. Hong Kong High School, the practice exam from Hong Kong is 10 times harder than the university entrance exam. How could Tran Mac possibly do it? At this moment, having gained an advantage, Tulu haughtily said, Tran Mac, do you dare to compete? If you don't dare, apologize to me right now, don't let people laugh at you. He replied without any fear. In this world, there's nothing Tran Mac wouldn't dare to do. So, Liang arranged for the two of them to sit at the front desk and told the whole class. Good, everyone else, move back and maintain order. To get the results quickly, the time limit is 1 hour. Finally, we'll see who gets a higher score. Now, begin. After her words, both of them quickly started working on their exams. As the two concentrated on their exams, the whole class watched their expressions and whispered. Even Tulu is biting her pen and frowning. It seems this exam is really difficult. But look at Tran Mac, why is he so relaxed, as if the exam is very easy? His scores are far worse than the class president's. Lam Dao was visibly annoyed seeing Tran Mac so calm and thought to himself, he's just pretending. That useless Tran Mac is definitely just guessing. Meanwhile, Tuong Jiao looked worried for him, but she also had some trust in him and thought to herself, Tran Mac would never just guess, he's smart. And Ka Duyet silently observed him with great tension. Among those who bet he would lose was, of course, Nguyen Hao. He comfortably thought to himself, Tran Mac is sure to lose this round. Half an hour later, Tran Mac put down his pen. He walked over to submit his paper to Liang. Teacher Wang, how many days is this year's winter break? She quickly replied. Starting tomorrow until the 16th of next month. Hearing that, Tran Mac turned and walked away, replying, I understand. Seeing him leave, Tulu thought Tran Mac was scared of losing and running away, so she angrily shouted, Stop right there. You're just guessing and then trying to run? Apologize to me now. Tran Mac wasn't angry at all, he just gently said, I'm done. You can check it. Liang couldn't believe her ears when Tran Mac said he was done, and replied in surprise. You're done? The next second, she quickly checked Tran Mac's paper. And then Liang shouted in panic. Correct, 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 all 100 questions answered, not a single mistake, how can this be? Lin Dao was so terrified her face turned pale. What? How can this be? And Jiang Jiao said happily, I told you, Tran Mac is the best. Tulu quickly took Tran Mac's paper from the homeroom teacher's hand, who had just checked it herself, and said in confusion, No, it can't be. She opened her eyes wide and carefully checked from the first question. After confirming that everything was correct, Tulu, with a disappointed expression, unconsciously sat down and sadly bowed her head. If Tran Mac is a good-for-nothing, then I'm even worse than a good-for-nothing. Hearing her words, Tran Mac subtly smirked. He said in a sarcastic tone, My abilities are not something mere mortals like you can comprehend. Tran Mac walked out to the schoolyard and was startled to hear. Tran Mac, we want to call off the engagement. Tran Mac, we want to call off the engagement. Tran Mac, we want to call off the engagement. Tran Mac, we want to call off the engagement. In front of him, many girls were constantly dancing and talking, confusing Tran Mak. Then, with an annoyed expression, he mumbled to himself. If I could, I'd rather stand before more than 20 grandmasters of the transformation realm than face these curious old ladies. Just then, someone loudly signaled to them. Stop. As soon as he saw this person, Tran Mak quickly asked, Who are you? The person who arrived was Yin Fei, who arrogantly pointed at Tran Mak's face. My father's grandfather is the cousin of my cousin Kwai Tan's father's grandfather's grandson. I represent the Yin family and my cousin Kwai Tan to officially break off the engagement with you. He didn't expect things to change so much, so with a horrified expression, he said, it wasn't like this in my previous life. Could it be that history has changed because I was reborn? Since he didn't know the other person's name, he asked again. Who are you? Are you sure you can represent the Yin family? Yin Fei, with a confident look, began to introduce himself. I am Yin Fei, you can call me Young Master Fei. All right, I've delivered the message. This young master has other matters, you don't need to try and keep me, farewell. The person came and went as they pleased, leaving Tran Mak momentarily unable to react. In addition, he threw money towards the girls and ordered them. Go, go. After receiving the money, they happily said to Yin Fei, who was leisurely walking away. Little friend, if there's such a good deal again, remember to find me. At this moment, he sighed and muttered. The Yin family actually has such a young master. Tran Mak suddenly realized something and said to himself. So the Yin family had this plan. After Tran Mak was about to leave, Ka Duyet rushed over and said, Wait a moment. As soon as he heard her voice, he slowly turned around and replied. Student, is something wrong? Ka Duyet, seeing Tran Mak's sudden change in attitude, sadly said to herself. Tran Mak didn't used to treat me like this, why is he suddenly so cold? However, she still slowly walked over to him and whispered. My mom told me to ask you, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come back to our house? She's really worried about you. Tran Mak immediately turned away, then glanced at her and said in a cold voice. I've rented a room outside. From now on, I won't bother your family anymore. Bye-bye. After saying that, he left. Seeing his attitude, Ka Duyet angrily shouted. What do you mean by this? Tran Mak ignored her, leaving her there alone. This action unintentionally hurt her. And then Ka Duyet said disappointedly. Tran Mak, why have you changed so much? Nearby, Nguyen Hao was secretly watching her. When he realized Ka Duyet had feelings for Tran Mak, he grew jealous and thought to himself. Tran Mak, you've threatened me, so don't blame me. Yin Fei returned home to discuss breaking off the engagement with the Yin family. After hearing his words, the old man looked confused and asked. Young Master Fei, I really don't understand, what exactly do you mean by this? However, he didn't see this as important, so he calmly sipped his tea and arrogantly replied. I don't know what the Yin family likes about Tran Mak. They fundamentally don't want to break off the engagement. This annulment is just a show for the Lai family. Moreover, Tran Mak will understand the Yin family's intentions. Seeing change, Tran Mak also understood the Yin family's intentions. The Yin family simply took a liking to my internal martial artist status but didn't want to go against the Lai family. The Lai family isn't foolish, what will they do? In another place, at the Lai family mansion, after learning about Yin Fei's actions, Lap Van went to find Dong Duong. He frowned and said, Dad, that's the Yin family's move. The old man didn't reply, but pondered deeply. If I had shown some family affection back then, my Lai family would have had an outstanding talent like Lai Trick. The Lai family could have become the leader of the 6 great superfamilies. But now, everything is too late. Tran Mak has become a formidable opponent with great potential, and the Yin family's attitude has proven this. After thoroughly considering everything, Dong Duong turned to his son and said, Let's put the Yin family matter aside for now. No matter what, on the surface, the Yin family still stands with us. But we absolutely cannot give Tran Mak time to develop. The prestige of the Lai family does not allow anyone to undermine it. Dong Duong instructed him on something. First, take action against my Hoa group and Duong Tran family. While Tran family's power is still weak, eliminate all his sources of support. Lap Van quickly understood and replied, "Yes, I'll go do it right away." Scene change, at home, Tran Mak was meditating in his room. Immediately after, Tu Phuong called him. Seeing his mother's call, Tran Mak quickly answered. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong?" As soon as she heard her son's voice, her first words were to scold him for moving out. "You naughty boy, Ms. Mai said you rented a room outside? Since when? Where did you get the money? What are you planning to do?" Tran Mak immediately explained. "Mom, there's nothing about your son that you don't know, so there's nothing to worry about." However, Tu Phuong disagreed and ordered her son, "Move back immediately. I'm not at ease with you living alone outside." He then gave a reason. Mom, I'm studying Kung Fu with a mysterious old man. It would be really inconvenient to live at the Yin family's house." Additionally, Tran Mak was thinking to himself, "Sorry, there's no mysterious old man." In the end, though still uneasy, she relented to her son's wishes. "All right, but you must ensure your own safety." "Mom, don't worry, I promise." Tu Phuong, being understanding, then told her son, "Also, you must go and speak to the Yin family. Aunt Mai Din thinks she made some oversight and is very worried." Upon hearing these words, he grumbled to himself, "Indeed, Aunt Mai's words annoy me, but Uncle An always takes good care of me, and I need to repay him." On the other hand, to reassure his mother, Tran Mak promised, "All right, Mom, don't worry, I know what to do." At this time, in the western suburbs of Saitang, Yin Kui Lake Villa area. Following his mother's words, he went and rang the doorbell of the Yin family's house. Soon, Ka Duyet came out to open the door. As soon as she saw Tran Mak, Ka Duyet said in surprise, "You're here." He replied in a low voice, "Hello, Auntie called me to eat." Hearing that, she happily invited Tran Mak inside. "Please come in." Aunt Mai, hearing he had arrived, happily welcomed him. "Little Mak, you're here? Duyet, you talk to Little Mak, dinner will be ready soon." Ka Duyet was momentarily flustered, not knowing what to say, so she just looked at Tran Mak in silence. While observing him, she secretly compared. Although he seems to have changed a lot, he lacks upbringing, far inferior to Nguyen Hao. A moment later, Uncle An showed excitement upon seeing Tran Mak. "Little Mak, you're here?" He had a lot of affection for him, so when he saw the man, Tran Mak stood up and politely bowed. "Hello, Uncle An." Seeing his attitude towards Aunt Mai was completely different from his attitude towards Uncle An, Ka Duyet felt puzzled and silently wondered, "Why do I feel that Tran Mak's attitude towards Dad is very different from his attitude towards Mom and me?" Uncle An asked about Tran Mak's father. "How has your father been lately?" He politely replied, "Thank you, Uncle An, for your concern. My father also really wants to come and reminisce with you, but he's too busy with work and doesn't have time." After that, Uncle An praised Tran Mak's father. "Your father is too hard-working. If he had accepted the family's help, he would have long since become an influential figure in the manor." He didn't say anything else, just obediently replied, "Yes, sir." A moment later, many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. At this time, Aunt Mai asked Tran Mak, "Little Mak, why did you rent a room outside?" Uncle An, not knowing about this, asked her in surprise, "Little Mak moved out?" Aunt Mai, with an annoyed expression, turned to scold her husband, "You're always busy from morning till night outside, never caring about anything in the house." So he could only give a wry smile and awkwardly replied, "It's..." Tran Mak quickly stepped in to help him, "Auntie, I've already decided on this, let's not mention it anymore." She said incoherently, "Well, Ka Duyet thought Tran Mac's attitude when talking to her mother was not quite right, so she reminded him, Tran Mac, mind your attitude. Aunt Mai, seeing that he and she seemed not to like each other, looked displeased and muttered to herself, if this continues, it won't be good. I must find a way to improve little Mac and Duyet's relationship. Then, outside, the doorbell rang again. Ka Duyet stood up and happily told her parents, it must be Nan Ni coming to get me. We agreed to go to a classmate's birthday together. After saying that, she rushed to open the door. Ka Duyet beamed, Tien, Nan Ni. Both of them greeted her back, hello, E. On the other hand, when both appeared at the same time, Ka Duyet asked them with a bit of confusion, didn't we say we'd meet at the cafe? Why did you suddenly come here to find me? Do the others know? She quickly explained, they're all waiting in the car, plans changed. We're going camping first, then to a karaoke bar to sing. Ka Duyet turned around and replied, is that so? Then you guys wait for me a moment, I'll go get my jacket. Tien urged her, okay, hurry up. Ka Duyet, while putting on her jacket, told Mrs. Mai, Mom, I'm going out with friends. I won't be home for dinner tonight. She quickly stood up and asked her daughter, wait a minute, let Tu Mac go with you. I'm not at ease with my daughter going alone. Uncle and then turned to Tran Mac and asked, Tu Mac, please take Duyet there. Mrs. Mai also happily added, that's right, Tu Mac, consider it helping me, go out and play with Duyet for a bit. Though he didn't want to, Tran Mac had to reluctantly agree, yes, I'll go with her. Hearing that, she urged him again, then let's go. So, Tran Mac followed Ka Duyet outside. However, Tien unhappily turned to ask her, who is he? Ka Duyet quickly replied, he's my dad's friend's son, here to study. Meanwhile, though he didn't say anything, Tran Mac knew these two well. Tien was from a rich family, always looking down on others, and was the girlfriend of Truong Hien, the school's basketball team captain. In his previous life, she often made things difficult for him. As for Nan Ni, though outwardly cold, her heart was kind and good. After graduation, he never heard any news about her again. If Ka Duyet left him, he'd have even more free time. After meeting up with the others, Truong Hien was incredibly surprised to see Tran Mac. And then he mocked him, oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Tran Mac, the famous good-for-nothing who skipped the exam? Hearing these words, he felt uncomfortable and thought, this was our 6th grade business, how could they, being second graders, know so quickly? Unless someone deliberately wanted to humiliate him, Ka Duyet, moreover, remained silent and didn't defend him. Not stopping there, Truong Hien further insulted Tran Mac, you want to pursue the school's belle too? Why don't you look in a mirror and see if you're worthy? Tien also quickly walked over, hooked arms with Ka Duyet, and chimed in with her boyfriend, that's right, Duyet isn't Gwen Hao's sweetheart. He's the son of the deputy prefect, what are you? How dare you pester Duyet? Finally, unable to bear it, Tran Mac retorted, in front of me, what are you all? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think you're worthy? Currently, his eyes were filled with anger. Tien quickly ran to her boyfriend and, feigning distress, said, Truong Hien, he's bullying me. He quickly acted like a good boyfriend and said, you brat, apologize to Tien quickly, and I'll consider letting you off. Tran Mac, without any fear, replied, you punk, immediately bow your head and apologize to me, and I'll consider letting you off. By this point, Truong Hien was so angry he swore, damn it, quite arrogant, aren't we? Then today I'll teach you how to behave. Ka Duyet then spoke up to intervene, all right, stop arguing. Today is Tien's birthday. Additionally, she walked over to him and advised, can't you just give in to Truong Hien a little? With your small physique, Truong Hien would knock you out with one punch. Beside them, Nan Ni remained silent. It was her state that caught Tran Mac's attention. Just then, Nan Ni accidentally saw him looking at her. And then Nan Ni, looking embarrassed, thought to herself, his gaze on me is so strange, as if he's known me for many years. A moment later, Truong Yen, feigning magnanimity, said, "Oh, forget it, just out of respect for the school's bell, I'll let you off this once." He turned his face away and said with annoyance, "However, my car is a bit small, not enough room for a great god like you. You take another car." Everyone unanimously echoed Truong Yen, "This car is full, my car is full too, no way, no way, don't tell me you have to walk, do you?" However, Nan Ni suddenly made an offer to him, "Tran Mac, we'll sit 3 abreast, it'll be a bit cramped," but then Ka Duyet objected. "Nan Ni, why let him squeeze in with us?" Tien Tien also disapproved, "Little Nan Ni, do you like him?" She angrily replied, "What are you saying? We're all classmates, I just don't want him to lose too much face." To avoid upsetting Nan Ni, Ka Duyet reluctantly made another suggestion, "All right, forget it. I know you're kind-hearted. I'll go talk to Thatch Duom in the back and let him ride along." And so, the group began their journey. Thatch Duong was a speed demon, so he drove very fast. "Watch me overtake cars consecutively." Ka Duyet's friends, instead of stopping him, cheered him on, "Thatch Duong is the best, so exciting." Just then, a car appeared in front of them, obstructing their path. Thatch Duong grew exasperated and gritted his teeth, "This junk car, what a hindrance. Didn't you fill up the gas? You slowpoke. If you don't know how to drive, then don't drive." She also sided with Thatch Duong, just a cheap Passat daring to block Brother Duong's way. Immediately after, because he couldn't control his speed, Thatch Duong's car gradually approached the car in front. And so, he yelled loudly in panic. In an instant, Thatch Duong's car crashed into the car in front. The next second, he got out of the car, crying and shouting loudly, "My beloved car." Dao Zi, the person driving the car in front, also angrily got out and scolded, "Do you even know how to drive? This is called illegal parking, do you understand?" Thatch Duong was completely unreasonable, so he blamed him, "Look, you hit this young master's car." With no other choice, Dao Zi went to ask Van Hung for his opinion. "Brother, so, a kid hit the back of my car and then cursed at me, saying I parked illegally." Before he could answer, Thatch Duong stepped forward and yelled, "Who are you talking about, huh?" However, as he had an urgent matter and didn't want to get involved, Van Hung ordered, "Dao Zi, never mind. Fourth Master Kim needs to see me urgently. Don't waste any more time." He quickly replied, "Yes, brother so." Before leaving, Dao Zi didn't forget to turn and look at him with a look of disdain. Being treated like that, Thatch Duong loudly said, "Stop. You're not going to compensate me for the car and then just run away, are you? Don't even dream about it." Seeing the car in front stop, Truong Hien and everyone else got out and asked, "Thatch Duong, what's going on?" He quickly blamed Dao Zi, "This guy slammed on the brakes, causing me to rear-end him, and now he's trying to run." Truong Hien defended his friend and sternly replied, "Then we can't let him run. Go ahead and block them." Hearing that, everyone said in unison, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of friends spread out to surround the opponents, which somewhat surprised Dao Zi. Moreover, they also blocked the spot where Thatch Duong's car was parked. At this moment, Van Hung was still calmly smoking in the car. A second later, he uttered self-mocking words, "I never thought Van Hung would have a day where he'd be bossed around by a bunch of kids." So Van Hung ordered, "Dao Zi, get out of the car." He immediately ran to open the door for him. Truong Hien hesitated, "You are..." Suddenly, he blurted out, "Arrogant so Van Hung." Van Hung arrogantly asked back, "Even a brat like you has heard of my nickname, huh? Whose child are you?" Truong Hien bowed and replied, "My father is Truong Kui." Hearing that, Van Hung said, "So, you're Truong Kui's son. Out of respect for your father, you can go." Truong Hien immediately bowed repeatedly in thanks, "Thank you for your great kindness, Brother Hung." Truong Hien looked at Thatch Duong and said, "Why aren't you thanking Brother Hung for not bothering with juniors like us?" He immediately snarled, "I said you could go, not him." Truong Hien and Thatch Duong were terrified. Truong Hien hurriedly said, "Brother Hung, you are a famous and renowned figure in Saitang. Please don't hold it against us. But he ignored him and replied, it's too late. Dao Zi, make a call and get some people here. Chuang Hian clasped his hands, begging for mercy. Brother Hung, please, for my father's sake, forgive him. Van Hung retorted, brat, go ask your father if he dares to tell me to respect him. Chuang Hian was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, so Van Hung is the king of this entire Saitang region. I heard he has even bigger forces backing him up. Our family is nothing in front of him. What should I do? He suddenly smiled slyly and said, you can leave, but those two girls must come and have a drink with me to cheer me up. Hearing these words, Ka Duyet and Nan Ni held hands, full of fear. So family's henchmen all got out of the cars, saying, Brother So. Thatch Duong knelt down, crying, Brother Hong, I was wrong. I agree to compensate you for the damages. Please forgive me. Van Hung didn't back down. Instead, he arrogantly said, compensation? All right. 1 minute of my time is worth 3 billion. You calculate how much you should compensate. Hearing that, he panicked and grabbed Chuang Hian's hand for help. Brother Hian, save me. He ordered his henchmen, take this brat and those two girls into the car. Beat the rest of them up so they remember it well. Seeing the henchmen rush forward, Chuang Hian and the others cried out in panic, don't come over here. Suddenly, something flashed, blocking the thug's path. Tran Mak said coldly, I'm protecting these two. Van Hung immediately asked, who are you? Tran Mak smiled faintly, I'm someone you can't touch. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. Ka Duyet wondered, why does this guy always like to show off? What's the point of him stepping forward? Nan Ni also wondered, Tran Mak, how will you get us out of this? Van Hung pointed directly and asked again, I can see it, you can't fool me. Who exactly are you? He casually replied, didn't I already say? I'm someone you can't touch. Are you deaf or something? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chuang Hian and Thatch Duong immediately turned pale and thought, is this guy tired of living? How dare he speak to So Van Hung like that? So Van Hung will probably kill him. Van Hung's face turned purple with anger, and he sternly said, deal with him. The henchmen all rushed forward. Tran Mak swung his hand and slapped them a few times in the face. So Van Hung was immediately taken aback. How can he be so crazily arrogant, he thought. You guys, all of you go. The men charged forward again, cursing, go die. Tran Mak immediately moved very quickly. He unleashed several continuous moves. The thugs immediately fell to the ground, lying scattered. Oh, my sternum, my hand, oh, my fate. He was astonished. His subordinates weren't easy opponents, yet they were defeated in less than a minute. He looked at Tran Mak and thought, while Tran Mak's expression remained unchanged, not even panting. It was as if he hadn't been the one to strike. His friends were also incredibly surprised. Tran Mak is that good? He took on over a dozen guys by himself. Dao Tu swaggered out and declared, step aside, let me teach him a lesson. Van Hung replied, don't kill him. He stepped forward menacingly, you punk, I'll make you regret ever meeting me. Tran Mak coldly asked, are you done with your last words? Dao Tu's eyes widened, furious, you have a death wish. Immediately, his aura flared up. He chuckled to himself from behind, Dao Tu's strength has increased quite a bit. He threw a punch, but the punch was blocked. Tran Mak remained calm while Dao Tu spat blood, falling backward. Van Hung exclaimed in a panic, Dao Tu is a special forces soldier I spent a large sum of money to recruit, yet he's been sent flying? What's going on? Everyone around simultaneously praised, how amazing is he? He fights so well. Chuang Hian was breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, I just intended to teach Tran Mak a lesson, I really have a death wish. Ka Duyet thought to herself, so this is his real trump card. This level of martial prowess is indeed something to be proud of. But in these times, money and resources are still what matter most. Compared to Trin Nguyen Hao, he's still far behind. Meanwhile, Nan Ni secretly thought, this is the kind of man I want to marry. Van Hung asked Dao Tu, how is it? He cradled his arm and replied, Master, so, my arm is broken. He might very well be a legendary martial arts practitioner. Hearing that, he was once again astonished, a martial artist. Van Hung suddenly proposed, young man, you're quite good. How about you come and be my bodyguard? The monthly salary is 350 million. Let's forget about today's incident, what do you say? Everyone around thought, a salary of 350 million is secondary, the title of So Van Hung's man is what's truly valuable. Tran Mak calmly replied, you want me to be your bodyguard? Are you insulting me? He pulled out a gun and threatened, you punk, I've shown you respect, don't push it. Can you fight against a gun? The crowd immediately stirred, he has a gun. Oh no, this isn't good. Meanwhile, Tran Mak remained silent, showing no reaction. He suddenly frowned, his eyes burning with killing intent as he said, I'll give you one chance. Put the gun down, then kowtow and beg for your life. I'll spare you. So Van Hung aimed his weapon at Tran Mak and chuckled, you brat, I'm very curious, where do you get all this confidence? Nan Ni worriedly reminded, Tran Mak, can't you lower your tone a bit? Staying alive is important. Tran Mak thought to himself, although I can't block bullets yet, I have many ways to kill him before he can pull the trigger. Suddenly, his phone rang, January 18th is a lucky, auspicious day. January 18th is a lucky, auspicious day. He pulled out his phone and said, wait a moment, I need to answer this. Hearing that, Van Hung provoked, all right, go ahead and leave your last words. On the other end of the line, a voice spoke, Mr. Tran, the medicine you needed last time has been prepared. It was Boy Van. She asked him, when can you come and treat my grandfather? He calmly replied, right now, I'm free, but in another hour and a half, I won't be able to go. Boy Van quickly responded, Mr. Tran, have you run into trouble? Perhaps I can help you solve it. Tran Mak then said, someone named So Van Hung has aimed a weapon at me. I have to deal with him first before I can come to your place. Suddenly, Boy Van said something, Tran Mak, huh? He handed the phone to him and said, here. Van Hung said confusedly, let me listen, let's see who you can invite. From the phone, Boy Van shouted, So Van Hung, are you trying to cause trouble? How dare you offend even my grandfather's esteemed guest? Hearing that, he quickly turned pale and explained, Second Miss, what is the second miss saying? How would I dare offend the old master's esteemed guest? Boy Van angrily said, the high school student standing in front of you is my grandfather's esteemed guest, Mr. Tran. Even I wouldn't dare raise my voice in front of him. He trembled and asked again, what? Old Master Kim's esteemed guest? Mr. Tran? Tran Mak chuckled and asked, can I have my phone back now? Van Hung replied fearfully, yes, 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 yes. He respectfully handed it over with both hands and said, so it was Mr. Tran. I was ignorant and failed to recognize a great man. Please be generous and forgive me. On the phone, Boy Van said, Mr. Tran, I've already scolded So Van Hung. Please spare his life. Send me your location, and I'll send someone to pick you up right away. He replied, all right. Tran Mak looked at Van Hung's fawning face and said indifferently, all right, let's stop here. Don't make that face anymore, it's disgusting. He smiled and replied, yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Tran. The henchman immediately panicked and wondered, just because of a phone call, so Van Hung admitted his mistake and apologized to a high school student? Is this really So Van Hung? Truong Hien and Thatch Duong were equally surprised and thought, what exactly happened? Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I keep up? Tran Mak said to Nan Ni and Ka Duyet, I have something to do, you two go first. Nan Ni hesitated, but, meanwhile, Ka Duyet urged her, let's go. The group quickly ran towards the car, hurry up. Scene transition, at Kim Trung Wan's house. The old master clasped his hands, Master Tran. Boy Van bowed. Hello, Master Tran. He stepped in and noticed something on the table. He looked and said, the quality of these herbs is pretty good. Boy Van asked him, Master Tran, do you need any additional tools, for example, a pill furnace? Tran Mac heard that and curiously asked back, who told you that pill refinement requires a pill furnace? Boy Van innocently replied, isn't that what all the novels say? The better the pill furnace, the more effective the pills produced, right? He smiled and said, I refine pills. Then he picked up the plate of herbs and continued, I only need these hands. Tran Mac said to himself, a true immortal cultivator refining pills fundamentally doesn't need to use a furnace to refine them. He formed a hand seal, spirit gathering array. Then he pointed 2 fingers to control the herbs, commanding, go. The herbs swirled into a circle and transformed into pills. He manifested a talisman, chanting, Foundation Establishment Pill. As soon as he uttered, succeed, the talisman immediately transformed into a pill. Tran Mac let out a breath, thinking to himself, if it weren't for my rich experience in pill refinement, and the Foundation Establishment Pill being the most basic pill, relying on my first-level Qi condensation realm, I probably wouldn't have succeeded. Trum Wan immediately asked, Master Tran, how did it go? He held out the pill and instructed, take it, just swallow it directly. The old master trembled as he received it, his eyes welling up with tears. Boy Van watched her grandfather swallow the medicine, and she asked, Grandpa, what's the effect? Old Master Kim sat in a meditative posture, his body seemingly enveloped by a surge of vitality. Boy Van worriedly asked Tran Mac, is this pill truly effective? He replied, don't disturb him, just wait. Suddenly, Trum Wan's eyes snapped open. He joyfully looked at his body and thought, not only has the strange illness in my body been cured, but my martial arts cultivation has also advanced a level, reaching the peak of the internal realm. Old Master Kim clasped his hands and bowed, Master Tran has bestowed the grace of rebirth, please accept my bow. Tran Mac replied, I gave you the pill, you paid the remuneration, this is a transaction, no need for thanks. He handed Trum Wan a piece of paper and said, out of respect for Kim Boy Van's initial trust in my talismans, I will help you complete the missing parts of your cultivation technique. You can continue to cultivate martial arts in the future. The old master, with tears in his eyes, opened the paper and read, muttering, this, oh my, it's amazing. Old Master Kim knelt and kowtowed, hastily thanking Tran Mac. Master Tran's kindness is something this old man doesn't know how to repay. Please accept my bow. Boy Van was utterly surprised by this, Grandpa. Trum Wan looked at Boy Van and instructed, Xiao Yun, quickly kneel down and thank Master Tran. Following his words, Boy Van knelt down and thanked Tran Mac. Kim Boy Van of the Kim family respectfully kneels to thank Master Tran. Old Master Kim shed tears, thinking to himself, this complete cultivation technique can be passed down to the descendants of the Kim family, becoming a legacy that will last for generations. Tran Mac thought to himself, with the cultivation technique from this book, in less than 3 years, Kim Trum Wan can certainly become a grandmaster of the transformation realm. Don't even mention kneeling, even if the Kim family were to build a temple to worship me, it wouldn't be excessive. He walked away and said, all right, just transfer the money to my account. I have other matters, so I'll be leaving first. Trum Wan bowed, farewell, Master Tran. Watching Tran Mac walk away, Boy Van suspiciously asked the old master, Grandpa, he just looked at you once and was able to complete the missing parts of your cultivation technique? That seems a bit vague, doesn't it? Old Master Kim replied, Xiao Yun, you are not a martial artist, so you don't know how formidable Master Tran is. He continued, Xiao Yun, tell everyone in our Kim family that they must never offend young Master Tran. If anyone deliberately disobeys, kick them out of the Kim family immediately. Trum Wan emphasized, especially tell your father, who often causes trouble, to properly manage his subordinates. If a situation like today's happens again, don't blame me for not saving him face. Old Master Kim further instructed Boy Van, also, when you transfer money to young Master Tran, remember to add an extra 0. She respectfully replied, "Yes, Grandpa, I'll do it right away." It was already dark. Tran Mac walked down the street. He was talking on the phone. He said, "Yes, don't worry, I'm fine." As soon as he hung up, he thought, "I never expected Morong Yenner to call to check up on me." He opened the door and entered his house, continuing to think, "I still need to seize the time to cultivate." Outside, the scene was quiet. Tran Mac sighed, thinking, "In 5 days at the latest, I'll be able to enter the second level of chi condensation." Suddenly, his phone rang. "Who's calling at this hour?" Tran Mac asked, "Who is this?" The other side replied, "Yin Ching Ching." Tran Mac was stunned. "Yin Ching Ching." She continued, "I've arrived in Saitang. Come pick me up." He was utterly confused and immediately asked a series of questions. "How does Yin Ching Ching have my phone number?" "She's in Saitang, but she wants me to pick her up?" What exactly is the Yin family planning? At the airport, Ching Ching, dressed splendidly, walked along, with Sang Sang behind her. Sang Sang thought cautiously, "When we were at the Yin family's house, internal realm martial artists protected us, but now that we've left, it won't be as safe." She sighed dejectedly, "I'm starting to regret doing this crazy thing with Mississippi." Tran Mac waved, "Miss Yin." Ching Ching looked at Tran Mac and thought to herself, "Although I, Yin Ching Ching, am not someone who only values appearance, this fiancé of mine looks quite ordinary." She continued to think, "But he has the aura of someone who has experienced many hardships. Is he really just an ignorant and incompetent young master?" She ordered, "Take me to your place." Tran Mac immediately replied, "All right." Scene transition, at Tran Mac's house. He pulled Ching Ching's suitcase and asked her, "Are you planning to stay here? Not getting a hotel?" Sang Sang frowned and said, "Miss insists on staying with you." Ching Ching's face flushed, and Tang Tang also suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly said again, "What I mean is, it's not safe in a hotel." She pointed at Tran Mac and continued, "If Miss has come to Saitang, then you must bear the noble responsibility of protecting her safety." Tran Mac averted his gaze and replied, "All right, then you two sleep here, I'll sleep outside." Tang Tang frowned, thinking to herself, "He actually dared to make that offer to us, he really doesn't know what's good for him." While Ching Ching softly said, "Thank you for your trouble." Tran Mac said to himself while tidying up his things, "Good thing I chose a one-bedroom apartment with a living room back then, otherwise I'd be sleeping in the yard now." Tang Tang suddenly said, "I'm going out to buy some things. I'm warning you, retract your claws if I find out you've bullied Mississippi. I'll deal with you." He quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." She added, "Also, before I return, you absolutely must not leave Miss's side. There are many who wish for Miss to be harmed." Ching Ching immediately said, "Tang Tang, you go. I trust his character." Tran Mac's face darkened. It seemed his peaceful life was now over. In the living room, Tran Mac asked Ching Ching, "Want some water?" She replied, "I already drank on the high-speed train." "Okay." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and both remained silent. Ching Ching secretly looked at Tran Mac and thought, "A spoiled young master, arrogant and unruly, dropping out of the exam midway, he's nothing like the Tran Mac standing in front of me now." Tran Mac crossed his arms and thought to himself, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the jade of the spirit gathering array is almost depleted. I need to quickly find new jade." He remembered Tran Tung too and then thought, "But it's very difficult to find jade that meets the requirements. It seems I still have to go ask that nominal disciple. While I'm at it, I'll teach him some Taoist spells, so his cultivation isn't too low." Tran Mac glanced at Ching Ching and continued thinking, "And there's also this young lady from the Yin family." He pondered, "It seems, because I've been reborn, fate has undergone some minor changes. Not being able to foresee the future makes one feel a bit dangerous." Suddenly, Ching Ching asked, "Aren't you curious why I suddenly came to find you?" Tran Mac replied, "Why?" She hesitated, "Actually, I don't know either. I just don't want my fate to be controlled by others." He calmly said, Ching Ching blushed, and both were once again enveloped in an awkward silence. She turned and walked away in annoyance. He really doesn't know how to talk. Scene transition. At night, Tang Tang secretly looked around the room. She looked at Tran Mak, who was meditating. She scoffed and slammed the door shut. Tran Mak subtly frowned. Outside, the wind howled, and Tran Mak stepped out. He calmly said, "If you're already here, then show yourselves." Suddenly, a group of about 5 ninjas descended from somewhere. They said, "Kid, you're pretty vigilant, aren't you?" Tang Tang quickly ran out and said, "Protect Mississippi. I'll deal with them." She angrily asked them, "Who sent you here?" They sneered, "Quick victory. Take care of this girl first, then that guy. After that, we'll taste the flavor of Hadu's most beautiful woman." Tang Tang swung her hand and shouted, "In your dreams." The ninja looked at Tang Tang and remarked, "Impressive. So young, yet quite powerful in cultivation. She'll be even stronger later." They suddenly leaped high and continued, "But unfortunately, you won't have a later." They attacked simultaneously, forcing her to block and endure the blows. Tang Tang suddenly stepped back. She lightly sweated and asked, 5 peak-level Outer Realm martial artists? Who exactly has such great power? Who sent you here?" The ninja raised his hand. "When you get to the underworld, ask Yama." Tang Tang yelled, "Tran Mak, quickly take Miss and run. Take her back to the Yin family. I'll hold them off." But suddenly, Tran Mak used a speed burst, surprising Tang Tang. He instantly stood in front of Tang Tang and blocked the ninja's punch, much to her astonishment. Tran Mak and the ninja clashed, creating a tremendous shockwave. The ninja's hand bones shattered. He was punched by Tran Mak and sent flying backward. He said in fear, "He's a great accomplishment in a realm master. The situation is bad, let's get out of here." They asked each other in panic, "But he's just a young man, and yet he's a great accomplishment in a realm master." They went to help up the one who just fell, and he ordered, "Go." Tran Mak suddenly flashed forward. He said indifferently, "Since you've already come." He kicked them, then don't even think about leaving. The 2 who were hit immediately fell unconscious. The remaining 2 were immediately terrified. Tran Mak flashed behind the 2 of them. They were immediately sent flying by him. The leader trembled as he struggled to get up. He asked with effort, "Who are you? Why do you want to meddle in the Yin family's affairs?" Tran Mak replied coldly, "What I do, why do I have to explain it to you?" He asked him, "Tell me, who sent you here?" The man collapsed without speaking. Tran Mak frowned slightly. He took a fast-acting poison. He turned to Tang Tang and asked, "Who exactly wants to take your lives, willing to spend such a large sum to hire these assassins?" She replied, "I don't know either. Too many people want to harm young miss." She asked him back, "What should we do with these bodies?" He walked away and replied, "Don't worry, someone will come to clean them up." He explained, "The one behind this certainly won't let their identities be exposed." Scene change. In the early morning, the sun was high, shining dazzling rays into Tran Mak's courtyard. Tang Tang silently walked into the room. Khynh Tan rubbed her eyes. "Tang Tang, why do you look so pale? Didn't you sleep well?" She quickly replied, "It's nothing, I probably caught a cold, I'll be fine in a couple of days." In the living room, Tran Mak was already waiting. He said, "I've bought breakfast, you 2 should eat." He handed Tang Tang a pill and said, "Taking this nourishing essence pill will be very good for you." She gently replied, "Thank you." Placing the food on the table, Tran Mak immediately said, "I have something I need to go out for, please make yourselves at home." Tang Tang called out worriedly, "Wait, let young miss go with you." Khynh Tan was confused, "Why should I go with him?" Tang Tang quickly replied, because I don't feel too well, I'm afraid I won't be able to help." "Let Tran Mak ensure your safety, young miss." Khynh Tan was suspicious, "Are those words you'd say?" Tang Tang immediately urged, "Yes, please listen to me, young miss." Khynh Tan reluctantly closed her eyes in resignation. All right then, I'll go with him. Meanwhile, Tran Mac's face darkened, and he thought to himself, I have something to do outside. If she comes along, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Scene change in a living room. On the table were 2 hot cups of tea. Tung Tu asked Tran Mac, Master, may I be so bold as to ask, is this your wife? Hearing that, Tran Mac couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. He said, slightly blushing, don't talk nonsense, she's a friend of mine. Khynh Tan frowned and thought, just a friend? The old man asked again, may I know why Master sought me out? He said directly, last time I left in a hurry, there were many things I forgot to tell you. He thought to himself, like forgetting to ask your name. The old man clasped his hands respectfully, I respectfully await Master's instructions. Seeing this, Khynh Tan was surprised and thought, an old man bowing to a young man, it looks really awkward. She said to Tran Mac, you two talk, I'll go for a walk for a bit. Tran Mac asked the old man, what's your name? Tung Tu immediately replied, Master, I joined the Taoist temple when I was 11, and my Taoist name is Tran Tung Tuesday. Tran Mac then said, Tran Tung Tu, all right, from now on, that's what I'll call you. He handed him a manual of cultivation techniques and said, this is a basic cultivation technique I've specially prepared for you. If you can reach the first layer of Qi channeling within 3 days, I might consider officially taking you as my disciple. The old man immediately knelt and replied, understood. Tran Tung Tu thanks Master. Tran Mac revealed his aura and commanded, my cultivation technique must not be exposed. Otherwise, I will surely scatter your soul. Tung Tu turned pale, yes, from today onwards, my life belongs to Master. If there's anything you need me to do, your disciple will certainly obey. He said, get up. He asked, I've used up all the jade stones from last time. Do you have any more? Tung Tu quickly replied, if Master needs them, you'd have to go to the Black Water Pond in Lin Vo Mountain. But there are fierce monsters in the Black Water Pond, it's extremely dangerous. The old man continued, I think Master could try looking in the rocky area first, you might find what Master wants there. Tran Mac thought to himself, the monsters in the Black Water Pond are just wild beasts with sentience formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. But with my current strength, I can't kill them. I'll have to wait until I reach the second stage of Qi condensation to deal with them. He said in a deep voice, all right then, arrange the time and route to the rocky area, as soon as possible. Tung Tu cupped his hands, as you command. Tran Mac continued, all right, I'll be going now. You can cultivate with peace of mind. I'll come on Saturday to check your cultivation progress. The old man suddenly asked him, Master, your disciple has a wish. Speak. Tung Tu immediately said, from today onwards, I wish to follow Master, to be your attendant, to devote myself to Master. I hope Master will grant my wish. Hearing that, he thought, it's fine if he wants to get closer to me, but the 1-bedroom apartment already has 2 troublesome spirits living in it. He walked away and said, let's talk about it after we get to the rocky area. Tung Tu cupped his hands and bowed again, thank you, Master, for agreeing. As night fell, a storm raged outside. Rain poured heavily in Tran Mac's yard. A white-haired old man opened the gate and walked in, his eyes bloodshot, a treacherous smile on his lips. The man standing in the rain was Bang Si Veen, his internal energy prevented the rain from touching him. Inside the room, Tran Mac lay with his eyes closed, thinking, there's no stopping. He opened the door and walked out. Tang Tang quickly came out too. She said, let me go first. If I can't beat him, then you go. The two went outside and were stunned. Tang Tang thought to herself, the rain doesn't touch him, peak internal realm. She cupped her hands and greeted, Senior, with your cultivation, you could enter the transformation realm at any moment. Why are you here? He replied, I could enter at any moment, yet I cannot. In the end, my fate is merely that of dust. This old man doesn't have many years left to live. Only by entering the transformation realm can I extend my lifespan. He continued, This old man needs to borrow something from Miss Yin for a transaction. Tang Tang worriedly asked, "May I know what senior wishes to borrow? If my young lady possesses it, she will surely offer it with both hands." Si Veen said coldly, "She certainly has it, because what I want to borrow is her life." Tang Tang frowned and asked, "Who told you to come here?" He replied, "The conditions they offered moved me, so I had no choice but to put aside my dignity and come here to act against an ordinary young girl." Tang Tang worriedly told Tran Mak, "We're no match for him. You must quickly take the young lady and run." Tran Mak then spoke, "I'm a bit curious, what kind of conditions could make you so agitated?" Si Veen smiled and said, "The right to enter Void Mountain. As long as one survives coming out of Void Mountain, they will surely become a Grandmaster." Tang Tang exclaimed in surprise, "Void Mountain, surely become a Grandmaster." Tran Mak asked again, "So where is Void Mountain?" Si Veen replied, "I don't know. After I complete the mission, they will tell me." He sternly asked, "They, who are they?" He suddenly moved with great speed and said, "Why should I tell you? All right, go to the netherworld." His body erupted in a brilliant blue flame. Si Veen leaped and grabbed Tang Tang's neck. She trembled, thinking, "Until just now, I always thought that even though there was a huge gap between me and a peak internal realm master, if I fought desperately, I could still put up a fight." He raised his hand, about to strike her face. Tang Tang could only despairingly think, "But in reality, I don't even have the strength to fight back." She closed her eyes tightly. "Young lady, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Si Veen disappeared. Tang Tang opened her eyes. He was knocked far away. He said, "I didn't expect you to be able to stop me. You hide your skills quite well." Tran Mak emitted an aura that prevented even the rain from touching him. He calmly replied, "Tell me their identities, and I'll spare your life." Si Veen immediately burst into laughter. He said, "Kid, since I started my career, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. You're the first." But then he unleashed his power and growled, "And the last." Si Veen ferociously lunged forward, right in front of him. Tran Mak calmly crouched low, his hand swinging back to form a fist. The moment the two fists collided, a loud explosion echoed, and the surrounding space vibrated, lighting up. Tran Mak steadily pulled his hand back. Si Veen, however, was not all right at all. He was startled, lost his balance, and stumbled back several steps. His eyes darkened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Peak internal realm, impossible. Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb, it couldn't be." Saying that, he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "However, if I defeat you and uncover the secret on your body, then I, too, can become a Grandmaster." Facing him, Tran Mak calmly replied, "I'm afraid you don't have that capability, old waste." Si Veen's hands twisted with extreme skill, and a powerful, colorful energy radiated around them. Pushing clouds. Countless hands appeared around him. He growled, raising his palm, hand. Tang Tang saw this move and shrieked in fear, "Pushing cloud hand." He's Pang Si Veen, the famous pushing cloud hand master of the Northwest region 10 years ago. Tran Mak remained unfazed, watching the countless hands rushing toward him. When one palm came, he punched back once. Just like that, the entire renowned, ultimate pushing cloud hand was easily neutralized by him. Si Veen cried out in shock, "You actually managed to block my pushing cloud hand. How did you do it?" Tran Mak smirked, thinking to himself, experiment complete. He looked at Si Veen, assessing him. "If only considering the amount of spiritual energy, my first level chi condensation cultivation is at most that of a minor achievement internal realm martial artist. But in terms of quality, my spiritual power is equivalent to a peak internal realm martial artist." He sneered and softly uttered two words, "It's over." Tran Mak drew his hands back to his chest. Amidst the surging energy, he could still be heard clearly calling out, "Heavenly profound divine fist, first stance." He glared and growled, "Mountain severing." A huge axe appeared in Tran Mak's hand. He leaped high into the air. Si Veen was clearly terrified and frozen. What kind of power is this? What kind of martial weapon is this? I've never seen it before. Even so, he tensed up and shouted, I'll risk it all with you. Saying that, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The space suddenly went silent. Seeveen's cries also died down. His face had been split into two halves. He died with wide, staring eyes, unable to utter a final word. Tran Mak showed no mercy, chopping straight down. Blood splattered everywhere, even on him. Tang Tang turned pale, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh! Tran Mak himself was a little surprised. He thought to himself, using first-level chi condensation cultivation to perform the heavenly profound divine fist is still a bit difficult. I couldn't control the force well. I didn't mean to kill him, I still had things to ask him. Scene change, the Liu family's ancestral land, one of the 6 super-level aristocratic families. Mong Dao frowned irritably and asked, Uncle Vu, did you say that bitch from the Yin family has a manifestation realm grandmaster by her side? Liu Mong Dao, granddaughter of the current head of the Liu family. Uncle Vu's face was filled with worry. He slowly explained, 10 years ago, Pang Seeveen was already at peak internal realm cultivation. To be able to kill him with one move, it could only be a grandmaster. Mong Dao was so angry she gritted her teeth and said, I thought that bitch leaving the Yin family secretly was a death wish, but I didn't expect her to have a grandmaster protecting her. Does that mean killing her is almost impossible? Uncle Vu replied awkwardly, yes, because we simply can't invite a grandmaster. He clasped his hands, calculating, to kill Yin Quinton, either we bribe the mysterious grandmaster by her side, or we arrange an assassination when he's not with Yin Quinton. Mong Dao slammed her hand on the table. She said decisively, Uncle Vu, you must help me. I cannot let Yin Quinton return to Hadu alive. Scene change, in Hadu, the Nangong family. Nangong Yunlu, grandson of the Nangong family head. Yunlu ran in anxiously to report, Grandpa, those people you sent all failed. They're too weak. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wang, frowned upon hearing this. It's because Yin Quinton has a master protecting her, otherwise, would the Yin family rest assured letting her run around alone? Yunlu was still unwilling. He said with a darkened face, if external realm experts don't work, find internal realm experts. If internal realm experts don't work, find a grandmaster. Nangong Wang sternly reprimanded him, how dare you? Do you think they're that easy to invite? Martial artists have their pride. Scolded, Yunlu resorted to acting spoiled. He rushed to hug him, crying and pleading, Grandpa, I don't care. I must have Yin Quinton, or I'll leave home. Nangong Wang could only pat his head to comfort him. He said nothing outwardly, but in his heart, he was clearly still calculating. I also hope so. If you get Yin Quinton, our Nangong family status can be secured. Scene change, Yin family. Ma Chuan entered the living room and said seriously, Father, people in Hadu have already started making moves against Quinton. Let's bring her back. Yin Quinton's grandfather, Yin and Zhong, replied with a gentle smile, it's fine. All those people were killed by a mysterious grandmaster. Quinton is perfectly safe. Only then did Ma Chuan vaguely understand. You mean, there's a martial grandmaster next to Chen Mo? Yin Quinton's father, Yin Ma Chuan. And Zhong stroked his beard and slowly said, who else could train a young man into an internal realm martial artist, if not a martial grandmaster? It seems Chen Mo's potential far exceeds my expectations. Let Quinton continue to deepen her relationship with him. Scene change, Sai Tang's largest stone gambling hall, Zhen Bao Tang. Chen Mo led the way inside. Quinton asked, puzzled, why do we have to follow Chen Mo? Can't the two of us just go for a stroll? Tang Tang softly replied, Miss, just listen to me. Tung Tu followed, flattering, Master, I've sold my house and all my belongings. From now on, I'll stay by your side and diligently serve you. Chen Mo said casually, all right, you're quite determined. He looked at him in praise. Not bad. You successfully guided Chi into your body within 3 days. Tung Tu pointed at himself and replied politely. Yes, I succeeded on the evening of the second day. Finally, I haven't failed Master's teachings. This form of address made Chen Mo a bit uncomfortable. He advised, right, in public, please call me young master from now on. Tung Tu listened obediently. Yes, young master. He walked beside him, introducing, young master, this Zhen Bao Tang is the largest stone gambling hall in the district. All the participants are local magnates. Chen Mo also glanced around, assessing. He thought, these things are indeed not bad. Tien excitedly ran into the hall. The stone gambling event is about to begin. Ka Duyet, however, was a bit embarrassed. This is a rich person's hobby. We can't afford to play. Lam Dao smiled gracefully. It's fine, looking around doesn't cost anything. Let's wander around here. Perhaps today you girls might meet someone from my Lam family. As expected, her eyes lit up upon hearing this. You mean Lam A from the world's #1 Lam family? Lam Dao replied proudly, basking in the reflected glory, of course. Suddenly, someone pointed to a corner and said, look. Isn't that Chen Mo? Why is he here? Lam Dao glanced with disdain. That kid must be trying his luck at the stone gambling hall, but this isn't something a bumpkin like him can play. Ka Duyet frowned, thinking, why is Chen Mo at the stone gambling hall? Yin Ni had also noticed him. She quickly ran over, calling out loudly, Chen Mo. Hearing the familiar voice, he looked over, Yin Ni. She blushed and explained, Ka Duyet and I were bored with nothing to do, so Sang Sang dragged us here to watch the excitement. Are you here to watch the excitement too? Chen Mo smiled and replied, no, I want to buy 2 stones to give to my father next New Year. Lam Dao, standing far away, called out loudly, it's you. He sneered, still want to buy stones? Do you have the money? Yin Ni frowned unhappily and reminded him, Lam Dao, speak more politely. He didn't pay much attention and retorted, what I said is the truth. Quinton, who had been listening from the side, elegantly raised her hand and took off her glasses, saying, Chen Mo, are these your classmates? They seem a bit overly enthusiastic. The men in the hall heard her speak and finally noticed her. All of them, as if by prior agreement, blushed, thinking, a great beauty, a super great beauty, truly a goddess. Tien's group also couldn't help but be surprised, she's so beautiful. Yin Ni was stunned, but in her heart, she secretly wondered, how does Chen Mo know such a beautiful girl? Chen Mo was also speechless. This Yin Quinton's personality rating is definitely the type who only fears a lack of chaos in the world. Yin Ni spoke first, breaking the silence, who are you? Quinton smirked, he. She jumped forward, linked arms with Chen Mo, and replied with a radiant smile, I'm his future fiancé. Didn't he ever introduce me to you all? The men in the hall were again dumbfounded, what, future fiancé? This time, Yin Ni and Kuyu's group were also stunned, huh. Yin Ni trembled, pointing at the instigator, and asked, Chen Mo, is she really your future fiancé? Chen Mo replied blankly, the engagement's already broken off. Hearing that, Yin Ni's expression returned to normal, oh, the engagement's broken off? Unexpectedly, Quinton smiled even more charmingly, who said the engagement's broken off? Nobody has the right to decide the engagement of Yin Quinton. Just one sentence was enough to make the hall erupt. Lin Tao couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Yin Quinton, you are Xiaodu's #1, Yin Quinton. He made a mocking face and pointed at Chen Mo, saying, a country bumpkin dares to touch Xiaodu's #1 beauty? Chen Mo, I'll keep my eyes open and watch how you die. Quinton narrowed her eyes slightly and calmly dropped another bombshell, what's there not to dare to touch? Chen Mo and I are already living together. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's mouths hung wide open, but no one could utter a sound. Tang Tang also froze, covering her mouth, thinking to herself, Miss actually dared to say that. Chen Mo, however, was in endless distress. He pursed his lips angrily, thinking, Yin Quinton definitely didn't say that because she likes me. This time, Yin Ni still didn't forget to confirm with him, Chen Mo, is what she said true? Quinton was still clinging to Chen Mo's arm. She answered a step ahead, do I need to lie to you? Chen Mo couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just temporarily renting a place from me. He turned to Quinton, his face stern, and warned her, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for sending you back to Xiadu. She immediately replied loudly, you wouldn't dare. Chen Mo turned away in annoyance, then you all carry on. I'll take my leave for now. Tung Tu followed him, asking worriedly, young master, those 3 youths just now insulted you. Do they need a lesson? Chen Mo replied without looking back, no need. Tung Tu immediately praised, young master is magnanimous. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard someone call out loudly, Mr. Chen. Wen Hong smiled, cupping his hands, and said, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Chen here. What an honor. Chen Mo replied politely, what a coincidence. Outwardly, he was smiling, but inwardly, he was calculating, this Chen Mo actually cured old Master Jin's illness, he's completely worth respecting. I've offended Chen Mo before, I must seize this opportunity to mend our relationship. Wen Hong rubbed his hands, forcing a smile to start a conversation. Does Mr. Chen also have research in stone gambling? Why don't I help you pick some? I'll reward you handsomely. Chen Mo finally seemed pleased. He replied, then I respectfully accept your offer. He thought to himself, who doesn't want money? Welcome everyone to Zhen Baotang Stone Gambling Convention. The Stone Gambling Convention will now begin. Wen Hong gestured with his hand, inviting, Mr. Chen, the Stone Gambling Convention has begun. Let's head over there. From this corner, Kuyu saw him and asked suspiciously, isn't that Chu Wen Hong? She looked a bit hesitant, is he also here for the Stone Gambling Convention? Yin Ni softly reassured her, don't be afraid. With Chen Mo here, he won't dare to do anything. Scene change, inside the hall, the guests had filled all the seats. Jingyan smiled, his eyes twinkling. He began to explain the auction rules. The Stone Gambling Convention begins. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. The owner of Zhen Baotang, Gu Jingyan. Chen Mo was led by Wen Hong into the VIP seating area, where he could easily observe the entire auction. Quinton and the other girls stood below, watching. Wen Hong started a conversation, finding a topic. This owner of Zhen Baotang, in terms of strength, is a bit stronger than me. In all of Jianya, he can rank in the top 10. On the auction floor, 2 burly men carried out a large stone, a raw stone, starting price 500,000. Butong didn't even look closely and raised a hand to bid, 550,000. Qingyang's richest man, Fong Butong. Tianyai scoffed and called out, 600,000. Lin Zhou's foremost aristocratic family, the head of the branch family, Lin Tianyai. Chen Mo, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up and asked, is this Lin family very rich? Wen Hong was a little surprised but still quickly responded, if it's about economic assets, actually everyone isn't much worse off, but the Lin family has a mysterious background that makes everyone wary and respectful. Next to Tianyai, Wu Bo was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Chen Mo cast a scrutinizing gaze. He thought to himself, inner scripture perfected at a minor level, this terrifying thing is exactly the Lin family's secret foundation. The auction continued lively, when suddenly Dong Han cupped his hands in front of his chest and loudly said, this stone is just big, there's nothing inside. So much for 10,000 riches, from Dong Han. Wen Hong saw him and also frowned, saying, this Su Dong Han is a local magnate, very powerful. He's an opponent of Chen Bao Zhai and me. Chen Mo silently didn't answer. He looked at Yongshan, who was sitting next to Dong Han, and speculated, he's probably a cultivator from the Yin Corp sect. On the stage, Jingyan angrily shouted, Mr. Su, it's as if you have eyes that can see through things. If you want to disrupt this stone gambling event, my Chen Bao Tang doesn't welcome you. In response, Dong Han just curled his lips into a smile. If you don't believe me, so be it. You'll know once the stone is opened. Tianya crossed his arms and provocatively said, "Is Mr. Su saying that our Lin family's people lack foresight? It's only 600,000, we can just buy it for fun." Lin Dao, standing with Qian Qian's group, heard this and grinned. "See? My Lin family's people are very crude." It seemed his voice was very loud. Tianyai and Wu Bo heard it and glanced over. Lin Dao considered himself a member of the Lin family. But the Lin family didn't consider him anything. The Lin family's people were sitting inside, and he was standing outside. That was the clearest proof. When Hong turned to ask, "Mr. Chen, what do you think of this rough stone?" Chen Mo answered without thinking, "Nothing at all." Only then did he decide, "Then let's leave it to the Lin family." Tianya crossed his legs and raised his hand to signal, "Mr. Gu, if no one is bidding higher, then please proceed." Jingyan swallowed his anger. If not for Su Donghan's meddling, how could this rough stone have sold for only 600,000? Damn it. The rough stone was cut open and shattered. Everyone started discussing. Indeed, there's not a bit of green. What is green? It's a gemstone. Tian Yai's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Indeed, there's really nothing. Dong Han raised an eyebrow happily. "If you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer losses." Jingyan brought out the second auction item. The starting price for the second rough stone, 1 million. Dong Han maintained his arrogant demeanor. He raised 2 fingers as a signal. Inside this rough stone is a turquoise gemstone of decent purity, but the most it's worth is 2 million. I'll bid 2 million. The other guests whispered to each other, "Should we bid?" He's so confident. Don't compete on price, let's observe more. Tianya was clearly provoked. He growled, "I don't believe in this hocus pocus. I bid 2.01 million. Dong Han, unfazed, happily replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Jingyan, standing on the stage, loudly commanded, "Open it." The rough stone was cut open, revealing the gemstone inside. Indeed, there was one, and its market value was actually around 2 million. Tianyai then shed his arrogant look. He began to scrutinize and looked over. "Mr. Su, it seems you've brought a master with you this time." Dong Han calmly crossed his arms. He politely replied, "Oh no, not at all, I'm just lucky." When Hong cautiously said, Su Dong Han came prepared. Jingyan, trembling with suppressed anger, introduced the 5th rough stone, starting price. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Han interjected, "Inside is a piece of jadeite. 800,000 is the highest it's worth. I bid 800,000. Jingyan rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing silently, "Damn it, if killing wasn't illegal, I'd shoot him for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly called out, 1 million. Everyone in the hall gasped in surprise, their mouths wide open. Lin Dao also couldn't believe it. Did I hear that right? That good-for-nothing Chen Mo actually bid 1 million. Where did he get so much money? Yini frowned unhappily and reminded him, Chen Mo once said he wanted to buy 2 rough stones, so he must have the money to buy them. However, Lin Dao was still unwilling. He pushed his way to the front. He must be a swindler. I have to expose him. On this side, when Hong curiously looked at Chen Mo and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you interested in this rough stone?" He decisively replied, "Yes, I am." Dong Han, sitting nearby, heard this and frowned. But then he raised his hand and smiled, saying, "Kid, inside this rough stone is just ordinary jadeite. It's not worth 1 million. You shouldn't waste money like that, even if you have it. How about you do me a favor and let me have it?" Chen Mo closed his eyes and didn't answer. Everyone around started whispering again, "What's this young man's background? He actually doesn't give Su Donghan any face." When Hong, leveraging Chen Mo's influence, loudly scolded, "Damn Su, if you want to buy, raise your bid, if not, get out, don't talk so much." Dong Han's face darkened, but he couldn't vent his anger. He could only grit his teeth and say, out of respect for Mr. Chu Wen-hong, I'll yield to him. Young Sham whispered something in his ear, and only then did his expression soften. Jing'an on the auction stage happily narrowed his eyes. He began to finalize the bid, 1 million once, 1 million twice, 1 million. Just then, Dong Han hastily yelled again, wait. I can't yield this raw stone. I bid 1.5 million. Chen Mo didn't even look and said, 2 million. Dong Han angrily jumped up and shouted, kid, do you really want to go against me? Wen Hong also stood up and retorted, damn Sue, who are you threatening? I do want to go against you. I bid 3 million. Dong Han, provoked to madness, refused to be outdone and said, old dog Chu, do you think I'm afraid of you? 4 million. Everyone watching was stunned speechless. A jade worth 4 million? Some boldly speculated, maybe it's not jade at all, but a high-grade gem. Chen Mo calmly raised his hand to signal, 5 million. Jing'an's face was flushed with excitement, his beard bristling. He rubbed his hands and muttered, 5 million. Dong Han gritted his teeth and hissed, you. He was trembling with rage. This young man is truly wealthy. 5 million. Any higher bids? Jing'an excitedly spread his arms and asked, 5 million. Any higher bids? Just then, Tianyai suddenly shouted, wait. Tianyai contemptuously spoke, looking at him, he's just a penniless student. How could he have so much money? Hearing this, Jing'an also scratched his face hesitantly, young man, they suspect you don't have the money. This. Before Chen Mo could answer, Wen Hong stepped forward, old Gu, he's my guest, Chu Wen Hong's guest. Do you think I'd be short on money for you? He pulled out a shiny card and handed it to a staff member nearby. This card has 10 million. The password is 6 zeros. The guests in the hall were all shocked. 10 million? And he even said the password? That's too generous. Although Tum too was a bit surprised, he figured it out in his heart, perhaps in the young master's eyes, worldly wealth is simply not worth looking at. Jing'an cheerfully said, all right, I'll check it to verify the young man's financial capability. Lin Yai frowned, are you sure he has no money? Lin Tao at this point still confidently assured, young master, rest assured. I've been his classmate for 3 years, I know exactly how much he's worth. Jing'an returned with a wide smile and announced, I've checked. The card indeed has 10 million. Tianyai angrily stood up and pushed Lin Tao down, you bastard. You dare to trick me? He couldn't believe it either and said, how can this be? The group of girls was equally surprised. Qian curiously asked, how did Chen Mo suddenly get so much money? Yarny, however, was happy for someone else's misfortune. Lin Tao just wanted to show off more than others, serves him right. On the other hand, Caillou seemed pensive, why do I feel like Chen Mo harbors so many secrets? Kuyan Tan raised an eyebrow, calculating, I didn't expect that brat Chen Mo to have so much money. When he returns, I definitely have to tell him to get a bigger room. Jing'an smiled and asked, young man, do you want this raw stone to be cut on the spot? Chen Mo nodded and said, cut it. The rumbling sound of cracking stone echoed, everyone leaned forward in anticipation, come out green. Come out green. The moment the crystal was revealed, someone softly recognized it and shouted, this is a red crystal. And inside, there's a cat's eye red diamond of the same size. Congratulations, young man. The hall erupted. What? A red diamond? So big? Wouldn't it sell for over 200 million? This kid is too lucky. Wen Hong sidled closer, smiling obsequiously, congratulations, Mr. Chen. Next, please draw a lot to choose your item. Chen Mo boredly propped his chin, thinking, it's just a gem containing fire attribute spiritual energy. Jing'an sharply stated, ladies and gentlemen, it seems someone deliberately said those raw stones were worthless to gain everyone's trust, then schemed to buy valuable raw stones at a low price. Everyone started gathering to criticize Dong Han. Boss Su, your heart is truly dark. We were all deceived by that Su guy. Boss Su, that's unethical. Tian Yai also gritted his teeth in hatred. He warned, Boss Su, the Lin family will remember this debt. Jing An respectfully personally handed over the item. Mr. Chen, thank you for exposing Su Donghan's true colors. After the stone gambling event concludes, I'll have a thank you gift for you. He politely replied, then I thank you, Boss Gu. Wen Hong joked from the side, old Gu, don't be stingy with your thank you gift. Jing An unhappily retorted, don't worry, I, Gu, am not that kind of stingy person. Chen Mo casually tossed the crystal to Tung Tu behind him, you hold onto this for me. The old man nervously accepted it, saying, understood. The onlookers were terrified. That's a priceless blood-red diamond. He's actually entrusting someone else to guard it for him? Yarny thought to herself, Chen Mo is a true man. Kuyan Tan, however, rubbed his chin, calculating, if that diamond were made into a ring, wouldn't it be beautiful? Jing An returned to the auction stage and loudly announced, all right, next, please bring out the 6th raw stone. After that, no one believed Su Donghan's words anymore. Chu Wenheng repeatedly consulted Chen Mo and spent a large sum of money. Jing An, beaming with joy, announced, next is the 17th raw stone. Chen Mo didn't even look and immediately raised his hand to bid 500,000. Someone in the hall exclaimed in fear, that kid is shouting out prices. Another person, still confident, said, let's raise it too. It's probably a top-grade jade stone. It had been a long time since Jing An smiled so much, he couldn't even cover the corners of his mouth with both hands anymore. The price of the raw stone kept climbing, 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, 11 million. Dong Han suddenly stood up and yelled, 30 million. When the stone was cut open, everyone started murmuring again. Indeed, there was green, but the price absolutely didn't exceed 10 million. Dong Han suffered a loss. Dong Han trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. Chen Mo rested his chin on his hand and sighed. He thought to himself, that's a wood spirit jade, it's not about whether it's valuable or not. After all the raw stones were auctioned off, Jing An happily announced, the stone gambling convention has concluded successfully. Thank you all for attending. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave, he ran over and made a welcoming gesture. Mr. Chen, please come to the backstage. Wen Hong heard that and speculated, old Gu, are you going to take Mr. Chen to the treasure hall's warehouse? Jing An raised an eyebrow and replied, of course. I said I must thank Mr. Chen. Inside the Chen Baotang warehouse, countless valuable raw stones were displayed on shelves. Wen Hong couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, so many. Jing An looked at Chen Mo happily, Mr. Chen, to show my gratitude. You can freely choose 3 raw stones here. They're my gift. He politely replied, Owner Gu, this gift is a bit too generous. Wen Hong couldn't believe it either, old Gu, you're really letting Mr. Chen choose freely? He might pick the 3 most expensive ones. Jing An genuinely didn't mind, waving his hand as he replied, haha, Mr. Chen can choose whatever he wants, I won't regret it. Chen Mo lowered his eyes slightly, Owner Gu, just tell me, what do you need my help with? Jing An gave a forced smile, Mr. Chen, you really guessed it. Well, I won't beat around the bush then. He clasped his hands and explained, in a few days, I have a transaction with some friends, and I'd like to bring Mr. Chen along for guidance. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo was very agreeable this time. If Owner Gu is so generous, then I'll accept. Jing An nodded profusely, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo walked around the warehouse, making his selection. Kuyan Tan thought curiously. With so many raw stones, can this guy really pick out the most valuable ones among them? Jing An was also watching intently. I'm actually more curious. Which raw stones he will choose. After a round of evaluation, Chen Mo immediately made his decision. Choose these 3. The ones Owner Gu opened. Jing An opened the 3 stones and placed them on the table. He secretly chuckled to himself. although all three raw stones revealed gemstones. Their value isn't high. Ah, Chen Mo made a mistake this time. Although he thought that, on the surface he still smiled and praised. Ha ha. Mr. Chen. You truly have discerning eyes. These three raw stones are not empty at all. All of them produced green jade. Wen Hum also chimed in. Mr. Chen is truly benevolent. He let old Gu off easy. Chen Mo said contentedly. Take them. Tung Tu immediately replied. Yes. After collecting everything, they immediately went outside. But unexpectedly, as soon as they exited the door, they were stopped. Dong Han put his hands in his pockets, haughtily saying, You can leave. But leave the blood-red diamond. Van Hum snapped angrily. You mad dog. You dare to openly rob us? Let me tell you. This is Saitang. Not that place, is it? Tinan also stopped smiling. He frowned and reminded. Doing that breaks the rules. Dong Han's face darkened as he replied. It's not that I want to break the rules. But this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Causing trouble for Master Wang. Van Hum looked puzzled. Who is Master Wang? From the crowd, a person quietly stepped out. Then Sun, with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly spoke. In Kien Engip district. Besides me. Who else dares to be called Wang? When Van Hum clearly saw his face, he exclaimed in shock. Ghost's dread. Wang Vin Sun. Vin Sun said grandly. Kid. Hand over the blood-red diamond to me. That's not something a mortal can hold. Seeing this, Van Hum hesitated. This. Tinan also broke out in a cold sweat. He stepped closer and advised. Mr. Tran. You should hand over that red diamond. The power of Master Wang. We can't even imagine it. Tran Mak lowered his eyes. He asked, somewhat surprised. Is this Master Wang very powerful? Seeing him like this, Tinan had to explain. Master Wang opened a spirit hall. He can catch demons and drive away ghosts. Open up yin and yang. He can even control ghosts. And ensnare human souls. People gave him the nickname. Ghost's Dread. Chen Mo didn't explicitly confirm. He said indifferently. Well, how about this, then? If you want the diamond, the red one, trade your life for it. Yong Shan was clearly provoked by him. His eyes gleamed. And as he turned, a strange light emanated from him. Brat. If you're looking for death, this old man will grant your wish. With that, he took a jar with a talisman from his sleeve. The ghost he summoned emerged from the jar. Chen Mo still stood there, not making a move. Yong Shan's face was extremely ferocious. He growled, ordering the ghost. Go devour his soul. The ghost obeyed and lunged straight towards Chen Mo. Jing frantically ran away. Truly. There really is a ghost. Xian Cheng also covered her mouth in shock and said. A ghost, even in broad daylight. Tang Tang quickly stood in front of her, reminding her at the same time. Mistress, be careful. Song Zi likewise rushed to stand in front of Chen Mo. I'll take you on. But he must have forgotten. What was charging towards them was a ghost. It easily passed through his body. By the time he realized, it was already too late. He quickly turned around and yelled. Young master, be careful. The ghost ripped through the air, lunging forward. Chen Mo still didn't move a muscle. The moment it was only a few feet away. He raised his hand to summon lightning. You lowly spirit. How dare you be so arrogant? Chen Mo pointed and shouted. Lightning. The ghost was struck and vanished. Yong Shan knelt down in fear and pleaded. I didn't know a heavenly master had arrived. I've offended the heavenly master. I beg the Heavenly Master for my life. Chen Mo spoke in a stern voice. You harbored demons, causing havoc, harming countless innocent lives. How can I spare you? As soon as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck down, hitting him directly. Yongshan's eyes rolled back. His entire body went limp, and he fell backward. Dong Han was startled, his soul shaken. He said in disbelief, "This young man can actually summon lightning to obliterate spirits, easily killing Master Wang." He knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, saying, "I was threatened by Wang Yongshan. Please spare my life." Jingyan, who had fled earlier, had returned at some unknown point. He couldn't stop exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you are the true master." Wen Hong's eyes lit up brightly. He grinned and said, "Master Chen, you are truly a heavenly master descended to earth." Chen Mo honestly said, "I am not a heavenly master. I am just a cultivator who knows a bit of Taoist magic." Although he said that, Wen Hong and the others continued to praise him profusely. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "In our eyes, Master Chen is a true immortal." Jingyan also clasped his hands and bowed his head. "From now on, we still hope Master Chen will look after us more." Quang Tan also said in astonishment, "How can he be so powerful? Is he even human?" Tang Tang, beside her, speculated, "Could it be that the martial arts cultivation Chen Mo practices is related to lightning?" Chen Mo looked at Dong Han, who was kneeling before him. He coldly said, "Considering this is your first offense, I'll spare your life. Before tomorrow morning, transfer 50 million to my card. And from now on, do not set foot in Saitang." He warned in a stern voice. "Otherwise, I will hunt you down no matter where you go and take your life." Dong Han replied in a trembling voice, "All will be as you command." Suddenly, a crisp round of applause rang out. "Splendid. Indeed." Tianya walked over, smiling. "I never expected to witness the Taoist lightning technique today. It's truly an eye-opener." He sneered, lifting his chin. "I told you that waste Dong Han couldn't stop them." Wu Ba nodded in agreement. "Young master is wise." Wen Hong found their attitude a bit strange and asked, "What do you want to do?" In response, Tianya raised an eyebrow. "I don't wish to offend a great master." He looked towards Quan Tan and said, "I merely want to invite the exquisite beauty for a drink. I wonder if the beauty would be so kind." Quan Tan frowned. Tang Tang stepped in front of her, angrily shouting. Tianya, oblivious, was still stroking his chin. "Hey! If it's with both beautiful ladies, even better." Chen Mo looked at Tang Tang and instructed, "Let me see what level your strength has reached." She immediately replied, "Okay." She clenched her fists and warned in a sharp voice, "If you want to lay a hand on my young miss, you'll have to get past me first." Tianya smirked and ordered, "Wu Ba, don't hurt them. I have a soft spot for beauty." Wu Ba's face turned grim. This old man has a plan in mind. Tang Tang lunged forward, punching him repeatedly. But he simply stood there and easily parried her attacks with a hand. The strength of an early inner realm master. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. He raised his palm and struck Tang Tang directly in the chest. She was hit, clutching her chest and groaning. Wu Ba waved his hand and said, "If it weren't for the young master's tenderness towards beauty, this one strike would have taken your life." Chen Mo's entire demeanor turned grim. He didn't look at Tang Tang but reminded her, "It seems you're still too weak." She frowned resignedly and replied, "My strength is lacking. I'm counting on you next." Tianya grew wary upon hearing them talk. "If you dare interfere, you'll become an enemy of my Lin family." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "In my eyes, Your Lin family is nothing but an ant. As expected, these words angered Tianyai. He angrily pointed his finger and commanded, "You dare insult my Lin family. Cripple him." Wu Ba charged frantically. His hands transformed into sharp claws. "Kid! Die!" Chen Mo gently raised his hand. A surging energy gathered around him. His voice rang out coldly. "I'll kill you." He clenched his fist and punched directly at Wu Ba, as if killing a chicken. He screamed tragically, his eyes wide open, falling backward. Tianyai witnessed this scene and exclaimed in horror. Wu Ba is a grandmaster of internal martial arts. How could he not withstand a single blow like that? It's not over yet. Chen Mo retracted his hand, turned his head, and told him, "It's your turn." Tianyai, scared out of his wits, still stubbornly said, "What do you want to do? If you dare lay a hand on me, my Lin family will definitely not let you off." Chen Mo looked at him displeased and said, "Today, I'll break your legs as punishment." Tianyai watched with wide eyes. He quickly knelt down and pleaded, "I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. My Lin family will surely repay you handsomely." Chen Mo looked at him with disgust and said, "It's too late." Chen Mo showed no mercy, kicking Tianyai's knee hard. The sound of bones cracking sent chills down one's spine. He cried out in pain, mouth agape. He slumped to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he still couldn't abandon his habit of relying on power. Having just lost face like that, he furiously gritted his teeth and warned. He wouldn't let him off. Jing Yan's eyebrows were practically tied in a knot. He secretly sighed. This person isn't to be trifled with. Wen Hum was also scared. He pursed his lips and secretly made a decision. We absolutely must coax him. Coax him. Scene change. The moon hung high in the sky. A hand reached out and turned the doorknob. The room for young Master Chen has been arranged. Yin Xian Cheng. Upon entering the room, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet. He laid out all the stones he had auctioned today on the table. He looked at them and calculated. With these precious gems, I can enter the second level of Qi duplication. Unfortunately, Xian Cheng didn't know his intention. She was still lying in bed, planning her next move, wondering what excuse to use to trick him into giving her that red diamond. She eagerly thought to herself, if it were made into a ring, it would definitely be very beautiful. Late at night, stars filled the sky. Chen Mo suddenly widened his eyes. He sat cross-legged, his hands forming a seal. A golden aura enveloped him. Qi duplication, second level, achieved. He frowned and thought. The current cultivation resources are too barren. The 9 revolutions golden body from my previous life can only be abandoned. Cultivate the immortal primordial body of the primordial sect, which was once a body refining technique. The table was filled with delicious food. Eat this. Xian Cheng, with her hidden agenda, meticulously took care of Chen Mo during the meal. Try this dish. Don't be shy. Tang Tang made them all. Is it hot? Don't burn yourself. Tang Tang narrowed her eyes in confusion. Tung too had passed the age of puppy love, so he tried to hold back and focus on eating his rice. Xian Cheng smiled brightly and said, Can I borrow that red diamond of yours to look at? Chen Mo replied very calmly. Scene change. The preeminent family in Lam Chao. Tian Nai sat in a wheelchair. He was screaming nonstop. No Ba is dead. My leg is broken. I'll make that bastard's life worse than death. The Lam family patriarch. He sat with his eyes closed, composing himself. His overly calm expression made everyone unsure what he was thinking. The subordinates urgently said, Patriarch, If this revenge isn't taken, our Lamb family will have no face left. That's right, Patriarch. We must annihilate his entire family. Lam Tun suddenly opened his eyes and commanded, You, take your men to deal with Van Hung's territory. From now on, I'll make the underground world of Sai Tang belong to the Lam family. Nu Fong stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, Understood. 3 days later, everyone gathered in the meeting room. Van Hung's face was haggard, as if he hadn't slept for days. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, These past few days, the Lam family has been relentlessly attacking my territory. Tonight, they'll send a master of inner chi to kill me. The head instructor of the Southern Red Sect martial arts. He glanced over and said with contempt, Boss so shouldn't have invited an immature kid to be his assistant, right? Van Hung gave a forced smile and replied, Master Trung. Don't let Grandmaster Tran's youth deceive you. He wields lightning techniques, and his power is profound. V. Hoa didn't even bother to look. He sneered. Lightning techniques? What nonsense. It's all just trickery. Chen Mo remained silent. Tung Tu was fuming. Kuyan Tan saw through it and thought, Trung Tan Hoa wants to insult Chen Mo to highlight his own extraordinary abilities. Tang Tang's face darkened. She waited for Chen Mo to display his true power. Then she'd see what kind of expression Trung Tan Hoa would have. The clock struck 9. Nu Fong suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Director Wen Hung. You found an assistant. So you're going to reject my conditions. Lam Nu Fong. Wen Hung frowned, showing displeasure. Lam Nu Fong. Don't bully people too much. I've already conceded a third of the territory. Nu Fong, not to be outdone, immediately retorted. Director Wen Hung. The one who broke young Master Lam's leg is your guest. If not you, then who should I look for? He glanced at Tran Mak and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Always looking for trouble for me. Immediately after, V.E. Hoa stepped forward to protect him, making him visibly joyful. Let me see how much power you have. Nu Fong calmly asked. V.E. Hoa replied without hesitation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nu Fong rushed to attack him. Good, then I'll deal with you first, then take Wen Hung's dog life. Nu Fong immediately kicked him, but he quickly blocked with his hand and kicked back. Old Man Tung Tu, watching their match, couldn't help but sigh. Tran Mak casually replied. The old man said a name doubtfully. Tran Mak spoke up. Back in the match, Nu Fong swung his arm and delivered a powerful punch, which V.E. Hoa tried his best to block. Immediately after, he was so shocked he coughed up blood. Nu Fong looked down at him and said disdainfully. V.E. Hoa suppressed his pain and turned to Wen Hung, saying. He looked surprised. Tran Mak slowly stepped out and said. Nu Fong heard him say that and couldn't help but wonder. He replied indifferently. Nu Fong's face darkened as he said. V.E. Hoa, feeling less pain now, said. Tran Mak took out a bottle and poured out a pill. Then he turned to Tung Tu and said. Tang Tang and Gwen Tan, standing nearby, were surprised. Tung Tu's eyes widened as he looked at him. He obeyed. Then he took the pill and swallowed it. Immediately, he was surrounded by a powerful surge of energy. At this sight, Wen Hung looked incredibly surprised. V.E. Hoa, on the other hand, thought contemptuously. Nu Fong pondered for a moment. A moment later, Tung Tu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he knelt before Tran Mak. He coldly said. Tung Tu unleashed an overwhelming power, greatly confusing Nu Fong. He widened his eyes. V.E. Hoa frantically cried out. Tung Tu seized the opportunity and lunged to attack Nu Fong. He roared, Die! Nu Fong, by reflex, quickly put out his hand to block Tung Tu's punch. But this punch was so powerful it broke his arm. Immediately, he was sent flying 8 meters away. Hoa's eyes widened and mouth hung open as he secretly thought, it's real after all, it's truly the internal realm of great achievement. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Nu Fong saw the situation was bad and a thought flashed in his mind, escape. Tung Tu chased him closely, want to escape? Don't even think about it. Right after, the old man threw another punch. He landed a direct punch squarely on his back. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide. Lam Nu Fong, die. Tung Tu warned again, I said, insulting my master means death. After witnessing the absolute power, Hoa bowed down and knelt before Tran Mak. Grandmaster, I was blind, please forgive me. He couldn't help but think in fear, to be able to create an internal cultivation master in just a moment, this method is truly terrifying. So how strong is he? Tran Mak turned to Van Hung and gave him a few instructions. From now on, if the Lam family comes to provoke, tell them to find me directly. Van Hung replied, yes. He turned to Tung Tu, who had returned to his normal state, and said, let's go. Van Hung quickly spoke up, Grandmaster Tran, I'll have the driver take you back. On the other side, Tang Tang called Quinton, Miss, let's go home too. Tran Mak and Tung Tu walked out the gate. He said, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques, learn it thoroughly as soon as possible. He replied, as you command. 2 days later, reception room, Tran Bao headquarters. Tinan came to greet Tran Mak's group, please come inside, Grandmaster Tran. After that, Tran Mak's group proudly walked into the headquarters. A while later, Tinan introduced the guests present. I'd like to introduce, this is Tuet Niyam and the elder from Nam Lang Prefecture. In Nam Lang Prefecture, if Elder Tuet says 1, no one dares to say 2. Tran Mak smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. Tinan whispered to Elder Tuet Niyam, Elder Tuet, Grandmaster Tran doesn't like formalities, please forgive him. He smiled and replied, it's a small matter. After that, more new faces appeared, Boss Fuang, Boss Ko. Next, a young man with gelled hair appeared, Boss Tan, I apologize for not greeting you from afar. Standing here, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ben spoke in greeting, Honorable Sirs, you've waited a long time, I, too, apologize first. Meanwhile, Tinan said with a heavy expression, Boss 2, did you intentionally come to intimidate us? Before Dong Han could reply, he inadvertently saw Tran Mak sitting on the sofa. He looked surprised, why is he here too? I haven't transferred that money to him yet. But then he quickly regained his composure, but with the help of this master, I don't need to be afraid of that kid Tran Mak anymore. After that, Dong Han turned and ordered his subordinate, bring out the items for the esteemed elders to see. The guests looked at the item and couldn't help but wonder, this is, I don't understand, Boss 2, please introduce it. In front of the guests were displayed a bead, a bodhisattva statue, and a bagua compass. He crossed his arms and said, or perhaps you'd like to appraise them first. Tuet Niyam smiled faintly and said, I invite Master Duc Long to appraise them. Tinan surprisingly turned to Tuet Niyam and asked, could this be true person Duc Long from the Lin Bao Daoist temple on Yet Dung Mountain? Tuet Niyam smiled and replied, precisely. Meanwhile, Tran Mak coldly observed the situation. There is a fluctuating spiritual energy on this true person Duc Long. So, it seems that people who cultivate immortality indeed exist on the Emperor Star. I just don't know the reason why the Orthodox Tao was lost, leaving only a little remnant. After that, Master Duc Long approached the table displaying the ancient artifacts. He used a spell and chanted, open. Immediately after, the bead emitted a beautiful blue light. Master Duc Long declared, this pearl must be a relic of an enlightened true person, imbued with spiritual energy, effective in enhancing mental clarity and improving sleep. The others, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly. The coldness emanating from this pearl can make me a bit more alert, a feeling of clear mind, I want this pearl. Then he used a spell on the bodhisattva statue, open. Immediately, he felt the power of this statue. This is actually a bodhisattva statue consecrated by an eminent monk. Having the bronze statue of the Tibetan king at home can protect the house from evil spirits. The others were in an uproar, I want this too, It's a treasure for warding off evil. I'm so afraid of ghosts, I must get this treasure. For the last item, Master Duke Long called out, "Open." But this Bagua stone showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, he had to say, "Please forgive my poor eyesight, I don't see anything special about this Bagua jade." Dong Han, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that among the 3 treasures I brought, this jade is the most valuable. Then Dong Han turned and said, "Grandmaster Ben, please." Grandmaster Ben stroked his beard and smiled. "Your cultivation is still shallow, so don't play silly tricks in front of others." Mr. Duke Long was extremely surprised. "I've never heard of this Grandmaster Ben." Immediately, he showed off his power to everyone. "Since you are ignorant, watch closely." After he cast a spell on the Bagua jade, it immediately emitted an extremely warm energy. The others felt incredibly comfortable, so comfortable, like being in my mother's arms during childhood. Mr. Duke Long immediately bowed and respectfully said, "So you are a master of Taoism." "I am still clumsy, please forgive me, Senior." Grandmaster Ben then said without ceremony, "Go back and cultivate for another 30 years. Then he turned to everyone and continued, "This is a miraculous magic artifact that can nourish the body and prolong life." Hearing the phrase "prolong life," the guests all stood up. Prolong life. This jade really does have the effect of nourishing the body. A treasure, this is a true treasure. In a corner unseen by anyone, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ben exchanged glances with eyes that couldn't be more cunning. Tinan asked Dong Han suspiciously, "Is Boss Ko really willing to sell such precious treasures?" He confidently replied, "That's because I have better treasures, which is why I'm willing to sell these 3 items. Or does Boss Ko have another opinion?" Tinan then turned to Tran Mak and smiled warmly at him, "Then please ask Grandmaster Tran to help me authenticate it." Dong Han immediately spoke up, "Boss Ko, isn't there some mistake? This is just a middle school student. To let a kid authenticate it, Boss Ko, don't joke around." Tinan waved his hand to clarify, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to Grandmaster Tran's opinion." He was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Can he really do it? Tran Mak must have an eye for appraisal." Grandmaster Ben said to everyone, "Then please, Grandmaster Tran, take a look." Dong Han, standing nearby, added mockingly, "Grandmaster Tran, don't misidentify it." Tran Mak stood up and held the Bagua jade in his hand. He seriously asked, "Do you really want me to speak?" Before Tran Mak's question, Dong Han suddenly hesitated. "This." Beside him, Grandmaster Ben spoke up, "Speak." Tran Mak waved his hand, performed a spell, and declared, "These 3 items are all fakes." His words caused a commotion in the crowd. What? Is he serious? He's not just talking nonsense, is he? We've all tested the efficacy of these treasures. Then Tran Mak further explained, "This ordinary pearl has been infused with a bit of yin energy by others, creating an illusion of mental clarity. However, if used for a long time, one will become entangled by the yin energy. The Bodhisattva statue is the same. Not only can it not ward off evil, but it will also attract spirits and ghosts. Inside this Bagua jade, there is a simple formation that can activate the water elemental power contained within the jade. Water-attributed elemental power can indeed nourish the body, but the user needs to activate the formation with their own spiritual power. Ordinary people fundamentally cannot use it. This entire fraud scheme was exposed by him without a single miss. Dong Han and Grandmaster Ben couldn't help but face criticism. So they're frauds. Despicable. How dare they bring fakes to deceive people? From Dong Han, you're truly shameless. Tran Mak turned to Grandmaster Ben, "You must be Grandmaster Vong's fellow disciple, right?" Feeling guilty, he gnashed his teeth and said, "You killed my junior disciple first, then ruined my good plan. I'll peel your skin, pull your tendons, and turn you to dust." He leaned back, his mouth wide open to unleash his technique, Absorb. He exhaled extremely eerie black smoke to attack him. Go. That black smoke contained ferocious skull-headed ghosts. Seeing this, the surrounding guests scattered in panic. Ghosts. We've provoked ghosts. Help! He chuckled and declared, today, I'll let you taste what it's like to be devoured by the souls I've raised. 6 Ghost soul chasing. Tran Mak said without fear, no matter if you have tens of thousands of souls, my thunder is enough to destroy them. He shouted loudly to summon thunder, thunder come. His move stunned Grandmaster Ben, Heavenly Thunder Thou art. You are a descendant of the Heavenly Master sect. Tran Mak wasted no words, shouting, destroy. A bolt of lightning immediately struck down, scattering the ghosts. The lightning bolt streaked past and hit him. Grandmaster Ben immediately breathed out smoke. Then he summoned a smoke figure in his own likeness to intercept the attack. This smoke figure rushed forward to attack Tran Mak. However, it was easily destroyed by his heavenly thunder. He also took a hit. Master, please spare me. You said with a stern face, you have harmed countless living beings for your cultivation. Even if heaven forgives you, I will not. Then you clenched your fist, and then you unleashed, lifeless same, die. Master Ben was dead, while Tenen cried out in panic, Master Tran's divine power is revealed. He annihilated the Thunder Soul with just his hand. Then you turned to look at Dong Han, Boss Su, you agreed to send me money. Have you forgotten? He shriveled up and said, how dare I forget Master Tran's orders? I'll go back and prepare for Master Tran immediately. You stared at him and threatened, I believe I said, if the money doesn't arrive, your life will also be forfeit. Dong Han was so scared he prostrated himself, Master Tran, I've prepared enough money. It was Lifeless Seam who threatened me not to send it. Please give me another chance, I'll send it immediately, double the amount. You didn't let his words sink in, and immediately ordered your disciple, it's too late, Tung Zi. Tung Zi immediately punched him in the face, Su Dong Han, die. On the other side, everyone in the hall bowed respectfully, Master Tran's divine power is revealed. We are awestruck. Meanwhile, Kuyin Tan secretly thought, if I also had this power, who would dare interfere with my fate? Tran Mak ordered Tung Zi, go retrieve that 8 trigrams jade, I need it. He replied, yes. You looked at the 8 trigrams jade and thought, with this water attribute jade, I can set up the 5 elements spirit gathering array. Tran Mak turned to the others and said, whoever is willing to take over Su Dong Han's forces, I will take half of the assets. Of course, I won't take it for nothing. Tenen immediately smiled and flattered, Master Tran, you are a distinguished guest I invited. Of course, it should be me. But he thought to himself, from now on, if there's any injustice, I can always invite Tran Mak to step forward. Tran Mak finalized the deal, then it's decided. Tenen couldn't help but be overjoyed, I've made a huge profit. Unexpectedly, Teet Neum knelt and bowed to you, Master Tran, I pledge my allegiance to you. Please take care of me. His action made the others gape in astonishment. Like a domino effect, a series of important figures knelt and bowed to you, please take care of us, Master Tran, we pledge our allegiance. You stood amidst everyone and declared, all right, but if anyone is insincere, don't blame me for my ruthless methods. Everyone replied in unison, we wouldn't dare. Boss Chain secretly thought, Master Tran is too formidable. The kneeling Boss Fong next to him couldn't help but consider, from today onwards, it seems the small half of the business will need Master Tran to be in charge. Mr. Duc Long couldn't help but sigh, this is a true master, though in the mortal world, he is not of it. A few days later, bad news, Master Tran. That frantic voice was from Van Hung. He called you on the phone, the Lam family has stirred up trouble. They want to challenge you, Master Tran, at Yen Kui Lake 3 days from now to settle scores. Beside him, Tenen, pale-faced, told you, Master Tran, they killed Teet Kim Hoa, saying that if we don't submit to their Lam family, they will kill us the same way. You must stand up for us. Tran Mak listened and replied, I understand. 3 days from now, I, Tran Mak, will certainly be at the rendezvous point. Scene change at Yen Kui Lake. The group who had just submitted to Tran Mak gathered at the meeting point. Why hasn't Master Tran arrived yet? It's time, isn't it? Tenen anxiously called, "I can't reach Master Tran on the phone." Van Hung spoke up to reassure him, "Don't worry, the Lam family's people haven't arrived yet either." From afar, a whole line of cars arrived and parked by the lake, and a group of people emerged from the cars. They all stood neatly in 2 rows as if waiting to welcome their main character. Suddenly, someone laughed heartily while gliding rapidly across the water's surface. The group shouted in unison, "Welcome, Third Elder." The person called Third Elder, named Lam Keem Fong, appeared with a cool demeanor before everyone. The water around him gently rippled. He stopped and stood firm in the middle of the lake. He scanned the crowd and said, "Where's Tran Mak? Has he been scared off by my Lam family's reputation?" Tenen on the shore had already seen Tran Mak. He exclaimed, "It's Master Tran." Tran Mak's group had arrived. "Master Tran is here. Master Tran is here." Van Hung breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, Master Tran is finally here." Keem Fong adopted a threatening and challenging posture towards you. "Boy, if you kneel down now and beg for mercy, I might spare your life." Tran Mak didn't flinch and immediately retorted, "Are all you Lam family members idiots?" Keem Fong confidently flaunted his personality, saying, "Only the victor has the right to speak. Make your move." Tung Tu heard this, scoffed angrily, and replied, "If you want to challenge the young master, you'll have to get past me first." These words didn't scare Keem Fong. Instead, they made him even more smug as he said, "Seeking death yourself, I'll grant your wish." Naturally, Tung Tu was provoked by his attitude and shouted, "Arrogant." Immediately, the two engaged in combat. The two fought continuously, neither willing to yield to the other. This scene left the people present utterly astonished, mouths agape. Van Hung, meanwhile, looked at Tenen with a bewildered gaze. At this moment, an earth-shattering blow occurred. Keem Fong and Tung Tu finally separated at this point. After a period of fighting, Keem Fong grew tired and switched to a threatening tactic. "Your strength is not ordinary. If you take refuge with my Lam family, I guarantee you a bright future. Otherwise, I will surely kill you today." Tung Tu, of course, paid no heed to this threat and retorted bluntly, "Did you just wake up and stumble out the door, talking nonsense?" Being insulted directly by the old man, he was somewhat angered and cursed, "You don't know what's good for you." At this point, he switched to swordsmanship. "My Lam family is most famous not for weapons, but for sword techniques." Holding the sword in his hand, he confidently declared, "Regret it with your life." Without hesitation, he attacked Tung Tu, Dragon Gate Triple Wave. With hot blood coursing through him, Tung Tu didn't back down and retaliated, Heavenly Profound Triple Fist, Mountain Splitter. The spiritual energies of both sides clashed, creating a dazzling light that made the people there quickly cover their eyes. Unexpectedly, Keem Fong's sword fell to the ground. He couldn't believe he had lost to Tung Tu and exclaimed, "What kind of fist technique is that? How can it be so powerful?" Tung Tu calmly replied, "Powerful? My fist technique is still far inferior to the young master's, you're just too weak." These words from the old man made him glance at Tran Mak. In his heart, he wondered, could it be that he's not an ordinary person, or is his cultivation so high that my realm can't detect it? Knowing he couldn't win, he decided to run. Tran Mak wouldn't easily let Keem Fong escape. "Did I say you could leave?" This sentence from the young man didn't scare Keem Fong at all. Instead, it made him think, "My Lam Keem Fong's lightness skill is peerless. Even if you are a grandmaster of the transformation realm, you won't be able to catch up to me." At this point, he began to gather spiritual energy. The sword that had fallen to the ground was controlled by him to fly after Keem Fong. He sent him directly to his ancestors. This made him only able to panic and mutter to himself in his final moments, "No, no, it can't be." After that, he fell straight into the river before his eyes. This horrifying scene left Tang Tang and Kuyin Tan utterly astonished, mouths agape. Tang Tang even muttered to herself, "Tran Mak is actually this powerful." As for Keem Fong's bodyguards, they were utterly terrified. Immediately, everyone present knelt down and acclaimed Tran Mak, "Grandmaster Tran's divine might is unrivaled in the world. We submit." he coldly ordered, to the Lamb family. Scene changed to Lamb Chow. Lamb family, inside the house, a clamor arose, Patriarch, Kim Fong has been killed. What? An old man sitting on the main seat heard this and anxiously muttered, perhaps now is the time to invite him to appear. He is the Lamb family patriarch, Lam Tun. Suddenly, a Lamb family subordinate entered to report, Patriarch, someone outside wants to. You. Seeing the subordinate stammering, he impatiently said, speak. Immediately, the subordinate frantically relayed the message. That person said, tell you to come out and face death. These words made his face turn pale with fear as he asked, did that person say their name? How old are they? How many people did they bring? The subordinate quickly informed him, he looks like a student, says his name is Tran Mac, and he's alone. This announcement made him exclaim in surprise, alone? At the same time outside, a Lamb family subordinate pinned under Tran Mac's foot angrily struggled and shouted, let me go. You're dead for sure. Let me go. An elder didn't dare to act rashly and only dared to question him, Grandmaster Tran, your ability is indeed not bad. Are you trying to negotiate with my Lamb family now? He was Lam Tun's younger brother, Lam Tui. Seeing him talk too much, Tran Mac coldly and contemptuously replied, negotiate? No. He forcefully stomped on the Lam family disciple under his foot and declared, I've come to annihilate your clan. Lam Tui, no longer polite, angrily challenged him, you're full of it. No matter how great your abilities are, you can't even eliminate one person from my Lamb family. Not bothering to waste time on them, he coldly uttered, spiritual energy, transform into a sword. He calmly stepped inside after dealing with these obstructing individuals, one sword slays all beings. Inside the Lamb family, Lam Tun heard no movement, so he hastily ordered, why is there no activity? Lam Tuet, go out and check. Lam Tuet obeyed, yes. But before she could step out, Tran Mac had already entered, no need. As soon as Lam Tun saw him, he was startled and loudly asked, how did you get in here? Where's Lam Tui? Not bothering to give a lengthy reply, he calmly asked just 3 words, you tell me. His arrogant attitude infuriated Lam Tun, who declared, Tran Mac, you dare to show off your might again. Today, you won't be leaving here. He, of course, wasn't afraid of him and arrogantly replied, too bad, the dead have no right to speak. At this moment, Lam Tun began to draw his sword, you won't escape. He held the sword in his hand and unleashed a move in a fit of rage, flowing Cloud 13 swords. A series of his illusions surrounded Tran Mac. Even so, he calmly scoffed, it's like children's swordplay. Being a martial arts instructor for TV dramas wouldn't be bad. Just as Lam Tun attacked him, he leisurely used 2 fingers to hold his sword back, enough, I've enjoyed the show. Now it's your turn. This time it was his turn to attack, severing mountains. His palm strike sent Lam Tun flying far away. This sight panicked the Lam family disciples, exclaiming, Patriarch! What kind of martial art is this? The power is terrifying. Tran Mac then gave Lam Tun a compliment, you're not dead after taking 1 punch from me. You're a bit stronger than Lam Kim Fong, aren't you? Knowing he couldn't defeat him, Lam Tun proposed a condition, young man, let's stop here today. From now on, you and I will have no grievances. How about it? Of course, he didn't care for that condition, you still don't understand? I came to annihilate your clan. Seeing that he truly intended to send his entire clan to their demise, Lam Tun began to beg, Master Tran, why must you be so oppressive, killing everyone and leaving no one? Just then, Tran Mac coldly called out, Lam Tuet. She politely replied, Master. This made Lam Tun furiously roar, Lam Tuet. The Lam family treated you well, why did you betray us? Lam Tuet was even more enraged, she clenched her fists and revealed the cruel things he had done to her family, Lam Tun, that year you sent my birth mother to her death from illness, and killed my birth father. Now you've raised me, isn't it just to continue to exploit me? You call that treating me well? Without any fear, she declared, "I want your Lamb family to be utterly wiped out, never to recover." After waiting for Lam Tuet to express her feelings, Tran Mak then questioned. "Lam Tuet said that you were investigating and planning to harm my family. This is a crucial point that I cannot allow others to touch. Do you have any last words?" Lam Tun was now cornered and could only utter helplessly, "Tran Mak, today you've cut off my path in martial arts." He tensed up and shouted, "Tomorrow, I'll make your family perish." The Lam family disciples saw this and cheered excitedly. True Chi is being released, hovering in the air, transforming into a Grandmaster. This time, the Patriarch can definitely kill Tran Mak. Lam Tun, with boundless fury, declared, "The price of temporarily shifting realms is the depletion of one's cultivation foundation, but it's worth it to kill you." Tran Mak, of course, wasn't afraid of him and even challenged, "Can you? I'll give you a chance to try it." Provoked, he prepared to strike him. "Take my sword, strike." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed towards him. Lam Tuet was worried by this sight, wondering, "This sword strike, can Tran Mak withstand it?" At that moment, Tran Mak acted, dividing the rivers and lakes. Lam Tun saw him facing him empty-handed and contemptuously sneered, "You dare to block it with a flesh and blood fist? You're already dead." But perhaps he had underestimated him. His punch easily shattered Lam Tun's spiritual energy. Seeing his punch hurtling towards him, he screamed in horror, "No!" However, in the end, he was still sent to meet his ancestors by him. After eliminating Lam Tun, Tran Mak sighed to himself. This time too much spiritual energy was consumed. One truly cannot underestimate a Grandmaster. Unlike him, the Lam family disciples were utterly terrified by this sight. The extremely powerful Patriarch was killed in an instant. Lam Tuet, on the other hand, had realized how strong Tran Mak was. "I made the right choice. Tran Mak is strong enough." As soon as they regained their senses, the Lam family disciples yelled to each other to run away, "Run quickly." Tran Mak, of course, wouldn't spare them. Want to run? He easily dealt with that group. After taking care of that group, he turned to Lam Tuet and asked, "The Lam family lineage is gone, and resources cannot be wasted. Can you control the Lam family now?" Lam Tuet replied frankly, "As long as young master supports me, I can do it." However, she also reminded Tran Mak of an issue, "But before that, we must kill one person." Hearing her say that, he knew who she was referring to. "You mean Lam Tien Hao? I'll leave him to you." He also gave her a pill. "This is a rejuvenation pill. Your current cultivation realm is outer realm minor completion. I will help you advance so you can manage the Lam family." His trust made her respond gratefully, "Thank you, Master." Suddenly Tran Mak asked, "Many people in the Lam family died at once. Can you handle it and devise ways to deal with the outside world?" Lam Tuet replied confidently, "You don't need to worry. As for the martial arts world, officials will turn a blind eye." Hearing that, he was relieved and said, "So that's how it is." 3 days later, Shahi Manor, Haidu District, underground auction. Yin Ni heard her friend say that at this type of underground auction, there were all sorts of strange things, even artifacts, which made her wonder, artifacts. Tulu, sitting next to her, spoke up, "Yes, haven't you seen it?" "Me neither. That's why I asked Uncle to take me to broaden my horizons." Unexpectedly, she met her there, and politely replied to her. "My uncle and I also came." "I have nothing to say, it's good to see you." However, she regretted, if only Tran Mak could have come, that would have been great. Hearing that, she immediately scorned, "That penniless wretch isn't even qualified to enter." At the same time, backstage in the lounge, Boyvan politely offered Tran Mak water and wondered, "Master Tran, why are you here?" Tran Mak casually replied, "I was traveling near Lin Vu Mountain recently, and this auction happened to be taking place, so I came to take a look." He asked her, "I heard that there will be an artifact in this auction." The scene shifted to a museum. Boyvan invited Tran Mak to leisurely browse the items. "Master Tran, whether it's an artifact or not, I don't understand. Everything is here, feel free to look and choose." He replied unceremoniously, "All right." Just then, he noticed something. He recognized what it was. That is, the sword in the corner had attracted his attention. On this sword was a stream of true essence spiritual energy left by a true cultivator. It seemed that the so-called artifact was this sword. He picked up the sword with satisfaction and murmured to himself, "As long as I reach the third stage of chi condensation, I can cultivate the flying sword divine ability." Tranmak then turned to Boyvan and said, "I'll take this short sword, even if I owe the Kim family a favor." Hearing that, Boyvan politely replied, "Master Tran, you're too kind." He also no longer needed her company and said, "You go do your work. I'm leaving." Hearing that, she eagerly said, "I'll see Master Tran off." She saw him off to the party. Yin Ni caught sight of this and wondered, why is Tranmak coming out from behind the stage? Tulu also exclaimed in surprise, "That's Tranmak. The person next to him is from the Kim family." From another direction, the young master with spiky hair, seeing that scene, angrily shouted, "Master No, you must help me eliminate that brat. Anyone who dares to approach Kim Boyvan must die." He was Wei Ziyun, the eldest son of the Wei family. The one he called Master No heard him and confidently replied, "Don't worry, dealing with him is as simple as stepping on an ant." Time passed to the afternoon of the next day. Yin Ni walked around inside. "Although I didn't get to see the artifact as advertised at the auction, the scenery on Linvu Mountain is really not bad." Walking behind her, a chubby old man tiredly complained, "Where exactly do the spirit herbs in the mountain grow? I've walked for so long and still haven't seen any." He was Murong Yin Ni's uncle, Tun Kin Tai. The young man next to him heard that and explained, "Master, if spirit herbs were that easy to find, they wouldn't be called spirit herbs anymore." He was Tun Kin Tai's bodyguard, Anak. He unexpectedly discovered a few people ahead of them and suggested, "Those people ahead must know the location of the spirit herbs. We just need to follow them, and it'll be fine." The people ahead were none other than Ziyun and Master No. He smiled and said, "Master No, quite a lot of people have come up the mountain this time. I'm afraid they're all looking for spirit herbs." Master No heard him and smugly thought, "The more people come, the more they fight among themselves, and then we can reap the benefits." Just then, everyone saw something and exclaimed, "Look! Is it there?" It turned out they were captivated by the beautiful scenery there. The waterfall is so beautiful. And especially the fruit growing on a tree near the waterfall, the crimson red fruit. It grows one leaf every 50 years, and bears one fruit every 50 years, capable of directly advancing martial artists and cultivators by one level. Master No recognized it as a good item at first glance and quickly volunteered. "Only I, with my celestial monstrous talent, can maximize the potential of this crimson red fruit. I will use it to break through to the celestial monster realm and lay a strong foundation." Ziyun, next to him, excitedly shouted, "Master, I see the spirit herb." He, of course, also saw it but did not forget to remind him, "Don't get excited. Calmly observe the situation first." Similar to him, everyone present reminded each other, "This waterfall is as dark as ink, extremely peculiar. Don't act rashly." Suddenly, he asked him, "Master No, are they all observing the situation like this?" Immediately, he came up with a wicked idea and discussed it with him, "You should say this." After hearing his plan, he replied with a sly smile, "Master is brilliant." So Ziyun quickly began his plan. First, he loudly introduced himself, "Everyone, I am Wei Ziyun. Listen to me for a moment." He then presented his idea to everyone. "I won't say much more, everyone is here for that spiritual medicine fruit. I propose, whoever can snatch the spiritual medicine first, the spiritual medicine will belong to that person. Do you all agree?" Of course, at this moment, everyone was deceived by him and started buzzing among themselves. "This isn't necessarily a bad idea, the capable will obtain it, right?" A fool even took off his clothes and volunteered, "No matter what's in this waterfall, I'm going in." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped into the waterfall with a splash. The others, seeing him do that, also followed suit. This is the simplest and most effective way. I'll try too. Let's swim across." The volunteer proudly swam quickly forward, exclaiming, "This spiritual medicine fruit is mine now. My master has a future now." Seeing this scene, Zi-Yun asked worriedly, "Master No, what if he manages to pick the spiritual medicine?" Master No chuckled confidently, "Don't worry, he won't get it." The leader continued to swim forward with strong conviction, "The spiritual medicine is mine now." But before he could achieve his wish, something suddenly dragged him straight to the bottom of the lake. This sight made the people swimming behind him gasp in shock and freeze. From where the volunteer was dragged down, a spread of red blood appeared on the water's surface. He struggled to surface from the water and cried out, "Help me!" Suddenly, something that looked like an alligator emerged from behind his back. Seeing it made him scream in terror, and then it lunged at him again. Those who followed him were scared witless by the sight and fled. "It's a monster, run!" Zi-Yun, standing on the shore, watched the scene with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Master No, is that a golden alligator? It's too terrifying." Master No confirmed to him, "Yes, the golden alligator here absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To protect the crimson fruit, we must eliminate it first." At this moment, those who had just volunteered to swim over there had climbed back onto the shore. They spoke to each other in fear. What was that? A monster? To get the spiritual medicine, we must kill the monster. It's in the water, we can't exert our strength. Seeing them all run onto the shore, Master No angrily shouted, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Get back into the water. Lure that beast out and I will eliminate it." His words provoked an angry retort from them, "You're telling us to go die? Why don't you go into the water to lure the monster so we can eliminate it?" Challenged by them, he was somewhat furious and snarled, "You dare to defy me?" One of them, unafraid, countered, "What if we do defy you?" Without mercy, he immediately struck the young man, "Then go die." A surge of Master No's spiritual power passed through the young man. It made his eyes look soulless, causing the others to panic and murmur, "What happened? What happened?" By now, the young man's skin had turned grayish. Master No placed his hand on the young man's forehead, then gently pushed, sending him falling backward. He coldly stated, "His soul has been devoured, he's dead." That horrifying scene made the others murmur in fear, "Devoured his soul? How is that possible?" Based on his recent act of killing, he brazenly threatened, "Now, does anyone still object to my idea?" Immediately, he ordered them, "Everyone, get into the water. You are not allowed to retreat without my command, otherwise, you will die an even worse death." Although they obeyed Master No and went into the water, he naturally didn't let them off, demanding again, "Move a bit further forward." Below the lake were now the young people who had been forced into the water. Suddenly, one person was attacked by the golden alligator. They themselves didn't want to be fish on a chopping board, so they quickly counterattacked. Attack. Despite their efforts to fight back, with their weakest spiritual power, they were no match for the golden alligator. On the shore, Master No commanded, "Lure it to the shore." Those people immediately obeyed him and lured the golden alligator closer to the shore. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, he quickly flew up and prepared to attack it. "Watch this." They thought he would unleash some powerful move, but instead, he just tapped its snout. Then, taking advantage of the situation, he cut it in half. Struck by him, it quickly dived into the water and disappeared, which made him laugh triumphantly. But before he could gloat for long, those present suddenly panicked and cried out, "Master No, there's another one." Hearing their cries, Master No's face paled as he turned his head to look. He never expected another one to appear, making him scream in fright. How did another golden alligator appear? This golden alligator was even bigger than the previous one. It used its mouth to nudge the baby alligator that Master No had just killed. Seeing that its child had truly passed away, it roared in anger, "You killed my child. All of you shall die." The fact that this golden alligator could speak made the people present scream in shock. It actually speaks human language. This is truly the spirit beast protecting the three-leaf vermilion fruit. Even Tu Van was so scared by it that she trembled, fell to the ground, and exclaimed, "Is this a real demon?" In the end, because he didn't run fast enough, he was sent on his way by it. This bloody scene once again made the people present turn pale with fear. They took turns fleeing. "We can't fight it, run." Master No saw everyone running and immediately shouted at them, "Everyone, don't be afraid, attack together, we must not be defeated by it." But because he lost focus, that golden alligator sent him to the altar. Even as he was being eaten, his eyes were still wide open as if he couldn't believe this was happening. At this moment, Kin Tai was pulling Nan Ni's hand, desperately running. "Come on." Just as she was fleeing, she coincidentally saw someone. It turned out she saw Tran Mak walking towards the golden alligator. So she quickly warned him, "Tran Mak, why are you here? Run." Despite her panic, he calmly replied, "Don't be afraid, with me here, you'll be fine." His attitude bewildered everyone present. Where did this kid come from? He's not running, what does he want to do? At this moment, Tran Mak walked up to the golden alligator and loudly called out, "Hey!" He casually laid down a condition for it, "Be my mount, and I will spare your life." His arrogance angered it, and it attacked him. "You want me to be your mount? You're asking to die." Seeing it dare to attack him, he said disapprovingly, "Refusing? What a pity." Without holding back, he struck off one of its legs, Duan Shan Yu. This single blow from him caused the golden alligator some pain. It quickly dove into the water and smugly said, "As long as I guard it underwater, you'll never dream of getting the 3-leaf vermilion fruit." The people present saw this scene and regretfully said to each other, "The golden alligator has been scared, it probably won't come out again. It's invincible in the water, so it seems no one can dream of getting the spirit medicine now." Tran Mak himself also felt he should deal with it now. This golden alligator actually knows about the 3-leaf vermilion fruit. Then it definitely knows its effects. If it eats it, I won't be able to deal with it easily. Looking at the 3-leaf vermilion fruit on the tree, he calculated the time, estimating there was still 1 hour left. And with that short amount of time, he decided, "I can't wait any longer, I can only use that move." Everyone saw him taking steps into the water and panicked, murmuring, "He wants to go into the water? He's crazy. He'll be eaten if he goes in." Nan Ni worriedly instructed him, "Tran Mak, you must be careful." At this moment, Tran Mak had already placed 1 foot on the surface of the water. His spiritual power allowed him to stand on the water's surface, which startled the people present, floating. What kind of situation is this? His hair suddenly turned white, causing those people to stir again. "Look." His hair turned white. He's aged. He seems to be using some secret technique. Without another second of hesitation, he struck directly at the water and shouted, "Split the river." The surface of the water was split in half by Tran Mak's strike. The golden alligator, hit by his move, also went to the altar. Finally, its corpse fell onto the water, which had returned to its original state. After using this technique, Tran Mak was a bit tired and breathing heavily. Seeing this, Nan Ni hurried over to ask him, "Tran Mak, are you okay?" He calmly replied, "I'm fine, I'll be okay after a short rest." Next, she asked him, "Is that monster dead?" He honestly replied, "Dead, completely dead." Suddenly, he turned to the people present, half mocking and half threatening them, "You all escort her back safely, be honest, don't doubt if I dare to kill people." They, of course, dared not disobey him. "Master, rest assured, we will definitely complete the task given." After hearing Tran Mak's words, Nan Ni immediately understood what he wanted to do and quickly suggested, "Tran Mak, are you going to get the spirit medicine? I can wait for you." However, he refused her, "No need, you go first." Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she reluctantly left, "Then I'll go first, you must definitely pay attention to safety." Seeing her thoughtfully instruct him like that, he gently replied, "Okay." After seeing her off, Tran Mak gradually approached the spirit medicine. The 3-leaf vermilion fruit is about to mature. The fragrant scent of the spirit medicine in the air made him realize, a strange aroma, the spirit medicine is fully mature. So he quickly picked the spirit medicine and absorbed it. I don't have a magic artifact to store it yet. The 3-leaf vermilion fruit needs to be refined into a semi-finished elixir to ensure its efficacy isn't lost. After a while of absorption, he had successfully completed it. It's done. Suddenly, he noticed something else on the tree. I'm afraid no one knows this. This leaf is also a rare spirit medicine. Next, he looked down at the water and pondered. The pond here is pitch black, containing extremely potent metal elemental energy. The main reason is... To confirm his thoughts, Tran Mak proceeded to inspect the pond. What was revealed at the bottom made him happily realize, as expected, it's gold essence jade. Gold generates water, making this pond pitch black. He also knew that the gold essence jade essence deeply hidden within could allow him to cultivate the metal body to great accomplishment. It was late afternoon by then, at Desperate Valley. There were women performing a ritual dance around a censer. All of them were great beauties. Lin Shui was then captured by the leader of that place, who prepared to make a move, saying, "Don't worry, I'll drain every bit of your yin essence, but I won't kill you." This man was Gui Yoguang. Lin Shui, bullied to tears, indignantly declared, "My master will absolutely not spare you." Yoguang heard this and excitedly said, "That's great then. It saves me the trouble of finding him. After all, I'm the Lin family's enshrined elder, so I must speak for Lin Cun." At the same time, at Yen Gui Lake, the Heavenly Ghost sect came to seek revenge on Tran Mak for Chiu Woming's death. Tran Tung Tu fought 3 battles, but ultimately couldn't defeat Huang Shizong, the second disciple of the Heavenly Ghost sect's sect master. One of the Heavenly Ghost disciples asked, "Master, what do we do next?" His name was Huang Shizong. The one he called Master kicked Tung Tu and declared, "Kill this Tran Tung Tu to avenge junior brother Chiu Woming?" But suddenly, this person changed his mind. "No, just hide the 2 girls who were with Tran Tung Tuesday." Tung Tu was so badly beaten he couldn't move, only trembling with rage. And the man who had just struck the old man boldly challenged, 3 days later, at this time, right here, tell Tran Mak to come and die. Otherwise, I will make your lives worse than death. This was the Heavenly Ghost sect master, Gu Tiansha. In a beautiful cave, Tran Mak was busy cultivating, metal body great perfection. Cultivation has entered the 3rd stage of Qi condensation. After finishing his cultivation, he took out a treasure he had and decided, the gold essence jade essence, originally as big as a basketball, is now just this much left. I'll make it into a magic artifact. He also checked the sword he bought from Pei Yun. The sword from the underground auction has also been refined. After inspecting it, he concealed it within his body. Through the Myriad Sword sect, I've cultivated the first layer of the Myriad Sword art, so it can be hidden within my body. His cultivation session had ended, and he decided to go home. Stage 1 cultivation is complete. I can return now. That evening, in the city, Shizong and Tiansha were both waiting for Tran Mak. Shizong, a bit impatient, asked, "Where's Tran Mak? Has he arrived yet?" Tung Tu, trembling nearby, replied, "Young master is on his way. Please release those 2 girls first." Shizong, hearing the old man, smugly said, "Don't worry, once Tran Mak is dead, I'll naturally release them." Suddenly, Tiansha ordered, "I don't have enough patience to wait any longer. Kill this old Taoist priest first." Shizong, hearing his master's command, excitedly complied, "Understood." He let out a gleeful laugh and said, "This time, I'll devour your soul." Tung Tu, seeing this, was startled and thought, last time he didn't release his dark soul. This time he intends to kill me. However, the old man didn't just wait to die but actively attacked, Mountain Splitter. The old man's palm strike hit Shizong, startling him somewhat. But then, the old man himself was severely injured after that strike. As for Shizong, angered by the old man, he growled, "Your martial arts are strong, but your true qi is heavily depleted. Let's see how many more times you can use it." In this critical situation, Tung Tu could only call for help, "Young master, where are you?" Suddenly, something flew across the sky. That thing struck Shizong's dark soul, making him somewhat panicked. And he himself was severely injured by it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The one who attacked was none other than Tran Mak. Tung Tu saw him return and joyfully called out, "Young master." Although Shirzong was beaten to the point of bleeding from his orifices, he still had the audacity to challenge him. "Kid, I heard you know the thunder arts of the Celestial Master sect. Use it and enlighten me." Hearing him challenge him, he reluctantly indulged him. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual power erupted, accompanied by the declaration, "But it'll cost you your life." His spiritual power made Tianxia wary. He loudly ordered Shirzong, "Retreat quickly." Now it was his turn to enter the fight with Tran Mak. As soon as his dark soul was released, he electrocuted and incinerated it. And he was very nonchalant about doing this. Tianxia and Shirzong were somewhat startled by his power. At this moment, Tianxia made a demand, "Tran Mak, you killed my disciple Chiu Woming, you must give me an explanation." He then smugly suggested to Tran Mak, "Considering your extraordinary talent, if you just acknowledge me as your master, I'll overlook what happened before, and I'll even teach and cherish you with all my heart." Of course, he didn't pay attention to his suggestion and contemptuously said, "You want to take me as a disciple? You're not worthy." Seeing him dare to refuse, he angrily wanted to teach him a lesson. "Then you've run out of options. Today I'll let you know the true power of a ghost immortal." Tianxia unleashed his power. A giant arm emerged from his strength, the nether ghost claw. Immediately after, the ghost hand mimicked his movement. "Take it." Tran Mak's face darkened as he muttered strange words, "Ghost immortal. Not an immortal." And just as that ghost hand lunged forward, his whole body instantly radiated a colossal power, blocking the hand's advance. The power emanating from him shone with dazzling light. A disciple saw Tianxia raising his hand to shield himself and quickly asked, "Master, are you all right?" He frowned and anxiously said, "I'm fine, this kind of attack can't harm me." But Tran Mak's power? I'm afraid it has already reached the Grandmaster level. Hearing this, Shirzong exclaimed in surprise, "Grandmaster?" The fellow disciple behind him also added in astonishment, "He's become a Grandmaster at such a young age." "That's impossible." Tianxia tried to regain his composure, looking at Tran Mak with his immense power in front of him. "This kid definitely has a secret." The disciple next to Shirzong immediately suggested, "Master, capture him. If we get his secret, our heavenly ghost sect will flourish." Hearing this suggestion, he ordered with satisfaction, "All right, all of you, come with me and capture him." He looked at their actions and sighed a bit dejectedly. "What now? You still want to rely on numbers to bully the weak? You've chosen the wrong target." Tianxia and his disciples, still unaware of their opponent's true strength, charged forward confidently. "Now, even if you beg for mercy, there's no longer any chance." He gnashed his teeth and shouted, signaling, "Kill him." Tran Mak said nothing more. He extended his hand forward, accumulating power, and softly called out, "Suppress." Immediately, a sphere of power gradually formed, and from it, countless rays of light struck the surroundings. Tianxia's disciples were struck by the light and annihilated, even he sustained considerable injuries. Under the influence of the light from Tran Mak's power, they were as if illuminated by the sun, causing them to vanish. After a moment, he looked at the scene before him, trembling slightly, and tiredly thought, "This one strike consumed half of my spiritual power, yet I still couldn't kill Gu Tianxia. A Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm is indeed extraordinary." Tianxia was now filled with furious indignation and threatened him, "Kid, you've annihilated the descendants of my heavenly ghost sect. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." With that, he summoned a scroll and said, "I'll use the heavenly ghost sect's mountain-protecting grand formation as the price to turn you to dust." No sooner had he spoken than he expelled a strange aura into the scroll. From within the scroll, countless ghosts appeared one after another, the myriad ghosts' grand formation chart. Tianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he growled, "Myriad ghosts annihilate the world." From within the scroll, as if a spatial rift had opened, a colossal ghost flew out. At this moment, in the sky above the city, a dark cloud carrying countless ghosts rushed forward. This cloud of ghosts seemed to attract the attention of others as well. Tang exclaimed in fright, so many evil spirits. Ching Ching also worriedly wondered, I wasn't worried before, but now, can Tran Mak win? Tungzi's face turned pale as he softly uttered, young master. In contrast to their anxiety, he calmly scorned, a mere paltry formation wants to annihilate the world? I have one sword that can slay myriad ghosts. No sooner had he spoken than the sword shot towards the ghosts, destroying them one by one. Witnessing this, Tianxia couldn't believe his eyes, trembling in fear. He stammered, questioning Tran Mak, who exactly are you? Let me be a clear demon. He looked towards him, replying nonchalantly, I am an immortal cultivator. Receiving his answer, Tian Sat suddenly had a strange expression, immortal cultivator, immortal cultivator. His ghastly white eyes suddenly emitted strange rays of light. Immediately after, his entire body emitted a violent light, like a bomb exploding. The Tong saw this scene and cried out in panic. Because he was afraid of becoming like Tian Sat, he quickly kowtowed to him, apologizing, from now on, I will be your dog, please spare my life. However, Tran Mak showed no mercy. He controlled a single sword to slash across his head, ending him. After dealing with them, he turned to Tung Tu beside him and said, your life core is damaged, the injury is very serious. You must use a soul-nourishing pill to heal it. I will have So Van Hung send someone to find the medicinal ingredients. He happily bowed and thanked him, thank you, young master. Then, Tran Mak looked towards Q Tan and entrusted her, I still have matters to handle. You ladies are responsible for taking care of Tran Tung Tuesday. She agreed without hesitation, okay. The scene shifted to a desolate mountainous forest. Deep within the forest, somewhere, a bonfire flickered. Inside that room with the bonfire, on the bed were beautiful young women who had just endured a storm, mixed with cries for help, help us. Those girls had fallen into their own stupor, no longer conscious. And the cries for help were from Lam Tuet and her mother, save me. Hugh Kwong, wearing shorts, leisurely sat on the sofa, enjoying a glass of wine, looking at the person in front of him and saying, you're here. Tran Mak, who had arrived unnoticed, stood before him, sneering, using yin to supplement yang is a wicked art hated by both humans and gods. No wonder you have to hide in this desolate place. Hearing his words, he slightly frowned and replied, you can tell at a glance the cultivation method I practice, you have some skill. No wonder Lam Tun was killed by you. However, I'm not hiding here. I just don't want to go out. This place has serene mountains and rivers, beautiful women all around, like a paradise on earth. Otherwise, if I wanted to go out, who could stop me? At this moment, Lam Tuet saw him and pleaded, Master, please avenge me and my mother, kill this beast. As soon as her words finished, Hugh Kwong grabbed her hair and pulled her up. Lam Tun originally owned so many beautiful women. He deserved to die, but I've gained quite a lot from her these past few days, so I've delivered on my promise to Lam Tun. Seeing his actions, he angrily threatened, I've come to send you to meet him. Without another word, Tran Mak rushed towards him with astonishing speed. Hugh Kwong, unable to react in time, was somewhat surprised and stared at him with wide eyes. Although his reaction was a bit slow, he still managed to dodge Tran Mak's punch in time. He jumped backward, maintaining a great distance from him. Taking advantage of this moment, he called out to Lam Tuet behind him, you too, take a foundation replenishing pill and start healing. She helped her mother and quickly replied, thank you, Master. Master, he is a revered figure of the Lam family, having reached the Grandmaster realm decades ago, cultivating a protective aura. His strength is extraordinary. Tran Mak ignored those words and declared with determination, this scum, who relies on absorbing women's vital essence to prolong his life, I will surely send him to hell. As soon as his words fell, Hugh Kwong immediately charged forward to attack, go to hell, brat. He quickly raised his leg and arm, mirroring his action to block. In the midst of their fight, he suddenly felt something. A protective aura must be the concealment of an immortal cultivator's spiritual power when their strength is weakened. Hugh Kwong, pushed back unexpectedly by his previous block, questioned, Brat, what kind of hidden weapon is this? Tran Mak calmly corrected him, this isn't a hidden weapon. This is the fated flying sword of Sword Mountain. Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised and wondered, Sword Mountain? That's just a character from Legends, how can it appear in the real world? Unbeknownst to him, he had already summoned his sword, and Tran Mak, with terrifying power, replied, I have slain immortals, I have slain dragons. Who are you to question me? He gripped the sword hilt, carefully channeling his internal energy, and slowly said, Remember, Heaven Slasher, old man. As he spoke, he slashed forward with an attack named Heaven Slasher. Hugh Quam frantically gathered his strength to form a sphere to block it, Inyan Destruction Fist. However, before he could unleash his move, his attack destroyed the technique and struck him. After taking that full blow, Hugh Quam immediately fell to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes, his face pale, trembling as he looked up at Tran Mak. What kind of sword technique is this? He lowered his eyes coldly and said, You don't need to know the answer anymore. Hearing his words, he panicked and pleaded, Spare me. My money, and this place, these girls, they're all yours. He found it a bit amusing and scoffed at him, You've become stupid at death's door. You're already dead, and all these things are mine anyway. After saying that, Tran Mak glanced at Lam Tuet behind him, leaving him for them to handle. She immediately bowed to him, Thank you, master. Not stopping there, he continued to instruct, arrange people to rescue these girls, then thoroughly excavate this place, and seize all of the Lam family's assets. Lam Tuet quickly replied, Yes. Suddenly, she handed him a box, revealing, this was hidden under the seat in the main hall. It must be something important to Kui Hugh Quam. Tran Mak took a book from it and exclaimed, Indeed. After saying that, he threw the book straight into the fireplace, ordering, The remaining methods aren't recorded either. You can dispose of it as you wish. As he continued to search through the box, he discovered something strange, this is. As soon as he opened its sturdy wrapping, he exclaimed in surprise, A storage ring? This is good stuff. Although the storage space inside is only 45 square meters, it's enough for me for now. On this yellow cloth, it's written that this ring comes from the Void Mountain. Bang Seeing Gwen once said, Entering the Void Mountain surely leads to becoming a Grandmaster. It seems I must make a trip there to find cultivation resources. A moment later, the scene changed. In Sai Tang, at So Van Hung's villa. Tran Mak carefully examined the items before him and praised, That's right, you've found all the medicinal ingredients I need. I can now refine the soul-nourishing pill to treat Tran Tung too. Of course, he kept his next words to himself, it seems these rich people are still very useful. Thinking that, he praised Van Hung behind him, You did well. I'll reward you with a foundation establishment pill to protect your health in the future. Hearing Tran Mak reward him, he quickly thanked him, Thank you, Grandmaster Tran. Seeing him receive a reward, Tenen quickly spoke up, Grandmaster Tran, I also found some medicinal ingredients. Please take a look. Hearing that, he bestowed a favor on him, I already have plenty of elixirs. If you wish, you can collect the ingredients according to this prescription, and I will refine them for you. Tenen received Tran Mak's approval. He joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Grandmaster Tran. However, Tenen didn't know what he was thinking. Of course, I'll keep the majority of the refined elixirs as processing fees. Then, he continued speaking to him, Grandmaster Tran, the Kien Engeep Summit is in a few days. All the famous figures of Kien Engeep will participate. With your current status and position, you can suppress Van Truong No, the richest man in Kien Engeep, leaving him unable to rise again. Hearing his words, Tran Mak suddenly grew angry, recalling past events, Van Truong No, CEO of Quang Han Group, the richest man in Kien Engeep, in my previous life, he caused my family's ruin. However, he managed to compose himself and calmly ordered, I do indeed have to attend the Kien Engeep Summit, but you two should go first in my name. Tenen and Van Hung immediately bowed and replied, Understood. A while later, the scene shifted to a room where Tung Tu was lying on the bed and saw him enter, softly calling out, Young master. Tran Mak quickly put a pill into the old man's mouth. This is a soul-nourishing pill, it can restore your injured spirit. Recover your cultivation quickly. Receiving his kindness, the old man gratefully said, "Thank you, young master, for your trouble on my behalf." Beneath the quiet, gentle night sky. After absorbing the soul-nourishing pill for a while, Tung Tu seemed healthier and bowed to him on the ground. "This disciple thanks Master for saving his life." Tran Mak looked at the old man, who could now move, and said, "It seems the soul-nourishing pill has helped you greatly. If your cultivation time hadn't been too short, and your true qi accumulation insufficient, you would have reached the transformation realm by now." Hearing that, the old man looked up at him with determination. "Master, I am confident that I will become a grandmaster within 3 months." However, Tran Mak acted on his own initiative, manifesting his power to refute. "No need to wait. I will help you achieve it now." Immediately after, he began instructing Tung Tu to circulate his cultivation technique. The old man quickly sat cross-legged and replied, "Yes." Following his every word, the old man began to circulate his qi. "True qi perfected, Grandmaster is assured." Tran Mak stood behind the old man, raised his hand, and a small stream of power emerged from his hand. Under his influence, Tung Tu seemed to enter another space. The old man's eyes glowed red. "Void is void, Transformation Realm Grandmaster." After achieving the Transformation Realm, the old man immediately bowed to him. "Master's great kindness, this disciple has nothing to repay." Tran Mak politely said, "There's no need for such words. Get up, clean yourself up a bit, and tomorrow morning, come with me to Kien Engip." Tung Tu did not hesitate and replied, "As you command." Time flew by. Around 5 a.m. the next morning, Tang Tang seemed to sense something and exclaimed in surprise, "This powerful aura! Tran Tung Tu has become a grandmaster." Hearing that, Qing Tan pondered for a moment, thinking, "A month ago, Tran Tung Tu was just like me, an ordinary person. Now he stands at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. What's a number one beauty or a young miss? They still can't escape dying of old age or illness. Only by following Tran Mak. Can I control my own destiny?" Seeing her leave, Tang Tang quickly called out, "Miss, where are you going?" The scene shifted to Tung Tu's room. As the old man and he were talking, a knock on the door sounded. Qing Tan entered from outside, softly calling, "Tran Mak." Seeing her call his name, he uttered with a slight confusion, "Ah?" She gathered all her courage and unhesitatingly proposed, "I want to become your disciple. As long as you teach me the cultivation method, I'm willing to pay any price." Hearing Qing Tan's words, Tung Tu was so shocked his jaw dropped, and he too was speechless, thinking, did she misunderstand something? Although he thought so, he still replied to her, Your determination isn't bad, but you still lack persistence." As soon as Tran Mak finished speaking, Qing Tan immediately stood up and assured him, "Persistence? Starting today. I will be your maid and servant girl, bringing tea and pouring water, making your bed and tidying your blankets until you agree to accept me as your disciple." Tang Tang, hearing these words from behind, exclaimed in surprise, hitting a nerve with Qing Tan, "Miss, do you even know how to serve others?" Tran Mak sighed with a hint of helplessness and replied, "I'm afraid you can't humble yourself as much as you think." The setting once again changed to another room. He was sitting on the bed cultivating when he heard a knock at the door. "Come in." Unexpectedly, Qing Tan entered in a seductive outfit, making him bewildered. Tran Mak, watching her lie down next to him, blushed slightly and struggled to utter, "You." And just like that, Qing Tan lay down on his bed, while he sat on a chair far away from her. Time flew by until the sun shone brightly. Tran Mak silently opened his room door wide and stepped out, meeting Tang Tang and Tung Tu at the door. They both stared blankly as he lifelessly walked past, muttering strange words, "Gossip." Following him, Qing Tan walked out dejectedly and said in disappointment, "Nothing happened." Hearing that, Tang Tang seemed to find it hard to believe and exclaimed, "That's astonishing. If it were any other man, I'm afraid they would have pounced long ago." After experiencing a terrifying morning, the scene shifted to Kien Engip, my Hoa group. Tran Mak led Qing Tan and Tung Tu inside, telling the receptionist, "Hello, I'm looking for Chairman Lai. The receptionist inquired, following procedure, do you have an appointment? He replied without thinking, no. Receiving his answer, she regretfully said, I'm sorry, you must have an appointment. Just then, Van Ton and Tweebin approached and saw him, calling out, Tu Mac. The person who just arrived was Lai Tuong's adopted daughter and Tran Mac's sworn sister, Van Ton. She asked in surprise, Tu Mac, why are you here? She quickly approached, gently patted his head, and asked, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call first? He was a bit embarrassed by her head pat and replied, I originally wanted to surprise you and Mom, but I didn't expect to need an appointment. Hearing him complain, she replied somewhat awkwardly, these are company rules. Don't worry about it. The chairman is on a business trip, so I'll get you settled first. Immediately, he pointed to the people behind him and said, I also have a few friends. Please arrange for them, Sister Van Ton. Van Ton looked at Tung Tu's somewhat bizarre attire and thought to herself, how can someone still dress like this? She no longer paid attention to the old man and turned to Quing Ton, and this is? She seemed to understand something and winked at him, Tu Mac, could it be that you? He calmly retorted, just a classmate, don't misunderstand, sister. At this moment, Tweebin behind them annoyedly clanged his ear and asked, Tu Ton, is this the Chairman Lee's good-for-nothing son? Noticing his attitude, she immediately snapped, Brother Tweebin, please call me by my full name, and also, please don't insult Tran Mac. Hearing the name she used, he lowered his eyes slightly and thought, Tweebin, I have some impression of this person. He's the son of a board member of my Hoa group, always coveting Van Ton. Ignoring her words, he had no intention of stopping and continued to mock, he was always last in every subject throughout middle school. If that's not a good-for-nothing, then what is? His words completely angered Van Ton, and she confronted him irritably, say that again. However, Tweebin was unfazed and challenged, Secretary On, watch your attitude. I can't guarantee my father won't withdraw his investment. Hearing that, although her attitude softened a bit, she didn't forget to remind him, Tweebin, you dare to use the company's interests to threaten me. Be careful, a fellow colleague might lose money because of your words and actions. He replied calmly with an arrogant expression, anyway, I've already spoken my mind here. In the midst of the tense situation, Tran Mac walked over, put his arm around Van Ton, and taunted, Sister, since when did outsiders get to flaunt their power in my Hoa group? Just like that, he turned and pulled her away, leaving Tweebin behind, let's go, let's go. I want the presidential suite. He watched Tran Mac's actions towards him and ground his teeth in anger, how dare he look down on me? Tomorrow's anniversary celebration, I'll make you all pay. A moment later, in a luxurious room, Van Ton stood before Tran Mac, who was sitting on the sofa, recounting the situation. The chairman just acquired a piece of land and is preparing to expand. But the banks that initially agreed to lend capital suddenly changed their minds, causing my Hoa's capital chain to break, and even Kien Ngip couldn't find any company willing to cooperate with my Hoa. The chairman felt it was likely someone was playing tricks on my Hoa, so he went elsewhere to raise capital. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately continued, the Kien Ngip summit is being held tomorrow. She gently nodded and softly replied, yes, the chairman will surely return tomorrow to attend the conference, and he'll definitely bring you along. Saying that, she stood up and left his room, saying, you rest first, I'm going back to the company to work. Suddenly, Tran Mac looked after her and said something strange, Sister Van Ton, don't worry, all problems will be resolved smoothly tomorrow. She took it as a normal comfort and replied with a smile, yeah, it definitely will. At this moment, she told herself with determination, for the chairman and Tu Mac, I will definitely work hard to make my Hoa persevere to the end. Of course, he also had his own thoughts at the moment, with me here, all of my Hoa's problems will be easily resolved. Time flew by, and the beautiful morning was gradually replaced by a quiet night. Actually, it wasn't very quiet with the urgent blare of police sirens. A tall building was engulfed in a massive fire, causing everyone to panic, it's on fire. Look, the flames have reached the upper floors, can anyone inside still escape? Below the building, firefighters were hurriedly assigning tasks, trying to put out the fire and rescue people. Captain, the fire has started spreading inside the building. Our ladder can only reach the 20th floor, and for the floors above, I'm afraid. You stay here and direct the evacuation. The rest of you follow me and charge in, save as many as you can. The young firefighter immediately volunteered, Captain, you stay here and command, I'll go. However, the fire captain yelled at him, obey orders. Immediately after, he ordered the others, brothers, follow me. The surrounding firefighters responded in unison, understood. They didn't know that, at that moment, someone across the street was intently observing the building engulfed in flames. Tran Mak unleashed his power, taking off his ring, and murmured, fire is merciless, but people have feelings. I'll help you all, 3,000 weak waters. And then, in the quiet sky, rumbling thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. Immediately after the thunder, a torrential rain poured down. The rain continued to fall on the heavily smoking building amidst everyone's joy. It's raining. It's raining. Heaven has opened its eyes. The surrounding residents who witnessed this felt it was strange and discussed. Amazing, this rain came at just the right time. This rain is only within about 10 meters around the building. It's too much of a coincidence. At the same time, in the Public Security Brigade's office, Surveillance Hall. Everyone in the surveillance hall became much busier under this unexpected situation. Regain your spirits, keep searching, understood. The man next to the supervisor was the mayor. Kong Duk Van, he seemed unable to believe his eyes, saying, this rain came too coincidentally, someone is definitely controlling it. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he exclaimed, stop. Zoom in on the image on surveillance screen number 9. The supervisor quickly followed his order, and Tran Mak's image immediately appeared on surveillance screen number 9. Upon seeing this image, the mayor's secretary, Kim Tin Vu, one of Kim Trung Nguyen's nephews, who had just brought coffee, recognized him and exclaimed, it's him. Duk Van took the coffee cup from him and asked, you know this person? He gently nodded and replied, yes, but... Hearing his hesitant tone, he loudly issued an ultimatum to those in the surveillance room. Today's events are classified as top secret, S-level. Anyone who leaks it will be punished as a spy. Is that clear? Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, clear. After everything was settled, Tran Mak had, at some unknown point, returned to his room and was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked straight ahead, murmuring, they're here. As soon as the thought finished, Taform flung open the door and stormed in aggressively, you brat, get out here. Van Ton ran in after her, hurriedly trying to stop her. General Director, Tu Mak might not be awake yet. Seeing her, he looked a bit dumbfounded and struggled to say, Mom, you're a bit too enthusiastic with me, aren't you? She paid little attention to his attitude, angrily scolding him, you brat, if you're not diligently studying, what are you doing running off here? And taking Quinton with you everywhere, aren't you afraid of the Yin family getting furious with you? He explained painfully as his ear was pinched, Mom, she insisted on following me. Taform didn't accept this explanation, asserting, nonsense, you definitely took advantage of her. Outside, Tung Tu, eavesdropping, said with a bit of worry, it seems that in this world, the only one who can get mad and hit master is. Tang Tang understood and continued, his mother. At this moment, the main character of this situation, Quinton, appeared. Auntie, you're here. Seeing her, she quickly stopped her actions and smiled kindly, praising, you are Quinton, truly a person as beautiful as your name. Saying that, Taform let him go and approached her, puzzled, why aren't you staying at the Yin family, but with Tran Mak? Caught off guard, Quinton tried to force a smile and struggled to find a reason, I am now. Tran Mak's maid, nanny, blood disciple, how should I put it? Because of her incomplete answer, everything became more serious. What? You can't even describe the extent of it? Immediately, Tran Mak was given a punch by Taform that made him cough blood, as she scolded, you brat, did you learn something bad and ruin her? Do you think you have several heads to be used as soccer balls for the Yin family? Panicked, he desperately shouted in defense, "Mom, I didn't do anything, she did it voluntarily." Quinton quickly stepped forward to stop her and explained, "Auntie, I truly, completely did it voluntarily." However, this explanation didn't resolve the misunderstanding much. Tufuang, seemingly disbelieving, turned to look at her, willing? "You've been ruined by this stinky brat." Because she was too helpless, she decided to let it go. "Forget it, I don't understand you young people's affairs, but be a little careful, don't cause trouble that makes both families lose face." Tran Mac noticed her unusual tone. With his swollen face, he questioned, "Mom, are you misunderstanding something?" But her next words quickly brought him back to reality. All right, all right." Tufuang's expression turned serious as she looked at him and instructed, "Go get ready, come with me to the kin and anniversary celebration." Tran Mac suddenly remembered something and took out a small box, handing it over. "Oh right, Mom, Sis, these are the gifts I prepared for you too." Looking at the box in his hand, Tufuang was a little surprised, while Van Ton, somewhat amused, urged, "This is the first time you've given a gift to me and the CEO, open it quickly so I can see." When he opened the lid of the box, seeing the two small treasures inside, they exclaimed in surprise, "Jade pendants? These can't be cheap, right?" Tran Mac, his eyes full of determination, looked directly at Tufuang and instructed, "Mom, you absolutely must keep this with you. Keep it with you, you know?" She took the longevity lock, and though she didn't understand, she agreed, "MHM." Witnessing this scene, Van Ton smiled lightly, happy in her heart. Xiao Mac has become much more well-behaved, that's great. A moment later, the scene changed to Kien Ngip skyscraper, Din Tan International Business Hotel. From outside the door, the group of Tufuang, Van Ton, Tran Mac, Tang Tang, Kwai Ton, and Tung Tu, each in distinctive attire, walked in, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Mayhoa's people are here, not to mention anything else, their women are truly numerous. Once inside the hall, Tufuang turned to Tran Mac and instructed, "Xiao Mac, Van Ton and I are going to discuss business, you take care of Kwai Ton, don't cause trouble." He asserted confidently, "I'm the most well-behaved child, how could I cause trouble?" In the anniversary celebration venue, everywhere were gentlemen in elegant suits. Not only that, there were also ladies in splendid, luxurious outfits. Tran Mac sat down at a banquet table, leaning back in his chair with his arm behind his head, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, I really wanted to attend this Kien Ngip summit. Now I find it tasteless. Fame and fortune are worthless, only power is the strongest capital." At this moment, he noticed a familiar face in the distance and quietly exclaimed, "Chu Van Hung's group is here too." There are also a few martial artists here whose strength is not weak, including a grandmaster. While he was thinking, the host stepped up to open the ceremony. "Now, please give your warmest applause to welcome the CEO of Quang Han Group, Mr. Van Truong No." After the host's introduction, he stood up and smiled, walking towards the stage amidst everyone's applause. As soon as he stepped onto the center of attention, he began to read his speech. "It's the annual summit once again. Everyone here is an elite from all walks of life. You are the ones who support Kien Ngip's entire economy. Please feel free to talk, network freely, and together promote the development of Kien Ngip." After the speech concluded, Truong No stepped down from the stage to return to his seat and received a flattering compliment. CEO Van spoke very well. He calmly and quickly responded, "Brother Vaughn, you're too polite, please sit." As one person left, the second approached to shake hands. "CEO Van, you look younger than ever, it's been a while." Truong No gave a perfunctory smile in response. "Brother Lu, I heard you were ill a few days ago, your complexion looks quite recovered." After finishing his interactions with General Manager Vong and General Manager Lu, Tufuang also approached to greet him. "General Manager Van, long time no see, your demeanor is as impressive as ever." Although he heard her compliment, he remained silent and unresponsive. Tufuang looked at him with a puzzled expression for not responding. "Why is Van Truong No ignoring me?" He tried to ignore her by continuing to address the other directors. Come, please have a seat, everyone." Tufuang didn't give up. She managed a strained smile and began, General Manager Van, last year we even had dinner together and discussed business. You're a busy man who forgets many things. Do you not remember me anymore? But her response was Truong No's chilling rejection. Is that so? Then I'll immediately tell my people to cease all business dealings with you. You can leave now, no farewell needed. Witnessing such a dramatic scene, the people in the room immediately started a lively discussion. Look over there, Lai Tu Fong was turned on by Van Truong No. It seems that rumor was true after all. In the distance, Tran Mac and Van Ton observed everything, frowning slightly in worry. Tu Fong tried to compose herself and suggested, General Manager Van, could you explain a bit to me? But Truong No's expression was cold, unwilling to hear any arguments or explanations. Do I have an obligation to explain anything to you? Just then, her phone rang, and she quickly answered, Hello? The other end of the line reported the situation in a panicked rush. General Manager, something's happened. 8 shareholders in the company want to withdraw their capital. The sponsor you discussed with before also suddenly backed out. Hearing this, Tu Fong's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, What? The person on the other end of the phone continued to speak as the phone slowly slipped powerlessly from her hand. The Van family and other businesses want to end their cooperation with us. Without a word in response, her phone fell to the ground with a desperate cry, General Manager. What do we do, CEO? Just then, a group of strangers arrogantly walked in from outside amidst whispers. It's the directors of my Hoa group. What are they doing here? Do they want to support my Hoa? The leader of this group was Chi Tui Ban's father, Chi Trong Hoa. He bowed respectfully and reported with a cunning smile. Mr. Van, we have withdrawn from my Hoa group and hope to cooperate with you in business in the future. Truong No joyfully welcomed him and those who followed. Welcome, a warm welcome. Tui Ban, behind them, smirked with disdain and muttered, Van Ton, it's too late now for you to ask me to take care of you. Immediately after, Truong No's face hardened as he loudly declared, anyone who supports my Hoa today will be considered an enemy of my Van family. The situation had completely changed. Tu Fong and Van Ton were isolated in a corner by the crowd, mocked. Indeed, Lai Tu Fong has been targeted. With shareholders withdrawing capital, my Hoa is finished. Looking at the current situation, Tu Fong trembled slightly, thinking anxiously, my Hoa doesn't have enough money, and now it's being divided in front of everyone. No one will invest anymore. Suddenly, the familiar sound of military boots clashing with the ground echoed. Tran Mac grabbed a chair and sat right in the middle of the hall, blocking his mother, followed by Tung Tu, Gwen Ton, and Tang Tang. Seeing this, the crowd in the hall started to murmur. Who is that, daring to brazenly sit next to Lai Thursday Fong in such stormy times? The old man next to him seems to be a master, and those 2 women are really beautiful. That's Lai Thursday Fong's son, what a good-for-nothing. He's an idiot, always ranked last in exams. With a son like that, my Hoa will be finished sooner or later. Van Ton looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Tu Mac, what are you doing here? Tu Fong sighed softly and advised, Tu Mac, go home now. Don't stay here and share my embarrassment. However, he stubbornly and mysteriously replied, Mom, I can save my Hoa. Hearing what Tran Mac said, she was a little surprised and exclaimed, At a time like this, why are you still showing off? Van Ton also didn't believe him and advised, Tu Mac, hurry up, the chairman is protecting you. No matter how they advised him, he just turned his head and smiled nonchalantly, saying, I'm grown up now. It's time for me to protect both of you. Then, he looked towards the oppressive crowd and declared, with me here, no one can touch my Hoa group. Hearing this, the gossiping crowd behind Truong No scornfully ridiculed, shameless. You're just a student, thankfully I didn't cooperate with my Hoa, otherwise I'd probably be tricked to death by this idiot. Tran Mac paid them no mind. He seriously lowered his voice and chillingly asked, Now, I ask, who is willing to help my Hoa group resolve this crisis? As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Sun from the crowd raised his hand and shouted, and Lam Tai Yeo Sun is ready to help my Hoa group with all his might. Hearing this, Truong No was a little startled and his heart wavered. Tai Yeo-sun is the leader of Enlam and has always been friendly with me. Why would he publicly stand up to support my Hoa group against me? Following him was a series of other directors led by Van Hung and Tenon, Sai Tang Du Tenon, Long Hoa Tung Kim Phi. Sai Tang from Van Hung, Kim Duong Phuong Bat Dong, we are willing to do our utmost to help my Hoa group. After a series of these bold actions, Tenon approached Tran Mak and saluted him. Hello, Mr. Tran. He replied politely, Mr. Ru, you've worked hard. He smiled flatteringly and respectfully answered, Mr. Tran, you are too kind. It's all thanks to you for giving us this opportunity. The situation changed once again, this time seemingly into Phuong's favor as someone realized the situation and exclaimed. Half of the summit's bosses responded to Tran Mak's words. Van Ton seemed confused and bewildered. What's going on? To Phuong, with tears in her eyes, said emotionally, thank you everyone. Van Hung smiled politely and said, Chairwoman Lai, this is what we should do, please don't be so polite. Tenon also eagerly added, regarding investment, cooperation, or networking, everything depends on Chairwoman Lee's guidance. After Tran Mak's display, Truong No remained calm and scornfully said, that kid has some ability. But your My Hoa group has provoked someone you shouldn't have, and no one can save you today. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth and called out loudly, Brother Lai. After this signal, a figure slowly appeared from behind the crowd, approaching them. I really didn't expect Lai Thursday Phuong's son to have such an extensive network. The people in the auditorium looked at the approaching man with some confusion, discussing, who's that? Brother Lai? There's a prominent figure in Kien Angib named Lai, unless it's... It seems to Phuong knows this person, as she was trembling with anger. So that's it. The person who arrived was indeed her acquaintance, Lai Hu, Lai True Son. He gazed at him intently with a stern expression, slightly frowning. Tran Mak's heart was gravely shaken at that moment as he looked at him. It seemed history had changed. My Hoa's crisis in his previous life had nothing to do with the Lai family, and this time it was entirely planned by the Lai family. Seeing True Son, Van Hung and Tenon were a bit bewildered. The Lai family is indeed a super aristocratic family. Can Master Tran compete with them? At this moment, he proudly stepped forward and made an announcement. I, Lai True Son, by order of my family, will destroy your My Hoa. Do you submit? Hearing his words, To Phuong gnashed her teeth in anger, cursing silently, Father, your methods are truly ruthless. I know the Lai family's terrifying ways too well. There's no need to resist anymore. Thinking this, she turned to Van Hung and Tenon and bowed in apology. I sincerely thank you for delivering coal on a snowy day, but my Hoa cannot implicate you. Seeing her like this, Van Hung immediately turned to Tran Mak, Master Tran. Tenon also turned and added, please see. Hearing this, he immediately spoke with disdain, you're just a servant of the Lai family, you're not qualified to intimidate me. True Son responded with an extremely confident and dangerous expression, don't worry, the family head has prepared someone qualified for you. And then, at his command, Lai Long Kai, the Grandmaster, appeared. Grandmaster Lai, please make your move. Seeing him, the entire auditorium became bustling with sounds of admiration. Is this a legendary martial artist? Is he even human? Is this magic? True Son approached Long Kai and bowed, Grandmaster Lai, you've worked hard. After receiving his bow, a deadly glint flashed in Long Kai's eyes as his attention turned to Tran Mak, assessing him. Kid, you have talent, but unfortunately, your path is narrowing. He frowned slightly, deep in thought, calculating, the Lai family isn't a small clan, there surely can't be only him. Thinking this, he casually crossed his legs, looked at Long Kai, and inquired, Lai Dong Duong wouldn't send only you here, would he? Is there anyone else? Come out, and I'll deal with everyone at once. Hearing him say that, Long Kai became furious and yelled, you're so arrogant that you don't even respect a grandmaster. Then regret it with your life. At this display, Tran Mak seemed to understand and immediately ordered, so it's just you. Then I don't need to make a move. You go. Tung Tu quickly accepted the order, yes. Immediately after, the old man began to channel his power, unleashing his strength, to the surprise of everyone. Another Grandmaster. My God, have Grandmasters become as common as cabbage? At this moment, Tufuam excitedly ran up to him and asked a difficult question, Little Mac, is this your mysterious master? Long Kai, still extremely confident, looked down on Tung Tu. I didn't expect you to have a Grandmaster by your side, but are you sure he can protect you? Tran Mac smiled faintly, responding defiantly, he doesn't want to protect me right now, he wants to kill someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Kai became utterly enraged and charged forward aggressively, arrogant fool. Die! Tung Tu immediately raised his fist, preparing to retaliate, and shouted loudly, coincidentally, I also have a punch for you to taste. Their sounds and fists then collided powerfully, Mountain Breaker. However, Tung Tu's punch was stronger, as it sent Long Kai flying backward. Taking this punch wounded him, causing him to cough up blood. The onlookers around exclaimed in surprise, one punch severely injured a Grandmaster. Even True Sun seemed unable to believe his eyes, utterly astonished. Grandmasters usually fight for millions of rounds before a victor is clear. How could just one punch? Returning to the fight, Long Kai struggled to get up, asking in confusion, what is your boxing technique? Why is it so powerful? Tung Tu, exuding oppressive force, stepped forward and simply replied, the dead don't need to know much. Hearing this, Long Kai's face turned pale with fear as he pleaded in panic, stop. You can't kill me. None of you can withstand the wrath of the Lai family. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Mac, sitting behind him, bravely declared, if your Lai family wants to openly compete in business, then my Hoa will meet you head-on. If you want to use dirty tricks, then let's see how many Grandmasters you have for me to kill. He spoke while signaling Tung Tu to finish, declaring, I swear, I will kill until not a single person from your Lai family remains. At his command, the old man immediately rushed towards Long Kai, channeling his strength to deliver the finishing blow, slow departure, no farewells. Long Kai, of course, would not sit and wait for death, struggling to use his remaining strength to block, you'll pay a heavy price if you want to kill me. However, before his attack could be launched, he took a punch from Tung Tu to the stomach and coughed up blood. With the momentum of this punch, Long Kai was powerfully thrown backward. His entire body collided with the wall behind him, officially ending his arrogant life. Witnessing this scene, True Sun turned pale with fright, speechless. The others, meanwhile, continued to discuss, killed a Grandmaster with just 2 punches. Aren't they both Grandmasters? Why is the gap so huge? Only Tran Mac remained unfazed amidst the ever-changing tides of life, assessing the match. Even if Lai Long Kai entered the Tai Hoa realm a few years earlier than Tran Tung Tu, his cultivation and martial arts are still 100 times inferior to what I taught Tran Tung Tuesday. If Tung Tu can't even beat him, then I'll just have to find another disciple. Although the match was over, the aura around Tung Tu lingered, and when the old man looked over, it still startled others. And the ones most affected by that gaze at this moment were True Sun and Truong No. At this moment, Tran Mac spoke, issuing an ultimatum, go back and tell Lai Dong Duong that in 3 years, I will make his Lai family kneel before me and repent. True Sun, trembling as he listened, asked again, I'll convey the message to the family head. Can I leave now? Without hesitation, he waved him away, get out. Seeing his frightened demeanor, Tufuang was a little surprised, not noticing Van Ton next to her had discovered something. It turns out the Lai family isn't invincible after all. What she discovered was that Tui Bin's father, Trong Hoa, was trying to escape. I feel a bit unwell, so I'll be leaving first. Tran Mac subtly glanced at those timid individuals, full of thoughts. Although he desperately wanted to destroy the Van family, it wasn't the right time yet. Thanks to the recent display, the situation had changed. Tufuang was surrounded by directors chatting lively, Chairman Lai has indeed raised a good son. What does my Hoa need help with? I'll assist. All right. Thank you everyone. We're eager to cooperate with my Hoa. A moment later, the scene shifted to a villa in Ha. The Li family. Zhao Shan, with an innocent face, was questioned, "Is that true?" Dong Yang frowned slightly, somewhat incredulous, saying, "I can't believe the Grandmaster next to him is so powerful." Li Yun also became serious and immediately suggested, "Father, should we ask that person to reveal their face?" The old man glanced at him, stopping him, "No, it's not that urgent yet. In the future, we will only use the power of the secular world to besiege the Manhua group. People in the martial arts world cannot easily interfere with secular matters." He wouldn't dare defy this rule. The scene changed again. Night slowly fell over the sky. Chaitang Mansion, Janya District. Fengshan County, Bitch Van Residential Area. Inside a lavish villa, Su Fong led Chen Mo and the others into the house, revealing, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And your father is still at work. It seems like Huan Fengshan can't operate without him. Master Chen, please all make yourselves at home." At this moment, Tung Tu was slightly shocked and complained, "Mrs. Li keeps calling me Grandmaster Chen. My little heart can't take it." While the old man was complaining, Chen Mo was extremely displeased, glancing at the person behind him. Originally, he wanted them to go back to their hometown for Tet, but Yin Qingqing insisted on following along. What a hassle. Just then, his father opened the door and walked in from outside. "Huh, you're all back? Why didn't you call me?" Seeing him with a gentle smile, the boy felt a pang of sadness, recalling the past. Dad always wanted to rely on his own abilities, working hard to prove himself to the Li family and the Chen family, but he failed in his previous life. I still remember the regret in his dying eyes. "Father, I want to fulfill your wish in this life, so you can prove your abilities in front of the Li family and the Chen family." A moment later, from chatting outside the door, they moved to the lavish dining table. Chen Mo's father picked up food for Tung Tu, politely inviting him. "So it's Grandmaster Chen. Thank you for taking care of my little Mo. Cheers. Please eat and drink to your heart's content." Next, he spoke to the remaining special guests. "Qingqing, Tang Tang, eat up, don't be shy." She smiled gently and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Uncle Chen." After eating, they moved to the living room to talk. Uncle Chen was the first to speak, starting the conversation. "Little Mo, after the new year, you'll have to undergo our Yang Chen family's business challenge." The Chen family is a business dynasty, with a family rule called the Business Challenge, held once every 5 years. Each young person in the family aged 18 to 23 will be given a sum of money to start learning business. And at the annual meeting each year, the top 3 individuals, whose progress and achievements are publicly evaluated, will receive focused development from the family. Chen Mo confidently assured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely bring you first place and make you proud." Seeing him so confident, he reminded him, "You've got quite the big talk, huh? I can't pull any strings for you. You'll have to rely on yourself entirely for that." Hearing this, Su Fong immediately interrupted Uncle Chen, scolding, "If you don't help, I will. Besides, I trust Grandmaster Chen won't stand idly by either." Receiving this trust, Tung Tu, as if burdened, forced a smile. "Of course, of course." Uncle Chen and his wife intently advised him, "Wait until the new year, and the Chen family will start your investment capital. Don't spend it recklessly, diligently study investment and business. If you lose everything, we'll become a laughingstock." Chen Mo confidently affirmed, reassuring them, "Don't worry, Dad." Immediately after, he stood up and asked their permission to go out. "Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a walk, to meet up with friends." Uncle Chen agreed without hesitation, "Go ahead, just don't cause any trouble." Su Fong added, not forgetting to instruct, "Don't bully anyone, all right?" So he led Tung Tu outside, walking and dialing his phone. First, he called Yen Thursday Sin. After a long ring, Chen Mo finally answered the call, somewhat annoyed. "What's the deal? Why did it take so long to pick up?" Thursday Sin on the other end nervously explained, No, the phone vibrated, I didn't hear the ring." He seemed to notice the strangeness in his friend, frowning slightly. Yin Thursday Sin's tone is a bit off. Thinking this, he quickly returned to his main purpose. I'm back. Call Zihao and Xiaoqian, let's meet up. Receiving the suggestion, he was a bit surprised but quickly agreed. Okay, where are you? I'll call Zihao to pick you up. Chen Mo promptly replied, I'll wait for you at the residential area entrance. After confirming the location, Thursday Sin agreed, okay, see you later. The conversation ended, leaving only the steady sound of disconnection. Chen Mo stared at his phone, lost in thought. In my previous life, I never heard of Yin Thursday Sin encountering any trouble, but perhaps it's because I've been reborn. A moment later, a luxurious car pulled up in front of him. Inside the car, Su Zihao waved hello, little Mo. In the driver's seat, Yin Thursday Sin immediately gestured, little Mo, get in. He got into the passenger seat, asking about their situation. How have you two been lately? He immediately replied, certainly not as good as you. You've already gotten into Janya's best high school. Zihao looked at Tung Tu next to him, a bit shyly, wondering, Chen Mo, who is this? He didn't hesitate to reassure him, he's a friend of mine. We're all family here, no need to be apprehensive. Suddenly, he noticed someone missing in the car and asked, oh, right, where's little Tian? Is she coming? Hearing his question, he quickly replied, later, she'll come find us later. A few hours later, the four of them were in a private VIP room at a restaurant, having a meal. Thursday Sin excitedly offered, little Mo, hurry and choose your favorite dishes. My treat today. Hearing that, Chen Mo fearlessly looked at the menu and exclaimed, then I'll choose everything. At this, he was startled and playfully chastised him, you've got some nerve, really, no politeness at all. As they were joking, a figure entered. It must have been little Tian. The extremely beautiful girl was Nye Xiao Tian. Seeing her, Thursday Sin happily exclaimed, you're here. However, Chen Mo's expression wasn't good. He seemed to sense something unusual. He looked at little Tian, who was smiling gently in front of him, and silently confirmed, little Tian has flickering spiritual power on her. Appearing and disappearing, strong and weak, just like a heartbeat. It turns out she was already implanted with a demon seed by someone. The demon seed is the heavenly demon clan's demon heart-seeding great art. After a woman becomes pregnant with a demon seed, she will become a cauldron, whose yin energy is absorbed by another to nourish his yang, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. As for the cauldron, with the demon seed extracted, she will lose all her vital blood and become a dried corpse. In his previous life, Nye Xiao Tian suddenly disappeared. It's likely this was her fate. Chen Mo pondered and secretly resolved, in this life, he would never let this outcome happen again. He pulled out a chair for little Tian, inviting her to sit. Little Tian, long time no see. Please, sit down. At the same time, he quietly calculated. Little Tian's current body, it's just a demon seed planted with flawed demon arts. He can easily remove it. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, wanting to see what kind of demon was causing trouble. Across from him, seeing a dignified old man sitting with his eyes closed, little Tian was curious, that person is. But seeing that Chen Mo didn't introduce him, she let it go and teased, little Mo, you're back. I thought you'd go to Saitang and forget about us. Thursday Sin showed his displeasure, right? He only came back for the new year, that's all. Zihao stepped in to calm the atmosphere. All right, let's order food now. Not long after, the dining table was filled with tempting dishes. Chen Mo hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. Before eating, he looked at little Tian and suddenly spoke, by the way, if you guys encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve them. Little Tian was puzzled. Thursday Sin's face darkened without a word, and Zihao, dazed, picked up food and put it in his mouth. Little Tian smiled brightly. What kind of trouble could we have? You're overthinking it. However, each person felt differently. Thursday Sin, feeling inferior, got angry. He slammed the table and stood up. Chen Mo. You think I, Yin Thursday Sin, am inferior to you, don't you? If I can't solve something, what makes you think you can? Zihao was startled, disbelieving Thursday Sin's attitude. Your reaction is too much. Isn't little Mo just concerned about us? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Chen Mo remained silent, his face gradually becoming indifferent. Thursday Sin hadn't finished scolding. He was still very resentful. You think just because you used connections to climb high in Saitang, you're some kind of expert, huh? He even wanted to break off his friendship with Chen Mo, drawing a clear line. You're clearly not as good as me in anything. Yet you always try to lord over me. If that's the case, let's make things clear today. From now on, our friendship is over, we're cutting ties. Zihao was surprised and unhappy with his words. Yin Thursday Sin, what did you eat? Little Tien tried her best to dissuade him. Don't talk nonsense anymore. This will harm our friendship. Thursday Sin was so angry he gritted his teeth, but because the person being scolded, Chen Mo, said nothing, he had no basis to continue. Chen Mo silently poured beer into a glass. Then he picked up the glass of beer. He then downed the glass of beer in one gulp, as if to use this way to show his attitude to Yin Thursday Sin. Thursday Sin, who was always competitive, trembled with anger at the sight. He grabbed the beer bottle and chugged it down. Fine. After finishing, he put the beer bottle on the table and said angrily, you guys eat. I'll pay. With that, Thursday Sin turned and walked out. Seeing this, Zihao chased after him. What's gotten into him? I'll go talk to him. Little Tien felt a bit awkward, not expecting things to turn out this way. Little Mo, she said. He reassured her, it's okay. I don't take his words seriously. He got straight to the point. Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me about your situation? Little Tien was silent for a moment, her eyes sad and hesitant. Finally, perhaps unwilling to share, she stood up. What kind of trouble could I have? I can't even eat this meal anymore. Let's just call it a day. With that, little Tien turned and left, and everyone dispersed in an unpleasant atmosphere. Chen Mo sighed, lost in thought. He ordered Tung Tu, who had been sitting silently beside him, follow her, but don't alert anyone. The old man respectfully replied, yes. Outside, Yin Yeping of the Yin sect was leaning against a car, smoking. He said unhappily, you've stayed too long. He reminded, little Tien, Master doesn't like contact with those boys, you will harm them. She coldly threatened, I've already said I won't do anything wrong against Master. If you dare to touch them, don't blame me if I drag you down with me. Yeping didn't seem angry, I'm just reminding you. You should know your place. Little Tien opened the car door and got into the back seat. No need for your empty words. Tung Tu, hiding behind a tree, had heard their conversation. The scene shifted back to the luxurious private dining room, where Chen Mo was waiting for news. Tung Tu returned and reported everything to Chen Mo, then they left. He nodded, I understand. Just then, Zihao returned. He spoke up for Qiusheng. Chen Mo, don't take Qiusheng's words to heart. He's a bit troubled. Since he originally wanted to help them, he didn't hold it against his old friend. Instead, he inquired, don't worry, I saw that a long time ago. What kind of trouble has he encountered? Zihao sighed, then told Chen Mo about Qiusheng's situation. Qiusheng's family and his classmate Hu Jianhuo's family both run hotel businesses, and they've always been rivals, you know. After the Bai Jin family expressed interest in building a chain of high-end clubs in Fengshan County, both of them went to Saizang to find young Master Jin. As a result, young Master Jin chose Hu Jianhua and threw Qiusheng out, even saying some very harsh things. Chen Mo listened in silence for a moment, his face darkening as he murmured, young Master Jin, the Jin family? Zihao continued his story. I heard that next year, the Hu family will rely on the Jin family's support to take over Qiusheng's hotel. Dad, Qiusheng is under too much pressure, that's why he said those things. Hearing the full story, Chen Mo stood up, patted Zihao's shoulder, and promised, all right, I understand. I'll take care of this. Zihao was stunned and full of surprise. You can solve it. Chen Mo led Tung Tu away first. He waved his hand, "Oh right, Happy New Year." A few days later, on the first day of the new year, at the Four Seas Hotel run by the Yin family, Qiusheng stood greeting guests, "Happy New Year." Beside him, Yin Guangwei, Qiusheng's father, cordially said, "Welcome, welcome. The private room is ready for you, sir." Hu Wenwei and Hu Jianhua, father and son, also arrived. "Brother Yin, Happy New Year." Yin Guangwei maintained a smiling expression. "Brother Hu, Happy New Year." Hu Wenwei was very arrogant. As soon as he entered, he sat down and evaluated the hotel. "Brother Yin, the Four Seas Hotel is getting better and better." Guangwei replied politely, "Brother Hu, you're just joking. I still have a lot to strive for." Jianhua was not so polite. He sarcastically remarked, "It seems you're quite self-aware. Compared to our Royal Palace Hotel, this place of yours is just a public restroom." Guangwei could no longer smile. He coldly said, "Brother Hu, today is New Year's Day. Let's talk after the first, how about that?" Behind him, Qiusheng gritted his teeth and glared at the father and son. Wenwei was an old fox. He smiled and refused, "Brother Yin, I can't back down. Young Master Jin asked me to integrate the hotel industry in Fengshan County as soon as possible. He held up 3 fingers. Young Master Jin has offered 3 million for this place." Qiusheng couldn't help but argue, 3 million? Our Four Seas Hotel is worth at least 20 million. Jianhua was indifferent to his reaction, casually replying, 3 million is enough. Otherwise, who do you think would dare to go against young Master Jin and visit your dilapidated hotel? Guangwei disagreed, his face darkened, and he politely refused, "The Four Seas Hotel is my life's hard work, and I have no intention of giving it up yet." Still, Wenwei didn't want to let it go. "Brother Yin, don't be ungrateful." Not wanting to get entangled with the Hu family, Guangwei called his nephew, Yin Lin, "Show the guests out." Yin Lin, tall and muscular, coldly said, "Mr. Hu, please." Wenwei sat still, raising an eyebrow, not moving an inch. At this moment, Mr. Shen stepped forward to block Yin Lin. He angrily raised his fist and lunged forward. Yin Lin was punched in the face and fell heavily to the floor. Qiusheng rushed over in a panic to help him. "Are you okay?" Blood oozed from the corner of Yin Lin's mouth. He trembled as he told Guangwei, "Uncle, he's a martial artist. He alone can easily destroy our Yin family." Guangwei was filled with worry. Wenwei had now stood up, cracking his knuckles. "Brother Yin, based on our long-standing acquaintance, I advise you, there's no point in futile resistance." Just then, Chen Mo walked into the hotel lobby. "Uncle Yin, I've come to wish you a Happy New Year." Qiusheng worried that he would get caught up in this trouble and immediately tried to send him away. "Chen Mo, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go home." Seeing his son's friend arrive, Guangwei felt that family troubles shouldn't involve outsiders. He then said, "Chen Mo, thank you for coming today. I appreciate your kind gesture. Another day, I'll bring Qiusheng to your house to celebrate the new year. For now, please go home." Chen Mo wasn't convinced by the two of them. He smiled and negotiated, "Uncle Yin, I didn't just come to wish you a Happy New Year today, but also to discuss business with you. I want to acquire the Four Seas Hotel." Jianhua frowned, stepped forward and insulted him. "Chen Mo, what are you, a good-for-nothing, doing here causing trouble? Even if you have some money from your mother's estate, you can't afford a hotel. And besides, do you dare to go against the Jin family?" Guangwei was stunned speechless. Qiusheng thought he was causing trouble, and frowned slightly. "Chen Mo, don't cause any more trouble. The Jin family is currently—" However, he didn't leave. He stepped closer and made an enticing offer. "Uncle Yin, name your price. I'll buy it unconditionally." Qiusheng stepped forward and pulled him. "Xiao Mo, please leave now, I'm begging you." Chen Mo felt hurt. "Qiusheng, I've already let you name your own price, showing enough sincerity. How can you chase me away?" Wen-Wei didn't want any unexpected incidents, so he asked the martial artist from earlier, Mr. Shen, please escort this young man out. Mr. Shen nodded, all right. After all, this is helping young Master Jin. With that, he began to display his power. A surge of qi erupted, terrifying everyone. Qiuxing became even more worried for his friend, Chen Mo. Do you see? If you keep acting recklessly, you'll lose your life. Chen Mo was not concerned. Instead, he scoffed, just a puny external realm martial artist. He raised his hand and unleashed qi, coldly uttering one word, scram. Taking a powerful blast of qi from Chen Mo head-on, Mr. Shen coughed up blood and stumbled backward. He was utterly astonished, projecting qi externally. You are a transcendent realm grandmaster. Chen Mo put his hands in his pockets, his qi surging as he turned and warned, if this wasn't Uncle Yan's hotel, you'd be dead by now. Mr. Shen immediately knelt. It was my blindness. I offended a grandmaster. Please, grandmaster, spare my life. Jianhua was dumbfounded. What? Wen-Wei was furious but helpless. How can this be? Qiuxing was astonished and stumbled backward. Xiao Mo, when did you become so powerful? Chen Mo smiled and replied, we'll talk about that later. We need to resolve this matter first. Although Mr. Shen lost, remembering the Jin family's backing, he issued a warning, no matter how powerful you are, it'll be difficult to go against the Jin family. I advise you to stop meddling. Chen Mo was indifferent. Perhaps in your eyes, the Jin family is untouchable, but in my eyes, they're just ordinary people. Just then, a solemn voice spoke from behind, who dares to speak ill of my Jin family behind our backs? An annoyed young man walked in. This was Jin Zhenghua's eldest son, Jin Zhongshuan's grandson, named Jin Qinning. Seeing who arrived, Wen-Wei immediately flattered, young Master Jin. Qinning didn't even look at him, ordering his subordinates, dare to disrespect my Jin family? Seize him. As his subordinates approached Chen Mo, they were all sent flying by the qi revolving around him. Suddenly, 2 more people arrived. Qinning quickly called out, Grandpa, Dad. He immediately pointed at Chen Mo and tattled, Dad, this brat, he. However, Qinning's grandfather and father ignored him, stepped forward, and bowed to apologize to Chen Mo. Jin Zhongshuan has failed to teach his descendants properly. We've come specially to apologize to Mr. Chen. The crowd was astonished and dumbfounded. What? Qinning was also stunned. Could it be? You are Grandmaster Chen. Chen Mo maintained his indifferent attitude when speaking to Jin Zhongshuan, Elder Jin. My friend Yin Qiuxing was chased out, and the one who used insulting words was this young Master Jin. He immediately turned to look at his grandson, coldly ordering, Qinning, kneel down. He knew he had done something foolish, immediately obeyed his grandfather, and knelt down to apologize without any hesitation. Mr. Chen, it was my blindness. Please, Mr. Chen, punish me. Chen Mo didn't take action. He turned and said to the person behind him, Qiuxing, how did he treat you back then? Now you treat him the same way. Don't worry, if he dares to seek revenge on you later, I guarantee he'll regret it with his life. Qinning's face paled, and he quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, Mr. Chen, I didn't know he was your friend. Otherwise, I would absolutely not have dared to treat him like that. Qiuxing saw this scene and spoke up, Xiao Mo, let it go. It's all in the past. Hearing this, Chen Mo offered a reprieve, Elder Jin, my friend doesn't want to take action. I hope you don't disappoint me. Elder Jin sweated at his calm demeanor. Grandmaster Chen, rest assured, this old man will definitely handle it to your satisfaction. Immediately after, he turned around and called, Zhenghua, he's your son. You'll carry out the family punishment and confine him. It seemed Qinning had not anticipated this punishment. He cried and begged, Grandpa, no. Dad, save me, no. While the servants brought the stick, Zhenghua sighed in exasperation. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being arrogant and blind. The next second, he didn't hesitate, striking one of Qinning's legs hard. His painful scream startled everyone around. Confinement meant breaking a leg. This is why great families can stand firm in the world, inseparable from their harsh and ruthless rules. After the punishment was done, Old Man Kim asked Chen Mo, Master Chen, are you satisfied now? He kept a cold face, don't let there be a next time. As if a heavy burden had been lifted, the old man sighed with relief, bowed respectfully, and said, then I'll take this ill-behaved grandson home. Wen Wei had been observing this whole time, his face showing disbelief as he thought, that great Kim family pillar, yet he shows such utmost respect to this young man. Even Jianhua, standing behind, was worried, what exactly is Chen Mo's background? On the other side, Guan Hui, though trembling, still politely thanked Chen. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Tan, don't be so polite. Based on my relationship with Chiu Sheng, the Tan family's matters are my matters. After that, he slowly walked away and bid Chiu Sheng farewell. All right, I should go now. Uncle Tan, Chiu Sheng, goodbye. A moment later, Guan Hui sighed, son, your luck isn't bad. You've made a good friend. Although he had just been rescued, Chiu Sheng wasn't happy at all, so from now on, we're no longer people from the same world. The scene shifts to a luxurious car parked in front of a house. Yi Ping seriously asked, Big brother, is it time? Chi Hong's eyes flashed as he replied, yes, put that thing in the car and leave immediately. Insect, Ing Chi Hong. Just as they were about to leave, a voice full of amusement rang out, want to leave? It turned out to be the figure of Ling Sek's Lian Qingyu, blocking their path. His presence immediately enraged Chi Hong. Lian Qingyu, you've come to steal my Ing Sek's Ing maiden. Qingyu heard this and sneered, confirming firmly, Ing Chi Hong, this is clearly my Ling Sek's Ling maiden. His confident words made Chi Hong explode with power, if you want to snatch her, we'll fight you. His power not only didn't scare Qingyu, but made him even more excited than before. The vicious energy of the Ing Sek's body cultivation is not worth mentioning. Qingyu quickly concentrated his power, creating a magical orb in his hand. From a small orb, he transformed it into a stone giant filled with power. With just 1 foot, it stomped Chi Hong flat on the ground like a pesky ant. Xiao Qian, who had been fought over this whole time, had long run out of patience with them. These people all treat me as a gift for others. They all deserve to die. Although beaten and bruised, Chi Hong remained stubborn. Lian Qingyu, she was discovered by our Ing family first. She's the Ing maiden of the Ing sect. You can't take her away. While hovering in the air, Qingyu spoke condescendingly, considering we are both from the Ing Ling sect lineage, I'll spare your lives. But if you dare to take my Ling maiden again, don't blame me for being merciless. From a distance, Chen Mo had observed the entire scene. He crossed his arms and speculated, Ing Ling sect, isn't that an ancient cultivation sect that has existed since ancient times? There might be treasures Chen Mo needs. From the hidden corner, Chen Mo and Song Zi slowly walked out simultaneously. As soon as he saw them, Qingyu asked loudly, confused, who are you? Next to him, Xiao Qian cried out worriedly, Chen Mo, why are you here? Run! As if unaware of her fear, he calmly ordered, release her. Tell your young sect master to come see me. Chen Mo's cold attitude quickly made him wary. What? You're a martial artist? Nevertheless, Qingyu stubbornly ordered the stone giant to attack, stomp him to death. While its foot was about to strike him, Chen Mo slowly uttered, forbidden. Immediately, magical circles enveloped the stone giant. The next second, the entire stone giant gradually disintegrated into smoke. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qingyu descended to the ground from above. He could actually dispel the spiritual power I commanded. What's going on? Then, he reached out his hand to grab Xiao Qian, come with me. Qingyu's aggressiveness made her fearfully wave her hands, no. Chen Mo's face remained unchanged, slay. After his incantation, a sword appeared, effortlessly cutting through Qingyu so swiftly that he didn't even have time to gasp. This astonishing sight immediately made Xiao Qian gasp in surprise. The clear expression on her face made Chen Mo curious. Scared? After a moment of regaining her composure, she answered without hesitation, "No, I feel great." He deserved to die. In stark contrast to Xiao Qian's glee, his immense power made both Yi Ping and Qi Hong surrender unconditionally. "No, don't kill me. We pledge allegiance." Chen Mo sternly threatened them, "You answer whatever I ask. If you're not honest, you know the consequences." Seeing this, he trembled and loudly promised, "Yes, I would never dare to hide anything." It turned out that the Yinling sect was founded 200 years ago by a frustrated scholar who discovered a cultivation manual. It was not an ancient cultivation sect. To this day, internal strife is severe, and it is split into the Yin sect and the Ling sect, each managed by a young sect master. Xiao Qian was born in the Yin hour, Yin month, and Yin year, and is the supreme Yin maiden recorded in the scriptures of the Yinling sect. The Ying family and the Lian family both want to offer her to their respective young sect masters. Chen Mo heard this and curiously continued to ask, "What about that demonic worm? Who implanted it?" Zicheng's trembling voice rang out. "A demonic worm? What is that?" "I don't know, I really don't know." He thought to himself, "It seems they don't know the inside story." After making his own judgment, Chen Mo gave them 2 pills and ordered, "Eat them. Take me to find your young sect master." Zicheng was surprised to see the item, a high-grade spiritual medicine. He spoke with a mix of threat and comfort, gravely warning them, "I can bestow you with elixirs, and I can also casually kill you. Is that clear?" Without hesitation, Zicheng quickly replied, "It's clear to us." Yibin also immediately expressed gratitude, "Thank you, Senior." As he led everyone into the dark forest, Zicheng courteously introduced, "This is Mount Dongqian, the very location of the Yinling sect." A long while later, Chen Mo calculated silently, "This Mount Dongqian contains abundant spiritual energy, yet it also conceals a hint of ominous energy." He then glanced to the side and quickly realized something, "This Mount Dongqian has a secret." Chen Mo took a step and addressed everyone, "Let's go up the mountain." Large rocks stood tall all around the mountain. Even the tree branches on this mountain gradually became eerie. Zicheng was leading the way, and everyone quickly followed in the silent atmosphere. Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed something right ahead. As expected, Zicheng also faintly noticed and pointed in a direction. "This is the lookout peak, further on is the entrance to the Yinling sect." It was already pitch black, and the moon had long since risen into the sky. After observing carefully, Chen Mo slowly remarked, "The spiritual energy here is abundant, but the ominous energy is also growing thicker." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian realized, "So it's ominous energy? No wonder I feel so uncomfortable right now, I really want to lash out." In a flash, he gently took her hand and transferred spiritual energy to her. With a gentle expression, Chen Mo asked Xiao Qian caringly, "This should feel a bit better now, right?" Her voice, full of embarrassment, rang out, "It really does, thank you." A moment later, Zicheng pointed into the distance and said, "Over there is the mountain gate of the Yinling sect. Closer, you can see the cave on the rock wall." He anxiously explained to him, "Senior, although we are also members of the Yinling sect, we are only responsible for collecting cultivation resources in the mortal world. I only came to this mountain gate area once when I joined the sect more than 10 years ago. I don't know if there are any traps or mechanisms." Hearing this, Chen Mo returned to his cold tone and replied, "It's fine. No matter what mechanisms or formations there are, I can easily break them." Everyone continued their journey forward under the soft moonlight. Suddenly, the guards of the Yin sect mountain gate rushed out in front of them. "Who are you people?" While Zicheng stood dumbfounded, Chen Mo, as if he had known all along, confidently spoke, "Someone's here to collect a debt from your incompetent young sect master." His arrogance enraged them. "What? You dare to disrespect our young sect master? You're courting death." As soon as the guards finished speaking, Chen Mo extended his hand and launched an attack. With just a light flick of his hand, he sent them flying, spitting blood and pain. One guard, clutching his chest, trembled and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Chen Mo's eyes quickly showed impatience. Call that good-for-nothing out to meet me. The next second, shadows flew out from the insect base one after another. They surrounded Chen Mo and Xiao Qian with the sinister interlocking array. From within the door, a shadowy, scheming voice emerged. You want to see me? Get past their entrance first. This sight seemed to scare Zicheng. His face turned pale, but he still tried to warn, Senior. This fierce succession array is the insect's most powerful formation, specifically designed to target powerful enemies. The people of the insect rushed towards Chen Mo without hesitation. Keep that girl, kill the rest. Prepare to die. Tung Tu saw this and changed his expression in fear. Master. Then, the old man's body was enveloped by a dazzling stream of light. In a flash, he firmly stood in front of him. Although he had blocked the attack, Tung Tu still said, dissatisfied, darn it, I was actually pushed back by over a dozen slowpokes. From behind him, Tran Mak seriously explained. As soon as he heard that he would act, Tung Tu immediately bowed respectfully and apologized. While slowly moving forward, Tran Mak still offered words of comfort. The gloomy voice inside the insect gate rang out again as if to provoke him. Then, Tran Mak focused his power into a clenched fist. The next second, he directly punched a powerful blow into the empty space in front of him. This move unleashed an extremely terrifying explosion upon the insect's magic array. With just one blow, Tran Mak annihilated all the enemies in front of him. The insect members were shocked and thrown backward. It seemed his boundless power had startled Zicheng and Deep Ben into a stunned silence. Even Tu Tian couldn't have expected this scene. Tran Mak actually possessed such powerful abilities. Despite Tran Mak having just cast a spell, the young master of the insect remained extremely arrogant. As expected, he was angered by his arrogance. At this moment, Tran Mak's sorrowful memories of his previous life flooded his mind. The flame of resentment burned fiercely within him, and Tran Mak became even more determined. Tu Tian's eyes widened in surprise, and she nervously brought her hand to her mouth, thinking to herself. Tung Tu, standing next to him, was equally surprised, muttering to himself. The deeper they went into the Insect mountain, the dimmer the light became in the dark cave, with vines clinging to the rocky walls. In the darkness of the cave, sparkling dewdrops resembled transparent gems carved by time. Tran Mak's group slowly explored the cave, cautiously observing as they went. Suddenly, they saw a faint figure ahead. In the gloomy, silent space, on the moss-covered wall, there was a stone panel covered with strange symbols, looking like a mechanism. Immediately below, a fat man sat cross-legged on a stone chair, his face beaming with a smug, self-satisfied smile, surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. The young sect master of the insect rested his chin on his hand, looking at Tran Mak's group with a sneer and saying, My strength can surpass the sect masters, and then the sect will be mine, the young master of the insect. Tu Tian frowned at him, cursing in her heart. Tran Mak coldly asked. The young master of the insect looked at Tran Mak with suspicion. He sneered. Tran Mak coldly replied. The young master of the insect asked back, puzzled. He annoyedly closed his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. As fast as lightning, Tran Mak's heaven-slaying sword slashed past the young master of the insect. He quickly raised his hand to block, and blood continuously gushed from his arm. Tran Mak gritted his teeth. But then, the scene before him utterly astonished him. The young master of the insect frowned angrily, his face drenched in sweat, his injured arm limp. His flesh twisted and writhed, as if preparing to grow a new arm. Tran Mak asked in surprise. He calmly continued. The young master of the insect smugly, grinning from ear to ear. You can't kill me. Obediently submit to me and reveal your secrets, and I might spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Mak drew his sword once again and struck towards him. The young master of the insect quickly stood up and channeled his internal energy to block Tran Mak's sword. He squinted his eyes with self-satisfaction. He was utterly furious, his eyes blazing with fire. Tran Mak waved his hand, continuing to control the heaven-slaying sword as it rushed towards the young master of the insect. Go! Tran Mac's heart was filled with doubt. The heaven-slaying sword flew swiftly towards the young master of the Yin sect, his eyes showing arrogance, as he quickly dodged aside, and it slammed hard into the wall behind. Tu Tien stood behind Tran Mac. She looked around, then suddenly Tu Tien's eyes widened, and she screamed in terror. In a dark corner of the cave, countless dry skeletons lay piled upon each other, all enveloped by a strange layer of light. She confirmed. Hearing these words, the young master of the Yin sect was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected his secret to be discovered so quickly. Tu Tien stammered in fear. At this moment, she saw a rifle neatly placed on a cold stone slab at a corner of the cliff. Tu Tien became even more certain. The young master of the Yin sect smiled arrogantly, his eyes fiery red, and excitedly said, "That's right. Only these resilient, sacrificing, unyielding warriors could release so much malevolent energy after death." Tu Tien gently told Tran Mac, "I heard that year, a military unit of over 10,000 people set off for the front lines and then disappeared. They were declared to have nobly sacrificed for the nation, so it turns out their bones are here." At this moment, his face darkened, his eyes became cold. They couldn't go to the front lines, but became vengeful spirits, only then producing such intense malevolent energy. The young master of the Yin sect smugly said, "These resilient people were useless when alive, their death perfects me. It's just a pity too few died, otherwise, the malevolent energy for my body-tempering divine art could have been cultivated to the highest level." Tran Mac frowned angrily, and coldly said, "You deserve to die." Suddenly, the young master of the Yin sect puffed out his cheeks and pouted, taking a deep breath with all his might, as if wanting to draw all the surrounding malevolent energy into his body. His body instantly swelled, gradually growing larger, and his arrogant eyes looked at Tran Mac with disdain. "I admit you're a bit tough, but with this intense malevolent energy, I am an invincible existence." Tran Mac glared contemptuously, quickly casting his spiritual power, and a small fireball rapidly appeared in his hand. Tran Mac said in a cold voice, "Invincible? Before me, you're not even an ant." In the dark space, Tran Mac's eyes were sharp, radiating a decisive aura, and a fiery light erupted from his chest. Forming a spell formation, he clasped 2 fingers before his chest, uttering each word, "Samadhi True Fire, activate formation." Immediately after, a blazing red flame erupted fiercely, surging towards the young master of the Yin sect. He arrogantly unleashed his power, laughing ferociously, his booming laughter causing the space to tremble. "Ha ha ha ha. My body is impervious to water and fire. You want to kill me with these childish tricks? Dream on." As soon as the young master of the Yin sect finished speaking, a flame latched onto his shoulder, slowly burning his flesh. The young master of the Yin sect broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in panic. "What's going on? This fire can actually harm me." The fire grew more and more intense, as if trying to swallow him whole. The young sect master of the Yin sect incessantly asked, "What kind of fire is this? Why can't I extinguish it?" He agonizingly cried out for mercy, "It hurts so much, spare my life, spare me, I was wrong." Tran Mac coldly said, "Look at the corpses of the heroic spirits behind you, who could possibly save you?" The young sect master of the Yin sect was engulfed in a sea of fire. He struggled in fear, continuously begging for help. "I was wrong, master, spare my life, I know I was wrong, sect master, save me." The fire burned away the true form of the young sect master of the Yin sect, revealing his original form as a celestial spirit would. Tran Mac picked it up, calculating in his mind, "This is a top-grade material for refining elixirs and magic artifacts. With this, I can cultivate the wood element primordial indestructible body." Suddenly, in the quiet atmosphere, soft footsteps echoed. Tung Tu and Tu Tien both started, turning towards the direction of the sound. The sect master of the Yin spirit sect was standing in the cave, his figure imposing and majestic, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Tran Mac's group with disdain. "Leave my cauldron, and you may go as you please." Tran Mac indifferently asked him, "Are you the sect master of the Yin spirit sect? Are you the one who put the demon seed in my friend?" The sect master of the Een spirit sect's face was cold, as he arrogantly uttered unpleasant words. To be my cauldron and witness my path to greatness is her honor. Tran Mak calmly replied, then to be killed by me is also your honor. The sect master of the Een spirit sect burst into scornful laughter that echoed throughout the dark cave. Ha ha ha. He squinted contemptuously, spiritual energy surging from his entire body. My insect jade art has been cultivated to the realm of yin and yang harmony. Once I absorb the demon seed in her body, I can become the first god-level expert in the past 100 years. You alone want to kill me? Tran Mak also quickly unleashed his spiritual energy, his whole body glowing. He coldly replied, it'll just take a bit more effort, why wouldn't I be able to kill you? The corner of the sect master of the Een spirit sect's mouth curved slightly, revealing a dangerous, sinister smile. Is that so? The sect master of the Een spirit sect swiftly lunged to attack Tran Mak. Then let me see what capabilities you possess. Tu Tien was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth, and Tung Tu was also startled by the actions of the Een spirit sect master. He thought to himself, I can't even clearly see his movements, his cultivation is terrifying. Tran Mak snorted coldly, instantly raising his fist to retaliate. Worthless move. Tran Mak's powerful fist struck directly at the sect master of the Een spirit sect. Spiritual energy surged forth, tearing through space, sending him flying backward. The sect master of the Een spirit sect was terrified, looking at his opponent with alarm and full of caution. What is your true origin, after all? Tran Mak scoffed, the dead don't need to know. Then his entire body erupted in spiritual light, his pressure continuously rising. First form of heavenly profound divine fist, mountain-shattering roar. The sect master of the Een spirit sect also quickly unleashed his spiritual energy, casting a move. Een bear protection, sky-severing hand. Two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided, tearing through the void, echoing with earth-shattering sounds. Tran Mak continuously threw powerful punches. He looked at the sect master of the Een spirit sect with dangerous, devil-like eyes. Yet you still can't die, instead, you're letting me get some practice. The sect master of the Een spirit sect gnashed his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his face. He loudly swore, if I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Then the sect master of the Een spirit sect stretched out two fingers and pointed straight ahead, spiritual energy continuously flowing from his body. He continued to cast a spell, spiritual energy violently erupting, his whole body emitting a dazzling aura, ice sealing the world. Before long, everywhere in the cave was covered by a thin layer of ice. The ice layers slowly enveloped Tran Mak's feet, showing no signs of stopping. Zicheng was terrified, sweating profusely. He asked in panic, what is this? Tu Tien worriedly asked in fear, what do we do? Will we be frozen to death? Tung Tu's eyes were sharp as lightning, all his spiritual energy gathered in his fist. With a single punch, like heavenly thunder striking down, the ice barrier in front of him shattered into pieces. But these ice layers continued to spread. It quickly clung to his feet, rapidly spreading to areas not yet frozen. Tran Mak stood still and cold, allowing the ice to almost freeze him completely. Tung Tu worried, no, this ice surface is still spreading. The sect master of Een Ling's sect still continuously unleashed his power, streams of cold spiritual energy surrounding Tran Mak. He joyfully cackled, you're very strong, but still not enough to resist my magic. Tran Mak coldly replied, just this, and you dare arrogantly call it magic. Immediately after, he raised both hands to gather spiritual energy, unleashing his move, witness my frozen world. Instantly, sharp ice mountains appeared. They surrounded the sect master of Een Ling sect, who was terrified, his face turning red and white, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? The sect master of Een Ling sect was sweating profusely in fear, not believing what was happening. How is your magic so powerful? This is impossible. Suddenly, he trembled and pulled out a small orb. Inside the orb were 5 spiritual artifacts of different colors, red, purple, white, yellow, black, symbolizing the 5 elements. If that's the case. Looking at the small orb, Tran Mak frowned in fear, muttering to himself, "This isn't good." He urgently turned back and shouted loudly, "Go, hurry and go." The sect master of Yin Ling sect quickly raised the sect Tran Tong Dai Tran orb and activated the formation. The orb emitted a powerful spiritual energy, and 5 colored streams of light emerged from within. He said coldly, "It's too late." The 5 streams of light intertwined, spiritual energy surging to create an incredibly terrifying power, as if it could turn the world upside down. At this moment, the entire body of the Yin Ling sect master was frozen, leaving only his face with a ferocious expression and frenzied eyes. He laughed maniacally, declaring, "Today, I will use the Yin Ling sect's great sect protecting formation to perish with you." Immediately after, a massive energy explosion erupted, 5 dazzling spiritual energy streams intertwined and swirled, smoke and dust filling the air, creating an utterly chaotic scene. At this time, outside the mountain, powerful rays of light stretched across the cracks, layers of earth and rock were crushed and broken, and dominant spiritual energy streams shot out from the mouth of the mountain. The young sect master of Ling's sect stood outside, observing the battle intently. He muttered, "The sect master actually detonated the great sect protecting formation. It seems that Kid's strength is far greater than imagined. Luckily, I always stayed hidden and didn't rush into action, otherwise I would have been buried here too." Suddenly, he broke into a smug smile, "Heh, so the Yin Ling sect is mine. I'll consolidate my power first, then eradicate everything belonging to that kid. Consider it revenge for the sect master." At this moment, the mountain had shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the crumbling debris suddenly trembled slightly. A thin hand reached up from amidst the ruins. Tung Tu, his hair disheveled and covered in dust, struggled to get up from the wreckage. Then he quickly ran to Tran Mak and the others. "Master, how are you?" Zich Hung and Deep Bin were flung away by the force of the explosion, their bodies hitting the ground hard, knocking them unconscious in a daze. Tran Mak used his body to protect Tu Tien. He suppressed the pain, his whole body trembling as he sat up. Tran Mak immediately instructed Tung Tu, "Tu Tien is just unconscious. Help me find a safe cave and protect me. I need to immediately go into seclusion to heal." He clasped his hands in acceptance of the order and quickly departed. "Understood, disciple. Thanks, master, for risking your life to protect us." Half a month later, in a place blessed by nature, sunlight filtered through the dense layers of trees. Tran Mak sat in the cave, eyes closed in meditation, hands forming seals before his chest. Spiritual energy flowed from around his body along his meridians, passing through each acupoint, reaching the wounds on his body. Tu Tien and Tung Tu stood outside, guarding and ensuring Tran Mak's safety. She worriedly asked, "Taoist priest, when will Tran Mak wake up?" He felt deeply uneasy and slowly replied, "I've never seen master so severely injured, I don't know either." At the same time, on the outskirts of Phuong Duong, the young sect master of Ling's sect stood in a large room, looking at the 2 girls in front of him, saying in a vile tone, "Don't be afraid, my 2 beauties. In fact, defiling purity is also a kind of pleasure. I'll embrace you 2 very happily in a moment." Kuyen Tan and Van Tan were tightly bound, their mouths gagged by a dirty piece of cloth, unable to utter any cries for help. The 2 of them looked at him with eyes full of hatred, but the young sect master of Ling's sect kept laughing, "Heh. At this moment, the scene shifted to the cave where Tran Mak was recuperating. The sky was still blue, and golden sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, creating a peaceful atmosphere. After many days of anticipation, Tran Mak finally spoke, "Tung Tu, how many days has it been?" Tu Tien was overjoyed, "Tran Mak, you're awake." Tung Tu's expression also relaxed. He happily replied, "Master, it's been half a month." Tran Mak calmly continued, "Thanks to the Ndip Zich Kwa and Lin Mok, not only was I able to heal my injuries in a short time, but I also made a breakthrough in my cultivation." Suddenly, the protective jade pendant that Tran Mak gave Van Tan earlier shattered. He was utterly terrified, his eyes wide and white. Something happened to Van Tan. Tran Mak quickly activated his speed, leaping and flying like the wind to save Van Tan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "Take Tu Tien back, I have urgent business and must leave first. Meanwhile, on Van Ton's side, the jade bracelet fell to the ground, shattered, and from the broken pieces, wisps of thin smoke coiled upwards, slowly spreading through the silent space. The young sect master of Lin Tong was in a defensive stance. He looked at the shattered jade on the ground, utterly astonished. I didn't expect an ordinary person to possess such a powerful protective artifact. Kuyen Tan and Van Ton struggled continuously, glaring at him with resentment. Van Ton thought to herself, no wonder Tran Mak always told me to wear that jade bracelet. It actually held off this rogue for half an hour. The young sect master of Lin Tong slightly furrowed his brow, a smug expression appearing on his face. He sneered, but now, I see no one can come to rescue you anymore. Kuyen Tan resisted. She raised her leg to kick him, her eyes burning with hatred as if she wanted to incinerate him, her mouth gagged, wishing she could curse him to death. Ugh! The young sect master of Lin Tong quickly grabbed Kuyen Tan's leg. He grinned obscenely. Hee, my little beauty, don't worry, one by one. Then he leaned over Van Ton, a lewd smile on his vulgar face. Let's start with you. Don't be scared, it'll be a lot of fun. Van Ton struggled with all her might, her gagged mouth continuously letting out muffled sounds. She kept struggling, and tears of sorrow and hatred welled up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a sword darted towards the young sect master of Lin Tong. He swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the deadly blade. The young sect master of Lin Tong's face was furious, veins bulging. He shouted angrily, "Who dares to attack me?" Seeing the person in front of him, he was utterly astonished, his eyes wide, disbelieving. Tran Mak stood coldly, blocking Kuyen Tan and Van Ton. The heaven-slaying sword also returned to its master. The young sect master of Lin Tong stammered in fear, "It's you're not." Seeing Tran Mak was like seeing a lifeline. Kuyen Tan felt somewhat relieved. As for Van Ton, she was overjoyed, tears streaming down, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Tran Mak was seething with anger, his eyes blazing with fire as if wanting to burn the scoundrel in front of him. He gritted out each word, "I will make you, utterly, disappear from this world." The young sect master of Lin Tong looked at Tran Mak with contempt, "A hero saving a beauty, are we? You brat." Before he could finish, Tran Mak's heaven-slaying sword swept past him like a cold breeze. His arm fell to the ground, without time to feel the pain. Tran Mak coldly roared, "Shut up, dead men don't speak." The heaven-slaying sword once again cut off the young sect master of Lin Tong's other arm. It immediately fell to the ground. His face drained of all color, he continuously pleaded, "Ha, ha." The heaven-slaying sword continued to attack the young sect master of Lin Tong. He begged in despair, "Ha, ha, my life." Then Tran Mak ran over and untied Van Ton. He gently helped her up, softly comforting her, "Sister Van Ton, you've suffered so much." She hugged Tran Mak and sobbed, as if releasing all the pent-up grievances from the past difficult days. Hick, hick, hick. Tran Mak looked at her bitterly, saying nothing, letting Van Ton release the sorrow in her heart. Kuyen Tan stood silently and sadly, quietly watching the two of them. Once Van Ton gradually calmed down, Tran Mak gently encouraged, "Sister Van Ton, Kuyen Tan, don't be sad anymore." The rage in his heart erupted fiercely. Tran Mak promised, "Watch me help you two vent your anger." Next, at the Een Spirit sect, hurried footsteps rushed to stop the unauthorized intruders. Tran Mak leisurely led Kuyen Tan and Van Ton into the Een Spirit sect. The disciples rushed forward to block them. "Who is it? Stop!" Tran Mak's face was as cold as ice. He ruthlessly drew his heaven-slaying sword to duel. The heaven-slaying sword twirled and danced around the Een Spirit sect disciples, blood splattering everywhere. They screamed in terror. "Ah, this is..." The entire Een Spirit sect was in a fierce uproar, shouts echoing everywhere, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Very quickly, all the disciples swiftly gathered, forming a defensive formation to block Tran Mak's group at the entrance, preventing them from going further inside. The Een Spirit sect disciples were enraged, their faces fierce, eyes full of murderous intent, menacingly asserting, "Who are you? I warn you, this is the territory of the Een Spirit sect. We are not a place you can provoke. Tran Mak stood in front of Kuyan Tan and Van Tan, his face cold and ruthless as he looked at the group. You're too noisy. Immediately after, Tran Mak unleashed a fighting move, spiritual energy fiercely surging on his fist, the third move of the Heaven Profound Divine Fist. One move, like a divine descent, dealt with all the Een Spirit sect disciples, truly divine. Gwen Tan and Van Tan were completely shocked, their eyes wide, mouths agape, speechless. Tran Mak still stood there, raising his fist full of internal power towards the Een Spirit sect disciples, his cold eyes watching them fall one by one. When they returned home, it was late at night, the crescent moon casting a faint light in the quiet night, contrasting with the anxiety of those awaiting news of Gwen Tan and Van Tan. Seeing them, everyone was overjoyed. Tran Mak's mother was overjoyed. Tran Mak was back. Seeing him, Tang Tang was extremely surprised. You saved them? Then she hugged Gwen Tan, sobbing, Miss, I'm useless, I couldn't protect you. Gwen Tan gently patted Tang Tang's head to comfort her. It's okay now, don't cry anymore, you've done very well. Uncle Tran was astonished, repeatedly asking Tran Mak, what about those bandits? They threatened us not to call the police, saying it would be useless even if we did. How did you manage to save them? Tran Mak's cold eyes flashed with a hint of danger. He said seriously, don't worry anymore, those people are all dead. Tran Mak's mother looked at him with complex eyes. She asked repeatedly, all dead? Who killed them? He calmly replied, me. At this moment, his anger erupted, spiritual energy bursting uncontrollably and powerfully. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I only regret not killing enough. Once enough are killed, no one will dare to harm my family and friends again. Tran Mak's eyes were fierce and wild. He defiantly declared, I want everyone to know what outcome awaits those who touch my family and friends. Tran Mak's parents were stunned, astonished, unable to believe that the person standing before them was their son. Tran Mak's father softly called, Xiao Mo. Hearing his father's call, he snapped out of his rage, realizing he had frightened his parents. Tran Mak immediately changed his demeanor, stammering an explanation, it was all Master Song. He taught me this way of doing things. Yes, it was Master Song. At the same time, Master Song, being slandered, sneezed nonstop. After that, Tran Mak took out 3 green jade pendants from his pocket. Father, Van Tan, Gwen Tan, each of you takes one. They are personal jade pendants. Uncle Tran picked up the jade piece, examining it, and asked curiously, what's this toy for? A good luck charm? Tran Mak's mother turned to glare at her husband, muttering, just wear it if he tells you to. Uncle Tran quickly interrupted, wear it, I'll definitely wear it. After that, Tran Mak returned to the small courtyard inside Tang City. At this moment, in a large room, Tran Mak sat majestically on a chair, Master Song stood imposingly beside him, and Gwen Tan knelt submissively before him, pleading. Tran Mak calmly looked at her, then made a decision, stand up. I agree to take you as my disciple. He glanced at the person standing next to him and continued, from today on, Master Song is your senior brother. Gwen Tan was overjoyed. Obeying Tran Mak, she immediately stood up, thank you, Master. Then Gwen Tan went to bow to Master Song, greetings, senior brother. He quickly helped her up, junior sister, no need to be so formal. Master Song secretly thought to himself, who knows, one day junior sister might become Madam Master, I must not be disrespectful. Tran Mak rested his hand on his chin, pondering as he looked at his new disciple, what cultivation method should I teach Gwen Tan now? After that, Gwen Tan diligently practiced the cultivation method without rest. She made rapid progress in just 3 days. Tang Tang and Tran Mak stood observing Gwen Tan, he pondered. I let Gwen Tan build her foundation with the 7 Jade Pond Sacred Land Arts. She progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, she achieved. But very quickly, Tran Mak noticed something unusual, however, her cultivation speed is abnormally fast, there might be something wrong. He immediately placed his hand on Gwenton's forehead, using his spiritual energy to probe her root bone. Suddenly, Gwenton's spiritual energy surged violently, swirling and intertwining to form the image of a blazing red phoenix. Tang Tang's eyes widened. She asked in astonishment, "What is this?" Tran Mac's eyes and smile radiated joy. "So that's it. She possesses the heavenly phoenix bloodline." Gwenton remained focused on cultivating her method, oblivious to what was happening externally. Tang Tang asked Tran Mac, confused, "What is the heavenly phoenix bloodline? Is my young lady in danger?" He happily explained, "Not at all, this is an excellent physique for cultivation." Tran Mac gently reassured Gwenton, determined in his heart to fulfill his promise, "When we leave this planet, I will lead you on the path of eternal life and cultivation." Sometime later, at the school's anniversary celebration, lights shone brightly throughout the hall, and enthusiastic cheers made the atmosphere even more lively. Seeing Tran Mac at the door, Wang Lei immediately stood up, waving frantically, "Over here, Tran Mac." He quickly walked towards Wang Lei, who immediately complained, "Why are you only just arriving now? The celebration is already halfway over." Tran Mac casually replied, "Haven't I arrived now?" On stage, the host introduced the next performance. "Next, please welcome Morong Na Air from Class 3 and Hua Yufeng from Class 5. In just an instant, the entire hall seemed to erupt. The entire audience burst into cheers and shouts. After such a long wait, my goddess Morong Na Air is finally on stage, Hua Yufeng, my marriage partner. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wings. The curtain gently trembled as the two of them prepared to step onto the stage. Yufeng sat down at the piano. Na Air, like a fairy, gracefully twirled in a soft dance. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath, captivated by Na Air's every graceful move. Every movement of hers harmonized with the music, soft yet resolute, gentle yet powerful, her face tinged with sorrow, her eyes melancholic. The dance was like a wordless story. Chen Mo watched Na Air's every move, delighted, glad to be able to watch her dance once more. A moment later, the performance ended. The entire audience once again erupted like a beehive. Excited cheers rang out. "So beautiful! Na Air, Na Air, Na Air, Na Air." Chen Mo pondered, "Ever since I killed the golden crocodile on Linvu Mountain, I haven't seen her again. Now, not meeting her would save trouble." Then he immediately stood up from his seat, turned around and walked away, not forgetting to tell Wang Lei, "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." Na Air stood on stage, noticed the familiar figure, and called out loudly, "Chen Mo." In a flash, Na Air dashed towards Chen Mo. In just an instant, she rushed into his arms, embracing him, and tearfully said, "I thought I'd never see you again." The scene was like a lightning bolt. Everyone gasped in shock, murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't Morong Na Air the cold goddess? Where's her uniqueness? Where's her shyness? The goddess has fallen into someone else's arms. How heartbreaking." Jian Yao was surprised, not thinking Na Air would dare to do such a thing in front of everyone. "She's so bold." Kuyu was equally astonished. She silently cursed in her heart, "Is there something wrong with Na Air's brain? To like someone like him?" Na Air hugged Chen Mo tightly, not letting go. He gently comforted her, "All right, aren't I here right now?" Na Air released Chen Mo and blamed him, "That's right, why can't your mobile phone be reached?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "That's true, but I saved your number and will proactively add you on WeChat." Na Air's face softened, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Chen Mo. "All right, then I'll wait for your message." The ceremony ended, and Chen Mo left. Under the dim moonlight, he slowly walked down the quiet, empty late-night street. Chen Mo sensed that Kuyu had been following him for a long time. He stopped and asked, "Why are you following me?" Kuyu approached Chen Mo and loudly questioned, "I don't know what methods you used to deceive Na Air, but stay away from her. You're not worthy of her at all." Chen Mo was displeased, looking at her with disdain, and unhappily retorted, "Oh really? Then tell me, in what way am I not worthy of her?" Chen Mo stood there coldly, waiting for Kuyu's answer. She loudly disparaged him, "I know you're very good at fighting. And you have some connections. Maybe you can take over your mother's office in the future, but even so, you are not worthy of Nair. Chen Mo's face showed clear disdain. He sneered, haha, and Kuyu, you're truly foolish. The backgrounds and statuses you care about are worthless in my eyes. Kuyu's face turned pale at Chen Mo's reprimand. The wealth and status you see before you are like trash to me. He frowned unhappily, warning her, don't use your narrow-minded eyes to judge me. He slightly curled the corner of his lips, uttered a sarcastic remark, then turned and walked away. Do you think the value of a human and a god would be the same? Ridiculous. Kuyu stood frozen, her face pale, silent curses pouring out in her heart. You even want to be a god? One day you'll regret it if you keep pretending like this. 3 p.m. the next day, Van Tuong Hotel. Uncle Van briefed Chen Mo on the situation. Master Chen, I heard there will be a magical artifact at this charity auction. I believe you'll be interested. He nodded in agreement. I'll leave after seeing the artifact. By this time, guests had arrived in droves, greetings and laughter echoed throughout the hotel lobby. A moment later, Nguyen Hao led a group of people into the hotel. Tu Li's eyes widened excitedly. Thanks to Brother Hao. We can come here and broaden our horizons. Tien looked around with interest, praising, this hall is truly high class. Suddenly she froze, unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed, look. Isn't that Chen Mo? Why is he here too? Nguyen Hao stared at Chen Mo, gritting his teeth in anger, deeply suspicious. How can he appear here? Is it because of the people he knows? Nair also appeared at the party. Today she wore a pretty pink dress, adorned with small purple flowers. She looked like an adorable little princess. As soon as she entered, she saw Nguyen Hao and greeted him. You're here too. Suddenly her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. Nair's eyes lit up and she called out loudly, Chen Mo. Then she hurriedly ran to greet him. Chen Mo, you're here too. Chen Mo smiled and replied, a friend invited me to see something. Do you want to pair up with me? A large man appeared at the doorway, his face cold and expressionless, his eyes sharp. His appearance caused a stir throughout the hall. Look! Isn't that Deep Tien Nin? Didn't Deep Tien Nin go to military academy? Why is he suddenly back? Tien quickly caught up with the gossip, adding cheerfully, don't you know? Young Master Deep joined a special ace force and is now home for a visit. Tulu crossed her arms, a smug look on her face, secretly pleased that Chen Mo was about to face trouble. Young Master Deep is back. Now someone's about to get unlucky. Tien Nin saw the girl in his heart, his face immediately softened, his eyes filled with adoration, and he softly called her name, Nair. Seeing Chen Mo, Tien Nin immediately questioned, Kid, who are you? Tulu maliciously shouted from afar, Young Master Deep. He's Chen Mo, the one Nair willingly ran into the arms of at the school anniversary. Tien Nin heard that, his expression immediately changed, he angrily yelled, What? Tien Nin was furious, his icy gaze swept over Chen Mo, and he gritted his teeth, cursing. Who the hell are you? How dare you even touch my woman, Deep Tien Nin's woman? Who gave you the guts? Nan Ni was annoyed and quickly retorted. Deep Tien Nin, I warn you not to mess around. Since when did I become yours? Don't you have any shame? Chen Mo remained calm, his cold face looking at the madman in front of him. He said to Nan Ni. But every word he uttered implied Tien Nin, Nan Ni, let's go over there. It's too noisy with dog barking here. Tien Nin was choked with anger, his eyes bulging as he scoffed, useless trash, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Chen Mo sneered mockingly, that's hilarious. If no woman is willing to protect you, it proves you're even worse than trash. Tien Nin was so angry that his face turned red. He was ashamed and raised his fist, how dare you insult me like that? Are you looking for death? Chen Mo looked directly at him coldly, his eyes flashing with danger, uttering only one word, scram. No need for further words, this single word was like a cold blade, demonstrating Chen Mo's aura. Tien Nin froze, his face showing fear. His heart trembled. How can this be? He looked so frail, as if the wind could blow him away, so why does he possess such a powerful and dangerous aura? At this moment, Chen Mo calmly reached out and called, Nan Ni, let's go. Tien Nin, like a madman, immediately drew a gun and aimed it at Chen Mo. Stop. The entire hall erupted in chaos, everyone screaming in fear. He has a gun. Something bad is happening. Chen Mo remained silent, trying to suppress his anger. Nan Ni shouted angrily, Deep Tien Nin, are you insane? He seemed to have lost his mind, his eyes sharp and icy, his teeth clenched as he threatened, I'll see if he's more formidable than a bullet. Chen Mo still didn't speak, his eyes emotionless as he looked at him. In his mind, he calculated, if he dares to shoot, I will kill him directly. You dare to threaten me? Do cultivators not care about dignity? Boyvan bravely stepped out from the crowd, undaunted, shouting directly at the gun wielder, Deep Tien Nin, put that gun away, then get out of here. Tien Nin turned to where the shout came from. Seeing Boyvan, he became discouraged, Kim Boyvan. My Deep family is not as powerful as the Kim family, I cannot offend her. Boyvan frowned in anger, Mr. Chen is an honored guest I invited. You dare to point a weapon at him? Does your Deep family want to start a full-scale war with my Kim family's business? As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall became noisy, everyone whispering and discussing. Kim Boyvan has actually escalated this to the point of two great families going to full-scale war. What on earth is that kid's background? Tien Nin still held the gun in his hand. Although he knew he couldn't contend with the Kim family, he still put on a brave front. Kim Boyvan, today, out of respect for you, I will spare this kid for now. He angrily turned and left, not forgetting to glare a warning at Chen Mo, if you're still involved with Nan Ni, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Tien Nin stormed out through the crowd, impatiently yelling, move aside. Tulu quietly watched Chen Mo, her eyes full of contempt, mockingly thinking to herself, Chen Mo, the Kim family's background is ultimately not your own strength. Once the Kim family abandons you, you will become worthless. Boyvan gently approached Chen Mo and Nan Ni. She timidly said, Mr. Chen, please take a seat in the VIP section up front. Chen Mo's cold gaze stared at Boyvan. He was angry, his voice deepened with a warning, don't plot schemes in front of me again. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Boyvan's face turned pale. She quickly bowed and apologized, Mr. Chen, please forgive me. Her heart was restless, he already knows that I was actually protecting Deep Tien Nin. Boyvan trembled, not daring to look up. Chen Mo turned and walked away. He called Nan Ni, let's go, let's head to the front. She immediately agreed, stepping quickly after him, okay. Suddenly, a middle-aged man standing behind them gently stepped forward, following the two. Although his face bore the marks of time, he still looked incredibly distinguished. His deep voice softly called out, Nan Ni, come here to your father. The entire hall suddenly became noisy, everyone surprised, whispering, White Horse Murong Ji, he's here too. This girl turns out to be Murong Ji's daughter. He's a great hero in the south. Boyvan quickly approached, smiling and bowing to greet Murong Ji, hello, Mr. Murong. He quickly reached out to help her up and gently said, Miss Kim, there's no need to be so formal. Nan Ni's cheeks flushed red. She discreetly glanced at Chen Mo and awkwardly introduced, Chen Mo, this is my father. He calmly looked at the man in front of him, his composed gaze sweeping over him. He politely greeted, hello. Murong Ji's face showed a serious expression, his deep, experienced eyes seeming to bore into Chen Mo. He gently advised, young man, you are very good and have a lot of character, but you shouldn't be too arrogant. Murong Ji called his daughter again, Nan Ni, come here to your father. Nan Ni looked at Chen Mo in embarrassment. She forced a bright smile to dispel the awkward atmosphere. She nervously explained, Chen Mo, my father is actually quite a good person, don't mind him too much. Chen Mo smiled faintly, nodded and replied, "It's okay, you go ahead." Nan Ni walked towards her father. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Chen Mo. Chen Mo watched Murongji's retreating back. His smiling face suddenly darkened, his smile vanishing as if swept away by the wind, and his eyes became sharp and cold. He scoffed inwardly, calling me arrogant? If it weren't for Nan Ni, you wouldn't even be qualified to ask me for a greeting. Afterwards, Chen Mo went to the auction. At this time, the female auctioneer stepped onto the stage with a confident and professional demeanor. She wore an elegant cheongsam, bowing to the people below the stage, a gracious smile perpetually on her lips. She spoke softly, "Distinguished guests, I apologize for the long wait. Now, the charity auction officially begins." Items were brought out one by one. Next, another model emerged from backstage, her walk graceful and confident. In her hands was the auctioned item, neatly placed on a wooden tray. The auctioneer quickly continued her introduction. "The next auctioned item is said to be a peerless treasure of immortals from ancient times." Chen Mo sat upright and serious, his eyes intently following the auction. Suddenly, he caught a familiar scent, a long-lost familiar aura. He leaned forward, meticulously observing the auctioned item. Inside the antique wooden tray was a piece of pale pink silk. On the fabric were white patterns, gently winding, seemingly simple at first glance but incredibly intricate, as if still exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Chen Mo frowned slightly, his eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. Many thoughts raced through his mind. It was Luo Li's handkerchief. On it was the aura of the Xian Dao sect's top-tier cultivation technique, the heavenly profound Dao art. The female auctioneer smiled faintly, her voice clear and captivating. "The starting price for this immortal relic is 100,000. Each bid increment must be no less than 10,000. The bidding starts now." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall became lively. Hands shot up, and bids rang out rapidly: 150,000. 180,000. 200,000. Chen Mo also joined in the fun. He was determined to win this item. Chen Mo raised his hand and made an unbelievable bid: 10 million. As soon as Chen Mo made his bid, the entire hall immediately erupted in noise. Everyone was stunned and disgusted. 10 million? Is this kid crazy? It's just a handkerchief. Yuan Hao was just like everyone else, his face pale with shock, speechless. Qian also cried out in alarm. "Did I hear that right? Chen Mo bid 10 million. Does he have that much money?" Chen Mo ignored the chatter, his expression solemn. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed forward, unwavering. He resolved, "The relic left by my junior sister is priceless to me. No matter the cost, I must have it." The female auctioneer's eyes lit up, her heart filled with joy at the sight of such a benefactor, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Without hesitation, she quickly finalized the price. "This gentleman has bid 10 million. 10 million, first call. 10 million, second call. 10 million, third call." Very quickly, the female auctioneer pointed towards Chen Mo. "Congratulations to this gentleman, this immortal fairy's handkerchief is now yours." By the time Chen Mo arrived home, it was late at night. In the serene setting, the moon hung in the dark sky, casting a faint glow over the entire villa. The warm yellow lights radiating from within further enhanced the villa's luxurious appearance. Inside the living room, Chen Mo sat silently on the sofa, his face contemplative, his hand tightly clutching the handkerchief as if holding an important memory. He murmured, "Junior sister." Chen Mo gazed at the handkerchief, his mind filled with thoughts. This handkerchief has a history of at least 1,000 years. Could it be that junior sister was reincarnated in ancient times? Chen Mo recalled his previous life, when he and his junior sister fought in the formation. A bronze stone coffin, sealed by countless 9 venerable 3-legged cauldrons, lay in the eye of the universe, the forbidden land of immortals. Later, Chen Mo and Luo Li quickly approached the bronze stone coffin, which was hundreds of times larger than them. Strange patterns were carved onto the bronze stone coffin, which was tightly bound by colossal chains. Luoli asked in surprise. This is... Chen Mo's face turned pale, his eyes curiously examining every corner of the bronze stone coffin. What is suppressed inside here? Suddenly, the chain slowly cracked and then gradually shattered. The lid of the bronze stone coffin was flung open by a giant, greenish-blue hand, as if foretelling the imminent rise of a terrifying fiend. Realizing the terrifying threat that was about to arrive, Luoli hastily pushed Chen Mo out of the danger zone. No good. Senior brother, quickly leave. Her eyes sorrowfully gazed in Chen Mo's direction. Tears welled in her eyes, whether from sorrow at impending death or joy at saving an important person in her life. She softly said, Before Luoli could finish her sentence, her entire body collapsed, her eyes closed. Harmless-looking white smoke coiled around Luoli as if ghouls were draining her life force. Luoli had no life left. She fell to the ground. Chen Mo cried out in despair and pain, "Junior sister." Returning to reality, Chen Mo sat, holding his head in thought. Thousands of questions continuously appeared in his mind. 9 venerable three-legged cauldrons, the bronze stone coffin, the enormous hand. What exactly are these existences? Why is that place called the Eye of the Universe, the forbidden land of immortals? Could the Eye of the Universe be related to the most mysterious rules of time? His hands were clasped together, his brows slightly furrowed in deep thought. I must quickly improve my strength and investigate any other clues my junior sister might have left behind. Then, the phone rang, interrupting Chen Mo's train of thought. He quickly answered, "Hello?" On the other end of the line, Wantan reported worriedly, "Xiao Mo, the martial artists sent by the Wan family are causing trouble at the Blue Whale Hotel, which is under Manhua's management. We can't get rid of them. Can you ask Daoist Chen to come help?" Chen Mo calmly reassured her, "Okay, I understand. Stay calm, wait for me to arrive, then we'll talk." He immediately hung up, his face scrunched up in annoyance. He cursed inwardly, "If the Wan family does this, I won't mind sending them on their way." At this moment, in Kien Engit district, the Blue Whale Hotel. The shimmering lights cast a warm golden glow, further enhancing the hotel's luxurious beauty. In the hotel's restaurant, the martial artist, Nam Kung Lam Thien, was sitting with his arms crossed and his feet propped on the table, his rugged, coarse face highlighted by an ugly scar running across the bridge of his nose. One of his eyebrows raised, he arrogantly said, "That's it. There's a fly in your food, and you don't explain, you just ignore me. What does that mean?" Wan Truong No's son, Wan Van Hu, also added fuel to the fire, his eyes revealing a mocking expression. He scoffed, "With this kind of service attitude, you still dare to call yourselves a 5-star hotel restaurant?" The restaurant's chef tried to clarify to the chairman of my Hoa group, "Director, our hygiene is absolutely fine." To Phuong coldly looked at the troublemakers. She reassured, "I know, he was sent by the Wan family to deliberately cause trouble." Suddenly, heavy footsteps pounded on the floor, getting closer and closer to them. A voice, sharp as a knife, rang out, "It seems I was too lenient with you at the Kien Engit conference last time." Tran Mak stood defiantly facing the troublemakers, his hands in his pockets, his cold, expressionless face staring intently at them. Tufuam heard the familiar voice and unconsciously turned around, softly calling, "Xiao Mo." Tran Mak gently stepped closer to his mother and asked kindly, "Mom, are you okay?" Tufuam ran over and hugged Tran Mak tightly, her eyes gazing at him lovingly. "I'm okay, you finally came." Then she asked Tran Mak, "Where is Taoist Master Tran?" He turned around, about to leave, and said seriously, "This time, I'll personally resolve it." Lam Thien was extremely surprised. He didn't expect such a snot-nosed kid to dare speak so loudly. "Brat, just relying on you?" Seeing himself underestimated, Tran Mak was incredibly furious, his rage blazing, and spiritual energy erupted powerfully from within him. Tran Mak's dangerous gaze turned towards Lam Thien. He curled his lips and scoffed coldly, "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll come but not leave." Tran Mak's words enraged Lam Thien. He immediately stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and angrily said, "Kid, I hear you're very arrogant. Immediately after, he raised his fist and lunged towards Tran Mak, his face full of confidence, his eyes contemptuously looking at the brat in front of him. Now I'll discipline you a bit on behalf of your parents. But a thunderous slap from Tran Mak immediately landed on Lam Thien's face. His face skewed to one side, and blood gushed from his mouth. He couldn't believe Tran Mak was so strong. Tran Mak looked at him contemptuously. His cold voice rang out, "Just a peak inner realm cultivator dares to show off in front of me?" The slap was so strong it sent Lam Thien flying far away. He fell head over heels, breaking several restaurant tables, and cried out in fear, "Ah!" Thien Lam tried to endure the pain and sat up, grimacing in fear as he asked, "Are you a peerless grandmaster?" Lam Thien's subordinates also rushed to him. They worried, "Young Master Nangong." Lam Thien's subordinates quickly helped him up. Lam Thien was in pain, his whole body trembling, and his vicious eyes stared intently at Tran Mak as if wanting to tear him into 100 pieces, but he was powerless. Lam Thien quickly ordered his subordinates, "I'm no match for him, let's retreat." Lam Thien gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he couldn't defeat Tran Mak, he still arrogantly threatened, "Tran Mak, I, Nangong Lam Thien, will remember today's debt." Tran Mak quickly ran to him and said coldly, "Still want to leave?" Tran Mak immediately reached out and firmly gripped his neck. Lam Thien's entire body was lifted off the ground, and Tran Mak's sharp eyes glared at him. He angrily cursed, "Who do you think I, Tran Mak, am?" Lam Thien cried out in panic, "Kid, what do you want to do?" Van Hugh stepped forward to rescue him, boastfully threatening, "Tran Mak, if you dare harm him, the Nangong family will flatten Hua my group." Tran Mak calmly retorted, "Are you threatening me?" Tran Mak's calm voice frightened Van Hugh, and his arrogance significantly diminished. Van Hugh stammered, I'm just telling the truth." Tran Mak increased the force in his fingers. Lam Thien trembled, his face pale, but he still stubbornly said, "Kid, if my Nangong family wants to kill you, it's as simple as crushing an ant. I advise you to obediently let me go, then kowtow and apologize to me." Van Hugh yelled from outside, "Tran Mak, didn't you hear what young Master Nangong said? Let him go quickly." Lam Thien grabbed Tran Mak's wrist, struggling to break free. He loudly exclaimed, "Let me go." Tran Mak's sharp eyes looked at the troublemaker in front of him as if wanting to pierce him through. He quietly thought, Van Hugh wants to cause trouble? No problem, I'll play along with you." Tran Mak increased the force in his fingers. Lam Thien's eyes widened in fear, his mouth agape trying to breathe, blood gushing from his mouth in gulps, his face gradually turning purple, losing all vitality. Tu Phuong was utterly horrified, unable to believe her son could be so ruthless. Van Ton cried out anxiously, "Tu Mak." Van Hugh, seeing this situation, also panicked immensely, sweating profusely, and shouted in fear, "Tran Mak, you killed young Master Nangong. The Nangong clan won't let you off." Tran Mak nonchalantly threw Lam Thien aside and said coldly, "I'll wait for them to come find me." "But do you think you can just leave like that?" Van Hugh jumped in fright and screamed, "What do you want to do? Do you dare kill me? I'm a person from the mundane world. Your martial arts world can't touch me." Tran Mak didn't pay much attention. He unleashed his move, "You may not kill, but the price must be kept." Van Hugh turned pale, knelt down, and trembled, screaming in pain. Tran Mak glanced at him and said, "Deliver a message to Van Truong No. If there's a next time, I'll wipe out the entire Van family." Van Ton looked at Tran Mak in fear. "Tu Mak, you really killed someone." Tran Mak replied, "To deal with these kinds of people, one needs to use decisive and ruthless methods to suppress them. For everyone, let alone killing one person, even if I have to oppose the whole world, I wouldn't care." Tran Mak's mother was deeply moved, "My good son." Tran Mak hugged his mother tightly and replied, "Mom." Seeing this scene, Van Ton and his family were happy for him. Scene change. Night falls in the city, where doctors and nurses are extremely tense. "Doctor, can my son's leg still recover?" The doctor, sweating, said, "It's impossible. Both knees are broken. From now on, the young master won't be able to leave his wheelchair." Van Hue, sweating, reassured him, "Dad, don't worry about me. Tran Mak killed Nam Kung Lam Thien. This is the best outcome we initially planned. Next, we'll make the Nam Kung family confront Tran Mak." Truong No replied angrily, "Son, rest assured and recover. Leave the rest to me. This time, I will definitely make that beast Tran Mak pay blood for blood." The next morning, Tran Mak, along with Tung Tu, Kuyen Tan, and Tang Tang, arrived at Ho Yen Kui, Lak Yen Slope Villa, a luxurious two-story villa with the most modern architecture. Tung Tu gently knocked on the door. The person inside quickly ran out to open the door. Seeing the strangers, he was extremely surprised and loudly asked, "Who are you?" Immediately, Tran Mak's group stormed straight into the house. He boldly declared something that startled the servant of the Van family, "I know this is Van Truong No's house, and now it belongs to me." He rushed forward in a panic, his face pale with obvious fear. His arm quickly reached out, trying to stop the strangers who had just boldly claimed ownership. "Stop. What do you want? Breaking into a private home?" Tran Mak glanced briefly, his cold yet calm gaze was enough to make others tremble. He turned to the Van family servant and said, "Go tell Van Truong No to thank him for giving me this villa. Oh, and my name is Tran Mak." Tran Mak stood calmly in the middle of the room, his gaze cold and powerful. Tung Tu's eyes were sharp. He simply roared one word that made the Van family's servant flee in terror, "Get out." The four of them slowly moved further inside the spacious villa, where the interior was luxuriously furnished. Every item exuded luxury and expensiveness. Tran Mak praised in awe, "It's truly worthy of the cost of building an empire. Even an empty villa is renovated so luxuriously." Then he immediately instructed Tran Tung Tu, "Go notify So Van Hung and the Ko Tin and family. Tell them to collect all kinds of spirit stones and precious jade. No matter the size, 10 pieces can be exchanged for 1 Boing Nguyen Dan, with no limit." Tung Tu clasped his hands respectfully and complied, "Yes." Then Tran Mak turned to Kuyen Tan and Tang Tang, saying, "You two can choose any room you like. From now on, we'll live here." Kuyen Tan couldn't believe what she had just heard was true. She excitedly said, "Really? That's great." After everything was arranged, he quietly stepped out onto the balcony, silently gazing at the entire view outside the villa. Tran Mak couldn't help but marvel at the picturesque natural landscape, a scene like paradise. The spiritual energy here is much denser. Backed by mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery, it's perfect for establishing the Great Zhou Heavenly Circulation Formation. Suddenly, a man appeared in mid-air, rushing towards them, his hands clenched as if extremely angry and ready to attack. Tran Mak quickly sensed the imminent danger. As if he had predicted this, he frowned slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over the man, uttering a warning, "So you've come. I'll give you one chance. Before you die, tell me your name." The man had long red hair neatly tied back, and a long scar running from his cheek to his ala made his face even more ferocious. His sharp eyes stared intently at Tran Mak. He coldly introduced himself, the sword attendant Tung Jia of Nam Kung Vu, Kok Truong Fong. Truong Fong coldly stated, "You shouldn't have provoked the Nam Kung family. Die." Immediately after, he drew his weapon. Powerful spiritual energy surged forth from the sword, radiating all around. This move is called Azure Cloud Sword Intent. Truong Fong gritted his teeth, his face taut and fierce, using all his strength to slash at his enemy. Wah! Tran Mak let out a breath, his eyes also sharpening. Spiritual energy rapidly burst forth. He raised his fist, ready to attack, first stance of the heavenly profound divine fist. With a downward punch, spiritual energy surged like a flood, like a terrifying bomb blast, tearing apart the surrounding space. Truong Fong had no time to react, his hands unconsciously raised as if to block the terrifying attack. Tran Mak continued, "Mountain breaking hill." Truong Fong immediately flew backward and fell. He was utterly terrified, his mouth uttering unclear sounds. Ugh! Oh! Tran Mak quickly jumped down. He slowly approached the defeated foe. Truong Fong struggled to sit up, his entire body trembling. Tran Mac's lips curved slightly as he complimented the man in front of him, not dead yet. Your strength is indeed not bad. Nam Kung Lam Thien's father, Nam Kung Long, hid behind a tree in the garden. He watched the battle from beginning to end. He thought, how could this be? Such a powerful sword strike, how could he block it? Tran Mac glanced over, suddenly noticing the lurking figure. Now it's your turn. Hearing his threatening words, Kung Long gasped in shock. He quickly stepped out from his hiding place. Although scared, he still spoke defiantly, Brat, don't touch me. Otherwise, when my father comes out of seclusion, you'll die. Before Kung Long could finish his sentence, Tran Mac's palm strike instantly hit him. His eyes bulged, as if about to fall out, and his mouth hung open, dying before he could even gasp. Tran Mac maintained his posture from the strike, his cold, disdainful eyes looking at the pathetic man. Even if your father doesn't come looking for me, I will go find him. Kung Long lay there, blood forming a deep red puddle. Truong Fong took the opportunity while Tran Mac dealt with him to flee for his life. By the time Tran Mac noticed, it was too late. That old man had already fled, so he wouldn't last more than 7 days anyway. His eyes narrowed, glinting with cunning, but I'm starting to look forward to Nam Kung Vu's strength. A week later, many spirit stones and jade treasures, large and small, were brought to the villa, neatly arranged on large wooden trays. Tran Mac picked up a spirit stone and jade treasure and observed it closely, a smile of undisguised delight blooming on his lips. The old men of the mundane world indeed still have their uses. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Nan Ni calling. He quickly answered, Hello, Nan Ni, what's wrong? Nan Ni's gentle voice came from the other end. The day after tomorrow is my birthday party. Can you come? Tran Mac immediately agreed, no problem. She rejoiced, that's great. See you then. As soon as Nan Ni hung up, Tran Mac's mind was flooded with memories of his previous life. He secretly resolved, I remember in my previous life, something would happen at Mudung Nan Ni's birthday party this time. No matter what, in this life, I cannot let Mudung Nan Ni face any danger. Afterward, Tran Mac used the spirit stones and jade treasures to form a formation. Streams of spiritual energy surged like waves, erupting fiercely, emitting colorful spiritual light. Soon, it filled the entire villa. Tran Mac murmured, the spirit-gathering formation is complete, plus the illusion spell. Without my command, no one can approach the villa. The formation ended, and the spiritual light condensed into a sparkling drop of water. Tran Mac carefully poured it into a jade bottle. He held the bottle, his eyes revealing undisguised joy, and softly said, my other plan can now be deployed. At the same time, at another luxurious villa, this one situated amidst a vast estate, its grand facade with large pillars boasted both classical and modern styles. Beside the villa was a large swimming pool, with gentle breezes rippling across the deep blue surface. So Van Hum relaxed comfortably on a lounge chair by the pool, with 2 beautiful young women in revealing attire gently massaging him. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside, So Van Hum. He frowned, his face clearly showing annoyance, and he growled in a deep voice, Who is it? Seeing that the intruder was Tran Mac, So Van Hum immediately sprang up, his expression instantly changing. His face turned pale, and sweat poured off him like rain. He asked fearfully, Master Tran, why are you here? Tran Mac calmly approached So Van Hum and sat opposite him. I have something for you to handle. Sit down. So Van Hum quickly sat down, clutching his knees tightly, and replied seriously, Yes. His eyes were filled with fear, and sweat continued to stream down his forehead as he thought to himself. This estate clearly has hundreds of guards, not even a turtle could fly in, yet he's so ghostly. At this moment, Tran Mac took a bottle of water from his person. He gently opened the cap. So Van Hum was very surprised and asked in confusion, This is? Tran Mac answered while carefully dripping a few drops of water from the bottle into a flower pot, This is spiritual chi water. The droplet gently fell onto the seedling and shattered, the tiny leaves trembling and sparkling with water. Before long, the seedling grew rapidly as if it had consumed a high-dose growth supplement. In an instant, a pot of colorful flowers appeared before their eyes. So Van Hum was astonished, his mouth agape. He stammered, "This is divine water, isn't it?" Tran Mak looked at the flower pot before him and smiled, explaining, "Spiritual chi water has a very clear effect on plants like these. If humans drink it for a long time, it can cure all diseases and prolong life." So Van Hum was even more horrified, unable to believe what he had just heard. He exclaimed, "Cure all diseases, prolong life? Isn't this an immortal elixir?" Realizing a chance to get rich, his eyes immediately lit up. In a fawning voice, he asked, "Master Tran, is this spiritual chi water for sale? Just name your price, I won't hesitate at all." Tran Mak raised two fingers and seriously discussed, "I don't want to sell it to you. I want you to establish a company, dilute this spiritual chi water, and then sell it. I'll give you 20% of the profits." So Van Hum's eyes lit up, reflecting shining coins, and drool ran down the corner of his mouth, revealing undisguised greed. He immediately accepted. "I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it right away." So Van Hum was overjoyed, "I'm going to get rich. Moreover, from now on, I won't lack spiritual chi water." Suddenly, he paused and asked Tran Mak in confusion, "Master Tran, don't you disregard worldly wealth? Why sell spiritual chi water?" He crossed his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over the person opposite him, and said mysteriously, "This is a plan, you don't need to know so much." So Van Hum didn't dare ask anything further and awkwardly replied, "Yes, I understand, I definitely won't ask too many questions." He gave an embarrassed dry laugh, quickly changing the subject, "Master Tran, what do you want to name the company?" Tran Mak propped his chin, looking thoughtful, but in a flash, an idea struck him, "Let's take it from Yin Kui Ho, so let's call it Kui Ho Life Spirit Liquid." Golden sunlight still covered the opulent, magnificent villa, creating a peaceful atmosphere completely opposite to the bustling activity happening inside. So Van Hum excitedly shouted, "Good, it's definitely going to sell well." The next day, at the train station, a large, modern white train was docked at the platform. Around it, a bustling crowd of people stood, waiting for their journey. Tran Mak had also boarded the train by then. He sat with his arms crossed, leaning against a seat by the window, silently lost in thought. Mo Dung Nan Ni's 18th birthday celebration was held with great grandeur. The party was hosted in Bak Ma district. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, breaking the silent atmosphere, "Hey, switch with us." Tran Mak looked up and saw two strangers. They were from the Vu Van family. Van Ton, dressed smartly with his hands in his pockets, looked at him with disdain. Phuong Phi wore a student uniform, looking young but already showing an unpleasant personality. She yelled loudly, "Did you hear me?" Phuong Phi pointed elsewhere, haughtily ordering, "You switch seats with my brother, I want to sit with him." Tran Mak closed his eyes, feigning indifference, and said coldly, "My ticket says this is my seat, why should I switch for you?" Phuong Phi stood with her hands on her hips and replied without hesitation, "You're sitting alone, my brother and I are two people, and we want to sit together, so of course you have to switch seats." Tran Mak firmly refused, "No switch." She was at a loss for words, glared angrily at Tran Mak, and snapped, "You." Then she immediately turned to Van Ton for help. "He's making me so angry, brother, please teach him a lesson for me." Van Ton seemed to understand things better. He soothed his arrogant younger sister, "All right, little sister, it's his right not to switch, we can't force him." Although he appeared gentle on the surface, Van Ton's eyes were completely opposite. He silently looked at Tran Mak, secretly holding a grudge. After a moment, an announcement echoed through the station, "We have arrived at Bak Ma district, passengers preparing to disembark, please do so." Tran Mak pushed his way through the hurried crowd. Quickly stepping off the train, he mumbled, "I remember the location is Tan Long Manor." Suddenly, someone approached him. Tran Mak was surprised, wondering why they were blocking his path. Van Ton and Fuang Fai stood arrogantly blocking his way. His tone was provocative. Kid, there were too many people on the train just now, so I couldn't conveniently teach you a lesson. Do you still want to leave? Fuang Fai stood triumphantly with her arms crossed behind her brother, observing the situation. Van Ton's eyes were cold. He slowly cracked his knuckles, ready to attack. He threatened, apologize to my sister quickly, and I might let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a good beating and making you remember this incident for a long time. Tran Mok frowned, his eyes scanning the person in front of him with disdain. He said coldly, do you think just because you've cultivated to the inner realm, you can do whatever you want? Van Ton was startled and surprised. He hadn't expected someone who looked so ordinary to be a martial artist. You know about the inner realm? You're also a martial artist. A thunderous slap immediately landed on Van Ton's handsome face. His head snapped to the side. He saw stars, his ears rang, and a few drops of fresh red blood speckled the corner of his mouth. Fuang Fai was speechless with fright, her trembling hands covering her mouth, her eyes fixed on her brother's miserable state. He lost his balance and staggered backward. Tran Mok was furious, his voice coldly stating, if I weren't in a hurry, you'd be dead already. Van Ton clutched his burning cheek, his teeth clenched in anger, his eyes glaring at the person opposite him. He loudly asked, who exactly are you? Tran Mok cast a glance at Fuang Fai, coldly warning, I am not someone you can target. His knife-sharp gaze made her tremble. Fuang Fai's face turned pale with fear as she shrieked, what do you want to do? Don't come near me. Tran Mok immediately grabbed her collar, lifted her up, and angrily said, scared now? It's too late. Fuang Fai struggled frantically, trying to break free. Her previously arrogant eyes were now filled with tears. She screamed in terror, what do you want to do? Even though tears streamed down her face and fear was clear in her eyes, she stubbornly threatened, I'm an old member of the Vu Van family. If you dare to bully me, my father will kill you. Tran Mok angrily threw Fuang Fai headfirst into a trash can. She shrieked, ouch. Then Tran Mok coldly turned and walked away, only saying to her, I'll be waiting. Next, Tran Mok took a taxi to Nan Ni's place. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon, and the sunset dyed the magnificent manor golden. Outside the manor, luxurious cars were neatly parked under the afternoon sun. Tran Mok opened the door and leisurely stepped out of the car. Tran Mok's simple appearance in such a lavish place immediately made him the center of attention. Everyone whispered, who is this kid? He even rented a car to Tom Long Manor? I guess he must be Miss Nan Ni's classmate, coming to get free food and drinks. Tran Mok walked into the grand hall, everyone's curious eyes, mixed with a hint of disdain, turned towards him. Tran Mok paid no attention and continued walking. He thought, I'll see Mo Dung Nan Ni, give her the gift, and then leave. Nguyen Hao and Ka Duyet were also present. He was extremely surprised when he saw Tran Mok. Isn't that Tran Mok? He came too? Ka Duyet looked at Tran Mok with a sneer. He actually came. Standing among the guests, a young master with blonde hair hanging down to cover one eye slightly curled his lips when he saw Tran Mok, uttering words full of disdain. That good-for-nothing Tran Mok actually came to Nan Ni's birthday party. Doesn't he even look to see if he's worthy? This person was none other than Vu Jia Hao, the rich second-generation heir of Bak Ma district. Ka Duyet quickly ran to Tran Mok, uttering words of reproach. Tran Mok, you shouldn't be here. Her disdainful gaze stared intently at him. She continued to utter harsh words. I advise you to give up your foolish fantasies about Nan Ni. You are only bringing shame upon yourself. Tran Mok didn't pay attention, calmly walking past Ka Duyet casually. He replied, I know clearly what I'm doing in my heart. Don't bother me anymore. Ka Duyet still wouldn't let him go. She trailed after Tran Mok, contemptuous words continuously pouring from her mouth. Tran Mok, even if you had the whole of my group, you wouldn't accomplish anything here. What do you have to compete with them? You and Nan Ni are fundamentally people from two different worlds. You're not worthy of Nan Ni. Tran Mok couldn't tolerate it anymore. He glanced back, his cold eyes warning, out of respect for Uncle Lin, this is the last time I'll let you speak to me like that. Now, get out. Startled by his aura, Ka Duyet still stubbornly added, you truly are unreasonable. She silently stared at Tran Mok's retreating back. He irritably walked away quickly, his heart filled with contempt, wanting only to curse. You only know of the powerful Moron family, but you don't know that I am no longer the same person I used to be. At this moment, outside the main hall, seeing the two newcomers, Jia Hao quickly ran to greet them, young Master Tan, Fuang Fai. These two were the descendants of the Wu Van family, Wu Van Tan and Wu Van Fuang Fai. The siblings had changed their clothes, no longer looking disheveled, but the fingerprints were still faintly visible on his face. Jia Hao quickly ran to report the situation. Young Master Tan, Nan Ni's rumored boyfriend, also came today. Hearing the name of that damn guy, Van Tan's eyes were full of anger. He replied, I know. How dare he snatch my woman, Wu Van Tan's woman? I want to teach him a good lesson. After hearing his question, Jia Hao immediately pointed towards Tran Mok. That person is over there. Van Tan saw the familiar figure, his face instantly changed color, startled. What? It's him. Van Tan angrily gritted his teeth, his sinister eyes fixed on Tran Mok. A mocking thought flashed in Van Tan's mind. Brat, it truly is a small world. There's a path to heaven you don't take, but you force your way into hell where there's no gate. Without a word, he quickly ran to find reinforcements. Jia Hao, bewildered, called out after him, what is young Master Tan doing? Is he not planning to deal with that brat? A moment later, the main hall suddenly became noisy, and whispers spread everywhere. Someone wondered aloud, look quickly, young Master Tan is back. Who is following him? A voice replied that it was Boss Chu Tien Vong. Tien Vong led an old Taoist priest and his grandchild into the main hall. At this moment, the cowardly Van Tan stood behind him. He pointed his finger at Tran Mok. Uncle Chu, it's him. The Chu family. Everyone continued to discuss, this is a great family, almost on par with the Moron clan. This brat is dead for sure. Fuang Fai smirked triumphantly, gloating, you scoundrel, you won't be able to leave this place today. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Wu Van family. Ka Duyet coldly watched what was happening, scoffing inwardly, I advised you to leave just now, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late for you to leave. Immediately, Fuang Fai lunged forward and tugged at Tien Vong's sleeve, feigning pitifulness, crying and complaining, Uncle Chu, you must uphold justice for me. This scoundrel bullied me. Without asking for details, he immediately went to settle accounts with Tran Mok. He jetted his chin, looked at the young man haughtily, and said in a threatening tone, young man, apologize to them, and I'll spare you this once. Tran Mok calmly raised the wine glass to his lips, leisurely sipping it, and spoke only one word, get out. Tien Vong was stunned, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just heard. Everyone in the main hall was equally astonished. A voice spoke up, did I hear that right? Is this brat crazy? He dared to tell Chu Tien Vong to get out. Another person added, even the Moron family patriarch wouldn't dare to speak to Chu Tien Vong like that. A frightened voice rang out, Chu Tien Vong will kill him. Van Tan smirked triumphantly, thinking, he's dead. Fuang Fai's eyes lit up, raising her hands excitedly, Uncle Chu won't let him off easily. Tien Vong was furious but remained silent. The old Taoist priest accompanying him quickly yelled, how dare you? Are you tired of living? Tran Mok's eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could pierce through everyone in front of him. Spiritual energy surged from within him like tidal waves. Tran Mok angrily cursed, just a martial artist at the great accomplishment of internal sight, get out of the way. The old Taoist priest sensed his powerful aura. He quickly stood in front of Tran Mok, shielding Tien Vong. Mr. Chu, please step back. This young man's strength is not to be underestimated. Tien Vong angrily ordered, kill him. I'll take all the consequences myself. Suddenly, Moronku approached, not understanding what was happening, and quickly asked for the current situation, what's going on? Van Tan was flustered and softly greeted, Uncle Moron. Moronku slowly approached Tien Vong. He gently advised, Brother Chu, today is my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. You shouldn't be so angry. Tien Vong couldn't swallow his anger and grumbled, Brother Morong, someone actually dared to tell me to get out. Morong's eyes swept over Tran Mok, feeling troubled. This brat is truly a troublemaker. Then he continued to appease, speaking softly, Brother Chu, please give me some face here. When we're at Tom Long Manor, you can do whatever you want. Tien Vong found it reasonable and agreed, no longer seeking to settle accounts with Tran Mok. All right, I'll naturally give face to Brother Morong. However, his hateful gaze never left Tran Mok. Tien Vong, seething with anger, secretly muttered a threat, Brat, don't let me run into you outside. After that, he turned and left. Van Ton was furious, clenching his fists. He glared at Tran Mok, saying something with a hidden meaning, Brat. Consider yourself lucky. Having lost her backing, Phuong Phi dared not do anything. Her hateful eyes stared intently at Tran Mok. She let out a cold snort, humph. Mo Dunk, who approached Tran Mok and lectured loudly, even I have to show Chu Tien Vong some respect. You are truly arrogant. Tran Mok's gaze coldly met the man in front of him. He uttered arrogant words, I am not arrogant. I have real strength. The Chu family, the Vu Van family, and even your Mo Dunk family, despite your extraordinary means, are not worth a dime in my eyes. Mo Dunk was disheartened, letting out a heavy sigh. He said irritably, Brat, when you leave the manor, you'd better take good care of yourself. I won't offend the Vu Van and Chu families for your sake. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the stifling atmosphere. Look quickly, Miss Nani is coming. Nani wore an exquisite white crown, its soft, winding lines further highlighting the deep blue of the gem. Blue high heels hugged her slender feet, and tiny purple butterflies gently fluttered with each step. Nani wore a gentle yellow evening gown, and the red tulle overlay made the dress even more ethereal. Tiny crystal beads were meticulously affixed to the dress, sparkling like the Milky Way, making her look like a pure little princess. Phuong Phi was stunned, her eyes fixed on Nani. She complimented, Brother, Sister Nani is so beautiful. You must work harder. Don't let anyone else snatch her away. Van Ton blinked, making up his mind, don't worry, anyone who tries to taint her will pay a heavy price. Mo Dunk looked at his daughter with doting eyes. Nani gently thanked the guests present at the party. Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet on such short notice. I now express my sincerest gratitude to all of you. Her voice was clear and melodious like a singing bird. Everyone silently appraised her, thinking, as expected of someone from the Mo Dunk family. Her words and actions were appropriate, her demeanor elegant, neither arrogant nor fussy. Mo Dunk has a good daughter. Everyone gathered around, giving Nani many valuable gifts. One person gave her a new Porsche, saying, Niece Nani, this is my birthday gift. Someone gave her a pair of Cartier bracelets, I hope you like them, and many designer handbags, precious emerald jewelry, just a small token of my appreciation, feel free to accept it. Ka Duyet approached and gently took Nani's hands. She couldn't help but praise, Nani, you are truly too beautiful today. Nani gently replied, thank you. She suddenly glanced towards Tran Mok. He stood quietly amidst the bustling crowd, not making any other moves since her appearance. Nani felt a little disappointed. Could it be that Tran Mok didn't prepare a birthday gift for me? I'd like anything at all. Nani's eyes remained fixed on Tran Mok. She consoled herself, all right, it's good enough that he could come. It shows he still has me in his heart. At the same time, Jia Hao cast a scornful look at Tran Mok and said sarcastically, Tran Mok, today is Nani's 18th birthday. I wonder what you plan to give her. Tran Mok replied indifferently, how could I not have a gift for Nani's birthday? Then he slowly approached Nani. Tran Mok held a finely carved green jade necklace, exuding an elegant and noble aura. Nani watched him intently. Tran Mok gently put the necklace around her neck and softly said, this is something I made myself, for you. He looked straight into Nani's eyes and wished gently, happy birthday. She blushed shyly, her beautiful face flushed, and softly replied, thank you, Tran Mok. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, he actually put it on her." Van Ton gnashed his teeth in anger, feeling even more resentment towards Tran Mok, continuously cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this good-for-nothing has taken another step forward." After giving the gift, Tran Mok turned to leave. "Nani, I have something to do, I'll go first." Nani quickly stopped him. "Brother, please stay and eat first before you go." Jia Hao, feigning understanding, said, "Someone used a few pennies to buy street vendor goods as a birthday gift. No wonder he doesn't even want to eat, he's probably afraid of being exposed and losing face." Tran Mok whirled around, his face darkening as he warned him, "If today weren't Nani's birthday, I would have beaten you to death." Jia Hao thought his words had struck a nerve. He provocatively jetted out his chin. "What, you used street vendor goods as a gift and you won't let others talk about it?" This situation made Nani extremely flustered. She looked anxiously at Tran Mok, then at Jia Hao, and said, "As long as everyone can come, the gifts truly aren't important." Tran Mok truly didn't want to argue with them. He frowned and approached where Nani stood. "Do you think the gift I, Tran Mok, gave can be compared to your vulgar things?" With that, he raised his hand and drew several circles around the jade pendant. A pure energy source appeared, enveloping Nani's body. Now, she looked exactly like a princess. Everyone at the party witnessed this miracle and was dumbfounded. "What is this? It feels so light and refreshing, it's amazing." Van Ton exclaimed in shock, "This is the purest water attribute spiritual power fluctuation. How is this possible? This jade pendant is a magic artifact." He gave a magic artifact. Nani saw Tuiba approaching and called out, confused, "Tuiba?" He reached out his hand and asked, "Miss, may I see that jade pendant?" Although Nani didn't know why, she politely took it off and handed it to him. "Of course, sir." Tuiba received it with both hands. He carefully held it up close to his face, scrutinizing it. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the jade pendant to Nani and instructed, "Miss, you must wear this jade pendant at all times." He turned to Van Hao and said meaningfully, "This jade pendant is the most precious gift. Everything else compared to it is trash." Then, Tuiba looked sincerely at Tran Mok and said, "You could give such a valuable item to Nani. I thank you on Nani's behalf." Tran Mok smiled and nodded happily at him. Jia Hao lost face. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, I can't believe this old man actually values that jade pendant so much." Ka Duyet frowned, secretly wondering in her heart, "Tran Mok, just how many secrets are you still hiding that you don't want others to know?" Perhaps only the protagonist of the party was extremely happy. Nani's face was flushed as she cherished the jade pendant in her hand. Tran Mok gave her such a valuable item, it seems she's very important to him. The rosy atmosphere was suddenly shattered. A guard was knocked down and rolled onto the floor. Someone shouted, "Who is it?" Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. 2 or 3 men in suits carrying white wreaths walked in. Everyone in the banquet hall immediately started buzzing. "What's going on? Giving wreaths? This is truly a slap in the face to the Morong family." Moronka shouted loudly, "Who are you people? Do you know where this is?" Tam Loy stepped forward and arrogantly replied, "Of course I know, isn't it just the Morong family's Tom Long Manor?" Moronku frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Tam Loy's expression was incredibly grim. He curled his lips and said, "Who I am isn't important, I just want to seek justice for the over 10 lives from the Tam Hop Society." The guests looked at each other suspiciously. Tam Hop Society. Moronku was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly turned around and ordered, "Guards, capture him." Tam Loy sneered. He wickedly said, "Mr. Morong, moving so quickly? Are you afraid I'll reveal the past of your Morong family?" The guards, following Moronku's order, rushed forward. Tam Loy's bodyguard reacted very quickly. He jumped up and kicked a guard in the face. The other guard also couldn't avoid being punched in the stomach by him. With just 2 moves, he managed to subdue the guards. Tam Loy mocked, "Mr. Morong, your subordinates are really getting worse and worse. Did the Morong family, after going legitimate, even hire bodyguards just to fill numbers?" Moronka's face turned pale with anger. He called out loudly, "Tui Ba!" Tui Ba rubbed his wrists and stepped forward to block him. Yes, how dare an outsider be so arrogant? Prepare to die. Seeing Tui Ba tense his body and focus his strength, Tam Loi clenched his fist and provoked him. Come on, let me see. The two rushed into a fierce fight. Everyone in the banquet hall instinctively moved aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. But they couldn't help but whisper in awe, they're truly martial arts masters. This scene is like a movie, truly formidable. Tui Ba dodged an attack, then suddenly rushed forward. He delivered a punch straight to Tam Loi's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Blood spilled from the corner of Tam Loi's mouth. He clutched his chest and said resentfully, "It seems relying solely on the Tam Hop Society won't be enough to get justice." With that, he suddenly turned around and called, "Master." Moronka felt a bit uneasy. There's another master behind this old man? Ba Tien's fierce eyes appeared from behind the door. He brazenly walked in and asked, "Moronku, do you still remember me?" Moronka recognized him instantly. "You are Nam Ba Tien, Nam Tien Vu's son." Ba Tien smiled, but his face twisted into a grimace. He raised his hand to touch the long scar across his eye and said, "It seems you haven't forgotten the scar you yourself inflicted. You probably didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" He said sternly, "That year, you annihilated my entire Nam family and swallowed the Tam Hop Society. Today, you will pay a heavy price." Moronka pointed at him and ordered, "Tui Ba, take him down." Tui Ba obeyed immediately, understood. The moment Tui Ba rushed forward to punch Ba Tien, he stood still without any movement. His expression was grim, as if a storm was brewing. He looked at Tui Ba and said loudly, "I remember you. You personally killed my parents. Luckily, you're still alive, so I can have my revenge now." Tui Ba frowned and raised his claw. "Stop your nonsense. If you want revenge, you need real skill first." He spread his legs into a horse stance and loudly declared, "Remnants of the three societies, accept death." Witnessing the explosive power surging around Tui Ba, everyone hastily speculated, is this the legendary return to youth? Ba Tien disdainfully tilted his chin. "Is that all?" Tui Ba yelled loudly, clenched his fist, and charged forward. But before he could touch Ba Tien, he was struck by him, who mockingly said with disdain, "Overestimating yourself." After dealing with Tui Ba, he waved his hand and said, "Moronku, give me your life." Just then, Nani rushed out to shield him. She shouted loudly, "Don't hurt my father." Ba Tien looked at her and smiled wickedly. "Moronku, you have a good daughter." He suddenly reached out his hand. Ba Tien controlled Nani's hands. He said mockingly, "If I touch her in front of everyone, wouldn't you be more upset than death itself?" Nani struggled to get away, but it was useless. She yelled, "Let me go. How dare you, how dare you?" Mo Dungku trembled with anger when he saw his daughter being seized. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nam Ba Tien, I'll risk it all against you." Thien Tien stood in the corner, saying fearfully, "What do we do? We can't just stand by and watch Nani be bullied." Ka Duyet also turned pale with fear. She hesitated and replied, "But we're powerless, we fundamentally can't save her." Phuong Phi looked at Van Ton anxiously and said, "Brother, that guy wants to bully Sister Nani. Do you have a way to save her?" Van Ton frowned, looking troubled. "I can't beat him. I can't lose my life for a woman. Moreover, if the Mo Dung family falls, the Vu Van family might take the opportunity to achieve something great." He pulled Phuong Phi behind him and instructed her, "Hide behind me. Don't let him find you." Phuong Phi could only nod in agreement. "Okay." Ba Thien pressed his face close to Nani. He brazenly stuck out his tongue and said, "Mo Dung Ku, watch closely. The fun's about to begin." Unexpectedly, before he could do anything, he took a full punch straight to the face. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. At this rate, his whole face must have been a mess. Tran Mak rushed over and caught Nani. As for Ba Thien, he was knocked to the ground by the punch, unable to resist. His fist was still clenched tight, veins bulging on his hand. He held Nan Ni's shoulder and said coldly, "Bullying my classmate in front of me will only make you lose face." Ba Thien stumbled back, sitting on the ground, and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you?" Tran Mak replied as if it were obvious, "What is there that I wouldn't dare?" Ba Thien's subordinate angrily lunged forward, "Don't touch my master." In a flash, he lightly swung his hand and punched the subordinate, "Overestimating yourself." With just a basic blow, the subordinate was sent flying and slammed into the opposite wall. He was knocked out cold, his eyes rolled back. Tran Mak quickly stood in front of Nan Ni. "You go to a safe place first." Tu Phuong, standing nearby, was surprised to see this scene and called his name. "Tran Mak." At the same time, Tien Tien happily exclaimed, "That's great, she's saved." Beside her, Ka Duyet was thinking solemnly, just how strong is Tran Mak? Tui Ba Ba's face showed clear happiness as he exclaimed, "We're saved this time." Even Mo Dum couldn't have expected his strength to be so great. This situation made Van Ton disbelievingly stammer, "He's that strong?" "No, that's impossible." Although he had just been intimidated, Ba Thien stubbornly stood up and provoked. "How surprising. Mo Dum even has a dog that can bite like that." Ignoring his arrogance, Tran Mak frowned and delivered an ultimatum, "You can take revenge however you want, but you're not allowed to touch Nan Ni." While emitting a dark aura, he laughed loudly and taunted, "You're killing me with laughter. You just launched a sneak attack, what are you being so arrogant about?" The next second, Ba Thien leapt high, preparing to attack Tran Mak. "Try this." Then, he calmly extended a finger, softly chanted a spell, bang. Tran Mak's block made Ba Thien feel an unprecedented suppression, terrifying, he can't fight like this anymore. As expected, Ba Thien was sent flying backward. Even so, he gradually became excited as if he had found a worthy opponent. "It seems you're worth my full attention." Ba Thien pointed at him, "Kid, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my Grandmaster?" Tran Mak looked up as he slowly flew up. He actually flew up. Everyone outside was buzzing with discussion. "A Grandmaster? Can Tran Mak win?" Tran Mak calmly replied, "A Grandmaster? Are you even worthy? At most, you're just a half-step Grandmaster." Ba Thien smugly clapped his hands together, "Enough to kill you is all that matters, Blood Demon Great Hand Seal." Tui Ba Ba sweated. "Blood Demon Great Hand Seal?" His master is the Grandmaster who dominates Southeast Asia, known as Xiang Zhong Ba Ti Xing Yuan. On this side, Ba Thien launched his move towards Tran Mak. Kill. Tien Tien and Ka Duyet were utterly surprised. Such a powerful attack, can he withstand it, Tran Mak? He smiled confidently. "Too weak, so weak it makes me sick." Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, First Form, Mountain Splitter. With just one punch, Tran Mak easily blocked Ba Thien's move. What's more, he sent him flying high into the sky. Tran Mak withdrew his hand. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, Second Form, River Divider. Ba Thien trembled, thinking to himself, "This is bad, I need to find a way to escape." Then he targeted Nan Ni, "You, be my hostage." She cried out in panic, "Oh, save me, Tran Mak." Ba Thien quickly reached out towards Nan Ni as if to attack her. "No!" Before his hand could even touch her fingernail, it was blocked by a powerful aura. This invisible obstruction stunned Ba Thien in surprise. "This is..." The moment he saw the bracelet on Nan Ni's neck, he immediately recognized it, a magic artifact. Unwilling to give up, Ba Thien lunged, striking a blow that terrified her, "Break for me." Nothing happened as he wished, infuriating him immensely. This magic artifact can actually withstand my full power punch. After hearing Ba Thien's shout, Nan Ni's eyes lit up. "This blue aura comes from the jade pendant Tran Mak gave me. It turns out to be a protective magic artifact." Ka Duyet stood behind Tran Mak, thinking to herself, If I went to Tran Mak to get a jade pendant like that, would he give it to me? At the same time, Tran Mak had approached Ba Thien. Don't you dare bother a young girl. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, he gritted his teeth and spoke, damn it, I concede this time. Next time, none of you will escape. Hearing this, Tran Mak's tone became serious, and the killing intent in his eyes radiated outwards. You think there'll be a next time? Then, he was surprised to hear Tran Mak's firm declaration. Suddenly, to his surprise, Ba Thien cowardly fled. As if he had just accomplished something remarkable. He turned his head provocatively. I admit you are very strong, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Although a bit surprised, Tran Mak quickly regained his composure and pulled out a wooden stick. The next moment, he concentrated his power, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Seeing this, Tui Ba Ba was so panicked that he couldn't control his voice. Internal energy projected outwards. This is a grandmaster of the transcendent realm. Tran Mak's strike arrived, and Ba Thien's end was nigh. What? No, it can't be. I'm not resigned to this. Even after falling, he stubbornly muttered, my master will not let you off. Immediately, the announcement of the result echoed through the hall. Nam Thien Vu is dead. Tran Mak wins. It seemed Tui Ba Ba was so shocked that he was drenched in sweat. An 18-year-old grandmaster? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you could kill me and I wouldn't believe it. Mo Dungku also held his head, feeling helpless with himself. Before, I always felt he was too arrogant, but it turns out he has absolute power. With this kind of power to control life and death, wealth and status are trash. And with this power, how could one lack wealth and status? On Tran Mak's side, he gently asked Nan Ni. Did I scare you? She shyly replied, with you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Their harmonious scene made Ka Duyet feel a pang of regret. When she advised Tran Mak to give up pursuing Nan Ni, he said that Ka Duyet and he were not from the same world. It turns out she was the one being ridiculous. After a moment of reflection, Tran Mak seriously turned around and said, continue Nan Ni's birthday banquet. But before that, some trash needs to be cleaned up. Nan Ni still didn't understand anything. Ah! Amidst everyone's astonished faces, Thien Vong was trembling like a leaf, trying desperately to hide. Not letting him have his wish, Tran Mak stepped closer. Before, you wanted to kill me. After clearly witnessing his power, Thien Vong stammered fearfully, trying to explain, Great Master, Master Tran, a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Immediately after, Tran Mak replied decisively. I have always been clear about grudges and favors. You wanted to kill me. Naturally, I won't be polite either. He continuously prostrated himself, begging for his life, Great Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. No sooner had Thien Vong finished speaking than the young man swung his hand, pressing him firmly to the ground. As Thien Vong breathed his last, the guests at the party whispered amongst themselves, Chu Thien Vong is dead? What exactly happened? Tran Mak just killed him. Having dealt with one nuisance, Tran Mak's eyes swept over to where Van Ton and Phuong Phi were standing. Desperate, she fell to the ground, sobbing loudly, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Even Van Ton, being smart, knelt straight down and prostrated himself, begging for mercy, Great Master, I unintentionally offended you. I beg Great Master for forgiveness. Seeing this, Tran Mak's face remained devoid of any further expression, as if he was speechless. Tran Mak lowered his gaze to Van Ton, who was slumped on the floor, and pointed directly at his face, saying, All right. After all, it's Nan Ni's birthday. I will merely cripple your cultivation and be done with it. Van Ton froze, stunned. Suddenly, he fell backward. His whole body was disheveled, hair matted. He screamed in pain, my body. Mo Dungku approached, respectfully bowing in gratitude, Thank you for saving my life, Master Tran. Tran Mak smiled and waved his hand. No need, I'm doing it for Nan Ni too. Nan Ni's cheeks blushed. She gently tugged on his sleeve and asked, Tran Mak, can you stay with me for my birthday today? Tran Mak smiled with squinted eyes and replied, Ka Duyet watched the two of them being so close, feeling extremely upset inside. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, why? All of this should have belonged to me. Why is it like this? Scene change. Yin Quiho Villa. Van Hung anxiously looked at his watch. He anxiously called out, why isn't Master Tran back yet? No sooner had he finished speaking than footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tran Mak entered, his entire demeanor gloomy. Van Hum hurriedly ran over and said, Master Tran, you're finally back. Our life elixir isn't enough to meet demand. But the Gongsun family in Zijing is still slandering you. They even dare to counterfeit our products to make money. His face was crumpled into a knot. He frowned and sighed softly. The Gongsun family in Zijing is actually no less powerful than the Jin family in Jianye. Old Gu and I truly have no solution. We can only ask for your help. This time, Tran Mak was completely enraged. He coldly replied, since that's the case, I'll personally deal with the Gongsun family. Scene change. In Zijing District, Wuan Manor, Gongsun family, Tian Thuan Estate. The party was held in an enclosed hall, with guests mingling freely. Amidst the commotion, someone made an announcement. The Gongsun family head stepped out. A few people whispered to each other, I bet he's going to announce something about the life elixir. Gongsun Shat stepped out with a dignified demeanor. He gestured with his hand, thank you all for honoring my Gongsun family with your presence. Everyone here is a friend of the Gongsun family. At this point, he gave a sinister laugh and raised his voice. As for those who aren't here, my Gongsun family will pay them a visit later. He loudly declared, ladies and gentlemen, I know you see the immense benefits of the life elixir, but I want to invite you to join me in preventing the life elixir from entering the market, fiercely counterattacking its market share, and completely controlling it. Someone below raised a hand to ask. Gongsun family head, that life elixir is incredibly miraculous and will soon be popular nationwide. What can we use to compete with them? Gongsun Shat's eyes flashed with calculation. He calmly replied, don't worry, I have already researched and developed a super product that is even more effective than the life elixir. As long as everyone follows me, we will surely succeed. He said this outwardly, but inwardly, he had already prepared all his plans. As long as they could counterfeit the life elixir and harvest these leaks, the Gongsun family would become the sole dominant power. The guests, who were business people, were easily led by the nose by him. They all raised their hands in agreement. Since that's the case, I'm willing to follow the Gongsun family head. I am willing too. Gongsun Shat smiled in satisfaction. Good, thank you all, I will certainly not mistreat anyone. He scanned the room and saw the Tan sitting not far away, looking detached with his eyes half closed. He unhappily asked, however, I wonder what the Yin family's attitude is towards this matter. Seeing that the Tan remained silent, he then walked over and patted his shoulder to get his attention. Brethren, you should also state your position. And the Tan turned around and sharply said, Old brother Gongsun, I also had someone research that life elixir, but they couldn't figure anything out. How did you manage it? Gongsun Shat frowned and replied in a low voice. This is a secret of my Gongsun family. Only if brethren helps me first can I tell you the secret. The Tan flicked the cigarette in his hand, his eyes cold as if he had already seen through all the opponent's schemes. Then that won't do. How are we supposed to know if you're taking advantage of us? Gongsun Shat's expression changed when he heard that. He took his hand off the Tan's shoulder and gritted his teeth. Brethren, you're slandering me in front of everyone. In response, the Tan looked at him with a sneer. Even a fool knows the effectiveness and benefits of the soul-nurturing spirit. If you don't let me make money, I'll be in a very difficult position. Suddenly, Gongsun Shat stood up straight. He gave a sinister laugh, clapped his hands, and called, Tan Sun. Tan's son, who knows where he had been hiding, appeared in the middle of the hall upon hearing the call. He rubbed his wrists and threatened loudly, "Agree to the Gonsun family head's demand, or die." The Tan didn't show any fear. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "So what if you're a martial artist?" "I, and the Tan, have never been threatened by anyone. At worst, I'll die, and the family will just choose a new family head." Gonsun Shat stood far away and pointed, giving an order. "Tan's son, kill him." In this critical situation, Tran Mak appeared just in time to intervene, grabbing Tan's son's arm with one hand and the Tan's shoulder with the other. Gonsun Shat turned pale with fear. "You are..." Despite his brave words, having just faced death, the Tan was drenched in sweat. He stood up, clutching Tran Mak's shoulder, and said, "Little brother, though I don't know you, I accept your good intentions." Tran Mak looked at him, smiled, and declared, "You want to introduce the soul-nurturing spirit into your business operations. I, Tran Mak, agree with you." Tan's son, being ignored, shouted angrily, "I am Yuan Tan, son of Yulamon. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs." Tran Mak looked at him darkly, a smile playing on his lips. "You only get one chance. Show me what you've got." Tan's son was provoked. He lunged forward, cursing, "Arrogant brat." Tran Mak raised a finger and shook his head helplessly. "I said, you only have one chance to make a move. Why don't you cherish it?" He raised his palm and struck straight at him. "Suppress." Tan's son took the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stunned, his eyes wide, thinking, "What?" Tran Mak lowered his hand. His body fell to the floor along with it. He scoffed disdainfully, "Only this level of skill." Tan's son lay face down on the floor, gasping for breath, blood continuously gushing from the corner of his mouth. Gonsun Shat's face flushed red, then turned ashen. He exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be? Yuan Tan's son actually failed. You are Master Tran." The guests in the hall exclaimed in surprise, "Master Tran. He really is Master Tran." Someone perceptive immediately noticed and couldn't help but sigh, "That aura, much more powerful than Yuan Tan's. He must be a supreme grandmaster." Tan's son clutched his stomach, trembling as he stood up and said, "Do you think you've won?" He reached into his pants pocket and took out something. Tan's son held the artifact in his hand, spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto it. Ah! His body immediately surged with power, clad in sparkling golden armor. Tran Mak secretly observed and assessed, another top-grade defensive artifact. "It seems this guy has had some extraordinary luck." Tan's son laughed triumphantly, "Haha, can you break through my defense?" Tran Mak didn't respond but crouched down to gather momentum. He launched himself, charging toward him. When they were face to face, he raised his hand into a fist and simultaneously shouted, "Heavenly Profound Divine Fist's second form, Mountain River Split." Tan's son's eyes widened. He cried out in disbelief, "No way!" He was sent flying several feet by Tran Mak, his whole body limp and unable to resist. During the fight, Tan's son accidentally dropped his magic artifact, which, whether by chance or design, rolled to Tran Mak's feet. He picked it up, frowning as he examined it. This pattern. Tran Mak put the magic artifact into his ring. Done, he coldly turned back to look at Song Tun Sat and said, "Next." He knelt down in fear, constantly pleading, "Master Tran, I was wrong. Please spare me this one time. My Song Tun family will honor you from now on. I beg you, spare me, save my life. This is my offering to you." Suddenly, his voice was cut short. A hole was pierced through his forehead. Tran Mak coldly replied, "It's too late." Song Tun Sat lost all vitality and fell lifelessly to the floor. The guests cried out in fear, "This Song Tun died just like that. How terrifying! Master Tran, please spare our lives." They all knelt down and kowtowed. "Master Tran, please spare our lives, we were all forced." Tran Mak turned to look at the Tan and instructed, Regarding the primeval life fluid, you go contact Chu Van Hung Janya. He'll know what I mean. The Tom was stunned, then suddenly came to his senses and replied, "Yes, Master Tran." After handling the necessary matters, Tran Mak turned to leave. Seeing everyone still trembling and kneeling in a corner, he said, "You all can stand up. I only came to teach the Song Tun family a lesson." Scene change. Tun's son was still alive, after all. Although he looked a bit disheveled. As soon as he opened his eyes, he asked in confusion, what happened to me?" Tran Mak didn't wait for him to fully regain consciousness and kicked him hard in the back. He cried out in alarm, "It's you. What do you want?" He glared at him and growled, "I'm asking you." He took out the magic artifact he picked up during the fight and said, "Where did you get this bronze mirror?" Tun's son replied, worried and flustered, "I stole that magic artifact from a tomb raider. The tomb raider said he got it from the Ni ruins deep in the desert." Tran Mak sat on his back, muttering the location he just mentioned. Ni ruins, that's Jingjue ancient city. He wondered to himself, could it be that cultivators once existed there? Thinking this, he made a demand, "Take me to Jingjue ancient city." Tun's son desperately wanted to refuse, but feared he wouldn't survive if he did. So he stammered his agreement, all right, all right." 3 days later. The entrance to Jingjue ancient city is at Shakalama Divine Mountain. The two rode camels to a canyon. Tun's son led the way, "Master Tran, we're almost there." Looking at the entrance door, Tran Mak secretly thought in surprise. The open door in front was cut open by someone with a sword, and a trace of spiritual power remained on it. Tun's son couldn't see that clearly. He excitedly introduced, "Master Tran, this cliff seems to have been mined by someone. It's smooth, truly, it has everything." Continuing forward, Tran Mak suddenly noticed the scenery there. "We're almost at the end, ahead is Jingjue ancient city." The outline of the city gradually appeared in his sight. However, when he actually got closer, the desolate scene before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Tran Mak was slightly worried. What kind of power, after all, buried this ancient city in an endless sea of sand? The two continued into a temple-like structure, which contained a Buddha statue. Tran Mak looked around and pointed to one side. From the looks of it, this place is probably a shrine for sacrifices. The entrance to the ancient tomb is here. They went inside and saw a staircase leading down. Tun's son was a bit confused. The entrance to the Jingjue Queen's tomb is indeed open. It's probably because of tomb raiders. Tran Mak, without even going down, could confirm it's not tomb raiders down there. This made Tun's son even more bewildered. What? Ignoring Tun's son, Tran Mak decided to go down and investigate. After a few steps, he was slightly surprised to see several people below. There were a few people below. Among them, 3 were quite prominent, a monk holding a staff, a red-haired girl, and a bald old man. Tun's son also realized that the group was not ordinary. He spoke softly, "Those 3 bald guys are clearly recent tantric masters. The old man behind the girl is certainly not an ordinary person, Master Tran." Tran Mak didn't pay much attention. He was more interested in the door that the group was surrounding. He stroked his chin and thought, this large door, this formation. The girl noticed outsiders and immediately challenged loudly, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The monk holding the staff, whose name was Fapcom, heard this and turned to look at the two. Tran Mak didn't introduce himself, but instead asked back, "Then who are you, and what are you doing here?" The girl proudly introduced herself, "I am the eldest daughter of the Quan Du Tai family. Tai Van Na. Let me tell you, the Bienhua flower in here belongs to my Tai family. You'd best be sensible and not compete with me." Tran Mak ignored her powerless threat and walked directly to the door. Standing before the massive stone door, he raised his hand. Van Na and the old man behind her stared with anticipation, watching to see if he could open the door. Then, Tran Mak simply placed his hand gently on the stone door. A faint formation appeared on it. He withdrew his hand. He muttered, Indeed. Van Na scoffed. This stone door has a protective formation. Even Master John couldn't open it. You want to push it open? Are you crazy? Tan Sun, from behind, wanted to try his strength. He confidently clenched his fist. Everyone move aside, let me try. With that said, he charged straight towards the door. However, when his hand touched the door, a powerful rebound force impacted Tan Sun's hand. He was immediately thrown back. The gate remained untouched and unmoving. He was confused. What kind of formation can throw me back like that? Monk Fapkong stepped forward and patted Tan Sun's shoulder. He patiently explained, my friend, the formation on this door gets stronger the more force it encounters. The harder you hit, the stronger its rebound force will be. Van Na suggested, so how do we open this door? Master Zhang, how about we dig a tunnel to bypass this stone door? Master Zhang shook his head, it's useless. The formation must cover the entire tomb. Tran Mak didn't say much. He stood a distance from the door, then raised his hand. His hand glowed. He just uttered one word, open. Van Na saw Tran Mak doing something amusing. She looked over curiously, her words tinged with disdain. What were you doing just now? Do you think this is Sima opening a door? Just say open and... She hadn't even finished her sentence. When the door groaned, then slowly opened. Van Na couldn't hide her surprise. What? The door. Tran Mak smiled, thinking to himself. This stone door's protective formation is a simplified version of the Huin Dao Tong's basic defensive formation. This ancient tomb must be related to Junior Sister. Tan Sun stepped forward to tidy Tran Mak's hat and outer coat. He flattered, Master Tran, how did you open the door just now? It's truly amazing. Having you in this tomb really puts my mind at ease. Tran Mak didn't answer. He led the way inside. Tan Sun immediately followed. Master Zhang also followed. He instructed Van Na, girl, stay close to me. Van Na nodded, He also warned the group, stay close together. There's no guarantee there won't be danger in here. After walking for a while, Tran Mak's eyes lit up as he saw something high above. The tomb was quite specially designed. The coffin was placed beneath a skylight, but it was situated high up. There were stone stairs leading up. In the middle of the night, the silvery moonlight gently covered it with a dim glow like a thin blanket. The accompanying group looked up. Everyone exclaimed, I never thought there'd be such a deep place underground. Oh my, it's truly magnificent. Van Na couldn't help herself. She pointed at the coffin up high, wondering, is that Queen of Excellence in the top coffin? Master Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully, answering uncertainly. Perhaps. She continued to ask, are the lycoris flowers inside? Without waiting for an answer, she immediately ran up. The lycoris flowers must be in that white jade coffin. No one can steal them from me. Master Zhang became anxious. He yelled, don't act rashly. Quickly stop that girl. 3 followers immediately blocked Van Na's path. They advised her, girl, don't be impulsive. What if there's a trap? One person was still advising, girl, calm down first. When suddenly, his body caught fire. No one knew where the fire came from, but it burned fiercely in the ancient tomb. There was no water to put out the fire. He could only scream in pain, ah! Ah! He rolled on the ground, reaching out for help, ah! Save me! Save me! Seeing this, Van Na screamed in fright. Instead of trying to help, she turned and ran away. Everyone run quickly, it's very dangerous. Master Zhang held the Yin-Yang compass in his hand, wanting to approach to understand the problem. What happened? Let me check. In front of him was a bright shield. The man had been burned to ashes by the fire, the flickering flames gradually dimming. Master Zhang looked on in fear. What kind of thing could burn a person to ashes in such a short time? Suddenly, the speck of fire seemed to have a mind of its own. It shot up abruptly. But it hit the shield in front of Master John. He was surprised. What is this? The speck of fire fell to the ground, revealing its true form as a blazing red snake. Master John realized, a snake, so it was the culprit all along. He delivered a punch to it, but the snake quickly dodged. It shifted its target to Tran Mac's group. Someone screamed in panic, "It's coming!" The red snake raised its head, opening its mouth to hiss at Tran Mac and the ancient tomb group. Tran Mac reached out his hand, using his inner energy to restrain it, unable to hide his surprise. Unexpectedly, there really are red-scaled snakes on the Emperor's star. The snake was choked to death by Tran Mac. It spat blood and swayed, falling to the ground. Master Zhang asked curiously, "What's a red-scaled snake?" Tran Mac kindly explained, "A red-scaled snake is about 30 centimeters long, with bright red scales all over its body. When it encounters objects, it bursts into fierce flames." Van Na hid behind Master Zhang. What she cared about at the moment was, is it dead? Without answering her question, Tran Mac shared another, even more terrifying piece of information. Red-scaled snakes have another characteristic, which is that they like to live in groups. Sure enough, a swarm of red-scaled snakes crawled close to where they were standing. Van Na screamed in horror, "What?" Master Zhang saw the entire swarm and felt his scalp tingle. "So many, it's too dangerous, let's go back quickly." Seeing the snakes crawling towards them, someone comforted, "Don't panic, there are many of us." But Van Na still screamed frantically, "Hurry up, hurry up." Tran Mac looked at them, his inner energy transforming into a protective membrane around him. He calculated, red-scaled snakes highly revere the mother snake. As long as we find and kill the mother snake, they will retreat. The swarm of red-scaled snakes suddenly coiled together, crowding and piling on top of each other. Then, a giant red-scaled snake appeared. It said angrily, "Humans, how dare you disturb my master's rest? Today all of you shall die." Tran Mac was unafraid, even amused. "Ah, so those small snakes are part of you. When combined, they become the great mother snake." The giant mother snake was engulfed in flames, blocking the staircase leading up, preventing anyone from approaching the coffin. Van Na stammered in fear, It can talk, it can talk. What a monster, a demon." At this moment, Monk Fapkong and his 2 disciples held their weapons. He chanted, "Amitabha Buddha, you evil creature, why do you not accept death?" The red snake scorned him, opening its mouth and spitting a stream of hot fire. Fapkong quickly jumped to dodge its flames. However, the weapon caught fire, the flames rapidly spreading to the monk's hand holding the staff. Seeing this, Master Zhang hastily warned, "Quickly throw away your weapons." The 2 monks hurriedly threw away the ritual implements in their hands, their faces full of regret, muttering, "This demonic fire can even burn away ritual implements." Monk Fapkong looked at his burnt hand and thought, "It catches fire upon contact. It's true, we underestimated it." Tran Mac then spoke coldly, "If you have no way, then leave, let me try." But before he could do anything, Master Zhang threw out his Yin-Yang compass, wanting to test his strength. Great Sealing Dharma. The Yin-Yang compass flew above the snake's head, emitting an ear-splitting hum. Taking advantage of the snake's delayed reaction, Master Zhang unleashed 4 more sealing flags. Go! The 4 flags revolved around the compass, forming a formation, seal. The snake watched for a moment, then turned and remarked, "You have some skill, but it's not enough to bind me." As soon as it finished speaking, legs suddenly grew from its body, looking like dragon legs with sharp claws, and 2 horns like dragon horns appeared on its head. The snake's transformation was complete. It had 4 legs and 2 dragon horns. It mocked Master Zhang, "Your cultivation is too low." With that, it broke his formation. "This kind of formation can't bind me." The Yin-Yang compass and the 4 flags fell to the ground. Suffering a backlash, Master Zhang coughed up blood from internal injuries. "Ugh, this red-scaled spirit snake has the bloodline of a fire Jiaolong. It has grown limbs and horns. Only those in the divine realm can subdue it. Miss, run quickly." Van Na was still fixated on the spider lilies. She lamented, "But we haven't even gotten the spider lilies yet." Master Zhang trembled as he advised, "Miss, staying alive is important." Suddenly, Van Nuys' eyes widened. Looking behind him, Master Zhang looked quickly. Tran Mak began to act. He leaped high into the air before everyone's astonished eyes. When he reached the height level with the snake, he unleashed a punch, heavenly profound divine fist, first stance. The snake continued to open its mouth and breathe fire. However, Tran Mak turned his body and dodged its flame. Nothing could stop the powerful punch that landed on the snake's head, flattening it. Van Nuys was stunned. He crushed the giant snake again. Master John gasped in horror, muttering to himself, "This lad's strength is unfathomably deep." With its body crushed, the snake quickly thought of a countermeasure. I must quickly transfer my spirit. Poor thing, it hadn't even moved anywhere before Tran Mak swiftly caught it with quick hands and sharp eyes. Finally, the red-scaled snake's spirit trembled in his hand. It didn't dare to make a move, for fear of losing its life at any moment. Looking at the mini-snake in his hand, Tran Mak smiled. "So you've cultivated a spirit? Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'll even give you a great opportunity." After dealing with the snake, no one was left to block the path to the tomb. Van Nuys immediately ran straight to where the coffin was placed. Master Zhang was very distressed. "Miss, don't be so reckless. Who knows, there might be other dangers." Van Nuys, unfortunately, only had spider lilies on her mind. She stood by the coffin. "The spider lilies are mine. They must be inside this queen's coffin. Someone, open the coffin for me." The group of followers brought enough tools to open the coffin, and they quickly followed her command. The coffin lid was pried open. Opening the coffin lid, the entire group looked inside in astonishment. Huh? Inside the coffin there was nothing but a burial shroud. Everyone exclaimed, "Why is it empty inside?" Van Nuys was devastated. "Where are the spider lilies? Where are my spider lilies?" Fapcom, with his quick eyes and hands, noticed something unusual. He pointed to a scroll next to the burial shroud. "Look at that piece of cloth. All the clothes have turned to ash, yet it's perfectly intact." He picked up the scroll to examine it. This is a goatskin scroll. The writing on it is from the ancient Western regions. Because he had studied ancient texts, he could read a few lines, so he read them aloud to translate for everyone. "The earthquake destroyed the spiritual root. This place is no longer habitable. I want to lead my people to a new world." His two disciples wondered, "Spiritual root? What's a spiritual root? And where is this new world?" Master John made a guess. The spiritual root is probably the underground river. After the earthquake, Tucson was cut off from the underground river, leaving it without water. From then on, Tin Tuet Kingdom could no longer survive. Fapcom continued reading the next section, but even he wasn't sure what he was reading. The content that followed was obscure and hard to understand. "When fu hu kuyet, hoi ju yu min thong that q, dat thien thin, hop chu thien." Tran Mak, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned and thought, "This is a modified cultivation technique of the profound Tao sect. Could Tin Tuet Queen be a disciple of my junior sister?" He rubbed his chin and looked around, guessing silently, if that's the case, that spiritual root certainly isn't a water source. Perhaps it's nearby. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why did Tin Tuet Queen place her coffin here? Could it be? No sooner said than done. Tran Mak punched the ground beneath his feet. The ground trembled, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the ancient tomb. The stony ground cracked open, revealing a thick piece of wood hidden beneath. The ground's tremor made Van Nuys sway. "What's happening?" Master John quickly grabbed her wrist, helping her stand steady. "Miss, be careful." Looking at the thick piece of wood exposed underground, Tran Mak retracted his hand. He knelt down to inspect it, immensely satisfied. Indeed, this is the innate spiritual wood root. Tran Mak pondered for a moment and finally understood. The innate spiritual root of Tin Tuet Kingdom was destroyed by the earthquake. Then, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius to self-heal, causing Tin Tuet Kingdom to turn into ruins. The piece of wood emitted a strong spiritual aura. Master Zhang approached it and was suddenly astonished. This thing has an incomparably powerful life force. My internal injuries are recovering rapidly. Tan Sun sighed. If I could cultivate here, I could break through to the Transformation Realm Grandmaster within a year. Master Zhang immediately suggested to Van Na, Miss, if you could bring this back and place it next to the old master, his illness would surely be completely cured. Van Na was overjoyed for a moment, then worried about the wood's considerable size and weight. Really? That would be wonderful. But how do we bring it back? Master Zhang sat down, took out a dagger, and explained, we don't necessarily have to bring back the entire thing, taking a section will suffice. He tried to cut a section of the spiritual root to take back, but when he plunged the dagger down, it broke in half. The wood spiritual root was harder than he thought. What? Master Zhang could hardly believe it. How can this be? Tranmak frowned slightly and said coldly, the innate spiritual root is impervious to water and fire, and incredibly tough. It's impossible for you to cut through it. Van Na was very determined. She would do everything to cure her grandfather, no matter what. I want to bring this back to cure my grandfather. Tranmak had thought she needed the spiritual root for something else, but it turned out to be just for healing. He offered her a pill. If you only want to cure illness and save people, then one elixir is enough. Looking at the pill in his hand, Van Na was half in belief, half in doubt. Could this be? Master Zhang stepped forward to examine it. Let me take a look. He didn't think much of it at first, but upon closer inspection of the pill, even Grandmaster Zhang exclaimed, a supreme spiritual medicine. He happily turned around and reported to Van Na, young lady, this elixir is enough to cure the old master's illness. Van Na was slightly surprised. She knew that anything that could cure her grandfather must be very valuable. She asked worriedly, really? Such a precious elixir, are you really willing to give it to me? Tranmak replied, of course, I won't give it to you for free. For this elixir, I want half of the Tai family's assets. Van Na was furious. Half? Why don't you just rob us then? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to trade, Tranmak clenched his hand. It seems you don't want to cure your grandfather's illness. Then you all should leave. Don't harbor any designs on the innate spiritual root, or don't blame me for being impolite. Along the way, Van Na had witnessed Tranmak's power. She knew that no one here was his match. So she accepted the offer. Okay, I agree to your terms. But inwardly, she had no intention of keeping her word. First, I'll get the elixir. As for the family assets, I won't give them to him anyway, and he can't just take them. So Tranmak took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Van Na. Take it, this one bottle is enough. Holding the bottle of medicine in her hand, Van Na was overjoyed. Grandpa is saved. Tranmak unceremoniously chased them away, as if this ancient tomb was his home. Your objective has been achieved. Quickly leave this place. With that, he turned his back and walked towards the coffin. Behind him, Grandmaster Zhang advised, young lady, let's go back. Van Na nodded, yes, okay. Tan Sun saw that everything was done, and he also had things to do, so he bid farewell. Thank you, Grandmaster Tran. I must go. Grandmaster, do you have other matters to attend to? Tranmak coldly warned, don't ask so many questions. He told Tan Sun, I want to stay here for a while. Your mission is complete, leave quickly. Looking at the innate wood spiritual root beneath his feet, Tranmak calculated, this innate spiritual root is enough for me to cultivate the wood elemental physique to perfection. Half a month later, a group of people entered the ancient tomb, carrying picks and shovels to dig up the place. Someone ordered, dig from here, dig deeper. The clanging sound of digging startled Tranmak awake. He looked displeased and immediately took action, not knowing your place. With a loud bang, a huge explosion pushed the digging group backward, sending them flying off the stairs. Seeing the workers falling towards her, Van Na, standing below, screamed hysterically. Seeing that arrogant woman, Tranmak became even more displeased. You truly are insatiably greedy. Van Na was startled. She didn't see anything wrong with her actions, so she retorted, the innate spiritual root is so long, and you want to monopolize it all by yourself? And you still have the nerve to talk to me. Grandmaster Zhang also got greedy. He made a request: anyone who finds the innate spiritual root gets a share. Give me half, and I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent and contempt. He snorted, "You're not worthy to snatch anything from my, Chen Mo's, hands. Who could tolerate being looked down upon like that?" Grandmaster Zhang was furious. Failing to gain an advantage by threats, he angrily pulled out his spellbook. "Then you die." That book seemed to contain the spells he cultivated. He opened to a certain page and read loudly, "Spirit of the Earth Vein, heed my command." A formation circle appeared at Grandmaster Zhang's feet, and the rocks and soil in the ancient tomb were manipulated by him. Several rocks moved according to Grandmaster Zhang's control. Giant Stone Dragon Fist. An earth dragon formed from countless rocks and soil appeared, lunging towards Chen Mo. He didn't act hastily, just stood still, frowning, unmoving. Chen Mo smiled, and a shield appeared in front of him. The earth dragon crashed violently into the shield, a thunderous explosion shook the ground, and smoke and dust filled the entire space. Grandmaster Zhang thought he had a sure win and laughed loudly. "Brat, you actually want to rely on a defensive artifact to resist? Ha ha ha, you're just looking for death." When the smoke and fire cleared, Chen Mo was still standing in his original spot. Seeing that the opponent wasn't even scratched, he panicked. "What? He's not dead even from that? Is this kid still human?" Grandmaster Zhang gritted his teeth. "But I have another move, you won't be able to stop it." He showed a complacent smile. "You definitely can't block this move. All beings return to the earth, earth burial." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Chen Mo's feet cracked open, and he lost his balance, falling into the fissure. Immediately after, Grandmaster Zhang controlled the ground, close. The fissure closed, crushing Chen Mo to death on the spot. He wore a triumphant smile. "Die." But to his surprise, his smile had barely settled before it contorted, his joyful expression turning into horror as he saw Chen Mo break through the earth and fly up. How can this be? Chen Mo rather enjoyed opponents who overestimated themselves, as he could fully indulge in a game of cat and mouse. "Anything else? So I can make my move." Grandmaster Zhang was seething. He went all out. "I'll fight you to the death. Spirit of the Great Earth, heed my command." His body immediately became gigantic, covered in rocks and soil, looking like a mighty rock man. "Earth Fiend descends." Grandmaster Zhang boisterously declared, "I am now one with the earth. As long as I stand on the ground, I can receive an endless supply of energy." Among his followers, someone trembled in confusion and fear. "Oh my God, Grandmaster Zhang has turned into a monster." Wenya immediately reprimanded him. "Idiot. Grandmaster Zhang is casting a spell. Don't disturb him." Grandmaster Zhang threw a punch. "Kid, prepare to die." His hand was halfway there when it was sliced through by a sharp, green stream of spiritual energy, like a knife. The pain of having his arm severed made him lose control of his expression, but immediately after, his arm reattached as if it had never been separated. Grandmaster Zhang laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, as I said, as long as I stand on this ground, I am an invincible existence. The folly of villains is that they talk too much, and in doing so, they inadvertently reveal their weaknesses for others to exploit." Chen Mo casually raised his hand. "Is that so?" 5-element sealing art. A golden light emitted from his hand, gradually spreading over the gigantic Grandmaster Zhang. Grandmaster Zhang suddenly felt something amiss. He yelled, "No! I can't absorb the elemental power from the earth. What's happening here?" Chen Mo didn't explain much. He commanded his precious sword, Heaven-Slaying Sword, "Go." The sword understood his command and flew up, radiating dazzling golden light. The sword was controlled with extreme skill. It cut left, it sliced right. The golden radiance made it difficult for observers to know what was happening. Finally, when the radiance faded, Grandmaster Zhang's body had been cut into many pieces. He died, leaving no corpse, turning into dust and vanishing into thin air. Only a few rocks fell. One could say he died without a trace. Wanya was struck as if by lightning. She couldn't believe her eyes. Grandmaster Zhang. Seeing Chen Mo approach, she and her subordinates huddled together. Chen Mo. Wanya waved her hands, fearfully saying, "I'm sorry, Grandmaster Zhang forced me to come. It's not my business." Chen Mo waved his hand, sparing her. "If it weren't for the debt I owe you, you'd be dead for sure. Get out." Wanya and her subordinates immediately fled for their lives. "Yes, yes, we're going right away." After escaping the underground ancient tomb, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. One subordinate naively asked, "Miss, Grandmaster Zhang is dead. How are we going to get the innate spiritual root now?" When you furiously cursed at him, "Do you want me to die? That kid is too strong. Who can take anything from him?" Then she revealed a scheming smile, "But even if we can't get it, we can't let him benefit." A few days later, in the VIP lounge, someone came to report, "Miss, all his information has been sent to your mobile phone." When you looked at her phone, Grandmaster Chen of Qian and Geep, Hoa my group, Life Elixir, Chen family of Ngeduong. This guy is so arrogant, he must have quite a few enemies. She ordered, "Spread the news that Grandmaster Chen of Qian and Geep has died in the Sea of Death." When you smiled, thinking to herself, "Grandmaster Chen, when you return, how will you feel seeing your family and friends all killed by your enemies?" Ha ha. Half a month later, in a luxurious karaoke room, So Van Hung was embracing several scantily clad waitresses, laughing as he ordered, "Keep the music playing, then dance." Suddenly, the room door was violently pushed open, and the person who entered snorted coldly. Van Hung frowned. "Who's there?" The newcomer was Tan Kwa Hai, Ching Sun's senior brother. He clenched his fist and threatened, "So Van Hung, I'll give you 3 days. Bring out Grandmaster Chen's associates, or I'll kill all of you." Van Hung pleaded in fear, "Big brother, don't get agitated. Let's talk slowly. I'll do as you say." Kwa Hai turned and left. "Humph, you scumbag, at least you know what's good for you." Van Hung sat stunned in the room, thinking to himself, "Is this an enemy? Could it be that the news of Grandmaster Chen's death is true?" At the same time, in Kien Ngip district, Hoa my group, President's office, Van Ton and Tafuong were discussing work about the next new project, how to solve this and that problem. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Someone in the room asked, "Who's there?" A strange young man with a sword entered the office, smiling provocatively. "President Lai, prepare to go to the Western Paradise." The blond young man drew his sword and lunged towards Mrs. Tafuong. "Die." She was startled, frozen like a statue, unable to dodge the sword. Then, at that critical moment, Tung Tu appeared. With one hand, he grabbed the opponent's sword hilt, blocking his attack. His other hand quickly gripped the opponent's neck, saying, "Who sent you here?" The assassin struggled to breathe, immediately confessing, I don't know. I only know that after the deed is done, I'll receive a top-grade spirit elixir." Tung Tu couldn't find the mastermind, angrily tightened his grip, strangling the assassin's airway. "Then you're worthless." The unfortunate assassin suffocated on the spot and was thrown to the ground. Van Ton looked worriedly at Tafuong. "This is already the 3rd assassination attempt recently." "Madam President." Mrs. Tafuong regained her composure, quickly analyzing, "It must be the Wan family. They heard rumors that my son is dead, so they keep playing tricks. Humph, sooner or later he'll pay the price." The scene shifts to a luxurious room somewhere in the city. Kwa Hai sat regally on the sofa, looking at the group of people kneeling on the ground. He aggressively ordered, "Hand over all your assets and the life elixir production line." Van Hung and his subordinates nervously wiped their sweat. "This. He hesitated, thinking to himself, no amount of assets is as important as the life elixir. Kwa Hai grew impatient. He started threatening again. "What, you don't want to talk? Do you want to die?" After a moment of thought, Van Hung gritted his teeth. Finally, he led Kwa Hai to the life elixir production site. The building was located in a remote, secluded area, requiring them to cross a rather shaky suspension bridge. Qua Hai reached the place, a satisfied smile on his face. Meanwhile, Van Hung let out a deep sigh of resignation. Qua Hai hadn't been happy for long before two figures landed in front of him. Who dares to cause trouble here? Get lost now, or don't blame us for being impolite. The newcomers were Kuyan Tan and Tang Tang. They stood blocking the entrance, preventing Qua Hai from entering. He gritted his teeth, angrily cursing, "Guard dogs, don't stand in my way." With that, he leaped up with extreme speed, only a blur visible. Seeing this, Tang Tang warned Kuyan Tan, "Be careful." Kuyan Tan had already drawn her wooden sword and fought him. Seeing her weapon, Qua Hai was slightly surprised and asked, "A wooden sword, huh? You have some skill. Who's your master?" Kuyan Tan coldly replied, "You're not qualified to ask." With that, she unleashed a move that was both graceful and powerful, a fiery phoenix's phantom appearing behind her. Phoenix dances through 9 heavens. Qua Hai showed no fear. Instead, he was delighted. What powerful swordplay. Luckily, you're only at the peak of the inner realm. If you had entered the transformation realm, I wouldn't be able to fight you. He also seriously unleashed a move, Grand Tortoise Fist. A large hand appeared, smashing Kuyan Tan's Phoenix Phantom. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" The Phoenix Phantom was shattered. The powerful explosion knocked Kuyan Tan backward. Tang Tang worriedly ran to check her injuries. "Miss." Kuyan Tan groaned, "I'm fine. Let's escape first." After the dust settled, Qua Hai didn't see any sign of the two of them anymore. Humph, those damn dogs, they ran fast. But with no one left to stop him, he entered the luxurious, spacious house in front of him. Qua Hai entered, admiring the lavish, convenient villa. He smirked lewdly, thinking about a bright future. Hee. From now on, everything will be mine. I'll move Yu La Mon here. In just a few years, my Yu La Mon will dominate the martial arts world. On this side, Tang Tang brought Kuyan Tan to Tung Tu, who gave her some healing medicine. "This is a Pei Yuan pill. Take it to heal your injuries." "What exactly happened?" Tang Tang replied, "So Van Hung's group brought a martial arts grandmaster to break the mist formation and seize the villa on the mountaintop." Tung Tu pondered for a moment. He analyzed, "So Van Hung's group are all ordinary people. It's likely they did that for self-defense, not willingly leading the way. Now, our most important task is to ensure the chairman's safety. Other matters can wait until Master returns." In a rather desolate place, Soldier Hope Dong Min trembled as he dragged his injured body to escape. Now, they probably can't catch up. Internal injuries made him spit out a mouthful of blood. His shaky legs could no longer carry him, and he propped himself up to sit on the ground. Seeing the unusual color of the blood, Dong Min mumbled, "Black blood? So I was poisoned long ago." Suddenly, 2 people appeared before him. One dressed like a hooded, masked sorcerer, and the other, a blond man, looked like a medieval vampire. Both spoke in unison. "Master Hack had already placed a death mark on you. You only have 5 more minutes to live." Dong Min was stunned for a moment. He looked up at them, determined, "Even if I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me as a cushion." The blond man was a bloodkin. His name was John. He feigned fear, teasing, "Oh my God, you want to risk your life against us? I'm so scared." He licked his finger, revealing sharp fangs, and described with relish, "The blood of your 2 comrades gave me immense power. I'm sure yours will be even better." Hearing John mention his fallen comrades, Dong Min was furious. "You damned bloodsucker." He sprang up and punched towards him. "I'll fight you to the death." However, Bloodkin moved faster than ordinary people, let alone Dong Min, who was severely injured. In a flash, John appeared behind him. He commented, "Too slow." At this moment, Dong Min was sandwiched between them. John shook his head slightly. "I think you'd better not resist in vain. Die early, be reborn early." The dark mage, Hag Mantra, raised his hand, and black magic surged. He smiled sinisterly. "I'll send you off, bone rot demon." Dong Min gave up. He wasn't strong enough to fight these two, only feeling a slight regret. I can't believe I sacrificed all my comrades, only to still be unable to bring the news back. Suddenly, a huge sword fell from nowhere, blocking Dong Min. John was startled. What? Feeling a sharp pain shoot through his arm, black blood flowed out. He was dizzy. What the hell is this? By the time he reacted, his arm had already fallen to the ground. John screamed in pain, "Damn it, my arm!" Dong Min fell to the ground, staring blankly at the enormous sword in front of him. John clutched his arm, frowning tightly, extremely displeased. Even if I can restore my body, it will still be very painful. Damn it, who attacked me? The other man pointed at the sword, hesitating. This seems to be the legendary flying sword from Eastern mythology. Just then, the ground where the sword was plunged cracked open, and someone emerged from within. John was curious. What's happening now? In the open area outside the ancient tomb, Tran Mak appeared. He looked around and mumbled, "So there are descendants of bloodkin here, but their bloodline is very impure, they're mongrels." The other man laughed at John's misfortune. "Haha, John, he's insulting you." John, angered by the taunt, shouted, "Shut up." Tran Mak didn't spare the sorcerer either. He evaluated, a human who sacrifices his soul to an alien god. You don't deserve to be called human. The other man was enraged. You. John seized the opportunity for revenge. "Ha, did you hear that? He said you're not human." The sorcerer fumed and roared, "Shut up." Dong Min felt Tran Mak could be trusted, so he pleaded, "Brother, are you from the agency? I beg you, when you return to the agency, take this badge and find Deung Din Tien. Tell him." He handed the badge to the young man and continued that the Death Organization has begun assassinating martial arts masters of the agency. Tell him to be wary both internally and externally. Taking the badge, Tran Mak nodded seriously, "All right." Then, he turned to look at the bloodkin and the sorcerer, a cold smile on his face. "However, I can't leave these thorns in my sight." The two of them were not ordinary either. The sorcerer felt provoked and excitedly declared, "You arrogant brat, I will definitely kill you too." With that, he raised his hand to his head, chanting, "Great God of Darkness, please heed the summoning of your most loyal servant, grant me dark power." The pitch-black energy ball grew larger in the sorcerer's hand. When it reached a certain power, he threw this ball towards Tran Mak. "Die." Just then, Dong Ming, who was thought to be exhausted and lying behind them, suddenly rushed forward to shield him. "Brother, step back quickly." Chen Mo was grateful for his selfless act. He personally created a defensive shield for both of them, blocking the sorcerer's dark magic ball. The sorcerer was stunned speechless seeing his opponent's technique. Defensive magic? Are you a sorcerer? At the same time, John wasn't idle either. He rushed forward, confidently saying, "Watch me smash your turtle shell." With that, he threw a punch. If one punch didn't work, then many punches. After all, vampires were strong. However, even many punches couldn't shake Chen Mo's defensive shield. He gave his opponent a sarcastic smile. "Even if I gave you 100 years, you couldn't break it, but I don't want to waste time. Go!" Standing inside the defensive shield, Chen Mo raised his hand to control the giant sword from earlier. John was momentarily stunned. What? He instinctively leaned to dodge the sword. Unfortunately for the sorcerer behind him, he couldn't react in time and was impaled by the sword. The sorcerer cried out loudly, "What? I am the most loyal servant of the God of Darkness. My body is immortal. This kind of attack cannot kill me." Then, as life slipped from his grasp, he became panicked. "No, no. Why can't my wound close?" On this side, Chen Mo snapped his fingers. "Burn." Immediately, the sorcerer's body erupted in an unquenchable flame. He screamed in agony, "Ah, ah." Even until his death, he didn't understand why his immortal body could be so easily incinerated. Looking at the ashes before him, John was terrified. "Sorcerer, how can this be?" Dong Ming had now moved behind Chen Mo. He stared blankly as Chen Mo eliminated his opponent. He wondered, this young man actually easily killed a 6th-tier dark sorcerer, equivalent to a grandmaster of the transcendent realm. Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. To deal with this kind of rotten human who has forsaken their soul and flesh, the best way is to use fire tribute true energy to destroy his body. John was now enraged. Losing his comrade pained him as if he had lost a lover. You killed the sorcerer. You actually killed the sorcerer. I will drain your blood and turn you into my slave. Chen Mo stood still, waiting for the vampire to rush forward, then scorned, so much talk, not even a punch. He controlled the sword with his mind, letting it cut into John's flesh. With a thud, his newly regenerated arm was severed by the sword and fell to the ground. John wasn't too concerned. He smiled. Even if your flying sword speed becomes faster, you still can't kill me. I am an immortal vampire. As soon as he finished speaking, his body regenerated a new arm. Seeing this, Dong Ming felt worried for Chen Mo. Vampires have powerful life force. Unless their heart is pierced, they fundamentally cannot be killed. John also heard this. He said smugly, our vampire hearts are completely different from yours humans. If you want to attack, you'll have to find it first. Chen Mo didn't care much where his heart was. He continued to control the flying sword, coldly retorting, you're wrong. The flying sword, like lightning, streaked across John's immortal body, leaving countless fatal wounds. John's body was cut into many pieces, and where the cuts were, hot fire burned like lava flowing throughout his body. When his head and body lay in two separate places, he screamed in disbelief, no, how can this be? I can't regenerate my body. I'm going to die. Chen Mo then calmly shared, vampires don't have immortal bodies, and their weakness isn't the heart. The way to kill them is to inflict damage beyond the extreme limit they can endure. Then he turned to Dong Ming, handing him the emblem. This, you should personally deliver to Yang Ding Tian. However, at this moment, the poison in his body acted up. Dong Ming struggled to say, there's no time, I've been too severely injured throughout this journey. I won't survive. With that, he fell to the ground. Brothers, I'm coming. Chen Mo was speechless. Just because I'm the representative, he trusts me unconditionally? He turned and left, calculating to himself, next, I'll return to Sai Tang, then go. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Mo suddenly frowned tightly. He was utterly panicked, sensing the explosion of a magic formation. My mother's and sister Wan Qing's protective jade pendants are shattered. On a deserted road, a luxurious car quickly crashed in front of an ambulance. Outside the car, Su Fong was slumped on the ground. Xiao Jing, I can't believe we're still alive. Wan Qing's face also showed clear signs of fear. Chairwoman. Suddenly, she became overjoyed looking at the girl. The jade pendant is gone. It was the jade pendant Xiao Mo gave us that saved us. Xiao Mo is truly thoughtful. The scene shifted to the hospital where Su Fong and Wan Qing were having their injuries checked. While the two of them were talking to the police, Chen Mo's hurried figure rushed in, shouting, Mom. As soon as Su Fong saw him, she joyfully exclaimed, Xiao Mo, you're back. Indeed, the rumors of you dying in the desert were just false rumors. He broke into a sweat as he asked, it's great that you two are okay. I sensed that the protective jade pendants you were wearing exploded. What happened? From behind, Wan Qing slowly stepped forward to recount the entire story. The chairwoman and I were preparing to attend the inauguration ceremony for the group's new project. We had an accident on the highway just now. Thankfully the jade pendant you gave us saved us. In a flash, Chen Mo grasped the key points. Rumors of my death? A traffic accident? The scene shifted to the office of the chairman of Van T Group. Zhang Ruo slammed the table hard, showing disbelief. The Mercedes-Benz the Nat Bach and yet the person is fine? Impossible. When you gritted his teeth, speculating, Chen Mo must have left them a very powerful treasure, blocking this disaster for them. After regaining his composure, he looked up and asked, have you taken care of the truck driver? Although the plan failed, when you were still very arrogant, of course, no one will be able to trace us. They weren't arrogant for long before Chen Mo stormed into the office. Of course, no one will find out how you're going to die next. They shouted in fear, "You're not dead." As if provoked, he sneered back, very disappointed, "Aren't you?" A moment later, Zhang Ruo tried to regain his composure and replied, "That's right, too many people want you dead." Then, Chen Mo walked closer and asked, "That accident, was it your plan?" It seemed he still hadn't realized what he was about to face. Zhang Ruo pretended to be clueless, "I don't understand what you're saying." His eyes flashed sharply, "You won't admit it? No problem, I have many ways." Finally, Zhang Ruo, showing fear, stood up threateningly, "What do you want to do? This is a society governed by law. You are a martial artist, you shouldn't interfere with worldly affairs." His outrageous actions made Chen Mo unable to restrain himself any longer. "If you dare to harm my family, then you must bear the consequences." As his decisive strike landed, Zhang Ruo screamed, "What?" Chen Mo's face darkened. "I'll let you witness with your own eyes the complete extermination of the Wan family's 3 clans." Without hesitation, he summoned a dangerous formation, Bloodline Soul Tracing Formation, activate. The words Chu 3 clans appeared above the magic circle. Immediately after, every member of the Wan family appeared more clearly than ever through this formation. The images of the Wan family members gradually appeared before Zhang Ruo, terrifying him. "Uncle, cousin, they're all from the Wan family." The next second, the people appearing within the circle were gradually consumed and corroded by an extremely strong flame. They continuously screamed in pain, although they didn't understand why. Wen Yu was also experiencing a similar scene. He was both scared and shouting for help, "Father, father, save me." Only when it came to this did Zhang Ruo become afraid and knelt, pleading, "Stop it, I beg you." But it was too late. Chen Mo's mind was made up and could not be changed. "In my previous life, your Wan family persecuted my mother to death, causing my father to die of grief, and forced Wantan to log out of the Earth's server. If I hadn't accidentally been taken away by Emperor Donghua, I would also have been forced to log out by you." Though he had said that, he still didn't give up and stubbornly pleaded, "Stop quickly, I'll do whatever you want." Before Zhang Ruo could finish his sentence, he commanded the flames to engulf him. "No." Chen Mo observed this scene of revenge thoroughly. "Wan family, the blood debt you owe me is repaid today." In the magnificent city, the Wan family's high-rise building was ablaze, shining brightly against the night sky. Subsequently, news pages quickly updated the situation. "Wan T Group's skyscraper is on fire. Is the Hato building also on fire? I only know that a young master from that family suddenly and mysteriously burst into flames. It's terrifying. The entire Wan family suddenly died out. Hot search. On fire, divine, double punishment, apocalypse, shocking news, Wan T high-rise mysteriously ablaze, chairman of the board missing." The scene shifted to the office where Su Fong was resting. A confident voice of an employee rang out. "The chairman of my Hoa group just had an accident, and the Wan family was wiped out, understand? It's Master Chen." Upon hearing these words, she clutched her head and exclaimed, "This time, Xiao Mo has caused a huge disaster. With such a commotion, the authorities will definitely get involved." The next second, Su Fong's eyes suddenly became sharp as if she had realized something. Immediately, she stood up and gravely told Wantan, "Xiaoxing, you immediately go get a passport. At all costs, just be quick. Then transfer all current funds to a Swiss bank account." "Huh," she replied upon hearing that, though still not understanding what was happening. Yes, ma'am." Then, Wantan turned to the door, "I'll go find Xiao Mo now." At the same time, Chen Mo opened the office door and walked in with a surprised look. "What are you two rushing about for?" Su Fong's face showed worry and reproach. "You're still asking? Come with me quickly, or it'll be too late." Before she could finish her sentence, Wantan sighed and said, "Xiao Mo, this time we have to go." Just hearing this, he immediately knew what both of them were worried about. "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything." Su Fong's caring voice rang out again, "This boy, how will you solve it?" Chen Mo gently interrupted her. "Mother, can you trust me?" It seemed his steadfastness made Su Fong calmer. "All right, but you must promise me that you will absolutely not go against the government." With a very confident tone, Chen Mo quickly affirmed, I understand. The scene shifted to the Hoyan Kui villa, where mist lingered. Inside the villa, Kwa Hai was seriously concentrating his power on cultivation. He had moved the Yulam sect here, and there was still no sign of spiritual energy depletion. This place truly is a geomantic treasure land. Suddenly, at that moment, several figures flashed past Kwa Hai's eyes like lightning. As soon as he sensed this aura, he immediately opened his eyes wide. Not good. As expected, a huge explosion appeared before Kwa Hai's eyes. So Chen Mo has arrived and he's in for it. Taking advantage of my absence, he occupied my villa. Even if you kowtow and apologize now, it's too late. Your appearance made Kwa Hai pause to think for a few seconds. You are. After a moment of deliberation, he laughed loudly in disdain. Ridiculous. Only the more capable deserve better cultivation resources. You're just a snot-nosed brat, yet you dare to call yourself Master Chen. Suddenly, Tan's son rushed over, shouting loudly. What's going on? Are enemies here? Is it an assassin? He stared in surprise and exclaimed, Oh my goodness, so Master Chen is still alive. He who knows the times is wise. Tan's son quickly told Kwa Hai, Senior brother, if Master Chen isn't dead, we should leave quickly. Like a master of avoiding trouble, he scratched his head and gave a forced smile, apologizing, Master Chen, we were all deceived by rumors. Please spare us, we'll leave immediately. It seemed Tan's son's unconditional retreat infuriated Kwa Hai. Nguyen Tan's son, you're truly an ungrateful traitor. He pointed at Chen Mo and scolded, Do you think I'll lose to this brat? Both Tan's son's face and voice gradually became more serious than ever. Senior brother, I'm saving our Yulam sect. Master Chen's strength is beyond imagination. His sincere words had no effect on Kwa Hai. Enough. After flying up, he waved his hand and shouted, Only the survivor is qualified to own this place. While the Grand Origin Earth Return technique was directly attacking Chen Mo, Tang Tang's warning sounded, Be careful, he used this move to defeat Miss earlier. Despite her fear, he remained calm and disdainful, Is that all? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, an explosion of terrifying power erupted in the night sky. Tan's son and Tang Tang stood by, constantly exclaiming in surprise, So powerful. What's the result? Did Master win? The explosion gradually faded into the silent night at Hoyan Kui Villa. Chen Mo stood before Kwa Hai, who lay sprawled on the ground, and spoke, The victor has been decided. Kwa Hai's disciples were terrified by the scene before them. This Master lost in a single move. Though he had anticipated it, Chen Mo's terrifying power still made Tan's son gape. Compared to dealing with the red-scaled snake in the underground palace, Master Chen has become much stronger. Even Qin Tan secretly compared herself, thinking she had worked hard and was about to catch up to him, only to realize the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Following that, Kwa Hai's disciples quickly knelt and begged for mercy, Master Chen, spare our lives. We didn't come here willingly. Tan's son also desperately pleaded for a way out, My senior brother has atoned for his sins. Please show mercy and spare my sect members' lives. I swear, from now on, our Yulam sect will follow Master Chen. Seeing this, Chen Mo threatened in a deep voice, If there's a next time, I absolutely won't show mercy. He gratefully rejoiced, Thank you, Master Chen. Then, like pre-programmed machines, they simultaneously chanted, Thank you, Master Chen. Master Chen's power is unmatched. Thank you, Master Chen, for sparing our lives. A long while later, the villa returned to its original peaceful state. Chen Mo carefully observed the interior and remarked, It seems he truly did make a big show of moving here, wanting to develop his sect in this place. I also think that's better. Suddenly, he stared in one direction with surprise, as if he had discovered something. It turned out Chen Mo had seen Kwa Hai's valuable items. Now, the Yulam sect's lifelong accumulated assets all belong to me. Holding 2 jade stones in his hand, Chen Mo laughed and said, Just consider it your rent payment. It's just right for me to upgrade the grand formation. The next second, he summoned the red-scaled snake. Come out. From now on, this place is your home. Your mission is to protect this place. It heard this and happily nodded repeatedly. Chen Mo instructed carefully, be good and obedient, cultivate your body with the spiritual energy here, and then I'll give you a proper training. It was the same villa, but several days later. While enjoying tea, Chen Mo quickly sensed, indeed, someone has arrived, but why only one? It turned out Hassan had come to investigate. The fog before my eyes has cleared. I understand it's your invitation. His calm demeanor surprised the old man. You're not very old, yet extraordinarily composed. Aren't you curious who I am? With an assertive tone, Chen Mo replied, You're someone set by the government. Hassan's face showed interest. So, are you preparing to surrender, or will you stubbornly resist and implicate your family? His threat made Chen Mo grit his teeth. If you have the guts, target me. If you dare to touch my loved ones, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he gradually questioned in a serious tone, Are you threatening me? Do you want to oppose the government? Ignoring Hassan's threat, he focused his power and declared loudly, You can think so. I, Chen Mo, am a man of my word. Suddenly, he laughed heartily and praised, Good young man, quite arrogant. It seems you truly are the one who executed the 10,000 families. Done laughing, Hassan returned to a serious tone. Young man, I am Jiang Hassan. You probably haven't heard my name, but you must have heard of the Dragon War Special Forces Team Yang Ding Tian, right? As soon as he heard this introduction, Chen Mo immediately realized that this was a top figure with the authority to make decisions. While he was still deep in thought, he naturally continued, The Dragon War Special Forces Team is a special military detachment under my command. Hold on, now your maternal grandfather, leading the 6 great superfamilies, proposed using any means necessary, at all costs, to suppress you. Speaking of this, Hassan gradually lowered his voice. However, Director On Men saw through Li Guiliang's use of public office for personal revenge and temporarily suppressed the matter, but it won't last long. It seemed that after careful consideration, Chen Mo already knew his purpose, but you're not just here today to remind me of these things, are you? Hassan, sitting opposite Chen Mo, spoke up, You now only have 2 choices, either become an official member and atone for your actions, or stubbornly resist to the end and oppose the country. His straightforward words made him curious, prompting the question, recruiting so directly? Won't the 6 great superfamilies and Ha-Do object? Hearing this, Hassan scoffed disdainfully, The Great Lie are just people of the Great Lie, they don't belong to the 6 great families. As long as you agree to join the government side, and from now on be under government supervision, we will naturally resolve your troubles with the 6 great families. Chen Mo calmly replied, Joining isn't a problem, but I don't want to be supervised by you all. Before he could finish his sentence, Hassan interrupted, You want to refuse? Chen Mo confidently proposed a plan. At most, I will make his Li family change its patriarch, or make the government side change all its high-ranking officials at once. His arrogant attitude immediately annoyed Hassan. Arrogant. Do you want to rebel? As if to provoke him, Chen Mo smirked and intentionally challenged, Why not? Unexpectedly, Hassan gradually regained his composure. Forget it. Director On Men had already guessed and anticipated your request. But you must also have an official identity. Captain Hua Dongming of the Divine Eagle Special Forces team has been missing for a while. You will temporarily replace him. The unsuccessful plan left him a little disappointed. If so, I'll just have to endure it. Then, he handed Chen Mo something shimmering silver. After you've dealt with your matters, bring this Divine Eagle Special Forces team medal to me. It was a silver medal with an eagle spreading its wings. As soon as he saw this familiar pattern, he realized, I also have a gold one. Holding the gold medal, Hassan was very curious, How did you get this medal? Chen Mo was not stingy and explained, It was in the Northwest Great Desert. A middle-aged man was being hunted by 2 Western powerhouses. He told me to relay a message to Yang Ding Tian, and then he died. As if just hearing bad news, Ha Sun's expression gradually became serious. He's dead? And what did he ask you to say? After careful consideration, Chen Mo rested his chin on his hand and recounted, You are Yang Ding Tian's leader, so telling you is no different. He said that the Death God organization has begun assassinating masters of the great Lai martial arts world, and told Yang Ding Tian not to act rashly, to stop the enemy outside the borders. He stared at the medal and sighed, Heaven's will, it's all heaven's will. The person who gave you the medal was Hua Dongming. Before he could reply, Ha Sun abruptly stood up. Hua Dongming exchanged his life for very important information. I must rush back to Ha Du immediately. Come find me quickly. Chen Mo secretly agreed in his heart, give him a few days to prepare. The next second, Chen Mo immediately took action. I must give the refined protective jade pendants to my mother and sister one. He continued to give a gift to Gwen Tan, give the specially refined Phoenix Ming sword to Yan Gwen Tan, for her to become its master. Afterward, Chen Mo secretly planned his next steps, and cultivate the wood element body to grand perfection. It seems there will be nothing boring. Scene shifts to a few days later, Ha Du. Inside the car, Dai Trang spoke, Mr. Chen Mo, Elder Jiang has arranged accommodation for you. Tomorrow morning, Elder Jiang will personally pick you up. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's sixth sense kept working, constantly feeling that he had been drawn into something dangerous. He had just finished his thoughts when the car stopped and Dai Trang spoke, Mr. Chen Mo, please get out of the car. We have arrived. The scene before him left Chen Mo speechless. Is this a hotel or a detention center? However, Dai Trang showed no intention of answering his question. Sir, the entrance is ahead. As if he had anticipated something was about to happen, Chen Mo chuckled and muttered, I really want to see what kind of trick they're playing. Dai Trang approached with several guards and politely said, Please open the door. At the same time, Chen Mo saw the door of the strange hotel. It seemed Dai Trang could no longer maintain his polite demeanor from earlier, his tone gradually becoming more sinister. Mr. Chen Mo, please. He could see Dai Trang's gloating with just a quick glance. Ignoring it, Chen Mo turned and walked away decisively. Bring out all your tricks if you have any. As the door slowly closed, Dai Trang's blessing echoed, Little kid, take care of yourself. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Mo lowered his head and silently sensed his surroundings. He meticulously observed all the items inside. A moment later, Chen Mo thought to himself, more than 10 auras are hidden here. Just as he expected, figures unexpectedly appeared, shouting, Surround! Immediately, standing before him were experts ready for battle. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet room. Hai Long, his face full of confidence, spoke up, Is that Chen Mo? Despite their questioning, Chen Mo remained calm and pondered, 2 grandmasters along with 10 great accomplishment internal realm martial artists. This strength is enough to sweep across some sects in the martial arts world. Then, he slowly raised his voice to reply, So what if it is? Ignoring the expert's obvious indignation, Chen Mo continued disdainfully, You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The next second, he summoned his technique, Heavenly Profound Divine Fist's third form, suppressing the universe. Immediately, Chen Mo swung his arm forcefully, unleashing his attack forward. His terrifying power made them scream, unable to bear it. It seemed Hai Long hadn't expected this. He was secretly surprised. This move is unexpectedly powerful. I can barely stand still right now. After delivering the warning strike, Chen Mo withdrew his hand and questioned loudly. Tell me, what does Jiang Hechuan want to do? Hai Long's slowness annoyed him, making him shout, Are you waiting for me to kill these 2 before you come out? Then, Hechuan calmly explained, This is a test that all personnel who wish to enter important government agencies must take. From the corner of the room, he slowly walked out and continued, Everyone has to go through it once. Upon hearing that, Chen Mo became curious, A test, here? Hechuan continued in a helpless tone, Originally, there was more to it, but now we can't even get past the first step. You're the first one to create this situation. His exclamation made Chen Mo disdainful, boring. Take me to the Divine Eagle Special Forces. As if he had anticipated his attitude, Huan put his hands on his hips and said, "You've arrived." Chen Mo's face was full of disbelief. He turned back to look closely. "You said this place is the Divine Eagle Special Forces?" Nodding, Huan ordered his subordinate, Xiao Hailong, "Bring the team out here. Welcome your new captain." Although Chen Mo's attack had ended long ago, Hailong still couldn't stand straight. "Yes, sir." A moment later, Huan extended his hand and introduced, "The Divine Eagle Special Forces is an elite unit, selected from the best of the best. None of them are easily convinced, so your position as captain won't be easy." Just as he said, the solemn commands of the Divine Eagle team members rang out, "Attention! Turn around! Look right! Look forward! Report!" The Divine Eagle Special Forces has a total of 36 members. All 36 have reported present. Report. Seeing their discipline, Chen Mo was extremely satisfied and introduced, "I am Chen Mo. From today onwards, I will serve as your captain." A soldier quickly spoke up, "Report, next." He interrupted, "Go on." As if a floodgate had opened, the soldiers in the team continuously shouted, "Our captain is Huo Dongming." "What gives you the right to be our captain?" "Our captain is a heroic pillar of strength." "Can you compare to him?" "Our captain led us through a hail of bullets and artillery to eliminate the enemy." "Can a student like you compare to him?" Chen Mo calmly replied, "I don't deny that Huo Dongming is indeed a hero, but I won't risk my life for a piece of information, because I won't go that far." After a pause of about 2 seconds, he continued, "Nor will I lead you through a hail of bullets and artillery. Because if we encounter something that even I can't solve, then you certainly won't be able to." Chen Mo's sincere words not only failed to move them, but instead, the soldiers gnashed their teeth and cursed, "Kid, don't you dare slander Captain Hua. You're not qualified. If you're capable, prove it to us. Dream on if you think you'll be our captain." Their attitude didn't change Chen Mo's tone in the slightest. "Do you guys have guns?" It seemed his question had agitated one soldier more than ever. "Yes, what do you want to do?" With a confident look, Chen Mo spread his arms and ordered, "Shoot at me." A soldier, utterly bewildered, nearly stumbled backwards, saying, "What did you say? How arrogant! Do you want to die?" Li Hu couldn't tolerate Chen Mo's confidence. "I'm coming. You think you can scare us? Don't blame me if you die." His defiance made Chen Mo curious. "What's your name?" In a flash, Li Hu aimed his hot weapon forward. "I'm Li Hu." His face was filled with anger. "You dare to curse our captain? You must die." Without hesitation, Li Hu pulled the trigger, attacking. The next second, Chen Mo lightly caught the bullet with 2 fingers. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers gaped in astonishment. How is this possible? He didn't dodge, nor did he use inner energy to block it. Chen Mo slowly asked again, "Now, do you think I can be your captain?" The scene shifted to his office. "Stop, I'm only responsible for teaching you martial arts. I don't care about anything else." Hailong explained, "The Divine Eagle Special Forces already has a martial arts instructor." Chen Mo immediately wondered, "Who is it?" He quickly replied, "Bai Ma, from the martial arts clan." Then, Hailong handed Chen Mo a stack of documents. "This is the Tiger Roar art cultivation method that the Divine Eagle Special Forces is currently practicing. Because of my special identity, I have other cultivation methods." He calmly asked, "Your cultivation here is the highest?" Hailong heard that and said, "Correct. My cultivation is at the peak of inner strength. Most of the other team members are still hovering around the outer realm cultivation level." After that, Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling, "All right, you can go down now." "I understand." Hailong clasped his hands and respectfully obeyed, "Yes, sir." After reading the documents for a while, he secretly planned, "These people have too weak a foundation and are numerous. The most suitable path for them is the illusory heaven-ascending dragon path. This type is best for beginners to cultivate foundational techniques. Scene shifts to the training area of the Divine Eagle combat team. Chen Mo ordered Hai Long, Deputy Captain Ha, step out of line. He quickly stepped out and replied, "Yes, sir." In a flash, he handed a new document to Hai Long. Following that, Chen Mo, in a calm tone, gave instructions. "This is a cultivation technique I've improved, called the Soaring Dragon Art. It will replace the Tiger's Roar art you are currently cultivating. In 3 days, I will conduct an inspection of your cultivation progress and answer any questions you have during the process." Hai Long's head was full of question marks as he thought to himself, any cultivation technique undergoes countless creations and improvements by geniuses, yet he completed it in just 1 evening. Though he was skeptical at first, after a short while, Hai Long's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" The soldiers standing behind him were also very suspicious. Improving a cultivation technique overnight? As long as no one dies, it's fine, but it's not very reliable, is it? Before they could gossip, Hai Long's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. He turned to them and said, "This cultivation technique is truly rare. It's 100 times stronger than the one we're practicing. Everyone must strive to cultivate it and cherish this opportunity." Hearing this, they became curious and equally excited. "Really? That's great. We can become stronger now." Like a diligent student, Hai Long quickly turned back to ask, "Captain Chen, can the true qi cultivated by this soaring dragon art be compatible with the true qi everyone else is cultivating?" Chen Mo rested his chin on his hand and replied, "The soaring dragon art is an improved version based on the Tiger's Roar art. The true qi it cultivates can perfectly merge with the Tiger's Roar art." Before he could finish, Instructor Fan's roar echoed, "Nonsense." Fan Tui strode forward powerfully and scornfully said, "No matter what cultivation technique it is, even a slight improvement will alter the Meridian's operation path. The true qi cultivated will absolutely not be compatible with each other. You don't even understand these things, yet you dare to give them a modified cultivation technique? You should be thrown out and beaten to death." As soon as the soldiers saw Fan Tui appear, they happily greeted him, "Instructor Fan, Instructor Fan." Chen Mo spoke without any politeness, "You are Instructor Fan Tui, in charge of martial arts training. You're fired." Fan Tui sneered scornfully, "I am not bound by the rules here, and I don't need to listen to anyone's orders, let alone someone like you who doesn't even understand the most basic tenets of the martial arts world." Hearing this, he sternly exposed him, "Those." Chen Mo's bluntness quickly made Fan Tui tremble with rage. "Oh, you dare to mock the entire martial arts world?" He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, "Then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the martial arts world." Without hesitation, Fan Tui charged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Vajra mountain-shattering fist. The soldiers watching from outside exclaimed in alarm, "That's his strongest martial art. He's using his ultimate move right away. Will Chen Mo be in danger? Do we need to report this upstairs?" Chen Mo merely swept his hand, deflecting his attack, scram. As expected, Fan Tui was instantly sent flying 800 meters away. Unwilling to give up, he struggled to his feet. "You're a grandmaster. How can this be? Even if you started cultivating from birth, it's impossible." Fan Tui's whining finally annoyed Chen Mo, "Because you are an ignorant good-for-nothing." Despite his bruised face, he defiantly provoked, "Brat, if you have the guts, come to the White Horse District in 10 days to participate in the martial arts gathering. Someone will deal with you then." Chen Mo curled his lips in response, wanting to get rid of Fan Tui as quickly as possible. 10 days later, "Fine, I'll be there as scheduled." He angrily turned away. "Good, don't you regret it." The soldiers continued to chatter noisily, "That's outrageous. He's so strong, to have such power. Then his previous actions were too low-key. If we follow him, we'll become strong cultivators." Scene shifts to 10 days later at a magnificent house. A girl was live-streaming the situation inside the house. The White Horse District's martial arts gathering has a 100-year history. It's held every 3 years for 3 days, hosted by the Fan family, a martial arts aristocratic family of White Horse. The guests continuously chatted amongst themselves. I heard that Fan family genius wants to emerge from seclusion. Also, a Master Chin recently appeared, not even 20 years old. I wonder if he'll come. Nocton, standing nearby, couldn't suppress his disdain. A master not even 20 years old? That sounds like a lie. And he dares to show his face in White Horse? As soon as he finished speaking, a forceful foot stomped on the floor as if to make a statement. It turned out to be Tu Wai, yelling in annoyance, "You people, shut up." Seeing her alone, Nocton started to tease, "Who's this girl? A bit unfamiliar." Fury was clear on Tu Wai's face. "Master Chin is my idol. I won't allow you to badmouth him." The surrounding guests burst into laughter upon hearing this. "So she's just a fan. My brother is also a master, little sister. Come worship your brother." A hooligan smirked and spoke crudely to her. "Little sister can worship in any position she wants. Big brothers will all cooperate." Next, Nocton said in a gloomy tone, "You didn't even bother to ask who I, Wei Nocton, am, yet you dare to tell me to shut up." He loudly ordered his subordinates, "Seize her. Tonight, I'll teach her how to be a woman." As if not expecting Nocton's shamelessness, Tu Wai screamed, "What?" While she was trying to defend herself, a dark figure appeared before Nocton. "You people, don't come any closer." Things didn't go as expected, leaving Tu Wai wide-eyed in shock. It turned out Chen Mo had arrived in time and saved her life. Your sudden appearance made Nocton a little apprehensive, but he still used his power to bully others. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my Wei family's affairs?" Chen Mo slowly repeated his earlier words. "Didn't you just call me a swindler?" As soon as he heard this, he realized, "You are Master Chen." Zi, like a true fan, asked, "Are you Master Chen?" "I'm Shui Qianhe's granddaughter, Shui Zi." Nocton's face turned red with anger as he yelled loudly, "You swindler, you actually dare to come to Baomao to seek death? I'll grant your wish." Although excited to meet her idol, Zi still noticed his recklessness. "Be careful." In a flash, Nocton lunged forward as if to punch Chen Mo's unchanging face. He casually brushed him off with a dismissive, "Annoying." With just a fraction of his power, Chen Mo was able to knock Nocton off his feet, leaving him no chance to retaliate. He was immediately sent flying far away, spitting blood continuously. The overwhelming force of Chen Mo's attack stunned the surrounding people. Young Master Wei, are you okay?" Seeing that brute force was not enough, Nocton immediately stood up and resorted to threatening him with his family's influence. "You dare to injure me? My Wei family will not let you off. This is Baoma, not Jianye." But unfortunately for him, Chen Mo didn't care. "Shut up." Without any mercy, Chen Mo unleashed another move to silence Nocton. As soon as he was hit, he realized Chen Mo's power. Qi projecting outward, Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. He's really a Grandmaster. While Nocton was trembling and struggling to stand up, Chen Mo sternly ordered, "If I strike again next time, your head will fly. Understand? Get out." Although he was spared, Nocton had no intention of repenting. On the contrary, he held a grudge. "Master Chen, Nocton will surely repay this debt." On Chen Mo's and Ziyi's side, he gently advised, "If you're only here to watch the show, then go back." Her face full of excitement, she replied, "Yes, being able to see you once is enough for me." Scene shifts to Lakeside Manor. In the secret chamber, Fan Tui asked Han sternly, "All of you are talents from the White Horse martial arts world. What is your take on Grandmaster Tran's participation in the martial arts tournament?" Before anyone could answer, he angrily slammed the table. "That Master Chen is definitely here to snatch resources. I will absolutely not allow it." Trung, with his arms crossed, confidently affirmed, "As long as my Wei family is here, he certainly won't get what he wants." Hearing this, Fan Tui couldn't wait and gritted his teeth. "Good, this time, we'll make sure Master Chen never returns." The next day, As the tournament was about to begin, guests continuously discussed, "I heard Master Chen has arrived. Then we must go and see." Inside the arena, Fan Tui was serving as commentator while secretly thinking, "Welcome all martial arts families, elders, and seniors who have come to participate in this season's Baomao Martial Arts Tournament. Many seniors from the martial arts world who have never attended before have come, likely all to see Master Chen." His face couldn't hide his joy, but Chen Mo isn't here yet, he must have chickened out. Unfortunately for Fan Tui, the announcement of Chen Mo's arrival rang out, "Master Chen of Jianya has arrived." The guests in the stands gasped in awe again, is he really the 18-year-old Grandmaster? "Look!" Just stepping in, Chen Mo questioned, "Where are the people of the Wei family?" Trong, as if called upon, quickly stood up, "The Wei family is here." "What do you want?" He loudly ordered him, "Immediately hand over Shuizi, and I can preserve your Wei family's bloodline." Chen Mo's abrupt words confused everyone. What does he mean? Is he threatening to annihilate the entire Wei family? From above, Ha Sun had been carefully observing the situation. He secretly speculated, with Chen Mo being so powerful, I'm sure this time there's no fear of the Baomao martial arts world losing heart. It seemed Trum Van still hadn't realized who he was up against. He laughed loudly in response, "Good for Chen Mo. Arrogant enough. I'd like to see what capabilities you possess." A figure next to Trum Van spoke, "Patriarch." It turned out to be Nakha nominating himself, "Let me go teach him how to behave." He didn't think twice and immediately agreed, "Good, go. Don't let us lose face." The next second, Nakha confidently walked down to the arena. He cupped his hands in a seemingly polite gesture, teasing Chen Mo, "Wei Nakha of the Wei family, asks for Master Chen's guidance." As if he had just seen a mere ant, Chen Mo quickly waved his hand dismissively, "You are not qualified to fight me. Send someone else." Nakha gradually grew furious and shouted at Chen Mo, "Arrogant. That's too much, Master Chen. Whether I'm qualified or not, we'll only know if we try." His noisy voice annoyed Chen Mo, troublesome. With just a light blow, Nakha was sent flying out of the arena. Then, he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shocking explosion. The spectators who had been watching everything turned pale with fear. What happened? Why did Wei Nakha suddenly fly out? Chen Mo remained calm and said, "I'll say it again, hand over Shuizi." Trum Van snorted, "Not bothering to acknowledge you. You've only defeated a junior from my Wei family. I'll test you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew down from above and landed on the arena floor. After that, Trum Van comforted himself, "I've been a grandmaster for decades, I'm definitely stronger than this kid." Before he could even attack, Chen Mo had already rushed forward, the first move of the heavenly profound fist, Mountain Break. This strike from him quickly knocked Trum Van out cold. How can this be? It seemed his patience had been worn thin by these people. Where is Shuizi? To everyone's astonishment, Chen Mo swung his hand, slashing cleanly through the air. It turned out he had quickly decapitated the people from the Wei family group. Fan Tui, driven to desperation, agitated the crowd, "Gentlemen, this person is arrogant, insulting us like this. If we can't teach him a lesson, how can we have the face to stand here?" The guests heard this and actively supported him. "Brother Fan is right. Kill Grandmaster Chen. Kill Grandmaster Chen. Kill Grandmaster Chen." They rushed forward to launch a collective attack, resorting to any means necessary. "Oh, kid, you brought this upon yourself." Having achieved his goal, Fan Tui laughed triumphantly, thinking, 6 grandmasters attacking together, let's see if Chen Mo survives this time. Even as they continuously surrounded him, Chen Mo remained indifferent and motionless. The experts all flew in together, striking simultaneously. Chen Mo finally reacted, unleashing the third move of the heavenly profound fist. In a flash, his move sent them flying, suppressed the universe. The remaining spectators were both terrified and couldn't believe their eyes. They screamed, "One punch defeated 6 people." The audience continued to buzz with discussion, "This is too unbelievable. 6 grandmasters were defeated by one punch from him like that. Fan Tui's face turned pale, covered in cold sweat. He guessed Chen Mo was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Even 6 people couldn't suppress him. The next second, Chen Mo struck at the person in front of Fan Tui, hand over Shuizi. Before he could hear an answer, a powerful voice echoed throughout the arena, "Stop." It turned out to be the head of the martial arts world in Bagma, the Fan family patriarch, Fan Naksun, who had appeared. He stroked his beard, showing an air of superiority. "Young man, I couldn't perceive your true strength. Your cultivation technique must be excellent. Give it to me, and I'll let you leave." Chen Mo smirked, exposing Naksun's true strength. "Same to you, your cultivation technique is also very good. It's just a bit mixed." His remark astonished Naksun, who asked, "You can see the cultivation technique I practice." Immediately after, Chen Mo answered Naksun's question, "You want to try hard to break through, but your vision has limited your creativity, leading to the fact that even if you cultivate powerful strength, it's very difficult to accumulate. A wise man knows when to yield." Naksun calmly asked for guidance. "Yes, can you help me solve this?" Chen Mo smiled lightly, guiding Naksun. "You also need a vessel corresponding to this type of power." Hearing this, he stroked his beard curiously. "What does that mean?" Suddenly, Naksun clapped his hands loudly as if he had realized something. As soon as he achieved enlightenment, he sat down to circulate his energy and followed Chen Mo's words. During this time, Fan Tui's terrified voice rang out, "Protect the patriarch." He quickly led his men to shield Naksun. Ignoring them, Chen Mo secretly praised in his heart, "Fan Naksun is indeed a genius, harmonizing the strengths of various cultivation techniques, finding the path of an immortal cultivator, cultivating spiritual power, possessing extremely high talent and willpower." The guests, seeing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "What's happening?" Patriarch Fan was enlightened by Grandmaster Chen's few words? If so, then his comprehension is truly admirable. A moment later, Naksun opened his eyes wide. The next second, he stood up abruptly, his body as light as a feather. To Fan Tui's dumbfounded astonishment, Naksun bowed respectfully in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chen, for your guidance." The surrounding audience was once again shocked. "Master Chen?" He called him Master Chen? This means he wants to acknowledge Grandmaster Chen as his teacher, as his senior. Even Fan Tui couldn't believe it and hastily spoke up. "Patriarch, he is the one who repeatedly massacred our Bakma martial arts world. Please, Patriarch, seek justice for the Bakma martial arts world." As if he had heard something strange, Naksun's face was filled with confusion. "What does the Bakma martial arts world have to do with me?" He quickly turned and politely said, "Master Chen, please allow me to host you, to fulfill my duty as a host." Chen Mo heard this and refused. "No need, I still have something to do." Immediately after, he frowned and questioned sternly, "Are you still not going to tell me Shuizi's whereabouts?" A defeated subordinate, pale with fear, recounted, I'll tell you. Young Miss Shui is hidden in the Wei family's villa by young Master Tan." This information still seemed insufficient, and Chen Mo continued to threaten, "If you are so loyal to the Wei family, then I'll grant your wish." In a flash, he focused his power into 2 fingers and extended them forward. Seeing this, the subordinate became even more frightened. "Grandmaster Chen, I'll lead you to find her. Don't kill us." Fortunately, Chen Mo managed to redirect his strike to the other people. "I won't give up." It seems everything that's happened so far has shocked Fan Tui to the point he doesn't know what to say. The Wei family members. Naksun paid no attention to the lives or deaths of those wicked people. He bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to Master Chen. Seeing this, Fan Tui also wisely surrendered, bidding farewell to Grandmaster Chen. While the subordinate from earlier was showing the way, Chen Mo didn't turn his head, merely waved goodbye. The audience still hadn't recovered. So incredibly powerful, this is Grandmaster Chen. The scene shifts to a large house. The subordinate tells Chen Mo, "Young Master Tan hid the person in there. I don't know the exact location. The next second, he walked inside and immediately met Nocton, who was waiting. Although his face was battered and bruised, he remained stubborn. "Grandmaster Chen, I didn't expect you could find this place. You truly surprise me." Suddenly, Chen Mo spoke seriously, "Come out." As expected, Nocton's grandfather appeared. "Grandmaster Chen is truly capable. I am already half dead, yet I didn't expect you could still sense my presence." Nocton turned his head and warned, "Grandpa, be careful." Then, he spoke in a low voice, as if bestowing a favor, "I say, Grandmaster Chen, do you know how many girls want to get into my grandson's bed? For Shuizi to be noticed by my grandson, it's her good fortune." Nocton's grandfather's excessive confidence made Chen Mo can't help but curl his lip. "I went on a martial arts convention trip, and your Wei family was wiped out by me. Now it's your turn. If you hand over Shuizi, I'll let you keep your whole bodies." This information enraged him. "What did you say, kid? You killed my entire Wei family? I'll tear you to shreds." Chen Mo slowly glanced at him, provoking, "Well, we'll see if you have the ability." Nocton's grandfather quickly lunged to attack. Die! His impact was so strong that it blew up everything around him. But fortunately, Chen Mo managed to block the attack in time. This blow was stronger than the combined strength of the 6 people earlier, but immediately after, he channeled his internal energy and spoke disdainfully, "It's still just a useless move." Chen Mo didn't hesitate, swinging his arm and punching him. With just one punch, Nocton's grandfather fell to the ground. Nocton, observing from a distance, worriedly shouted, "Grandpa." Yet, he stubbornly braced himself and stood up. "I'm fine." Seeing that he couldn't defeat Chen Mo, Nocton's grandfather resorted to a dirty trick. "Your life essence is especially strong. I'll absorb it." Upon seeing it, he immediately realized, "You are a wicked demon living by sucking others' life essence. I will kill you." He didn't care and yelled, "Enough nonsense. Soul-chasing corpse capture." But this technique was already seen through by Chen Mo, it's merely an illusion. "Skycleaver, break it." The next second, Skycleaver appeared at his command, emitting a brilliant glow. Nocton's grandfather hadn't even recovered when he was slashed and obliterated. Then he screamed in disbelief, "What kind of secret art is this?" Chen Mo's face clearly showed disdain. "You are not worthy to know." While being attacked by Skycleaver, Nocton's grandfather still stubbornly shouted, "Get away." It seemed this commotion annoyed Skycleaver, which lightly cut through with a smooth slash. Seeing this, Nocton, from the upper floor, anxiously ran closer. "Grandpa!" At the same time, Skycleaver was still flying fiercely. As soon as Nocton arrived, he screamed, ordering his subordinates, "What are you two standing there for? Go help!" No sooner had he finished speaking than Skycleaver rushed forth like a whirlwind, intent on ending the battle. Nocton hadn't even fully recovered when his grandfather pushed him forward to block the attack. As his grandfather intended, Skycleaver slashed straight into a bewildered Nocton. Seeing this, the 2 subordinates fearfully turned and fled. "Run!" This old man even used his own grandson as a shield. The subordinate had only run a few steps when Nocton's grandfather flew up behind him. Like a vampire, he bared his fangs and bit the unfortunate subordinate. In a flash, Nocton's grandfather's arm returned to its original state. He sighed contentedly, "Much better now." Suddenly, Nocton's grandfather spun around and threw a pot at Chen Mo's head. "I'll deal with that brat to avenge my grandson." No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched himself out the window, escaping. Chen Mo chased after him fearlessly, "You're courting death." Without hesitation, he swiftly swung his hand and unleashed a move. Nocton's grandfather's body was split in half, which is when Chen Mo realized, "What?" His eyes showed clear killing intent. "So, he's been demonized. Then I must kill this demon." Chen Mo raised his hand, using firepower, pointed towards the person floating in midair, and loudly commanded, "Go." Flames from his hand flew towards Noinoktan's grandfather, making the old man's face turn purple as he was gradually engulfed by the flames. The old man, whose body was already split in two and engulfed, was gradually consumed by the flames. Noinoktan's grandfather was gradually burned to ashes by those flames. The scene shifts to a messy, damp room as the door slowly opened, letting a little light into the room. Inside the room, Tuet 2E was imprisoned, tears streaming down her face from fear, but recognizing who had just entered, she opened her eyes wide and cried out, "Ah!" Standing before her was Tran Mak. He put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Tuet 2E. Seeing him, Tuet 2E was both happy and crying, and choked out, "Wah! Master Tran, thank you for coming to save me." Tran Mak smiled, raised his hand and patted her head to comfort her. "It's all right, it's all over now." Suddenly, his phone rang, and Tran Mak reached into his pocket to take it out. The phone screen displayed a call from Muongdong Nan Ni. Tran Mak asked, puzzled, "Nan Ni, why are you looking for me?" At the same time, in a crowded association arena, people were watching a fierce battle, and also at Hong Nam Village, the Four Regions Assembly was an annual event for the four regions of Jongbak, Bok Ma, Ho Dong, and Ho Tae, to resolve disputes, allocate resources. It had been organized for many years, was very well known, and each time attracted a large number of powerful and influential figures to watch. Everyone was intently watching the battle taking place on the arena below. On the fighting stage, where Fach Tien struck forcefully at the master subordinate of Tam Kai Tang, he gritted his teeth and said, "Trash." Then the referee's voice rang out excitedly, "Hong Chom Long's invited fighter has knocked out Tam Kai Tang's master subordinate from Ho Tae with one punch." Fach Tien smirked, clenching his fist, and the voices of the surrounding crowd rang out with confusion. "Knocked out a master with one punch, who exactly is he?" He arrogantly turned towards the grandstand, his voice full of confidence. "I am Tun Fach Tien, remember the name that will make you ants tremble in fear, ha ha ha." Hong Chom Long sat in the grandstand, looking down at Fach Tien, who was waving his hand, and excitedly said, "Master Tun is amazing. This time I can get most of the benefits from Jongbak and Ho Tae, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tam Kai Tang was envious, gritting his teeth and speaking in confusion. Where did Hong Chom Long invite such a master from? Ko Fong, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Darn it, he took a lot of advantage this time, a serious loss for us." Hong Chom Long gritted his teeth and looked towards Muongdong Ku, his voice full of bitterness. "Muongdong Ku, last time you won 2 matches and caused me great losses. Today I want you to hand over half of Bok Ma." Muongdong Ku glanced at Tui Ba, then quietly said, "Uncle Tui, this person can defeat a master with one punch. His strength is extraordinary. Please don't go up, I will forfeit directly." Tui Ba suddenly stood up, placed his hand over his chest, and said solemnly, "Patriarch, I will go up and try to stall for time, just in case Master Tran can arrive in time. Our Muongdong family can turn the tide and become the victorious family." Muongdong Ku looked at him in alarm, his voice hesitant and unsure. "Uncle Tui, are you perhaps planning to sacrifice yourself?" "No, I..." But before he could say more, Tui Ba leaped down towards the grandstand. Tui Ba jumped down and landed directly on the arena, his solemn voice ringing out, "I have come to learn your masterful moves." He pondered, frowning in thought, "Nan Ni, I hope you hold enough weight in Master Tran's heart for him to rush to our aid." Fach Tien smirked as he looked at Tui Ba in front of him, his voice mocking, "You're just old embers trying to ignite." Then he suddenly rushed towards where the old man stood, adding, "But even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Take this punch." Tui Ba looked at Fach Tien rushing towards him, then unleashed his move, shouting loudly, "Illusionary hand." But Fach Tien was not harmed at all. Instead, he threw a punch at Tui Ba, sending him flying backward. He used all his strength to maintain his stance after that punch. Tui Ba clutched his stomach, his face pale with pain, his body trembling as he spoke, "You're very strong, but I can still fight." Before Tui Ba could adapt, Fach Tien lunged forward, preparing to deliver another blow to him, his face terrifying, his voice mocking, boasting without shame, "Take another one of my punches." Ba anxiously turned his head and looked behind him, thinking to himself, Master Tran still hasn't arrived? Forget it, I originally intended to use this body to repay the Muongdong family's kindness in saving my life initially. Fatch Tien yelled as he lunged towards Ba, making him flinch and turn back to look at him, his face turning pale. Get out! Suddenly, Tran Mak slowly walked towards the grandstand, causing everyone around him to exclaim, Master Tran. Ba joyfully cried out when he saw him, Master Tran, you're finally here. Hong Chan Long frowned in confusion, his tone dissatisfied. Master Tran? Isn't this just a kid who just started middle school? Fatch Tien laughed so hard he cried, his voice contemptuous and sarcastic. This milk-stenched brat is Master Tran? Stop bluffing, obediently kneel and confess, and I will take pity and spare your life. But Tran Mak seemed unaffected by his words, calmly frowning and replying, if you kneel now and beg for mercy, I can spare your life. Hong Chan Long saw how arrogant he was, his face full of anger, his furious voice rang out, arrogant. How dare you talk back to Sir Tun? Are you tired of living? Tran Mak frowned, glanced at him, and his authoritative voice rang out, scram. Then suddenly, Hong Chan Long fell to the ground, trembling, his face horrified as if he had seen something terrifying, making him widen his eyes and scream, ah! Then Hong Chan Long stood up and ran towards everyone, shouting frantically for help, making everyone gasp, help, save me. Ko Fong pondered the situation before him. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and spoke, his killing intent is so strong it's almost materialized, it seems he does have some skill. Fatch Tien didn't care about the matter. He laughed loudly, his tone utterly dismissive, so what if you're really Master Tran? My power is not something you can imagine. Fatch Tien's face was terrifying, clearly showing his menacing look, as he raised his hand and confidently declared, don't dream that I'll go easy on you. Then Fatch Tien suddenly unleashed his full power. A silhouette appeared behind him, then charged towards Tran Mak. Ba was terrified. Seeing his move, he widened his eyes and gasped, shouting, Eight-armed three pillars is the unique martial art of eight-armed divine ape Hang Sung. So he's Hang Sung's disciple. He recounted, 20 years ago, Hang Sung from Southeast Asia led the Azure Dragon sect, which he founded, to Dai Lai, consecutively defeating 8 grandmasters. It's rumored that later, the Dai Lai government used high-tech weapons to threaten Hang Sung, finally forcing him to leave. Tran Mak frowned, seemingly seeing Fatch Tien in a new light. He curled his lips in praise, this person is indeed a genius, able to create such martial arts on the Imperial Star. He raised his hand, his power surrounding him, preparing to strike. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, First Form. Tran Mak decisively swung his hand, striking at the charging Fatch Tien. But his move was too powerful, affecting even those in the stands with its might. Fatch Tien was hit by his blow, sent flying far back, and fell heavily to the ground in pain. But before he could even register what was happening, Tran Mak raised his hand to create an orb, frowning as he announced, Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, Second Form. Without hesitation, he launched the attack towards Fatch Tien, who was desperately trying to escape. He was terrified, turning his head with his mouth agape, his entire body breaking out in a cold sweat. Fatch Tien couldn't dodge the attack and was sent flying by Tran Mak's move. He was in pain, frowning as he thought, what kind of power is this? I've reached the half-deity revelation stage, yet I can't even withstand one move. Fatch Tien struggled to sit up, his face pale, trembling as he gnashed his teeth. A warning echoed in his mind, I must escape here at all costs. With that thought, Fatch Tien immediately sprang up and ran off the platform with all his might. Then, a sword appeared from nowhere and shot towards him. The sword darted towards Fatch Tien, who was trying to escape. Tran Mak frowned and reminded him, trying to escape now? It's too late. Then the sword pierced Fatch Tien, startling him, and he cried out in astonishment, How? How is this possible? He crashed to the ground, and the referee's voice once again announced, Tun Fatch Tien is dead. Tran Mak stood tall, arms crossed, eyes closed. The referee's voice echoed again. Grandmaster Tran slays the madman in 3 moves. Tran Mak curled his lips and glanced at Hong Chan Long, making him sweat in fear. Hong Chan Long trembled on the ground, waving his hands as he pleaded, "Spare me, Grandmaster Tran, spare me. I'm willing to give Ho Dong to Grandmaster Tran." Tran Mak frowned, looking at Tam Kai Tang in the stands. He was startled, his mouth agape. Tam Kai Tang turned pale and trembled, his voice faltering. If Grandmaster Tran wishes, I'm willing to give you all of Ho Te." Then Tran Mak looked towards Muong Dung Ku and proposed, "Patriarch Muong Dung, please manage the Ho Dong and Ho Te areas on my behalf." He bowed, placing one hand over his chest, and respectfully replied, "Understood." The scene shifted to a military base, where soldiers were training under the scorching sun. The headquarters of the Divine Eagle Special Force. At the same time, in a room, Kwang Ha Sun sat before Tran Mak, his face somber as he asked, "Do you know who the person you killed in Hong Nam village was?" "He was Hang Sung's disciple." Tran Mak didn't care, merely curling his lips into a cold smile as he replied, "Oh, and then what?" Kwang Sun Ha worriedly explained, 20 years ago, Hang Sung entered Dai Lai, sweeping through the entire Dai Lai martial arts world, forcing the nation to use special tactics to drive him away. Now he has a reason to enter Dai Lai once more." Tran Mak smiled, his voice arrogant, "If he dares to come, I'll just kill him." Kwang Ha Sun angrily slammed the table and shouted loudly, "You brat are too arrogant. You can't be careless." But Tran Mak didn't seem to pay much attention. He merely shrugged and replied indifferently, "All right, all right, all right." Hearing this, Kwang Ha Sun said nothing further, only reminding him, "Don't cause any more trouble during this time." Tran Mak pondered this. It's time to break through to the 6th stage of Qi condensation. Time passed. Half a month later, at the gate of an academy, Mo Ning University. Tran Mak let out a heavy sigh. He stood before the gate of Mo Ning University, lost in thought. After 600 years, I've finally returned to this place again. Tran Mak's eyes were resolute, his voice confident as he declared, "This time, I won't leave any regrets." Inside the school, bright sunlight shone down on a male dormitory building. Tran Mak was inside, walking to a room. He politely knocked, calculating to himself. Previously, I used my free time to take the university entrance exam, achieving just the right score to enter this university. Goodbye, old friends. Tran Mak stepped into the room, causing everyone to simultaneously look towards the door. Yin Huai Tun warmly greeted and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm a minority from Q Du Cat Dat. I'm Yin Huai Tun number 1. Hatch Kin gently pushed up his glasses and introduced himself. I'm Hatch Kin. 2 people arrived early and have just left. You can meet them when classes officially begin. My name's pronunciation has been a lifelong struggle." Van Den Nak also stood up at this moment. He smiled, his voice full of cheer as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Van Den Nak, a scholar from Hang Tan, deeply passionate about ancient martial arts." Tran Mak smiled and waved warmly, introducing himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Tran Mak." In the evening, elsewhere, small fireflies flew around a lit-up house in Jianya district, the Zai Tang Yin Lakeside Villa. A group of people was peeking towards the lakeside villa, seemingly stalking something. Those 2 were Tan Bai and Hong Lang. He glanced at Hong Lang, frowned and asked, "Hong Lang, I remember you have something more powerful, why didn't you bring it?" Hong Lang smirked and, with an arrogant expression, replied, "Don't even mention it. The security checks of this damned Dai Lai place are too tight. It took a lot of effort to get this thing I have here in." Tan Bai observed the movements from the villa's side and asked suspiciously, "Hong Lang, are you sure this thing of yours can successfully eliminate the target?" Hong Lang cocked his gun, then confidently replied, "Don't worry. My baby can level an entire mountain." He fired a large projectile towards the mansion, shouting, "Go, baby!" That shell flew straight towards the brightly lit mansion. A huge explosion occurred, caused by that shell, destroying everything around it. Hong Lang smirked and commanded, Done, retreat. Suddenly, Quinton appeared behind them and spoke. Who are you people? That projectile just now was launched by you too. Her face was expressionless as she looked down at them, raising an eyebrow cautiously. Han Lang was startled, his eyes wide, and he shouted. An angel, you're here? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have detonated it. Tan Bai, seeing that things weren't going well, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, so beautiful. Quinton seemed to recognize the two of them, her eyebrows furrowing. She angrily declared, so it really was you too. Die for me. Quinton raised her hand, using her power to rush towards them, making Han Lang stumble and scream in fear, help me. Then suddenly, Tan Bai shouted. Awesome. He raised his arm and managed to block Quinton's attack. But Quinton's strike was too strong, making Tan Bai tremble uncontrollably. Then he was forced back, and Quinton raised an eyebrow, asking, Are you a martial artist too? Upon hearing this, Tan Bai frowned and immediately retorted, No, I am not a martial artist. I am an elementalist who controls the wind element. According to your great lie classifications, I am on par with a grandmaster. Quinton closed her eyes, rubbed her chin thoughtfully, and said, Grandmaster? You're not worthy. Tan Bai angrily gritted his teeth and said, Woman, you will pay for daring to insult me. He suddenly raised his hand, beginning to summon, O wind, please heed my command. Then Tan Bai controlled the wind to attack where Quinton stood. Wind blades, attack. Han Lang worriedly reminded him, Tan Bai, don't hurt her. Tan Bai was surprised, turned his head to look at him, and scolded. Han Lang, are you so lust-struck that you've forgotten about your life? If she doesn't die, we will. Quinton, standing opposite him, pulled out a flaming sword, and said contemptuously, Such garbage martial arts. Watch and see what true great lie martial arts are. She curled her lips and raised the sword. Quinton concentrated all her power, and behind her, a large phoenix appeared, spreading its wings. Tan Bai, realizing things were not good, immediately leaped high to escape, but didn't forget to remind Han Lang, run. Han Lang seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, looking in the direction Tan Bai had run, sweating profusely and yelling, Damn it, I'm a bombing expert, I can't run fast. Wait for me. Quinton chased after Tan Bai, who was fleeing. She swung her sword, her face expressionless, and lunged forward. Tan Bai quickly controlled the wind to form a shield to protect him. No good. Wind, protect me. But it seemed he was still no match for Quinton. Tan Bai was struck by her sword, making him scream in pain, ah, ah, ah. Seeing this, Han Lang became angry and threatened, Beauty, you're too ferocious. I must punish you. He fired a gun at Quinton, but she quickly blocked it. Han Lang's face turned pale as he looked at her in confusion, his voice bewildered, How is this possible? These bullets have been upgraded, they can even pierce steel. Quinton took advantage of his confusion, swung her sword at Han Lang, and said coldly, Die. When Han Lang fell, his face turned purple, and he asked in bewilderment, How could I be cut? Quinton paid him no mind, instead stepping forward and pointing her sword at Tan Bai, interrogating him, Tell me, who sent you two here? I don't know anything. Tan Bai, despite his fear, still stubbornly replied, Don't think you can make me talk. Quinton merely gave a cold smile. Is that so? In that case, I'll just have to hand you over to the Great Lie government. I'm sure they'll have 100 ways to deal with you. Tan Bai trembled as he looked at the sword pointed at him, then, utterly terrified, he honestly replied. We are members of the Southeast Asian Assassin Organization. Tom Long Duong hired us. The target is a person named Master Tran. Quinton happily retracted her sword. When she heard the answer, she smiled and said, Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. Tan Bai quickly shouted, I've told you everything. You have to let me go. He turned and ran, but before he got far, Quinton swung her sword at him and said in a cold voice, Did I say I'd let you go? She glanced, then mused, Tom Long Tang in Southeast Asia. Chen Mo, who else have you offended? A hand was holding a phone. Quinton's message appeared on the screen. Last night, the Southeast Asian Tom Long Tang had to send their life-seeking assassin organization to Yangue Lake. It's been dealt with cleanly. Chen Mo looked at the message on his phone, couldn't help but frown, and repeated the words from the phone, life-seeking organization, Tom Long Tang. Then, suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him, Chen Mo. The voice was Yenner's. She waved cheerfully, Chen Mo, you didn't expect me to come to this university too? Chen Mo smiled, turned his head, and replied, I really didn't expect it. He thought to himself, her grades clearly could have gotten her into a better school. How should I respond to her feelings? Yenner blushed and said gratefully, Chen Mo, thank you for saving my dad in Huangyan village last time. Chen Mo replied politely with a slight smile, it's nothing. After all, you asked me, and besides, I didn't come for nothing. Suddenly, Chen Mo put his arm around Yenner's waist. Then he jumped high, surprising Yenner, who looked at Chen Mo with a blush. Below where they had just stood, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Then, the hole spontaneously closed and gradually disappeared completely. Yenner was surprised, her eyes wide open, and she shouted, what was that? We almost got swallowed by the ground. Chen Mo suddenly ordered into the empty space, come out. Then, 3 figures suddenly leaped out from the bushes. The 3 figures gradually revealed themselves, standing before them. Yenner was frightened and asked confusedly, who are these people? Mao Ade chuckled, revealing his sharp teeth, and said playfully, little girl, you look really pretty. How about you come with me? Yenner's face turned pale, and she said in fear, how disgusting. Yen Zhuo reminded him sternly, Mao Ade, stop talking nonsense, kill him quickly. Chen Mo ignored them and instead questioned Old Ghost He, that earth manipulation spell just now, was that you? Old Ghost He was surprised by his question and asked softly, you actually understand spells? Could it be that you are also a spellcaster? Chen Mo calmly retorted, yours is worthy of being called a spell. This enraged Old Ghost He, who growled, you actually dare to scorn my spell. I'll take your life. His face was terrifying. He pointed at a book and began to read aloud, Rock Golem. An earthen monster appeared above, growling menacingly. Mao Ade chimed in mockingly, Old Ghost He is angry now. Ha, kid, this time you'll get a taste of it. Old Ghost He ordered, crush him. Yenner hid behind Chen Mo in fear, softly reminding him, Chen Mo, be careful. Chen Mo remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow in disdain, just a pile of useless dirt. He held out his hand, conjured a small orb, and then commanded, forbidden. A huge explosion occurred, destroying all of the earthen monsters. Old Ghost He fell to his knees, clutching his head and wailing tragically, no. You actually dared to destroy my rock golem. I swear to be irreconcilable with you. Mao Ade glanced at Yen Zhuo and suggested, Yen Zhuo, it looks like this kid isn't easy to deal with. Let's attack together. Yen Zhuo stood with his hands behind his back, his face pensive, and replied, indeed, he cannot be underestimated. Mao Ade controlled the snake in his hand and ordered it, go drain his blood, my little darling. He pointed towards Chen Mo, commanding the snake and Yen Zhuo to charge forward simultaneously, go. Yen Zhuo rushed forward quickly, his tone threatening, I'll grant you the most pleasant death. Chen Mo remained unfazed. He got into a ready stance and taunted, a bunch of insignificant ants. Chen Mo launched an attack towards them, catching them off guard, making them scream. Ah! They were all violently sent flying by Chen Mo's punch. He punched Mao Ade's snake, causing it to cough up blood, then cursed, beast. Then it was sent flying far away. Mao Ade, pained for his beloved snake, ran to catch it and said anxiously, you actually killed my spirit snake. He fumed with anger, shouting, I'll skin you alive. Having said that, Mao Ade suddenly swelled up and bounced high. Then he lunged towards him and said, watch me crush you into a pile of mangled flesh. Chen Mo didn't move, raising his hand to strike powerfully at Mao Ade. He was surprised to be pushed back, and thought to himself, he can actually reflect my power. Suddenly Yenzhua rushed in from behind, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I got him. Crescent moon slash. Chen Mo glanced behind him. Seeing him, he gave a cold smirk. He turned around, kicked towards Yenzhua, and cursed, "Get lost." Mao Ade didn't give up, proposing a plan. "Yenzhua, keep pushing forward, we'll fight together." Yenzhua replied, "You attack from the front." After discussing, Mao Ade charged forward, and Yenzhua attacked from behind, both lunging at the same time. Chen Mo remained calm, reciting the incantation, his hands suddenly surrounded by golden light, third form of profound heaven divine fist. He raised his hand with great force. The emitted power sent them flying back far away, shaking the Kuan. Yenzhua's face turned pale as he shouted, "Damn shadow, don't be lazy." Chen Mo seemed to realize something, a warning sounding in his head. He glanced behind him. Not good. Towards Yenner, she was attacked by the rushing shadow, but thankfully she was blocked by something. The shadow, unable to land a hit, quickly disappeared. Chen Mo was also worried, hurrying over to ask, "How are you? Are you okay?" Yenner, holding the broken jade talisman, worriedly said, "I'm fine, but the jade talisman you gave me broke." Chen Mo shouted loudly into the empty space, "Come out here, you vile scoundrel who only dares to attack female students." Then something suddenly lunged from behind when Chen Mo wasn't paying attention. The shadow appeared from behind, ambushing Chen Mo, but luckily he swiftly dodged it. Mao Ade was surprised, exclaiming, "The shadow's concealment technique is truly miraculous. He is indeed the top figure in the organization." Yenzhua also praised profusely, "A master skilled in concealment, his deterrence is beyond imagination." Chen Mo frowned, ordering, "Petty tricks, shatter for me." He swung his hand, unleashing a move towards the shadow's position, causing him pain. Ugh! The shadow coughed up blood and pain, frowned and cursed, "Damn it, retreat." But Chen Mo didn't let him escape. He immediately summoned a sword, then pointed it at the shadow and ordered, "Wrong, it's death." He controlled the sword to stab towards the shadow, while he was still rambling about himself. "No way, I am the #1 assassin of the life-chasing organization, a legend, Before the shadow could finish speaking, he fell down abruptly, to their surprise. All of them witnessed such a scene, their faces turned pale. Yenzhua spoke up, bewildered, "What kind of magic tool is that? Could it be the legendary flying sword from myths? Is he a successor of the sword Immortal?" After Chen Mo finished dealing with it, he turned to where they stood, his voice calm and resolute like a verdict, "Now it's your turn." Chen Mo slowly approached them. Mao Ade immediately worriedly turned his head and suggested, "He's so formidable, let's run away quickly." Yenzhua annoyedly cursed, "Hey, can you really be faster than a specter?" Mao Ade asked back in confusion, "So what should we do?" Yenzhua frowned tightly, his eyes resolute yet mixed with helplessness, his voice ringing with determination, "Let's gamble with him." Mao Ade thought this method was also acceptable, so he agreed, "You're right, if we can't run, we might as well go all in." Old Ghosty also agreed, "Let's gamble with him, even though I no longer have the strength to fight." Then Yenzhua rushed forward, shouting loudly, "I'll go first." He raised two swords, reciting the name of the technique, Cross-Crescent Moon Slash. Mao Ade saw this and also joined the battle. He immediately swelled up and spoke, "Forget it, I'll also gamble." Then both of them rushed towards where Chen Mo stood. He didn't flinch but merely raised his hand to the sky, quietly reciting the incantation, "Noisy weaklings, I'll grant you a quick end." Chen Mo was surrounded by a surge of golden light, while they continued to rush towards him. Then suddenly a giant hand appeared from the sky, descending upon them, annihilating them. Chen Mo sighed. He walked past Yenner, reminding her, "Let's go home." Yenner's mouth hung open. She worriedly asked, "But the bodies of these assassins?" "All the assassins were flattened by that hand." Chen Mo replied, "Someone will take care of it, no need to worry." In a magnificent city, with glittering, splendid lights, late at night, on the highest floor of the high-end business district, Zhonghai Mansion, the shining pearl of the East, someone's thoughts echoed. Following Master's request, I established the Mo family's business guild here, and together with the business elites from Lin Shui's family, built a business empire with the life force spiritual vein as its core. Chen Songzi gazed outside, unable to help but feel melancholic. However, what do the power and benefits of the secular world mean? The pursuit of eternal life and immortality is true grandeur and dominance. The old man closed his eyes, lost in thought, but besides Master, no one understood this principle, only caring about immediate petty gains, exerting all their strength to crush others. While Chen Songzi was still deep in thought, someone walked in, for example, that person and their family. The old man walked over, frowned, and an unfriendly voice rang out, "Looking at your Mo Taoist robe, by rights, you should be a wise recluse who disregards material possessions. So why bother competing for fame and profit in this mortal world?" Chen Songzi's face was expressionless as he spoke. "Then you, with your peak inner realm cultivation, why can't you let go of this secular world, cultivate wholeheartedly, and strive for an early breakthrough?" The old man was startled, sweating as he thought. I couldn't discern his cultivation, yet he saw through mine with just a glance. The difference in our strength is not small. But then he regained his composure, pointed at Chen Songzi, and said in a warning tone, "It seems I can't kill you today. But the foundation of my Yun family is beyond your imagination. I still advise you, leave Zhonghai. My Yun family will guarantee your safe retreat." The old man remained unfazed and retorted, "You think the Yun family is extraordinary? In my eyes, it's not even worth mentioning." The old man was infuriated by Chen Songzi's words, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth, speechless. "You." Chen Songzi frowned, raised a hand to point, and said sternly, "Go back and tell those people, if they're not convinced, they can come. Openly or covertly, I'll deal with them. My Mo family's business guild intends to be the king of this Zhonghai mansion." This time, the old man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "You want to oppose all of Zhonghai? I hope you don't regret it later." Chen Songzi closed his eyes, his voice scornful. "Humph, what ability do you have to contend with my master Chen Mo?" At the same time, at sea, a boat docked, and a man stepped off. Dukon respectfully raised his hand and called out, "My lord." Chen Mo, in Yin's form, curled his lips. "He actually called me my lord. It seems Yin's status is quite high." He raised an eyebrow, pondering, "So this life-chasing organization is just a game. I'll just go in and play around." Footsteps echoed on the stairs, leading towards a room. Inside a large room, Chen Mo, disguised as Yin Zua, stepped onto a platform, the headquarters of the hired assassination organization, an underground base. He glanced around, surveying everything, thinking, the carvings on the stone pillars are the four great sacred beasts of Dali. Could this hired assassination organization have been created by Dali martial artists? Then, a voice suddenly rang out, making Chen Mo glance in that direction. "Is the mission complete?" He looked straight ahead, searching for the source of the voice, when someone's voice spoke, "Yin Zua." Chen Mo bowed respectfully and said, "It's complete, but everyone else died." The person's voice, full of confusion, rang out, "Then how did you return?" He immediately explained, "Because I have something I want to give to you. You can just place it on the stone wall." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Chen Mo, surprising him. Deng Fong reached out his hand, commanding, "What is it?" "Give it to me." Chen Mo shook his head and replied, "I must personally meet the Lord." Deng Fong asked, confused, "Yin Zua, how can you not even remember me?" But Chen Mo didn't care, indifferently replying, "If a peak inner realm individual were the leader of a hired assassination organization, how could they command subordinate grandmasters?" Deng Fong yelled in fear, "You're not Yin Zua. Who are you?" Chen Mo gradually removed his disguise, frowned and said, "You sent two groups of people to kill me, don't you know who I am?" He reached out and grabbed Deng Fong's collar. The old man was frightened, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Kid, this isn't where you should be. The Lord will kill you." Chen Mo frowned and threatened, if you don't speak, I'll use soul-searching art to find out myself. Dong Fong was scared and gritted his teeth, agreeing, wait, I'll take you. Then he pointed the way for Chen Mo, this way. They silently walked through a tunnel, silence enveloping the path. The path seemed to be underwater, with fish swimming back and forth creating a beautiful sight, making Chen Mo exclaim, the scenery here is beautiful. Suddenly, he noticed something. His gaze swept over old Dai Fong, who was meditating in silence. Dong Fong walked over and whispered into old Dai Fong's ear, my lord, the Shadow's mission has failed, and now the target has come here. After hearing him speak, old Dai Fong opened his eyes, his face darkened, praising, young man, you are the first prey daring enough to seek this place out. Chen Mo looked at him and spoke, you're about to die, it's truly disappointing. Tell me who hired you. I can give you a peaceful death. Old Dai Fong calmly replied, protecting the client's secret is an assassin's duty. Chen Mo ignored his words and immediately reached out to touch him, it's okay, I'll see for myself. But old Dai Fong was agile, avoiding his touch. Then he suddenly appeared behind Chen Mo, surprising him. He reacted in time to avoid old Dai Fong's attack. Chen Mo seemed to realize something and stated firmly, you are a Kui thinking grandmaster. Old Dai Fong was amused and praised, kid, it seems you have some knowledge. No wonder you dared to come all the way here. Chen Mo, with sparkling eyes full of excitement, said, I deeply desire to fight with masters. Now, let me test my current cultivation level against you. He waved his hand, his voice provocative, come on. Everything around them was silent, only their breathing remained, and they were both in a defensive stance, staring at each other. Chen Mo quickly lunged towards old Dai Fong. He also moved quickly when he saw Chen Mo preparing to attack. Old Dai Fong leaped from place to gain strong momentum, rushing towards Chen Mo. He saw Chen Mo's strength and wanted to recruit him, kid, you're truly a genius. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master and join the Trui Men organization? What do you say? Old Dai Fong continued, this is an organization with an annual income of over 100 million. So many people desire to join. Chen Mo curled his lips, his voice disdainful, you want to be my master? Are you worthy? Hearing this, old Dai Fong became furious and shouted, I gave you a way to live, but you refused it. You're seeking your own death. Saying that, he used all his strength, a red aura enveloped him, Huyato Tu La. A red aura enveloped the area where Chen Mo stood, concealing old Dai Fong's actions. He confidently declared, now you're just a blind man. I can attack you as I please. Chen Mo curled his lips into a cold smile, do you think I can't do anything to you just because I can't see you? Then suddenly, he threw a kick, striking old Dai Fong directly in the face. He was sent flying back, confused, kid, how did you find me? Chen Mo stood proudly, his voice a few degrees colder, tell me who hired you, and I can give you a peaceful death. Old Dai Fong got up, the scary smile reappearing around him, haha, you just got lucky. I don't believe you can hit me. Chen Mo seemed unfazed, uttering a disdainful remark, foolish. He threw a punch towards old Dai Fong, who surprisingly exclaimed, how can this be? The surrounding space seemed to be enveloped in silence, everyone was astonished by Chen Mo's power. Dai Fong cautiously looked at Chen Mo and asked, how did you break my blood-colored domain? He raised an eyebrow and explained, a true domain can become a world unto itself. The master of a domain is the god of that world. Yet you dare to call mere vision obscuring Mr. Domain. Old Dai Fong was enraged, summoning a large sword, his voice frantic, dare to look down on me? You'll pay the price. Chen Mo was not afraid and calmly replied, no wonder you're about to die, it turns out your ultimate move consumes so much essence and vital blood. He frowned, his eyes sharp, adding, however, even if you hide in the heart of a sea with extremely dense elemental power, it still won't compensate for the depletion. Old Dai Fong broke into a cold sweat, unwilling in his heart, why does he know everything about me, yet I can do nothing to him? He then quickly lunged straight at Chen Mo, shouting loudly, Azura Blood Blade. Chen Mo used his technique, throwing a punch towards old Dai Fong, heavenly profound divine fist, second form, mountain breaker. He trembled and fell to the ground, his face pale. Damn it. Old Dai Fong saw the situation was dire, quickly got up and fled, shouting loudly, retreat. Seeing this, Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile, and he snorted softly, you won't escape. A moment later, on the ground, sunlight shone down, and the sky was clear blue. Old Dai Fong was terrified, trying to stop Chen Mo from advancing further. Wait. Don't come any closer. He tried to offer the most attractive conditions to save his life, pleading urgently, kid, I'll give you all my accumulated wealth over the years from the Trui Men organization. Spare my life. But Chen Mo was unfazed. He raised his hand, his voice a few degrees colder, if I kill you, I can still get those things. Suddenly he thought of something, then said, however, the Kui then Ken is much stronger than the Ho the Can. I must quickly strengthen myself too. After that time, inside a hall where everyone was dancing to melodious music. A few days later, Macnean University, Mid-Autumn Festival celebration. Inside the hall, Nan Ni frowned, her heart filled with worry. Chen Mo has been missing for several days. Won't he come to see me even for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Then suddenly, footsteps echoed towards her. Leet Nu Hoa approached Nan Ni. Zhonghai Leet family, Leet Nu Hoa. She asked with concern, Nan Ni, you're about to become a heartbroken wife. Nan Ni's eyes reddened, and she quickly shouted, mixed with indignation, Nu Hoa, you're always making fun of me. Leet Nu Hoa covered her mouth and laughed teasingly, ha ha ha, I was just telling the truth. I should have taken a picture of you earlier as proof, ha ha. Then suddenly, Thien Vu came over, his voice hesitant, His eyes reddened, he closed his eyes and mustered all his courage, shouting, can I invite you for a dance? Leet Nu Hoa's face flushed slightly, she smiled and agreed, of course. As she was reaching out to take Tian Yu's hand, it was suddenly blocked by another man's hand. Van Thien Lang took Leet Nu Hoa's hand, his voice arrogant, you can only dance with me. Leet Nu Hoa immediately frowned, her discomfort almost clearly etched on every feature of her face. People around them started whispering, one person spoke up, it's Van Thien Lang, another added, the legitimate heir of the Van family in Zhonghai. Another person explained, the Van family is the largest martial arts clan in Zhonghai, known as one of the two heroes of Zhonghai alongside the Leet family, the strongest clan on earth. Tian Yu frowned, angrily exclaiming, excuse me, I invited her first. Van Thien Lang glanced at him, his eyes contemptuous, his voice threatening, if you don't want to die, get lost. Leet Nu Hoa was furious, she frowned and scolded, Van Thien Lang, let go of my hand. Nan Ni, standing beside them, couldn't help but get angry. She unhappily blurted out, Van Thien Lang, let Nu Hoa go. You're bullying her too much. Van Thien Lang frowned, his face darkened, his voice low and carrying a clear warning. I advise you to mind your own business less. Even Mo Dumbcatch wouldn't dare to make a fuss with me. Leet Nu Hoa's face was worried, unable to say a word. Nan Ni immediately walked over, hugging her arm tightly, fearlessly comforting her, don't worry, I'm with you. I'm not going anywhere. Van Thien Lang angrily threatened, it seems you refuse the polite offer and prefer the punitive one. Nan Ni was equally feisty, loudly retorting, what? You want to hit women? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, approaching where they stood. Ko Lam Fong approached, Nam Hoa Ko family, Ko Lam Fong. He frowned unhappily and admonished, treating two girls like that, you're going a bit too far. Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow. His voice contemptuous, Ko Lam Fong, your father came to my house for 3 consecutive years begging me to accept gifts like a dog. I didn't even pay attention to him, so what are you, exactly? Ko Lam Fong's face darkened, his voice angry, what did you say? He used his strength, then lunged forward, gritting his teeth and saying, dare to insult my father. I'll fight you to the death. But Ko Lam Fong was no match for Van Thien Lang, he was sent flying back by him. Van Thien Lang's voice rang out, full of disdain, overestimating yourself. Ko Lam Fong was struck by Van Thien Lang, sent flying, and lay sprawled on the ground. He advanced, his face dark, his voice cold and full of contempt. "Don't bother me, you external realm trash." Then, Tran Mak suddenly appeared from behind and spoke, making Van Thien Lang turn around in surprise. Tran Mak's voice rang out powerfully and decisively, "Who's trash?" He spoke up, reminding him, "Don't bother my roommate, you internal realm trash." Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned, and spoke contemptuously, "The martial artists in this vast world who can enter the internal realm can be counted on one's fingers. What are you to speak to me like that?" Tran Mak swiftly moved past him, not angry at all, merely responding softly, "Just the internal realm, what's so hard about it? It only takes a moment." He knelt down, gave Ko Lam Fong a pill, his voice calm, "Drink this, circulate your energy and regulate your breathing." Ko Lam Fong was surprised and asked again, "You said you're my roommate? Are you Tran Mak?" "My strength is only external realm, my talent is ordinary, I understand that in my heart." Tran Mak repeated the sentence again, "Drink this, circulate your energy and regulate your breathing." Ko Lam Fong chewed the pill and replied, After taking the pill, he immediately sat down to circulate his energy, regulate his breathing, and focus his strength. Van Thien Lang saw this, just waiting for the show, his voice full of disdain, "Ha, let me see what you two will perform next." Tran Mak placed a hand on Ko Lam Fong's shoulder, smiling as he instructed, "Through." Hearing this, he followed Tran Mak's words and immediately broke through his realm. Van Thien Lang's mouth hung open, exclaiming in astonishment, "He broke through to the internal realm? Impossible!" Tran Mak frowned, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, his voice echoing with smugness, "No, no, open your dog eyes and look closely." Immediately, a surging, much more powerful energy erupted from Ko Lam Fong, spreading everywhere. Tran Mak calmly explained, "Step 1, Internal Realm Grand Accomplishment." Thien Lang angrily cursed loudly, "What did you feed him? Could it be the legendary supreme spiritual medicine? You're practically feeding it to a pig, what a waste." Tran Mak heard him, appeared unconcerned, and calmly said, 1,000 gold can't buy my pleasure." Driven mad by his attitude, he could only blurt out, "You." Just then, Lam Fong suddenly cried out, "Ah, this strange feeling, oh." Then he suddenly knelt before Tran Mak to thank him, "Your gracious help, I can hardly repay it in this life." Seeing this, Tran Mak quickly told him, "Don't say such useless things, stand up and make the one who insulted you pay the price." Following his words, he quickly stood up and angrily gritted his teeth, calling out, "Van Thien Lang." Thien Lang, of course, wasn't afraid of Lam Fong and even scorned him, "So what if you increased your realm? You're still a pill-popping good-for-nothing." Annoyed by his disdain, Lam Fong lunged to attack him and demanded, "Apologize to my father." He, of course, still maintained a contemptuous attitude and said, "I, on the other hand, want to see just how much you've increased." But before he could finish his sentence, Lam Fong landed a punch that made him cry out in pain, "Ugh." Even so, he wasn't satisfied, it wasn't over yet. Again. Immediately, he lunged towards Thien Lang again. Attacked repeatedly by him, he thought in panic, his vital energy seems inexhaustible. His elixirs must be very powerful. I can't keep wearing him down like this. So he quickly used his ultimate move. I can only use this move to quickly end the fight. Seeing his technique, Tran Mak realized, this technique actually aligns with the rules of the Great Tao. It seems the Van family truly has some background. At this moment, Thien Lang used his move, Heaven-Splitting Slash. However, it seemed this move of his had no effect on Lam Fong. Instead, he was sent flying by Lam Fong's counter, Mountain Splitter. After taking that punch from him, he fell rolling on the ground. Tran Mak then approached him and declared, "Van Thien Lang, you've lost." Of course, Thien Lang wouldn't admit defeat and loudly retorted with contempt, "Even if you can defeat me, can you contend with our entire Van family in Trung Hai? In front of our family's grandmaster, you're still just ants." He didn't bother to pay attention to his words and just said contemptuously, "Don't worry, your Van family is nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings in my eyes. Get out." His contempt made him furious, secretly vowing, "Insulting my Van family? You will pay a heavy price." Then he slowly stood up, looked towards Nuhoa, and said bitterly, "Our debt, I will settle it slowly with Leet Kin Thuong." Thien Lang's shamelessness made her angrily curse, "You're shameless." A little later, outside, Tran Mak was with Nan Ni. He softly called out, "Nan Ni." Then he asked, "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Hearing this, she thought, "If you want to say something, you'll say it. If you don't, then it's useless for me to ask, right?" Her attitude made him sadly think, "Nan Ni, you shouldn't be so submissive. I've been reborn, but am I protecting you, or harming you?" At the same time, at a villa, two figures stood on the roof. One of them spoke, "Thien Lang, is this the place?" The one who spoke was the Grandmaster of the Van family, Van Loi. Thien Lang was still bitter about what happened earlier and gritted his teeth. "Yes, Tran Mak isn't in the dorm. He's in this courtyard." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "It seems two rats have snuck in." Tran Mak, of course, had already discovered the two intruders. "Coming as guests now, isn't it a bit too late?" Even though he was discovered by Tran Mak, Van Loi maintained his superior attitude and ordered, "Your cultivation is indeed profound. Thien Lang losing to you is not unjust. But since I've come, I must seek justice for Thien Lang. If you kneel down and apologize to Thien Lang now, I will spare you out of consideration for your youth." He, of course, scorned him. "It's late at night, and you're already talking nonsense." Directly insulted by him, he angrily shouted, "Brat, I am the Grandmaster of the Van family. You can't mess with me." Hearing his bragging, he again retorted with contempt, "Grandmaster? Trash." Van Loi was extremely enraged by Tran Mak's scorn and lunged at him, intending to deal with him. "How dare you? Let me see what real ability you have to be so arrogant." He, of course, wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight with him. "Use your life to find out." After saying that, he punched him hard. This punch from him made him spit out blood. Not stopping there, he also gave him a spiritual force strike, causing a shocking explosion. This scene made Thien Lang exclaim in horror, "Impossible." Even Van Loi couldn't believe Tran Mak's power. "No, impossible. You're so young, and you've already reached the transcendent realm?" Knowing he was a master, he quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "My Van family has offended you. Please forgive us, honored sir. We will leave immediately." But he wouldn't let them off so easily. "You want to come and go as you please?" His refusal to let them off shocked him, asking, "What does this mean?" He bluntly said, "I must break both of Van Thien Lang's legs, as punishment." Tran Mak's outrageous demand made Thien Lang angrily roar, threatening him, "How dare you? My Van family will not spare you." Van Loi also reminded him, "Although your strength is extraordinary, this demand is a bit too much." Hearing this, he scoffed, "Too much? Earlier, you told me to kneel down and called me presumptuous. Why didn't you say that was too much then?" Then he struck Thien Lang's leg directly and said, "Remember today's lesson. Your Van family is nothing more than this. My leg." This strike from him made him cry out in pain, clutching his leg, "My leg." He continued to roll on the ground, wailing, it hurts so much." Seeing this, Van Loi quickly approached him, "Thien Lang, I'll stop the bleeding for you first." At this point, he already hated Tran Mak intensely and declared, "Tran Mak, I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you." Van Loi also turned to him and said, "Honored sir, the Van family will settle this grudge sooner or later. Let's go." Having said that, he took Thien Lang and left. Seeing this, Tran Mak calmly declared, "The Van family no longer needs to exist." At the same time, at Trung Hai Prefecture, Mak Family's Business Association, Tung Tu spoke up, saying, "Everyone, since our Mak Family's Business Association entered Trung Hai, The old man solemnly declared, having endured the obstruction of major figures in Trunghai's business world, now, it is time for us to launch a full-scale counterattack. The old man's words were met with agreement from everyone in the association. The Mo Family's Business Association has gathered enough strength. We are ready and only await your command. The situation that followed was the Mo Family's Business Association launching a trade war, quickly swallowing up the Lai family's market, which was originally expected to stop when the smaller allied families of the Lai family collapsed one by one. The Lai family was hanging by a thread. In the following days, in the Yun family's living room, Yun Shan, the Yun family's patriarch, spoke up, saying, "Brother Lai, you want my Yun family to step in and help you eliminate the senior members of the Mo family's business association." Lai Jingchang, the Lai family's patriarch, heard this and immediately said, "Just say it." Yun Shan straightforwardly demanded, "Have Ruhua marry Tian Ling. Once we become in-laws, the Yun family can rightfully and openly assist you." Jing Chang heard this and worriedly stated, "I heard Tian Ling's legs are broken, he's already a cripple. Why must you force me to marry off my daughter?" Yun Shan heard this and angrily yelled, "If it weren't for your daughter confronting Tian Ling at some ball, causing a young grandmaster to stand up for her, would Tian Ling's legs have been broken?" Jing Chang was startled by his anger but then hesitantly promised, "I will definitely compensate you for this, but..." His hesitation only made him angrier. "What will you use to compensate? Unless Ruhua marries Tian Ling, there's nothing to discuss. The Lai family can just wait to be kicked out of the business world." Seeing that he had lost his temper, he could only agree, "Fine, I agree." Time passed to several days later, at a luxurious banquet. A magnificent crown was placed on the bride's head, and the bride was none other than Ruhua. As Jing Chang led her down the aisle, he softly reassured her, "Daughter, the Lai family had no choice but to sacrifice you. However, you're only marrying into their family, you can always come home later." Though anxious, she pretended to be calm and said, "It's fine. I even think it's a good thing that his legs are broken." At this moment, on the aisle, the host asked Tian Ling, "Groom, from this moment on, whether in poverty or wealth, sickness or health, will you never leave the bride's side forever? Do you agree?" Tian Ling couldn't wait and quickly replied, "I do." The host then turned to Ruhua and asked, "Bride, from this moment on, whether in poverty or wealth, sickness or health, will you never leave the groom's side forever? Do you agree?" "Of course," she stammered slightly, "I..." Just then, Tung Tu appeared and answered for her, "You must not agree." Tung Tu's appearance prompted Yun Shan to step forward and call out, "Reverend Tran." He sternly warned, "My Yun family's wedding is not for you to interfere with. Do you think the Mo family's business association is beyond anyone's control?" Even Jing Chang loudly said, "Reverend Tran, are you trying to ruin our in-law relationship to prevent the Yun family from helping my Lai family contend with you?" Of course, Tung Tu didn't care and even said, "Say what you want, none of you shall lay a hand on this girl from the Lai family." The old man's words left Ruhua confused. Who is this old man? Why is he here to save me? Seeing the old man dare to interfere in his family's affairs, Jing Chang furiously shouted, "You're meddling too much. This marriage is our Lai family's private matter, don't go too far in looking down on us." The old man was just as sharp and cursed him directly, "Lai Jing Chang, to gain the Yun family's help, you don't hesitate to sell your daughter. You, as a father, are truly excellent." Only then did the people in the association recognize the old man's identity, the Mo family's business association. Is he the mastermind behind the Lai family? Just then, a walking stick appeared. It was Yun Kong. The old man angrily questioned, "What's all this commotion about?" The old man's appearance made Yun Shan rush forward to apologize, "Elder Master, how could we have disturbed you?" Everyone present in the hall recognized the old man, "Elder Master, it's Yun Kong." Yun Kong, who single-handedly built the Yun family 50 years ago, turning it into the most powerful aristocratic family in Zhonghai, he's still alive. Tung Tu also felt a bit intimidated by this old man. The Yun family indeed had a trump card, actually hiding an old monster. Suddenly, Yun Kong pointed at the old man and asked, looking at your Taoist robes, not cultivating in a temple, what are you doing causing a ruckus here? The old man replied bluntly, defending the weak. Yun Kong's face darkened upon hearing that, saying, oh, so you're saying my Yun family did something unjust? Go ahead, let me see what ability you have to insult my Yun family. Without wasting words, Tung Tu lunged at the old man and shouted, take this punch. The old man saw the punch and recognized it. Not bad, the force of the punch is like a cutting knife. The old man himself wasn't afraid to exchange a few moves with Tung Tu. I will teach you a lesson. Yun Kong's spiritual power made Tung Tu exclaim in surprise, what? And then, a world-shaking explosion occurred. Several guests along with the two patriarchs of the Yun and Lai families were affected by the aftershock. Oh, I'm blown away. A while after the explosion passed, the situation was that Chen Tung Tu retreated 4 or 5 steps. While Yun Kong himself retreated 1 step, the old man couldn't believe Tung Tu was still unharmed and able to stand firm. The old man also praised Tung Tu, you are indeed not bad, you've already entered the Huishan realm to some extent. Among those of the same level, you could be said to be invincible. Tung Tu heard that and said, in my eyes, it doesn't just stop at the same level. These words made Yun Kong laugh delightedly, saying, you want to challenge someone above your level? Good, I'll fulfill your wish. This time the old man unleashed a move, illusionary dragon transformation. Immediately, the old man suddenly disappeared, making everyone confused. Where did he go? Why did he disappear? Oh, could it be he knows how to become invisible? Although no one saw him, Tung Tu knew exactly what the old man had turned into. No, he didn't disappear, but was enveloped by a layer of mist, and this mist is formed by his powerful true qi. At this moment, everyone in the hall saw Yun Kong in the form of a dragon. They ran away in terror. A dragon? Why is there a dragon here? Oh, is that old man a monster? Run! By now, Yun Kong proudly declared, Old Taoist, this is what I comprehended after 10 years of secluded cultivation. Today, I'll use you to test my moves. Tung Tu wasn't scared and replied, come on, today I, this old man, will tread the heavens and slay the dragon. Yun Kong, in dragon form, roared loudly to intimidate him. However, Tung Tu showed no fear. The brave old man unleashed his move, Heavenly Profound 3 punches, second form. The old man's punch went straight towards Yun Kong with his own shout, mountain split. This mighty punch pushed Yun Kong back. Even so, the old man managed to hold on and said, you have some skill, but let's see how long you can last. The battle didn't stop there, spiritual power enveloped Tung Tu. The old man shouted loudly, Heavenly Profound 3 punches, second form. The old man's shout was met with Yun Kong's roar. Without any fear, the old man immediately unleashed a move, Water Sever. This move made Yun Kong transform back into a human. This old man panted and exclaimed, what a powerful move. At this point, Tung Tu channeled all his spiritual power. Yun Kong saw this and bravely challenged, one last move, let's use all our strength to decide the victor. Tung Tu also didn't mind complying with the old man, I had the same idea. So the old man unleashed a move, Dragon Slaying Hand. The old man lunged to attack Tung Tu, take this. Without backing down, Tung Tu also unleashed a move, Heavenly Profound 3 punches, third form, Wind Quake. The Yun family members, seeing the battle reaching its climax, smugly thought, with Elder Master using Dragon Slaying Hand, old Taoist Chen is sure to lose. Yun Lei heard this and laughed smugly in agreement, but didn't forget to praise Tung Tu equally. However, old Taoist Chen's strength is truly astonishing. At this moment, the two old men with terrifying spiritual power clashed, creating a shocking explosion. Tian Ling saw this and proudly thought, the foundation of my Yun family is not something a mere rogue cultivator with no background can compare to. At this point, the fists of the two elder men collided. The aftershock from the punch sent them flying far away. Tung Tu fell heavily to the ground. The old man coughed and couldn't help but exclaim, formidable. Even Van Kong had words of high praise for the old man, your potential is stronger. In a few years, I will no longer be your match. Suddenly, Van Sun proudly said, Taoist Master Tran, no matter what the future holds, currently your strength is not as good as my Yun family patriarchs. Admit defeat. Of course, Tung Tu wouldn't easily admit defeat. The old man calmly replied, so what? Hearing the old man say that, Van Sun sneered, thinking, you clearly know, yet you ask. You are the loser, you must pay the price. Take your Mo family merchant guild and get out of Zhonghai, otherwise, we will spare no effort to defeat you. His tone made the old man burst out laughing, exclaiming, you overestimate yourself, you greatly overestimate yourself. If your Yun family has a trump card, do I not? The old man's tone irritated him, making him want to scold, Taoist Master Tran, don't boast, you absolutely cannot. Before he could finish his sentence, Tung Tu respectfully cupped his hands and loudly invited, Disciple Tran Tung Tu, humbly requests Master to come forth and assist. Those present were astonished and whispered, oh my, I didn't mishear, did I? He still has a master? Then Tran Mak stepped out and lamented, this old Taoist is already so powerful, so wouldn't his master be even more abnormal? Honestly, in this situation, only I can suppress him. Tran Mak's appearance made everyone freeze. Nu Hoa was both surprised and delighted, secretly calling out, Tran Mak. Several people at the banquet saw him and discussed in surprise, he's the old Taoist's master? How can this be? He's too young. A fake, I think he's tired of living. To protect him, Nu Hoa loudly said, Tran Mak, don't be so reckless anymore. Contrary to everyone's doubts, Van Loi believed, it's very possible he really is Taoist Master Tran's master. The Yun family member, hearing this, immediately retorted, Van Loi, are you blind? I think that kid is more likely Taoist Master Tran's grandson. However, Van Loi still insisted, if I couldn't even block one punch from him, would you still think so? These words startled the Yun family member, who exclaimed, what? You mean he defeated you with one punch, the one who broke Tianling's leg? At this moment, Tung Tu was bowing his head, apologizing to Tran Mak, disciple has failed, disgracing the sect. I request Master's punishment. He, of course, did not blame the old man, but empathized, I don't blame you. Van Kong's cultivation method is not simple, and he has cultivated for a longer time than others. If you had cultivated for the same amount of time, you would kill him like an ant. Then Van Sun angrily roared, how dare you? My Yun family has no grievances with you, yet you cruelly crippled my son's legs. Making my son a cripple, and now you insult my Yun family elder. As soon as he finished his second statement, he lunged forward and loudly declared, Tran Mak, die for me. He approached Tran Mak and unleashed his move, overturning Cloud Hand. Tianling, despite being in a wheelchair, still chattered, my father immediately used his true skill. Tran Mak, you're undoubtedly dead. Nu Hoa, unable to do anything, secretly worried in her heart, Tran Mak, be careful. Tran Mak himself showed no fear, even disdainfully saying, you're still far from good enough. And then he directly sent Van Sun flying, get lost. Send Van Kong over. One punch from him made the man spit blood. This made Tianling scream in panic, no, no way. My father is a body protection realm grandmaster, how could he not even block one move from him? At this moment, Qin Thuang was also shocked, thinking, one move defeated Yun family patriarch Van Sun, and he's also the master of the Mo family merchant guild's elder. If Nu Hoa could marry him, what status would the Leet family have in the future? On the other side, the Yun family member rushed forward to support Van Sun, calling out worriedly, Patriarch. In this situation, Van Kong stepped forward and declared, as long as this old man is still alive, the Yun family will not fall. Seeing the old man step out to protect his descendants, Van Sun called out in alarm, Old Patriarch. However, the old man insisted, I am old. The future of the Yun family is entrusted to you all. The old man's sacrifice made the Yun family's descendants loudly cry out in alarm, Old Patriarch. Then, Van Kong alone faced Tran Mak and called out in a deep voice, Tran Mak. He didn't reply to the old man, only observed silently. The old man, with great resolve, said, "This old man has been famous for decades, never encountering a worthy opponent. You are the first opponent who makes me feel that victory is impossible. I hope this battle can bring a perfect end to my life." Hearing the old man say that, he was not reluctant to comply with his wish. His confident words made the old man exclaim with satisfaction, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power within Van Kong erupted, shattering the old man's staff. The Yun family descendants, seeing this, cheered in unison. Has old patriarch's strength truly reached the realm of returning to youth? I feel that the aura bursting forth from old patriarch's body is even stronger than when he fought that old Taoist. Old patriarch will surely win. Tran Mak saw this and helplessly exclaimed, "Oh, why must you suffer so?" Tran Mak looked at Van Kong and said sternly, "You are burning your life. After this battle, whether you win or lose, you will die." Seeing that he knew what he intended to do, the old man readily admitted, "That's right. So, if you value me, then give it your all." Seeing that the old man, though aged, was still full of vigor, he would naturally fulfill the old man's wish, "As you wish." Immediately, the old man unleashed his move. "Kid, watch closely, this is my illusionary dragon transformation at my peak strength." An entire dragon appeared in the hall, startling several people there. "Oh my, this dragon looks even more real. What principle is this? It's too unscientific." Van Sun smugly thought, "The old master's illusionary dragon transformation has reached this level, this match is definitely won." At that moment, the dragon created by Van Sun let out a roar of intimidation. Tran Mak was not only unafraid but also took a stance, ready to attack it. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, first form. He landed a painful punch on it, mountain severing strike. His single punch sent the dragon flying far away. Van Kong was also affected and coughed up blood. But the old man was still hyped up and demanded to continue fighting. "Great." Again. The dragon appeared once again and growled menacingly. Tran Mak also didn't hesitate to fight the old man again. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, second form. The reason he did this was because, "Giving my all is my respect for you." Without holding back, he unleashed a move directly at the old man, River Dividing Strike. His punch made the old man spit out blood. Tung Tu, witnessing this battle, seriously analyzed, "The mountain severing strike is incomparably powerful like a brave warrior, cutting through all obstacles in its path, while the river dividing strike is like an assassin, escaping all illusions and striking directly at the heart." In contrast to the old man's composure, the Van family members panicked and shouted, "Old master, old master." While his descendants were terrified, Van Kong was so thrilled he burst out laughing. "Great." Tran Mak, seeing the old man still had the energy to laugh, praised him. "If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. You truly are the pillar of the Van family." Unwilling to stop, he continued to attack. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, third form. Spiritual energy began to envelop him. Van Kong, seeing that he wanted to attack like this, excitedly said, "This momentum. Truly, young and talented. Good, if I can die by this heavenly profound martial art, then I haven't lived in vain." This time, the old man used his ultimate move. "This is my ultimate performance." Two dragons created by the old man attacked Tran Mak, Absolute Dragon's Grip. He did not evade but responded directly. Heaven and earth quake. His spiritual energy was naturally superior to the old man's, so it wasn't long before it swallowed the old man. Dust flew wildly because of the battle. After the battle, the Van family members anxiously searched, "Old master, where is the old master?" As the smoke cleared, only Tran Mak stood there, which made the Van family realize only Tran Mak survived. The old master burned himself out. He has failed. They were all terrified by Tran Mak's strength. One punch defeated Van Sun, 3 punches killed Van Kong. Kin Thuong himself, through this battle, had to look at Tran Mak with new eyes. "If my elite family had him, we could be ranked among the super families, but I've already married my daughter to that cripple of the Van family." Hoa Nu was overjoyed and admired. Turns out he didn't need me to worry at all. At that moment, Tran Mak pointed at Van Thien Lang and declared, Van Thien Lang, it's your turn. No sooner had he finished speaking than he sent him straight to heaven, startling Van Sun, who cried out, Thien Lang. Then he angrily stepped forward to question him, Tran Mak, I have no objection to you killing the old master. But why did you also want to kill my son? If you want to play the hero, don't blame me for acting viciously. His surging hatred made him turn to attack Nu Hoa. Without a bride, let's see what kind of hero you'll be. This action of his made Kin Thuan yell, Nu Hoa. Van Sun lunged at Nu Hoa and claimed, I can't beat you, Tran Mak, but I can easily crush an ordinary person. Seeing him about to attack her, Nu Hoa weakly and helplessly screamed, don't. But after waiting, nothing happened. She wondered in confusion, I'm not dead? At that moment, there was a hole in Van Sun's chest, which startled him to exclaim, how could this be? No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed to the ground. The one who struck was, of course, Tran Mak. The Van family members were shocked to see that scene and cried out, Patriarch. Tran Mak then smugly said, face reality. With a wave of my hand, I can wipe out your entire Van family. Seeing his power, the entire Van family was now terrified and willing to follow him. Don't kill us. We are willing to surrender. They knelt down and unanimously shouted, we submit. Seeing that no one had any objections, Tran Mak loudly declared, from now on, the Van family will merge with the Mak family's business guild. Those who defy, die. Then he turned to remind Nu Hoa, remember this, you should never compromise or try to please anyone. Receiving his unconditional help made Nu Hoa both grateful and puzzled. Thank you, but why are you so kind to me? Hearing her question, he only replied indifferently, because I owe you. His answer made her confused and puzzled. Owe me? No way, this is only the second time. But he didn't seem to intend to explain it clearly to her. Some things, it's enough if I know myself. He told himself, let the past life's karmic debt remain in the past life. I don't want her to become a second Mo Dum Nani. After everything was settled, Tran Mak turned to give an order to Tung Tu. Next, the Mak family's business guild will be handed over to a trustworthy person. You, go back and build your career. Tung Tu complied without objection, as you command, master. At this moment, in the grand banquet hall, the whispers of the guests could still be heard. The Van family's wedding has turned into a funeral. How can we get this powerful backing? The Van family was a martial arts aristocratic family. Their extermination is a matter of martial arts world grievances. He won't bear any responsibility. Time passed to a beautiful day. Several people lying on the sand, sunbathing, suddenly saw something in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, hey, what's that, guys? That scene must have been astonishing, making them say to each other, oh my God, what is that? Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat. It turned out the scene they saw was Hang Sung flying somewhere using his cultivation. He suddenly landed at a villa. It was Ho Yin Kui Villa, and the spiritual energy there made him exclaim, Dai Lai actually has a place with such abundant spiritual energy. It seems the spiritual energy from 100 miles around is being drawn here. Interesting. He took a breath of spiritual energy and mumbled contentedly, this spiritual energy is truly amazing. From inside the house, Tang Tang sensed an unfamiliar spiritual power in the yard, so she quickly ran out and loudly asked, who's there? Seeing her, Hang Sung was a little surprised and assessed. She doesn't look old, yet she's already at the peak of the inner realm. It seems that Grandmaster Tran really has some tricks up his sleeve. Then he suddenly lunged, wanting to attack her. Grandmaster Tran killed my disciple. So I'll kill one of his people first. His sudden action made her exclaim in astonishment, what? And so, she was hit by one of his moves, causing her to spit out blood. Tang Tang was sent flying straight into the wall and then fell to the ground. Hang Sung saw that she wasn't dead and immediately wanted to strike again. She's not dead? Then another punch. Just as he was about to deliver another punch, a shout suddenly rang out, stop. Quinton appeared, shielding Tang Tang, and loudly questioned, "Who exactly are you?" As soon as he saw her, he was surprised to realize her level, a Grandmaster realm. Then he made an inappropriate remark, "Could you also be Grandmaster Tran's disciple?" It seems Grandmaster Tran really likes to be served by women. Of course, these words angered her, and she cursed, "Shameless! You deserve to die." Quinton lunged at Hang Sung and yelled, "Die!" However, she was no match for him, so he easily blocked her sword, "Not a bad sword, but your strength isn't enough." Realizing the situation, she quickly retreated and assessed him, "He's very strong." Despite this, she continued to fight to the end, Phoenix dance soaring to the heavens. Hang Sung saw the fire phoenix appear and gave a slight nod of appreciation, but still said disdainfully, "This move isn't bad, but it's still useless." This time, it was his turn to attack, Vajra Fist. The two charged at each other, exchanging powerful blows infused with spiritual energy. However, due to Quintana's insufficient spiritual energy, she couldn't withstand it and spat out blood. She fell straight to the ground while Hang Sung remained calmly standing. She lay unconscious on the ground. Hang Sung suddenly pulled out his phone and marveled, the swordplay and sword intent are perfectly combined. Just a Grandmaster level true Chi managed to rip through my protective Chi shield. Then he recorded a video and sent it to Tran Mak to challenge him, "Hey, Grandmaster Tran, I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't come, then this villa and the lives of your 2 female disciples are mine to claim." One evening in Hadu, the highest center of power in Dai Lai Nation, Hassan received news that Hang Sung had escaped, so he urgently ordered his subordinates, "Capture the divine Marquis Tai Hang Sung. Immediately contact Tran Mak." 3 days later, a group of people approached the villa. As they walked, they buzzed with chatter, "Grandmaster Tran should be here today, right? I don't think he'll come. He's probably scared. His life is more important than his house and women, after all." They discussed Tran Mak, unaware that he was standing among the crowd. "I don't believe it. Grandmaster Tran's image won't crumble." At this moment, he approached Tang Tang and Quinton, who were being held captive, and loudly said, "I've arrived." His appearance made Quinton exclaim joyfully, "I knew it. You wouldn't tolerate this provocation." Even Tang Tang was equally happy, "You wouldn't abandon us." Responding to their joy was Tran Mak's gentle smile. He asked them with concern, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar spiritual energy approaching, so he glanced to the side and asked in a low, stern voice, "You are Hang Sung?" Hang Sung, seeing him, was also slightly surprised and asked, "You are Master Tran, so young? How did you acquire this cultivation level?" Ignoring his question, he coldly declared, "You don't need to know, because now you must die." Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, and even asked back with interest, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward. Tran Mak, without any hesitation, also lunged forward. The two exchanged a welcoming punch. Hang Sung, seeing that Tran Mak could fight him hand to hand, couldn't help but praise, "Interesting, to be able to directly contend with me." Then, the two plunged into a furious battle, making the spectating audience exclaim in surprise, "Oh my, it's begun! When did Tran Mak arrive? Look, everyone, it started. Those who haven't followed yet, please click to follow." Watching the two fight incessantly in the air, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of power do these two possess, to be able to fly in the sky like that? They must have reached the deity Peking realm." At this point, Hang Sung had lost patience and wanted to go all out. "Let's probe each other's ultimate moves here. I'm going all in." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed his move, 8-armed Vajra. Tran Mak remained very calm as he confronted him. He retaliated with the move, Vajra subduing Demon Fist. Hang Sung also simultaneously lunged forward and unleashed his move, Heavenly Profound God Fist, first form. After some grandstanding, he was punched away with a single blow, Mountain Severing Roar. He fell straight into the lake, startling everyone present. "Oh my, that punch sent that giant monster into the lake." Unexpectedly, the eight-armed Vidra, who swept through the martial arts world of Dai Lai 30 years ago, was now defeated by an 18-year-old youth. Fai Long observed the battle from afar and concluded, Tran Mak must have a secret. If we acquire it, we can break through to the divine realm. The scarred man standing beside him heard this and agreed, I agree, but relying on just the two of us isn't enough, we need to find two more assistants. Hearing this, Fai Long smugly said, Don't worry, with the allure of the divine realm, it'll be easy to find assistants. Returning to the battle, Tran Mak saw Hang Sung emerge from the water and immediately taunted, Enjoying your bath? Having been dealt a fatal blow by him, Hang Sung bitterly exclaimed, If I had met you 30 years ago, I'm afraid there would have only been one path, death. Though he had been schooled by him, he still smugly asserted, but after 30 years of ups and downs, you can only be my defeated subordinate. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to unleash another move, Vidra's Descent. Spiritual energy enveloped him, making him smugly declare, This move consumed 20 years of my effort. You are the first lucky one to witness it. Tran Mak, of course, disdained his move and asserted, and I will be the last, because this is your final opportunity to use it. Hearing this, Hang Sung thought he was just boasting and scornfully said, Oh, big talk. Without any panic, he slowly closed his eyes and murmured, You like playing this kind of game, huh? With that, he threw a punch. Seeing his punch about to hit his face, Hang Sung shrieked in shock, What? You can actually find my position. But he still managed to dodge and thought to himself, it must be a coincidence, yeah. He had barely run far when Tran Mak suddenly appeared and kicked him, then asked, Had enough fun? Having been flung far away by him, Hang Sung screamed in horror, You really can find my position. His bitterness reached its peak, making him decide, Then I'll attack you head-on. Instantly, he unleashed his move towards Tran Mak, Vidra subduing Demon Fist. But Tran Mak showed no panic and was ready to retaliate, Heavenly Profound God Fist, third form. He delivered another spiritual energy-infused punch, sending him flying far away, quake the universe. A shocking explosion occurred right at Tran Mak's mansion. And Hang Sung, after being hit by his move, cried out in pain. Tran Mak saw him like that and taunted, Is that all? No way. In this situation, he realized, that last punch was already my strongest attack, it seems. Knowing he couldn't defeat him, he switched to begging, Kid, you are indeed very strong. Since you killed 2 of my disciples, and I injured 2 of yours, why don't we stop here? Of course, he wouldn't easily let him go, Stop here? Are you still dreaming? Seeing that Tran Mak really intended to deal with him, Hang Sung gave a scornful smile and warned him, Although you are strong, killing me won't be easy, so it's best to stop while you can. He completely ignored his warning and directly made his move, I'm someone who doesn't know what's good for me. What do you want to do? Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Hang Sung quickly fled but was chased by Tran Mak's controlled sword, Go. Looking at the thing flying towards him at breakneck speed, he shrieked in panic, What is this? It's too fast. Knowing he couldn't escape, he decided, There's no way to run. I'll risk it. So he turned around, intending to confront Tran Mak's spiritual energy, and yelled, Get lost. After repelling that spiritual energy, he proudly mused, Fortunately, the power of this flying sword isn't strong. I can block it. But before he could celebrate for a few minutes, that spiritual energy returned to attack, making him ask in horror, How can this be? Wasn't it knocked away? It can still chase me. So, without giving him time to react, that spiritual energy sliced off his head. The scarred man, seeing that scene, was somewhat terrified and wondered. Xiang Chong is dead. What exactly was that golden light Dao that killed Xiang Chong in the end? Fei Long thought that fortunately, Xiang Chong forced him to use his trump card, and he actually still had a weapon like the legendary sword Immortal's flying natal sword. Hearing him say that, the scar-faced man sighed. It seems 2 assistants aren't enough. The night after the great battle, Tang Tang and Ching Ching sat inside the treatment room. Outside, Chen Mo was standing guard for the 2 of them. Just then, a voice rang out. Master Chen, I apologize for disturbing you late at night. As soon as he heard that voice, he sternly shouted, "Who's there?" Fei Long appeared before him and respectfully said, "I am Immortal Fei Long of Mount Jiuhua, and I wish to discuss something with Master Chen." Seeing his face, Chen Mo already knew he had no good intentions, so he didn't hesitate to expose him directly. "Negotiate? You're going to negotiate? Come out, all of you." Seeing that he knew everything, Fei Long laughed and loudly said, "I already said it, we can't fool Master Chen." Immediately, he called out his hidden accomplices. "Come out, all of you." Glancing at them, Chen Mo calmly asked, 12 grandmasters of the spirit-gazing realm gathered? Are you treating my home like a place to wreck? Since things had come to this, Fei Long was frank and arrogantly demanded of him, "Master Chen, you wouldn't let us old men return empty-handed, would you? Hand over the cultivation technique on you, and we'll leave immediately." His words made him find it ridiculous, and he asked, "You think that with a large number of people, you can force me to compromise?" Of course, he was still confident in their large numbers and replied, "We clearly saw your power last night. With so many of us, we will definitely defeat you." Not bothering to waste time with this group, he decided to act immediately. If it were anywhere else, killing 12 spirit-gazing realm grandmasters at once might take some effort, but you've forgotten, this is Swan's Return Lake. Chen Mo began to activate the formation, setting up the 5 elements grand formation. Immediately, a large formation surrounded the villa. This made Fei Long exclaim in slight panic. "What is this?" His accomplices now realized the danger and whispered to each other. He set up a formation, "We're trapped." This kid is too cunning. Seeing them lose their composure, Fei Long quickly reassured them. "What are you afraid of? With the combined strength of US 12, what formation could possibly stop us?" Following his words, they all foolishly began to counterattack. "All right, let's attack together, and break this formation together." One of them, seeing that no matter what they did, they couldn't break the formation, angrily shouted, "Damn it, it seems once we're in, we can't get out." Watching them struggle in vain, Chen Mo laughed and acted, "A bunch of fools." 3,000 weak water waves surged to the sky. Immediately, a swirling current of water appeared from nowhere, engulfing this foolish group and making them panic. "Ah, this water is very strange. This water actually has the power to corrode bones. It can penetrate my body-protecting aura. Don't touch the water, otherwise your whole body will become very heavy, like carrying a rock on your back." The matter didn't stop there. Chen Mo continued to teach this group a lesson. Samadhi true fire burns all things. Immediately, a large flame erupted, causing those people there to panic intensely. What kind of monstrous formation is this? This fire can also penetrate body-protecting aura. Everyone, don't panic. Let's find the formation's core and break it. Seeing the situation become chaotic, Fei Long quickly stepped forward to calm everyone down. "Everyone, calm down. This formation is so powerful. The spiritual energy consumption must also be high. He can't last long. We just need to make him exhausted, and it's done." A moment later, the fire dissipated, and Chen Mo spoke, asking them, "Gentlemen, how was your extreme experience?" The moment Fei Long saw him, he burst out laughing and thought, "Haha, the spiritual energy of your formation is all used up." His words made Chen Mo find it ridiculous, and he said, "Who said it's all used up?" "A bunch of greedy fools." He suddenly said, "Someone is so hungry they're getting impatient." As soon as he finished speaking, something unexpectedly appeared in the sky, causing those greedy individuals to panic. "It seems there's something hungry over there." "Who's hungry? What does he mean by that?" A huge red dragon appeared, startling everyone there. "That is, it's a dragon, emerging from the clouds." The red dragon then flew to Chen Mo. He stroked it and gently said, "Good boy." Afterward, the little dragon shrunk. It affectionately coiled around his arm while he permitted it. Go, eat them. Compensate for your year of arduous cultivation. In this situation, Fei Long suddenly realized with horror. So, he released us because he wanted his pet to eat. The scarred man standing next to him was now extremely frightened and exclaimed. A pet? He actually keeps a dragon as a pet. Immediately, this greedy group fled. Run! What are you waiting for? Chen Mo wouldn't let them leave so easily. Fools, do you think you can escape? Go! His red dragon flew to Fei Long and roared, making him scream in panic. What? Next, the little dragon's actions are advised to be skipped for viewers under 180 years old. Chen Mo, seeing his red dragon full, proudly thought. With your spiritual intelligence, you can definitely transform into a dragon in the future. For now, be a mountain-guarding spirit beast. After dealing with that troublesome group, he calmly sighed. This time, 12 grandmasters of the Soul Glimpse realm suddenly disappeared. Perhaps the martial arts world's power structure will be reshaped once more. Thinking about the upcoming events made him laugh with delight. However, I'm not interested in these things, haha. Time flew by, and it was already late autumn. Chen Mo visited New Hoa and asked her, Your family isn't making things difficult for you anymore, are they? She replied happily. Don't even mention my family, no one in Zhonghai dares to make things difficult for me. Hearing this, he thought. So you're free now. His words made her give a forced smile and say, Yes, I'm free, but with the burdens that weighed on me since childhood suddenly gone, I'm still a bit unaccustomed. Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? Ha ha. Her words made him realize with a start. I always thought what I gave others was the best thing, but was that really what they wanted? Suddenly, New Hoa spoke up, saying, It looks like someone up ahead is waving at us. Chen Mo recognized who it was and immediately asked, Xiao Lu, why are you here? The person named Xiao Lu saluted him formally and announced, Instructor Chen, something seems to have happened with the Divine Eagle Special Forces team. I hope you can immediately return to check it out. A little later, Chen Mo arrived at the Divine Eagle team's training ground. A team member guarding the gate greeted him as soon as he saw him. Instructor Chen. Hai Long ran from afar to greet him. Captain, you're finally back. As soon as he saw him, he immediately asked about the problem. What exactly happened? Breathing heavily, he reported. There's a problem with the team members' cultivation, so we had to temporarily stop training. His words made him feel that something was wrong because he could confirm one thing. My cultivation technique cannot have a problem. Immediately, he and Hai Long went inside the training area. He also requested, Tell me in detail what the problem is. After hearing the detailed report, Chen Mo asked again with a hint of surprise. You mean, ever since all the team members entered the inner realm, they've become very combative. They often resort to fighting over small matters, even slaughtering each other. Hai Long confirmed resolutely. Yes. At this point, he began to check the spiritual power of each member of the Divine Eagle team. Each of their cultivations met his expectations, so it was clear there was no laziness. After checking for a while, he immediately realized the problem. However, they are special forces who have been through hundreds of battles. They inherently carry killing intent, and coupled with their cultivation increasing too quickly, their foundation is weak, so they can't control their power well and have become combative. As soon as he understood the reason, he turned to Hai Long and said, I know the reason now. Don't cultivate for a while, I'll solve this for you all. Hai Long was delighted to hear this and replied, Understood, thank you, Captain. Chen Mo was now thinking of a solution to the problem. Since many people were building their foundations, he would have to find some elixirs. That place definitely has them. At the same time, in Linchui District, Duong Prefecture, Danfong Mountain, Chen Mo arrived at the place called Medicine King Valley. According to what he knew about this place, the Mu family, The Nangon Lin Tian I killed earlier was the nephew of Mu Ji Shui, the current patriarch of the Mu family, a pill-refining aristocratic family in Medicine King Valley. Standing at the entrance of Medicine King Valley, he was a little perplexed. Now that I've come to ask for medicine, I'm afraid it won't be easy. At the entrance of Medicine King Valley, there was a pitiful child kneeling, mumbling, "Please help." Chen Mo happened to see the boy and was surprised to realize. This child seems to have been kneeling here for a very long time. His physical strength is almost at its limit. If he's not saved immediately, I'm afraid he won't survive. Without thinking further, he stepped forward to help the boy, using his water elemental power to first dispel the fatigue from the child's body. As soon as he received his help, the child joyfully exclaimed, "I'm..." Then the boy hurriedly turned to ask, "Sir, is this magic?" Suddenly the boy kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, "Please, sir, save my father." Hearing the boy's words, he felt some pity but had to reply helplessly, "I don't have the ability to heal. I also came to ask for medicine." Then he asked, "But why are you kneeling here?" The pitiful boy honestly recounted his situation. "To cure my father, our family has lost everything. I'm too young, no one dares to hire me even if I want to work. I could only come to Medicine King Valley to try." Medicine King Valley said no money, no medicine. I could only kneel here, hoping my sincerity could move them. After hearing these words, Chen Mo's compassion was stirred, prompting him to decide. Foolish child, people have never stopped dying at the entrance of Medicine King Valley. When have they ever shown mercy? How about this? I'll help you. Seeing him agree to help, the child asked with some surprise, "Aren't you also here to ask for medicine? Can you still help me? Besides, our family really has no money." Noticing the boy's confusion, he immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, I keep my word." At the gate of Medicine King Valley, he helped the boy stand up and suggested, "Let's go take care of your father first, we'll come back later." The boy no longer guarded against him and obediently followed along. "Yes, all right." A moment later, at a luxurious hotel, Chen Mo brought the pitiful boy he met at Medicine King Valley and the boy's father there to stay. "Rest here tonight." As soon as they arrived at the hotel entrance, they were stopped by the doorman. "What are you doing? If you two want to beg, don't step into our hotel." Annoyed by his attitude, Chen Mo released a bit of spiritual energy and threatened, "I said we're staying here, dare you utter another word?" As soon as the man saw his spiritual energy, he was startled and realized, "Damn, such a powerful aura? At least at the spirit-gazing realm." So he quickly led him and the father and son duo inside. All right. He even respectfully invited them in. "Sirs, this way please." Chen Mo, at this moment, had noticed the boy's attitude and seemed quite satisfied. This child is not affected by external things, doesn't care about winning or losing, he's a good seed. A moment later, at Medicine King Valley, Tran Mak, with his face slightly altered, and the boy from earlier named Chu Duklap were at the entrance of Medicine King Valley. The boy spoke up. "Let's go, brother." Once again, the two of them were stopped right at the entrance and scolded. "Stop right there, Medicine King Valley isn't a place you can just enter whenever you want." Tran Mak, interacting with this type of person for the first time, innocently asked, "So how do we get in?" Duklap quickly offered a suggestion from beside him. "Brother, you have to give them some benefits, which means money." Hearing that, he vaguely understood the problem and exclaimed, "Ah, so they just want money." He didn't really want to haggle over money. After all, the benefits in his eyes no longer involved money. So he handed a stack of money to the guard and asked, "Is this enough?" That guy's eyes lit up as he held the thick stack of money in his hand, letting the two of them in. "That much? Okay, please come in, gentlemen." Inside Medicine King Valley was incredibly grand and magnificent. Duklap walked beside Tran Mak and expressed his gratitude. "Ah, it's because I didn't have money, that's why they stopped me outside the gate." Luckily, I met you, Mr. Tran. I'm truly grateful. He, of course, didn't pay much attention to these matters and only wondered. It's fine, it's just a small thing, but if they act like this, why doesn't Medicine King Valley manage them? Duklap honestly stated. Medicine King Valley also didn't want others to enter freely, doing so could filter out most of the poor, and Lack Kin of Medicine King Valley also tacitly agreed. A moment later, both arrived at the peak of Medicine King Valley and saw a crowd of people making noise. They angrily shouted, "We've already paid the fee, let us in." The two guards at Medicine King Valley's gate, seeing their anger, quickly explained that Medicine King Valley has been short on medicinal ingredients lately and isn't selling pills to outsiders. Only accepting exchanges for now. The customers, hearing this, naturally disagreed and even argued, "So, will what we paid be returned? You're scamming us." Tran Mac, blended in with the crowd, learned the situation and sighed, "It seems there's trouble again." At this moment, Duklap worriedly whispered, "This time, money is useless." "Brother, what should we do?" Tran Mac calmly replied, "It's fine, I have a plan." Then he took out a pill from his person and asked the gatekeeper of Medicine King Valley, "Hey, take a look. Is this thing better than money?" The two guards at Medicine King Valley's gate evaluated the pill in Tran Mac's hand, nodded, and exclaimed, "This pill is indeed extraordinary." So, one of them took the pill from his hand and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go inform someone." 10 minutes later, the two guards at Medicine King Valley's gate respectfully invited him in. "Sir, the Patriarch invites you." To Duklap's surprised expression, Tran Mac proudly said, "I told you I had a way. Let's go." A servant led the two to a room, here. That place was the Medicine King Hall, and Tran Mac couldn't help but marvel at the interior decor. It looks quite grand. Suddenly, he noticed, oh, quite a few people have arrived. At this moment, a figure appeared in the Medicine King Hall. This person was the current patriarch of the Mok family, Mok Chi Hak. He spoke, asking Tran Mac, "Was that pill just now refined by your master?" Tran Mac confidently replied, "I refined it myself." His words astonished the elders of Medicine King Valley, who buzzed with surprise. What? He's so young, yet he can refine top-grade spiritual medicine? How can our Medicine King Valley endure such a blow? Recognizing his skill, Chi Hak changed his attitude and respectfully asked, "May I ask your name, sir, and what brings you to our Medicine King Valley?" Tran Mac didn't hide it and stated frankly, "My name is Mac Tran, and I came to Medicine King Valley to search for some medicinal ingredients." Hearing him, Chi Hak smiled and asked, "Then you've come to the right place. What exactly do you need?" He remained silent for a moment, pondering, "The name of what I want is definitely not the same as on the Emperor Star." So he requested, "You should directly lead me to the warehouse to see it." Chen Fong naturally disagreed with his request. "How can that be? Our Medicine King Valley's warehouse, can outsiders just go and see it?" Seeing his strong objection, he suggested, "Then how about we make a deal?" He took out a scroll and said, "If the Mok family has what I need, I can exchange it for the refining method of that pill." Seeing what Tran Mac wanted to exchange, Chi Hak and Chen Fong happily thought, "What? The refining method? He's willing to hand over the refining method? Then we can refine countless top-grade spiritual medicines. This guy is a prodigal son who wouldn't hesitate to sell ancestral lands." Duklap himself, seeing Tran Mac offering something so precious in exchange, felt grateful and thought, "Though I don't know what a refining method is. Judging by their reactions, the refining method must be very valuable. He's going to such lengths for my father's illness." So, without making Tran Mac wait long, Chi Hak agreed to his proposal. "I accept this deal, but you must submit it to the pill refining department for my inspection first. Don't worry, I guarantee you with the honor of Medicine King Valley that we absolutely will not copy or steal the refining method." This statement of his made one of the clan members feel a bit off. "Just one look and you'll remember it. So it will belong to our Medicine King Valley." What the Patriarch just said was a bit shameless. But upon rethinking, this person also agreed with his approach. However, this prodigal son might just agree. But if he doesn't agree, the refining method for top-grade spiritual medicine will be lost. Tran Mac then agreed to let Medicine King Valley's people see the pill refining method. All right. As soon as Chi Hawk saw the words on it, he exclaimed in alarm, this is... Ah! The clan members, seeing his strange expression, became curious and clamored, I want to see it too. Patriarch, let me see. Ignoring these people, he held the pill refining method in his hand and happily said, Young Mac, this refining method of yours is truly miraculous. We will now go verify its authenticity. Please wait a moment. Chen Mo comfortably sat down on a chair and said, It's fine, you can take your time. In the pill refining room, Qi Shui and the others present discussed amongst themselves, if I'm not mistaken, this must be a refining method left behind from ancient times. Oh, I'm afraid we don't have the medicinal ingredients he wants. An elder then suggested a malicious plan to Qi Shui, Patriarch, regardless of whether our Mu family has what he wants or not, we must keep this refining method. He insisted, Patriarch, no matter what, this refining method cannot be returned. His words were surprisingly supported by other clan members. Right, it absolutely cannot be returned. So, in a daze, Qi Shui ordered them, you all quickly make a copy. Of course, these people quickly complied, yes. Qi Shui then speculated, moreover, seeing that he doesn't care about this refining method at all, it means he has something even better on him, perhaps even a method for refining immortal pills. The clan members, hearing his speculation, echoed in unison, the Patriarch is right. That kid definitely has more secrets on him. Right, we absolutely cannot let him leave Medicine King Valley, we must squeeze him dry. A moment later, the pill furnace showed signs of finishing. Zhang Feng took out several pills from the furnace and excitedly exclaimed, It's a success! It's a success! Top-grade spirit pills! Qi Shui looked at the pills on the tray with delight and thought, refined successfully on the first try, this refining method is indeed extraordinary, it's definitely an ancient refining method. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Mo had heard the sound of the pill furnace and realized, that sound just now, it must be finished refining. At this point, Qi Shui held the pill in his hand and sinisterly ordered the other clan members, you all cooperate with me later, we must fleece this fat sheep. Of course, Chen Mo heard all his words, he merely curled his lips into a slight, scornful smile. Instead of exposing them right away, he played along, Patriarch Mu, what's the result? Qi Shui coughed a few times and then said, ahem, it failed. Your refining method basically couldn't refine pills, it's clearly fake. Zhang Feng was puzzled by his lie and blurted out, Patriarch. In his heart, he was somewhat disappointed by his actions. But, why is this happening? Does the Patriarch intend to directly swindle the refining method? How can he be so greedy? Hearing this, Chen Mo calmly said, if it can't refine pills, then return the refining method to me. Qi Shui, committed to the act, quickly agreed to his request, all right, what a pity. After retrieving the refining method, he suddenly blurted out, that's right. This time, it was his turn to lure these greedy people into a trap. I used a little magic on this pill refining method, you all will immediately forget everything related to it. Any copies or photos will also disappear. The people in Medicine King Valley, hearing his words, were as if manipulated and exclaimed, can such miraculous magic exist in this world? That's right, I don't remember anything anymore. This made Qi Shui somewhat flustered, and he quickly turned to ask, Zhang Feng, you refined the pills. Your impression of the refining method is the deepest, could it be that you also? Zhang Feng also replied helplessly, I've forgotten everything too. Seeing them being toyed with like this, Chen Mo was very satisfied and continued his act, goodbye. Seeing him about to leave, Qi Shui eagerly stopped him, wait. Seeing him call out, he calmly asked, Patriarch Mu, is there anything else? He quickly made up excuses to look at the pill refining method again, young Master Chen, perhaps it wasn't a problem with your refining method. Rather, we made a mistake when refining the pills just now, which is why they couldn't be formed. However, the value of that refining method is limited. To exchange it for medicinal ingredients from us, you'll need at least another refining method for a top-grade spirit pill. Chen Mo burst into laughter upon hearing these deceptive words. Ha 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 ha. Then he bluntly exposed Qi Shui's true colors. Patriarch Mu, you're truly shameless and too greedy. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death? Provoked by him, Qi Shui angrily roared, What? How dare you? You actually insult my Medicine King Valley. If you don't give my Medicine King Valley a reasonable explanation today, you won't be leaving. His words made the people in Medicine King Valley look at each other blankly, wondering, he wants us to stop him? After a moment of confusion, they also echoed his words, right, this brat actually dares to insult our Medicine King Valley. They surrounded Chen Mo and demanded, he can't leave. He must give us a reasonable explanation. Teach him a lesson. Clearly understanding their intentions, Chen Mo directly asked, what explanation do you want? For example, all the pill refining methods I have on me? At this point, Zhang Feng saw their actions becoming increasingly excessive and quickly tried to stop them. Patriarch, wait. Our Medicine King Valley became the leading family in the pill refining world not by relying on refining methods or spirit medicines, but on the reputation accumulated by our ancestors and elders. But of course, Qi Shui didn't listen to him and instead thought, Zhang Feng, this brat insulted Medicine King Valley. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I face our ancestors and elders? He knew very well what he wanted, so he patiently advised, Patriarch, don't be greedy, don't lose yourself to temptation. Seeing that he was still trying to persuade him, he immediately used his status as Patriarch to order, Mu Zhangfeng, I, in my capacity as Patriarch, order you, get out of the way. Powerless in this situation, he could only sigh and exclaim, alas, our mock family will be ruined in your hands, Patriarch. At this moment, Chi Hak came before Tran Mak and arrogantly demanded, Kid, are you going to surrender yourself, or should we make you? Tran Mak wasn't afraid of this bunch, so he calmly replied, I haven't ordered this surrender skill yet. After saying that, he immediately took off his mask, revealing his true face, startling the people there who realized, this face. Seeing that they knew who he was, he didn't hesitate to admit his identity. You're Tran Mak? That's right, it's me. Patriarch. The hatred in Chi Hak's heart began to surge. He didn't even think before giving an order. So it's you, the villain who killed the Nam Kung family. Guards, seize him. Chen Fong saw him losing his mind and frantically stopped him. Patriarch, absolutely not. You absolutely must not drag the entire Mok family into this. However, he didn't listen and even kicked him aside. Get out. At this moment, he could only helplessly exclaim, the Mok family, I'm afraid it's about to. Tran Mak showed no fear and even challenged, what, you're using your own greed to find a new excuse to avenge the Nam Kung family, aren't you? I can play along with your act. Knowing he was about to fight, he patted Duk Lap's head and said, if you're scared, close your eyes. Duk Lap bravely replied, not scared. The current situation was Chi Hak, not knowing his place, attacking Tran Mak. Kid, hand over the refining method, and I can spare your life. Tran Mak didn't even bother to dodge and directly kicked Chi Hak, get lost. The people from Medicine King Valley saw him being kicked away and anxiously shouted, Patriarch. Immediately, they wanted to gang up on Tran Mak, damn it. Let's go together, there are many of us. Tran Mak wasn't scared at all and even scorned, a bunch of worthless thugs. He roared and sent the group flying, all of you, get out. These people were screaming loudly from his attack, ouch. Ah. After fighting, he asked disdainfully, is this all Medicine King Valley has? Chi Hak had now stood up. He angrily challenged, my Mok family has been passed down for hundreds of years. Its true power is not something you can imagine. If you're so good, follow me. Tran Mak was certainly not afraid of his challenge. All right, I'm also very curious about what ace cards a centuries-old alchemy family truly hides. A moment later, he led him to an empty plot of land. Chi-Hak suddenly knelt down and respectfully apologized. Your unfilial descendant, Mok Chi-Hak of the Mok family, invites the old ancestor to appear and resolve the Mok family's crisis. Tran Mag noticed something in his heart. Mok family's old ancestor? Another old monster. Suddenly, the stone door opened, and a figure appeared, causing Chi-Hak to respectfully call out, Old Ancestor. The person he called Old Ancestor was named Mok Hong Dao. As soon as he stepped out of his cultivation chamber, Hong Dao asked, Which generation of Mok family patriarch are you? Chi-Hak respectfully replied, reporting to Old Ancestor, I am Mok Chi-Hak, the 37th patriarch of the Mok family. Hong Dao heard this and realized, the 37th? That means I've been in seclusion for over 60 years. His words made Chi-Hak exclaim in surprise inwardly, over 60 years in seclusion at once. Is the old ancestor a deity? Tran Mak, however, remained calm and deduced, the Emperor's star firmament has cultivation methods that allow a martial artist to be in seclusion for decades at a time. It seems he uses elixirs to sustain himself. At this moment, Hong Dao turned to ask him, My fellow Taoist, I am Mok Hong Dao. May I ask your name? He replied straightforwardly, Master Tran. Seeing him dare to use the two words master, he was a little angry and reproached, Master? How arrogant and ill-mannered. He wasn't backing down either, retorted, so, the Mok family's manners involve scheming for other people's elixir refining methods? He pointed at Chi-Hak and condemned him, and shamelessly twisting right and wrong. After hearing these words, Hong Dao was enraged and challenged, Kid, make your move. Let me see what you're relying on. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly adopted a fighting stance. Immediately, he launched a move at the same time as Tran Mak. Heavenly Silk Knot. The spiritual energy of both collided. The result was that Tran Mak's spiritual energy was stronger, easily sending Hong Dao flying. Chi-Hak saw this and screamed in alarm, Old Ancestor. Knowing he couldn't defeat Tran Mak, Hong Dao proposed, Kid, you do have some skill. Let's make a deal. Leave my Mok family, and my Mok family can let you take whatever you want. Tran Mak, of course, wouldn't let them off so easily. I originally wanted to make a fair deal with your Mok family. But you played dirty with me. Now that I'm talking with my fists, you want to make a deal with me? Seeing that he wouldn't back down, Hong Dao threatened, if you're unwilling to compromise, then don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a vial. Tran Mak immediately recognized what that vial was. That type of gas, it was undoubtedly a potent poison. Hong Dao loudly summoned Mu Hong Dao, the 8th generation guardian of the Mu family. To resolve the Mu family's crisis, I hereby specially activate the Mountain Protection Grand Array. The array was activated by him, 100 poisons devouring Immortal Array, open. Immediately, Tran Mak felt a murderous aura approaching. In the endless darkness, Hong Dao's triumphant voice rang out, My Mu family's grand array will only stop when the immortal devouring vines destroy and consume all living beings. You can wait there to die. Duk Lap, surrounded by darkness, panicked and shouted, I can't see anyone from the Mu family. Tran Mak, still very calm, realized something, immortal devouring vines. Suddenly, several vines appeared from nowhere beneath his feet. They coiled around his arm, making him scoff, Then he directly cut them and said, It looks like they're poisonous. Impatient, he drew his sword to quickly cut down all these vines, Skyslayer's sword. Each sword swing sliced through the vines. However, the vines unexpectedly returned to their original state, making him exclaim, Can't be cut. The 100 poisons devouring Immortal Array is indeed somewhat special. So he switched to another tactic. To deal with plants, one must use fire. Tran Mak opened a fire array, Samadhi True Fire, burn for me. Outside, Chi-Hak anxiously asked, Ancestor, how is that kid doing? Hong Dao smugly replied, He's struggling painfully within my array. Perhaps in a short while, he'll turn into a thick liquid. Hearing this, Chi-Hak smiled and pleaded, Old Ancestor, that kid has many rare spiritual medicines, even immortal elixirs and pill recipes. Do you have a way to get them? Hong Dao, powerless, could not grant this request. Impossible. That kid will be completely devoured by the immortal devouring vines without a trace. His words made Chi Hak regretfully exclaim, that would be such a pity. Just then, the array diagram unexpectedly burst into flames, startling him into shouting, the array diagram. Before he could even process it, he himself was engulfed by the flames. This sight made Chi Hak shout in horror, old ancestor. Meanwhile, he continued to cry out in pain, ah ah. This situation left Chi Hak at a loss, huh? How could this happen? At this moment, Tran Mak appeared from somewhere and proudly declared, the 100 poisons devouring immortal array seems to have been broken. Upon seeing him, Chi Hak cried out in fright, Tran Mak. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately ordered him, quickly, take me to your Mu family's medicinal herb vault. Given the current situation, he could only obey him. All right, go, follow me. A moment later, at the Mu family's medicine vault, Chi Hak respectfully invited Tran Mak in. This is where the elixirs and medicinal herbs of the Medicine King Valley are stored. Seeing this, Tran Mak said contentedly to Duk Lap, come on, let's go inside and take a look. Duk Lap timidly followed him inside and anxiously wondered, the medicinal herbs here should be able to cure Dad's illness, right? The kid briefly scanned the medicines here and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed worthy of being the #1 family in the pill refining world. This storage place is truly astonishing, but Tran Mak wasn't too interested in these medicines, so he said, there's a second floor, too. Seeing him about to go up to the second floor, Chi Hak quickly stopped him, wait, the second floor is the archives, there are no medicinal herbs there. But he insisted, I want to go see. Do you dare to stop me? Watching him head straight to the second floor, he helplessly thought to himself, just now I wanted to snatch his pill recipes, now he wants to empty my Medicine King Valley. Once on the second floor, Tran Mak casually looked at the items there with a hint of disdain. I see quite a few books, but they're all just rubbish. Just then, he sensed something, This ancient spiritual energy. He held the secret scripture in his hand and immediately knew, this book. So this place was actually the cultivation ground of Pill Cauldron Immortal 800 years ago. He immediately took the secret scripture and said, today is actually a good day. Your Medicine King Valley has occupied someone else's cultivation ground for hundreds of years. Today, it's time to return it. Tran Mak's accusation made Chi Hak disbelievingly exclaim, what are you saying? I don't understand. My Medicine King Valley has been passed down for hundreds of years, how could it be stolen from someone else? He shamelessly argued, furthermore, even if this place was someone's cultivation ground, if that person abandoned it, then it belongs to the Mu family now. Tran Mak didn't bother arguing with him, he just calmly demanded, it's clearly written in Pill Cauldron Immortal's last will, whoever first finds this last will. That person is the master of Medicine King Valley. Currently, I am the master of Medicine King Valley. I give you 3 days to pack up and get out of here. Seeing him dare to expel the Mu family from this place, he angrily questioned him, Great Master Tran, you dare to seize Medicine King Valley? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by the martial arts world? Seeing him ramble on, giving him a headache, he simply dealt with him. All right. After dealing with the man, he calmly said. A moment later, after leaving the warehouse, Tran Mak didn't hesitate to destroy this place. From within the rubble, cries echoed, ugh, ah. Upon hearing this sound, Duk Lap was startled, realizing, this sounds like a child crying. Could it be a ghost? Suddenly, a shadow ran out from the ruins. Tran Mak wouldn't easily let this thing escape. Trying to run? Just as he was about to catch it, it quickly pulled back and ran away. Seeing this, he praised it but also smugly said, oh, very clever, aren't you? But you won't escape. Immediately, he shot out a streak of spiritual energy, bind. This stream of spiritual energy struck the shadow directly. Trapped by the spiritual energy, it frantically struggled and screamed, hey, hey. Ah, ah. At this moment, Tran Mak activated his spatial ring. He quickly trapped the shadow inside. Go in. Having witnessed this scene, Duk Lap was bewildered and asked, "What was that white shadow?" Tran Mak quickly landed and explained in detail, "It's the 5-element power of the water element within the water spirit essence, also the purest water elemental energy condensed from heaven and earth, left behind by immortal cultivators from before." Later, the two returned to Medicine King Valley. The Mu family members there were buzzing among themselves. "We don't know what happened to the current family head. Just now we heard a loud explosion. Don't worry, our Medicine King Valley will definitely win." Hearing their words, Tran Mak smirked and informed them, "Don't fantasize. Your old ancestor and family head are both dead." He climbed straight onto the main seat and ordered, "As for the rest of you, if you don't want to die, get out of this Medicine King Valley." Seeing him dare to sit there, they angrily buzzed, "That's not your place. He must be spouting nonsense there. Get down. What gives you the right?" Seeing them too noisy, he directly dealt with the whole crowd. "Go." After dealing with this group, Tran Mak turned to the only surviving elder, Mu Zhengfeng. "Now you are the only high-ranking Mu family member left. How do you choose?" He stammered, "I." His gaze fell upon the juniors behind him with worry. "I myself am fine, but the Mu family's descendants still need Medicine King Valley to survive." So he immediately knelt down, accepting to submit to Tran Mak and pleading with him, "Great Master Tran, we are willing to submit. Please allow our Mu clan members to continue living in Medicine King Valley." He certainly wouldn't ruthlessly eradicate them, only requesting, "I indeed need people to manage Medicine King Valley. I can also give you those rare spirit herbs and pill formulas, allowing your Mu family to securely hold the position of the foremost family in the pill refining world." This request startled Jingfeng, who exclaimed, "Great Master Tran, but that..." Before he could finish, he interrupted and said, "However, you must completely submit. Even if I ask you to die immediately, you must not hesitate." Concluding, he asked them sternly, "Can you do that?" Faced with this situation, Zhengfeng was forced to humble himself and obey. "I am willing to submit. From now on, I will only obey Great Master Tran's every command." Back at the hotel, Tran Mak gave Duk Lap the medicinal pill and explained its effects. "This is the soul-stabilizing origin pill. Give it to your father to drink. You'll see results in half an hour." Duk Lap didn't doubt him at all and quickly gave the pill to his father to drink. "Father, quickly take the medicine." After giving him the medicine, Tran Mak asked Duk Lap, "You've seen quite a few things. What do you think?" Duk Lap honestly replied, "Before I met you, besides my faith in saving my father, I had no attachment to this world at all." This answer made Tran Mak somewhat expectant as he asked, "And after meeting me?" With bright eyes, Duk Lap said, "Now, I seem incredibly curious about this world, and I hope I can become like you." Hearing the boy say that, Tran Mak warned him first, "Then you'll have to leave your father. Can you bear it? You might have to live alone your entire life. Can you endure loneliness?" The boy, of course, didn't mind those things and replied, "If my father's illness is cured, then I have no worries. As for loneliness, I've been used to it for a long time." Not stopping there, Tran Mak continued to warn, "This is a path of no return. Once you step onto it, you'll be friends with danger from then on. You either advance or fall back." Besides the dangers mentioned, he also told Duk Lap what he would gain, "But you will gain extraordinary power and a long life." His words made Duk Lap exclaim joyfully, "Really? I'm willing." Although he already somewhat understood the boy's personality, he still had to remind him, "Enter my sect, acknowledge me as your master, and abide by my sect's rules. If you go against them, I will surely make your soul scatter." After reminding the boy, he asked again, "Are you still willing?" At this point, the boy was naturally intimidated by him and stammered, "I." But in the end, the boy still gathered all his courage and replied, "I am willing." As soon as Duk Lap's words came out, his inner demon also vanished. Seeing this, Tran Mak said with satisfaction, "Kneel and acknowledge me as your master." Duklap quickly knelt down and respectfully called out, "Disciple Chu Duklap, greets master." Looking at the boy, Tran Mak happily replied, good disciple." Then he helped the boy up and gave him two choices. "You can choose to stay and live in Medicine King Valley, or you can go to Yen Kui Ho Villa. There's an elder sister disciple of yours there." The boy politely replied, "Disciple will temporarily stay in Medicine King Valley and decide after my father fully recovers." Hearing this, he had no objection and even passed on a secret technique to the boy, giving instructions. "All right, this is the foundation establishment cultivation method. Remember, it must not be spread outside." The boy naturally obeyed and replied, "Yes." A few days later, Tran Mak returned to the training office of the Divine Eagle Squad. He gave the elixirs to Hassan and said, "These are foundation establishment pills. Each of them gets one. After taking it, they won't get angry anymore." He took the pills and had some doubts. Will one foundation establishment pill per person be effective, or should I give them a bit more? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, "Do you think they're candy? Don't worry, it's enough." Then he casually turned and left, but didn't forget to leave a shocking statement. "Moreover, their strength will increase again, and it won't take long at all. They will surely become grandmasters." His words made Hassan exclaim in surprise, 36 grandmasters, a special forces team composed of 36 martial arts grandmasters, oh my god. He chuckled with delight and muttered to himself, "Ha ha ha, this kid, he finally did something good." Returning to Tran Mak, as soon as he exited the training ground, his phone suddenly rang, beep 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 beep. He immediately answered the phone and said, "Hello." The person on the other end quickly reported, "Tran Mak, I'm Tu Hao, Tu Tien is in trouble." A moment later in Phuong Sun District, Tran Mak quickly arrived and asked about the situation, what happened. At this moment, Tu Tien, lying on the bed, suddenly coughed a few times, cough cough cough. Tu Hao, as soon as he saw Tran Mak, happily exclaimed, "Tran Mak, you're finally here." He quickly recounted Tu Tien's unstable condition. "That day, Tu Tien suddenly came to my place, covered in blood. I told her to go to the hospital. But she wouldn't go. Before losing consciousness, she only told me to quickly inform you. I had the maid change her clothes and wipe her down. She said there were no external injuries." These words made Tran Mak notice one thing: her injury wasn't external. He quickly realized Tu Tien's strength, that she had actually reached the Grandmaster realm. Then he quickly diagnosed her condition. Her meridians are very chaotic, elixirs can't heal them. I must restore her damaged meridians. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used his spiritual energy to heal her. Tu Hao, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Is it the legendary internal energy healing?" Half an hour later, Tran Mak sighed and said, "Finally done." Tu Hao, at this point, didn't even worry about him and only focused on asking, "Is Tu Tien awake? How do you feel?" Tu Tien smiled and replied, "Tu Hao, I feel much better, I've made you worry." It was then that Tran Mak asked her the main question, "Meet Tu Tien, what exactly happened? Could it be the remnants of the Yinling sect? And what about this martial arts cultivation of yours?" Tu Tien honestly recounted, "My cultivation was created by the demon worm that the Yinling sect master implanted in my body that year." Speaking of which, she hesitated a little, what else happened? After that, she also said, "Because I discovered that I only had martial arts cultivation but lacked knowledge about cultivation. So I wanted to go to some famous mountains and great rivers to seek opportunities, to see if I could meet fellow cultivators." She revealed that she found a rather mysterious place. "I found a strange place in Dai Luang Mountain. In that place, she was able to encounter hidden experts, and at the same time, 3 powerful martial artists suddenly appeared and ambushed them. Seeing the 3 experts, Xiao Qian realized, I can't hold them off, but I can't run either. Finally, she decided she had no choice but to enter that strange place. However, something inexplicable happened. Even stranger, I could enter, but those three, being stronger than me, couldn't. In this difficult situation, she helplessly thought of a way, but that place was indeed too dangerous, so I had to retreat outside, wanting to wait for those three to leave before departing. Finally, the three experts left, so she took the opportunity to escape. I waited there for a night, and seeing that those three had left, I came out. But she didn't expect those three to ambush her outside. Unexpectedly, they hadn't left yet and were still lying in wait outside. As soon as I came out, I was severely injured but managed to escape. Although Xiao Qian escaped that place, she suddenly had a strange item in her hand. However, when I came out of that place, I had this item in my hand. She didn't know what it was, so she gave it to Tran Mak to look at. I don't know what it's for, you take a look. Tran Mak sniffed the orb and realized. This is a jade stone that stores the primal energy of heaven and earth. It's probably an identity jade talisman, which is also why you could enter that place. He also compared that orb with the one he had. It's similar to the spiritual energy of my storage bag. It's Void Mountain. Then he returned Xiao Qian's orb to her and suggested, "Oh right, take this body-nourishing pill to recuperate your body." Next, he decided, that place probably has a fortuitous encounter. I must go and see. Xiao Qian volunteered, "Yes, I'll lead the way." Once she recovered, she immediately led Tran Mak to that strange place, which was the mountain range ahead. They arrived at the bridge leading to that cave. He immediately said, "Let's go in." After walking for a while, they saw quite a few people and wondered, this place usually has few visitors, but now there are so many martial artists. Xiao Qian was now alarmed, thinking, it seems the news has leaked, these people must be here to find Void Mountain. Tran Mak, however, showed no concern and replied, "It's fine, they'll find theirs, we'll find ours. If they dare cause trouble, just kill them." A moment later, she led him to that cave. "It's right there." He immediately dashed forward and said, "Hurry up." Seeing him so rushed, she quickly followed, "Okay, wait for me." The others who were also heading to Void Mountain saw the two suddenly run like that and thought, "Chase them, they've discovered something. Quickly, follow them to see." At the same time, from above, one of the three experts recognized Xiao Qian and spoke up. "The girl with the jade talisman is back, and she brought an accomplice? She doesn't know her place." They immediately descended in front of Tran Mak and greeted him, "Long time no see." Xiao Qian recognized them and shouted, "Tran Mak, they're the ones who injured me." Immediately, one of the three experts attacked her, "Hand over the jade talisman." Tran Mak took the opportunity to assess their strength and decided, the strength of these three is probably only at the body protection realm. But their aura is stronger than the spirit challenging realm. Why is that? Never mind, let me try a strike and see. After knocking one of the martial artists backward, he quickly remarked, "This punch felt completely weak. These three are definitely not ordinary martial artists." The martial artist who had just been hit by him was somewhat surprised by his strength. What sect is this kid a genius from? So young, yet he has such strength. At this point, one of the other two martial artists stepped forward to tease his companion. "Third brother, have you forgotten even basic combat after not leaving the house for a few years? You were pushed back by a mere brat." The one called third brother replied with difficulty, "This kid seems strange, he must be from an ancient martial arts lineage like us." His words made the one who seemed to be the eldest of the three speak up and ask, "Kid, what lineage are you from?" Tran Mak did not rush to answer but asked the three experts in return, "What lineage are you from?" The eldest replied, "We are from Lingyun sect, one of the 12 sections." "What about you?" Tran Mak heard this and sarcastically replied, "One of the 12 sects? That means there are many sects like yours." This answer from him angered the eldest, making the old man furious. "You're messing with me, kid. You're not from an ancient martial arts lineage. Go to hell." Seeing second brother and third brother rushing towards him, he immediately told Xiao Qian, "Step back." Xiao Qian listened to him and moved away, but she didn't forget to warn him, "Tran Mak, be careful." At this moment, the three masters had surrounded Tran Mak. Their fierce fight attracted the attention of others. They're fighting over there. It seems the entrance to Void Mountain is there. Back to the fight, a hand was raised. Tran Mak exhaled and began to gather his spiritual power. Phew. Then he struck a blow towards the three masters. Ah. The eldest, having taken a blow from him, shouted resentfully, "This kid." The three masters seemed to be no match for Tran Mak and were repelled by him. Third brother said, "This kid is too strong." The eldest admired him, saying, "Our ancient martial arts have not been seen for a long time. You, not being an external martial artist, possess such power." Hearing the old man say that, third brother worriedly asked, "What should we do now? Are we going to give up the jade talisman on that girl?" The old man heard that and immediately rejected the idea. Of course not. The old man then decided to use his ultimate move. Quickly, bring out our trump card. Immediately, the three masters set up a formation, three talents sword formation. They spun around each other like a whirlwind. An undeniable source of spiritual power emanated from their formation. Xiao Qian saw that and wondered in confusion, what kind of move is that? Tran Mak, however, seemed intrigued and exclaimed, "Interesting." At that moment, a great sword appeared before him. The sword was raised high and prepared to strike him. Xiao Qian was frightened by the sight and screamed, "Be careful, it seems like." Just as the three Grand Masters shouted, the sword flew straight down at Tran Mak. Kill. He didn't bother to dodge and was ready to counterattack. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, first form. He unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the great sword, sundering mountains and rivers. The three masters were also sent flying because of it. Even Tran Mak was affected, stepping back 2 paces. The three masters knew they couldn't defeat him, so they quickly retreated. "This kid is strangely strong, let's go quickly," and immediately report to the sect master. He, of course, wouldn't let them run away like that. "Did I tell you could leave?" Seeing that he wouldn't let them go, the eldest worriedly asked, "What now? Do you want to keep us here?" Of course, his answer was that he wouldn't let them run. "Yes, leave your lives behind." Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, third form. Second brother and third brother saw him about to strike, so they stood in front of the eldest and loudly said, "Oh no, big brother, run quickly." Second brother said to the eldest, who had already fled some distance, "You go back and report to the sect master." Third brother then turned to challenge Tran Mak, "We'll fight you to the death." Tran Mak felt these two were a bit bothersome, so he dealt with them directly, "Overestimating yourselves." One move from him took care of second brother and third brother. The eldest saw that and fled faster in a bit of a panic. The old man also didn't forget to shout, "Second brother, third brother, you just wait. My Lingyun sect will definitely come back for revenge." But how could the old man possibly return to report when Tran Mak's sword had sent him to heaven? "Do you think you can leave?" In his final moments, the old man, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How could this be?" After Tran Mak sent the three masters to meet their maker, he fell into thought for a moment. Xiao Qian then quickly ran over and asked, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Tran Mak calmly replied, "I'm fine." "Is this the place you were talking about?" He looked around the place for a moment and then concluded, "There are no spiritual energy fluctuations here at all. It doesn't seem like there's a barrier." Xiao Qian saw him doubting that she had led him to the wrong place, so she loudly affirmed, "It's definitely here. I'm sure I haven't mistaken it." Her words led him to a speculation. He suspected that Void Mountain was a floating minor world. Its specific location and appearance time are completely random. It was here last time, but next time is uncertain. A few days later, many people arrived at this mountain. Seeing this, Xiao Qian said worriedly, "Chen Mo, more and more people are coming." Chen Mo said with a calm yet firm attitude, "If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If anyone is impolite, I won't go easy on them either." Suddenly, he turned and gave Xiao Qian a pill, explaining, "Oh right, here's this for you. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, channel your true qi into this jade talisman, it can save your life." She happily took the pill, saying, "Okay, thank you." While the two were cultivating peacefully, Xiao Qian was startled awake by a loud disturbance. She noticed a big commotion below, people were fighting, and a cry for help rang out from below. Xiao Qian looked down and saw someone being chased, so she immediately urged, "It's in the valley below, let's go check it out." The person being chased quickly took out their token and offered a lucrative deal. "Who can protect me? I'm willing to give the Jade Talisman of Void Mountain identity." Those present were a bit cautious upon hearing that. The Jade Talisman is precious, but it's not worth risking their lives for. Now, possessing the Jade Talisman would make one a target for others. "Everyone, look closely." The pursued person, seeing no one help them, uttered in disappointment, "So, no one will stand up to help me. Fine." In such a critical moment, he decided to throw the token in his hand, saying, "Even if I throw it away, I won't give it to you guys." The words on the token. Jade Talisman, and in the end, that token fell into Chen Mo's hands, making him exclaim, "Oh, we've hit the jackpot." The pursued person saw that, laughed breathlessly, and said, "Haha, your luck isn't bad. Let's see your ability, can you keep it?" By then, his pursuers had caught up. They arrogantly ordered Chen Mo, "Hand over the Jade Talisman." Among those present, someone recognized him. "I didn't expect you to be here too, Chen Mo. You've actually matured to this extent now." But Chen Mo calmly put the Jade Talisman into his pocket and then lightly said, "Give it to those three." Seeing him dare to disrespect them, the three assassins immediately launched to attack him. "You're asking for death. Kill him, take back the Jade Talisman." Looking at the three of them, he uttered with a hint of disdain, "Even mere peak inner realm cultivators dare to be so arrogant." After saying that, he swiftly sent them to their demise. Scram! Immediately, a huge explosion occurred. Lise saw that and asked in shock, "He hasn't even used his full strength, and he's already this terrifying?" Then he turned to ask his master, "Master, what realm has his cultivation reached?" His master also wasn't sure and replied, "I can't see through it. This kid's cultivation technique probably has an effect that conceals his cultivation." His master's words made him exclaim in surprise, "Even you, master, can't see through his cultivation?" Though he didn't know which realm Chen Mo belonged to, he still smugly declared, "Don't worry, he probably just has a peculiar cultivation technique. At most, he's a bodyguard grandmaster. He's still far inferior to my soul-gazing realm." At this moment, in the valley to the west, Void Mountain appeared accompanied by a green light. Everyone simultaneously saw the light emanating from Void Mountain, so they told each other, "Void Mountain has appeared. Hurry, let's go." Chen Mo saw that the situation was not good and instructed Xiao Xian, "You must stay close to me, absolutely do not separate." Xiao Xian readily agreed. A moment later, everyone had arrived at the foot of Void Mountain. The scene there made them a little worried. "We've reached the foot of the mountain, why is it all fog?" "Who cares, just rush in and it'll be over." Someone approaching Void Mountain suddenly felt something amiss. "Why does it feel like there's a force in the fog preventing us from entering?" Suddenly, something happened that made those who came to this place agitated, thinking, "Strange, I can't get in, but someone already did. Is it related to the Identity Jade Talisman?" Given the current situation, they greedily made a decision: rob. Steal the Identity Jade Talisman. Rob those behind us. Someone among them definitely has an Identity Jade Talisman on them. Xiao Xian looked at the crowd with ill intentions towards them and worriedly asked, "Chen Mo, what should we do?" These two greedy individuals realized that Chen Mo had what they needed. He definitely has it on him. He's the one who just got the Jade Talisman. So they immediately attacked him, but he calmly said, "You block me, die." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly sent them to their demise. Then he and Xiao Xian continued to move through the fog. As she walked, she said, "Chen Mo, luckily you also got the Jade Talisman just now. I wouldn't dare to enter the fog alone." He heard that and confidently replied, "It doesn't matter, as long as I want the Jade Talisman, they wouldn't dare not to give it to me." Just then, she saw something. "Why is the front It turned out that before her eyes was a magnificent palace radiating powerful spiritual energy. Chen Mo seemed extremely interested in it. This place has great spiritual energy fluctuations. It's truly an immortal's cave dwelling. Unlike his interest, Xiao Xian said somewhat fearfully, Chen Mo, this palace is a bit gloomy and scary, maybe we shouldn't go in. Seeing her like that, he immediately realized the problem. She wasn't scared, but she felt the pressure from a high-level soul. So he immediately reassured her, don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. By now, those present were trying to enter the palace. Can't break the formation, no one can get in, there's a formation here. Chen Mo saw them struggling endlessly and asked, stop muttering, can no one break it? To save time, he decided to act himself to speed things up. Ah! They saw him about to break the formation and whispered with some disdain, what is this kid talking about? Does he really think he can break the formation? Humph, he doesn't know his own strength. So many of us couldn't break this formation, and he says he can break it. Before they could finish speaking, he had indeed broken the formation. This scene made those present exclaim in shock, he actually broke the formation. Incredible, he really broke it. This is too amazing. Seeing the door had opened, they quickly ran inside. Go, quickly. The spiritual energy emanating from it entranced them as they stepped in. Oh my, the spiritual energy here is so dense, it's truly 1,000 times denser than outside. No wonder some people say, entering the Void Mountain, one will surely become a master. Is it because of this spiritual energy? Xiao Xian comfortably breathed in the spiritual energy and exclaimed, Chen Mo, the spiritual energy here is so good that I'm even a little sleepy. Chen Mo saw her relaxing and immediately reminded her, go straight ahead. We don't know when this place will close. We need to investigate quickly. She heard him, quickly composed herself, and said, okay. Just then, he heard shouts, cultivating here is truly killing two birds with one stone. It won't take long for our strength to greatly increase. Quickly, let's cultivate quickly. Seeing them sit down to cultivate, he thought, the dense spiritual energy in this place will surely give birth to some powerful life forms. Want to cultivate in peace? Impossible. Just then, something suddenly emerged from the ground. It had the shape and squeaking sound of a mouse, squeak, squeak. Its appearance caused a stir among everyone. What is this? It looks like a giant mouse. Xiao Xian also asked in fright, what kind of monster is this? Chen Mo then explained, it was originally just a normal mouse, but it received nourishment from the spiritual energy of this place. He realized that this mouse had transformed into something else after absorbing the spiritual energy here, and over time, evolved into a demon beast. Suddenly, the mouse lunged towards those present, making them scream, oh my, it's charging over here. Chen Mo raised his fiery fist, then punched the giant mouse hard, shouting, scram. Those who came to Void Mountain exclaimed in awe, wow, so powerful. We can't just stand by and watch. Let's go together. They charged forward, charge. On the other hand, Chen Mo thought, Void Mountain might close soon, I need to search quickly. I can't waste time here. Suddenly, Xiao Xian approached him and asked, Chen Mo, are you all right? He replied to her, we can't stay here long. Let's go quickly. She turned to look at the tower behind them and said, look, someone has already run ahead. We should go quickly too. The group that came to Void Mountain was blocked by a group of strange soldiers. They wondered, what are these things? Someone spoke up, these guys have the aura of a protector grandmaster, but they are not human, they are puppets. I'm afraid they are the guardians of this stone tower. The group at Void Mountain made up their minds, let's fight. Everyone help, destroy the guardians. As for Chen Mo, he turned to instruct Xiao Xian, I'm going too. Void Mountain can close at any time, so we must seize the opportunity. You wait here and protect yourself. After a while, those who came to Void Mountain had defeated all the guardian soldiers. This stone tower is actually guarded by 12 Grandmaster level puppets. There must be a lot of good things hidden inside. Let's go. Seeing this, Xiao Xian turned to Chen Mo and said, aren't we going in? He stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, no hurry. There is indeed a very strong spiritual power fluctuation there, but there's also a trace of death aura. Before long, the group that had just entered the tower had to flee out, screaming, while the sound of ghosts echoed from inside the tower. The group yelled in fright, ghosts! Help! Chen Mo knew the time had come and said, let's go, we'll go in and see now. Hearing him say that made Xiao Xian freeze for a moment. She immediately asked him, really? Didn't you say no hurry? Just like that, the two stepped inside the tower. In a certain room, Chen Mo saw an altar placed there. Looking at its shape, it was a place for offerings. Xiao Xian bent down to examine the dust there. To be able to corrode metal items with spiritual power to this extent, how long would it take? 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. He turned to call her, let's go, to the second floor. As the duo stepped onto the second floor, Xiao Xian couldn't help but wonder, why is the second floor empty? Chen Mo replied, because this is where the sacrificed souls reside. He seemed to have discovered something and called out, come out, don't hide anymore. Xiao Xian looked at him blankly. He still spoke in a serious tone, if you don't show yourself willingly, then I'll force you out. No sooner had he finished speaking, and Bai Tian appeared with an extremely fierce look. Who dares to be so bold? Xiao Xian shrieked in surprise and fell to the ground. Her face was completely white. There's really a ghost. Bai Tian seemed to know Chen Mo. He said, are you the lucky survivor of that great war years ago? He asked back, how long ago was that great war? He scratched his chin and said, too long ago, I no longer remember clearly. He asked further, so do you remember who won in the end? He replied, no one won. Then he continued to ask, do you know what place this is? Bai Tian looked around and cried out in alarm, this place is the Spirit Tower. This place is the Spirit Tower. Then why am I here? He agitatedly said, am I dead? No way, I am in Bai Tian, how could I die? Who killed me? Immediately, he raised his hand to attack him, give me back my life. Chen Mo quickly dodged the attack. He told Xiao Xian, hurry to the upper floor, I'll stop him. Bai Tian continued his attacks, and he immediately unleashed his own, the Samadhi True Fire. On the third floor, another altar was placed here. Oh my, so many spirit tablets? Chen Mo read out the names on each spirit tablet, and Ling Tian, and Jing Tian, and Pa Tian, and Bai Tian. This is the Infamily Spirit Tower. There's nothing here, let's go. Afterwards, he and Xiao Xian walked out of the tower. The people around gathered and asked, are there really ghosts in there? Did you get any treasures? He replied, they're all spirit tablets of the deceased, there's nothing useful. Chen Mo and Xiao Xian helped each other walk out of the crowd. On the other side, the group of people who had arrived at Void Mountain looked at Chen Mo and said, look at those people, it seems there's more than one entrance to Void Mountain. Elsewhere, Xiao Xian wondered, so, the Cloud Palace is perhaps the Immortal's abode of Taoist Song Song? He replied, Taoist Song Song was the last immortal from 1,000 years ago. According to current terms, he must have been someone who broke through to the divine realm. She asked, Chen Mo, why aren't these people going in? What are they doing standing here? He said, there's a magic formation. Xiao Xian couldn't help but be curious, there's a magic formation here too? Why do people like to set up magic formations in their own places? While the two were engrossed in conversation, a girl suddenly approached them. If you can see there's a magic formation at a glance, then do you know how to break it? Chen Mo indifferently asked, who are you? The mysterious girl thought to herself, normal men look at me with eyes that want to strip every piece of flesh from my body. But he's different. After that, she said, I am Xiaxing of Feiyu sect, and you? He closed his eyes and brushed her off, no need, I don't want to get acquainted with you. But in his heart, he thought, this girl is clearly a scheming type at first glance. Suddenly, someone else interrupted, provoking her. Who would have thought that Fei Yu Xiaoxing, one of the four spirits of the ancient martial tribe, would also be ignored by someone? She angrily yelled, "Stop spouting nonsense." Immediately after, Xiaoxing put on an innocent face to approach Chen Mo. "Aren't you a member of the ancient martial tribe?" He coldly replied, "It's none of your business." Ignored, her face immediately fell. "To treat me like that? But I don't know him well, so it's not convenient to turn hostile." Damn it, she turned and walked away. "Excuse me." Chen Mo and Xiao Xian then proceeded towards the magic formation, ignoring the comments from the surrounding people. "Kid, if you don't want to be struck dead by lightning, don't show off." What does he want to do? Could he possibly break the formation? Don't drag the pretty sister to her death. He looked up at the magic formation and thought, they can't even see these formation patterns. After that, Chen Mo raised his hand and used magic to strike the formation in front of him. It's just a lightning-attracting formation? It seems Taoist Song Song isn't much after all. The energy stream of the magic formation surged into his body. Once all the stored energy of this formation is depleted, the formation will be broken. Once everything was done, he and the people around him entered the building. The living room inside this building was decorated with an exquisitely crafted wooden sofa set. The people who had come to the mountain expressed their displeasure at this sight. There's no path ahead. Is this the end of Void Mountain? Is this all there is? Xiao Xian looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Wasted half a day's effort. Just to see this rundown palace? Chen Mo spoke up. It's not that simple. Once everyone was inside the building, the door suddenly closed automatically. The people around cried out in confusion, "What's happening? Who closed the door?" He pulled her hand and said, "Stay close to me." Xiao Xian replied, "Okay." Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared in the room along with a voice. Why did I clearly see that door, yet couldn't enter? Why?" Those around cried out in fear, Who's there?" The whirlwind disappeared, revealing a figure. "I am the master of this place." Everyone exclaimed, "He is Taoist Shangsong." Chen Mo said coldly, "A mere fragment of lingering resentment, yet it dares to proclaim itself this venerable one?" Taoist Shangsong heard him speak and angrily shouted, "Nonsense! I am Shangsong. I am no mere resentment." Immediately, he lunged to attack Chen Mo, shouting, "I will kill you." Chen Mo didn't flinch and immediately struck him away. "Get lost." Shangsong sat up, trembling, and said, You are an ancient descendant, so can you give me an answer?" Hearing him speak, those around couldn't help but whisper, "Ancient descendant? Him, this kid. What does that mean? Did you transmigrate?" Chen Mo paid no mind to their words. He thought, it seems that a prosperous cultivation civilization once existed on Emperor Star. The resentment of Taoist Shangsong and the evil spirit of Anbai Tian both consider themselves descendants of ancient cultivators. A moment later, he spoke up, "Ask your question." Shangsong grimaced, trembling as he said, "My strength back then had already broken through the god realm. I became an immortal revered by all, but I knew this wasn't the end, it was just the beginning." Those around began to whisper again, "Breaking through the god realm is just the beginning? So what are we, who aren't even grandmasters? It turns out we truly are just ants?" Then he covered his face and said in a panic, "I clearly saw it, but no matter what, I couldn't enter. Has the immortal gate closed?" Suddenly he screamed, "I won't accept this. I won't accept this." Chen Mo replied indifferently, "I don't know what you saw, but the immortal realm is formless. The immortal realm that can be seen is fundamentally not the immortal realm." He babbled incoherently to himself, "Formless immortal realm, formless immortal realm, immortal realm." Then he looked up and pointed at Chen Mo, "Kid, I'll kill you first, then slowly deal with these ants. I'll choose someone with good bone structure to take over and be reborn, to complete what I couldn't in my past life." Chen Mo heard this and said dismissively, "Quite the plan, but can you do it?" He cursed, "Go to hell." Immediately after, a surge of dark energy radiated from him. He yelled, "Heart Guardian Sword Array!" He summoned swords that flew around Chen Mo. Then they charged, piercing directly into Chen Mo. Xiao Qian saw this and screamed, "Chen Mo!" Li Zhe, hiding in the crowd, was extremely pleased. He died just like that? Good riddance. Shansong laughed heartily. Even if you are an ancient descendant, what of it? This grand array has been passed down from ancient times. Your ancestors couldn't even contend with it, let alone you. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out Chen Mo was unharmed. He said coldly, "Look closely before you speak." Xiao Qian covered her mouth, breathing a sigh of relief. "That's great. I knew you'd be fine." Li Zhe clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Chen Mo, just how many more tricks do you have?" And Tian Song covered his face, stammering, "No, how can this be?" Chen Mo looked at him coldly. "My patience is not something you can imagine." He raised his fiery fist. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, First Form, Mountain Breaker. Chen Mo's punch sent Shansong flying. He could only let out a scream before falling silent. His task done, he thought, a mere fragment of resentment, yet it could cultivate a physical form. This Taoist Shansong truly had some skill. Xiao Qian ran over and hugged him. "Chen Mo, it's so good that you're okay." He comforted her. "All right, this place no longer holds any value. Let's leave." As they all exited the mountain, a moment later, the mountain immediately collapsed. Xiao Qian looked at the scene before her and said, "Void Mountain actually collapsed. We almost got trapped inside." However, Chen Mo was thinking of something else. Taoist Shansong, just like the Mu family of Medicine King Valley, clearly occupied Void Mountain later on. The disappearance of that remnant soul surely isn't enough to make Void Mountain collapse. Why exactly? I have a bad feeling. Forget it, I'll just go do something else. Later that evening, at Quandu Airport, Chen Mo thought, half of the Tai family's assets, I'm coming to get them. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning, as a car brought him in front of a villa. Here we are. This is the Tai family's large villa in Quandu, considered a family landmark. He stepped out of the car but was stopped by the driver who questioned him, "Why did you get out?" "Just looking from the outside is enough, they won't let you in." He proceeded into the house and met someone sitting in the living room. "Miss Tai, we meet again." Tai Van now saw him and exclaimed, "It's you." A moment later, he entered the study where Tai Amon was sitting. "Master Chen, I already know about you and Van Na." He calmly said, "Thank you for saving my family's old master, but if you want to use this to extort my Tai family, then you've miscalculated. Tell us the true price of the elixir, and my Tai family can pay double. But if you're talking about half of our assets, an exorbitant price, then don't blame my Tai family for being impolite." Chen Mo spoke without hesitation. "Impolite, you say? Very well, I don't need the money anymore. I'll take back the elixir then." Van Na immediately said, What do you mean?" "My grandfather has already used the elixir." He coldly retorted, "Then take his life." The surrounding bodyguards all stood up in unison. "You are looking for death." Amon calmly put his hand into his pocket. "Master Chen, if we can't negotiate, then accept this challenge letter. This is a challenge from true Immortal Nak Long, the master of Grandmaster Zhang whom you previously killed." Then he threw a challenge letter to him. "If you can defeat true Immortal Nak Long, then my Tai family will accept your terms." Chen Mo burned the letter with fire and said, "All right, but I want to increase the stakes." He continued, "Speak." He secretly thought, "Accept the challenge, and you're dead for sure." He pointed directly at Amon and said, "If I win, I want all of your Tai family's assets, and your old master's life too." Hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Insolent! Do you want to destroy my Tai family?" Chen Mo glanced at him. "You didn't want to honor the agreement of half your assets. Instead you schemed against me and challenged me. This is the price." 3 days later, 9 p.m., at the foot of Mount Nak Long. The line of cars belonging to the invited guests was perfectly straight, and everyone was whispering amongst themselves. The leader of Quan Du's spiritual arts world is challenging Master Chen of Qin and Geep. It's sure to be spectacular. Who will win? True Immortal Nak Long hasn't fought in over a decade. What realm has he truly reached? On the peak of Mount Nak Long, True Immortal Nak Long stood ready. You're very punctual, Master Chen. I never expected you to be so young. He didn't hesitate to praise his opponent either. The spiritual arts you've cultivated are also excellent. Chen Mo gestured with his hand. Come on, let me see what your lineage of spiritual arts is capable of. True Immortal Nak Long pointed his finger and cast a spell, Dragon Binding Lock. He summoned iron chains to tightly bind Chen Mo. He looked at him slightly and said, You are indeed stronger than Grandmaster Zhang. True Immortal Nak Long unleashed his second move, Dragon Fist Kill. He immediately broke the iron chains with force, then counterattacked. Chen Mo threw a punch, breaking True Immortal Nak Long's Dragon Fist Kill. He was utterly astonished when his move was dissolved. He actually neutralized it so easily with one punch. What level has his strength truly reached? Chen Mo spoke, My turn. He held his stance and gathered his strength to unleash a move, first form of Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, Mountain Shatterer. True Immortal Nak Long frowned, so powerful. Next, he unleashed a move, first form of Heavenly Stem's Tome, Starry Sky Barrier. He quickly cast a protective spell and blocked Chen Mo's attack. However, True Immortal Nak Long also suffered no small amount of pain. Chen Mo looked surprised. He actually blocked it. Then he gathered his strength, preparing to unleash another move, again, second form of Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, River Splitter. True Immortal Nak Long immediately touched his spellbook with his hand to unleash a counterattack, second form of Heavenly Stem's Tome. He summoned Inner Star Hammer. The hammer flew towards Chen Mo, who raised his hand to block the attack. This collision caused a world-shaking explosion. The surrounding witnesses were all left wide-mouthed in astonishment. True Immortal Nak Long is indeed worthy of being a figure who made his name many years ago. Master Chen can actually fight on par with True Immortal Nak Long. He is also an absolute powerhouse. Amon stood aside, intently watching the fight, couldn't help but worry in his heart. If True Immortal Nak Long loses, then my Kai family is finished. As for True Immortal Nak Long, he panted, thinking, I've already used 2 types of techniques from the Heavenly Stem Branch book, yet I cannot win. I'm even at a disadvantage. It seems I can only use the 3rd type of technique, even if it causes damage to my body. He took a big gamble, bit his finger to activate the 3rd technique of the Heavenly Stem Branch book. Heavenly Starfall. Above Chen Mo's head, rays of light appeared, preparing to strike down upon him. True Immortal Nak Long confidently pointed to the sky, Master Chen, try this move of mine. Immediately, sources of power surrounded him and lunged to attack him. Van Na, who was watching, declared with extreme confidence, Master Chen, this time he's surely dead, right? However, Chen Mo didn't give up. He immediately gathered power into his fist, Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, 3rd stance. He unleashed his power and blasted away True Immortal Nak Long's attack, Shake the Universe. A moment later, the air became completely silent. He said seriously, a very strong attack, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Van Na couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, He's still alive. True Immortal Nak Long seemed unable to believe his eyes. What? This was the final, and strongest, blow of the Heavenly Stem Branch book, yet he's completely unharmed. Chen Mo crossed his arms and said, If this is all your power, then you've lost. He suddenly sneered, Admit defeat? Master Chen, this is my True Immortal Nak Long Mountain. He put on a very dangerous expression, I will not lose. Then he opened his spell book and unleashed a technique, Disciples of True Immortal Nak Long, borrow the stars in the sky. Heavenly Stem Branch book, release all power. Chen Mo immediately noticed his actions. True Immortal Nak Long held the book high and shouted, Give. A stream of energy shot up from the book, gathering into a giant energy sphere. Everyone around exclaimed in surprise, What's happening? Those who came to Void Mountain were frightened by this overwhelming aura. I really can't breathe, this kind of pressure descending from the sky. Chen Mo recognized this technique. This is the power of heaven and earth. This is a grand array left by ancient immortal cultivators. True Immortal Not Long shouted, myriad star grand array. The sphere in the sky locked onto Chen Mo as its target. He remained unfazed. It seems I've been locked onto by the grand array. I can't avoid it, I can only take it head on. Then Chen Mo used the heaven-slaying technique. A stream of energy resembling a sword burst from his hand. He commanded, go. True Immortal Not Long scoffed at him, you actually want to contend with heaven and earth? You truly don't know your place. Chen Mo's sword then shot up and pierced into the energy sphere in midair. The witnesses couldn't stop discussing, what is that? Both of them are using their trump cards. It's too terrifying. These two types of power are not something humans can contend with. His sword blocked the energy sphere. This sight utterly panicked True Immortal Not Long. He actually blocked it. How can this be? No, he's just barely holding on. This is a grand array left from ancient times. Although I can only unleash 1/10 of its power, it's still enough to sweep away all powerhouses on Emperor's throne star. However, the sword was knocked back by the pressure from the sphere. Seeing this, Van Na gleefully said, Master Chen can't hold on anymore. Now he had to face the entire sphere of power himself. The people around clicked their tongues and commented, terrible. It is certainly difficult for humans to confront heaven and earth. This myriad star grand array is indeed formidable. Even a God realm powerhouse might not be able to stop it. Chen Mo remained calm and gave a slight smile. This array is truly not bad. As expected, the energy sphere struck him directly, creating an enormous seismic tremor. The collision left a deep, dark pit. True Immortal Not Long let out a breath. Under the myriad star grand array, anyone is surely dead. Van Na walked over and looked down into the pit. She then scoffed, that damn guy is finally dead. Others chimed in, yes, he's finally dead. The Kai family is safe now. Suddenly, several cracks spread from the edge of the pit. Everyone asked each other, what's happening? An earthquake? Immediately, Chen Mo leaped out of the pit, to the astonishment of everyone around him. Seeing him still unharmed, without a scratch, standing before them. Master Chen, he's still not dead. Venerable Not Long cried out in panic, how can this be? Chen Mo calmly said, my abilities, how could you possibly know them? He swung his hand and unleashed a move, striking his neck, die. He immediately fell straight to the ground. Someone cried out, someone collapsed, impossible. Ingwen froze in place, while Wanya cried out, Venerable Not Long is dead. Chen Mo flew over to the father and daughter and said, go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I'll come to take back what belongs to me. Ingwen collapsed to his knees in despair, the Tai family is doomed. Wanya turned and called, oh. As for Chen Mo, he flew into Venerable Not Long's monastery. When he landed, 2 people in the monastery saw him and immediately stepped aside. He thought, to be honest, it was quite dangerous. If I hadn't cultivated the gold and wood elemental bodies of the primordial indestructible body, and if the water elemental body wasn't at the minor completion stage, I might not have been able to withstand it this time. Venerable Not Long, you surely won't mind me taking your treasures, will you? In this Taoist temple, there are many shelves displaying spirit medicines. As expected, a vast fortune. These spirit medicines alone are enough for me to refine a vitality restoration pill to recover from my injuries. The next day, at the Tai residence, Chen Mo boldly arrived to take over the Tai family. Ingwen's subordinates all showed immense indignation. He then spoke up, now, I have come to take back what belongs to me. A Tai family member immediately shouted loudly, what right do you have to seize everything from my Tai family? Chen Mo glanced at him and said, it's very simple, because my fist is bigger than your Tai family's. When your Tai family bullied others, wasn't it also because your fist was bigger than theirs? Tai Ingwen's father sat in a chair, trying to save the Tai family. Master Chen, is there truly no chance for a truce? He spoke up. If you had upheld your promise from the start, things wouldn't have turned out this way today. Everything is already too late. Ingwen's father pleaded with him. I can give you everything from my Tai family, but please be merciful, don't kill them. He assured, as long as they don't provoke me, I have no interest in killing them. Suddenly, a ray of light struck his head. He only managed to utter a last word, then I'm relieved. The one who struck him down was Chen Mo. When you rushed forward to support him, grandfather. The person next to her supported his arm, old family head. Chen Mo coldly said, that is the price. Ingwen sadly looked at him, father. He demanded, now, hand over all the Tai family's assets. Ingwen resolutely refused. Demon, how can you easily seize my Tai family's century-old legacy? Without further ado, Chen Mo unleashed a move, striking him down. You want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish. When you cried out, ah. Then he turned and said, is there anyone else in the Tai family who can take responsibility? If no one takes responsibility. Before he could finish, someone stepped forward and said, I am Tai Ingwe, let me take responsibility. Please don't kill anyone else. Chen Mo ordered, after all the Tai family's assets have been dealt with, you will temporarily help me manage the Tai family. Anyone who doesn't want to leave can stay and help. Those who perform well may also have their personal assets returned. The other Tai family subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. No need to worry about being homeless anymore. I almost thought I was going to die. When you suddenly shouted, what are you people doing? Do you still remember who you are? He's merely giving you back what was originally yours. Don't you have any backbone? He glanced at her. If anyone intends to cause trouble, you must handle it properly. If you can't, I'll find someone else to manage the Tai family for me. Ingwe gave a sinister, fawning smile and said, please rest assured, Master Chen, I know what to do. His words stunned Wenya. He became irritated. What are you doing? What are you saying? Of course, it's to do things that will please Master Chen. Van Na yelled, Old Man Bo, I am the eldest daughter of the Tai family. Kwok sneered, the eldest daughter of the Tai family? Haha, now the Tai family is mine to command. Who among you wants to serve our eldest daughter of the Tai family? Van Lu gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said with a perverted tone, Uncle, let me. He slowly approached her. What are you doing? He lifted her up, smiling as he said, Cousin, I'll let you enjoy it slowly. Van Na's face turned red with anger. She screamed continuously, let me go, help me, I am also a member of the Tai family. Kwok looked at her struggling with contempt. Do you still have the nerve to say you're a member of the Tai family? If you hadn't provoked Master Chen, would the Tai family have fallen to this state today? You jinx. After the Tai family's matter concluded, at True Man Nok Long Mountain, late at night, Tran Mak was cultivating here. From Qi condensation 6th layer to 7th layer is the boundary of the Qi condensation realm. One must undergo a minor lightning tribulation. The medicinal effect of the birth god pill has been fully absorbed. I'm about to break through to Qi condensation 7th layer. Then a streak of light cut across the sky, striking the mountain. He immediately jumped up to receive the full force of this lightning bolt. Tran Mak spread his arms wide, feeling the power brought by the lightning. He smiled with satisfaction. Others fear and avoid lightning, but I want to use it to temper my body. When the lightning passed, he gently landed on the ground. Tran Mak felt his power. Indeed, after the lightning tribulation body tempering, his body and spiritual power both became purer. His current strength is firmly at Qi condensation 7th layer, and he reached the dragon form realm earlier than expected. If he cultivates the dragon form to its limit, he will possess dragon might, equivalent to a pure true dragon bloodline. He looked down at himself and said, just the pressure alone is enough to make the weak unbearable. It's just that from now on, I'll have to prepare a few more sets of clothes. Changing to another scene, Tran Mak pondered, speaking of which, it turns out there's still a grand array left by ancient immortal cultivators on Emperor Star. Fortunately, True man Nak Long's strength isn't great, otherwise I'd be in danger. I must quickly cultivate the primordial undying body to completion. Next, he held out the ring on his finger. Tran Mak commanded the water element's 5 elements force, spit out some deep-seed primordial stones for me. The little one immediately spat out a gem into the bowl he had prepared. All right, don't make that face. It's not like I'm asking you to consume a lot of your cultivation. You won't suffer a loss. Tran Mak gave the little one a golden pill. Metal generates water. This golden essence jade pearl must be your favorite food, right? Needless to say, the little one looked extremely happy and excited. He smiled and threw the pill to the little one. All right, keep spitting out deep-seed primordial stones for me in the future. The little one happily took it. Tran Mak thought, if I give this guy more food containing metal attribute primordial energy in the future, I wonder what realm it will evolve to. The matter at the monastery is over, but before I go, I still have to influence the Tai family a little. At True Man Nak Long Monastery, Van Na, having fallen from grace, had become a beggar. Please. Suddenly, footsteps approached her. That person was Tran Mak. He called out in surprise, Tai Van Na. She cried and pulled down her hat to cover her face. You've mistaken me for someone else. He didn't mock her, but instead gently patted her head to comfort her. What if I could bring you back to life? Van Na looked up at him. I believe you can, but are you really willing? Tran Mak stood up and extended his hand towards her. Life and death, compliance or defiance, it's just a thought of mine. At the Tai family, Kwok sat with his legs crossed, looking utterly smug. If I had known earlier that relying on Master Chen could get me the Tai family, I would have urged him to settle accounts with that bitch Tai Van Na a long time ago. He leisurely smoked his cigar. Master Chen isn't here. The Tai family and the entire monastery are mine. If I just sell these things, I can. Not allowing him to dream for long, Tran Mak and Van Na were already standing before him. He spoke. Oh, what do you want to sell? Kwok saw him and cried out in alarm. Master Chen, you're here. Haven't you gone home yet? Tran Mak told him, it seems you don't understand. If I can give you power, I can also take everything from you. At his words, Kwok raised his hands and laughed nervously to dismiss the situation. Van Na quickly condemned his actions. You've contacted foreign powers, wanting to sell the Tai family and the monastery, betraying Master Chen and the Great Lie. You've got some nerve. Caught red-handed, he spoke up to explain. This must be a misunderstanding, this. Van Na wasn't about to back down. She yelled, shut up. Do you know what I was thinking when I was repeatedly humiliated by over a dozen people? She said resentfully, I wanted to stab your chest to pieces with a knife. Immediately after that, she thrust the weapon directly into him with a scream, die. Kwok's eyes widened. He stammered, how do you know? At this point, he fell to the floor, dying on the spot. Tran Mak asked her, how does it feel to have taken such great revenge? Van Na held the weapon in her hand and replied to him, if you've taught me martial arts techniques, making me a martial artist, you surely won't mind if I kill a few more people, right? He replied, as you wish. After that, she turned her back and walked away. Holding the weapon, she used her power to eliminate all those who had humiliated her. They begged her for mercy. That day was Tai Van Lo's arrangement. I wasn't willing. Don't. Tai Kwok forced me. Save me, Van Na, I'm sorry. I beg you, young miss. After everything was done, Tran Mak said to her, I'll let you be the head of the Tai family, wielding martial power to suppress everyone. But from now on, your life belongs to me. You are absolutely not allowed to betray me. She knelt before him and said, I am willing. At the airport, VIP lounge, Tran Mak was on the phone with someone. Hello, Tuong Dao. Okay, I understand. At a street corner at night. Tuong Dao, wearing a coat, was waiting for someone. The young men around her couldn't help but stare. So beautiful, is she waiting for someone? Gi Lin saw this and called out to her, Dao, why aren't you going inside? Young master is looking for you. Tuong Dao blushed, shook her head, and said, Gi Lin, you know I don't like young master at all. I basically don't want any involvement with him. My Lin gently told her, I know, but young master won't let go. What can you do? He's the young master of the Yin family and two kin, you can't resist him. Tuong Dao softly turned her face away. As long as he comes, there will be a way. Suddenly, someone called her, Dao Dao. Tran Mak raised his hand to call her. She excitedly ran towards him. Tran Mak, I've finally waited for you. Seeing that, My Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Tuong Dao hooked her arm through his, smiling, thank you for agreeing to my request, pretending to be my boyfriend to be my shield. My Lin stared wide-eyed, hesitatingly asking, is this your way? It's him. Tran Mak replied, what? Am I not worthy? Don't worry, I'll do my best to be a standard boyfriend. Tuong Dao blushed looking at him, thank you. On Tran Mak's side, there was a hint of sadness on his face. He naturally understood Tuong Dao's feelings for him. But I'm destined to go against fate, to find my junior sister. I can only pretend not to know anything. Then, My Lin spoke up, criticizing him, people who want to be your shield could line up around the entire university. And you chose this kind of quality? Tuong Dao immediately defended Tran Mak. You don't understand, Tran Mak is the best. My Lin looked at him and said, ugh, this Tran Mak is about to run into bad luck. The scene shifted to a luxurious party. At this moment, a couple approached and asked Lang Hoa, young master, why isn't your campus belle Tuong with you? Exactly, this is the best chance for young master to declare his sovereignty. If campus belle Tuong isn't here, then she's really disrespecting young master. He looked at his watch and said, don't be impatient, good food is worth waiting for. Suddenly, the couple saw Tran Mak and Tuong Dao walking into the hall arm in arm. The couple exclaimed, look, campus belle Tuong is here. Who's that next to her? Then they turned back and taunted Lang Hoa, young master, when did you lose your sovereignty? You can't even keep a flower vase, can you? He felt like he'd been hit where it hurt and thought, Tuong Dao actually brought an outsider to the class reunion. What does this mean? Is she rejecting me, or does she want to attract my attention? Young Master An's man approached and softly called him, young master. Lang Hoa ordered, call a few people to kick him out, but don't make a fuss, don't make Tuong Dao angry. Then, he walked over to Tuong Dao and said, Tuong Dao, young master has been waiting for you. I'll take you over there. And he's not from our school, so we can't keep him here. She immediately replied, then let's talk elsewhere, Tran Mak, let's go. Seeing this, Lang Hoa shouted, wait. He walked closer and politely said, if he's Dao Dao's friend, then stay and socialize together. Making new friends isn't a bad thing. Everyone around couldn't stop chattering, young master treats campus belle Tuong so differently, it's a bit admirable and enviable. Young master is really charming. Tran Mak turned to her and said, then let's stay and see what fun there is. He thought to himself, if I leave just like that, Tuong Dao's life will be even harder in the future. Young Master An's man looked visibly annoyed, he's still stubbornly staying. Tran Mak, without any regard, immediately barked at him, get out. He then summoned a monster that scared the man to death. He fell backward onto the ground, and the people around him laughed, your guts are too small. Someone just said get out and you're already scared like this. Lang Hoa angrily shouted, what are you spacing out for? Quickly help him up. Immediately after, someone helped him up, and he said with a pale face, young master, that guy definitely knows evil magic. Lang Hoa's face darkened and he thought, evil magic? Could this guy be an ancient martial artist? Then I can't deal with him temporarily, I'll have to change the time and place. Then, he put on a polite smile and said to the people around him, all right, let's focus on the class reunion. I hope everyone has a good time. They excitedly said, young master is generous. His classmates approached and said, young master, the annual Two-Kin Summit is about to be held. You're definitely going to participate, right? Oh, I really want to go see it. Lang Hoa turned to them and said, no problem, anyone who wants to go just tell me, and I'll take you in. They were overjoyed. Wow, young master and his amazing, truly top-tier connections. That's great, we can see many tycoons and celebrities. On the other side, Tuong Dao linked arms with Tran Mak and asked him, is the Tukin Summit like the business summit? He looked at her and said, yes, it's essentially these wealthy people gathering, having a meal, socializing a bit, and discussing cooperation. She replied, then it's meaningless. Lang Hoa glanced at her and couldn't help but think, she actually isn't interested in the Tukin Summit? My Lin approached and linked arms with Tuong Dao. The Tukin Summit is the biggest party in Tukin. There are many celebrities and tycoons. I really want to go. Will you come with me? She turned to Tran Mak and asked, what do you think? He softly replied, then I'll go with you to take a look. Tuong Dao turned to her friend and said, all right. My Lin was overjoyed to hear her say that. That's great. I knew you, Dao Dao, were the best. You definitely wouldn't abandon me. As for Lang Hoa, he looked at Tran Mak's group with dangerous eyes. The Tukin Summit is my home turf. Let's see if I'll kill you. A moment later, at Lang Hoa's home turf, the people gathered at the Tukin Summit's hall were full of admiration. This place is so big, truly impressive. My Lin couldn't help but praise, Dao Dao, my dad dreams of attending the Tukin Summit, but he's not qualified. I can't believe I got in today. Seeing her like that, Tuong Dao happily teased, look how excited you are. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, you, stop right there. The person who spoke was Manager Lu of the Tukin Summit. He pointed at them and loudly accused, someone reported you stole something. Come with us to the police station for investigation immediately. Seeing Tran Mak indifferently looking this way, the subordinate following him immediately said, who are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Immediately, Tuong Dao frowned deeply and exclaimed in surprise, what's going on? My Lin also added in disbelief, this must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, in the distance, Lang Hoa observed everything, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My Lin seemed to notice his smile and realized the problem. This was young Master An's deliberate setup. Meanwhile, Tran Mak calmly and openly ordered, you're not worthy of provoking me. Tell your master to come personally. Hearing him say that, Manager Lu's face hardened, and he immediately asserted his authority, I'm not worthy. You two, deal with him for me. As soon as his two subordinates charged forward, he quickly unleashed his strength. Tran Mak looked at them, a confident smile playing on his lips, and said, seeking death. Feeling his immense power, the two men panicked and immediately knelt down, pleading, spare me, don't kill me, save me. Other attendees of the conference were surprised to see that he hadn't even done anything, and those people were already scared. They discussed, what's going on? Does that guy know magic? No, it's sorcery. Noticing the situation was not good, Lang Hoa immediately appeared with his subordinates, enough. Get up, all of you are disgraces. He looked at Tran Mak, a slight frown on his brow, but his smile was still contemptuous as he said, you've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble here. Witnessing this scene, Tuong Dao realized the problem and blurted out, and Lang Hoa, this is your setup, isn't it? You forced Tran Mak to act. But he ignored her and said to the person next to him, Mr. Lam, please step forward and protect Sister N of the conference. Mr. Lam proudly responded, of course. Then, he stepped forward with an imposing demeanor and challenged, kid, I know you're a martial artist, but there are always stronger people, beyond humans there are heavens. If you kneel down and beg now. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tran Mak landed a punch on him, noisy. Seeing his punch, those around were a bit surprised, what? This guy is actually that powerful? No wonder he dared to confront Lang Hoa. But Lang Hoa didn't seem scared at all, he even loudly and steadily declared, I underestimated you. However, daring to hit someone at the summit, I don't need to act, someone will naturally deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a female figure in high heels gracefully appeared, who's causing trouble here. Seeing who arrived, the crowd at the conference once again stirred, Ta Noyat Na is here, the eldest daughter of the Ta family. The Ta family is responsible for security at the summit. This time, the Ta family, they are a prominent family on par with the Yin family. And without needing many words, Lang Hoa immediately pointed at Tran Mak, bluntly indicating him. His action displeased Tuong Dao. You're making a malicious accusation. My Lin agreed and added, it's obvious you brought people to cause trouble for Tran Mak. Tran Mak was acting in self-defense. But contrary to their hasty arguments, Ta Noyat's attitude was a bit strange. You. She held up her phone, comparing it to his image in the news, and surprisingly exclaimed, it really is you. Immediately after, Ta Noyat suddenly knelt down and respectfully bowed to him. Ta Noyat, now of the Ta family, greets Master Tran. Tran Mak politely said, stand up, do you know me? Ta Noyat stood up and calmly replied, initially, you crushed Song Tun Ta Hon's conspiracy, saving the families and two kin, and my Ta family received the greatest favor. You are the benefactor of our Ta family. Hearing the information from her mouth, Lang Hoa was now panicked. You are Master Tran. Immediately, Ta Noyat reprimanded him. You are from the Yin family, yet you don't know Master Tran, and you even want to harm him? Aren't you afraid Uncle Yin will break your legs? Although somewhat scared by her threat, the stubborn Lang Hoa still scoffed strongly. You are willing to be his lapdog, don't drag me into it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone appeared and majestically yelled, nonsense. The person who appeared was Lang Hoa's father, and the Tan. With a cigarette in his mouth, he subtly and profoundly lectured, according to what you said, am I also a lapdog in your words? Lang Hoa saw that the person who arrived was his father and hastily explained, Dad, what I said is the truth. The Tan didn't want to hear more and sharply cut him off, scolding, you rotten child. Do you really not know what death means? After finishing his scolding, he quickly moved forward. Upon reaching Tran Mak, the Tan immediately bowed deeply, and the Tan pays his respects to Master Tran. His two subordinates following him also bowed in unison, greetings, Master Tran, greetings, Master Tran. Noticing Lang Hoa still hesitating, the Tan frowned and immediately ordered, you beast, hurry up and kowtow to Master Tran to admit your mistake. Hearing his words, the crowd of onlookers from afar excitedly anticipated the drama, kowtowing to admit fault. Yes, this scene is so hot, this trip tonight is worth it, this melon is enough to fill us up. Only My Lin was a bit confused and didn't understand, what's the situation now? Does young Master and have to kowtow to Tran Mak to admit his mistake? Tuong Dao gleefully cursed, serves him right. On the family father and son's side, Lang Hoa was unwilling and shouted, me kowtowing to him? Absolutely not. I'd rather die. The Tan angrily retorted, do you think Master Tran wouldn't dare to kill you? You bastard. Then, he turned to Tran Mak and pleaded, Master Tran, I only have this one son, please spare his life. He, not wanting to make things difficult for them, agreed casually, out of respect for you, I won't kill him, I'll just follow Ta Noyat Na's recent suggestion. Before their astonished and unresponsive gazes, he immediately took action, break both his legs, consider it a warning. Lang Hoa, whose legs were crippled by Tran Mak, screamed in pain, my legs, it hurts. Seeing him like that, he didn't forget to warn, if there's a next time, you're dead for sure. The Tan saw his son writhing in pain on the ground and quickly called out, you all, quickly take young Master to the hospital. Ignoring whatever commotion they were making, Tran Mak turned his head and called out to Tuong Dao from afar, let's go. In his heart, he firmly affirmed, this time, no one will dare to disturb Tuong Dao anymore. Hearing him call her, she quickly replied from behind, okay. Seeing him leave, the Tan and his subordinates quickly bowed to see him off, farewell, Master Tran, farewell, Master Tran. A moment later, the scene changed to a large airport. Tuong Dao, feeling a bit sad, asked, Tran Mak, are you going back now? Before bidding farewell, he left a promise with her, wait for winter break, we'll meet in Saitang. Not holding him back any longer, Tuong Dao, with tearful eyes, gently nodded in agreement, it's decided then. Please travel safely. Tran Mak casually turned and left, bidding her farewell. Okay. Watching his retreating figure, Tuong Dao regretfully thanked him, Tran Mak, thank you. A moment later, as he settled into his seat on the plane, his phone rang just as the announcement speaker said, "Please turn off your phone and other communication devices to avoid affecting the flight." At this moment, a strange message appeared on his phone screen. Rumor has it that a spiritual herb has appeared deep in the Yin Mountain. Do you dare to come? Tranmak read the message and felt a bit intrigued, deciding, although I don't know who sent this message, if there's a spiritual herb, I must go and check it out. The scene immediately changed to beneath the night sky of Yin Dang Mountain, where he was walking along a small bridge, moving forward. Tranmak muttered to himself as he walked, although I can fly without a sword now, it consumes too much spiritual power. It seems I need to quickly cultivate the myriad swords art to gain the ability to fly with a sword. However, all heaven and earth treasures will generate intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Looking at this, it must be there. Saying that, he immediately used his spiritual power to fly forward. While flying towards his target destination, he suddenly noticed a few other people. It seems others have also found this place. A moment later, Tranmak landed on the edge of the mountain valley, where a small pond was surrounded by a group of people. On a rock in the middle of the pond was a strange branch of flowers. It's actually the 9-leaf purple heart orchid, the highest grade among the 4 purple heart orchids. Seeing that branch of flowers, he was filled with excitement and determination. The 9-leaf purple heart orchid can refine the divine soul Tao body and solidify the foundation of immortal cultivation. I must obtain it. However, wherever spiritual herbs grow, there will always be spirit beasts protecting them. Why is there none here? As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-leaf purple heart orchid emitted a mysterious light. Following that, a thin wisp of smoke spread into the air. The surrounding people, smelling this fragrance, lightly exclaimed, "The spiritual herb has matured." This scent is so captivating. Quickly, just as they were still lost in this sensation, a figure darted forward. By the time they reacted, Tranmak had already rushed to the rock in the middle of the pond containing the spiritual herb. To the astonishment of others, he's snatching it. He's so fast. They were unwilling to give up and tried to charge forward to confront him, but he raised his hand and flicked it. A protective sphere immediately appeared, enveloping Tranmak and sending the crowd flying. Oh! Inside the sphere, he plucked a flower before the plant withered, happily exclaiming, "It's mine." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and glanced slightly behind him. At this moment, the water in the pond suddenly rose up with a mysterious voice surrounding him. "Tranmak, I've finally caught you." The people outside, seeing the water enveloping him, exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening? What kind of situation is this?" Above, there was a female figure controlling the water, giving an order, "Activate the formation." Immediately, a giant dragon made of water was formed. It was then that Tranmak realized the problem and exclaimed, "They didn't hesitate to use a spiritual herb to set a trap for me." Without thinking further, he quickly clenched his fist, gathering strength. Tranmak punched powerfully forward, unleashing a blow towards the dragon. Ah! That blow rapidly flew towards the connection point between its head and body. With just a light blow, the dragon reverted to water, and the people below panicked and fled. "Let's go quickly. This is no longer a place we can stay. Run fast." Back to the fight. After destroying the water dragon, Tranmak questioned the person above, "Who are you?" The beautiful lady confidently and provocatively flicked her hair, "Master Tran, only by surviving will you understand the meaning. You should first get out of this ancient immortal cultivation array before you ask." Having said that, she raised her hand to the sky and began to cast her power. And once again, the water dragon reappeared at her command. Xian Tian transformation, Azure Dragon appears. Outwardly, she spoke with great confidence, but inwardly, she was struggling and lamenting, "This Tranmak is too formidable. It's only the beginning of the array, and he has almost depleted all the spiritual energy in my body." Despite her thoughts, the beautiful lady still tried her best to put on a show of power. "Let me see how you'll resist this." Tranmak on the ground looked at her imposing aura above him and wondered, an ancient immortal cultivation array? Who exactly is this woman? Thinking that, he raised his hands, clasped them to form a seal, and muttered, "Never mind, I'll talk after I've survived this trial." Immediately, a Buddha-shaped aura holding a saber in one hand and prayer beads in the other appeared, enveloping him as it soared upwards. Seeing this, the beautiful lady gnashed her teeth in confusion and frowned slightly. Does he think that's the end of it? She then pulled out a small jade orb and cast her magic. Tran Mak, taste the one source heavy water, which can destroy the soul of an immortal cultivator. From that jade orb flew out sparkling, clear water droplets. Seeing them, Tran Mak subtly swallowed, a little surprised. She actually has one source heavy water? What exactly is her background? I still don't have the 4 symbols flowing gold earth, so I can only endure it for now. As he thought this, his eyes suddenly glowed brightly. Following his action, a sword immediately rose from behind him. Immediately after, Tran Mak waved his hand, pointing forward. At his command, the giant sword unleashed powerful blows towards the water dragon, Azure Dragon subduing water array. Ah! The beautiful lady watched her technique being easily destroyed, a bit incredulous. Even the Azure Dragon subduing water array, plus the one source heavy water, can't touch him. Noticing the situation was not good, just as Tran Mak questioned her, she turned and fled. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose? Speak quickly. Ignoring his question, she continued to run headlong away from there. Seeing this, Tran Mak raised his hand once again, summoning the sky-slaying sword. Want to run? Just as the sky-slaying sword lunged to attack the beautiful lady, an invisible barrier appeared, protecting her. The beautiful lady turned her head, laughing loudly, teasing and challenging. Want to keep me? In your next life. In the end, Tran Mak could only helplessly sigh, watching her disappear. At this moment, he suddenly coughed up a little blood, frowned slightly, and muttered, "The one source heavy water is indeed formidable. Although I dealt with it, the toxins have entered my body. I must treat my injuries first." Fortunately, I managed to scare her off with the sky-slaying sword to put on a show of strength. A moment later, the scene shifted to a deep cave in the cliff. A powerful voice shouted, "Seal!" Tran Mak, meditating inside the cave, cultivated his technique and mused, "To quickly eliminate the toxins and restore my cultivation, I can only risk using this spiritual herb." He carefully raised his hand, looking at the dazzling, transforming spiritual liquid in his palm. Tran Mak carefully took a deep breath, inhaling all the spiritual mist. After inhaling all the spiritual herb, he let out a loud cry that tore his clothes into pieces. I must suppress this out-of-control spiritual energy. Immediately after, a large amount of power was released from his body, soaring upwards. It was the metal elemental body, wood elemental body, and water elemental body, which had not yet reached great perfection in the primordial undying physique, stabilizing the violent spiritual energy, helping to restore his injured body. Tran Mak gently moved, extending his hand forward and commanded, "Water elemental soul, come forth. Expand for me to absorb spiritual energy." With renewed power, he easily moved to the next step. Now that it's suppressed, next is to absorb spiritual energy and heal the wounds. And just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time in Kien Angip, Manhua Corporation, chairman's office. Tufuang, holding her head, despondently lamented, "Manhua, this time, I'm afraid it's really over." Van Ton quickly chimed in, "This is the Life family, with the real estate and banking sectors colluding to set a trap for Manhua." But she quickly cut her off, retorting, "It's still because our foundation is too weak, we can't compete with the Life family." Then, Tufuang's face turned pale as she somewhat painfully accused, "Father, you are truly heartless." Suddenly, Van Ton thought of a plan and immediately suggested, "That's right, Chairman, why don't we ask Tu Mak? Perhaps he'll have a solution." However, she shook her head, refusing. "What we're facing is a 5 million deficit. Tu Mak, even if he can fight, it's useless." Just then, a familiar pair of sneakers firmly hit the polished floor, echoing. Tran Mak instantly appeared before them, looking handsome, and said, "Mom, I'm not some reckless kid who only knows how to fight." Seeing him, Van Ton exclaimed in surprise, "Tu Mak, why are you here?" Even Deform happily cried out, "Tu Mac." Immediately after, he approached and gently touched her shoulder, reassuring her, "Mom, don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll face it with you." Hearing Tran Mac's words, Deform felt a little relieved and praised, "My son has grown up." To understand these words, we must go back half a month earlier, when Tran Mac had just left the cave on Yindang Mountain and received a message. He looked at the name on his phone and murmured, "Kwam Hassan, definitely nothing good." With that, he immediately answered the call, "Leader, what do you need me for?" The other end quickly replied, "Finally got a hold of you. I have two things to tell you. First, your mother's Manhua group is now in a quagmire. This is purely commercial competition, and we can't conveniently interfere. You certainly can't intervene through violence and killing." Hearing these words, Tran Mac lowered his eyes unhappily and said, "I know." Receiving his answer, Hassan on the other end continued, "Second, after you've dealt with this matter, come find me. I have an important task for you." Ending the flashback, returning to the present, Deform felt Tran Mac's filial piety and comfortably urged, "Son, squeeze a little softer." She just didn't know that at this moment, a terrifying thought was brewing in his mind: no violence, no killing, no problem. With money, I can also crush you all. A moment later, while Deform was talking and advising him, a knock on the door sounded, "Tu Mac. Manhua fears it's about to go bankrupt. A 50 billion capital deficit, it can't be covered. After this, son." She quickly spoke to the person knocking outside, "Come in." From outside the door, the Manhua Group employee walked in, rubbing his bald head and expressing, "Chairwoman, I have an old father above and young children below. Housing loan, children's tuition fees, wife spending money." Without him needing to say more, Deform immediately understood and said, "Director Tu, I understand what you mean. Go to the finance department to settle your salary." Receiving her immediate agreement, he quickly knelt down to apologize, "Chairwoman, I have wronged you." Immediately after, Deform watched his departing back inside. These past few days, many people have left Manhua. When salaries drop, they just flee to other companies anyway. With that, she looked at Van Ton, who was sulking, and advised, "All right, go see who's still holding a position right now. This time, we can't treat them poorly." No matter how angry she was, she could only helplessly sigh and accept the situation, yes. Just as she left, Deform received a call, "General Manager Lai." On the other end was Lai Deform's elder brother, Tran Mac's uncle, Lai Lap Van. With a cigarette in his hand, he said mockingly, "Fourth sister, coming to this point, I also had no choice." Realizing his intention, she snapped impatiently, "The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. I lose, fine. General Manager Lai doesn't need to worry." But Lap Van didn't give up and continued to taunt, "Fourth sister, are you perhaps unwilling to call me elder brother?" Hearing that, Deform's face hardened, and she immediately questioned him, "Then are you the elder brother who personally destroyed my company, pushing me to a dead end, or the elder brother who wants to beat and kill my son?" Cornered by her words, he angrily roared, "Fourth sister, don't continue to be so deluded. Leave that Tran family good for nothing, apologize to Dad, and return to the Lai family. That's your only way out." Deform firmly declared, "Even if I die, I will absolutely not submit to him. I will absolutely not become a pawn in his hands, to be arbitrarily sacrificed for the development of the Lai family." Stung so directly by her, Lap Van was furious and wanted to curse back, but the call was cut off. "Damn it, fourth sister, you." Just then, Van Ton returned and, seeing Deform exhausted from the phone call, said, "If my Hoa group could get 50 billion in capital injected right now, not only could it resolve the crisis, but it could also help my Hoa group turn defeat into victory. It's a pity that at this moment, it's impossible." Hearing her words, Tran Mac next to her took out his phone. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Mom, I have a substantial amount of money. It should be enough for the company's expenses." Hearing this, Deform and Van Ton unexpectedly exclaimed in unison. He pushed the phone with an incoming call towards Van Ton, urging, "Quick, answer the phone." The people on the other end are waiting to invest capital for us. Following his words, she quickly answered the phone. Hello, 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 yes, yes. You said you were willing to unconditionally invest 50 billion into my Hoa? Hearing the crucial point, Tufuang also exclaimed in surprise, what? She urgently requested from her, give me the phone, I want to hear. Tufuang was the next to take the phone and negotiate with the other party. Hello, sir. Okay, we'll go meet you to talk now. Okay. And then, an hour later, at Dai Rui Bank, Tufuang, Van Ton, and Tran Mak sat in a large meeting room and addressed the person hosting them. I really can't believe there are still people willing to help my Hoa now. That person was none other than Lam Tuet. She gently shrugged her shoulders and smiled faintly, replying, please don't be so polite, this is all something I should do. Hearing her words, she was a little confused. At this moment, Lam Tuet suddenly cast a loving gaze towards Tran Mak. Afterwards, in the office, because of that look earlier, he was currently being questioned by Tufuang. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Why did she say it was something she should do? Moreover, when she mentioned Tu Mak, her face was so strange. She asked without letting him answer, instead self-concluding, could it be that you're being kept by someone? Being spoken of in such a way, Tran Mak helplessly fell backward. Oh my mother, how many dramas have you watched? Then he quickly sat up, waving his hand and saying, there's nothing messy like that going on. Don't worry about that anymore. First, let's think about what to do next. Hearing his reminder, Tufuang immediately regained her composure, cleared her throat, and said, steady, block the news first. When the 3-day deadline comes, we'll hit the Lai family hard in the face. And then the 3-day deadline arrived. Lap Van led a group of people. President Vaughn came before Tufuang to show off. Fourth sister, I'm asking you again, you. Before he could say anything, she quickly cut him off. You shut up. Seeing her still so defiant, Lap Van sneered, then don't blame me. Receiving his gaze, President Vaughn felt a bit panicked inside. Although he and Lai Tufuang had been old friends for many years, he absolutely couldn't provoke the Lai family. And then, he stepped forward and announced to Tufuang, Director Lai, today is the final deadline for repayment. If my Hoa group cannot produce the capital, then I'll have to proceed according to regulations. At this moment, she calmly smiled and asked him, yes, how much money does my Hoa group need to pay in total? Seeing her demeanor, President Vaughn was a bit surprised. So calm? Did she find the money already? All right. He quickly brought her some statistical documents. My Hoa group needs to provide 43.895 billion. But currently, the asset valuation is 20.08 billion. Therefore, even if my Hoa group is taken, you still need to pay a debt of over 10 billion. If you can't pay it, we will proceed according to legal procedures, and you might have to go to jail. After President Vaughn finished his statistics, Lap Van immediately interjected, Fourth sister, my conditions are still valid. Tufuang casually rested her chin on her hand and sighed, you want to take my Hoa and put me in jail? How greedy. Just then, another person appeared in the room. Van Ton happily reported to her, Director, it's all ready. Receiving her report, Tufuang glanced at Lap Van's expression and said, please, President Vaughn, check the check. President Vaughn watched Van Ton bring the items towards him and praised happily, so, you really managed to get the capital? She nodded slightly and replied, that's right, please check, sir. When he received the check, he suddenly changed expression and exclaimed, oh, this. Immediately after, President Vaughn rushed out of the room, saying, I'll go make a call to confirm. Seeing him run off somewhere, Lap Van called out, hey. He turned to Tufuang and questioned, Fourth sister, what kind of trick are you playing? She nonchalantly retorted, don't talk nonsense, playing tricks is your forte, Mr. Lai. She said that, and Lap Van angrily gnashed his teeth, oh. Just then, President Vaughn returned, smiling brightly, and announced, Mr. Lai, the check is valid, the bank has received it. Well, I'll be leaving now. Hearing his words, Lap Van unhappily and unwillingly said, "Fourth sister, that was a good trick, but you won't be so lucky next time. Let's go." Suddenly, Tran Mac appeared beside him and called out, "Hey, go back and tell your family head, don't forget the 3-year agreement." Lap Van was still defiant at this moment, threatening, "It won't even take 3 years, the Lai family will make you kneel and beg for mercy." He confidently retorted, "Who kneels for whom is yet to be seen." Lap Van quickly turned around, snorted coldly, and left, talking is useless. After they all left, Tufuang also relaxed and collapsed onto the table. Finally, we've gotten through this crisis. Seeing her so exhausted, Van Ton exclaimed in a panic, "Director." Tran Mac looked at the two of them and declared, "All right, this matter is considered over." He approached Tufuang and transferred spiritual energy into her. "Get some good rest, Mom." Van Ton unexpectedly cried out, "Tu Mac, you are." He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm using a bit of magic to let her have a good sleep." On the table, Tufuang comfortably mumbled in her sleep, "Mom really wants to sleep." Tran Mac looked at her and smiled lightly. "This past period has been really tough on Mom." Witnessing this scene, Van Ton felt a little joy in her heart. Tu Mac has truly grown up. My Hoa has an heir. Time gradually passed into the evening. Tran Mac had now arrived at another location. "Where is this? What mission does he want me to carry out?" Ha Sun turned to him and solemnly revealed, "You will represent national interests in the competition, and who knows, you might get what you want." With that, he loudly introduced, "Here is the battlefield of peace." The War of Peace is a special space of danger and opportunity, opening once every 10 years. Qualified powers will select 7 outstanding warriors to compete. The loser must agree to the winner's demands to resolve international disputes and maintain world peace. Ha Sun rattled on, explaining to Tran Mac, "Although it's top secret, I can reveal a little bit to you. Dai Lai has pledged Q Phuong Island this time. In the War of Peace, it's not just about pure martial force, intelligence and diplomacy are also important, plus there's individual ranking. If you get first place, there will be rich rewards, you won't lose out." Hearing his words, he sighed lightly, "You guys really have a gambling spirit." Just then, Wu Yai opened the door and reported to Ha Sun, "Report, sir, all 6 members of the combat team have arrived." He immediately assigned him a task, "Ji Wu Yai, take this deputy team leader to meet the other teammates." He immediately agreed, "All right." And then, Wu Yai invited Chen Mo into a room, "Come in." Seeing him arrive, a very familiar figure in the room exclaimed in surprise, "Team Leader Chen." Seeing his appearance, Zhang Jin sneered disdainfully, "No way, no way, this is our deputy team leader? Where did you find such a young, pretty boy?" Hai Long quickly saluted Chen Mo, "Hello, Team Leader Chen." Immediately after, he frowned and reminded him, "Zhang Jin, this is Team Leader Chen of our Divine Eagle Special Operations Team, he is your superior. You should show respect." He crossed his arms, leaned back on the sofa, and scoffed, "Look at his scrawny, weak appearance. You want me to respect him? In your dreams." Seeing him like that, Lei Qian opposite him advised, "Everyone, we're about to enter the peace battlefield together. We're comrades who live and die together, let's not argue anymore." Li Xiao, next to him, added meaningfully, "That's why we need to be even more careful. What if this person is a burden? It's fine if we die, but the nation will suffer losses." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl next to him burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, I think he's quite all right." That girl was Feng Mian. She looked at Chen Mo with amusement, assessing him, "At least he's more pleasing to the eye than you crude brutes." Hearing her words, Zhang Jin retorted indignantly, "Feng Mian, we must risk our lives for the nation's benefit. Strength is paramount. Team Leader Ji, why isn't Yang Ting Tian here?" Seeing him becoming more and more outrageous, Wu Yai angrily yelled, "Enough, Zhang Jin. What is a soldier's duty?" Immediately, the group responded, following Zhang Jin's actions, "Obey, obey orders." After giving a crisp salute, Feng Mian suddenly chuckled a few times and stepped forward, "Ha ha. She leaned close to Chen Mo and lightly blew a puff of air at him, saying, "Little brother, were you scared? Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." He calmly warned her, watching her series of actions, "If you continue to use your charm on me, I'll make you experience mental backlash." Hearing his words, Feng Mian flinched slightly and recoiled. He can actually detect my charm. To be personally recommended by the boss. He's truly extraordinary. Feng Mian's charm can kill invisibly, yet he can easily see through it. It seems he truly has some skill. Hai Long witnessed this scene, curling his lips into a faint smile. "You underestimated team leader Chen. Be careful not to suffer a loss." Wu Yai then cleared his throat and got to the main point. "All right, from now on, we work together, united against outsiders. Next, I'll clarify the rules of the peace battlefield. The peace battlefield is only open for 3 days. You must hunt strange beasts within the battlefield and collect their beast cores. In the end, whoever has the most beast cores wins. Note, you can kill anyone inside. There are no legal restrictions whatsoever. Also, this counting device, it will automatically record the beast cores you obtain. If you lose it and cannot submit it after the end, your results will be deemed invalid. If it's destroyed, the person will be immediately teleported out of the battlefield and disqualified. Protecting the counting device is also an extremely important task." After a chaotic night, the next morning at the Peace War Island. Looking at the abstract scene before them, someone innocently exclaimed, "Whoa, such a big pillar. Who's on the pillar?" Ha Sun immediately introduced Hai Long to the place. "This is the activation formation of the peace battlefield." He asked in disbelief, "Is this formation created by humans or?" Ha Sun lowered his eyes and softly replied, "I'm afraid no one can answer that question." Suddenly, someone's cry interrupted him. "Look, everyone, the people from Tulip Nation have arrived. Over there are the people from Eagle Nation. They actually sent the Grand Cardinal in the red robes from the Church of Light. What are these people from Man Nation doing, arriving with a coffin?" Chen Mo, observing the people from Man Nation, frowned slightly, thinking, "There are no energy fluctuations on them. But there's energy in the box that even I find hard to distinguish its strength. It's strange." It didn't stop there. Another group of people approached. "The people from Battle Nation have arrived too." Seeing their muscular physiques, he secretly exclaimed in surprise, "They actually possess demon beast bloodlines. Especially that team leader, he must have the giant bear bloodline. Once he goes berserk, his strength will be extremely formidable." After a round of introductions, they were all ready, standing in the formation and waiting. The peace battlefield is about to open. When everyone was ready, the people on the high pillars began to activate the formation, open. Immediately after, their surroundings changed in an instant. Looking at the scene before them, Hai Long exclaimed in surprise, "Are we here?" Wu Yai immediately spoke up, "Everyone, listen to me. To win, we must come up with a detailed combat plan. Try to get as many beast cores as possible while protecting the beast cores and the counting device well. Furthermore, we must do our utmost to ensure the survival of all 7 of us. In the international arena, our relationship with the Battle Nation isn't bad. Both of us are suppressed by the other 3 nations, so we can join forces first." Hearing his suggestion, Lei Zhan agreed without hesitation. "I agree with the captain's proposal." Zhang Zhen also agreed, "I agree too." Feng Mian observed the situation and had to accept, saying, "Given the current situation, there are no better ideas." Although the plan was good, Li Xiao still raised some questions. What if the people from the Battle Kingdom refuse to cooperate? Or propose some demands that we fundamentally cannot accept? After all, everyone wants to win first place. Wu Yai confidently assured them, "The Battle Kingdom probably shares our way of thinking, so initial cooperation should be fine. We'll take it one step at a time and adapt as we go." Having said that, he asked Chen Mo for his opinion. "Vice Captain Chen, what are your thoughts?" Hearing him ask, the young man didn't hesitate and said, "I have no opinion, I'll follow everyone." Hearing his title, Zhang Jin chuckled mockingly, "And Vice Captain too." After moving for a while, a desolate battlefield immediately appeared before their eyes. Suddenly, there was some movement from underground. Feng Mian quickly warned, "Be careful." From underground, a giant monster with two enormous claws appeared. Following Hai Long's reminder, everyone in the group except Chen Mo summoned their weapons, ready. "It's a strange beast. Everyone prepare for battle." Seeing their weapons, he was a little confused. "Everyone has top-grade magic artifacts? Jiang Hashan must have given them. So what about me? Where's mine?" While he was still wondering, Zhang Jin next to him called out, "Hey, where's your weapon? You're not planning to fight barehanded, are you?" Chen Mo calmly and nonchalantly replied, "I don't have a weapon." Hai Long at the front quickly offered, "Captain Chen, this shattering blade is the weapon of our Divine Eagle Special Operations team. I didn't know you were coming at first. How about you use it?" He gave a slight smile and waved his hand, refusing, "No need." So it wasn't Jiang Hashan who issued them. In that case, it's fine. At this moment, Wu Yai gripped his shield tightly, gritting his teeth as he reminded, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. The strange beasts here are very strong, we need to coordinate our actions. Lei Zhan, use your lightning strike to test the strength of the strange beast. Zhang Jin, Xia Hailong, attack head-on. Li Xiao, provide support. Prepare for a killing blow." Feng Mian was responsible for reinforcement. Receiving his orders, she immediately responded, "Understood." After giving out orders, Wu Yai and the rest of the team left Chen Mo behind and charged forward. Standing alone, he was a little confused, not knowing what to do. Lei Zhan imbued his spear with lightning and shouted as he charged straight towards the monster. He and Zhang Jin each handled one of the monster's claws. Lei Zhan gripped his spear tightly and thrust it forward, shouting, "Die, beast!" His attack unleashed a surge of electricity that engulfed the monster. However, it didn't faze the monster, which instead released a cloud of smoke towards him. Seeing its action, Wu Yai activated his shield and hastily cried out, "This is bad. Everyone, come to me." From his shield, a gigantic barrier was activated, blocking the monster's poisonous gas. And just as it stopped spewing gas, Lei Zhan on the side stabbed it, "Take that for spraying me." This stab enraged the monster. It immediately lunged its claw towards Wu Yai, who quickly used his shield to block the monster's claw. Feng Mian urgently cried out, signaling it might have a weakness. "Its eyes. Hit its eyes." Receiving her instruction, Wu Yai shouted, "Lei Zhan." Zhang Jin. Receiving his signal, Zhang Jin, with his flaming fist, immediately charged forward. He used his flaming fist to deliver a powerful punch to the monster's body. Following his action was Lei Zhan, who finished off the monster with a lightning spear strike, cutting it down. Seeing that it was completely defeated, Wu Yai praised, "Good. One down." At this moment, Zhang Jin fiddled with the monster's body and said, "I'll extract the beast core, but this beast core should probably go to the captain. He's the commander and played top, so he has the greatest contribution. Can you accept it, Captain?" Seeing his loyalty, Wu Yai nodded, "All right, I'll accept it." No sooner had he finished speaking than the bracelet on Chen Mo's wrist beeped a few times. On the screen above was each person's information: Ji Wu Yai 1, Chen Mo 0, Lei Zhan 0, Zhang Jin 0. He looked at it with some amusement and exclaimed, "This counting device is truly intelligent." After the battle was over, Wu Yai continued to signal the others, "Everyone, keep moving forward." In the distance, atop towering mountains, stood a magnificent giant fortress. Chen Mo's group was now in the large courtyard, listening to Wu Yai's instructions, "Don't be careless, there might be traps here." They excitedly exclaimed, "Great! This city is not only 10 times larger than Hadu, it's truly the most majestic city." Li Xiao coldly refuted that statement, "This is just a ruined city." Retorted by him, Zhang Jin was displeased, "What did you say? But you can't deny it was once a magnificent city." Li Xiao retorted, refusing to back down, "That was before, now it's just a ruined city." Zhang Jin angrily countered him, "But its majesty is truly unrivaled in the world." Li Xiao maintained his opinion and replied, "The world's most majestic ruined city." Suddenly, a strange smoke rose from somewhere beneath their feet. Through that smoke, Hai Long assessed their current location. The golden patterns visible on the tiles here seemed to exude a tranquil, calming atmosphere. This seems to be the ruins of a temple. Suddenly, he discovered something and cried out in alarm, "Everyone look, there seems to be a light there." Seeing the glowing object, they discussed in disbelief, "What? How can this be? This is unscientific. Is this an oil lamp?" Chen Mo seemed to sense something and said, "This lamp has a very faint spiritual power, which is why it hasn't gone out." They cautiously ventured deeper into the ruins. Hai Long suddenly discovered something. There seemed to be words carved on the stone tablet nearby. 4 large characters were carved on that stone tablet, Dai Loi Am2. Seeing these words, Wu Yai stammered in surprise, "The temple from myths, with an oil lamp that never extinguishes. It is said that powerful demons are suppressed beneath Dai Loi Am2. Everyone, could it be that beneath this place?" Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden movement from underground. Hai Long immediately cried out, "Careful!" Feng Mian felt the movement beneath the ground and softly uttered, "A terrifying aura is emanating from underground, making my soul tremble." Hearing that, Wu Yai immediately ordered, "Then let's retreat first." Following his command, they turned to leave. However, their bodies trembled, and they found it unusually difficult to lift their feet. Zhang Jin cried out in panic, "What's going on?" Li Xiao also tried to move but couldn't. "Why can't I move? My legs feel like they're pinned to the ground." Zhang Jin continued, trembling, "Damn it, me too. I can't control my legs." Hearing them, Chen Mo also tried to move. "I can't move either. What kind of existence is underground here? My understanding of the Emperor Seat Star is too limited. Wait, why did my master, Immortal Emperor Donghua, pass through the spirit-deprived Emperor Seat Star back then? Was it not a coincidence?" Just as they were in a daze, a gigantic hand suddenly stretched out from within the ruins. Looking at the hand before them, Wu Yai and Hai Long were somewhat panicked. "What is this?" The hand emitted an aura and asked, "Do you all feel your bodies becoming very tired?" Zhang Jin realized the problem and cried out, It's absorbing our life essence." Chen Mo heard this, frowned deeply, and gravely muttered, "This is bad this time." While Zhang Jin was still at a loss, Li Xiao noticed the lamp suddenly flying up. "What the hell is this thing?" He hastily called out, "Look, that oil lamp." Immediately, the mysterious oil lamp flew towards the giant hand and emitted a burst of power. Under the lamp's influence, the giant hand seemed to be drained of its strength and fell. The lamp's flame also extinguished, and it fell, to everyone's astonishment. What in the world just happened? Immediately afterward, Li Xiao and Zhang Jin felt things return to normal and cheered excitedly, "I can move again. The feeling of being drained is also gone." Lei Jin looked towards where the lamp had flown earlier and uttered in a daze, "That lamp has disappeared." No sooner had he finished speaking than their bodies underwent a slight change. A few seconds later, Lei Jin returned to normal, puzzled and confused. Why am I in this position? Li Xiao also wondered, what just happened? Hai Long looked at his hands and said dazedly, "I also feel like I've forgotten something." Chen Mo, at this moment, tried to sense the strange phenomenon that had just occurred and thought, "Indeed, I also feel like a segment of my memory has suddenly vanished. Only that oil lamp has suddenly appeared in my sea of consciousness." Thinking this, he opened his eyes and looked forward with a serious expression. Just then, Wu Yai frantically held up his counter device towards them and shouted, Hey, what are you guys still standing around for? Eagle Country has already collected 5 beast cores. We need to catch up quickly." Hearing his words, the others immediately reacted, "That's right, why are we just standing here? Strange. We must make good use of our time." Zhang Jin, having recovered his mental state, excitedly said, "No more delays, we must quickly hunt down the exotic beasts." Hai Long approached Chen Mo and suggested, "Captain Chen, let's go." He nodded slightly in reply, He followed them forward, calculating in his mind, I've underestimated this space too much, it still holds too many secrets. Wu Yai, leading the way, looked at the counter device in his hand and planned, right now we're last. I suggest we split up to speed up collection. Zhang Zhen and Li Xiao will be one team. According to the team he assigned, because Zhang Zhen had both offense and defense but was quite slow, he needed someone as fast as Li Xiao. Next is the team with balanced abilities, stable offense and defense. Wu Yai chose, Hai Long and I will be one team. And the last team he assigned consists of Feng Mian, who is good at sensing danger, Lei Zhen, who has strong attack power but rather weak defense, and Chen Mo. The three remaining people form one team. And of course, our Tran Mac was a buy two, get one free deal. With that, Wu Yai handed over a black gem and said, this is a positioning talisman. It can sense the opponent's position within 200 kilometers. Everyone, don't go beyond this range. Once you encounter an irresistible force or cannot hold on, retreat immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Mac spoke up, suggesting, I'll be in a group by myself. Hearing his suggestion, Lei Zhen indignantly questioned, Deputy Team Leader Tran, aren't you looking down on us? Feng Mian quickly chimed in, reminding him, little brother Tran Mac, don't rely on your strength too much, you'll die. Hai Long, hearing this, also advised with a hint of worry, Team Leader Tran, you should go with Lei Zhen's group. Make the most of this opportunity. Zhang Zhen immediately sneered, you don't care about your life anymore, do you? Abnormal beasts aren't something you can get through with backdoor connections. After they finished speaking, Wu Yai finally spoke up, Deputy Team Leader Tran Mac, the reason I didn't put you on a team earlier was because I thought it was your first time on the peace battlefield, and you needed to observe and adapt first. Don't let your emotions control you. With full confidence and composure, he affirmed, I won't gamble with my life. Everyone, rest assured. Finally, he relented to him and reassigned, since you've said so, then we'll split into 4 teams, each heading in one of 4 directions. A while later, Tran Mac, in another direction, looked at the giant bull in front of him and said, before the counting device senses it, I'll hide the abnormal beast in the ring first. Looking at this place, it's already beyond the sensing range of the talisman, so I can investigate freely. Just as he was rejoicing in his own world, someone suddenly fired a shot at him. Tran Mac looked towards the shooter and saw 2 people in modern attire. He let out a slight humph, a cyber sci-fi person and a wind elemental ability user, a loophole in cooperation, an interesting combination. Without a moment's hesitation, the cyber sci-fi person immediately fired a continuous barrage of bullets at Tran Mac. He quickly used his movement technique to evade to the side. The wind elemental ability user then launched an attack, chasing after him. Tran Mac glanced at them with a mysterious smile. Immediately after, with astonishing speed, he appeared in front of the cyber sci-fi person and, with a clean punch, sent her flying. Witnessing this, the wind elemental ability user cursed in shock. At this moment, Tran Mac looked at his fist with a hint of disbelief, muttering, this mech wasn't damaged by my punch. What material is this? After being punched away by him, the cyber sci-fi person hit the ground. Immediately after, her arm instantly transformed from a gun to a weapon. With 2 swords on either side, she angrily leaped up and charged towards Tran Mac, damn it. Seeing this, he mused with a hint of admiration, it has this kind of function. If my Dalai soldiers could have one of these. Tran Mac said this while waving his hand, neatly dealing with her. Then the military strength of my Dalai could increase significantly. Seeing his teammate annihilated by him, the wind elemental ability user exclaimed in horror, what? Just as he turned to run, Tran Mac, with one blow, turned him into a pretzel. And you too. After taking care of them, he stored them in his ring, saying, I'll keep these for now and give them to them for research later. Besides the bodies of those 2, there were also 2 small stones. Tran Mac asked himself, a little bewildered, are these spirit stones? Why do they have spirit stones? Where did they get them? It seems that after leaving this battlefield, I'll have to go out and explore. Elsewhere, deep in the dark forest, a group of international fighters were surrounding two abnormal beasts. Still want to resist? One of the two immediately replied, "We'll die before we surrender." Suddenly, the gray wolf abnormal beast saw Tran Mak approaching from a distance. He quickly turned his head and pleaded for help. "Friend from Dai Lai, we need you." "Friend, where are your teammates?" He pointed to himself and replied, "Huh? It's just me right now." Hearing this, the gray wolf abnormal beast, full of disappointment, waved him off. "Then you should leave quickly. We don't want to implicate you." Hearing this, Tran Mak smiled lightly and said, "You're very kind-hearted." Saying that, he stepped forward to shield the two abnormal beasts, confronting the group of international fighters and sneering, "However, it's not good to rely on your numbers to bully the weak." Seeing his blatant defiance, the armored man furiously charged forward, yelling, "Arrogant!" And to the astonished eyes of the two abnormal beasts, Tran Mak responded with a kick to his head, "Haughty!" Witnessing this, the armored man's two teammates stared in shock and horror. The gray wolf abnormal beast, at this moment, praised him with great admiration. "Amazing, friend. Are you the most powerful person in Dai Lai?" Tran Mak smiled faintly and replied, "You're already a bodhisattva crossing the river, and you still want to gather intelligence?" Hearing his words, he looked at the wild boar abnormal beast with a bit of confusion. "Bodhisattva crossing the river?" The wild boar abnormal beast replied, "I don't understand either." Regardless of their confusion, Tran Mak secretly thought to himself, "In any case, first conceal my strength in front of the international fighters, and force them to retreat." Thinking this, he looked at the armored man who was charging again. "Still want to fight?" This time, it wasn't just him, but also a mage-like figure from a church who launched a supportive attack. Next, the crow wizard conjured a stream of light, surrounding Tran Mak. "Imprisoning me?" He was thrilled and got ready. "This encirclement attack is great, because I can deal with them all at once." Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, third stance. Immediately, a giant whirlwind appeared like a storm. Seeing this whirlwind, the gray wolf and the wild boar opened their eyes wide in panic. That whirlwind swept away 3 warrior nation fighters, tossing them into the sky. And as soon as the whirlwind dissipated, they, full of fear, ran away together. "Run, it's too scary." The small battle was over. The gray wolf stared at Tran Mak with admiration. Immediately after that, he offered his thanks. "Thank you, my friend." He looked at the two of them and politely replied, "No need to be so polite. The goal has been achieved. I need to continue exploring." Since he parted ways with those two beasts, it has been the 3rd day of the peaceful battlefield. Tran Mak looked at the item in his hand, scratched his head in disappointment. "I've been searching for 2.5 days with no results. What a pity." Saying that, he bluntly threw the item to the ground. Leaving behind a pile of rocks as high as a mountain, he moved forward, muttering, "The peaceful battlefield will close in a few hours. I need to let the counter detect a portion of the stone beasts to help Dai Lai become first, then find them together. The detection talisman is reacting very strongly. Are the 6 of them together? Did something happen?" On Vu Nai's side, they were currently backed into a corner, softly cursing. "Damn it, you guys are even teaming up." Vu Nai questioned the large bear in front of him. "Pud, you actually betrayed us." That large bear was the warrior nation's captain, Pud. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at them with a mysterious smile. "Captain. Sorry, but your Dai Lai is currently ranked first. For the benefit of my nation, I had to betray you all." Truong Chan, who was quite injured, then said, "I told you these dog bears aren't trustworthy, but we've always been at the bottom. How could we suddenly be first?" Lo Chan behind him urgently called out to him, "Look at the number next to Tran Mak's name. It's unbelievable. Did he kill all the exotic beasts in the battlefield?" Not only were they in an uproar, but people from other nations were also gathering to discuss. "What are you talking about?" Vu Nai's group observed them, overhearing. "Tu Quoc wants to be first." The other 3 nations disagreed, so a civil war broke out. Now they want to wait for Tran Mak to return and ask him how he got so many beast cores. Then Tran Mak absolutely must not come back here to gather. It's too late. Vu Nai tightly held the talisman, feeling its reaction, saying, I can sense Tran Mak rapidly approaching us. Just then, someone spotted a familiar figure on the cliff and shouted, Look! Who's that up there? Tran Mak is here. Immediately, Vu Nai's group frantically shouted, Team Leader Tran, quickly go. They deliberately used us to lure you here. Continue hunting exotic beasts. All of Dai Li's hope rests on you. He nervously and sternly ordered, Don't come here, you'll die. Tran Mak, retreat immediately. This is an order. From atop the cliff, he silently watched them, deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped off the cliff. Tran Mak landed powerfully among them and declared loudly, No one will die, and I won't die either. Saying that, he cast a spell while calculating in his mind, but I can't directly kill all of them. I must give them a chance to escape. These people are still useful to me. No sooner said than done, he loudly commanded, Listen up, opponents. From now on, I declare that anyone who crosses this boundary will die. Seeing his actions, Vu Nai was a bit confused. Is he kidding? No, I must trust him. Contrary to his thoughts, Lu Qiu complained, Why is he so arrogant? Where does he get such courage? It's over, we've completely failed. This vice-captain is too arrogant, we are the sinners of Dai Li. At this moment, the person from Tu Quoc mocked him with extreme disdain, Kid, you're very arrogant, but showing off won't do anything. Then he ordered his subordinate to charge, Go, chop him down. The subordinate obeyed, rushing forward with a large axe, Die. Tran Mak frowned intensely, looking at them and reminding, I told you, cross the boundary and you die. Saying that, he lightly waved his hand and shouted a single word, armor. Immediately, a gash appeared on the neck of the Tu Quoc subordinate, spurting blood. Immediately after, he fell face first to the ground, dead on arrival. Witnessing this, Vu Nai's group discussed in astonishment, What? He was defeated in an instant. What kind of move was that? That big guy is dead? How did he die? I kept looking down on him, provoking him, turns out I was the clown all along. Hai Long quickly spoke up, praising Tran Mak profusely, Team Leader Tran is truly super strong. Lu Qiu immediately reminded him, Don't celebrate too soon. Even if Tran Mak killed one person, can he kill all of them? Hearing him say that, he hesitated, wanting to retort, but his words were cut short by Lu Qiu, Look, they're sending out the elites from their teams. Sensing the tense situation, Lo Chan urgently suggested, Tran Mak, why don't you run? As long as they don't catch you, Dai Li still has hope for victory. Truong Chan also seriously added, Tran Mak, even if you save me, I won't be grateful, because you didn't prioritize the nation's interests. If you get stuck here, you will be the center of Dai Li. He turned to look at them, arrogantly scoffing, When I, Tran Mak, act, it's not for you to dictate. Seizing the moment he was distracted, a person from Quoc attacked, still got time to look elsewhere. Fire! Following that person, a lion from the warrior nation also charged forward, attack. Under the support of Eagle Nation, 2 warrior nation fighters, full of courage, charged forward. That Eagle Nation member created a column of light, engulfing him in it, just like the Crow Wizard. Once he was besieged, a heavy sword was raised. The 2 armored guys simultaneously launched attacks towards him, Holy Light Cross Slash. One armored guy, more elaborately decorated than the others, also launched an attack, One Character Charge Thrust. At this moment, Tran Mak was surrounded and attacked from all sides by them. Even so, he remained calm, preparing to retaliate, saying, Don't you remember the last lesson, and you're still ganging up on me? The third stance of Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, Shake the Universe. The lion, who was aggressive just now, suddenly froze, looking at the move rushing towards him. With just one simple blow, the entire group that ganged up on him was sent flying into the air. Tran Mak at this moment was extremely worthy of the title, One Punch to Suppress the World. Pho Duc looked at his subordinates' lives being cut short and cried out in panic, How can this be? No! The captain of the Man Nation immediately drew a sword from his coffin. How dare you kill my beloved disciple? I'll kill you. Let you taste the power of this treasured sword. From his sword, a terrifying black flame erupted, stone-dwelling sword. The Grand Preceptor of the Eagle Nation's Holy Light Society also unleashed his treasure, Holy Armor Bug. Go! Fo Duk, filled with rage, adopted a snarling stance, determined to fight him to the death. The captain of the Quack 2 Nation stood facing him, activated his weapon, and shouted, Glazed Spear. Seeing them so ready, Tran Mak was a little amused and praised, You all truly have some skill, those weapons aren't bad, but you're not worthy of them. Saying that, he pointed forward and ordered, Go! Immediately, a mysterious ray of light swept past each of them, disarming their weapons. What? My spear. Seeing this, Tran Mak stroked his chin and sighed, It seems you can't even hold your weapons properly. Do you still want to fight? But the person in the red cloak behind him seemed to be hiding immense power. Do you want to give it a try? Hearing his words, Fo Duk angrily glared at the Grand Preceptor of the Holy Light Society and cursed, You were actually hiding your strength? Damn it! Feeling betrayed by Tran Mak, he angrily gritted his teeth, Damn it! Noticing the unfavorable situation, the Man Nation captain immediately suggested, Enough, continuing to fight is just a waste of time. There's still some time before the match ends, I can still hunt many beast cores. Let's go. The Grand Preceptor of the Holy Light Society agreed with him, Let's go too. Fo Duk watched his retreating figure, coldly snorting and cursing, Traitor. Immediately after, the captains of each nation uniformly left. Hai Long came to Tran Mak's side and exclaimed, They finally retreated. At this moment, Tran Mak seemed to be unwell, Oh no, I used too much strength. Hai Long quickly reacted and supported him as he collapsed, Tran Mak. He muttered to himself, exhausted, if that red-cloaked person had used their tactics, it would have been tough. Luckily, they fought amongst themselves. Vo Nai, seeing him so weak, also asked worriedly, Are you all right? Are you injured? Tran Mak struggled to compose himself and slowly replied, I'm fine. Let's go somewhere else to rest for a bit. A moment later, they moved to a shaded area. He sat among the group and began meditating, cultivating his inner energy. After a while of cultivation, Tran Mak slightly frowned and sighed, less than a third recovered, but it should be enough. Seeing that he had stopped cultivating, Truong Chan eagerly asked, Are you okay? How's your recovery? Hai Long immediately reported, Now the number of beast cores from other nations has increased again. Hearing this, he panicked, What do we do now? They might catch up to us. Tran Mak smiled faintly and replied to them, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about the beast cores, I'll take care of it. Everyone's safety comes first. Let's meet at the exit. Hearing him say that, Vo Nai agreed without hesitation, All right. Hai Long joyfully thanked him, It really is an inconvenience for you. A little later, Tran Mak, alone, used his light-footed technique to speed forward, searching. The four nations have already started to fracture, acting separately will make things easier for me. They probably haven't gone too far yet. After flying for a while, he landed in front of the Man Nation group, found the first group. Seeing him, they cried out in alarm, warning. Prepare for battle. The Man Nation captain, seeing him, frowned deeply and shouted, Why are you here again? Just when it seemed a battle would break out, Tran Mak spoke to stop them, Hands off. I'm here to trade. Hearing that, the Man Nation captain was a bit confused, Trade? He offered a black crystal, saying, Do you want beast cores? Immediately after, in the desolate mountains, a questioning voice echoed, Is this enough? Tran Mak handed the Man Nation captain a bag full of beast cores and closed the deal, Done, trade successful. He looked at the bag in his hand and smiled cunningly, This is why I didn't kill them, secretly trading for the spirit stones in their hands. The Man Nation people, suspecting nothing, instead discussed, he actually doesn't care about his own nation's interests. What a scumbag, but it's a good deal for us. This time, first place is definitely ours. However, they didn't know that besides them, Tran Mac had just closed another deal with the Quack 2 Nation, trade successful. After that order, he had another order with Eagle Nation, trade successful. And his last order was with the Warrior Nation, trade successful. After closing a bunch of orders, Tran Mac excitedly hugged a large bag and shouted, "With so many spirit stones, I can advance to the Golden Core realm faster now." At the same time, in another place, Vo Nine and his group were anxiously looking at the counting device. The number of beast cores from those 4 nations suddenly skyrocketed. "I'm afraid we're in last place." Tran Mac said to leave the matter of beast cores to him, but Truong Chan, full of determination, encouraged them, "Don't give up until it's over." Seeing him like that, Hai Long also agreed. "Truong Chan is right, we can't just keep relying on Tran Mac, let's go hunt spirit beasts quickly." Just then, Fong Min heard the continuous sound of the counting device and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, everyone, quickly look at the clock." At that moment, Tran Mac looked at the clock and lightly said, "All right, it's time." Having said that, he proceeded to sweep up the pile of spirit stones beside him, wondering if he had killed all the spirit beasts in the battlefield. A while later, Tran Mac looked at the counting device with confidence and wondered, will there be another peaceful battlefield? And when time was up, Vo Nai's group began to prepare for teleportation. It's time. A moment later, the scene returned to the 4 pillars of the real world, and a magic circle immediately appeared. Immediately after, each member of the teams returned, one by one, in front of Hassan. "They're back? Quickly check if anyone's missing." He looked at each person, counting the numbers, tears of joy welling up. "This is great, no one's missing." Vo Nai stepped forward proudly announcing, "Elder Quang, the whole team is safe." Hassan looked with satisfaction at the familiar figure. "That's good, Tran Mac, you." Before he could finish, others enthusiastically chimed in with praise. "Elder Quang, it's also thanks to Master Tran Mac that we won first place, and Tran Mac alone ranked first." Hearing that, Hassan rejoiced and praised, "Good, very good." Truong Chan, who had by then changed his attitude towards him, showered him with praise. "All the credit goes to Tran Mac alone, we were just secondary." Hearing his words, Hassan sighed sorrowfully. "Is that so?" Just as Tran Mac began to call him Elder Quang, a voice of angry cursing rang out. "How despicable!" The team leaders from other nations stood behind him, radiating killing intent, accusing, "He tricked us into hiding so many beast cores, damn him." Just then, 2 officers brought a box and said, "Congratulations everyone, you are the pride of the agency. This is the individual reward for first place." Tran Mac took the box, opened it, and looked inside curiously. "Oh, what's this?" The officer immediately explained, "This item was taken from the stone pillar of the magic formation. Whoever holds it can get 3 chances to enter the peaceful battlefield. In the peaceful battlefield, there are not only spirit beasts but also opportunities. Once your strength is sufficient. When you go deeper, you can use this item to scout ahead." Hearing his words, he asked with some confusion, "Going deeper, is there perhaps a specific unlock method?" Although he said that, he still found it a bit hard to believe, thinking to himself, "I was in there for 2 days and couldn't find any clues." Then, he said with some hesitation, "But it's already over now." The officer nodded slightly and said, "That's right, this is a secret. We'll talk more about it next time you come." Hearing that, Tran Mac had no choice but to leave. "I'm off then." In a flash, the scene shifted to an airplane in the sky. On the plane, Hassan gently called his name, Tran Mac. Without letting him speak much, he immediately said, "From the way you looked at me just now, I already knew something was up. Just say it directly, being so hesitant isn't like you." Given his permission, he then dared to speak. "I'm truly sorry, you were in the peaceful battlefield restoring the country, but I couldn't protect your family. I..." Hearing his words, he stood up in shock and shouted, "Quang Sun Ha, what did you say?" At that time, in Bak Ma District, Lujiang Manor, Ma Ban Mountain, Nam Kung Tum, a group of people climbed the steps, complaining, "It's all because of that kid Tran Mac. He's truly the Tran family's jinx. When did he become Master Tran, and even kill someone's nephew? And he still hasn't been caught." Uncle Tran, utterly confused, asked to Phuong, how did Tran Mak become Master Tran? She sighed despondently and replied, I don't know the specific situation either, I only recently guessed Little Mac's identity. A moment later, on the peak of Ma Ban Mountain, the people around, eavesdropping, began to chatter. When did Nam Kung Vu come out of seclusion? It was just a few days ago. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he pursued and hunted down the Tran family. Isn't this taking the entire Tran family and forcing them to kneel before his ancestors' tomb to apologize? And he even wants to wipe out Tran Tui. The imposing man they're talking about is the Grand Master of Dali, Nam Kung Vu. He interrogated loudly, Tran Mak killed my descendants. Killed my successor, destroyed my Nam Kung family, and now he's fled. You all must pay for his sins. Then he ordered the people in front of him, kneel. Hearing Nam Kung Vu's aura, the onlookers around were thrilled, such immense pressure. I heard he's reached the divine realm. Today, the Tran family is probably doomed. The person kneeling on the ground right now is the head of the Tran family, Tran Mak's grandfather, Tran Quoc Luong. Nam Kung Vu raised his hand to pass judgment on him, preparing to strike. You, as the head of the Tran family, failed to strictly discipline your grandson. I will use your life as an offering for my deceased descendant first. The Tran family members cried out in anguish, family head. Suddenly, an engine sound echoed from somewhere, catching Nam Kung Vu's attention. What's that strange sound? Above, there was a helicopter. Following the murmurs, a familiar figure jumped down. A helicopter? Someone's jumping down. It can't be. Seeing Tran Mak, Tu Phuong quickly cried out, he's here. Little Mac is here. Be careful, this person is very powerful. Uncle Tran hastily asked in a panic, Little Mac, you jumped from the helicopter? Confirming it was indeed him, the onlookers immediately discussed, it really is Master Tran. He's just putting on a show. Against Nam Kung Vu's divine realm, he certainly has no chance of winning. Tran Mak looked at them with guilt and said, I'm sorry, everyone, you've suffered because of me. And as for you, daring to bully my family. Tran Mak frowned, full of killing intent, and said, I will make your soul scatter and your spirit vanish. Seeing him still speaking so boastfully, Nam Kung Vu immediately asserted his authority. Enough with the nonsense. You dared to cut off my Nam Kung lineage. Why shouldn't I grind your Tran family's bones into dust? I've been in seclusion for 30 years and finally broke through the shackles. I am the first to reach the divine realm in over 100 years. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the divine realm. With that, he summoned a gigantic hand that lunged towards the young man. Go! The Tran family members cried out in alarm. So strong? Is this a dream? Is this a special effect? Nam Kung Vu hurled the hand towards him, shouting, Tran Mak, die! Enter the divine realm, control heaven and earth. Nam Kung Vu didn't use martial arts, but merely attacked casually. At this moment, the young man calmly unleashed his spiritual technique. Is that all? Just as the hand was about to crush him like the Buddha's hand crushing Sun Wukong, he touched it and cried out, Ah! Everyone around was surprised to see him easily shatter that attack. How is that possible? Nam Kung Vu couldn't even withstand a single blow? Tran Mak, with a confident demeanor, challenged, You've merely touched the threshold of the divine realm. At best, you could be considered a semi-divine realm. Nam Kung Vu lightly landed on the ground and flatly declared, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Without further words, he instantly rushed towards Tran Mak with astonishing speed. Just as he thought his fist would connect, the young man easily dodged by tilting his body. Immediately after, Tran Mak delivered a kick, but Nam Kung Vu fortunately dodged it. Not stopping there, he continued with a punch, forcing Nam Kung Vu to retreat. The onlookers eagerly watched their punching and dodging. Nam Kung Vu is truly powerful, but Master Tran doesn't look over 20. How can he be so strong? Because this world has never lacked geniuses. After a series of punches and dodges, Tran Mak successfully struck Nam Kung Vu. He tried to regain his balance, clasping his hands and forming a seal. Damn it, don't get arrogant. Immediately, a mysterious barrier surrounded him, and not only that, it also emitted streams of light. Nam Kung Vu loudly boasted, "You braggart, just surrender and die." With that, he unleashed the immense power he had just accumulated towards Tran Mak, shouting, "Blazing Sun Glory." On Tran Mak's side, he remained unfazed and calmly faced the challenge. Tran Mak clenched his fist and began to unleash his power, responding, "Profound Heaven Divine Palm, first move, Mountain Cleaver." As soon as the words left his mouth, his punch collided with the blazing sun glory, creating a continuous explosion in the air. This explosion sent Nam Kung Vu crashing straight to the ground. Not stopping there, in the blink of an eye, Tran Mak appeared before him, preparing to launch the next attack, second move, River Divide. And then Nam Kung Vu took that punch from him directly. Because this punch of his was extremely powerful, he was sent flying straight into the wall. Tran Mak didn't stop, continuing with another blow, once again, heaven and earthquake. He charged straight at Nam Kung Vu, punching him so hard it broke the wall behind him. After a series of punches and kicks that caused no small damage, smoke and dust flew everywhere. Then on the ground of the tomb, a large crater appeared. Tran Mak quietly pondered, staring intently at the hole in the ground. At this moment, the Tran family members joyfully cheered, "Oh my God, Little Mac won, Little Mac won, our Tran family is saved." However, their joy didn't last long, as the surrounding space suddenly vibrated, sending birds scattering. Strange cracks now appeared on the ground. What's going on? An earthquake? From within those cracks, a wisp of red smoke curled up into the sky. Those erratic wisps of red smoke snaked through each person standing on the ground, rising into the air. A strange figure smiled sinisterly and spoke, "Command heaven and earth, heaven and man united, this is truly the divine realm." Nam Kung Vu, reborn in a new form, thanked with exhilaration, "Thank you for pulling me out of my shackles, this feeling is truly wonderful. Now I'm very happy, so I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Even so, Tran Mak attacked without fear, "I think you should say your own last words." Before he could finish his words, Nam Kung Vu unexpectedly appeared behind him, cutting him off, "Otherwise, I will give you many blows." He delivered a punch to Tran Mak's back. And he had no intention of stopping. As he fell, Nam Kung Vu appeared in front of him and said, "One more time." Saying that, he gave Tran Mak a punch to his chest. The people below, watching him get beaten, worriedly cheered, "It's over, Little Mac can't beat him this time, come on, fight back." As soon as their words ended, a foot from above immediately came down. Nam Kung was the one who delivered this kick to his head with relish. A martial artist below the divine realm truly has no strength to fight back. Seeing him easily defeated like that, the onlookers were a bit regretful, so Master Tran couldn't even withstand one move. In the late stages of martial arts cultivation, even a tiny difference is a difference as vast as heaven and earth. After waiting long enough, Nam Kung Vu also decided to unleash his finishing blow. "Now, I will use my divine realm power to send you on your way." He unleashed a large amount of power towards Tran Mak, shouting, "Die, turn to dust." Although he had been punched and kicked like a sandbag, he had no injuries and smiled confidently, looking at him. "A divine realm martial artist is indeed extraordinary, able to force me to use this move. I'll use you to test my sword." And then, he immediately summoned his weapon, the Great Dao Nine Swords. Next, he launched that sword towards Nam Kung Vu, who was unleashing his power. At this moment, he stared blankly as his power disappeared, replaced by a giant sword in front of him. Nam Kung Vu didn't have time to deny it. Unwillingly he shouted, "How could I?" Finally, with his excessive confidence, he went down to the Yellow Springs to meet his descendants. After a while, when everything was over, the Tran family members cheered joyfully, "Won? Did we really win?" Taform also excitedly exclaimed, "We won." She ran over and hugged him joyfully, "Tu Mac." Uncle Tran Din Quoc Luong approached Tran Mac and asked, "Tu Mac really won?" Seeing them, he quickly called out, "Grandpa. You've suffered, Grandpa. I promise this won't happen again." Quoc Luong confidently comforted him, "I believe you, you don't need to blame yourself." After this incident, Uncle Tran earnestly advised him, "Tu Mac, although it was alarming, there was no real danger. But after returning, you must tell everyone everything." Tran Mac scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, obediently replying, "Dad, I will definitely make a full confession." At the same time in Hadu, Lai Jia, Dong Duong looked at the news on his phone and decided, not yet 20 years old and already reached the divine realm? We can't give Tran Mac any more time. If he has reached the divine realm, then invite the martial arts grandmaster to come out and deal with him. A moment later, the scene had shifted from a part of Nam Kung back to Nguduong. At Tran Jia, Tran Mac anxiously asked the doctor next to Kwok Luong's bed, "Doctor, my grandpa." Kwok Luong's current situation was that he had end-stage liver cancer, so he was in immense pain. The doctor held the test results, turned to them and sighed, "Well, I'll be honest. The treatment results are not very promising. I suggest he maintain the best possible mood and enjoy his final days." Hearing the doctor's words, Kwok Luong spoke with difficulty. "Dad already knew, don't be too sad. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are inevitable." At this moment, Tran Mac's heart was filled with inexplicable mixed emotions. In his previous life, Grandpa did die of liver cancer, but that was years later. Why is it happening sooner? My current cultivation is not enough. I can't directly help him regenerate his body, and elixirs can't cure it completely. I need to find a way. And then, as time passed into the late night, he returned to Kwok Luong's room, asking concernedly, "Why are you sitting up by yourself?" Seeing him, he quickly called out, "Tu Mac, you're here at the right time. Come here, I have something to tell you." He seemed to know what he meant and shook his head. "Grandpa, I know what you're going to say. You want to hand over the Tran family to me, right? I don't want it. I want to cure your illness, so you can continue to lead the Tran family. I will transmit the Xian Tian Tang Long Dao to you, so you can embark on the path of cultivation." A month later, Tran Kwok Luong's life had experienced several life and death situations, and he was enlightened in the sect realm. So the cultivation process was also smooth. In just one short month, he was able to absorb qi into his body and stabilize his condition. But a new danger was about to befall Tran Mac and the Tran family. Tran Mac looked at the group of Thursday Sin and asked with a little confusion, "Why are you guys here playing and taking me along?" He quickly followed up, asking, "Do you remember Ho Duong Vu?" Tran Mac answered without hesitation, "Of course I remember. He was our middle school classmate, but he transferred schools after 7th grade. Tu Hao immediately interjected, revealing, "He's back. He said he wants to go abroad and came back to say goodbye to old classmates. That's why we dragged you here together." As his words fell, someone entered from outside the door. "Hi, my dears." Seeing that person, Thursday Sin greeted, "Long time no see." And the person who entered was the one they were talking about, Ho Duong Vu. Tran Mac then stepped forward curiously to inquire, "Where have you been all these years? Even the teachers didn't know." She smiled lightly and answered him, "I left in a hurry back then. Didn't I come back now to apologize to everyone?" Just then, another beautiful girl rushed into the room, yelling, "Oh no, Man was dragged away by a hooligan." Seeing her frantic, Duong Vu quickly reassured her, "What's wrong? Speak slowly." The girl quickly calmed down and recounted the situation. Man and I went to the restroom, and when we came out, we ran into some male students. Those guys laid hands on Man, and after she scolded them a few times, they dragged her away. Hearing that, Duong Vu immediately led her to investigate the situation. Let's go see." Thursday Sin, also a bit worried, suggested, "Let's go over there and see too." Tran Mac nodded slightly in agreement with him. "Of course, we're all friends, we definitely have to help." They followed the girl's directions to a VIP room. Duong Vu looked at the room and asked seriously, "Here?" The beautiful girl immediately confirmed, "Yes, this is the place." Man was dragged in here by them. Upon receiving the confirmation, Duong Vu wasted no time and reached out to open the door. As soon as they entered, they boldly demanded, "You inside, release Man immediately," while the people inside stared in confusion. "If not, we won't be polite anymore." Seeing the people enter, Man exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Ho, everyone." And the person she was with was Lu Zicheng. He flashed a dangerous smile and questioned, "What's this? Want to come and play too?" Without further ado, Duongvu demanded, "Release my friend." Zicheng calmly ran a hand through his hair and arrogantly replied, "She insulted me, making me unhappy. Once she appeases me, I'll release her myself." Hearing that, the beautiful girl immediately retorted, "That's because you laid hands on her." And these words officially angered him. "All right, if I, young Master Lu, look at her, it confirms her body is beautiful. And call the police? I doubt you'll be alive to write a report." Hearing this threat, the beautiful girl, who had been so bold earlier, now recoiled in fear. Tran Mak, observing the situation closely from behind, thought, "This guy's killing intent is so obvious, yet Ho Duongvu isn't fazed." With that thought, he unexpectedly stepped forward, in front of her, and spoke. "A martial artist showing off to ordinary people like this, it's a bit like bullying the weak." Hearing his words, Zicheng frowned slightly and said, "You can tell I'm a martial artist, but I don't sense any true chi from you." Tran Mak mockingly replied with humility, "That's because your strength is too weak, you can't sense it." With these words, he successfully provoked Zicheng, who angrily stood up, "You dare to look down on me?" Tran Mak calmly made a suggestion, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a fight. If I win, you release her." Zicheng found this suggestion amusing and laughed loudly, "You're truly a calf unafraid of a tiger. What if you lose?" He confidently declared, "I won't lose." Hearing his confident declaration, Zicheng yelled, "Arrogant." Seeing that he didn't believe him, he chuckled and suggested, "All right, this place is too small. Let's change locations." However, with his arrogance, Zicheng refused, "No need. Dealing with you only takes one move." As he threw a punch towards him, Tran Mak clenched his fist and gathered strength to block it, meaningless. Immediately after, he mercilessly delivered a punch that sent him flying far away. Having taken this single punch, Zicheng was seriously injured and groaned, "How can this be? What's your name?" Tran Mak subtly lowered his eyes and dismissively replied, "Someone at the peak of the internal realm like you isn't worthy of knowing." At this moment, Man suddenly burst into tears and rushed towards Duongvu. "Thank you, Tran Mak. Thank you all for coming to save me." He was a bit confused to hear her thank him while running to someone else, but I'm here. Duongvu hugged Man and gently comforted her, saying, "It's all right now, let's go back." Immediately after, they pulled each other away from the place. All right, everyone go home early." Zicheng struggled to stand up, looking at Tran Mak with hatred. "Damn it. When I return to my family, I'll send people to settle this with you." Outside, Tran Mak stood to the side, watching the girls say goodbye to each other. "Well, that's all for today. I wish you fair winds and calm seas. Take care, message me whenever you like." After seeing them off, Duongvu spoke to the guy next to him. "Sorry, I caused you trouble today." Unexpectedly, Tran Mak asked an unexpected question. "I have a question for you. Are you really Ho Duongvu?" Hearing his question, she slightly frowned, pondering hesitantly. A few seconds later, Duongvu smiled brightly, mocking, "Classmate, your joke-telling skills are pretty ordinary, but thank you for comforting me." After her sudden laughter, the two fell silent, looking at each other. Without further delay, Tran Mak bid her farewell and left. "I believe we'll meet again." Duongvu watched his retreating figure, her attitude changing as she secretly told herself, "Of course we'll meet again, but by then, our positions will have changed." "How so?" Zitan's subordinate next to him watched him gulp down barley and quickly advised, "Young master, don't drink anymore. Let's go." But he refused to leave and cursed, "Don't bother me, today is terribly unlucky." Just as he was in high spirits, Zitan suddenly noticed someone arriving and stopped. Seeing that the person who arrived was Tran Mak, he angrily questioned, why are you back here? At this moment, he seemed unusual as he asked, young Master Lu, I want to borrow something from you. Zitan, full of annoyance, approached him to inquire further, borrow what, when Tran Mak unexpectedly delivered a finishing blow to him, your life. Witnessing this scene, the subordinate next to him cried out in panic, young Master Lu. Immediately after, he noticed the guy's eyes looking at him, frantically pleading, boss, please don't kill me. Tran Mak, no longer in his fearsome demeanor from earlier, said, don't worry, I have no interest in ordinary people. Please tell the Lu family that if they have the guts, they can come find me for revenge. I am Grandmaster Tran Kien Angip. A moment later, Tran Mak suddenly appeared on a cliff, bowing to a strange woman. Surprisingly, that Tran Mak was a disguise, as the person extended their blood-stained hand and reported, Patron, the matter is concluded. The mysterious woman, addressed as Patron, looked at her work and said with satisfaction, although Lu Zitan is a good-for-nothing, no one can touch him. It seems we'll have a good show this time. And then the next day, Tran Mak quickly picked up the loudly ringing phone. Hello? Tung Tu on the other end of the line urgently reported the situation. Master, something's happened. The Lu family, claiming to be from the ancient martial arts world, came to Manhua to find someone, saying you killed the Lu family's only son, Lu Zitan. They want to kill the CEO to get revenge. I could only temporarily restrain them. Hearing the old man's words, he was a little confused. Lu family? The Lu Zitan I ran into yesterday? But I didn't kill him, nor did I reveal my name. Tell them, I'll be right over. Tran Mak put his phone in his pocket, secretly thinking, they must have investigated my classmate to find out my name, but I truly didn't kill him yesterday. It seems someone is playing tricks. At the same time, outside the CEO's office, someone forcefully kicked down the door. The one who did it was the head of the Lu family, Lu Doi. He brazenly entered the room and questioned, have you finished delivering your last words? Tufuang quickly spoke up to mediate, Mr. Lu, this might be a misunderstanding. My little Mac said he didn't kill your son. However, he wouldn't listen to explanations and wanted to make a move. Don't talk so much. Grandmaster Tran killed my son, I will kill everyone related to him. Tung Tu got into a ready stance, blocking Tufuang and declared, I won't let you lay a finger on her. However, before the old man could do anything, Lu Doi landed a blow, get lost. Because the master's strength was too great, Tung Tu was sent flying into the wall. Tufuang cried out worriedly, Taoist Master Tran, are you okay? Tung Tu struggled to stand up and replied, I'm fine. Seeing the old man still had strength, Lu Doi cracked his knuckles, ready to attack again, a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fine, I'll do it one more time to send you to your death then. At the crucial moment, Tran Mak's figure instantly appeared by the CEO's office window. He smashed through the glass, rushing in like a hero, startling Lu Doi. Seeing him, Tufuang joyfully cried out, Little Mac, you're here. Tung Tu also exclaimed excitedly, Master. Seeing the person he was looking for right in front of him, Lu Doi questioned, this kid is Grandmaster Tran? Tran Mak ignored him and approached Tufuang, instructing, Mom, give Tran Tung this to drink. Receiving the item from him, she immediately agreed without hesitation, okay. Immediately after, Tran Mak turned his head to look at the group of people behind him, and as for you all. Tran Mak summoned his heaven-slaying sword and declared, dare to touch my people, and I want you all to die. Seeing the object flying around him, those people were frightened. This is a flying sword? He's a sword immortal. He aimed directly at Lu Doi in the distance and commanded, out. Because the scene was quite brutal, Tran Mak covered Tufuang's eyes, Mom, don't look. The flying sword quickly dealt with that group of people, screams echoed piercingly, no, ah. Tufuang leaned into his chest in fear, what in the world is going on? Tran Mak reassured her, this matter is very suspicious, but don't worry, Mom, I will investigate it thoroughly. Leading his mother back to her room to rest, he instructed, Mom, you rest for a bit. Tran Tung Tu and I will clean up the aftermath. Taform listened to her son, not forgetting to remind them, "All right, I'll rest then. You two must be careful too." Stepping outside, Tran Mak gave Tung Tu a few items, instructing, "Tran Tung Tu, this amount of spirit stones is enough for you to enter the divine realm, and these elixirs are for martial artists to develop their physical strength. You are to follow these instructions." Tung Tu received the spirit stones and medicine, respectfully replying, "Yes, disciple understands." Returning to his room, he answered a call. The person on the other end asked, "Did you encounter people from the ancient martial arts world?" Tran Mak exclaimed, "Hello, Kwang Ha-sun, your news certainly travels fast." To Ha-sun, the people from the ancient martial arts world were quite troublesome. The government couldn't directly handle them, so he stepped forward to ask for help. The ancient martial arts world acts without restraint, which is extremely troublesome. I hope you can act decisively and suppress them. Tran Mak replied decisively, "I can only say that if they provoke me, I won't hold back. If they don't actively cause trouble, I won't bother them either." On the other end, Ha-sun provided more information. Additionally, the world's top assassin organization has taken action. On the kill list published by Death, you have climbed to the #1 spot. You will face a lot of trouble from now on, be careful. He listened, but Tran Mak didn't care much. "Death organization, you'd better not provoke me." Hanging up the phone and sitting down, he secretly resolved he must quickly improve his cultivation and swiftly go abroad to search for spirit stones. Sensing someone approaching, Tran Mak smiled happily, "But first, I have to go welcome a guest." In the dark night, footsteps walked with calm confidence. Tran Mak stepped onto the rooftop, chose a spacious spot, stopped, and said, "Don't hide anymore, I've already detected you." A blond man suddenly jumped down from somewhere, smiling as he said, "If you've already found me, then it's simple." Tran Mak asked him, "Are you from the Death Organization?" The newcomer was an assassin from the Death Organization, named Hong Lam. He didn't answer but unleashed a surge of lightning energy, firing it towards Tran Mak. "Enough talk, die." He raised his hand to deflect, neutralizing the assassin's move. "Boring." Hong Lam raised an eyebrow slightly. "You neutralized my move in one blow? Then try this." With that, he took out a demon-shaped statue and smashed it against himself. Suddenly, his body seemed to fuse with the statue, demonic wings appeared behind him, and his entire body emitted a faint golden light. Tran Mak looked on, slightly surprised. "So it's a two-winged light emissary of the light race. I'm becoming more and more interested in the history of this planet." Hong Lam raised his hands high. 2 orbs of light enveloped his hands. God said, "Let there be light." He unceremoniously slammed the stream of light directly at Tran Mak, and so there was light. He calmly waited for the orb of light to fly towards him, even having time to quip, "It looks strong, but unfortunately, it's just an ordinary move." Tran Mak swung his arm, and the heaven-slaying sword appeared. It powerfully deflected Hong Lam's orb of light. He stared in panic as the sword flew towards his chest. "What?" Hong Lam immediately pulled his hands back, forming a hand seal to summon a shield, block. His light shield finally managed to stop heaven-slaying sword's advance, struggling for a moment. Tran Mak smiled, assessing, "Not bad indeed, to be able to block my heaven-slaying sword." Hong Lam's face paled slightly after using all his strength to parry one of his sword strikes. He was wary. "You are very strong, truly worthy of being the top-ranked." He closed his eyes, clasped his hands, preparing for a new move, not forgetting to threaten beforehand, "But I haven't used all my strength yet." The light of the divine, illuminating all places, burning all evil. Hong Lam's eyes glowed like headlights, lighting up the enemy's path to reincarnation. He roared, "Divine punishment, descend." The assassin's eyes shot out 2 laser-like beams towards Tran Mak. He leaped high, uttering a disdainful remark, "What arrogance! How dare you call yourself divine?" He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, deciding not to play around with this weak assassin any longer. A giant super blue orb of light appeared. Tran Mak, like a judge pronouncing a death sentence, declared, "One move to finish you off, then." Hong Lam refused to be outdone, immediately unleashing a palm strike. Light and dark energy intertwined, tearing through the air and rushing straight towards Tran Mak. He angrily roared, "Stop bragging!" Seeing the mixed energy approaching, he raised his fist, and blue energy enveloped the fist in his hand. Gathering strength for a few seconds, Tran Mak threw a punch. Blue energy gushed out like a spring, powerfully scattering the assassin's mixed energy, and simultaneously charged towards Hong Lam, unstoppable. He couldn't defend against this move. As the blue energy engulfed him, Hong Lam screamed in pain, "No!" His body was incinerated to ash, scattering with the wind. Tran Mak muttered with a serious face, "Death Organization, I've received your greetings, and I will certainly repay the favor later." Just then, his phone rang, announcing a new message. He opened his phone to check. It was a plea for help. "Tran Mak, please, save me." At Masuda Corporation, in a secret laboratory, Kin Thuong was tied to a chair, unconscious. Several researchers stood around, whispering, "This guy passed out again, we can't continue." Just then, someone entered and asked, "It's been a day and a night, have you gotten anything out of him?" A researcher stammered, looking at the newcomer, "Young master, my apologies." The newcomer was the young master of Masuda Corporation, Gong Nan Yayu. He was very displeased and scolded, "Useless bunch, so slow. I can't wait any longer." Several researchers scrambled to report, "Young Master Gong Nan, we don't know if he truly doesn't know anything or if he's just stubborn. We've used the strongest dose of hypnotic drugs, but still couldn't get any information related to the elixir of immortality." Yayu roared fiercely, "If hypnosis doesn't work, then use force. I don't believe he can withstand it." The researchers immediately woke Kin Thuong. "All right, all right." Waking from his unconscious state, Kin Thuong looked pale as he stared at the people in front of him. Seeing the researchers in lab coats holding scissors and a hand clamp, he screamed in terror, "Don't come closer." "What do you want to do?" Yayu persuaded, "Old man, I'm serious. Our Don Lam clan desperately needs the elixir of immortality to cure those affected by radiation. Tell me quickly." Kin Thuong closed his eyes wearily. He truly couldn't remember how many times he had repeated this. Anyone who comes into contact with the elixir of immortality only has representative authority. I don't even know where it's produced. I truly don't know the formula. After using every method from interrogation to threats, inducements, and persuasion, but still not getting a satisfactory answer, Yayu went mad. "Still not talking? Let's see if your mouth is tougher or your bones are. Do it." A researcher approached, preparing to use force on Kin Thuong, who groaned, "Don't come closer." Just then, with a crash, the room door was forcefully opened. Everyone in the room simultaneously looked towards the door in surprise. Tran Mak and Ruhua entered. The girl blurted out, "Ah." Yayu unhappily looked at the two intruders. "Lead Kin Thuong's daughter, daring to break into this place? Then you two won't leave here alive. Attack." A masked ninja suddenly appeared, but was immediately struck by Tran Vu's powerful blow to the chest. Not only these people, he discovered others, and immediately attacked, punching another one in the back. Then he delivered a resounding kick to the person who appeared in front of him. Yayu was startled by the opponent's excellent skill. He immediately called for stronger fighters. "You can easily dismantle the stealth technique of my clan's fighters. You are a grandmaster. Lord Yanagi, please make your move." A figure seemed to appear and disappear by the door. Tran Mak looked directly at it. "Come out. In my eyes, your stealth techniques are just trivial parlor tricks." Another masked ninja appeared, the color of his suit brighter than the others. It was Yanagi Nidao. A disciple of the famous Yanagi Ichideo of Don Lam, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and greeted, "Haha, I'm embarrassed." Nidao humbly inquired, "Your Excellency can see through my ninjutsu? I wonder where my weakness lies. Please enlighten me." Tran Mak disdained, "Drop that act. You're polite yet hypocritical, it's truly disgusting." He glared at him. With that, Tran Mak charged forward, deciding to strike first. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll just kill you directly. Nidao gripped the hilt of his sword, confidently preparing for battle. Come on. He drew his sword, meeting Tran Mak, who was charging forward. Nidao took a running jump high into the air, holding his sword tightly, while Tran Mak swung his fist. Fist and sword collided. But Tran Mak's punch was stronger. He shattered Nidao's sword, and his fist didn't stop, continuing straight towards the opponent's face. Tran Mak withdrew his hand, dismissively scoffing, "Is that all? Trash." Yayu stared dumbfounded as Nidao fell to the ground, knocked out by a single punch from that cold young man. "Mr. Yanagi Nidao, how can this be? You're not a grandmaster, you're stronger than a grandmaster. Could it be, you are Grandmaster Tranjianye?" Immediately, he knelt down to beg for mercy. "Grandmaster Tran, I am from the Dong Lam clan. If you kill me, you will ignite a conflict between our two nations. If you spare me, I swear I will never step foot in Dai Lai again." Yayu added, "Besides all this, I can also." But before he could finish, he saw a cold, sharp light fly directly towards his neck. Tran Mak swung his hand. "You Dong Lam people are unscrupulous." Immediately after, Yayu fell completely silent and stopped breathing. Seeing Yayu's subordinate still stunned, he chastised, "Aren't you going to release the person behind you?" The men fearfully replied, "Yes, we will obey you." One of them still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. "Young master is dead?" Kin Thuong was quickly untied. Ruhua came to support her father, who weakly expressed his gratitude. "I am Lead Kin Thuong. Thank you for saving my life, Grandmaster Tran." Tran Mak silently turned and looked at the father and daughter for a moment. Then he spoke, "You don't need to thank me. The person I'm helping is Lead Ruhua." But to save someone and incur the wrath of a major clan, she felt guilty. "I'm so sorry. To rescue me you had to kill the young master of the Gongnan clan. They will definitely not let this go." Tran Mak smiled. "They dared to touch the elixir of immortality. Even if it wasn't to help you, I would have intervened. As for revenge, I've never been afraid. I'll kill as many of them as come, until they don't dare to come anymore." A month later, he received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end was likely Kin Thuong. His voice was extremely rushed and full of worry. "Grandmaster Tran, Ruhua has been kidnapped by the Gongnan clan. I beg you, please save my daughter." Tran Mak's face darkened, and the surrounding atmosphere also grew heavy. He replied indifferently, "Oh, really? I see." In a fit of rage, he crushed the phone in his hand, gritting his teeth and cursing loudly, "These despicable cowards, they don't know what's good for them. The day I cultivate a nascent soul, I'll make that island disappear completely." Tran Mak immediately booked a flight to rescue her. The Gongnan clan was the leading prominent clan in Dong Lam, capable of influencing even the imperial family. Each generation's head of the Gongnan clan had to marry a princess from the imperial family to balance the interests of both sides. Beneath Mount Kong Tang, in the Gongnan clan's main house, two people sat opposite each other, one with a saber, one without. The one with the saber was Lu Xing Ichido, 16th generation. He had a scar on his face, running from his forehead through his eyebrow and eyelid down to his cheek, making him look quite ferocious. The one without the saber was the head of the Gongnan clan, Gongnan Min Kai, who was discussing with the person opposite him. "Mr. Lu Sheng, he killed your disciple. Are you truly unwilling to help us?" Lu Sheng sighed and firmly refused. "As a successor of the Lu Xing Ichido dojo, my duty is to glorify the Lu Xing Ichido dojo, not to be a warmonger. I long ago warned my disciples not to meddle in worldly affairs. He didn't listen, and even died. That was merely his fate." Unable to persuade him, Min Kai resorted to a taunt. "Could it be that Mr. Lu Sheng is afraid of Grandmaster Tran?" Lu Sheng stood up and turned to leave. "Provoking me is useless. Unless an enemy country invades, I will not act." Min Kai's subordinate quietly asked, "Clan head, if Lu Xing Ichido doesn't help, can we not win?" Though slightly annoyed, Min Kai had a contingency plan. "Don't worry, Lu Xing Ichido isn't the only martial arts master in Dong Lam. This time, I'm determined to obtain the elixir of immortality. Outside the grand gate of the Gongnan clan, Tran Mak arrived alone. The gate's open? It seems you've made thorough preparations to welcome me. From within, a provocative voice echoed, Mr. Tran, the person you're looking for is in the manor. If you're skilled enough, come in. He showed no concern, even threatening back, then I won't be polite either. And you won't get another chance to regret this. As Tran Mak stepped into the front yard, someone curiously asked, Can 100 ninjas stop him? In the courtyard, numerous warriors rushed forward, surrounding him. A voice replied to the questioner, The master already has the answer in his heart, why ask me? In a flash, before anyone could see how Tran Mak had struck, the surrounding warriors fell like dominoes. His gaze was cold and merciless, like the god of death arriving to condemn the Gongnan clan for kidnapping his friend. Someone spoke up, assessing if he were merely a name. Then my son and Lu Xing's disciple wouldn't have died. Tran Mak coldly walked further in, leaving behind a pile of warrior corpses. On the stone-paved path ahead, a foot wearing ancient Japanese-style sandals suddenly appeared. Two ninjas, clad in ancient attire and holding katanas, blocked his path. Tran Mak was slightly surprised, remarking that they were half-step divine realm masters. Min Kai held a teacup in his hand and calmly asked, Do you think these two can stop Grandmaster Tran? The person opposite him was a masked ninja, who replied, Not certain. He closed his eyes, entrusting it to fate. Just watch quietly. Outside, the two saber-wielding ninjas charged forward. Tran Mak rarely showed interest. The saber is the most common type, but the saber technique combined with nature. Interesting. But it's useless. Heaven-slaying sword. He wasted no words, brandished the sword in his hand, and with just a few moves, dealt with the two of them. In fact, their sabers were even broken by his heaven-slaying sword. In the room, Akira regretfully said, They failed. What a pity. Min Kai sprang to his feet and ordered, Akira Okamoto, I've nurtured you for so many years, it's time for you to repay me. He clasped his hands and replied, Of course. In the courtyard, sensing the sudden appearance of another presence, Tran Mak was slightly astonished, there's still a divine realm master. Akira appeared like a whirlwind. He drew his katana, enough talk. Only one of us will live. Having said that, he brought his saber down, sky slash. A thunderous explosion rang out. Tran Mak quickly dodged to the side, then counterattacked, heavenly profound divine fist, third move. The divine fist struck, a spiritual energy vortex emerged, suppressing the universe. On the other side, Akira powerfully parried this energy punch. He even had enough strength to counterattack, sarcastically taunting, Is this all your skill amounts to? Take my chaotic flying wind. Tran Mak was not to be outdone. He raised two fingers, and a black-green energy ball enveloped them. It gradually grew, becoming a shield to block the opponent's chaotic flying wind. Akira was indeed a divine realm master, attacking relentlessly without tiring. He immediately leaped into the air, disappearing from his spot. From above, he roared, Die! Combined slash. Seeing the enemy exert all his strength, Tran Mak could not be careless. He muttered, You merged with your saber? Then I won't hold back either. When he said no mercy, he truly meant it. He summoned the Fire Phoenix, Great Tao 9 Swords. Then he controlled it, heaven-splitting style. The Fire Phoenix flew up, swallowing Akira in midair, leaving not even ashes behind. Tran Mak pulled open the door and entered the room. I'll give you one chance. Where's Lai Ruohua? But at this moment, there was no one left in the room, only a desolate tea table, not a soul in sight. He looked around indifferently. They ran, but if I want to kill you, where can you run to? On the Nantang mountain slope, Tran Mak followed the aura to find people. There was Lai Ruohwa's aura on this slope, so it seemed there was a hidden secret here. After walking around, he found a closed door. Found it! There really is an entrance. With a loud bang, the stone door was shattered open. Tran Mak appeared like a savior god, standing against the light. Inside, there was an unclear muffled sound. He followed the sound to find the person. Indeed, he found Ruohua. She was tied to a chair, gagged, and the muffled sounds were coming from her. He walked over and removed her gag. Ruohua immediately warned Tran Mak, "Run quickly. There's a trap here." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of gun barrels were aimed at them. Tran Mak's sharp eyes darted around, identifying the trap's location. Just as the trap mechanisms loaded, he swiftly created an energy shield to protect them both. Then, Tran Mak smiled and said, "It's good that you're safe. How could these mechanisms trouble me? Get ready to leave." Ruohua was bewildered. "Huh? How do you plan to get out?" Before she could finish, there was a huge explosion on the mountain slope. The entire mountain nearly shook. Tran Mak carried Ruohua in his arms and quickly rushed outside. The frightened girl hugged him tightly and screamed, "Ah! Help!" He gently reassured her, "I'm here, you're not in danger anymore." Saved, Ruohua finally couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. "Tran Mak, I thought I was dead." "I thought you were dead too." He gently comforted her like an older brother soothing his younger sister. "Go on and cry. Cry now." At the international airport, the two prepared to fly back. Ruohua had calmed down by now. "I'm sorry, earlier I couldn't control my emotions." She walked timidly beside Tran Mak. "I was really scared." He chuckled softly. "Still thinking about what happened earlier? It's all over now. I'm taking you home." What he didn't tell her was that he would then go to settle scores with the Nangong family. Behind them, a man in a black suit and black glasses approached. "It is Grandmaster Tran, isn't it? Lu Xingyi Dao has an invitation." Tran Mak was wary. "Who are you people?" "I don't know him, and I don't have time right now." The bodyguard threatened, "If Grandmaster Tran doesn't come, neither of you will be able to buy any plane tickets." Perhaps he could move freely, but what about his friend? Ruohua looked at him worriedly. Tran Mak. Not wanting to make a scene, he smiled and agreed. "Lead the way." So the bodyguard took Tran Mak and Ruohua to a luxurious villa. The man leading the way said, "This is the place." He stopped at the door. "Please come in, Grandmaster Lu Xing is inside." Leading the two inside, the bodyguard announced, "Grandmaster Lu Xing, Grandmaster Tran has arrived." Lu Xing didn't turn around, greeting him indifferently, "Grandmaster Tran, it's a pleasure to meet you." Tran Mak remained silent. Lu Xing turned around, expressing his intention, "I wish to experience Grandmaster Tran's profound Dili techniques." He sternly refused, "My apologies, I'm not interested in teaching." Tran Mak sat down behind him, wondering, "You know who I am and still dare to threaten me?" "Lu Xingyi Dao, why are you looking for me?" He showed no signs of apprehension. "What if I said I want to seek justice for the Nangong family?" Tran Mak let out a soft "Oh." "What do you mean?" Lu Xing presented his phone and said, "This is the evidence." On the phone was a video of Tran Mak calmly eliminating members of the Nangong family. He righteously declared, "Perhaps Nangong Mingkai had some personal grudge against you, but you massacred the entire Nangong clan. That's too cruel. Under our Donglin martial arts, I cannot stand by idly." After watching the video, Tran Mak fell into contemplation. It's the same trick as last time, impersonating me to kill people and create enmity for me. He didn't bother to explain. "If I say it wasn't me, would you believe it?" Lu Xing scoffed, "With such clear evidence, are you still denying it? This isn't Grandmaster Tran's usual style, is it?" Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, he decided not to explain further. "Fine then, let's set a time." Ruohua by his side wanted to help clarify. "Tran Mak, if it wasn't you." But he stopped her with his hand. "It's fine. Donglin wants an answer, and I'll give it to them." Lu Xing was satisfied and set the time and place. Good. Then in 3 days, on Mount Fuji, a battle to determine victory or defeat. Tran Mak agreed, so be it. The news quickly spread. There were many articles discussing the issue online. Breaking news, real-time updates, minute by minute. Challenge issued. Lu Shengyi Dao challenges Grandmaster Tran of Dili. Lu Shengyi Dao makes a move after many years. Decoding the life of Lu Shengyi Dao. Who is Grandmaster Tran? Who do you choose? Breaking news, breaking news. A fight's broken out. Let's watch. Let's watch. On a certain mountain, those who heard the news buzzed with excitement. Lu Shengyi Dao is about to make his move. Quick, book plane tickets and hotels. This is a once-in-a-millennium event, we absolutely must go and see it. 3 days later, on Mount Fuji, the spectators were packed, filling the base of the mountain. As soon as Lu Sheng appeared, someone called out, "Look quickly! Grandmaster Lu Sheng has appeared." When they saw Tran Mak, everyone was surprised. Is that Grandmaster Tran? He's still so young. Grandmaster Lu Sheng is sure to win. The two stood facing each other on the mountaintop, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Lu Sheng drew his sword. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Tran Mak smiled, gestured to begin. "Please enlighten me." The moment the sword was fully unsheathed, the surrounding air solidified, and the blade in Lu Sheng's hand blazed with an indescribable tyrannical aura. He commented in surprise, "Such a powerful evil aura. It's actually a demonic blade stained with the countless blood of the people of Dili. And you have also been consumed by its evil aura, becoming a pitiable puppet slave to its demonic energy." Lu Sheng was displeased by this. "You are not worthy to judge my Dao." He summoned a ghost face from the sword's evil aura. "Go." Tran Mak clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy around it. The evil nature has grown this large? This blade should no longer exist. Lu Sheng leaped up and struck down with a sword. "Stop wasting words." The sword and fist clashed, and a thunderous explosion rang out. After one move, Tran Mak was knocked back, but he didn't fall. Lu Sheng remained standing firm, while the aftershock of the previous move sent Tran Mak sliding backward, leaving a shallow pit in the ground. Lu Sheng scoffed, sheathing his sword. "How boring. If this is all the strength you have, then let's stop here today." He gathered his power, and demonic energy swirled around him. Next, he prepared his stance, ready to act after he was fully prepared. Tran Mak saw this and said, "No need. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the stance already. You could be said to have grasped the rules of heaven and earth." Lu Sheng sat still in his prepared stance, channeling all his power into this final sword strike. He let out a demonic laugh. "To die by this move is your good fortune." With that, Lu Sheng drew his sword from its sheath, executing the two-segment blade art. He swung his sword, and one cut, two segments, a powerful sword chi, pierced through Tran Mak at an astonishing speed, unstoppable. With a bang, the mountaintop was blown apart by the sword chi, and dense smoke and dust rose. Lu Sheng contentedly sheathed his sword. He stood motionless in place. After the dust settled, the onlookers didn't see Chen Mo's figure and immediately wondered. Where's Master Chen? Is Master Chen dead? Master Lu Sheng won. Master Chen lost. Liu Sheng's one-strike slash truly lives up to its reputation. However, Lu Sheng quickly noticed something unusual. He looked up. The onlookers also exclaimed in surprise, "Look, what's up there?" Above his head was a giant reflection of Chen Mo, carrying the sky-slicing sword on his shoulder. Someone commented, "Is that giant reflection Master Chen?" That projection quickly slashed a sword towards Lu Sheng. His hand gripping the saber hilt stirred slightly. The saber left its sheath, and saber energy, like a dragon, was unleashed to parry Chen Mo's sword. Draw and slash. But that move wasn't strong enough. The saber energy of the draw and slash was split in half. The sky slicer continued to descend, and Lu Sheng stood stunned, as if rooted to the spot, forgetting to flee. What? The sky slicing sword successfully took Liu Sheng's life. His last words were only a desperate, ear-splitting shriek. A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth, and a section of the mountaintop was sliced off. After dealing with Lu Xing, Chen Mo shrunk his body back to its original form. He calmly said, "The power of heaven and earth is a remnant of the great Tao of heaven and earth." Standing before the true great Tao of heaven and earth. Looking at the breathless Lu Xing on the ground, Chen Mo scorned, "You're just small fry." Below, the group of onlookers was stunned. A student muttered, "Master Lu Xing lost." An old man looked disbelieving, "Master Chen actually won?" The pride of our Donglin. In Xiadu, at the Li family, Dongyang watched the duel live. He was startled, that brat Chen Mo is actually this powerful. Li Wan, standing behind him, trembled, "So what should we do? He's going to come settle scores with us sooner or later." Dongyang quickly ordered, "Li Liwen, immediately send someone to inform the 5 great families." Li Ming agreed. He cupped his hands. "Understood." Dongyang clutched his head, scheming, "This Chen Mo cannot be allowed to live." Back in Donglin. In a taxi, the person inside requested, "Driver, to the airport." The driver remained silent and drove without answering. After a while, a mechanical announcement sounded, "The route you arranged has been changed." Ruohu looked at her phone, realizing something was amiss. "This doesn't seem to be the way to the airport." Chen Mo remained calm, even intrigued. He said, "It's nothing, someone just doesn't want us to leave so soon." The driver smiled, "You figured it out?" Chen Mo analyzed everything, exposing the opponent's identity. "You don't have true qi, but there's a fluctuation of heaven and earth elemental qi around you. You're not a martial artist, you're an onmyoji." Tu Hack didn't get angry but laughed delightedly, "Haha, impressive. Liu Xing's death by one strike was not wrong. But do you think just because you killed that good-for-nothing Liu Xing, you can look down on our Donglin cultivation world?" With that, the car sped forward. Ruohua panicked, Chen Mo, in front. The taxi slammed into the guardrail, plunging straight down into the abyss. Then, the car hit the ground headfirst, exploded, and burst into flames, engulfing the vehicle. On the side of the road, Chen Mo steadily held Ruohua, asking kindly, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine." Ruohua looked at the burning car below, sighing, "It seems we can't take a car through there anymore." Tu Hack's voice echoed, "From now on, you two won't need to ride in anything anymore. It's just that a car accident truly means nothing to you." Chen Mo was startled and looked up, searching for the source of the voice. Ruohua, however, noticed the Yinyang Taiji symbol beneath her feet. "There's a Taiji symbol on the ground." Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder clapped loudly in their ears. Ruohua clutched her head in pain. "Chen Mo, I don't know why my head suddenly hurts like this." He saw through the opponent's move. This is the Yinyang word art. Chen Mo raised 2 fingers to cast a spell, uttering a single word, "Begone." The word "begone" echoed, dispelling the fog where they stood. Light shone down, breaking Tu Hack's spell, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Grandmaster Chen actually knows Yinyang art as well?" The Onmyoji Tu Hack had changed clothes at some point. His original handsome appearance was now halved, and he held a folding fan in his hand. Extremely confident, "No wonder you could break my life-stealing Yin Ghost spell. But if you've already stepped into my grand Yin-Yang formation, don't think you'll walk out alive." With that, Tu Hack made his move, Yin-Yang cage, imprison them. An invisible cage appeared, following the diameter of the Yin-Yang Taiji symbol beneath their feet. Chen Mo calmly extended his hand, "Break." Immediately after, the Yin-Yang cage cracked and then shattered. He suggested, "Just show your trump card directly to save time." "Well?" Tu Hack raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly, "You're asking for death." He spat a mouthful of black blood onto his hand. Then, he tilted his head back and drew a black summoning circle above it. "War God 8-headed serpent, please heed my summon." The summoning circle appeared, and rustling sounds from within followed the black smoke outwards. A pitch-black serpent head poked out. "Who summons me?" The 8-headed serpent had 3 heads. It looked at Tu Hack, Onmyoji, Do you know the price of summoning me? He respectfully bowed his head. Revered war god Eight-Headed Serpent, please grant me the power to destroy my enemy. The serpent observed Tu Hak's body for a moment. Your body is too weak, it cannot withstand my full power. I'll grant you a bit of it then. With that, one of the three serpent heads lowered and merged into his head. Tu Hak felt the bestowed power and laughed loudly. Haha, my entire body feels like it's overflowing with strength. Grandmaster Chen, die. Immediately, he lunged towards Chen Mo. He quickly raised his hand to create a shield for Ruohua, pushing her aside. Go hide over there. But this very act caused Chen Mo to be struck by Tu Hak, sending him flying backward. He secretly assessed their strengths. Although it's only the power of one of the eight-headed serpent's heads, it's not something I can currently contend with. If I want to kill him, I'll have to pay a price. Seeing Chen Mo constantly retreating, Tu Hak fought with increasing fervor. Grandmaster Chen, weren't you very arrogant? Why don't you continue being arrogant? Keep being arrogant. He roared, dutifully hand over your soul. Chen Mo retreated forcefully, awaiting an opportunity. He murmured, wait for that person. Just as Tu Hak approached him, he smiled triumphantly, Quantum. The surrounding world seemed to stop, falling into a black and white void. Suddenly two Chen Mo's appeared, and an extra serpent head wrapped around the Onmyoji's head. Chen Mo reached out and grabbed the eight-headed serpent, which struggled in panic. No, this is a great divine ability of the soul transformation stage. How do you know it? Who are you, really? You dare to hurt me, I'll definitely kill you. Chen Mo wasn't afraid of it, and directly choked it to death on the spot. The world returned to normal, and Tu Hak spat out a mouthful of dark black blood. Then he fell face first to the ground. The eight-headed serpent seemed to be restricted. It couldn't directly intervene, only angrily scolding, my primordial spirit, I won't let you off. Ruhua ran over from afar, asking worriedly, that just now really scared me to death. Chen Mo, are you all right? He replied with a smile, I'm fine. He thought to himself, even if I'm not, I can't tell her. She curiously looked at the Onmyoji on the ground. Is he dead? Chen Mo explained, the reason he could summon a demon god was probably because he offered his own soul. I shattered the power the demon god granted him, and his soul also vanished with it. Ruhua sighed in relief. All right, then let's get out of here quickly. Chen Mo smiled. We can't leave just yet. She was puzzled. Why not? He put his hands in his pockets, looking straight ahead confidently. Stop hiding, come out. Someone spoke, praising, Master Chen truly lives up to his reputation. From a distance, several tanks slowly approached. The voice wondered, I wonder if this preparation is enough to send Master Chen off. That person ordered, go, kill them. A line of soldiers dismounted the tanks, aiming their grenade launchers at Chen Mo and Ruhua. He stepped forward, protecting the girl. Stand behind me, don't leave. Ruhua obediently nodded. A soldier ordered, fire. The tanks immediately opened fire. Chen Mo raised his hand, creating a shield, standing firm in front to protect the girl behind him. Additional orders came from the army, quick, concentrate fire, don't let them get close. Finding them quite annoying, he didn't hesitate to summon his sword, the heaven-slaying sword. The sword flashed, slicing across their necks, taking the lives of those soldiers. Behind him, Ruhua softly cheered, Chen Mo, you can do it, I believe in you. Eliminating ordinary people was not what he wanted. In a bad mood, he wondered, artillery is useless against me, why would they send so many soldiers here to their deaths? Very quickly, Chen Mo understood why. A missile was hurtling towards them at extremely high speed. He exclaimed, it's continuous artillery. He demonstrated by covering his ears and instructed, cover your ears. Ruhua imitated him. The missile struck where they stood, the massive explosion seemed to tear eardrums, and a mushroom cloud of fire and smoke erupted violently. Long after, the smoke and fire dissipated, leaving a giant crater in the road. Chen Mo's energy shield had a crack. Several nearby tanks were also thrown into the crater. Looking at Rouvois, who had her ears covered and eyes closed beside him, Chen Mo asked, "Are you all right?" "It's over." Looking at the cracked shield, he secretly felt lucky. It barely held. Rouvois suddenly asked a question that stunned him. "Chen Mo, are you still human?" He was confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" She voiced her doubt. "How can an ordinary person block a missile?" Chen Mo laughed. "Haha, don't worry, I'm human. I'm just a little bit stronger than ordinary people." Half a month later, the phone on the table rang. Chen Mo answered the call. Someone on the other end reported, "Master, I received news that the Ice Palace is about to appear. According to legend, it's a celestial abode, and most of the ancient martial arts forces are preparing to explore it." He nodded in response. I know. You've worked hard." After hanging up, Tran Mak pondered, the death of Lu Tu Tan, the destruction of the Nam family. He muttered, "Ancient martial arts world, if you dare to scheme behind my back, then don't regret it." The scene shifts to Tien Sun, a place of endless snow-capped mountains. A cold snort was heard. "Let's see where you'll run." Amidst the snowy mountains, a girl in a green martial arts uniform was surrounded by a group of people. They pressured the girl, "Hand over what you have on you. Your companions are all dead, don't waste your effort resisting anymore." A vile man from the ancient martial arts world chuckled, "Then let us brothers strip you bare and enjoy a bit." The girl angrily cursed, "You ancient martial arts world scoundrels, I'll fight you to the death." Suddenly, a hand reached out, stopping the girl. "You don't need to risk it." Tran Mak appeared unexpectedly, blocking her front, smiling confidently, "Here, everyone must obey me. You people from the ancient martial arts world, all get lost." As he finished speaking, a beam of light shot from his finger, easily destroying the brain of the vile man who had just uttered vulgar words. He lost his life, falling to the ground. His teammates standing nearby cried out in panic, "Senior brother, he's dead. Is he dead?" Tran Mak only made a show of force, not intending to deal with all of them. His eyes narrowed, his gaze full of fury. "Aren't you going to get lost quickly?" The dragon-like aura emanating from him made the ancient martial arts group flee for their lives. "Grandmaster, spare our lives. Run." After chasing the group away, the girl collapsed to her knees. She clasped her hands, expressing her gratitude. "Lam Van thanks Grandmaster for saving her life." Tran Mak glanced at her. He coldly advised, "Your cultivation is too low. Even if you enter the Ice Palace, you'll just be cannon fodder. You should still leave." Lam Van hesitated slightly, clenching her hands and stammering, "Senior, please wait. Senior, if your goal is also the Ice Palace, then I can help you. Please take me into the Ice Palace with you. Afterwards, just give me a small benefit, and it will be enough for me to live my whole life." Tran Mak exclaimed in surprise, "What makes you think you can help me?" Lam Van immediately offered him the precious jade piece in her hand. "This jade piece was obtained by a senior of my sect the last time the Ice Palace opened. It might be useful. My sect was small and weak, targeted by the ancient martial arts world, and has been annihilated. Now only I remain. This is my only possession." Tran Mak wasn't too interested in her item. "If you trust me, give it to me. If you don't trust me, then leave. I won't stop you." Lam Van decided to trust her savior. "I trust you, senior." As soon as he held the jade piece, Tran Mak's eyes lit up. "This is..." On the jade piece was the graceful silhouette of a girl. He recognized it. The carving on it was his junior sister. In Tien Sun, looking out, only white snow could be seen. Lam Van felt the temperature dropping. She announced, "Senior, the temperature has dropped to its lowest these past few days. According to records, the Ice Palace is about to appear." Tran Mak paid no attention to her, lost in his own thoughts. Thinking carefully, among the cultivation techniques of Huen Dao sect, only the 9 nether cold ice art could have this effect. But the 9 nether cold ice art is only a mid-level technique. There's no way Junior Sister would abandon so many top-tier techniques to practice this one. There are still too many questions. At this moment, a blue gate appeared before them. Lam Van exclaimed, "Look! The Ice Palace has appeared." Tran Mak declared, "Let's go." Not just them, many others also entered. Everyone was eager. Hurry in, first come, first served for the treasures inside. Charge! All the treasures inside are mine. Tran Mak and Lam Van had entered the Ice Palace. Inside, heavy snow fell, and the temperature was low. The girl shivered from the cold. She brought her hands to her mouth to warm them with her breath. Seeing this, Tran Mak said, "The further we go in, the lower the temperature gets. Don't force yourself, you'll lose your life." Lam Van stubbornly refused to give up. Even as smoke came from her breath, she was determined to follow. "Senior, please rest assured, I can endure it. If I don't gain anything, I'll only die outside anyway. It's just a matter of time." At this moment, a hand pointed forward. "Hey, look!" Everyone looked in that direction. Someone exclaimed, "A tower of ice." In a secret realm, where treasures are kept, they are usually strictly guarded. A sharp-eyed person spotted an invisible restriction. "There's a restriction here. Where there's a restriction, there must be treasure." One person quickly ran forward, sneering, "You cowards." He tapped on the restriction, remarking, "This restriction seems very weak, surely it can be easily." But before he could finish speaking, the weak restriction he mentioned sent him flying outwards. So, young Master Chang took the opportunity to gather everyone. "Everyone, listen to me. The restriction of the ice tower is absolutely extraordinary. How about we all work together, break it open, and share the treasures inside? Otherwise, this trip will be in vain." Some people chimed in, "I agree, I also approve, let's give it our all and destroy this damned restriction together." Young Master Chang quickly gathered allies. "Then, I invite those who support me to stand beside me. Those who don't agree, please leave. Don't even think about profiting after we've broken the restriction." Lin Yun saw them gathering more and more, but Chen Mo didn't move. Impatiently, she spoke up, "Senior, aren't we joining?" He replied, "No, follow me." That young Master Chang saw two people who didn't support him arbitrarily walk towards the ice tower. Unhappily, he yelled, "What do you two want to do?" Contrary to everyone's caution, the two successfully entered without being repelled by the restriction. The onlookers exclaimed in shock, "What?" Young Master Chang was startled and astonished. What? He wasn't stopped by the restriction? Could it be that he has the token of this ice palace? Lin Yun happily looked at the group blocked outside. "We've passed the restriction." Chen Mo smiled and said, "The engraving on the jade pendant you placed into the stone gate corresponds to this place. You've truly achieved something great." He opened the ice tower door. "Come in." The group following young Master Chang began to hastily charge forward, attacking the restriction. "They've gone in. Let's quickly join forces and destroy the restriction." But the restriction not only didn't weaken, it powerfully repelled them. Everyone was worried. "What's wrong with this? They're about to take all the treasures." Young Master Chang gritted his teeth, thinking maliciously, "Even if you get the treasures, you won't be able to take them out." Inside the ice tower, tables and chairs were scattered, and there were even human bones lying around. Lin Yun couldn't help but say, "The items in here are really messy." She turned around and remarked, "It seems we're not the only ones who've entered here." Chen Mo calmly assessed the situation. If someone could obtain a token related to the Ice Palace, then naturally, someone must have explored this place before. "Let's try going upstairs." The two stepped onto the upper floor. Items were knocked over and strewn across the floor. Lin Yun examined it. "Why is there nothing here?" Chen Mo didn't look much, quickly walked up the stairs, continuing to ascend. As soon as he stepped up, he made a discovery. There's a restriction, and it's different from the one outside. Perhaps this area hasn't been explored yet. Lin Yun sighed with both joy and regret. So what do we do? If a restriction can be bypassed, there are no treasures. If a restriction can't be bypassed, there are treasures. Chen Mo smiled meaningfully. Don't rush. Before the girl's surprised eyes, he placed his hand on the restriction, and circles appeared. Exploring a way to break it, he thought to himself, although this restriction has changed, there are still traces of the profound Tao sect. It seems the owner of this place, even if not my junior sister, is definitely related to her. Lin Yuan was surprised. Senior, can you open it? She secretly wondered, what exactly is his background? As she was thinking, she heard Chen Mo praise, these treasures aren't bad at all. He named each item with a very satisfied look: golden spring pattern, 9 heavens lotus seed, earth store painting, soul nourishing grass. These are all cultivation resources I currently lack. Lin Yuan wasn't greedy, she merely sighed with emotion. These medicinal ingredients are indeed very powerful. But my cultivation is too low, using them would be no different from sending myself to the other world. It's good if they can be useful to Senior. Chen Mo was not stingy. He only took what was useful to him, then turned and handed her 2 cultivation techniques. I just happened to find 2 cultivation techniques I don't use. I'll give them to you, fulfilling my promise. Lin Yuan took the cultivation techniques, glanced through them, and then joyfully exclaimed, oh my goodness, are there really such profound cultivation techniques in this world? Chen Mo was speechless, thinking to himself, these are actually just trash techniques in the immortal cultivation world, but for this planet, they are indeed supreme treasures. But after the excitement faded, Lin Yuan sadly said, but, Senior, such precious techniques. I can't keep them. She handed the techniques back to him. Or you can just hold on to them. Chen Mo held out his hand to stop her, reassuring her, just take them. With me here, no one can snatch anything from your hands. Hearing this assurance, Lin Yuan's heart rejoiced again. Really? Thank you, Senior. A moment later, the 2 exited the ice tower. Young Master Chang, who had been watching for a long time, immediately noticed them. The group outside cried out curiously, they're out. What kind of treasure was inside? Kid, what treasure did you get? Young Master Chang stepped forward again, demanding, quickly, take it out and share it evenly among everyone. Chen Mo was exasperated with this brainless crowd. Tell me to share? Are your brains frozen, stupid? Lin Yuan called out anxiously, Senior. He turned his head and instructed, you wait here, don't come out. I'll teach them a lesson. With that, he stepped out of the protective barrier. A bunch of rabble, whoever wants to snatch something from my hands, make your move. Young Master Chang sneered disdainfully, putting on a show. Do you really think you can go against our entire martial arts world by yourself? A burly, muscular monk stepped forward. Let me teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Chen Mo glanced at him, clicking his tongue in disdain. Is there something wrong with your head? You just entered the Grand Master realm, you're not worthy for me to make a move. The monk, feeling looked down upon, turned red with anger and lunged forward with a punch. Arrogant bastard. Chen Mo just stood still, his aura transforming into an invisible, majestic dragon, and he roared a single word, scram. The monk saw the dragon that others couldn't see, and he trembled, stammering, then fled. A dragon. A giant dragon. Chen Mo didn't want to waste time with them, so he provoked, all of you come at once, don't waste any more time. Young Master Chang gritted his teeth in frustration. He's just using some despicable secret technique. His supporters immediately echoed him, furthermore, his strength is nothing special. We're not afraid of him. Young Master Chang is right, everyone, let's go together. They said that, but no one dared to make the first move, everyone just stood still. They pushed each other. Hey, you go. Why don't you go? You go first, then I'll go. Chen Mo laughed unceremoniously, ha ha ha, you're greedy but you don't dare. You're even more pathetic than the one before. Seeing this, young Master Chang stepped forward to encourage everyone. Everyone, listen to me, as members of the martial arts world. My Chang family absolutely cannot let the treasure fall into his hands. Whoever agrees to follow me will be eligible to share the treasure. His eyes glinted maliciously. He absolutely had to incite them. Sure enough, the brainless crowd was blinded by the treasure, and they rushed forward, attacking Chen Mo together. That's right, otherwise, our martial arts world will lose all face. Everyone, let's go together. Kill him. He frowned, his eyes full of disdain, uttering an insult, brats. With a bang, Chen Mo threw a punch, scram. The spiritual energy from this punch was so powerful that it sent the entire group flying backward, taking their lives instantly. Chen Mo looked at young Master Chang, who was pulling strings from behind. The one who should die is you. With that, he lunged towards him. Young Master Chang was no longer as aggressive as before. He turned and fled immediately, threatening, "If you dare kill me, you'll be an enemy of the Chang family." But Chen Mo had never been one to fear threats. He gave him a punch that knocked him out cold, and declared fiercely, "Then I'll wipe out your entire Chang family." The Chang family's bodyguard saw his young master had been killed. In a panic, he made a wrong decision. Instead of fleeing to report, he loudly threatened, "You killed our young master. The Chang family will not spare you." The price for those words was his life, one punch to the chest, and he joined his ancestors. Chen Mo looked at the remaining people, who were eager to snatch but dared not, and asked with cold eyes, "Does anyone else want to steal from me now?" The crowd was terrified, shaking their heads frantically. "No, no, no, we wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." So Chen Mo turned and called Lin Yun, "Come out, let's go." She asked curiously, "Where are we going now?" He replied, "Just keep going straight." The martial arts world group whispered among themselves, "Are we still going? Even if there are treasures, they won't be for us." Watching the two figures leave, they finally decided to follow. Not necessarily. With his strength, his ambitions must be high. We might still have a chance to get a few things he doesn't need. You're right, let's go too then. After a while, Chen Mo was surprised to find something ahead. In front of them was another ice tower, with many people gathered around. He realized, it seems there's more than one entrance to the ice palace. The martial arts group following Chen Mo also discovered allies. One person asked, "Hey, look at those people over there." Another person turned to look and replied, "Are they also from the martial arts world?" It seems so. Recognizing their allies, they joyfully ran over. "Oh my goodness, aren't those people from the 6 great sects? Go, quickly, let's join them." They met with handshakes and joyful faces, as if escaping a cruel landlord. The group immediately complained, "This is great. Now we don't have to be afraid of that kid anymore." "Did you all just arrive here too?" Just now, there was a very strong kid. A silver-haired figure flashed past. Someone from the martial arts world saw it and was slightly surprised. That figure was true Master Tan Tung of the Vo Sun sect. He came before Chen Mo and asked, "I heard you have a way to break the restriction." He nodded, simply replying, "Yes." In his heart, he silently assessed, he is a divine realm expert. None of the people approaching him were benevolent. True Master Tan Tung was no good person either. He held out his hand and demanded, "Hand it over. Share it with everyone." Chen Mo feared no one. He coldly refused him in front of the martial arts group, "No." Refused, Tan Tung wasn't overly angry. He even advised, "Kid, hand over the method to break the restriction. Then you'll be a friend of my Vo Sun sect." Chen Mo was a man of few words, only replying with 4 characters, "You can't reach that high." True Master Tan Tung took advantage, sarcastically echoing his words, "It seems you're quite sensible, knowing you can't reach as high as my Vo Sun sect." Done, he was corrected by him, "I meant you can't reach that high." Teased by a kid, True Master Tan Tung's face turned purple with rage. "Are you provoking this old man? So young and already seeking death." But he immediately regained his composure, speculating in his heart, no, this kid disrespects everyone like this. He might have some backing. I can't be a pawn for Nine Flowers and Kuan Shang to benefit. Thinking so, he switched to provocation. Kid, I almost fell for your trick. If you really have the skill, come and break the restriction of this ice pagoda for me to see. Chen Mo scoffed, walking in. No need for goading. This ice pagoda is like my own backyard. Lin Yun, follow me. The two entered the ice pagoda again without being pushed out, as if walking into their own home. He didn't forget to mock Tan Tung, we can enter whenever we want. How could true Master Tan Tung swallow this anger? He gnashed his teeth in fury. He can really break the restriction. Damn it, I should have killed him earlier. Once inside, Chen Mo suddenly turned back and said, by the way, no need to act so virtuous and high-minded. It's nauseating. After that, the two calmly walked into the ice pagoda. Inside was a statue of a girl holding a sword. Lin Yun looked at it in surprise and said, the person in this statue looks like the one on my jade pendant. Chen Mo stared blankly and replied, indeed. In his heart, he felt profound nostalgia, junior martial sister. He instructed, observe around me. Don't touch anything randomly. After searching for a while, they found a room with a restriction. Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise, this is Senior. Other rooms had no restrictions and nothing inside. Only this room had a restriction in front of it, so it must be unusual. Chen Mo placed his hand on the door, silently assessing, this aura is the original barrier of the Illusion Dao sect. Junior martial sister, are you here? Before long, he successfully opened the door. The two stepped in. He muttered to himself, let me see what's inside. There was no one inside the room, only a wooden box placed on the bed. Lin Yun spoke up, Senior, that box. Chen Mo stepped in and opened the box. Inside, there was only a letter and a medicine bottle. He wondered, what exactly is in this box that it's protected by a barrier? Picking up the letter and reading it, he immediately realized it was a handwritten letter from his junior martial sister. The letter read, if a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sect is destined to come here, after forming a golden core, please take care of the Snow God Palace for me. The boundary-breaking pill in the bottle can assist you. Chen Mo read the letter, his mind full of questions. Only a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sect can break the boundless restriction. She did this to prevent others from intruding. Where's the Snow God Palace? Why have I never heard of it? The letter says to take care of the Snow God Palace after forming a golden core. Does it mean the Snow God Palace can only be found after cultivating to the golden core realm? To ensure safety, he lit the letter, destroying it. His mind was still filled with thoughts. This letter seems to have been written in a hurry. Could Junior Martial Sister be in danger? There are still too many questions. Chen Mo took the elixir bottle in his hand and put it away without hesitation. It just so happened he also needed the boundary-breaking pill in this bottle. One could only say it was fate. Finished, he walked out, calling Lin Yun to follow. Let's go out. She wondered, are we leaving already? Aren't there any world-shaking treasures? Chen Mo explained, this is just a cultivator's residence, there are no treasures. The two walked out. The martial arts group outside stirred. They're out. Kid, what did you get in there? Someone announced, I recognize him, he's Grandmaster Chen. True Master Tan Tung led the group, demandingly asking for a share of the treasure out of jealousy and shamelessness. So you're Grandmaster Chen of the secular world. I advise you to hand over the treasure. Otherwise, do you think you can stand against all of us alone? Chen Mo naturally did not comply. If I said there was no treasure in there at all, would you believe me? Nan Yu of the Nine Flowers sect took a step forward, smiling sarcastically. This restriction is so strong. You say there's no treasure? Do you take us for fools? Lu Jianyu of the Kuan Shang sect drew his sword, his eyes glinting with undisguised greed. I think there's no need for more words. Let's just kill him and take the treasure. However, not everyone in the martial arts group was unreasonable. A girl in a hooded cloak softly spoke. I, on the other hand, feel that we're being unfair, ganging up on the weak. I don't want to. Jian saw that she wasn't supporting them, so he advised, Immortal Ling Shuang, Grandmaster Chen possesses great power. If we let him go now, our martial arts world will never know peace. For the stability of your sect, you must act. We must kill him here and now. Ling Shuang sighed and agreed, all right, then. And so, all four rushed forward to attack, charge. Chen Mo was truly exasperated with this shameless group of robbers, not knowing what was good for them. He lightly extended his hand to receive he used punch. The fist and palm collided, and a booming sound echoed. Just then, Jian seized the opportunity to attack from the side, die. Chen Mo quickly retreated to dodge, the sword slashed into empty air. He said angrily. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Mo leaped high, so he let out a cold snort. The four swords converged, spiritual energy swirled in the air, preparing for an extremely powerful strike. Seeing this from above, Chen Mo had already summoned his heaven-severing sword. He waved his hand, controlling the sword. Then, Chen Mo clasped his hands together, using a powerful, cool-sounding move. Below, heaven-severing rotated around the four people, stirring up a white snow wall that blinded them, draining the surrounding spiritual energy. He was stunned. What's going on? Jian was surprised. Ling Shuang quickly realized the problem. Immediately after, they were all sucked into a spatial rift. He realized too late. When the snow wall dissipated, only one person remained. The ancient martial arts practitioners looked on in bewilderment, muttering. Someone spotted a figure and quickly spoke up. Chen Mo was the only one who survived the battle. He smiled and asked. Everyone was silent, no one dared to speak. Only Lin Yun happily walked over. But before she could celebrate for long, the mystic realm shook violently. She was slightly startled. Chen Mo didn't know why either. He guessed it was because of his heaven burial move. Not long after, the two successfully exited, returning to the snowy heavenly mountain. Lin Yun sighed. Chen Mo turned to bid farewell to Lin Yun. She gratefully clasped her hands and bowed in salute. Yes, thank you for your great kindness, Senior. I've received much of your care these past few days. In the future, this junior will repay your great benevolence and virtue. As Chen Mo left, he thought. But what he didn't know was that in the distance, a shadowy figure in black was silently observing him. Days later, the 6 major sects and 8 great aristocratic families of the ancient martial arts world each dispatched a god-level powerhouse and 10 elites to form a team, vowing to kill Chen Mo. They made their way up the mountain at Swan Goose Lake. An old man standing before the mountain exclaimed. This person is the elder of the Kuanshan sect, Lam Van Nien. He looks like a longevity elder, his mouth smiling kindly, but the words he speaks are quite malicious. Spirit energy turned into bones, all these are spirit energy. After catching him, I must force him to create more places like this. With that, he soared into the air. As he entered, he loudly proclaimed. In the luxurious villa, no one answered. Wan Yin angrily snorted and ordered the Kuanshan sect disciples. Break through this mountain's protective formation. Below, the disciples cheered each other on. However, the villa's protective formation was quite sturdy. They attacked repeatedly without success. The disciples were noisy, some encouraging, some cursing. Everyone, push harder. Master Chen, weren't you very formidable when you killed people from our ancient martial arts world? Why do you want to play turtle now? Inside the villa, Tang Tang worried. Song Zi clenched his fists, showing determination. Outside, a foot in a military boot stepped forward. They were armed special forces. One reported to his commander via radio. The commander heard and immediately gave instructions. In the Li family's living room, Mr. Dongyang triumphantly analyzed. He was watching a live broadcast from the scene, likely with someone from the Li family filming. He waited contentedly. In a spot in the mountains, Lena appeared mysterious, dressed in black with her face covered. As she walked, she looked around at the ground. Suddenly, she cried out. Then, Lena took out a hammer. She then slammed the hammer onto the ground. A circular formation flashed and then disappeared. A rumbling sound echoed from the villa. The formation gradually lost its power. Seeing the protective formation crack, the Kunshan sect disciples cheered joyfully. At this moment, the soldier immediately ordered. As for Wan Yin, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. He raised the staff in his hand. A sharp sword energy formed a crescent shape and slashed downwards. However, his sword energy was blocked by Kuyan Tan. Don't even dream of it. She questioned those audacious enough to barge in and disturb Chen Mo's seclusion. Wan Yin was a bit surprised when he saw through her power. At such a young age, she's already reached the divine realm. Grandmaster Chen's servant is indeed remarkable. Little girl, if you are willing to take me as your master, I will definitely give you everything, and even give you the status of my son's concubine. What do you say? Kuyan Tan greatly disdained this old Wan Yin in front of her. Are you talking in your sleep before even sleeping? He blustered, if you don't cherish the opportunity one bestow upon you, you will regret it. Before he could finish, a sword was already pressed against him. He immediately retreated quickly. That was Qin Tan's unsuccessful sneak attack. She was annoyed listening to him ramble. Shut up! Van Nien angrily cursed, little girl, do you have no ethics? Sneak attacking an old man like me. Qin Tan glanced at him, secretly calculating, no, the power gap is too big. If it weren't for the Phoenix Cry and Heavenly Phoenix swords in my hands, inherited from Tran Mak, I truly wouldn't be his match. While he's underestimating me and not yet trying to kill me, I must use all my strength to try and win. Thinking so, Qin Tan unleashed a flamboyant yet powerful move. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. The fiery phoenix appeared and charged towards Van Nien. He was no pushover either. The staff in his hand transformed into a sword, a great river of sword intent, tearing through the void, making way for a mesmerizing and enchanting starry galaxy. The fiery phoenix was cut in half, its sword intent lingering, forcefully repelling Qin Tan. She fell onto the roof, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Tan frowned, realizing the power disparity. She had just reached the divine realm, she truly couldn't fight him. Van Nien continued to entice her, my earlier condition is still valid. You can still become my daughter-in-law. Grandmaster Tran, your master doesn't have much time left either. Qin Tan ignored his persuasion, angrily retorting, in your dreams. Van Nien, having been rejected multiple times, lost his patience and roared, you're asking for death. He lunged forward, dueling with Qin Tan, his attack fierce like a dragon and a tiger. She couldn't fight back and was knocked to the ground. Tung Tu anxiously stepped out, junior sister. He stepped forward to help Qin Tan up, asking concernedly, junior sister, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Hold on a little longer. She replied, enduring the pain, I won't die, but my meridians are in disarray, I can't fight anymore. Tung Tu made arrangements, advising his junior sister, I scouted earlier, and indeed the foundation of the formation has been broken. I'm afraid there are still masters secretly watching outside. You and Tang Tang quickly go call master, and leave through the secret passage. Just then, Van Nien landed in the courtyard. Tung Tu stepped forward, as your senior brother, I must stand in front of you at this moment. Qin Tan turned and went inside, senior brother, take care. Van Nien saw her leave and sneered, trying to run away? He ordered his disciples, everyone, attack. Tung Tu broke into a cold sweat, looking at the approaching crowd, over a dozen divine realm experts. He thought to himself, it seems today's disaster is unavoidable. Inside the house, small hands knocked rapidly, indicating urgency. Qin Tan didn't dare to rush in, so she could only stand outside, knocking and urgently calling, Master, Master, quickly escape, don't stay in seclusion anymore. Tang Tang said it's bad, she's been knocking for a long time. Quinton quickly made a decision. Then Tang Tang, you keep knocking, I'll go help senior brother. Tang Tang was worried, but you can't fight anymore. Quinton said, we'll die here anyway, so it's better to go out and fight with senior brother until the very last moment. As she ran out, Tung Tu had just been pushed back. She cried out anxiously, senior brother. Master is still in seclusion, we can't wake him up. Come here with me, we'll buy as much time as we can. Tung Tu didn't say much, having support was better than fighting alone. He agreed, all right, since it's come to this, we'll face it together. At this critical moment, a red dragon appeared. Quinton and Tung Tu were startled and surprised. What? The people from the Kuanshan sect saw the dragon and were panicked and terrified. Is this really a dragon? How can there be a dragon here? Could this dragon be raised by Grandmaster Tran? Quinton was overjoyed to the point of tears. The Crimson Scale Spirit Serpent has appeared. We can buy a little more time now. However, Van Nien had already stepped forward to rally everyone. We are all Divine Realm experts. Why should we fear it? Everyone, let's kill that flood dragon. Quinton was heartbroken, tears welling in her eyes. Crimson Scale Spirit Serpent, I'm afraid your cultivation will be exhausted today. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Before the Crimson Scale Spirit Serpent could attack anyone, it was assaulted by a barrage of spiritual power from the crowd, snarling in pain. It mostly defended and didn't attack, continuously receiving blows. It seemed to only want to buy time. Seeing this, Van Nien burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems this flood dragon will be crushed to dust by our combined efforts. His disciples were also smug. Ha ha, I thought it was a real dragon, turns out it's just a flood dragon after all. Just then, a person appeared and softly cursed, foolish. The people of the Kuanshan sect were startled and looked around. Who is so arrogant? That person was Chen Mo. Take back the Crimson Scale Spirit Serpent. He gently patted it as if praising it for doing very well. Van Nien was stunned, confirming again, you are Master Chen? Ching Ching saw him and rejoiced. Master has finally come out of seclusion. Chen Mo found these people truly ridiculous. They wanted to kill him but now still had to confirm his identity. Didn't you want to kill me? Why don't you even recognize me? Van Nien aggressively demanded benefits first. Hand over what you obtained from the Ice Palace, then we can spare your life. Chen Mo sneered, then I have to apologize, because I will absolutely not let you leave here alive. Van Nien's eyes blazed, as if encountering a mortal enemy, still so stubborn at a time like this. He immediately attacked with a great river sword intent, but Chen Mo's figure had already vanished from the spot. His move struck empty air. He suddenly appeared behind Van Nien, his powerful arm blazing with spiritual energy descended. Die! Chen Mo's arm swept across his head at the speed of sound and light. Before anyone could even see how he attacked, Van Nien had already fallen to the ground. The disciples buzzed. When did he make his move? Why couldn't I clearly see his actions? Is Lin Van Nien dead? After dealing with the leader, Chen Mo turned to the remaining remnants. Now it's your turn. The death of Lin Van Nien made these people hesitate. One person, though frightened, still bravely said, it seems we must join forces to have a chance against him. Another person, more timid and afraid of death, cautiously spoke up, but he killed senior brother Lin with one move. Someone stepped forward to encourage everyone, don't give up, now we can only charge forward. Thus, the group chose to fight Chen Mo, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. Charge! Avenge senior brother Lin, chop him into 100 pieces. But Chen Mo feared no one. He didn't even use a second move, only his single technique, the Great Dao Nine Swords. The technique was both spectacular and powerfully offensive. He swept left, spun right, every small movement capable of taking a life. Ching Ching and Song Zi stared in shock, both exclaiming in unison, did we win? Casually ending the battle, Chen Mo handed medicine to his two disciples. Here, take this. He instructed, regulate your aura to heal your injuries. Ching Ching was flustered and dared not accept. No, master, something so precious. Chen Mo didn't allow refusal. He said, healing injuries is the most urgent matter. I have other things to do. Both of you stay here and recuperate. On the other side, a motionless hand lay on the ground. Chen Mo went to check. Members of the dragon group lay scattered on the ground. Some had sacrificed their lives. Some were severely injured. He walked up to a wounded soldier, seriously thanking him. Dragon group, you used thermal weapons to fight against many, buying me more time. I owe Ha-sun this favor. Come here, I'll treat your injuries. Then he mumbled to himself, I need to arrange the formation more carefully. A figure stood watching from afar. Lena gnashed her teeth in anger, cursing. Those good-for-nothings helped Chen Mo escape another calamity. No, I can't be harsh with them. I still have to use the ancient martial arts world. Chen Mo re-established the protective barrier and returned to the villa to visit his two disciples. Song Zi and Qingqing exclaimed in unison, Master, you're back. Are you still regulating your aura? I've prepared some things. He took out several large bottles and gave them to the two. These are refined healing medicines. For you two and the surviving members of the dragon group, take good care of them. After all, they sacrificed quite a bit. Song Zi took them and thanked him. All right, thank you, Master. Chen Mo gently instructed, I have rebuilt the great protective formation for the mountain. Both of you just cultivate well. This time, it can be considered a good thing for both of you. Now I will impart to you a more advanced immortal cultivation technique. Remember not to reveal it to outsiders. Qingqing happily clasped her hands in thanks. Thank you, Master. Half a month later, outside the Chen family residence in Ningyang, a group of people stood before the gate, wondering aloud, is this Master Chen's house? The leading young man smiled, evaluating. This courtyard seems very luxurious. This Chen family must be very rich, huh? He was Chu Cheng-gu of the Kongdong sect from the ancient martial arts world, quite formidable in appearance and demeanor. But his words subtly contained hostility towards the Chen family. I think it's more like golden on the outside, rotten on the inside. The subordinate who followed spoke up to curry favor. Young master, what good is money? Strength is the most important thing. Cheng-gu strongly agreed with this statement. That's right, let's go inside and see what kind of person that Master Chen is. Seeing someone break in, a security guard stepped forward to stop them. Hey, what are you doing? Poor security guard, just doing his duty, but Cheng-gu punched him in the face, deforming it. He even cursed, get out. The followers praised him endlessly. Young master is amazing, your power has increased again, we truly admire you, young master. Cheng-gu arrogantly said, is this thing worthy of blocking my way? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. What a coincidence, I came to visit my grandfather and just happened to run into someone causing trouble. Cheng-gu immediately turned his head and asked, who are you? I'm here to find Grandmaster Chen. I want to fight him. Help me call him out. Chen Mo tilted his head and asked, why should I spar with you? Cheng-gu was surprised to see how young he was. It's you? You look so small. If you're scared and agree to admit defeat, I can let you off. He calculated in his head, then I'll take a picture with my phone and bring it back for her to see. She'll definitely like me. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo wasn't scared at all, and even provoked him. You're not worthy of me taking action. His pride wounded, Cheng-gu furiously lunged forward. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? Chen Mo snorted coldly and raised his hand to control him from a distance. Cheng-gu was suddenly bound by an invisible spiritual energy rope. He couldn't move, despite trying his best. His whole body trembled. What's wrong with me? Damn it, let me go, let me go. Chen Mo gave him a chance. I can let you go, but you must tell the truth. He was already very timid now and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll answer whatever you ask. I promise not to tell a single lie. So he asked the first question, where are you from? Cheng-gu was bound, but his mouth was still sharp, and he even brought up his powerful family to scare Chen Mo. If I tell you, it'll scare you to death. I'm from the ancient martial arts world. He continued to interrogate, what's your identity? 1 week ago, Ha-du, Yin family. Ching Ching quickly ran into the living room. She saw two people sitting on the sofa and called out loudly, "Dad, Grandpa." Her expression was serious. "Why did you call me home so urgently? Has something happened?" Ching Ching's father, Yin Man Chuan, was happy to see her return and replied, "Ching Ching is back." And Trong also smiled and called, "Come here and sit down." "Grandpa, Yin and Trong." Ching Ching felt even more confused by their behavior. How strange, usually their faces are as cold as ice, they don't even smile on New Year's. Why do they suddenly have these expressions? Man Chuan glanced at Nam Tien sitting next to him. "It's nothing, Ching Ching. Today, I wanted you to meet this relative." Nam Tien continued, "That's right, Grandmaster Chen actually cultivated a divine realm powerhouse for my Han family." Ching Ching frowned, puzzled. "Han family, you are?" Man Chuan stood up and explained, "Is this your first time meeting? Do you feel a connection?" "Ching Ching, this esteemed elder is Han Nam Tien, your maternal grandfather." Nam Tien reminisced, "Your mother was from the ancient martial arts world. When she was young, she disliked being restricted by the military academy family and ran away. Since then, her whereabouts have been unknown. A few days ago, your cousin saw you at Yen Kui Lake. You resemble your mother greatly, which is how I was able to find you." Ching Ching still wasn't entirely convinced. She hesitated, saying that no one from the ancient martial arts world survived that day. Nam Tien placed both hands on his thighs, bowing his head and replying, "Pretending to be dead and running away is your cousin's specialty. There's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, as long as you're alive, there's still something to talk about." With that, he walked over and stood beside her. "You've suffered these past few years, but I will take you back to the sect and personally cultivate you. From now on, you won't have to suffer anymore." Ching Ching glanced over, asking, "Dad, Grandpa, this matter?" And Trong stood up and said, "Ching Ching, your maternal grandfather is an elder of the Kongdong sect. His ability, realm, and status are all higher than Grandmaster Chen's. We'll be more at ease if you go with your maternal grandfather." Man Chuan stood up in agreement and clapped his hands. "Right, right." Contrary to everyone else, Ching Ching was not happy at all. She coldly said, "Excuse me, maternal grandfather, and thank you for everyone's choice, but I want to maintain my current life. You don't need to worry about me." She bluntly pushed Nam Tien's hand away, saying, "Grandmaster Chen is extremely strong. I still have a long time to learn. I'm far from graduating." Her eyes flashed with calculation. "No one in this world can compare to Chen Mo, not to mention he's my fiancé." Nam Tien angrily grabbed her wrist and shouted, "Nonsense! Grandmaster Chen is already an enemy of the entire ancient martial arts world. Following him will only put yourself in danger." Ching Ching replied with great determination, "It's still the same answer. Thank you, maternal grandfather, for your concern, but I'm not going." Nam Tien's face darkened. He reached out his hand and scolded, "That's not how it works. My words leave no room for your objection." He grabbed Ching Ching's hand, not giving her a chance to struggle. "Come with me obediently." She loudly replied, "I'm not going, let go of my hand." Ma Shuyan stopped smiling. He seriously said, "Elder Han, this child Ching Ching has been spoiled since childhood. It's because we didn't educate her strictly enough." And Trong stroked his beard contentedly and said, "You'll have your work cut out for you from now on." Nam Tien glanced at them and replied, "Don't worry. This is my biological granddaughter. Even if I scold or punish her, I'll know my limits." Scene change. A clear voice came from the phone. She was taken away by her maternal grandfather just like that. Tran Mak tightened his grip on the phone. He replied, "I understand." He speculated, this Han Tien Nam must have taken a liking to Yen Kuyan Tan's abilities, which is why he took her. He spoke up to confirm, "You said Yen Kuyan Tan is at the Boundless Sect?" Trunxier anxiously said, "What do you want to do?" "That's the woman this young master has his eye on. Don't even dream about it, or I'll make you regret it." Tran Mak replied with disgust, "You can't even protect yourself, and you want to make me regret it?" Trunksier made a fierce, mocking face and said, "Even though I can't beat you, there are countless masters in my sect. Stepping on you would be like stepping on an ant. If you've got the guts, follow me back to the Boundless sect. Whatever happens, you'll have to bear it yourself." Tran Mak sneered in response, "Perfect then. Lead the way." Trunksier was startled. He thought, I was just trying to scare him, don't take it seriously. Thinking that, he turned to leave. "I think you're not bad, it's better not to seek death. I'm leaving now." Tran Mak grabbed his shoulder and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Die right here, or lead the way. Choose." Scene change. Before them were continuous rolling hills. "It's right here." Tran Mak looked up. So, the mountain gates of sects in the ancient martial world are all within barriers. He propped his hand and observed, then evaluated. However, this type of barrier is extremely complex and powerful. It's not something an ordinary martial artist can set up. Could there be ancient immortal cultivators in the ancient martial world? Trunksier took out a green jade pendant. He seriously explained, "If you want to enter, only this jade pendant can open the barrier." A door appeared before the two of them. Trunksier extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "All right." He led the way, running inside. Inside is a narrow stone corridor. "Just go straight, and you'll reach the Boundless Sect's mountain gate." He carefully reminded him, "But once you reach the Boundless Sect's mountain gate, whether you can get in or not depends on your own skill." Tran Mak collected himself and hesitantly replied, At the end of the road." A giant sword was plunged straight into the ground. Trunksier explained, "To enter the Boundless Sect, you must first pay respects to the mountain. Look how majestic this stone sword is. We have a rule, before entering the Boundless Sect, you must perform a ritual to this stone sword." Having said that, he knelt down and clasped his hands. Seeing Tran Mak still standing motionless, he had to turn back and remind him, "Master Tran, if you want to enter the Kong Dong sect, you must pay respects to this mountain-guarding stone." Tran Mak frowned slightly. "I only revere heaven and earth." Trunksier gave him a big, admiring thumbs up. "Awesome. I didn't want to bow before either, but after my father beat me and locked me up for 3 days, I became obedient." He scratched his head while running inside and said, "Grandmaster Tran, I'll go ahead. If my father sees me bringing someone here, he'll probably beat me to death." Tran Mak sympathetically replied, "Go on." As soon as Trunksier left, a resounding voice boomed, "To enter the Boundless Sect, one must first bow to the mountain." "Why do you not bow?" 2 grandmasters floated before Tran Mak. He feigned surprise and exclaimed, "The mountain gate is guarded by 2 grandmasters of the awakening god realm? What a surprise!" The grandmaster with the rugged face spoke with great force, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our Boundless Sect's mountain gate?" Tran Mak frankly replied, "I've come for my disciple." The 2 grandmasters scoffed upon hearing this. "What are you? You have disciples? Nonsense! How could our Boundless Sect have a disciple of yours?" They simultaneously attacked Tran Mak. He easily blocked them with both hands. He clenched his fists, channeling power into his palms. He let out a shout and slammed them, sending them flying to both sides. "Don't bother me!" Suddenly, clapping sounds came from somewhere, attracting his attention. Nam Tien stepped out and politely praised, "Clever move. First time meeting, I am Han Tien Nam, elder of the Boundless Sect." He frowned, scrutinizing. "You are Grandmaster Tran, what are you doing at our Boundless Sect?" Tran Mak was not intimidated by his imposing aura. He calmly replied, "You must be Yin Kuyan Tan's maternal grandfather, right? You already know, so why ask? Where is my disciple?" Nam Tien frowned, his face showing a fierce expression. "Your disciple? That's my granddaughter. It's not for an outsider like you to interfere." He waved his hand and continued, logically and emotionally, "You have no right to interfere. Now get out of here." Tran Mak's voice was sharp and unyielding. No one can force my disciple to do something she doesn't want to do. As long as she says she wants to stay here herself, I will leave. Nam Tien thumped his chest and declared, "That's my granddaughter. Whether she agrees or not, she listens to me." Tran Mak half closed his eyes and calmly said, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Nam Tien was completely enraged. He lunged at Tran Mak like an arrow. "All right. Just so happens I also want to have a match with Grandmaster Tran. 7 kill palm." Tran Mak raised his hand in response, heavenly profound divine palm. The fiery fist struck Nam Tien. He was sent flying far away. While retracting his hand, he politely said, "Just one palm strike." I held back a bit. The disciples of the Kong Dong sect, seeing this scene, were stunned in disbelief. The Grand Elder of the Kong Dong sect couldn't withstand a single palm strike from Grandmaster Tran, so who else could suppress Grandmaster Tran? Probably only the sect leader. Tran Mak retracted his fist to his chest. He slowly spoke, "I'm a very reasonable person. Either you hand over Yen Kuyan-tan, or you let me go in there and find her." As soon as he finished speaking, Thursday Lu descended from seemingly nowhere and said, "Wait, Grandmaster Tran." The surrounding disciples simultaneously shouted, "Sect leader! You finally arrived!" Someone boldly said, "Sect leader, quickly beat him senseless and avenge the elder." Thursday Lu acted as if he didn't hear, stood up straight, smiled gently, and clasped his hands in greeting, "I am Thursday Lu, the sect leader of the Kong Dong sect." "It's a pleasure." Thursday Lu rubbed his hands and slowly explained, "Grandmaster Tran, Yen Kuyan-tan is already an elder of our sect. She has been exposed to the confidential matters of the Kong Dong sect." He said with an awkward expression, "Therefore, our Kong Dong sect truly cannot let her leave." Nam Tien lay on the ground. He scowled and gritted his teeth, thinking, after I brought her back, she's always been locked up. How could she know any secrets of the Kong Dong sect? The sect leader just doesn't want to let Yen Kuyan-tan go. Tran Mak curled his lip and replied, "Why talk so much? Or do you want to fight?" Thursday Lu straightened up and leaped high, calling out, "Grandmaster Tran, let's go to an open area to spar." Tran Mak snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and shot off. The two indeed went to find an open area. Thursday Lu ran ahead, with Tran Mak close behind. He propelled himself forward, blocking his path, and said, "Honestly, I don't want to drag this out with you." Thursday Lu clenched his fists and sneered, "All right then." The two confronted each other directly. The moment their fists met, a loud explosion rang out. Tran Mak retracted his hand and assessed, his strength is probably at the third breakthrough of the divine realm, shattering God. Thursday Lu also stepped back, calculating in his mind, he can directly contend with me. He truly can't be underestimated. After only a few seconds of distraction, the two landed steadily on the ground. Tran Mak suddenly spread his legs and cupped his hands. The surrounding energy gathered into his fist. He loudly declared, "Let's end this." Thursday Lu softly sighed, "Fortunately, I made preparations beforehand, otherwise I really would have been defeated by you." He spread his legs and lowered his body, forming a hand seal in front of his chest, then shouted loudly. Tran Mak frowned slightly at this. The power of the shattering God realm is indeed extraordinary. He can actually snatch away the heaven and earth spiritual energy from my control. He quickly made a decision. He soared into the air and pounced towards Thursday Lu. "Come on." A giant fist, moving at astonishing speed, was striking directly down on his head. Thursday Lu raised his hand high, and an energy orb appeared, 7 kill Kue. With a bang, the space was suddenly shaken, and smoke and fire filled the sky. The surrounding cliffs were also affected, and several cracked stones fell to the ground. Thursday Lu retreated a few steps, clutching his chest and sighing, "Grandmaster Tran, your reputation truly precedes you." Tran Mak coldly warned, "Cut the nonsense. My patience has its limits." Thursday Lu's face darkened. He frowned unhappily and replied, "Grandmaster Tran, I admit your strength is great, but Yen Kuyan-tan cannot leave." In response, Tran Mak curled his lips and smiled. Are you forcing me to destroy the Kong Dong sect? Thursday Lu challenged. You can try. Unexpectedly, Tran Mak frankly exposed him. I know your plan. You know that even if you can't beat me, you can use the Kong Dong sect's mountain protection array to suppress me. He spread his hands and materialized his sword, saying, Then I will break this array. Let's see what else you can rely on. Thursday Lu chuckled. Nonsense. Our Kong Dong sect's mountain protection array has already been activated. From above, a giant palm was pressing down. Thursday Lu knelt, saying, Grandmaster Tran, the array is gathering spiritual energy. If you give up now and flee from here, you can still save your life. Otherwise, there's only death. Tran Mak's eyes gleamed. He held his sword upright and replied, Is that so? Then let me see. The giant palm struck straight down. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed directly through the center of the palm. Great Dao Nine Swords, Skybreaker. The colossal palm was slashed through by Tran Mak with a single strike. The crashing sound was deafening. Suddenly, the palm clenched shut, trapping him inside. Seeing this, Nam Tien joyfully exclaimed, Grandmaster Tran, you've lost. How could you possibly break our Kong Dong sect's mountain protection array? Only Thursday Lu keenly realized, no, something's wrong. The great array's power is gradually dissipating. A tearing sound echoed, as if responding to his thought. A brilliant light burst from the palm. Everyone cried out in alarm, impossible. How did he break through? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, the mountain protection array has no effect on him. Tran Mak calmly said, convinced now? Hand over my disciple at once. Thursday Lu watched him fly high with his sword and let out a sigh. He looked at Nam Tien and ordered, Grand Elder, please make a trip. This time, he didn't dally and immediately nodded, all right, I concede. Kuyan Tan was released and loudly called out, Master. She ran to Tran Mak, cupped her hands in a bow, disciple greets Master. He put his hands in his pockets and said decisively, do you want to stay or leave with me? It's your choice. He deliberately raised his voice as he said this, no one can stop it. Kuyan Tan happily nodded, MHM. She looked back at Nam Tien Bao. Grandpa, I'm sorry. He stroked his beard and replied, it's good that you still acknowledge a grandpa like me. Go on. Tran Mak saw that everything was settled, then turned and left. Kuyan Tan quickly followed him. Scene change. Leaving the Kong Dong sect, Kuyan Tan curiously asked, Master isn't from the Kong Dong sect, so how did you find the mountain gate? Tran Mak lowered his head and thought, it's a long story. Suddenly he stopped and spread his arms, signaling, stop, danger ahead. Several Vo Sun sect disciples suddenly burst out from the forest, shouting, attack. They surrounded Kuyan Tan and Tran Mak. He sharply remarked, it's the martial ancient world again. How enthusiastic, sending so many masters to greet me like this. Vo Sun sect, Elder 2, he loudly commanded, he just came out of the Kong Dong sect, he must have expended a lot of energy. Don't give him time to recover, attack now. Tran Mak glanced at Kuyan Tan and urged, their target is me, you go first, you must keep yourself safe. Vo Sun sect disciples charged forward but were blocked by Tran Mak, anyone who got within a certain range was sent flying. They cried out in fright, the sword energy is too strong, we can't get close to him. What do we do, Elder? Elder 2 said urgently, Elder Yang, Master Tran is too strong. If this continues... Jiuhua sect, Elder Yang, he frowned and replied nonsensically, that's the only way. The disciples suddenly raised their palms to the sky and shouted loudly, and specks of energy appeared, flying into the air. They raised both hands and shouted in unison, Nine Gods Great Array, activate. Tran Mak exclaimed in surprise, it's the Nine Heaven Star God Great Array. The small energy specks from before gathered into a giant sword. The disciples all shouted, sever. Tran Mak raised his sword to block it, the blades clashing with a deafening sound. He sighed in a low voice, I expended too much power earlier. He gritted his teeth, trying to retaliate against the attack. In a hidden corner high above, unseen by anyone, Lunao was secretly observing the battle. When the time was ripe, she pulled out a knife she held high in her hand. Finally, I've waited for this. It's now. With that, she leaped from the cliff. In a flash, Lunao was close behind Tran Mak. She reached out her hand and growled, "Die." Luna intended to stab Tran Mak directly in the back. As if sensing something, he suddenly turned his head. Tran Mak spun his whole body to dodge, but Lunao still clung to him. She ferociously shouted, "Break it for me." Tran Mak froze. He was stabbed in the chest by the knife. He groaned in pain. Elder Yang, standing far away, saw the situation change and shouted, "Look! Master Tran was assassinated. Use all your strength." Meanwhile, Tran Mak pulled out the knife and growled, "Get lost." Just as he avoided Luna, the Nine Gods' great array struck again. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." This time, he couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. He cried out in pain several times. The Vo Sun disciples scoffed and watched. "Haha, Master Tran took a direct hit." Elder Yang also smugly raised his chin and commanded, "Everyone, attack. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately rushed towards where Tran Mak lay. "Kill him. Take his life while you can." Luna stood still and observed, thinking uneasily, if he's not well, then those people might be able to finish him, but what if he still has someone to help? Just as the Vo Sun sect members were celebrating their triumph, Tran Mak suddenly woke up, startling them. "What's happening?" "He's standing up again." Tran Mak stood up straight. The Vo Sun disciples were terrified and gaped. "Why do I feel like he's become more terrifying? Both my body and soul are trembling." Lightning flashed from Tran Mak's fingertips. He coldly pointed his hand forward. He was enveloped in an incredibly dazzling aura. The people around him stood motionless like statues. Only their mouths could still move. They questioned, "What is he doing? I can't move, my body isn't right at all." Their bodies gradually vanished in the light. They screamed in fear, "My body." Luna also detected the abnormality. She exclaimed in panic, "Something's wrong." The Vo Sun disciples could no longer stand steadily. Some had nearly lost their entire arms. "Master Tran, spare our lives." Luna thought in fear, "I can't move either. If I don't leave now, I'll turn to dust. I can only use that." She didn't know how she conjured a soul orb and said, "Second soul orb, take me away." In an instant, Luna vanished without a trace. Tran Mak frowned thoughtfully. She still has the second soul orb. What exactly is her background? He scratched his head and muttered, "I won't think about this anymore. This time I've expended too much power. I need to go find some treasures to replenish my energy." Scene change. Half a month later, Tran Mak returned to Yen Kui Lake to seclude himself for cultivation and recovery. Meanwhile, the people of the martial arts world seemed to have been scared into submission. Like the calm before a storm, there was only a terrifying silence. Ching Cheng's expression was a bit troubled. Hearing a sound, she turned around and exclaimed, "Master has come out of seclusion." Tran Mak approached and asked about the situation. "Has everything been all right during this time?" Ching Cheng concisely reported the important matters. "Your best friend is safe, and MO sect is operating as usual. Only Mr. Mu from the Medicine King Valley is temporarily staying outside Yen Kui Lake, wanting to discuss some matters with you after you come out of seclusion." Tran Mak sat down on the sofa, puzzled. "What exactly does Valley Master Mu Jingfeng want to see me about?" Jingfeng wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Master Tran, I invite you to represent our Medicine King Valley at the Alchemy Exchange in Central Continent." He briefly recounted the situation. "For many years, our Mu family has been in charge of Medicine Jade Valley, revered by the world. But the Dan Sexgu family in the martial arts world has been opposing the Mu family for hundreds of years. Initially, our two families were evenly matched, but gradually, the talents of Medicine King Valley became fewer and fewer. Until 5 years ago, our Medicine King Valley had a peerless genius, called the Queen Yi Su Su by those in the alchemy world. Tran Mac was also surprised upon hearing this. A genius, that's probably not a good thing. Otherwise, when I destroyed Medicine King Valley earlier, why didn't I see this genius? A thick book was solemnly preserved. Jing Feng recalled it, still feeling angry. At the last alchemy exchange, the Dan sect secretly enticed Yi Su Su. She chose to betray us, stealing the Medicine King Grand Cannon, a treasure of our Medicine King Valley, and defecting to the Dan sect. Now, the triennial alchemy exchange is starting again. I beg you to step forward and retrieve the Medicine King Grand Cannon for us. Tran Mac rubbed his chin with interest. All right, I agree. He thought to himself, anyway, the things of Medicine King Valley are now the things of MO sect. Even if I don't want them, no one else is allowed to touch them. Scene change. A few days later, Danfeng Manor. Even before stepping inside, Tran Mac keenly noticed something. He looked at Jing Feng and said, there are spiritual energy fluctuations here. He nodded and explained, that's right, this is the fire guiding basin. Only alchemists who use true fire to light it can open the door. After speaking, he raised his hand, allow me. The fire was lit and blazed brightly. The door opened accordingly. Jing Feng led the way, saying, let's go. Inside was an incredibly vast space, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, and many rare medicinal ingredients placed on them. Jing Feng introduced as they walked, this exchange is also the largest trading floor for alchemists. We can walk around first, the exchange officially begins tomorrow. Tran Mac simply glanced around. He thought to himself, no need to look closely, just release my divine sense and feel the energy fluctuations. Jing Feng noticed something. He looked at another spot with interest and said, the items over there seem pretty good. Just as Tran Mac was about to follow him, he saw several brightly colored ginseng roots displayed on a nearby table. Dian San, seeing his interest, spoke up to invite him, oh, come and see my supreme ginseng. Tran Mac approached for a closer look and was surprised, it's blood ginseng. It's one of the important ingredients for refining heaven pills, it can replenish my depleted essence. Thinking this, he asked, how old is this ginseng? Dian San quickly introduced, on the left is 100 years old, on the right is over 200 years old, and in the middle is 500 years old. Tran Mac assessed the color of each type and asked, how much for the 200-year-old one? Jing Feng interjected to remind him, Master Tran, it's not for sale here, only for exchange. Tran Mac was very receptive to good advice. He pulled out a pill from his pocket and offered it to Dian San. Can I exchange it for this supreme pill? Before he could answer, Jing Feng couldn't help but exclaim, oh, my Master Tran, who exchanges like you do? Even if he gave you this whole pile of ginseng, you'd still be at a loss. Tran Mac, however, didn't care much, it's all right. This spirit medicine isn't very useful to me, it's better to exchange it for this. Dian San was overjoyed to receive the pill, please choose freely, choose freely. He was secretly delighted, I've met a prodigal son, I'm going to get rich. Tran Mac happily reached out and said, then I'll take all of these 200-year-old ones. Just then, another hand reached out, wait, owner. Gulan, who appeared out of nowhere, rushed over and said, owner, I'll take all of this ginseng. Dian San gave an awkward laugh and replied, young Master Gu, these 200-year-old ginseng roots have already been sold. You're too late. Gulan glanced to the side, hinting a question, was it sold to him? What did he use to exchange it? I'll offer double. Chen Mo looked at him thoughtfully, perhaps this person also knows that blood ginseng is extraordinary. Dian San took out the medicinal pill he had just received from him. He looked at Gulan and politely said, young Master Gu, I wouldn't dare not show you respect. But he exchanged it with me using this supreme grade spirit medicine. He also added, don't even mention double, if you give me a pill like this one, I'll sell it to you. Gulan's face darkened, it seemed he hadn't considered this situation yet. Supreme grade spirit medicine. He angrily turned to Chen Mo and shouted, kid, what's your background? The young man frowned unhappily and asked back, what does that have to do with you? Get out of my way. Gulan assertively patted his chest and said, "Is this your first time here? Don't you know who I am? I am Gulan, the young sect master of the pill sect, and I must have these ginseng roots." He rambled on, giving Chen Mo a headache. So annoying. Su suddenly ran over, saw the two arguing, and shouted, "Ah, over here." She gently stroked her hair and asked, "Young master, what's going on?" Gulan put on more airs when he saw Su. He stroked her chin and said, "It's nothing, just ran into someone who doesn't know their place, daring to snatch my things." Su playfully tugged at his sleeve and curiously asked, "Who dares to snatch what the young master has set his eyes on?" Zhang Feng, standing opposite, saw clearly. He enunciated each word, "Yi Su." Su turned when she heard his voice. She sneered, "I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Uncle Master Mu, is it?" Gulan spoke with interest, "So you are from the Medicine King Valley." He looked at Chen Mo and insulted him, "You're just a bunch of failures who couldn't keep a genius. I advise you to be sensible and get lost." Chen Mo was so furious his teeth itched, but he had to endure for the greater good. "I really want to turn this person into mincemeat with one palm strike, but if I expose my identity and strength now, the pill sect probably won't gamble with me. They won't let me have a chance to win the Medicine King Grand Competition. If I can only use force, my vital essence hasn't even been replenished and it's already being consumed again. What a dilemma." Just then, a clear voice rang out, "No way, no way, no way." Yu Chao blocked Chen Mo's path and said to Gulan, "It's clearly something someone else has already bought, and the pill sect young master wants to snatch it." "No way." Chen Mo, relieved, asked with great confusion, "I don't know you, why are you meddling in my business?" Yu Chao unhappily turned to him and frowned, "You're too straightforward." She patted her chest and introduced herself, "My name is Jiang Yu Chao, so we know each other now, don't we?" This time, Chen Mo cooperated by nodding and replied, "Okay, Jiang Yu Chao, I know you." Gulan, who was being ignored, was actually drooling over Yu Chao. So cute. He boldly asked, "May I ask which family Miss Jiang is from, and why are you alone at the alchemists' exchange meeting?" Yu Chao responded by crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow, "You scoundrel, does the pill sect also handle population census?" Gulan was too ashamed to find a place to hide and could only grit his teeth. "You." Su gently advised him from the side, "Young Master Gu, give Miss Jiang some face, lest others say that young master doesn't know how to cherish beauty and jade." Ko Lam reluctantly swallowed his anger. He gave a forced laugh, "Ha ha ha. Fine, for Miss Jiang's sake, I'll let him have this copper ginseng." Before leaving, he turned back and warned, "You'd better be careful from now on." After chasing Ko Lam away, Noyet Kyo ran over and patted Tran Mac's shoulder. "Okay, you don't need to thank me. I just can't stand seeing the pill sect bully the weak." To his surprise, he replied coldly, "I didn't say I wanted to thank you." Noyet Kyo didn't seem to care much. She smiled, waved, and walked away. "Haha, it's nothing." Before she left, she carefully reminded him, "Stay away from Ko Lam from now on, he'll definitely seek revenge." Chen Fong watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh, "This young lady's strength isn't bad." Tran Mac agreed with him, "A young body protection grandmaster like this must have some powerful backing." The small commotion was resolved. He returned to the ginseng roots he'd bought from Dying Tam. "Okay, let's not worry about her anymore. Let's get our things and move on." He calculated in his mind, "Next, I'll exchange for a few more rare medicinal ingredients. In less than 2 instances, I can refine a heaven-grade pill to restore some of the depleted vital essence." The next day, at the exchange meeting, everyone had gathered very early, all eagerly anticipating, "Long live the pill sect! Long live the alchemy world!" The host of the exchange meeting, Pill Sect Master Noyet Ha, stood on stage, smiling widely as he began, "Today marks our alchemy world's triennial gathering. Welcome everyone." Chen Fong clenched his teeth in anger, "This Ko guy really has no shame." The exchange meeting was originally a gathering for the alchemy world, but now he's making it seem like it's his own gathering. Noyadha didn't even know he was being cursed at. After his greeting, he raised his hand to signal. I now declare the 37th exchange meeting officially open. As per old rules, let the 3 trials begin. The disciples successively carried out bronze cauldrons. He announced, Trial 1, the fire test. The cauldrons were neatly arranged on the platform. Noyadha explained the rules to everyone clearly. To challenge the pill sect, you must pass 3 trials. This first trial requires you to use the true fire tempered by true chi to fill this specially made cauldron. Compared to a normal cauldron, it will consume double the cultivation. Any force, any person can challenge. Failure means elimination. Tran Mak said excitedly. Okay, you've explained it very clearly. Let's go up. Qin Fong followed him, clenching his fists. All right. Everyone started to step onto the platform. In front of each person was a cauldron. Tran Mak slowly raised his hand to the mouth of the cauldron, and a blazing fire erupted. He thought to himself, this cauldron has no mystery, it's merely true chi transforming into fire. Qin Fong was still shaken. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sir, you're too fast. Everyone else is still preparing to channel their chi. Tran Mak looked at him awkwardly. A man can't be told he's fast. Even Noyadha shot to his feet. How can this be? The observers were also filled with shock. How is this kid so fast? Whose genius is this? Even the sect master of the pill sect isn't that fast. Someone calmer offered reassurance. It's just luck. Let's observe further. Noyadha sternly announced the results. 36 people passed the first stage. Now, the second stage begins. The disciples brought out a very large medicinal shelf, several heads taller. This is the second stage. Identifying herbs. Qin Fong explained the rules. The second stage is to identify these medicinal herbs, write their names and uses on paper, and submit them. If you can recognize 10 types, you're considered to have passed the stage. Don't think 10 types is easy. These medicinal herbs are rare and unusual, not commonly seen. He added, write your answers on this board and submit it. Tran Mak finished filling in all the answers in an instant. He picked up the board to review it one more time. Lai Kwang whispered, isn't the second stage a bit difficult this year? Truong Vai replied with a frown. These are all medicinal herbs collected by some strange beasts from who knows where, even I can't identify them. Noyadha, sitting at the front, called out loudly. In previous years, those who passed all 3 stages were of mixed quality. This year, I've deliberately increased the difficulty. Those who make it to the end will surely be truly skilled. Hearing this, Truong Vai covered his mouth and whispered. Easy for him to say. I think he's just afraid someone will challenge him. Qin Fong was still focused on observing. He sighed to himself. Even after a lifetime of dedicated study, claiming to have tasted all herbs, these look truly strange to me. Wait. Tran Mak walked over and handed the board to the person guarding the herbal shelf. Here, I'm done writing. Seeing this, Qin Fong called out suspiciously. Tran Mak. The onlookers were also astonished by him. Below the stage, they chatted amongst themselves. Look, he only passed the first stage out of luck. The second stage just started and he's already given up. Why did he submit so fast? He must have just written random stuff. Ko Lam sat in the grandstand. He looked at the retreating figure and recognized Tran Mak below. It's that kid. Tuda said cautiously. Young Master Ko, should we warn the sect master? This person might be here to avenge the Medicine King Valley. A cruel look flashed across his face. No need. To seek revenge, one must first possess the strength. Trash like Medicine King Valley, anyone from my pill sect can handle them easily. The supervisor took Tran Mac's board and asked suspiciously, "Have you written all 10 types?" He pretended to know, looking at the names of the medicinal ingredients on it, then thought fearfully, "Besides, I don't even know if what he wrote is correct." Noyed Ha extended his hand, urging him, "Give me the answers. I invite the esteemed judges to join me in verifying whether that person's answers are correct or not." Lai Kwang, Truong Vai, and the others gathered at his table as instructed, beginning to check Tran Mac's results. First up is Hong Tien Tao. The medicinal properties are correct too. Second, correct. I know this one. He answered correctly. Noyet's face darkened with each correct answer. In the end, sweat beaded on his forehead as he announced, "All answers are correct." Not a single mistake? He looked at Tran Mac as if he couldn't believe it. A genius? Let's wait and see how he passes the third trial. At this moment, Chin Fong nervously came forward to submit his paper. "Hey, I suppose I can barely pass, right?" Those who passed this trial continued to stand on the competition stage. Again, in front of each person was a cauldron. Those who passed the second trial, prepare for the third trial, fire control. Chin Fong explained in a low voice. The third trial is to control the fire according to the flag signals on the stage. A red flag means a large fire. A black flag means a small fire. If you react slower than 3 seconds, you are eliminated. Noyed Ha stood up. He held a red flag in his left hand and a black flag in his right. He loudly announced, "Third trial, fire control, using flag signals as cues, begin." On the stage, Chin Fong was still instructing Tran Mac on how to compete. "Hold the cauldron like this with your hands, and always be ready to hear the signal." First round. Noyed Ha raised the flag, a red flag. The fire in Tran Mac's cauldron blazed fiercely. Second round, black flag. The cycle continued ceaselessly. Red flag, black flag. The contestants began to lament. "I'm doomed. I was 1 beat too slow." "Me too." Someone secretly assessed. Although it outwardly tests reaction speed, it's clearly a test of a pill refinement master's cultivation. The more one consumes, the slower their reaction, and they will be eliminated. Chin Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked utterly exhausted and said, "The third trial is over, Tran Mac. Now you can go on stage and challenge the host. If you win, you can replace them as the host for the next exchange meeting, and you'll also receive some rewards." Tran Mac frowned and thought. "My goal is only to reclaim the Medicine King Grand Cannon. Will Ko Noyed Ha accept this wager?" Chin Fong replied with absolute certainty. He must accept, otherwise, his honor and the pill sect will be utterly disgraced. Tran Mac listened, smiled with interest, "All right." Noyed Ha stood on high, looking down at Tran Mac, and indicated, "This junior brother, do you wish to challenge? The judges are behind me. Who do you want to challenge?" He crossed his arms, stared at him, and said, "The one I want to challenge." He sharply tilted his chin and said, "It's you, Ko Noyed Ha." The judges sitting behind started huddling and whispering. Ko Noyed Ha's strength is acknowledged by the entire alchemist community as the best. He's truly arrogant. Noyed Ha raised his hand and confirmed in a deep voice, "Junior brother, I am Ko Noyed Ha, sect master of Dan Tong. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Tran Mac replied very clearly, "That's right. Moreover, I want you to bet on the Duok Vom Grand Ceremony." Noyed Ha extended his hand, asking, "All right, I can accept the challenge, but if I win, what will you give me?" Tran Mac familiarly took out a sparkling golden pill. "I'll bet the method for refining this pill. What do you think?" This time, it was his turn to stare in astonishment. He calculated in his mind. This pill was clearly no ordinary item, far more potent than that Duok Von Grand Ceremony. While he was still deep in thought, Ko Lam rushed down from the stands. He stood in front and said, "Wait, my father has a noble status. Not just anyone can challenge him. He said to Noyadha with a darkened face. Father, this kid is a bit strange. I'll fight him first. After we know his strategy, then you can bet with him. He immediately agreed to follow. I understand. After Ko Lam finished speaking, he sharply turned to look at Tran Mak. Only if you pass my challenge will you be qualified to challenge my father. Before he could object, Chin Fong spoke up indignantly. The rule is that whoever passes the 3 trials can freely choose a judge or the host to challenge. Why is it changing now that it's Dan Tong's turn? Ko Lam scoffed. If you can't even defeat me, why bother troubling my father to act? Tran Mak didn't pay much attention to this rule. He waved Chin Fong back. All right. Don't cause any more trouble. Listen to them. Let's start now. The onlookers began discussing animatedly. This is the first time in many years that someone has challenged Dan Tong. I don't think this person will make it. Passing the 3 trials is one thing. Alchemy is another. Exactly. Ko Lam is the young master of Dan Tong. His strength is extraordinary. Tuda had, at some point, walked over to Chin Fong. She spoke playfully, Uncle, since when did you take on such a powerful disciple? Chin Fong narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. Deep Tutu, don't dream of getting any information from me. Moreover, one day you will regret what you've done. A tray of medicinal ingredients was placed in front of Tran Mak. He put his hands in his pockets, calmly listening to the rules. The task is to make a blood-stopping pill within half an hour. Alchemy furnaces must be self-prepared. Medicinal ingredients will be provided. Whoever refines a higher grade of spirit medicine, with better efficacy, will win. Gu Lan thought smugly. I've refined this blood-stopping pill countless times. I can skillfully produce a top-grade one. He took out a furnace and placed it on the table. What's more, I also have such a good item to help me. Everyone around started discussing. Look, young Master Gu Lan is taking something out. It's a dragon-carved furnace. On its top, there's a qilin guarding it. Someone with sharp eyes recognized it. It's the blazing cloud purple dragon furnace. That's a divine artifact. Gu Lan looked at Tran Mak provocatively. Kid, where's your alchemy furnace? Don't tell me you don't have one? He smirked mysteriously. Why would a true alchemist need a furnace? He waved his hand, tossing various medicinal ingredients into the air before answering. I'll use the sun, moon, and stars to create it. In a flash, the medicinal ingredients transformed into a pill. The judges were once again wide-eyed and dumbfounded. My heavens, what am I seeing? Someone looked doubtful. Refining medicine in midair? Is this magic? How did he do that? The disciples of the pill sect exclaimed in astonishment. He did it. No way. This completely surpassed common sense in the alchemy world. No one noticed Gu Yu's darkening face. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I've only heard of this method, never seen it. His pill must be fake. Chin Fong, however, was beaming with joy. He grinned widely and said, Ha ha ha, throughout history, only this man has ever managed to do such a thing in the alchemy world. It seems the history of alchemy will have to be rewritten. Tuda stood to the side, doubtful. The Medicine King Valley doesn't possess such a divine technique. Could it be that they hid this divine technique when they taught me? Gu Lan, holding his blazing cloud purple dragon furnace, cried out in horror. How can this be? Someone with sharp eyes saw black smoke coming from his furnace mouth and shouted, Gu Lan, you lost focus while channeling spiritual energy, your pill refinement failed. Noyadha stepped forward and stood before his table. He coldly questioned, Young man, I suspect the authenticity of this pill. I demand an inspection. Tran Mak tossed the pill over, saying, As you wish. Noyadha held up the radiant pill in his hand. Gu Lan saw it, leaned in, and couldn't help but exclaim. Father, this looks like a supreme-grade pill no matter how you look at it. Gu Lan grew angry. He pricked his own wrist for some blood. No, I don't believe it. How can someone refine a supreme-grade spirit pill in such a short time? I must test the effectiveness of this pill. As the pill was brought closer, the wound immediately closed without a trace. Soon after, there were only sounds of exclamation. Oh my God, a fragrant pill that stops bleeding. This isn't just a supreme-grade item anymore, it's a legend. I've never seen a pill like this before. Gu Lan slumped dejectedly. He still stubbornly refused to believe it. How could it be like this? How is that possible? Chen Mo stood tall. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly listened to the results announcement. Chen Mo of Medicine King Valley. Challenge 1. Chen Mo shifted his gaze to the side and said, "It's your turn." Yui stubbornly replied, "Although you defeated my son, it doesn't mean you can defeat my pill sect. I must show you what true alchemy is." Seeing the two sit down at the dueling table, the spectators once again started discussing. He can refine legendary grade elixirs, he can probably really shake up the pill sect. That's right. Regardless, forcing Guyuhi to personally step in means he's already truly outstanding. Coming to this exchange event was truly worth it this time. Chen Mo calmly listened as the judge announced. The previous match was won by Medicine King Valley. Therefore, this time Guyuhi can choose the pill refinement topic. Yui answered very decisively. Divine Ability Pill. The several judges behind him asked curiously. Sect Master Gu, can you refine a Divine Ability Pill of the Divine Realm level? That is an elixir that only a powerhouse of the Divine Realm can refine. Does this mean Sect Master Gu has already reached the Divine Realm? Su put her hands on her hips and provocatively laughed. Scared, uncle? Are you scared? Are you panicking? Jing Feng replied with a cold face. Don't be sarcastic. Open your eyes and watch. Outwardly, he pretended to be calm, but inwardly, he was a tangled mess. Master Chen, can you do it? You can do it, right? You will definitely do it. All the raw ingredients were brought out. Yui kindly reminded. Kid, if you don't have Divine Realm strength, you won't be able to refine a Divine Ability Pill. He maliciously thought to himself. Although my own success rate for refining a Divine Ability Pill is only 10%. Thinking this, he began to put the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. But if I can force him to give up, then I will win. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed. He resolutely said, in the face of absolute power, any scheme is just empty air. With that, he slammed his hand on the table. The various medicinal ingredients, propelled by this force, flew high into the air. It's just divine elixir crafting, that's all. He raised his hand to waist height. The various medicinal ingredients began to transform into all sorts of colors. He said nonchalantly, I can refine it with just a flick of my finger. In just a few seconds, an elixir was refined. The judges stared in astonishment. Someone exclaimed in praise, it's refined in one go. Amazing. Someone asked curiously, what kind of technique is this? It's truly powerful. The onlookers also started buzzing with discussions. A miracle, it's a miracle. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, to live to see this day is truly my blessing. They all knelt down in unison and respectfully shouted. A divine master has descended. A divine master has descended. Even Qin Fong bowed and clasped his hands, saying, a divine master has descended. Tutu, full of envy, watched Tran Mak standing on the stage, basking in all the glory. Does the Medicine King Valley have such a method? Why didn't they teach me at first? I hate them. Noyakio frowned and cursed in a low voice. Damn it. He's clearly so powerful, yet he still hit it. And he made this lady come to your rescue. The next time I see you, this lady will definitely make you pay. Tran Mak looked at Trang Vai, who was standing in the middle, urging him. Can you announce the results now? He immediately replied. Yes. Of course. Trimvi repeatedly approached Noyat house table. He reached out and said, Sec Master Ko. It's time to inspect the elixir. You. He suddenly interrupted him. That is a divine elixir, you know. It's an elixir that only a divine realm expert can refine. How can it be refined with just a flick of the finger? He swept his gaze and ordered, Take the elixir. For fairness, the one who inspects the elixir this time will be appointed by me. Trimvi picked up Tranmax's elixir and asked, Yes. The elixir is right here. Who do you want to appoint? Even so, he secretly protested in his heart. If this elixir is real, wouldn't it benefit the one who tests it? Yuha snatched the elixir. He turned around sharply and called, Elder Chi. You are a Grandmaster of the God Glimpse realm. Go check if this elixir is real or fake. Elder Chi cupped his hands and replied, All right. He took the elixir and immediately threw it into his mouth without hesitation. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate his spirit to absorb it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. His whole body was bursting with vitality, completely different from how Elder Chi was before. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha ha. I can't believe that at this age, I've finally reached the divine realm. As soon as he stood up, he rushed to Yuha and bowed in gratitude. I will never forget the Sect Master's great kindness in this life. Chen Mo, who had been silent until now, saw something was amiss and spoke up. This elixir seems to have been refined by me. Unexpectedly, Elder Chi fiercely retorted. But if the Sect Master hadn't told me to refine the medicine, this pill wouldn't have reached my hands. Therefore, the person I must thank the most is the Sect Master. Knowing that arguing with these people was fruitless, he turned to Li Chang and asked, Has the authenticity been determined now? He rubbed his hands and smiled reconciliatory. It has been determined. You have won. Chen Mo was only waiting for this final conclusion. He said coldly, If the test is complete, then spit out the elixir for me. Elder Chi's face turned pale. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Elder Chi sneered cunningly. Foolish. I've already eaten it. My realm has also increased. How can I spit it out? Chen Mo raised his hand. An invisible force appeared, pulling him towards him. He gently issued a warning. If I tell you to spit it out, you must spit it out. After pulling him closer, he placed his hand on the center of his forehead. Elder Chi tried hard to use both hands to remove his hand, but it was no use. He gritted his teeth and asked, Kid, what do you want to do? Chen Mo replied loudly, Spit it out for me. Elder Chi's eyes rolled back. His complexion was no longer as vibrant as before. He desperately called for help. Sect Master, save me. My cultivation is decreasing. He, dragged into this matter, couldn't just stand by. He shouted, relying on his authority. He actually has this kind of tactic. If he's not eliminated, the consequences will be dire. He suddenly rushed forward and shouted loudly, Brat, release my pill sex elder. Hearing the call, Chen Mo turned his head to look. He manifested a giant immortal sword. Everyone was illuminated by its light. The people gasped in admiration. What is that? This seems to be the legendary flying immortal sword. Someone boldly speculated. Could he be an immortal sword master? Yui's jaw dropped in horror. He thought in fear. The aura of that light is so strong. I want to kneel. No. No way. I can't admit defeat. Even at this point, he still spoke defiantly. I am the foremost in the alchemy world. What nonsense are you doing? Get lost now. Chen Mo waved his hand. The sword point pierced straight into his chest. He cried out in pain and fell backward. Gu Lan furiously cursed. Beast! You dare kill my father? Die. Elder Chi, kneeling on the ground, gasped intermittently, my cultivation, my cultivation. After reclaiming his cultivation, Chen Mo finally turned his attention to Gulan. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. He hissed ferociously through gritted teeth. You. He looked down at everyone and began to entice them. Everyone. Now he has killed my father. Next, you all will be killed. Everyone, charge with me and get rid of this bastard. Little did Gulam know that while he was rambling, Chen Mo had already aimed his sword at him. By the time he realized it, the sword had already plunged into his chest. He cried out in horror. What? Su stood blended in with the crowd of passers-by. She frowned. Fear couldn't be hidden in her eyes. He's truly ruthless. Could it be that the next one to be killed is a thief of the great tome of the Medicine King, like me? She clenched her fists and made up her mind. No. I don't want to die. I can't die. Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Wei, inquiring. Examiner. I won. Where's the bet? Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and replied awkwardly. We don't know where the great tome of the Medicine King is kept. He explained further. That's something he personally safeguards. No one knows where it is. Su boldly raised her hand to volunteer. I know where Guyueha keeps it. I'll take you to get it. Zhang Feng saw her reveal herself and scoffed. Huh? Oh, Miss He is so enthusiastic? Su knelt down before him, sobbing. Martial uncle. I was wrong. The pill sect always treated me as an outsider. They ostracized me, only then did I realize how good Medicine King Valley was to me. All these years, I've regretted it greatly. With that, she suddenly prostrated herself, bowing her head to the ground. I'm not asking Martial Uncle to forgive me. I only ask Martial Uncle to let me return to Medicine King Valley. So I can die with no regrets. Zhang Feng had seen through her facade a long time ago. He snorted coldly and said, Medicine King Valley is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you. Chen Mo didn't want to interfere with the sect's internal affairs. He waved his hand and said, Let her take us first. We'll discuss it after we return to Medicine King Valley. Zhang Feng, of course, listened to him. He immediately agreed. Then let's do that. Before leaving, Chen Mo glared menacingly at Zhang Wei's group, threateningly. You all protect Mu Zhangfeng. If there's any mishap or chaos. He hadn't even finished speaking when Zhang Wei repeatedly waved his hands, smiling appeasingly. Don't worry, sir. There will be no mistakes. Everything has been properly arranged. Chen Mo turned and walked away. Then I'll take my leave first. As he walked past the crowd, someone sharp-eyed recognized him. I remember now. Isn't that Master Chen? The person next to him exclaimed in surprise. Could it be Master Chen of Jianye? No wonder he could easily defeat Guyu. Master Chen. Number 1 on the divine ranking. The entire ancient martial arts world fears him. Scene change. Hu Yin Gue. Chen Mo stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. Now, I'll use the medicinal ingredients I obtained earlier to refine spirit medicine and heal the internal injuries in my body. Just as he finished planning in his head, his phone suddenly rang. He didn't hesitate and answered immediately. What's wrong? A frantic voice spoke through the phone. Chen Mo. Come to the school now. Something big has happened. Old Gu was beaten. Murong Yanian was taken away. After the call, Chen Mo rushed to the school. Huai Cun's group had already gathered in the courtyard, waiting for him. Chen Mo. You're finally here. Huai Cun quickly recounted the entire incident. Here's what happened. The other day, a transfer student named Hong Xinghua arrived. He claimed to be Murong Yinyan's fiancé and bothered her like a pervert. Longphone pointed to his bandaged hand and said angrily, I went to argue with him. But he had someone at least at the Grandmaster level protecting him, so this is what happened to me. Dinyu clenched his fist and stated resolutely. Moreover, Murong Yannian is missing, and 80% it's that bastard Hong Xinghua who did it. Hao Jian Pain, usually good-natured, couldn't accept this situation. He recounted indignantly. We called her dad, but he didn't care. He said it wasn't convenient for him to show his face. Is this what a father should say? After hearing everyone speak, Chen Mo rubbed his chin and thought. Fiancé. Protector Grandmaster. Even her father doesn't care. It seems this Hong Hung Kwok also has some backing. Huai Tun poked his chest and said, Old Chen. You're not scared, are you? You were the one who told us to spoil Murong Yen Ni in the first place. Chen Mo replied with a smile. How could that be? Don't worry. I'll bring her back. And I'll definitely explain things clearly to old Gu. Scene change. Someone's hands are tied tightly. It's Yen Ni. So she was brought here. Her hands and feet were tied and she was placed on a large bed. She kept struggling. Hong Hong Kwok. Our engagement was just something the adults casually said. No matter what you do to me, I don't like you. She growled. Understood? Young master of the Hong family. Hong Hong Kwok. Hong Kwok stepped out from the dark corner. He patted his chest reassuringly. It's all right. Slowly now. We have time. Yin Ni frowned in warning. You'll regret this. Hong Kwok paid no mind to the threat. He gazed covetously at her hot figure and said, I regret not finding you sooner. I regret not having you all to myself sooner. Just as he pressed close to Yin Ni. Suddenly, someone called out loudly. Young master. Old Wang stood on the balcony, hands clasped respectfully to his chest. Hong Kwok turned angrily and asked, Old Wang. What is it? He jumped off the bed, walked to the door, and yelled, Can't you stop bothering me at such a crucial moment? Old Wang clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, Young master, Master Chen is looking for Murong Yen Ni. His power is immense, our Hong family cannot resist him. He sincerely advised, you should release this girl quickly, apologize and admit your mistake. He will probably spare you out of respect for the patriarch. However, Hong Kwok wouldn't listen. Instead, he got angry at him. Are you crazy? Tell me to apologize to him? Dream on. Old Wang knew he couldn't dissuade him anymore, so he turned around. Before leaving, he resolutely said, You're stubbornly deluded, you only have death awaiting you. I won't accompany you any further. He used Qinggong to fly away. His voice still echoed in the wind. After all, I am a member of the martial arts world. I cannot be disrespectful to Master Chen. Farewell, leaving Hong Kwok standing in the room, glaring after him. That damn old man, my Hong family raised you for so many years for nothing, and when it came to the crunch, you ran away. Below the building, Chen Mo keenly saw old Wang's figure flying away. Inside the room, Yin Ni raised an eyebrow provocatively. Do you know how to write the character for death? Hong Kwok had, at some point, taken off his shirt. He pointed directly at her face and cursed, Bitch. With that, he pounced on her, pinning her down. No matter how much she struggled, it was no use. He said mockingly, Today. He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly frowned in pain and let out a groan. Chen Mo extended his hand, making a gripping gesture. He warned coldly, Don't move, your heart is under my control. But Hong Kwok never obeyed anyone. He spun around and yelled, I'm from the Hong family, you can't. Before he could finish, his cry died out. Chen Mo tightened his grip, and Hong Kwok screamed in pain. After dealing with Hong Kwok, he looked at Yin Ni and asked solicitously, Are you okay? She quickly replied, I'm fine. This man deserved to die, but he was somewhat right. He must be from the Hong family, with a deep background. He'll cause you trouble. Chen Mo untied her hands and feet. He picked Yen Ni up and gently reassured her, I'm not scared. Come on, I'll take you home. Chen Mo safely took Yen Ni home. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave and say, Goodbye, Yen Ni. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang again. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end loudly exclaimed, Do you know you've caused a huge mess? The caller turned out to be Ha-sun. He angrily slammed the table and said, Hong Hong Kwok's grandfather, whom you killed, is a veteran with many achievements. He's raising hell. Chen Mo said understandingly, no wonder he was so arrogant. So what do you all want? Ha-sun, on the other end of the line, wearily rubbed his forehead. The court argued with him all day long, and finally managed to appease him, but seeing him hesitate, Chen Mo urged, just say it directly. Ha-sun pressed the phone to his ear and said, he wants you to go to the Hong family and wear mourning clothes for Hong Hong Kwok for 7 days. After the memorial service, he won't care about what you did before, and will join hands to fight against the ancient martial arts clan. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo replied, then I'll go. Ha-sun couldn't believe it and pulled the phone away to look at it. What did you say? You're really going? On the other end, Chen Mo also put down the phone and chuckled, I'll definitely go. Scene change. Hong Kwok's funeral at the Hong family's residence. Seated in the front row were 2 monks, behind them were family members and servants. Cries of lamentation continuously rang out, Wah, the young master died too young, Wah. The head of the Hong family, Hong Dai Nam, knelt in the mourning hall, sobbing and complaining, Chen Mo's methods are too cruel. Chen Mo silently walked up to him. With his hands in his pockets, he calmly asked, too cruel? Then you are truly ignorant. Dai Nam, with tears still in his eyes, gritted his teeth and asked, you actually dared to come? He pointed ahead and said, there's a spot reserved for you at the front. Change into mourning clothes and chant sutras for my son. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo remained still. He said directly, I didn't come to pay respects to young Master Hong. General Hong, I admire your character. Today, I've specially come to pay my respects. The elder of the Hong family, Hong Oi, got straight to the point without any greetings. Master Chen, do you dare to receive 1 blow from my saber? Chen Mo politely replied, please. The 2 walked to the center of the hall. Hong Oi held the saber with both hands, his legs spread wide in a defensive stance. He angrily said, you must accept this hatred for killing my grandson. He yelled and swung the saber, chopping down. Humph. Chen Mo raised his hand to block the saber. He gently flicked his hand, and the saber shattered into hundreds of pieces. Everyone present was astonished, exclaiming, no way, he can block General Hong's saber with bare hands? Chen Mo spoke as if praising but was actually mocking him. General Hong is upright and just, fair and incorruptible. As a high-ranking general myself, I came to pay my respects. Is this how you receive me? Hong Oi's face darkened as he replied, I knew long ago you weren't here to wear mourning clothes, but my Hong family isn't easily humiliated by you. Chen Mo sharply said, General Hong, I respect you greatly for your immense prestige in the military, but you let your grandson reach this age without being able to protect himself? Hong Oi refused to concede. He narrowed his eyes and said, but he is still my grandson. I cannot easily forgive you, I am unwilling to do so. Chen Mo asked curiously, so what do you want? A glint of calculation flashed in Hong Oi's eyes. He probed, Chen Mo, do you dare to charge into the ancient martial arts clan once more? Chen Mo chuckled, haha, as you wish. Scene change. Ancient martial arts clan, Listening Wind City. The 2 stood on the rooftop of a tall building. Hong Oi, uncharacteristically kind, explained, this Listening Wind City is the ancient martial arts clan's alchemy site, with strong defenses and a large-scale weapon manufacturing workshop. We'll split up to destroy this place. He stroked his beard, speaking as if being understanding, young Chen, I hate you to the bone, but Great Lai cannot do without you. I am forced to restrain the anger in my heart. He glanced at Chen Mo as if giving an order, so you'll follow me. If we succeed, it benefits Great Lie. If we fail, we'll accept fate. Chen Mo looked at him thoughtfully. He raised his hand in a military salute to him and asked, "So, do you hope I succeed or fail?" Han Wei laughed loudly, turning his head to look at Chen Mo. "Whether you succeed or fail, I lose nothing, haha." After speaking, he sped off, out of sight, only his voice echoed back, "I'll go first." Chen Mo observed and assessed the situation. "There are quite a few experts in the factory, I can't just walk in openly." Just then, a truck was about to pass through the gate. He had an idea and happily exclaimed, "I've got it, I'll do that." A gust of wind swept by and went under the truck. This was Chen Mo's plan. He clung to the underside of the truck, moving inside. He raised 2 fingers and uttered a command, "Profound art of flow, conceal." The journey inside was very smooth. Chen Mo wickedly thought, going in with the car like this, I have to cause a big incident. The workers were busy when suddenly the scaffolding next to them collapsed. Everyone screamed in terror, "What's going on? Someone's ambushing us." While everyone was frantically fleeing, Chen Mo emerged from under the truck. Han Wei creating such a commotion made him smile faintly. Isn't old Master Han trying to destroy the factory? Those fleeing were still speculating. A cultivator must use special equipment. A person ran out of the factory, shouting, "Follow me to get the equipment. Don't let anyone who snuck in escape." The crowd immediately turned back. This chaotic situation pleased Chen Mo. "This is my chance to enter the armory." The armory opened. Countless guns filled the shelves in the warehouse. Everyone rushed to prepare weapons for themselves. Faster, faster, faster. Someone couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, defeat the intruder." Chen Mo smiled wickedly. He thought to himself, "Since I'm already here, why not have New Year's fireworks early?" Outside, they were frantically searching everywhere. Someone loudly pointed, "It seems he ran that way." Han Wei hid in the garbage collection area. He covered his mouth and coughed softly. "I couldn't even get into the factory and ended up surrounded, gravely injured. I can only hide here for now." Outside, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Han Wei popped his head out in surprise. "What?" The sky was bright with fire. 2 lines of text clearly appeared. "The one who destroyed the factory is Chen Mo." Han Wei saw it and couldn't help but raise his hand to give a thumbs up. "This kid is good, well done." The workers outside the rubble kept shouting, "Chen Mo, come out, you can't escape." Another person seized the opportunity to tempt him. "As long as you submit to the ancient martial arts clan, you will be above 10,000 people and below 1. Someone else mocked loudly, "Chen Mo, you are the #1 on the divine feats list. How did you turn into a coward?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo appeared. He grabbed his shoulder and kindly said, "This is what you asked for." He was stunned and turned to look, "You." And that was the last sound he could make. Chen Mo punched him straight in the chest. He smiled and declared, "All right, the solo duel is over." The remaining people, seeing their comrade killed, immediately surrounded him. "It's Chen Mo. Chen Mo is behind us." Someone urged loudly, "Attack." The sect leader has ordered that whoever kills Chen Mo will be ranked among the 5 elders. Everyone, as if reinvigorated, charged forward, "Kill him." Chen Mo rubbed his head and smiled. "Indeed, it's unforgettable." A few hours later, a scene of desolation and ruin. A fortunate worker who escaped ran over and asked, "General, what should we do?" Zhou Yan clasped his hands behind his back. He calmly looked at the piles of bodies in front of him and replied, "Go back quickly and inform the leaders of all sects. Chen Mo's great undertaking is complete. We must quickly attack Great Lie, otherwise the ancient martial arts clan will never rise again for all eternity." After his subordinate left, he softly whispered, "Chen Mo, how exactly can you be killed?" The next morning, flickering flames and fragrant grilled fish. Chen Mo sat on a rock, holding a fish skewer. He rotated it and hummed, "Grilled fish, grilled fish." Seeing that it was just right, he brought it to his nose and sniffed. "Smells delicious, it must be ready to eat." He was about to enjoy the grilled fish when Baitu suddenly approached. He spoke mysteriously, "Young man, eat your fill. Once you're full, you won't miss home anymore." At this, his eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie red light. "After this, you won't have to be a hungry ghost anymore." Chen Mo was completely unfazed. He took a bite of fish before speaking. Introduce yourself. Baitu bowed his head, looked at him, and introduced himself very concisely with a smile. Old man Baitu, from Kuanshan. In just a few moments, Chen Mo had finished the grilled fish. He threw away the fish bones and said, "You can't kill me. How about you tell me a few things about Snow God Palace, and we become friends? How about that?" Baitu unceremoniously pointed directly at him and said, "Chen Mo, you've grown too fast. You are a disaster for the ancient martial arts world." He raised both hands, and an ice dragon appeared. "Today, I will send you on your way with the Azure Dragon sun-catching arrow." Seeing this, Chen Mo waved his hand, summoning his black dragon. He snorted coldly, "My black dragon will not lose." The two dragons flew into the sky and fought fiercely, their roars echoing, shaking the entire sky. Baitu didn't know if it was due to excessive energy consumption or extreme anger, but his face was ashen. He thought in astonishment, "It's actually not inferior to my Azure Dragon at all." Chen Mo's black dragon moved with extreme agility. It coiled around and tightly wrapped itself around the Azure Dragon's body. Baitu cried out in alarm, "It's over, my Azure Dragon has been bitten to death." The black dragon, having dealt with the obstacle, charged straight towards him. Baitu fell to the ground. Chen Mo approached him with his hands behind his back and asked, "You said, who's sending whom off?" Baitu realized his fear now. He hastily said, "Wait, you want to know about the Snow God Palace inheritance, right? I have a map of the Snow God Palace." He turned pale and gasped for breath, then continued, "After Snow God Palace appears, we can join forces to divide the treasures." Chen Mo was a little interested. He repeated, "Inheritance, explain it clearly." Baitu had regained his composure. He stood up again and explained in more detail, "Snow God Palace is the palace left behind by the Snow God. It said that back then, the Snow God sealed off Snow God Palace because she was searching for her vanished lover. Only on the Mid-Autumn Festival each year does Snow God Palace appear. Inside Snow God Palace, the Snow God's voice still remains. It's like..." Suddenly, Luo Li's image appeared. She spoke with a gentle and loving voice, "I'm waiting for your return." Chen Mo tightly closed his eyes. He clenched his fist and silently called out in his heart, "Little junior sister." Baitu was still unaware of his current predicament. He was busy chattering, "If you don't like an even split, then you get 80 and I get 20. Chen Mo, who had been silent until now, laughed upon hearing that. Stared at junior sister's belongings. He angrily flicked his hand, sending Baitu flying away. He fell backward to the ground, his eyes rolled back, no longer breathing. Tran Mak approached and rummaged through his robes. He found a ring. He picked it up, infused it with energy, and commanded, "Let me see where the map is." The map appeared, and Tran Mak took it in his hand. He whispered, "The map is in my hand. When the time comes, I will come find you, junior sister." Scene change. Thanks to Tran Mak, Hongwei easily escaped the workshop. He ran, saying, "Tran Mak is truly a talent. Dai Lai cannot do without him. But what about my grandson? Or should I tell my son and daughter-in-law to have another child?" He made up his mind, "Yes, have another child, then I will personally raise them, teach them to become a true talent." Suddenly there was a change. He frantically turned around to look behind him. Then, his entire body seemed to lose strength, and he fell face down onto the cold ground. Scene change. Midnight in Hadu. Lights illuminated every alley. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight. Tran Mak also found it strange, saying, "Why is it so quiet? This atmosphere isn't right." He walked into a bar, where Tubin was wiping glasses. Seeing him, he quickly exclaimed, "I can't believe someone still dares to come out for a drink now." Tran Mak went to the counter, sat down, and started a conversation. "What's been happening lately?" Tubin looked at him in disbelief. "Don't you know? Are you kidding, or are you one of those people who just stays cooped up at home all day and never goes out?" He couldn't help but raise his voice, "This is a big deal. Tran Mak, relying on the ancient martial clan, killed General Hongwei. The Grand Chancellor protected Tran Mak, was imprisoned by several great noble families. Kwang Ha's son was killed. This Dai Lai is about to change completely. Tran Mak jumped up and slammed the table. This time it was his turn to exclaim in surprise. What? Tu Kai briefly explained the situation over the phone. Several great families in Dai Lai colluded with the ancient martial arts world, using Hong Oi's death as a pretext to cause unrest, quickly seizing control of the Grand Chancellor. Your disciples have brought your relatives and friends to this villa to protect them. Temporarily, the ancient martial arts world won't dare to touch this place. Tran Mak felt somewhat relieved hearing that everything had been arranged properly by him. I understand. He clutched the phone tightly in his hand, determined, I must quickly rescue the Grand Chancellor and restore Dai Li's original order. He jumped off the city wall and shot away like an arrow. If you want to die, then I shall grant it. Scene change, a secret place somewhere. Guards stood solemnly with guns guarding the door. Suddenly, a brick was thrown. The glass door was shattered. Luke loudly shouted, Be careful. He quickly snatched the brick. Strangely, as soon as he touched the brick, it crumbled, revealing a piece of paper tucked inside. Luke opened the paper and read loudly, Use the Snow God Palace map to exchange for the Grand Chancellor. The exchange will take place tomorrow night in the southern suburbs of Hadu. Otherwise, both sides will suffer greatly. It's the Snow God Palace. Everyone discussed animatedly, he dares to threaten us. We cannot make the exchange. Gaining Dai Lai is our top priority, but you must also understand the value of the Snow God Palace. Lu Kuang covered his mouth and chuckled sinisterly. No need to argue. First, let's use the Grand Chancellor to get the map, then kill that person and reclaim the Grand Chancellor. That's all. Scene change, the next day, late afternoon, seeing the people of the Tin Lawn sect gathered at the meeting point. Tran Mak then spoke, Have you brought the person? He patted his chest to reassure them, I'm very sincere. With that, he pulled out a map and said, This is the map of the Snow God Palace. Tu Kai raised his hand as a signal, Bring them out. Everyone had their hands tied, and Tru Trong led the group out. The disciples of the Lin Lan sect kept pointing and shouting, Hurry up, don't be slow. Tru Trong saw Tran Mak and stopped. He looked up in doubt, Tran Mak, why are you here? Tran Mak had also seen him. He winked, Is that even a question? The people walking behind Tru Trong cheered happily when they saw him. Master Tran, please save us. Master Tran, help. Tu Kai aggressively held out his hand and ordered, Hand over the map, and I'll release them. Tran Mak wasn't easy to deal with either. He conjured a flame in his hand and threatened, Release them first, or I'll burn it. Tu Kai turned to the side and commanded, Release the prisoners. The subordinate kicked Tru Trong hard in the back, ordering, Go, move faster. Everyone who was released gathered behind Tran Mak. Tu Kai saw that everything was settled and asked, Is it good now? Tru Trong covered his mouth and whispered, Tran Mak, these people are masters from the cultivation world. They've united the ancient martial arts clans, operating under the name of the Kunlun sect. Their strength is not to be underestimated. You must be careful. Tran Mak smiled in response, I know, I have a way to deal with them. Everyone, get out of here quickly, don't get in my way. Tu Kai looked at him, frowning. He spoke impatiently, now that everyone's gone, hand over the map. Lu Kuang pointed in the direction Tru Trong had just left and said, He must have told you already, we are from the Tin Lan sect of the cultivation world. Your talent is extraordinary. If you hand over the map of the Snow God Palace to us, I will take you as my disciple, and your future will be boundless. Tran Mak's expression was as if he had just heard a joke. He looked up at the sky, where millions of stars sparkled, and candidly exposed, You just want to imprison everyone and occupy this place. With that, he suddenly raised both hands, and the Xian Long appeared, roaring to the heavens. His voice, unrestrained in its fury, also rang out, but this Tran Mak will not allow it. Tu Kai saw the situation was grim and quickly shouted, Begin the 7-star array. The disciples of the Tin Lan sect familiar with array formations quickly lined up. Tran Mak's energy light pillars continuously rained down. In the position where only one person was holding firm, he couldn't withstand the power of the light pillar. His body was slowly being dissolved by the energy. The rest were all forced to their knees, gritting their teeth and enduring. Everyone, resist. The array is so strong. Tran Mak kindly inquired, it seems you're not very comfortable. Luke Dao's face turned livid. He yelled, disregarding his image, don't you know who you're dealing with? We are cultivators of the Tin Lan sect. Do you know what consequences you'll face for doing this? Tran Mak watched him struggle desperately within the array. He curiously asked, then tell me, what consequences will I face? Luke gritted his teeth and threatened, you will be hunted down by my Tin Lan sect, your body will be hacked into 100 pieces, and your soul will be burned by endless flames. Tran Mak pretended to be startled by his threat and exclaimed, that's scary, huh? Luke, unaware of the deception, continued to boast. If you know fear, then quickly withdraw this array for me. Join our Tin Lan sect and cultivate the great Tao with us. Tran Mak approached and took hold of his shoulder, praising, hearing you say that. The power of the Tin Lan sect is indeed immense. If I anger you, I'm afraid I won't have a moment of peace in the future. Luke chuckled with delight, it's good that you know. Hand over the map of the Snow God Palace, and my brothers and I will put in a good word for you in front of the sect master. You definitely won't miss out on any benefits. Tran Mak suddenly lowered his voice. He said mysteriously, I appreciate your good intentions, but I've thought of another way. Luke saw his change in expression and became wary. What do you want to do? Tran Mak kept his hand on his shoulder. He replied indifferently, kill all of you. How would the Tin Lan sect know I did it? He spun and twisted his arm forcefully downwards, and one of Luke Dao's arms bid farewell. He cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder. Tran Mak put his hands in his pockets and casually said, I will not only not kill you, but I also want you to watch a good show. Lu Kuang, still trapped in the array, clearly heard everything he had just said. He panicked and loudly questioned. Tran Mak heard him call out and changed his direction to follow. Seeing this, Lu Kuang stammered. He cried out in pain, and his body gradually disintegrated into dust. Tran Mak was also a little surprised. But then he suddenly understood that it was due to fear. His protective true chi became chaotic, causing him unable to withstand the energy of the technique. Witnessing his brother die in agony. At this moment, the people from Tin Lan finally got scared and tried to hide. The people trapped in the array screamed one after another and then completely disintegrated. Tran Mak walked past them and approached Tu Kai. He asked with a hint of curiosity. Tu Kai frowned, his expression at this moment as if he no longer cared for life. They cried for help and you still killed them, so why should I give up my last bit of dignity before I die? Tran Mak sneered. I'm using the most brutal methods to kill you. You must have done similar things a lot before, right? Do you regret it now? Unexpectedly, Tu Kai put his hands on his hips and laughed even more fiercely. Ha ha ha, regret? Whose hands among cultivators aren't stained with blood? It's just a big fish eating the small fish. There's no such thing as regret. Tran Mak raised his palm, intending to strike him. He growled. Unlike his panicked expression earlier, Tu Kai suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Tran Mak, completely unprepared, was sent flying by his energy. He stroked his beard and smiled sinisterly. Tu Kai put his hands on his hips and threatened loudly. Tran Mak hunched over. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied. Tu Kai sneered. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, surging energy converging into his two fists. With that, he charged forward without hesitation. Tran Mak quietly observed and calculated in his mind. He summoned energy to envelop his body. Just as Tu Kai was charging forward, he also rushed in. He was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. With a bang, Tu Kai punched Tran Mak directly in the stomach. He painfully squeezed his eyes shut, and the mocking voice of Tu Kai rang out again. Tu Kai's punch was delivered with full force, and Tran Mak's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He let out a sigh. Tukai happily looked at the others still trapped in the array and asked, "Has the 7-star array been lifted yet?" They didn't answer directly but yelled a warning. As the dust slowly cleared, Tran Mak emerged intact. Although he looked a bit disheveled, overall there were no fatal injuries. He spread his arms and laughed. Tukai charged forward and punched him again. "Get lost." Tran Mak's feet dragged across the ground. It was clear he was trembling in pain, but his mouth still casually smiled. Tukai angrily pointed and said. The people trapped behind suddenly cheered. The two of them, as soon as they broke free, charged straight at Tran Mak. The three of them split left, right, and center, taking turns to relentlessly punch and kick him. "Go, let's get revenge." Tukai once again gathered his strength and punched him in the stomach. One more punch. Tran Mak raised an eyebrow and smiled with amusement. "The more you hit me, the more comfortable I feel." Someone couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, this bastard is like a cockroach. No matter how much we hit him, he won't die." After hitting him until they were exhausted, they suddenly realized with a shock, "My spiritual energy is almost depleted. Let's run first." Tukai quickly turned and ran away. He shouted loudly, "Let's run first." The other two also intended to leave but were grabbed by Tran Mak on the shoulder and held back. He said in a cold voice, "You guys want to run too? You've hit me so much, now try taking one of my moves." A loud explosion echoed, and the space vibrated, lighting up brightly. Tukai, who hadn't run far, looked back in panic. He didn't realize that Tran Mak had already caught up. He kindly announced, "You too." Tukai turned around, his face pale. Even near death, he still spoke defiantly, "Tran Mak, you can't kill me." Tran Mak ignored him. He lunged forward and struck him in the chest with a palm. "Do I have to listen just because you say so?" After defeating Tukai, he focused his energy into the golden core. Looking at its current state, he smiled with satisfaction. All right, after taking so many hits, the golden core is finally almost ready. Tran Mak spread his arms wide, raising the golden core high, and a powerful burst of energy enveloped him. The golden core formed. Hong Tien bowed his head, sobbing uncontrollably, "Boo-hoo-hoo, you must do justice for me." He clasped his hands together and accused, "That Tran Mak killed both my son and my father, the grudge between us." Tam Dao turned back coldly and replied, "Your father's death has nothing to do with me. No need to act innocent like that. I know there are quite a few of your henchmen here too." His face darkened as he questioned, "As for Tran Mak, how much do you actually know?" Hong Tien hastily said, "I've already told you everything I know. Is it still not possible to kill him?" Tam Dao frowned and thought, "More than not being able to kill him, a total of 10 experts from our stellar sect, including one half-step golden core, were all killed by him." Hong Tien's eyes widened upon hearing this. "Stellar sect? Aren't you an elder of the Kuan Thuong sect? And this Tran Mak is that formidable? Even a half-step golden core expert is no match for him?" Tam Dao smiled arrogantly. "The Kuan Thuong sect is just a branch. Our stellar sect is countless times more powerful than your imperial star. Working for us will bring you many benefits." Hong Tien thought in alarm, "This person, is he the alien from the rumors? Why does he look like me?" Tam Dao put his hands behind his back and spoke knowingly, "The difference between a half-step golden core and a golden core is like mud and clouds. This Tran Mak only killed a half-step golden core, after all." He raised a finger and continued, "I went to the scene and saw it. The formation he used was the ancient Big Dipper 7 Stars formation. He only succeeded by relying on the power of the formation." At this, his face darkened. "It's just that the information you gave me didn't mention that Tran Mak knew this formation." Seeing his expression, Hong Tien quickly waved his hand to explain, "This is the first time Tran Mak has shown such strength. We only just found out about it too." Ignoring the Big Dipper 7 Stars formation, Tam Dao narrowed his eyes and asked, "No matter. Do you know that Tran Mak has an ink gate?" Hong Tien was puzzled. "What ink gate?" Tam Dao raised his hand and smirked. "That is where all of Tran Mak's forces gather, called the Ink Gate. I have already spread the news." The Kuan Thuong sect will mobilize a powerful army to attack the Ink Gate. Hong Tien, how many soldiers can you send me? Hong Tien gave a forced laugh. You're personally going into battle. Do you still need mortal soldiers? Those weapons are fundamentally useless against Tran Mak. Tam Dao smiled sinisterly, but they are effective against the Ink Gate. If 100 cannons are fired at the Ink Gate, he will be forced to use his primal energy to protect the Ink Gate. Tam Dao was full of confidence in his plan, using those mundane objects to completely exhaust Tran Mak's primal energy, then killing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant. Tam Dao looked at Hong Tien, implicitly asking, well, can you provide support for me? He immediately agreed and replied, all right, I can provide you with cannons, and also 10 helicopters to suppress Tran Mak from above. The two reached an agreement, shook hands, and said in unison, pleasure working with you. Hong Tien grinned. He maliciously thought to himself, Tran Mak is definitely doomed this time. My collaborators are useless now. What are these great families in Dai Lai? This Dai Lai only needs my one family. Scene change, Tran Mak and Tru Truong are sitting watching TV. Suddenly, the screen changed, and Tam Dao's voice and face appeared accordingly. He spoke up, asking, is Tran Mak here? Are you watching? He grinned ferociously, pointing forward threateningly, Tran Mak, I am Ma Tam Dao of the Kuanshang sect. 3 days later, I will attack the Mo sect. If you don't show up, the Mo sect will be burned to ashes in an instant. Outside, Tru Truong pointed at the screen and angrily said, this is all trouble the Kuanshang sect brought upon themselves. The screen showed a scene where 4 people were guarding the 4 corners of a circular formation. Tru Truong further explained, they found an ancient formation in Miaojiang, and they've reactivated it. Tran Mak also vaguely remembered, that's a teleportation array. Tru Truong eagerly agreed, yes, it's a teleportation array. This teleportation array leads to the cultivation world. Their people have already contacted the experts of the Star Orchid sect. He clenched his fists, worriedly saying, the Star Orchid sect has ambitions to turn Emperor's Throne Star into their colony to acquire cultivation resources. Tran Mak stood up abruptly, frowning as he confirmed with him. This means, if we don't destroy the teleportation array, the Star Orchid sect can continuously send people to Emperor's Throne Star? Tru Truong replied dejectedly, yes, that's what I'm worried about. Tran Mak raised his fist, determinedly saying, I'll go destroy this formation. Tru Truong wondered, if you go, what about the Mo sect situation? He suggested, I'm afraid we'll have to find some help. Tran Mak scratched his head in confusion, asking, I can't be in 2 places at once, what kind of help could there be? Tru Truong raised his finger, mysteriously replying, there's someone truly formidable, the god of war of Hadu, Duong Din Tien. Recently, many things have happened in Dai Lai. First, old General Hong Oi died at the hands of his son, Hong Tien. Then Hong Tien annihilated the Lai family and the Duong family. Now, only Duong Din Tien remains of the Duong family. Duong Din Tien wants revenge, but he's injured, and his strength isn't what it used to be. Din Tien lay in ambush by the roadside grass. He thought angrily, Hong Tien, I've waited for you for a long time. He timed it perfectly. Just as the first car approached, he burst out to block it. He shouted loudly, you bastard Hong Tien. Ordinary soldiers successively ran down with guns, asking, what's wrong? Someone's blocking the car. Someone's there. Stop. No one knew who gave the order, but they aimed directly at Din Tien and fired continuously, shoot. Kill him. Din Tien smiled ferociously, extending his hand to gather energy. Din Tien unleashed just one palm strike, and the ordinary soldiers all fell backward, their bodies in one place, their guns in another. They lay scattered everywhere, unclear whether they were alive or dead. Din Tien roared, Hong Tien, get out here. His voice couldn't contain his hatred, you killed over 100 people of my Duong family. Today is the day you pay your debt. In response to his call, Hong Tien slowly walked out. He mocked him with a derisive tone, Duong, I thought it was someone else. Duong Din Tien, the Hong family head, asked me to greet you. He also said. His face was grim, fierce like a Rakshasa from hell. He waved his hand and announced, not only your Duong family, but the Lai family has also been annihilated. So don't be sad, it's best to die with someone to accompany you. Din Tien's mouth hung open. He cursed inwardly, shocked. Damn it, it's a decoy. I fell into a trap. He turned to leave but was blocked by the decoys. Not good, I must escape quickly. Hong Tien growled, still want to run? Everyone here is an expert, you can't escape. He laughed gleefully. Duong Din Tien, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Din Tien bit his lip in defiance, whispering, is today truly the end of this Duong Din Tien? Hong Tien blocked his path, spreading his arms wide and laughing loudly. Humph, ha ha ha, then die. Ha ha ha, go die. Din Tien looked up at the sky, laughing even louder than Hong Tien and his men. He kindly announced, if I die, you'll all come with me. The energy around him suddenly exploded, a dazzling light seeming to engulf everyone present. They cried out in fear, not good, he wants to self-destruct. Run. Hong Tien also panicked, covering his face with his hands. With Duong Din Tien's divine realm cultivation, if he self-destructs, it's likely no one here will survive. Din Tien clenched his hands and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you won't escape either. The situation changed somewhat as the explosive energy suddenly vanished. He stared at his palm in shock. What? Din Tien clutched his chest, coughing violently. Seeing this, Hong Tien sneered disdainfully, it seems you can't even self-destruct. He waved his hand, giving an order. The family head has ordered, whoever obtains Duong Din Tien's head shall enjoy glory and wealth. The ordinary soldiers rushed forward fiercely. Din Tien knelt in the middle. In that moment of imminent danger, a powerful voice rang out, whoever takes another step, dies. Tran Mak descended from above. The ordinary soldiers, seeing him, didn't know better and threatened, who are you? How dare you interfere with our business? Kid, you'd best not meddle too much. Get lost. Tran Mak stepped forward, blocking Din Tien. He firmly replied, if I don't go, what can you do to me? Yang Din Tien's life, I will protect it today. Hong Tien sneered and cursed, you foolish kid. Everyone, attack. Kill him. Tran Mak scoffed, ha. With a rustle, Hong's family subordinates immediately pounced. Everyone charge, kill him. Tran Mak remained completely calm and summoned Chan Tien. Immediately, he launched a strike directly at the subordinates. Go! While the henchmen were defeated, Din Tien was still bewildered. You! Tran Mak hovered above, frowning and stating, War God of Hadu, Yang Din Tien, your fate shouldn't be like this. There's a more important mission for you. The scene shifts to his bathroom. You must recover. It turns out that after eliminating Hong's family, Tran Mak had brought Din Tien home and immersed him in a medicinal bath. He spoke slowly, even though Din Tien was still unconscious, Yang Din Tien, I will activate the effects of the medicine to help you break through. As for how far you can break through. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Mak channeled his power into the bathtub. That depends on your fortune and luck. Though still in a daze, Din Tien could feel the pain. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if waking from a trance. Seeing this, Tran Mak immediately instructed, boiling the body and tempering the bones will naturally be extremely painful, Yang Din Tien, endure it for a bit. Immediately after, he spoke again like a dedicated teacher, the medicinal water is expelling the impurities from your body. Now we can proceed to the next step. The next second, Tran Mak gently helped Din Tien out. Come, this way. He quickly placed him inside a prearranged formation. Upon seeing the scene before him, Tran Mak secretly speculated, Din Tien's body is greedily absorbing spiritual energy. Yang Din Tien's strength is growing rapidly, he can at least break through to the peak of the God realm. While absorbing spiritual energy, he gradually opened his eyes and asked, "You're Tran Mak, aren't you? We didn't know each other before, so why did you save me?" As if he had anticipated this, Tran Mak smirked and replied, "Perishing alongside a bunch of scoundrels is not the fate of the war god of Hadu. Listen, Hong Tien destroyed your Yang family and seized power. Both in reason and emotion, you, Yang Din Tien, should take his life with your own hands." Hearing that name, Din Tien immediately froze. Hong Tien. In an instant, he was enveloped by a surge of demonic energy, clutching his head in pain and raging, "Hong Tien! Hong Tien! That damned name!" It seemed Din Tien had been possessed by that demonic energy. "I remember everything now. Hong Tien killed my entire family. I must kill you." He immediately flew off, seething with anger. "Hong Tien, where are you?" After flying onto the roof, Din Tien roared loudly, "I must kill you." Tran Mak remained calm. He's become demonized. Tran Mak's mind raced. Yang Din Tien originally wanted to self-destruct and perish with his enemies. That failed, but now he's become demonized due to hatred. Following his thoughts, terrifying bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. In a flash, the lightning struck directly where Din Tien was standing. He groaned in pain as the electric current enveloped him. This unexpected situation finally surprised Tran Mak. After becoming demonized, he must undergo a heavenly tribulation. This tribulation won't be easy to overcome. If he's not careful, his soul will scatter. I don't know whether he's attracting the 3-9 heavenly lightning or the 6-9 heavenly lightning. However, he still had no intention of interfering. I hope Yang Din Tien can overcome this obstacle and transform from a worm into a dragon. The bolts of lightning continued to strike Din Tien, while Tran Mak observed from below. Endure it. There's still a lot of heavenly tribulation left. After enduring for a while, the heavenly tribulation finally ceased, and Din Tien was safe. Tran Mak exclaimed in surprise, "He's refined a golden core." No, what Yang Din Tien condensed wasn't a golden core. That golden core was filled with brutal energy. Perhaps it should be called a demonic core. The sky is clear now, it seems to be over. Then, Tran Mak breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Yang Din Tien endured the 3-9 heavenly tribulation at the golden core realm. His future prospects are limitless. No, that's not right. I didn't sense any energy fluctuations when he broke through to the golden core realm. Why hasn't Yang Din Tien's demonic core taken shape yet? Following Tran Mak's questions, a dark cloud gathered. Another extremely brutal bolt of lightning appeared. Tran Mak's face instantly changed. Damn it, it's actually the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. He quickly flew to the rooftop where Din Tien had been standing. His body has already turned to ashes. The demonic core is absorbing the energy of the heavenly lightning. Suddenly, Tran Mak realized, in my previous life, when I broke through to the golden core realm, let alone the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the sky didn't even fart. Yang Din Tien is truly lucky. Upon seeing the scene before him, he spoke. He's already started regenerating his body. It turned out Din Tien had gradually returned to his original state, although he was still in great pain. It wasn't over yet. Tran Mak then realized, this isn't good. The demonic core hasn't fully absorbed the 5 heavenly lightning bolts, and the 6th, even more powerful one, is already here. His demonic core might shatter instantly, but I can't take this burden for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Mak flew away from that place, saying. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the lightning's extremely powerful strike in time. Tran Mak's eyes gleamed with confidence. The heavenly tribulation's immense destructive power had reduced everything around them to the Stone Age. However, Din Tien was still alive, with the demonic core hovering in midair. As if a burden had been lifted, Tran Mak sighed with relief once more. He flew to Din Tien's side and asked. While helping him up, Tran Mak suddenly noticed something. For the first time in his life, Tran Mak clearly showed such horror. At the same time, both he and Din Tian immediately dodged the lightning tribulation strike. As if provoked, Tran Max shouted loudly. Contrary to his wishes, the lightning bolt stubbornly pursued him. The heavenly tribulation didn't strike the one undergoing tribulation, but instead targeted a bystander. This was even more unprecedented in cultivation history. As the lightning tribulation chased after him, Tran Mac continuously fled and wondered. He worriedly thought to himself. As Tran Mac spoke, the heavenly tribulation continuously struck the ground. Even though he was desperately trying to dodge, the lightning bolts still pursued him. Tran Mac's eyes shone with determination. He let out a loud shout as if to vent his feelings. Without hesitation, Tran Mac charged towards the heavenly tribulation. The next second, he summoned Slice Heaven Sword, Heavenly Profound Divine Fist. Even though Tran Mac continuously launched dangerous blows, the lightning tribulation remained completely unharmed. He flew into the air and shouted loudly. Damn it! While hovering, Tran Mac sadly thought to himself. Suddenly, fragments of his soul gradually gathered in one place. Golden core condensed, divine soul reorganized. After regaining his spirit, Tran Mac shouted provocatively. Come here, come here. Mystic dragon soaring heaven path. Tran Mac was pushed to his limit, and the power within his body began to awaken. The dragon-shaped true chi flew around Tran Mac's body like a needle threading through fabric, stitching the body fragments back together. Next, Tran Mac quickly planned in his head. Just as he finished thinking, the lightning tribulation struck down in quick succession. In a flash, Tran Mac made a decision. At the same time, the lightning tribulation had gathered into a massive surge of power, preparing to strike Tran Mac directly. His split soul quickly unleashed a palm strike. Under Tran Mac's control, the two soul dragons in the air opened their mouths wide, sucking in all the lightning bolts that were striking down. The soul dragon's face clearly showed discomfort as it had to absorb such terrifying power. It seems this situation was exactly as Tran Mac wished. The divine soul and physical body merged into one. After his soul returned, his eyes gradually widened. The next second, Tran Mac yelled. It turned out that 3 blades had brought his troops. He waved his hand, ordering the troops to advance. The most advanced weapons quickly closed into attack. 3 blades stopped at nothing. In the air, helicopters continuously dropped bullets. Fortunately, Tran Mac's house was protected by an extremely sturdy formation. As soon as he saw it, he angrily gritted his teeth and cursed. Break it for me! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 blades swung his sword and rushed forward to smash the protective formation. The next second, he shouted loudly, announcing to the army below. Hearing the command, the subordinates simultaneously responded, attack. Kill them all. Quoc Luong and Tung Tu led the way, blocking the front door. Suddenly, a malicious subordinate launched a sneak attack on Mr. Quoc Luong, leaving the old man no time to react. Despite being busy attacking, Tung Tu keenly noticed that Quoc Luong was injured. Ancestor Master. Let me help you up, Ancestor Master. Are you all right? There are too many enemies, let's retreat first. Nevertheless, Mr. Quoc Luong still tried to stand up, patted Tung Tu's shoulder, and instructed, all right, although I'm not as I used to be, these trivial matters aren't enough to threaten my life. You lead everyone to retreat. I'll quickly come and find you all. Don't worry, I'll hold them off for a bit longer, then I'll go. After hearing the old man's advice, Tung Tu finally agreed, Ancestor Master, I'll retreat first then. Quoc Luong's voice suddenly became a little sorrowful. He instructed as if leaving his final words, good. What a pity. Everyone, take care. Quoc Luong's parting tone made Tung Tu suddenly confused. Even so, he quickly escaped the battlefield as Quoc Luong had instructed. Is everyone all right? We're almost out. Has anyone seen Ancestor Master? Just as Tung Tu finished speaking, the house inside suddenly exploded. His face filled with horror as he realized Ancestor Master's spiritual energy. Ancestor Master self-destructed. Ignoring their panic, Three Blades said provocatively, "That old man just now was your ancestor master, huh? Couldn't win, so he self-destructed, getting dust all over me." He continued, "Don't you guys learn from him?" Three Blades' arrogance, combined with Kwak Loong's sacrifice, enraged Tung Tuesday Ma Three Blades, "I'll risk my life against you." As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Three Blades laughed loudly, provoking, "Go ahead, if you can. Struggle and resist all you want. A low-level sect like your ink sect is nothing but straw in my eyes. Today, this ink sect will perish." While he was still incredibly smug, a tank was burned. "Now that I think about it, where's your sect leader, Chin?" It seemed Three Blades' attention was caught by this scene. Instantly, an even more terrifying explosion occurred, as if signaling something. As expected, Chin Mo had arrived, while it was Three Blades' doom. Chin Mo. Although Chin Mo had returned, Tung Tu couldn't bring himself to be happy. "Master, you finally returned." He immediately knelt down forcefully and explained, "Your disciple apologizes to you, Ancestor Master. To protect Ink Sect." At this point, Tung Tu couldn't hold back, and tears welled up in his eyes. He self-destructed. This bad news left Chin Mo stunned and bewildered. He couldn't bear it and screamed, "Ma Three Blades." Chin Mo's voice became fiercer than ever. "Didn't you want me to come? I'm here now. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Why haven't you made a move yet?" His latent power made Three Blades, who was previously complacent, tremble. "I originally thought Chin Mo was at most a half-step golden core, but I just felt it. His golden core cultivation is higher than mine." Nevertheless, he stubbornly provoked, "Chin Mo, no matter how formidable or powerful you are, can you defeat the entire world? Today, I will show you the consequence of opposing the whole world." Three Blades' provocation didn't worry Chin Mo at all. Opposing the whole world? What if I'm an enemy of the whole world? Chin Mo is here. Who dares to challenge me? Hearing this, he roared, ordering the surrounding army, "All of you, target Chin Mo. Kill him for me." The tanks immediately obeyed and surrounded Chin Mo. The next second, they simultaneously attacked Chin Mo. But unfortunately, these attacks didn't even touch a single hair on him, let alone injure Chin Mo. "You draw your weapons against your own people to deal with an outsider. You deserve to be punished." Then, he gently cut a few clean slashes into the tanks. Chin Mo loudly shouted, "Deserve to be punished." Unable to wait any longer, he quickly launched an attack to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The scene before him made Three Blades grit his teeth in unwillingness. Such terrifying power. But his strength is still limited after all, isn't it? We must constantly attack to completely deplete his power. However, he remained stubborn. Chin Mo is already injured. Everyone charge. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Chin Mo calmly summoned Heavenly Severer. Heavenly Severer sword. Next, he swung his hand decisively, "Unleash." With just one strike, Heavenly Severer annihilated all the subordinates. While Chin Mo was concentrating, a voice rang out, "Mo Air." It turns out Uncle Chin was incredibly furious, saying, "Your grandfather definitely wouldn't let these bad people go." Tu Phuong next to him also cried sadly, "Little Mo." The parents' pain quickly spread to Chin Mo. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, your grandson arrived a step too late. Your grandson can only use the fresh blood of these people to offer as a sacrifice to your soul in heaven." As soon as he made his decision, he growled, "Ma Sandao, let's fight to the death." Sandao heard this and snorted coldly, "Let's fight then." "Chin Mo, you're no longer overflowing with power now, you definitely can't withstand this one strike of mine." Mountain-splitting blade technique, Earth's third stance, Skybreaker. Chin Mo, not to be outdone, extended two fingers and launched an attack, Great Divine Ability, Nirvana. As if he already knew Sandao's fate, he sneered menacingly, "Go to the underworld and regret messing with me." Sandao's face revealed sheer horror upon realizing he had been hit by Chin Mo's attack, WH-. He shrieked in pain, damn it. Sandow's loud noise annoyed Chen Mo, who delivered an ultimatum, kill all those from the Starlight sect. Under the gloomy dark sky, a Dharma wheel was performing a formation. He slowly chanted, thunder law descends, dark clouds surge, divine decree, heed my command. Immediately after, lightning bolts instantly struck where the formation was taking place. Dharma Wheel's face was full of joy. Now the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is getting stronger and stronger. From now on, this planet will be the territory of my Starlight sect. Before he could rejoice for long, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the dark clouds. This is the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array. Good stuff, it can even absorb dark clouds. This formation can rapidly increase my power. This sudden appearance made Dharma Wheel angrily shout, "Hey, who are you? If there's nothing, then get lost." It turns out Ding Tian, in a demonic state, had found him. Who I am isn't important, but there is something. This time I came specifically to find you. Fat Luan immediately denied it upon hearing that. No way, do we know each other? What business do you have with me, sir? Suddenly, he screamed as if he'd just discovered something. Wait, could it be that you are? Din Thien quickly landed, cutting him off. I came here specifically to borrow something from you. Fat Luan asked, what do you want to borrow? The next second, he swung his arm, attacking directly. To take your dog's life. While dodging Din Thien's lethal blows. Fat Luan still tried to use his family's influence to intimidate him. Damn it, do you know who I am? As soon as he seized the opportunity, Fat Luan quickly and decisively retaliated. You dare to act recklessly within my grand formation. Die. His attack quickly repelled Din Thien's aggressive momentum. However, the demonic aura emanating from his body still terrified Fat Luan. What? This aura? Who exactly are you? Din Thien seemed to be trying to harmonize with this evil power. I am Dung Din Thien, the war god of Hadu. I am Dung Din Thien, who guards this imperial seat star. A moment later, his face gradually became more sinister than ever. I am the great demon Dung Din Thien. Next, Din Thien concentrated his power, preparing to unleash a move. Chaos of the heavenly demon, I want to defy the heavens. 13 forms of the heavenly demon, burial. His ambitious words made it hard for Fat Luan to believe. What? Din Thien's demonic energy was capturing Fat Luan. Damn it, if he dies, the teleportation array will be destroyed. After a struggle, Fat Luan was finally defeated by Din Thien. Having achieved his goal, he laughed loudly and gleefully. Ha ha ha, from today onwards, I, Dung Din Thien, can be reborn. The scene shifts to Hong Thien. What did you say? Tran Mak killed everyone? Is he really that strong? Fap Tom immediately came up with a new plan. It seems we must seek help from our sect. Send more powerful senior brothers from various sects or elders here. Upon hearing that, Hong Thien quickly spoke up. Then what are we waiting for? Invite them here immediately. Things were not as simple as he thought. Fap Tom made a gesture. We need many spiritual jade stones to solve the urgent problem at hand. And also 300 virgins, to use them to set up the formation. It seemed these requirements were still not enough for Hong Thien. Elder, rest assured, as long as you request it. I will grant any request. The great army entered Hadu and began violently taking male and female virgins. Hadu became chaotic. Cries for help continuously echoed in the peaceful city. Save me, release my child, don't touch my children. My son is still young. Then all the children were brought to the myriad lightning slaughter array in Muquang. As the aircraft approached the formation, a bolt of lightning struck the aircraft directly. This sight left Fap Tom gaping in astonishment. What's happening? Is this power from Senior Brother? Fortunately, Tran Mak arrived in time and blocked the attack. Are you crazy? He couldn't restrain himself and shouted out loud. Dung Din Thien, there are still children inside, you can't do that. From within the demonic energy, Din Thien vaguely observed Tran Mak. You are? As soon as he recognized him, Din Thien gritted his teeth and called out his name. Tran Mak. With an arrogant expression, Din Thien said, Tran Mak, you dare to obstruct the battle between me and the Tin Lon sect. Then fight Dung Din Thien. As Tran Mak rushed forward, he also prepared to unleash his attack. Let's see if your golden core is more powerful or if my demonic core is. Din Thien's madness made Tran Mak agitatedly exclaim. Dung Din Thien, stop it, don't let anger control you. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Otherwise, Tran Mak would have no choice but to deal with him personally. Ignoring Tran Mak's attitude, Din Thien continuously unleashed attacks, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Fortunately, he managed to stop it in time. It's useless. The next second, Tran Mak gradually gathered the lightning bolts Din Thien had just released into one spot. This terrifying power of his caught him off guard. He can actually control lightning. But don't think you're the only one who can. Control lightning, I can do it too. Din Thien became even more invigorated. Myriad lightning slaughter array, myriad lightning converge. Then he loudly threatened. How about it? Do you dare to take this move of mine? Despite Din Thien trying to provoke him, Tran Mak's attention was suddenly drawn to the Tin Lon sect's aircrafts hastily fleeing. Quick, while they're fighting, everyone get out of here. Not letting them have their way, Tran Mak landed on top of an aircraft. He issued an ultimatum. You want to leave? No chance. I said it before, kill all members of the Tin Lon sect. The subordinates in the aircraft quickly trembled. It's Tran Mak, we're done for. They repeatedly knelt, begging for their lives. Master Tran, please don't kill us. Please give us a chance. We are willing to help you dominate this entire world. You are the master of this world. Even as they pleaded, Tran Mak remained resolute. I don't need it. You may die now. Right after, he swung his arm, delivering a fierce blow. Splitting apart. As soon as he destroyed the lead aircraft, Tran Mak gave orders to the remaining ones. The rest, gather yourselves. They panicked in terror as they were pulled together. What's happening? The aircraft is out of control. All of the aircraft systems are no longer working. As the aircraft shook, the members of the Tin Lon sect desperately screamed. Help! We're surely dead. Tran Mak doesn't want us to escape. Outside in the air, Tran Mak loudly gave them an order. You hijackers in the aircraft, listen. Protect the children on the aircraft carefully for me. If anything happens, I, Tran Mak, will tear you into 100 pieces. Upon hearing that, one subordinate was ecstatic. I will definitely protect these children. They will not suffer any injuries. Next, they approached the children and gently comforted them. All right, rest assured, we won't harm you. Tran Mak's disregard annoyed Din Thien. Tran, have you forgotten everything? His voice quickly made Tran Mak curious. You're still here? Is there anything else? It seemed Din Thien was enraged by his dismissive attitude. You're about to fight me, and you're still preoccupied with other matters? Come. This is the final battle. His eyes flashed with resentment, as if completely controlled by demonic energy. Then, Din Thien lunged forward, delivering a deadly blow. I want to see if you can block my 10,000 thunders converge palm. Kill. Tran Mak maintained a calm demeanor as he retorted. Dung Din Thien, today I will make you realize. The next second, he loudly affirmed. I, Tran Mak, will forever be a towering mountain you cannot reach. Tran Mak's power immediately overwhelmed Din Thien, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Tran Mak and Din Thien's power collided in midair. The impact of the strike was so great that it made the aircraft sway continuously. Hold on tight. The residual impact could blow us away. Such powerful destructive force. The 10 Lawn Sec members in the aircraft exclaimed in fear. The light is too blinding. Next, they grew even more amazed when the aircraft had landed safely. The plane has landed. How did Tran Mac manage to protect us from being disturbed? As soon as it landed, the 10 Lawn Sec members immediately rushed out. Everyone, look over there. It turns out they wanted to directly witness the battle between Tran Mac and Din Tien. This is truly a divine battle. Look at Duong Din Tien over there, he's probably been demonized. Upon hearing this, a subordinate quickly grew fearful. Demonized, an incomparably powerful demon, and extremely bloodthirsty. If Master Tran can't subdue him, will he destroy the world? This speculation immediately terrified another person. Master Tran, you can do it. Defeat Duong Din Tien. Returning to the fierce battle between Din Tien and Tran Mac. Tran Mac, today I must tell you something. I, Duong Din Tien, will forever be the strongest god of war in this world. His words made Tran Mac unable to help but speak up. God of war? There's no god of war in this world with such strong killing intent as you. Duong Din Tien, why don't you look at this world? This is the world that gave birth to you, that nurtured you. How can you bear to destroy this world? Hearing that, Din Tien burst out laughing. Ha, all the weaklings don't deserve to live. Die, all of you die for me. I want this entire world to be buried alongside my Duong family. Tran Mac's face was filled with disbelief at Din Tien's cruelty. He never expected Duong Din Tien to turn out like this. As Tran Mac's thoughts raced, images from the past appeared. When he told Din Tien to come here and destroy the teleportation array. Tran Mac still thought his mind was stable. But it turned out Din Tien was just pretending. After obtaining the myriad lightning roar array, his power increased greatly. Which is why he revealed his sharp fangs. Tran Mac could have directly killed Din Tien. But he pitied his power. As being able to attract heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the golden core was no simple feat. Thinking this, he curled his lips and decisively made a decision. Tran Mac wanted to subdue Din Tien as his servant. At the same time, Tran Mac had chosen how to execute his plan. This was the demon sealing curse he and his junior sister used in his previous life to capture demonic beasts. Completely unaware of Tran Mac's calculations, Din Tien was still focused on the battle. Tran Mac, die. He blocked Din Tien's attack, while secretly setting up an array, quietly completing the restriction. Even the strongest demonic beast can only accept death. After finishing, Tran Mac immediately turned and ran away, surprising Din Tien. What? As if he had just found something very funny, he laughed loudly, mocking. Ha, you want to run away already? Next, Din Tien gave chase, regardless of the array that had gradually activated behind him. You've disappointed me greatly, today you must die. As expected, a net appeared in the air and caught him. What is this? I feel something surging in my body. Although the plan was halfway successful, Tran Mac still carefully observed Din Tien's situation. What exactly did you do to me? The array attacked him continuously, causing him pain. It hurt so much. Tran Mac frowned, silently guessing Din Tien's feelings. At this moment, his body must feel like it's being bitten by 1,000 ants. Not only biting his flesh but also gnawing at his soul. Tran Mac originally wanted to befriend Din Tien. But he had become a demon. For the sake of this world, you must subdue Din Tien. Knowing that he had fallen into Tran Mac's trap, he called out the boy's name with fierce eyes and a growl. Tran Mac. A moment later, Din Tien reluctantly closed his eyes tightly and hesitantly surrendered. I surrender. Seeing this, Tran Mac quickly retracted the array and ordered. Call me master, from today onwards. You are my servant, Tran Max. If you can overcome your inner demons, you will be free. Din Tian immediately knelt down and respectfully obeyed. Yes, thank you, Master. Hong Tian held his head, anxiously pacing back and forth. What do we do now? Tran Mak is about to kill his way to our door. Seeing him so anxious and trembling, Manu yelled. What's there to be anxious about? You weren't this anxious even when our son died. Hearing that, Hong Tian turned pale and argued. Can national affairs be equated with this? This concerns the survival of our Hong family. As if she already knew his depravity, she scoffed and exposed him. Family? You do it for yourself. Don't talk about family. You even harmed your own father, and now you're pretending. Overwhelmed with anger, Hong Tian loudly blamed her. You killed my father. You gave my father that cloak with the tracker. Manu replied with even more contempt. You gave it to me. Now you have the nerve to blame me. Weren't you oppressed by that powerful father for many years and couldn't bear it anymore? Immediately after, he gradually became agitated and started yelling loudly. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. You killed my father. In a moment of losing control, Hong Tian approached and choked her to silence her. Today I'll get revenge for my father. As Manu fell, he regained his senses. I. A subordinate heard the commotion and rushed into the room. Lord, Master, I heard arguing. Madam, what is this? It seemed Hong Tian's disposition had become more brutal than ever. Madam is asleep. You, help me carry her back to her room. The sky outside the Hong family's residence had darkened. Inside the room, Hong Tian was speaking in a feigned sincere tone. Little Nu, you're right, I shouldn't be impatient. What's there to be impatient about? This matter has no flaws. Now, we've finally made this whole world kneel at our feet. But you must bless me, bless that scoundrel Tran Mak to be killed by the masters of the cultivation world. As soon as he finished speaking, Manu suddenly opened her eyes and said, You always looked like an honest ox, but after a long time, I realized you're more like a wolf. This scene quickly terrified Hong Tian. Manu, you're not dead. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way, you were clearly dead, how are you alive? Without hesitation, Hong Tian quickly drew his sword, ready to strike. Why revive? You're not human. Manu's face was pale, but she still stared, enunciating each word, You are not human. The next second, she swung her arm, unleashing a fierce move. As Hong Tian fell, Din Tian appeared. This world has never belonged to you. His face was filled with satisfaction. Finally, revenge is served. Upon seeing Din Tian's appearance, Hong Tian immediately knew who the mastermind was. Duom Din Tian, it's you. Ignoring his trembling face, Din Tian let the demonic energy radiate around him. Let me use demonic fire to send you on your way, to hell with your wife. The scene shifts to Tran Mak at Tian's son. After carefully observing the surroundings, Tran Mak felt suspicious. The reason the Star Orchid sect came to this world was actually because of the dragon vein of the Emperor's star. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and thought. Let Tran Mak see what's strange. A map appeared in his head. This is a dragon's vein. No, wait, this isn't an ordinary dragon's vein. A master has transformed the dragon's veins of this entire world into one complete dragon's vein source. A long while later, Tran Mak sincerely praised, what a heaven-defying method, it's a pity it failed. If it had succeeded, I'm afraid this world would have seen many precursors. The next second, he dashed away with lightning speed, decisively. Right as he crashed into the mountain in front, Tran Mak questioned himself, how to revive this severed life force dragon vein. After entering the cave, he quickly made a decision. To catch a tiger, one must venture into its lair. Let's check the dragon's vein first, then we can discuss. The moment he arrived before the dragon statue, he was pulled close by an extremely strong gravitational force. This invisible power astonished Tran Mak. This dragon vein was almost like a powerful magnet. Any spiritual energy that appeared would be completely absorbed by it. Immediately, he discovered, no wonder the spiritual energy of Emperor Star is so weak. If the dragon vein can't be revived, it's likely all the spiritual energy will be completely absorbed by it. In a flash, Tran Mak summoned Heaven Severing. By then, with the Emperor Star's life force extinguished, I'm afraid all living beings on this planet will die. Without hesitation, he attacked the head of the stone dragon. Heaven Severing's sword split it apart. However, the stone dragon remained completely unharmed, surprising Tran Mak. This heaven-severing sword has been tempered by the nine-colored heavenly thunder. It's already terrifyingly strong, yet it had no effect at all. As he stood there dumbfounded, a resounding voice came from within the cave. Young man, relying solely on your own strength to break the shell of the dragon's vein is truly like a madman's dream. This strange sound quickly made Tran Mak wary. Who are you? It turned out to be the voice of human Emperor Fushi. Eternal wandering, a grain of sand in the desert, 1,000 human calamities, 10,000 human hardships, eternal immortality, I am the human emperor. Upon hearing this, Tran Mak's face immediately showed more shock than ever. In the long history of the Emperor Star, the great name of human Emperor Fushi was known to all. Though surprised, he was still full of questions, asking, yet I can meet you here. Are you really Fushi? What proof do you have? Next, Fushi began to explain, it's a long story. That year, my wife Manhua and 5 friends and I explored the eye of the universe in the ancient Forbidden Land, but we were gravely wounded here. While Chen Mo was still suspicious, he continued to recount, later, I returned to Emperor Seatstar. But I couldn't contact my wife and friends. Now, I've appeared because I need you to do me a favor. As for proof, as soon as Fushi finished speaking, the pearl on the dragon's forehead suddenly lit up. That is. Then, a map appeared. He too. Chen Mo's knowledge greatly pleased him. That's right. That year, the dragon horse carried the He-2 out of the Yellow River, and I obtained it. Do you know its origin? In a flash, he keenly realized, could it be that the He-2 emerged from the eye of the universe? Fushi continued, that's right. The He-2 and Luo Shu are both extraordinary treasures. When I was in the eye of the universe in the ancient Forbidden Land, I sensed an aura similar to the He-2 and Luo Shu. Images from the past gradually appeared through his narration. When I searched alone, I couldn't even break through the outermost restriction. So I called my wife Manhua to break the formation with me. But there was one final formation that still couldn't be broken, so I invited the 5 directional great emperors to come. The 7 of us joined forces to break this final grand formation, but upon entering the eye, we were gravely injured by a terrifying entity. I could only flee. As soon as he heard this, Chen Mo secretly connected the past events. That year, he and his junior sister explored the eye of the universe precisely because of the abnormal fluctuations there. It turned out to be the great battle between Fushi and that forbidden entity. Thinking back now, Fushi could very likely be the culprit who caused Chen Mo and his junior sister to die. A moment later, Fushi continued his story. At that time, I was gravely wounded, and could only return to Emperor Seatstar to rely on the dragon's vein to restore my strength. But I never expected that this dragon's vein would possess consciousness, with cultivation no less than when my power was at its peak. After a bitter struggle, I could only rely on my life essence to enter the dragon's vein, sealing it, and preventing this beast from directly destroying Emperor Seatstar. Chen Mo scratched his head, voicing his confusion. Didn't you think at that time that if you absorbed the dragon's vein, Emperor Seatstar would, due to the depletion of the dragon's vein, lead to the destruction of this entire world? The next second, Fushi manifested and replied, I didn't intend to absorb the entire dragon's vein. I merely wanted to quickly use it to recover from my injuries and go search for my wife, Manhua. With a sorrowful expression, he bowed his head in remorse. It's all my fault for forcibly gathering the dragon's vein, which led to me being trapped by it, and Emperor Seatstar also suffered from a lack of spiritual energy. I am a sinner of Emperor Seatstar. Upon seeing Fushi's form, Chen Mo was startled. Was this Fushi's true face? Behind this simple and approachable appearance lay an oppressive aura that made him unable to breathe. Chen Mo's tone gradually became serious. Then do you have a way to make the dragon's vein disperse again? After about 2 seconds, Fushi affirmed with certainty, I do. Then, he opened his mouth to ask for help, but I'll need your assistance. This solemn invitation startled Chen Mo, who replied, I'm just a small cultivator who has just entered the Golden Core realm. How can I help you? Fushi remained steadfast, explaining, everything in this world has its destiny. Your rebirth on Emperor Seatstar is also destiny. Including our meeting today, it's also destiny. Chen Mo thought to himself in surprise, this person knows I'm a reincarnated person. He voiced his confusion, I originally thought I accidentally reincarnated to Emperor Seatstar. Could it not have been accidental? Chen Mo secretly analyzed in his mind. Fushi and Yuhua explored the eye of the universe together. After being injured, they hit on Emperor Seatstar, gathering the dragon's vein, causing a shortage of spiritual energy on Emperor Seatstar. After who knows how many years, he was born, taken as a disciple by Emperor Donghua, explored the eye of the universe with his junior sister Luoli, disappeared, reincarnated, and met human Emperor Fushi whom he hadn't met that year. This feeling was as if a person's life, originally a straight line, was pulled back to some point to begin again, then another straight line emerged. Fushi stroked his beard and said, in your previous life, we missed each other. You were taken as a disciple by Emperor Donghua. But in this life, I met you first. This is destiny, and you are the one I have waited for all these years. Chen Mo pondered, suddenly thinking of the junior sister he longed for day and night. If it followed the trajectory of my previous life, 5 years from now, I would be taken as a disciple by Emperor Donghua. So, will he still come to Emperor Seatstar now? Will I be able to meet my junior sister again? Thinking thus, Chen Mo resolutely refused, even if I am the one you waited for, I will not help you. If I die this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to see my junior sister again. Suddenly seeing him act strangely, he asked in confusion, what are you doing? Fushi stopped stroking his beard. He moved his fingers as if divining and replied, I am looking at your future destiny. Not knowing what he had seen, his pupils suddenly contracted. Fushi muttered, it is as expected. You are no longer the you of that year. Your destiny is already chaotic, so even I cannot see your fate. Chen Mo grew even more anxious, refusing more adamantly, which means you can't guarantee I'll live either. In that case, I certainly can't help you. He remained calm and unflustered, replying, however, I can see your junior sister. He rushed forward and grabbed his robe, questioning loudly, what? You can see my junior sister's destiny? How is she now? Where is she? Despite having his robe grabbed, Fushi remained calm and unangered, slowly replying, she once came to Emperor Seatstar to find you. It's just that she reincarnated in ancient times, and was called Luoshan by the world. At that time, you had not yet been born. When she reincarnated, the spiritual energy of Emperor Seatstar was already scarce, and Emperor Donghua had already taken her away from Emperor Seatstar. Chen Mo didn't believe it. He angrily retorted, impossible. If junior sister also reincarnated, then she would remember me. She couldn't have just left like that. Fushi calmly explained, she built the Snow God Palace, wanting to wait for you to ascend and then be together. This is the home she built for the two of you. Chen Mo's emotions were unstable, with frustration, helplessness, and anger. He could only vent to the human emperor sitting before him, then why did she leave? Why didn't she wait for me in the cultivation world, and instead left again? Why? Fushi shared, the wheel of destiny has turned, and everyone's destiny has changed. You are no longer the you of before, and Luoli is no longer the Luoli of before. His words made Chen Mo even more bewildered, largely unable to accept it. What? Human Emperor Fushi guided him step by step. Do you think that after your reincarnation, the destinies of others would not change? Think about your parents, your friends, think about your rivals, look at yourself. You have changed, and this entire world has changed. Chen Mo was agitated. What concerned him most at this moment was, then, is my junior sister still my junior sister? Fushi stood up and said indifferently, if the heart is dead, then she is no longer. If the heart is still alive, then there is hope for anything. Are you saying you can't meet your junior sister again, and have her become your beloved again? His words enlightened Chen Mo. That's right, in this life, I must pursue my junior sister myself. Why was I discouraged just now? With that, he bowed to Fushi. Thank you, Human Emperor, for your guidance. I understand now. He nodded slightly in satisfaction. Then, Chen Mo turned and left. Well, I'll be going now. He waved goodbye to him. Take care, Your Majesty, I'll visit you later. In his heart, he began planning for the future. After returning, he had to figure out how to repair the spatial teleportation array. Go to the Snow God Palace to find traces of his junior sister, and at the same time, cultivate diligently to make himself even stronger. Just as he finished, Human Emperor Fushi announced another piece of bad news. Chen Mo, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this, you can't leave. He turned his head in surprise. What do you mean I can't leave? Fushi explained, just now, I looked into your destiny, your and Luo Li's fates are both very chaotic. You must also know the principle of not revealing heavenly secrets. He weakly coughed a few times. I told you so many things, my body has been severely injured for a long time. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Chen Mo suddenly understood why he had told him so much information. It turned out he was helping him look into the heavenly secrets, which made him so weak he vomited blood. He felt a bit ashamed. Senior, Fushi waved his hand. It's fine. Looking at his trembling hand, he murmured, I've been imprisoned here for so long, my body was damaged a long time ago. Even if I didn't help you look into the heavenly secrets, I would still die soon. Now, it's just dying earlier. But if I die, no one can guard this spiritual dragon vein. This entire Emperor's Seat Star will be destroyed. Then, Fushi hesitated slightly. He placed his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. He pleaded, on this beautiful planet, there will be no one left alive. Chen Mo, please help me, help this Emperor's Seat Star. He didn't answer immediately but thought silently to himself, if Chen Mo leaves, the dragon vein will revive, and everyone will die. But if he stays here, he might die, but the Emperor's Seat Star will have a glimmer of hope. After a long moment of distress, Chen Mo finally shouted loudly, damn it. Consider me, Chen Mo, unlucky since birth. I'll help, fine. This time, you owe me. Fushi stroked his beard again, not refuting. Yes, I owe you, and I owe this whole world. Then, he sat cross-legged and took out something. Finally, I want to give you a welcome gift, and also a farewell gift. These 2 books are the origin of my Fushi. Since my birth, they have never left my side. Today, I give them to you, considering it my repayment of this debt of gratitude. Chen Mo took the 2 books and examined them carefully. He was a bit surprised, it's the genuine Hichu and Luo Shu. The first and second treasures among Fushi's 8 treasures are now his? Out loud, he tried to confirm, you're really giving me these precious things? He nodded, his eyes melancholic. Not a gift, but compensation. He accepted them with satisfaction and also showed his sincerity. Okay, Chen Mo, will help with your matter. They didn't have much time, so Fushi got straight to it. He explained the method, the power of this dragon vein is extremely formidable. My body can no longer withstand its spiritual consciousness, so you must absorb it into your body. I will help you refine it. The dragon vein will no longer have a spiritual consciousness. It can fill this entire world with spiritual energy, and the Emperor's Seat Star will restore its former glory. Hearing this, Chen Mo pointed at himself in alarm. Me? Absorb the dragon vein? What kind of joke is this? Do you think that's possible? Fushi nodded, answering very confidently, I've checked. the possibility is extremely high. The success rate is 1 in 10,000. Chen Mo was startled, speechless at his confidence. How much? 1 in 10,000? You call that extremely high? He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This rate is no different from seeking death, but I don't have a choice. Still, 1 in 10,000 is still a sliver of hope. Finally, having gone this far, he had to see it through. Chen Mo made up his mind. I'll risk it then. So, I'll start now. Fushi sat down, not forgetting to praise and encourage him. You have courage. The future matters are entrusted to you. He began the ritual of transferring the dragon vein spiritual consciousness into Chen Mo's body, fight in all directions. Power radiated from Fushi, slowly moving towards Chen Mo. He continued, the oracle is endless, the universe perishes in a single ray of light. A vast, ocean-like stream of power hovered around the two of them. Chen Mo felt a bit uneasy. The space around me is about to be enveloped by his power. Finally, Fushi completed the ritual, hand over the armor, blood splatters 8 feet. Outside Heavenly Mountain, a dazzling and powerful spiritual energy shot into the sky. A booming sound echoed, shaking the entire mountain. In the city near Heavenly Mountain, everyone saw that pillar of light and talked excitedly. Look! There's a light in the sky. It's so beautiful, even more beautiful than the Milky Way. Is that the light of a god? At the Research Institute, scientists meticulously probed the energy of the pillar of light. What concerned them was, is the energy inside the light stable? Will it have any impact on the world? The television station also acted quite quickly, with reporters immediately rushing to the scene to report. Where did this light beam come from, after all? What should humanity do now? Should we prepare to face the apocalypse? They filmed a scene of a dragon appearing within that beam of light. Reporters quickly reported, look! There's a dragon inside that beam of light. Watching the dragon winding inside the beam of light, people couldn't help but exclaim, it's truly magnificent. Is this ultimately a good omen or a bad omen? In Tianshan, the tremor left Tran Mak a bit stunned. He couldn't help but worry, what's happening? The main body inside the mountain is shaking. It's not about to burst out, is it? Outside, the dragon vein lost control, running wild and causing landslides. People started panicking, oh my god! The world is falling apart. How did a dragon suddenly appear? Inside, Tran Mak shouted loudly, Fushi, what are you doing? But the next second, he found himself in a different space, the dragon vein coiling around him. He was stunned, where is this? Don't release the dragon vein. Emperor Fushi appeared behind Tran Mak, reassuring him, don't panic. This is my soul sea. I've pulled it into my soul sea. He explained, as long as we can control it, the entire world will be safe. He hesitated, but my current strength. Fushi proposed, here, I can lend you my strength so we can fight this evil dragon together. Since he put it that way, Tran Mak had no reason to refuse. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Fushi's figure disappeared. Before him was a sea of spiritual energy. What? He was startled, is this seawater? After looking closely, Tran Mak realized, no, this is pure energy. Boundless energy poured into his body, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation realm. Tao integration realm. Tran Mak's cultivation continued to rise. He was about to undergo heavenly tribulation and become an immortal venerable. He felt an endless power within his body, picking stars as easily as eating and drinking. Tran Mak could clearly see every corner of this world, along with humanity's suffering. He also saw the commotion in his courtyard. Din Tian and Q Tan were trying to protect everyone, step back. Elders and children, quickly retreat. Tran Mak was slightly surprised. It seems the disaster has reached my home. He then used his newly bestowed power to calm his family. An illusion of Tran Mak appeared in the sky. Mom, Dad, Q-Ton, Tran Tung Tu, don't be afraid. I'm here. Tung Tu was overjoyed. It's Master. Q-Ton felt relieved. It seems Master has come to save us. Ding Tien looked on, sighing to himself, Tran Mac, I may never surpass this young man. Tru Truong looked up at the sky and thought, is this the power of a god, Tran Mac? Will you be the god of this entire world? After he had soothed his family's unease, Fu Shi appeared and reminded him, I told you, as long as we kill the dragon vein spirit, we can save the entire world. You must focus your power to fight, don't waste it here. Tran Mac turned his head, showing determination. This is the world I was born in. How could I bear to destroy it? If I can save one person, I will save one person. I don't want anyone else to die. Fu Shi shook his head slightly, you really are soft-hearted. Right now, I need you to deal with the dragon vein spirit. My power is limited. Tran Mac regained his confidence and smiled, don't worry, I'm here. Fu Shi looked puzzled, Tran Mac, what do you intend to do? He charged at the dragon vein with his sword, to fight, of course. Thwack, Tram Thien struck the dragon vein's head, but nothing happened. Tran Mac was dumbfounded, no way. Not even a scratch. The dragon vein, now with a spirit, didn't stand still for him to strike. It pounced towards where Tran Mac stood, but he nimbly dodged. He even launched a powerful counterattack, Heavenly Profound Divine Palm, 7 steps against heaven, Nirvana Great Divine Ability. Fu Shi observed for a moment with his hands clasped and commented, this kid really doesn't make things easy. I told him to be my assistant, but he rushed forward on his own. He had another worry he didn't voice, but you alone can't defeat the giant dragon. So, Fu Shi joined the battle, you've worked hard. Watch me. He demonstrated for Tran Mac, Imperial Descent to the World. A powerful blow struck the dragon vein's face. A thunderous crash echoed, but it didn't seem to do anything to it. Indeed, the dragon vein whipped its tail, sending both of them flying far away. Who knew Fu Shi was so strong? Turns out he was only SOSO, because he had exhausted his power after years of suppressing the dragon vein. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He secretly lamented, damn it, my strength isn't what it used to be. It could break free at any moment. Fu Shi's soul sea was no longer stable. The dragon vein seized this opportunity to break through, wanting to escape. Tran Mac saw this and shouted, it's about to break through the barrier. Fu Shi also hastily said, quickly, chase it. It cannot leave my soul sea. The two chased it into the universe. Fu Shi was still worried, otherwise, we won't be able to defeat it. Let's kill it in space. Out in space, meteors were everywhere. The dragon vein simply flicked its tail, sending a barrage of meteors towards the two. Fu Shi grew larger and blocked a huge meteor, I'll stop it. Quickly, chase it. I have my own way to handle this. Tran Mac mimicked him, it seems I have to grow larger, or I won't be able to catch it. Thanks to this, he successfully climbed onto the dragon vein's back. Got it. But then Tran Mac realized, catching it like this seems very ineffective. Just then, Fu Shi warned, Tran Mac, move back a bit. He hurled a barrage of meteors towards the dragon vein. A series of loud thuds echoed, and the dragon vein was hit. It thrashed in pain, shaking Tran Mac off its back. In a hurry, he grabbed one of its scales. It turned its head to glare, and he realized the danger. This isn't good. The dragon vein opened its mouth, gathering a powerful energy orb. Immediately after, it unleashed this energy stream, attacking Tran Mac. The move was quite powerful, causing Tran Mac to fall backward. He suddenly turned his head back in surprise. It was. Behind him was a blue planet. Tran Mac had sensed it, the planet behind him carried his junior sister's aura. At this moment, the dragon vein had slowly crawled in front of him. He cried out in alarm, no, don't harm my junior sister. In his haste, Tran Mac unexpectedly unleashed the divine dragon within him to confront the dragon vein. Even Fu Shi was astonished, how terrifying. Tran Mak possesses such power within his body. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Fushi stepped forward, asking in confusion, "It's just a planet, and not even an Imperial seat star. Is it worth risking your life to stop it?" Tran Mak explained, "I can sense it, my junior sister is there. I, Tran Mak, will not let her suffer any more harm in this life." At this moment, the dragon Vane very impolitely growled, drawing attention. Fushi shook his head. "It seems there's no time to talk." He thought of a way. "This is the only way, Tran Mak. Next, it's all up to you." Saying that, he turned and left. "I'm off. With my origin, I shall suppress your spirit consciousness. Enduring for 10,000 ages, eternally indestructible." Fushi's white hair grew long, transforming into sturdy chains that bound the dragon Vane's entire body, sealing its spirit consciousness. The dragon Vane struggled but couldn't break free. The white hair wrapped around it very tightly, looking like a gigantic cocoon. Fushi spoke, giving orders. "Tran Mak, listen. I'm now locking my spirit consciousness and its spirit consciousness together. Hurry and kill it." He was stunned, analyzing Fushi's words. Fushi's spirit consciousness and the dragon Vanes were bound together. If he killed it, then... Tran Mak immediately objected. "No. Won't you die too then?" "I can't do that." Fushi reasoned. "Tran Mak, cultivators cannot be swayed by emotions. Which is more important, me or this world? Can't you distinguish clearly? Hurry and act." He frowned, his heart in a tangled mess. "Clearly, you're the one who has placed so much emotion into this world. You're willing to sacrifice your life for this planet's peace. Must I kill such a good person?" Tran Mak was confused. "I still..." Fushi smiled kindly, gently advising, "This beast was created by me, it's my debt. So let me pay it." He urged, "Hurry and act." Tran Mak turned his head, hesitating. "So, I truly..." Fushi pressed, "A man shouldn't hesitate like this. Come on, end all of this." Tran Mak resolved to follow his words. He used all his strength to attack the dragon Vane, great divine ability, Nirvana. A loud explosion echoed, shaking this universe. Finally, the dragon's Vane was destroyed. It transformed into streams of pure spiritual energy, surrounding Chenmo's body. Fushi also gradually faded away. He looked quite calm, or rather, liberated. "Let it be. I should go now." Chenmo hesitated. "Sir." Fushi left his last words. "If you can meet Manhua, please tell her for me that I love her." With those words, his body vanished like clouds. Chenmo frantically called out, "Fushi, Fushi." His power left Chenmo's body. The final instructions of human Emperor Fushi resonated in his mind. "Thank you, Chenmo. I've repaid my debt to this world. You don't need to be sad. Hurry back, you still have one final mission." Feeling his power gradually fading, Chenmo regretfully thought, "Venerable Immortal, transcending tribulation, grand accomplishment. Fushi's power he gave me is gradually dissipating. I still won't make it to the planet where my junior sister is." Just then, the Emperor's seat star suddenly emitted a light, attracting his attention. "The light of the Emperor's seat star is calling me." Chenmo returned to the Emperor's seat star, pondering the unsolved question. Fushi said he still had one final mission. What exactly was it? Was there something left for him to do on the Emperor's seat star? On his way back, countless spiritual energies suddenly rushed towards him as if drawn by a magnet. Chenmo was surprised. "This is spiritual energy." "Spiritual energy, countless streams of spiritual energy are flowing into my body." Receiving so much spiritual energy, his body was somewhat unable to bear it. He screamed in pain, and faintly, the image of a dragon appeared on his chest. Chenmo released his power and shouted, and with it, a faint but mighty dragon appeared. He thought to himself, "I've released all the spiritual energy in the dragon's vein." On the towering mountain peak, Chenmo stood atop the dragon, frowning as he thought, "Spiritual energy, return to earth." A small blue circle encompassed his finger. First, I must subdue the primordial dragon's vein. The entire area around the mountain was covered by blue spiritual energy streams, looking like precious crystals. Good, with this, the Emperor's Seat Star can have abundant, endless spiritual energy from now on. Chen Mo looked around, calculating slowly. Next, I must go to other places to speed things up. He rode the dragon, surveying the terrain from above, restoring the rivers and mountains that had been damaged by the dragon's vein. Then Chen Mo and his dragon flew over a erupting volcano. At this moment, a plane was flying beside it. The person inside immediately said, "Look." A divine dragon flew through the volcano, and the lava stopped. Wherever Chen Mo and the dragon went, all natural disasters were dealt with. As the man and beast passed over a flooded road where water reached the rooftops, the water immediately receded. The people on the rooftops cheered excitedly, "Look, the raging floodwaters have receded." The people on the high-rise rooftops were surprised by the presence of this man and beast. Is it a divine dragon descending upon us? It's the divine dragon saving us. Chen Mo rode the dragon flying through a large street, looking at the street with regret as he pondered, "It's just a pity I can only restore the surface of rivers and mountains." Passing through a deserted street with 4 bodies lying scattered from the flood, he felt even greater sorrow as he thought, "But I cannot revive those who have died there." Chen Mo's face was contorted in pain as he thought of Grandpa Fushi. Suddenly, a seedling sprouted from the foot of the mountain, successfully catching Chen Mo's attention. He uttered in astonishment, "This is..." Chen Mo stood frozen, looking at the abundant spiritual energy flying back and forth before him. Spiritual energy is continuously pouring out from within the earth's veins. His face was filled with surprise and pride. After Fushi merged with the dragon's vein, the spiritual energy of the Emperor's Seat Star has been depleted for countless years. Now, finally, the spiritual energy has returned in abundance. The image of a clean, green, perfectly round earth marble appeared, full of vitality. Spring has arrived. The time for the Emperor's Seat Star to flourish again has come. A terrifying, booming laugh echoed, followed by a series of joyful voices. I, Huang Lei, actually formed a golden core. I, Deng Jie, have also formed a golden core. Yang Ting Tian, I must kill you. I must get revenge. The era of universal cultivation has arrived. Zhang Ting's face showed treacherous expressions. Chen Mo, I, Zhang Ting, am also a golden core expert now. I'll see if you can cover the sky with one hand. First, I'll dismantle this Mo sect of yours. At the entrance of Mo sect, an old man with long, white hair and a beard as long as his hair held his hands together and thought. The spiritual energy of the Emperor's Seat Star has recovered. But I've only broken through to the peak of the divine realm. If someone were to cause trouble now, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Zhang Ting stood at the entrance of Mo sect, shouting, interrupting Song Zi's thoughts. Chen Mo, come out here. He stood behind, looking at Zhang Ting, and said, "Speak of the devil, and he appears." Zhang Ting stood at the door, arrogant and loud. Chen Mo, come out. I, Zhang Ting, am here for revenge. Song Zi walked up to Zhang Ting and said, "Where did this madman come from? Do you think that just because your cultivation has improved, you are invincible under heaven?" Zhang Ting, with an arrogant expression, turned to the old man and said, "I've already used my divine sense to check. There isn't a single golden core expert in Mo sect. Don't even think about scaring me with petty cultivators." Seeing Song Zi still standing there, he thought the old man was scared and arrogantly said, "What's wrong? Scared? Then hurry up and open the gate." Song Zi stood motionless, thinking, Chen Mo isn't back yet. I must protect Mo sect. It seems I can only use the heavenly illusion divine fist that Chen Mo once taught me. The old man's face was taut. Just a golden core, and you dare to be so arrogant. Even if my Mo sect doesn't have a golden core expert, it's not a place you can just make a racket. Zhang Ting, imposing and magnificent, charged towards Song Zi. "You seek death. The old man thrust his fist towards Zhang Ting and said, "Mountain Severance." Then Zhang Ting walked right into Song Zi's fist. Tisk! After taking a blow, Zhang Ting was sent flying, hitting the wall. He couldn't believe it and yelled, "No way! Just a Divine Realm cultivator defeated me with one strike?" The old man clenched his hands, surrounded by lightning. "I am Chen Mo's disciple." The first subordinate respectfully knelt on one knee to report, "Great Chief, it's chaotic outside. Many cultivators have suddenly broken through to the Golden Core stage and started causing trouble." The chief, sitting in front of him, asked, "What about Yang Ting Tian?" He cupped his hands and replied, "Yang Ting Tian is in secluded cultivation." Just then, a second subordinate ran in, "Great Chief, 3 Golden Core cultivators have arrived outside." The first subordinate led 2 men outside to directly confront the 3 cultivators. "Do you know where this is? If you don't leave, we'll use our guns." He raised the gun in his hand and fired several shots. "This is you seeking death. Fire!" Huang Lei spread both arms, laughing loudly, using his chest to take all the incoming bullets. "Ha ha ha, fired, huh? Why don't I feel any pain?" The first subordinate looked at the scene in shock, asking himself, "These bullets usually work on cultivators, why not now? We've never dealt with Golden Core cultivators before." Huang Lei clenched his hands forcefully, his whole body enveloped in a source of power. "If you don't want to die, then get lost." The cultivator standing behind him saw his power and eagerly flattered, "So, Brother Huang, you cultivate lightning techniques?" "The power of lightning techniques is unrivaled." Praised, Huang Lei closed his eyes, lifted his face to the sky, and declared, "This is just a small matter. It's our turn to take control of the major territories." The long-haired cultivator noticed something new appearing behind the subordinates and shouted loudly, "Look! There are dark clouds ahead." Huang Lei's eyes widened in stunned silence. A cultivator yelled, "Brother Huang, you can summon such a powerful lightning formation?" He stared intently ahead and cursed, "Idiot! That's not summoned by me." A blurry image of a person with glowing red eyes appeared in the dark clouds. "I was about to break through, but you disturbed me. Fine then, I'll take your golden core as compensation." The second subordinate glanced behind him. "What kind of great monster is this?" The first subordinate happily turned around. "That's the great hero who protects our great chief, it's Yuan Ting." Ting Tian's face was finally fully revealed. He waved his hand, signaling, "Dark clouds, go." The dark clouds flew over, engulfing the cultivators, making them scream in panic, "Ah, I can't move. Help! These clouds have thunder and lightning." The dark clouds surrounded the man, but Huang Lei still threatened defiantly, "Who are you? Don't even think about scaring me. I, Huang Lei, am a master of lightning cultivation." He frowned, analyzing in his mind, "But this person has no small background, he might be much stronger than me." Finally, Huang Lei decided to turn around and flee in the opposite direction. Can't beat him, but can I escape? As he fled at lightning speed, he calculated, "Good, in the residential area, he can't possibly electrocute the civilians to death." Ting Tian, who knew not when, was already waiting for him on a stretch of road. "Why are you running so fast? Didn't you ask who I am? Then let me tell you." He lowered his head, his brows tightly furrowed, and stated his identity, "I am Yang Ting Tian." As soon as Huang Lei heard that name, his face turned pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. You are the war god Yang Ting Tian of Xiadu?" Ting Tian smirked and raised a finger. "That was in the past. From now on, there is no war god Yang Ting Tian of Xiadu, only the great demon Yang Ting Tian." A blinding golden lightning bolt struck Huang Lei's body, making him shriek in agony, "No!" Ting Tian observed the sparkling golden core he had just obtained. "Consuming a golden core can increase my cultivation. Not bad indeed." Next, he leaped into the air and left. "I need more golden cores. This one isn't enough. I need the golden cores of everyone in Xiadu." Ting Tian returned to the sect. The subordinates, already waiting, surrounded him from below, reminding him, Yang Ting Tian, don't cause trouble. Yang Ting Tian, you are Chen Mo's demonic servant. Don't harm us. He was not afraid, but instead asked them, Chen Mo? Who is Chen Mo? Ting Tian pointed his finger, launching an attack on the people below. Who cares who he is? I'll kill everyone anyway. Chen Mo appeared from nowhere, blocking his attack. Yang Ting Tian, have you gone mad? Ting Tian had completely lost control, his body growing enormous. Who are you, daring to obstruct me? Chen Mo raised his hand, unleashing a move towards him, useless chatter. Demon binding rope. A glowing rope wrapped around Ting Tian, paralyzing him. Ah! Chen Mo held the rope tightly and reminded him, don't struggle anymore. Once you've become a demon, you can't break free. Ting Tian gritted his teeth, using all his strength to try and break the rope. Let me go. Finally, Chen Mo used his power to shrink Ting Tian's body back to normal. I didn't expect you to have fallen so deeply into demonization. Even your memory and intellect are severely affected. Today, I will impart demonic techniques to you. From now on, you will stay by my side, and you are never allowed to leave me. He raised 2 fingers, casting a spell. This cultivation technique is called the 33 Heavenly Demons. I hope you can cultivate it well. At this moment, Ting Tian seemed to startle awake, looking up at the person opposite him. You are Chen Mo? He put his hands in his pockets and gave him instructions. Protect the goodness in your heart, use demon cultivation, and do righteous deeds. Ting Tian respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, Master. After everything was settled, Chen Mo sighed inwardly, such a hassle. This place is stable for now, but I wonder how the Mo sect is doing. At the same time, at the gates of Mo sect, Song Zi stopped a group of people outside. What are you doing at Mo sect? Grandma Long of the Ancient Tomb sect raised her staff and spoke first. Where is Chen Mo? What exactly happened in this world? I need to find out. Chu Dai Chang of the Heavenly Hidden sect also fiercely added, Chen Song Zi, tell Chen Mo to come out here. Our 4 great ancient sects are not here today to cause trouble for Chen Mo, we just want to ask a few questions. Song Zi resolutely refused them. My master isn't at Mo sect, please return for now. After my master returns, I will report this matter to him. Xiao Fu heard the old man say that and questioned loudly, not here. With such a big thing happening in this world now, others might not understand, but we know very well. Didn't he tamper with the dragon's pulse? Zhu and Xiu of Hidden Sword sect asked worriedly, do you know how much damage your master has caused to this world? The entire world will perish because of it. Grandma Long standing nearby also seized the opportunity to demand, that's right. He must hand over the magic artifact that broke the dragon's pulse to us. Perhaps only then can we save this world. Song Zi silently ignored them and immediately replied. In his mind, he had secretly realized, no wonder they came to threaten us at the door. It turns out they think Master has a magic artifact in his hands and want to seize it. The old man slammed his horsetail whisk into his palm and said, enough nonsense. Why don't I see if the 4 great sects are as formidable as you always boast? The bald man from the Heavenly Hidden sect charged forward first. You little Taoist who doesn't know what's good for you, watch as I, Chu Dai Chang, subdue you. Song Zi, unafraid, whipped his hand, launching an attack from his horsetail whisk. Is that so? Then I must experience it. While Dai Chang was still unprepared, the launched stream of power struck him in the face, breaking a tooth. Humph, Song Zi sneered, but you're too slow. He continued to utter sarcastic remarks. What's wrong? Senior, you should also rest and enjoy your old age. Dai Chang wiped his mouth with one hand. You're still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to break my Chu grandpa's front tooth. He clenched his hand into a fist and lunged forward. I must teach you a lesson. Song Zi had also assumed a stance, ready to strike. Heavenly Illusion Divine Fist, Mountain Breaking Fist. The 2 fists clashed directly, but very quickly, Dai Chang was struck back, letting go. He stared with wide eyes and an agape mouth at his smoking hand, secretly thinking, this little Taoist is truly strong. Song Zi attacked a second time from the front. Sun Jiang. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air, please step back, Senior Chu. Dai Chang obeyed the person's words and stepped aside, yielding the way. When Xiu flew out from behind him, let me deal with him. He pointed the sword in his hand forward and shouted, autumn water red sky, one color. Take my sword. Song Zi was surprised by his momentum and thought to himself, such strong killing intent. I might not be able to block this sword. He stood still, constantly reminding himself, but I cannot retreat. Behind me is Mo sect. I must protect Mo sect until death. Chen Song Zi, you must remember this. Song Zi's brow furrowed as he calculated in his head, if I throw a punch, I must advance without retreat. Only then can I break through tall mountains. Finally, he closed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and with all the strength in his body, called out, Master. Song Zi stared ahead, silently telling himself, calm. Unify thought and action. Advance directly. Invincible. He murmured in his mind, and an image of someone performing martial arts appeared before him. There is nothing that cannot be broken. A tall mountain ahead can be destroyed with one punch. This is the profound meaning of the heavenly illusion Divine Fist. Song Zi recalled that his master had taught him the entire heavenly illusion Divine Fist, his proudest technique. He secretly vowed, I cannot let master lose face. Song Zi raised one arm, heavenly illusion Divine Fist, first form. He shouted loudly, breaking mountain peak. Song Zi's fist directly confronted the sword blade of the person in front of him. When Xiu felt certain of victory and confidently declared, you've lost. But very quickly, a stream of blood unexpectedly gushed from his mouth. When Xiu painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand shattered into many pieces. Ugh! What? He collapsed in front of Song Zi as if all strength had left his body. How can this be? Grandma Long couldn't believe her eyes and asked herself, hidden sword Immortal Zhu when Xiu was defeated? How is that possible? Xiao Fu clenched his axe tightly, frowning as he thought, just one punch, breaking Zhu Wenxiu's sword. Just one punch. Damaging Zhu Wenxiu's spirit. His boxing technique was almost the same as before, but it also seemed a bit different. But where exactly was it different? Song Zi's face was bewildered, also disbelieving his own power. Is this the true might of the heavenly illusion Divine Fist? It's truly too powerful. Xiao Fu threatened. Little Taoist priest, you're a bit out of line. Tell me your boxing technique's incantations, and I'll spare your life. Song Zi heard his demand and scornfully cursed, you dare to dream of getting the cultivation method my master taught me, you shameless scoundrel. Xiao Fu's expression darkened, filled with murderous intent. You refuse a toast, but prefer a penalty drink? He swung his axe and lunged a few steps forward. Die! Grandma Long, seeing Xiao Fu had completely lost control, frantically shouted, are you serious? If you kill him, Chen Mo won't let us off. Seeing that her reminder had no effect, she turned and called out to the others, everyone, let's leave here first. Song Zi vaguely watched their frightened escape. Is something coming? At this moment, Xiao Fu launched an attack, chopping towards him. Forceful mountain split. Song Zi stood still, facing it directly. No matter what, I must use all my strength to deal with it. He raised both hands to the sky, activating his own power. River divide, huh? Song Zi's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized, no, my cultivation isn't enough. I can't block it, nor can I fight him off. He muttered to himself, to become a strong person, first I must have a tenacious heart. No matter what blocks my path, I must break through it. Song Zi's two fists were enveloped in a dark red flame. My master's teachings are etched in my heart, I must defeat you. He yelled loudly, come on. Xiao Fu curled his lips, looking at the person opposite him. Let's see if you can withstand my next move. He unleashed the move, forceful mountain split. Song Zi also used the heavenly illusion Divine Fist. The blade and the fists of the two clashed directly. A massive explosion occurred in midair, and the force of the impact sent both of them flying in different directions. Song Zi let out a weak sound, using his remaining strength to say, "Grandpa, Master, I'm sorry, your disciple tried his best." Chen Mo, who had arrived at some point, caught him. He smiled, praising Song Zi, "You did very well. Go to sleep. I'll handle the rest." Xiao Fu frowned, asking the person who had just appeared, "Who are you?" Chen Mo stood in front and introduced himself, "I am the master of the little Taoist priest you just bullied." Hearing him say that, Xiao Fu smiled, recognizing him. "Chen Mo, you are Chen Mo." De Truong aggressively threatened, "Hand over the treasure, and we'll spare your life." Grandma Long also added, "Chen Mo, hand over the treasure that activated the dragon vein. Otherwise, your small Mo sect will turn to dust today." Chen Mo calmly asked him in return, "The treasure that activated the dragon vein? What is that?" Xiao Fu, thinking he was clever, said, "Don't pretend. Without the treasure, how could you withstand the dragon vein's attack?" Grandma Long feigned kindness, advising, "A heaven-defying treasure like that is not something a small Taoist priest like you can possess." Xiao Fu saw that he had no reaction, so he raised the axe in his hand. "You stubborn fool, if you don't hand over the treasure, I'll kill you." While he wasn't paying attention, Chen Mo had already moved in front of him. "Then come on. Make your move." He shot a provocative look at him. "Kill me." Xiao Fu gritted his teeth in anger, but didn't dare to charge forward yet. He loudly assessed, "This kid is extraordinary. I actually feel afraid." Xiao Fu observed the person in front of him, then signaled to the other two, "Charge together." Grandma Long followed his words, waving her sharp-clawed hands. Humph! Both of them charged forward to attack at the same time. Hi-ya! De Truong on the side took out his weapon and planned. "Grandma, let my whip tie him up first." All three of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously, but Chen Mo remained motionless. De Truong's black rope wrapped several times tightly around him. "He's tied up." Xiao Fu joined him, flying into the air. "You're courting death, kid. Destroy Mo men for me." An extremely powerful slash struck down, making the ground beneath slowly crack and break apart. A cloud of white dust covered the entire area. Grandma Long closed her eyes, covered her mouth, and asked uncertainly, "We succeeded?" De Truong, standing nearby, noticed something and shouted loudly, "No, that's not right." He probed with his hand, "The whip is moving, he's not dead." Xiao Fu looked into the smoke, "He's still not dead?" He flew up and unleashed another full-force slash. Power cleaves Huashan. Chen Mo appeared in the hazy dust cloud, heavenly profound divine fist. His giant fist shattered Xiao Fu's axe blade. Mountain severing slash. Then he directly repelled both De Truong and Xiao Fu. Humph! Grandma Long's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. "Your strength." Chen Mo put his hands in his pockets and sighed, attempting to eliminate others and seize treasures. The four great ancient sects are deserving of punishment. Grandma Long went mad and lunged at him. "Ah! Die!" She screamed wildly, "I'll perish with you." Chen Mo emotionlessly extended his hand, a dazzling power converging in his palm. He fired a blast, and Grandma Long vanished into dust. "It seems you are the ones who will be destroyed." Chen Mo stood casually in front of Wen Xiu and threatened him. "Now, of the four great ancient sect masters, only you remain." Wen Xiu collapsed to his knees on the ground, staring blankly at Chen Mo and asking, "What exactly do you mean?" His face clearly showed a mix of worry and curiosity. Blood continuously flowed from Wen Xiu's mouth as he clutched his stomach and asked, "Why aren't you killing me?" Chen Mo simply gave a cold order, "Send word back to the four great ancient sects, the world's spiritual energy has recovered. Don't dream of monopolizing the cultivation world anymore." He smiled contentedly and declared, "This is the era of blooming wild flowers, the era of the dazzling and glorious Emperor Seat Star." Chen Mo firmly stated, just keep an eye on the Emperor's seat star. The structure isn't that small. I need to go home, arrange everything, and then I'll head out into the universe. No sooner had he finished speaking than he rushed towards the door. Seeing this, Wen Xiu called out, wait. Aren't you worried the four great ancient sects will seek revenge on you? He immediately turned around and, without hesitation, pointed directly at Wen Xiu, stating confidently, I, Chen Mo, fear no one. If you dare to come seeking trouble, I will personally visit your sect. The four great ancient sects won't even have a blade of grass growing. Chen Mo returned to Mo Men. He announced, everyone, I'm home. Chen Mo's mother quickly ran out. She happily rushed and hugged him, Mo, I missed you so much. Chen Mo hugged her, gently stroked her head, and softly replied, yes, I'm home. Chen Mo's father also came out to welcome him home. He said tearfully, it's good that you're back. Subordinates surrounded the room. Zhang Feng rushed out from among them to greet Chen Mo, Sect Master, you're finally back. We've all missed you dearly. He looked up, observing each person eagerly talking. Chen Mo thought to himself, so many people are no longer here. Those I liked, those I disliked, all have vanished into thin air in this chaos. A hint of unease and worry appeared in his thoughts. Chen Mo wondered, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. 1,000 or 10,000 years from now, how many people will still be able to reminisce with me? Then he answered himself, only junior sister. Chen Mo walked to another room. At the top was written, deepest condolences. Peeing. Chen Mo knelt with his head bowed before his grandfather's altar, but his mind was still immersed in thoughts of Luoli. After I go to the cultivation world to find junior sister and return, the Emperor's seat star will have undergone great changes. Everything will be the same, but everyone will have changed. Chen Mo clasped his hands sincerely, expressing his thoughts and intentions. Grandfather, I'm about to leave here. But don't worry, before I go, I will change this world so that Mo Men will have no worries in the future. Afterward, he went to Elder Song's room to tell the old man about his plans. Elder Song was surprised. Master is leaving? Chen Mo nodded, explaining, yes, I must go on this trip to the cultivation world. He carefully instructed the old man, after I leave, Mo Men will depend entirely on you. Elder Song disagreed with Chen Mo's words, thinking, how can I possibly do that? I am a foolish disciple. He gently patted Elder Song's shoulder and explained, the spiritual energy of the Imperial Star is so dense now, but I still haven't broken through to the Golden Core stage. Chen Mo encouraged the old man, you have already stimulated your potential. He bent down and said, it's time to change your cultivation method. Elder Song was confused, change? I think the current cultivation method is very good, it's just that I'm a foolish disciple. Chen Mo earnestly instructed, I will impart a cultivation method to you. It is TN10, a Taoist ultimate technique. I hope you cultivate it well and protect my Mo Men perfectly forever. Elder Song was finally moved by Chen Mo's strong will, and the old man firmly replied, all right, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. After imparting everything necessary, Chen Mo finally left the house at ease. He thought to himself, Elder Song is very trustworthy, he will surely cultivate the method I just taught him well. It's time for a trip to the capital. Chen Mo speculated, by now, things on the Grand Chancellor's side must be in chaos. Scene change. At this moment, the Grand Chancellor was very worried, tearing at his hair and sighing. Sigh, one trouble after another, he helplessly wondered, can't this world ever be peaceful? Then a close aide suddenly entered and reported, Grand Chancellor, a team of cultivators is approaching. While he was reporting to the Grand Chancellor, adding that everyone was a master, outside, those people had already quickly invaded the territory of Dai Lai. The close aides outside the city all had a gun in their hand. They vigorously pushed back the arrogant cultivators. One of them immediately spoke up, why are there so many? Another replied, they're all cultivators. Then another person among them took a loudspeaker and shouted, warning. You are now invading the territory of Dai Lai. Leave immediately, or we will open fire at once. The cultivators, far from being scared, confidently laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, they only have 3 golden core masters." The leader of the cultivators was Chow Lao. As soon as he invaded the city gate, he immediately gave an order. "A bunch of cowards, kill all their golden core cultivators." The scene shifted back to the conversation between the Grand Chancellor and his aide, as the aide carefully recounted the details to him. "Great Elder Hu, Gao Lu of the ancient martial arts clan has brought a team of cultivators, and they're now slaughtering on the front lines. We can't fight them." Hearing this, the great chief rushed to seek help, immediately calling Mo men. He had just spoken Chen Mo's name when the young man appeared in an instant, like a god. Chen Mo pushed the door open and said, "No need to call, I'm already here." The great chief immediately sprang up, joyfully saying, "Chen Mo, you're here? You've come at just the right time." The great chief anxiously asked Chen Mo, "So, what do you plan to do?" He calmly replied, "I already know what's going on. I'll go to the battlefield immediately." He was a bit worried about Chen Mo. "Are you going alone?" "Wait a moment, I'll summon a few people for you." He was about to turn and leave, but upon hearing the great chief summon more people, Chen Mo turned back and said, "You still don't trust me?" The great chief explained, "That's a team of cultivators." A trusted aide next to him added, "Grandmaster Chen will definitely be able to stop this incident, right?" Outside, chaos had erupted, and Chen Mo instantly appeared at the scene. Everyone was fighting each other. One of the cultivators was strangling a Great Li person, shouting, "Great Li has been wiped out. Those who surrender won't be killed." He struggled and retorted, "Great Li only has warriors who fight to the death, no soldiers who surrender." He furiously roared, still refusing to give up. "Then die." Just as he was about to strike, Chen Mo rushed in and punched him, sending him flying. The cultivator was hit fatally in the chest and immediately spat out blood. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're Chen Mo?" His gaze was firm as he asked, "Are these the people who are invading?" The other cultivators immediately surged forward, "How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Kill him!" Chen Mo effortlessly unleashed 3 moves, Duan Shan Yu, Kuan Jian He, and Zhen Qian Kuan, swiftly sending all of them flying. He was astonished by Chen Mo's power, wondering to himself, "A god has come to save us." Gao Lu, standing in the distance, saw him and was shocked, "That's Chen Mo." He immediately ordered the cultivators to charge, everyone, surround and kill Mo. The brawl quickly ensued, and those people consecutively unleashed their moves, striking directly at Chen Mo. Gao Lu laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha," he thought he had the upper hand and gloated, "The #1 master on the divine ranking, Master Chen, also couldn't withstand our combined attack." Suddenly, a strong light flashed around those people and exploded on the spot, and the explosion sent everyone surrounding him flying. Gao Lu was no exception. He was astonished. What was that? Chen Mo was completely unharmed. He slowly emerged from the white smoke. "How strong can you be? Can you be stronger than Q Tithe?" Gao Lu was not convinced. He continued to order, "All golden core masters, charge." The others had started to hesitate and didn't dare to act, but one of them spoke up to encourage, "Everyone, don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's just at the golden core stage. With so many of us, why should we be afraid of him?" Chen Mo rushed in front of him at lightning speed, proudly challenging them. "Is that so? Keep talking. Why don't you all just charge at me?" Immediately after, with just a flick of Chen Mo's hand, his body was split into 2 symmetrical halves. The faces of the remaining people instantly changed, and they screamed, "How terrifying! He's a devil!" Ignoring Gao Lu's orders, they hastily ran away, shouting, "He's a devil! Everyone, run away!" A close aide of Dai Lai spoke up, "We can't let them escape." He requested, "Master Chen is here, block them, and kill all these beasts who invaded our country." Chen Mo calmly pointed his finger and ordered, "With me here, just kill them. Kill every single invader." After that, Everyone charged forward simultaneously. Then, he placed his hand on his chest and declared boldly, "I am Dai Li's Chen Mo." Gao Lu was still very stubborn and said, "Chen Mo, well done. I'd like to see if you're truly invincible." Chen Mo looked him straight in the eye and asked, "You are Gao Lu, aren't you?" Then, without further words, he directly rushed at him with a punch. "Waste no more words, just die." Gao Lu remained calm. He quickly upgraded his body, immortal body, indestructible form. "Congratulations for witnessing my full power." Chen Mo witnessed the scene with astonished eyes. To be able to upgrade one's physical body to such an extent, he indeed has some skill. He carefully assessed Gao Lu's strength with his eyes. He's even stronger than Ma Tam Dao, and stronger than the woodcutter. He clenched his hand into a fist and shouted the name of the move he was about to unleash: Immortal Soul, Ancient Immortality, Eternal Existence, God-Slaying Fist. Chen Mo was no less formidable. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Suppress the universe." The two punches quickly collided, creating a massive shockwave. Everyone below screamed in chaos, "Ah, the shockwave is so strong." They reminded each other, "Don't get blown away." Naturally, in terms of strength, Chen Mo had the upper hand. Gao Lu was immediately sent flying by him. He couldn't resist and cried out, "Ah!" He exclaimed, "It's truly hard to believe." Chen Mo looked at Gao Lu lying motionless on the ground and said with doubt, "Is this your full strength?" He landed lightly, a bit disappointed. "I thought we'd have a world-shaking great battle." Chen Mo scoffed at him, "Is that all? So weak?" His faction immediately clamored, "Gao Lu is dead. What should we do now?" One of them replied, "Do we even need to ask?" He screamed, "Run!" Everyone immediately turned tail and fled in panic. A look of disdain appeared on his face, and he let out a cold laugh. "A bunch of ants." Chen Mo immediately swung his hand, sending each of them to meet their maker. He said smugly, "Go meet your boss." A young man from Dai Li's side watched him deal with those cultivators. He panted tiredly, "Humph." They looked at the scattered bodies on the ground. "It seems it's over now." But where did Master Chen go? At this moment, Chen Mo, enduring his tired body, hid in a secluded place. "No, my spiritual power is almost depleted, and my spiritual consciousness is overly damaged. I'm too exhausted." He leaned back against a rock, deep in thought. Perhaps all places in the world are in such chaos, all because the spiritual energy is recovering, and cultivators' cultivation levels are suddenly increasing. Chen Mo sighed, "No matter what, I have a responsibility here. I must find a way to reestablish order, so that ordinary people can live a peaceful life." His eyes seemed very resolute. He told himself, "This is Fushi's wish, and it is my mission." Another voice cut through his thoughts, "Found him. Master Chen is here." They asked him anxiously, "Master Chen, how are you?" Chen Mo replied seriously, "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Everyone smiled with joy. "It's good that you're fine. Dai Li is saved. With your guidance, Dai Li will surely become even more glorious." When Chen Mo saw those smiles, he unconsciously couldn't help but smile too, thinking to himself, "My goal isn't to guide anyone, but to make sure everyone can smile brightly like this." A glimmer of hope that had just flashed in his heart was immediately burned to ashes. 3 of them were suddenly engulfed in flames right before his eyes. Chen Mo's face instantly darkened. He was stunned, his mouth agape. Gao Lu was still alive. He laughed loudly and mocked him, "Ha ha ha, Chen Mo, aren't you very formidable? They were right in front of you, yet you couldn't protect them." His body gradually recovered. Gao Lu gloated, "How are these guys?" Chen Mo was seething with rage, shouting loudly, "Gao Lu." Gao Lu could see that he had no strength left, so he wanted to provoke Chen Mo even more. "I'm right here. Why don't you come and hit me? Can you even get up?" He suddenly stood motionless in place. His mouth seemed to want to say something. Gao Lu held his injured arm. He struck directly at Chen Mo's weak point. "You can't get up anymore, right? So you've met your match today?" He gnashed his teeth in helplessness. "No, it's no use. All my spiritual power has been exhausted. I can't move anymore. Gao Lu proudly declared, Master Chen will die by my hand today, haha. The people of Dai Lai nearby immediately retorted, we won't allow you to harm Master Chen. They stood in front of Chen Mo and declared, up until now, you've always protected us. Today, let us protect you this one time. Master Chen, please lead Dai Lai to become stronger. He had a premonition of something bad. What are you all trying to do? They didn't hesitate and rushed towards Gao Lu. The pillar of Dai Lai will forever stand tall, protecting Master Chen. Chen Mo worriedly shouted helplessly, come back, all of you, come back. They were no match for Gao Lu, each of them was easily dealt with by him. Get lost, a bunch of ants. Chen Mo furiously shouted, no. Then he shook his head and regained his composure. Chen Mo told himself, no, I can't fall into depravity. I can't become a demon like Yang Ding Tian, taking pleasure in killing. He was thrown backward to the ground. Gao Lu, standing not far away, continued to mock, is your body completely empty now, right? Ha 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 ha. He thought to himself, if I fall into depravity, the disaster that follows would likely be even greater than now. Suddenly, a small golden dragon appeared on his chest. Chen Mo was surprised, this is... He quickly pulled open his clothes to examine it carefully. This is dragon vein power. I can't believe my golden core can absorb a part of the dragon vein. The small golden dragon then escaped and transformed into a large dragon. Chen Mo continued to think, now it's starting to nourish my body. He excitedly spread his arms, this is the last remaining dragon soul. But it seemed his body couldn't continue fighting. He angrily clenched his fists, still no good. I can't even unleash the first stance of the profound God Fist, nor can I use the heaven-slaying sword. Chen Mo glanced at Gao Lu, but I don't care about that anymore. He desperately charged towards him, simultaneously shouting loudly, you all retreat. Leave this to me. They breathed a sigh of relief, Master Chen has recovered. We're saved. He charged forward and threw a punch. Gao Lu quickly erected a shield to block the attack. Chen Mo was thrown back by the shield. What was that? He smirked and repeatedly asked, how is it? Your body is depleted now, right? Why don't you use your divine void? He was thrown backward to the ground. Gao Lu, standing not far away, continued to mock, is your body completely empty now, right? Ha 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 ha. Tran Mak quickly stood up. Refusing to yield, he continued to swing his fists at the shield. He said, enough, no need to try and put on a show anymore. Chao Lao pointed at him and scoffed, without spiritual energy, you're just a piece of trash. He used the shield to knock him away once more, just obediently wait to die. They turned pale and worriedly kept asking, what's wrong with Master Tran? Master Tran isn't going to lose, is he? Tran Mak coughed violently, cough cough. He placed his hand on his chest and firmly declared, no matter what, I will not lose to you. Chao Lao stood confidently with hands on his hips and said, what's wrong? Did Tran Mak fall silent? At that moment, Tran Mak thought to himself, now he can only rely on his own strength to fight. He flashed a cold smile, as if preparing to do something. Good, today you are my best whetstone. He thought Tran Mak couldn't fight him anymore, so he threatened him with his endlessly mocking mouth. You, as you are now, are just an ordinary person. I can crush you like an ant right now. He immediately retorted, you've crushed me twice already, but I'm still here. Chao Lao lunged forward at light speed, shouting, I'll let you be arrogant. Tran Mak agilely dodged to the side, causing him confusion. What? Every punch Chao Lao threw was easily dodged by him. He angrily yelled, damn it, don't dodge. What kind of martial artist are you acting like? Tran Mak was silent for a moment, then he retreated, took 3 steps, and kicked Chao Lao directly in the neck, catching him off guard. Ugh! But that kick didn't cause him any pain. What? I don't feel any pain or itch at all. Then Chao Lao struck back with force. He relentlessly questioned, aren't you very powerful? Where's your mountain splitter? And your river cutter? Where's your heaven-slaying sword? Tran Mak stood still, enduring the blows until he spat out blood. He delivered the final blow and said disappointedly, so this is all you amount to? He stepped back and replied, do you want to taste my mountain splitter again? Chow Lao's eyes widened in surprise. What? Tran Mak continued to charge forward and fight him. As he defended, he exclaimed in surprise, you still have spiritual energy? His attack still felt like nothing. Chow Lao was confused, this. But it still doesn't hurt or itch at all. He knew he had fallen into a trap. He then burst out laughing, ha ha ha, you tricked me. There's no spiritual energy in your punches at all. Tran Mak smirked, but you're scared, and I just want to see your frightened expression. Chow Lao, hit where it hurt, immediately became enraged, you. He rushed towards him and loudly shouted the name of his move, River Cutter. Chow Lao's face turned pale as he urgently thought of a solution. No, if I continue to expend energy like this, my spiritual energy will also be depleted. Relying on sheer physical strength, I can't defeat him. After thinking for a moment, Chow Lao decided to risk everything. I'll wager all my spiritual energy on one fatal blow. He then lunged forward, preparing to strike, God-slaying fist. Exhausted, he was instantly sent flying. Pfft. Though flung far away, Tran Mak still struggled to get up. Chow Lao yelled, what's wrong with you? You didn't even die from that. Sweat covered his body. He was thoroughly tired and thought to himself, this is the terrifying aspect of the primordial immortal body. Even if I die, my body will be immortal, but this pain is real. Tran Mak then stood up and drew a sword. His previous attack completely drained his spiritual energy. He can't use defense now. Chow Lao couldn't believe his eyes. You still have strength? He loudly exclaimed, you monster. Tran Mak used his last bit of strength, gripping the sword tightly, and directly plunged it through Chow Lao's body. He screamed in pain, no. He secretly rejoiced, it's finally over. Both fell to the ground right there, and everyone cheered, hooray, we won. Master Chen won. We won, everyone will start a new life after. Chen Mo killed 10 golden core masters at Mount Mang, and over 1,000 cultivators. Everyone hailed him as the protector of Dai Lai, which is now recovering and rebuilding. The political situation also stabilized, and in a short time, Dai Li's international reputation rapidly ascended. The ancient martial clan, always at odds with Dai Lai and refusing to be controlled, finally surrendered. The number of disciples grew rapidly. Disciples from the 4 great ancient sects also successively sought refuge with Chen Mo, joining the Mo sect. He successfully established a new history. Under Chen Mo's leadership, will Dai Lai truly achieve outstanding success in this new world? Scene change. Chen Mo's mother stood worriedly in front of the door, calling, Xiao Mo. Inside his room, Chen Mo was cultivating day and night to upgrade himself. I've killed too many people, the malevolent energy in my heart keeps surging. He gritted his teeth resolutely, I must control myself, I cannot become a demon. Chen Mo was lost in thought, I could control Dung Din Thien, but who can control me? His mother's voice came from outside the door, Mo, are you okay? Worried, she directly opened the door and walked in. Chen Mo suddenly burst out in anger, no one is allowed to disturb me, which left her utterly confused. Mo. At this moment, he realized his mistake. I yelled at my mother again, that's not right. Chen Mo immediately spoke up, sorry, Mom, I'm fine. His mother grumbled, you haven't been out for a month. If you keep this up, you'll get sick. He ruffled his hair, I must stop this malevolent energy in my heart. Uneasy, she immediately reached out and touched his forehead, no fever, right? Your mind isn't broken either. Chen Mo smiled cheerfully and replied, I'm perfectly fine, how could my mind be broken? What kind of mother says that about her son? His mother sat down on the bed and gently chatted with him, even though you don't say anything, I've guessed a few things. She wholeheartedly comforted and encouraged Chen Mo, you've always been my pride, whether in the past or now." Those warm words filled with love. Remember, you're not fighting alone, there's also everyone else. Chen Mo, moved, bowed his head and replied, "Mom, thank you. I'm truly fortunate to have parents like you." He promised, "Mom, I will forever, forever, forever protect everyone." She also became happy again. "Then hurry up and get ready to go out for a bit. Everyone's waiting for you." He tidied himself up and left the room. Tung Tu had been waiting outside the room for a long time. "Sec Master Chen is out. Great, Master has come out of seclusion." Chen Mo thought to himself, "As a reincarnated person, I always felt disconnected from this world, but now I truly feel that this is my home, with family I can't let go of." He immediately asked the old man, "Chen Tung Tu, is Quinton still in seclusion?" Tung Tu quickly explained the situation. "Yes. Junior sister hasn't broken through yet. Does Master want to visit her?" Chen Mo shook his head and replied, "No. I shouldn't disturb her cultivation." Quinton was cultivating diligently day and night in another room. He suddenly fell silent for a moment, thinking, but peeking at her breakthrough for a bit wouldn't hurt, right? He carefully analyzed, this girl's cultivation talent is excellent. In a short time, she went from being a young lady to a powerful cultivator. On the other side, she suddenly exclaimed, what is this? Is it that I can't break through the shackles during the breakthrough process?" He unexpectedly asked, "I swear, could she still be using the body-forging pill before her breakthrough?" Quinton shyly replied, "Who would do such a thing?" She suddenly lost her balance and fell to the floor. He quickly asked, "Quinton, are you okay?" Chen Mo quickly approached her, "Let me go check." Quinton surprisingly called out, "Master." A red flame appeared in Chen Mo's hand. He was surprised to discover, this feeling is nirvana. Quinton became strange. She gasped for breath, gasped. Quinton's face flushed as she complained, "Master, your disciple is uncomfortable. Why did you only just arrive?" A moment ago, it was just a spell he created to peek at her cultivation. Chen Mo was actually still somewhere else. He worriedly shouted, "Quinton." Then he hurriedly ran to her side. Everyone who saw him like that wondered, why is Master Chen so angry? What happened? Xiao Tian sensed something unusual and quickly asked, "What exactly is this?" Yini immediately explained, "Quinton is still breaking through, and the surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth has already been absorbed." Hearing that, she worriedly said, "Quinton won't be in any trouble, will she?" Yini continued to reassure, "Don't worry, she's very strong." By this time, Chen Mo had arrived. He immediately asked about her condition, "Quinton, how are you feeling now?" After Quinton saw Chen Mo, her eyes brightened, and she happily said, "Master, you're finally back." Her weak body immediately fell into his arms. Quinton whined, "Please help your disciple, I'm so uncomfortable right now." Chen Mo spread his arms to support her and comforted her, "It's all right, don't be scared." He gently patted Quinton's head and said, "Let me lend you a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo was surrounded by flames. He slowly analyzed, "Perhaps she has a problem in her soul. Let me check." Chen Mo quickly realized her suffering, so hot, Quinton has been enduring such pain all this time. "I should have come to check earlier." The blazing flames dancing around him were a phoenix. Chen Mo was very surprised at this moment. This is a phoenix. Quinton's body actually contains the power of a phoenix. The phoenix suddenly shed tears and asked, "Master, do you love your disciple?" He remained silent for a moment after the unexpected question. The phoenix immediately flew away. Chen Mo, confused, asked, "Quinton, where did you go?" Knowing he couldn't just stand there and do nothing, he decided to transform into a dragon and chase after the phoenix. "It seems I need to subdue the phoenix power here." After resolving the issue for Quinton, Chen Mo suddenly felt lighthearted. Not only am I helping her cultivate, but the black mist remaining deep in my soul has also been completely burned away by this phoenix fire. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling his own body. Chen Mo felt very surprised. The resentment in my heart has completely disappeared. Quinton, your phoenix power is truly this strong. The phoenix within Quinton suddenly roared. A moment ago, she felt very tired, but now, upon opening her eyes, she felt an unusual comfort in her body. The phoenix in your disciple's body is much better now. Quinton immediately rushed into Chen Mo's arms and hugged him tightly. Master, thank you. Chen Mo gently replied, all right, your cultivation is complete now. He praised them. With you all in Mo sect, I feel more at ease. Time passed. 3 days later, the gates of Mo sect attracted more and more visitors. Tung Tu recounted everything to him. Now Mo sect has thoroughly grown stronger, and there's a constant stream of guests at the door. The old man led someone to him and announced, Master Zhu has come to visit. It was none other than Zhu Wenhu. He bowed his head hesitantly and spoke, before I. Chen Mo immediately stepped forward and patted his shoulder. There's no need to mention past matters. Instead of being angry, he asked kindly, your old injury hasn't fully healed, has it? Wenhu nodded and replied, yes, my body is a bit weak, still recovering. They both sat down to chat, and Chen Mo cheerfully responded, that's perfect, I have a pill here that can help you restore your body. He no longer stood on ceremony and replied, then I will accept it. After receiving the pill from Chen Mo, he put it in his mouth and swallowed it. His body immediately underwent changes. Wenhu exclaimed in surprise, a divine medicine. I feel that the injuries in my body have completely recovered. He continued, there's even some medicinal power left and used, which I've preserved in my body. Chen Mo replied with relief, that's good then. He then began to explain the pill to Wenhu. This pill is called the Healing Restoration Pill. It's only a 3rd grade one. Legend says that a 9th grade pill can even bring the dead back to life. He asked in surprise, does such a powerful medicine truly exist in this world? Chen Mo chuckled, do you know how big the universe is? He suddenly stood up and spoke sagely, just how big the universe truly is, even the most powerful immortal in the universe doesn't know. Wenxiu quickly voiced his thoughts. From what I see, your current cultivation level is already on par with an immortal's. Chen Mo humbly replied, no matter what, I'm just a cultivator, but there's another term, immortal cultivator. He slowly explained, Dezwa planet also once achieved outstanding accomplishments in the universe. However, later, its spiritual energy was depleted, and Dezwa planet declined. Immortal cultivators became mere cultivators. Chen Mo mused about the past, saying, in the past, even those with divine realm cultivation dared to claim invincibility. Even minor cultivators from the cultivation world dared to contend for Dezwa planet's power. Wenxiu realized something, so, Dezwa planet is actually a very weak place, isn't it? Chen Mo only gave a brief answer, the mediocre in the immortal cultivation world are like grains of sand. After hearing that answer, he looked disappointed, then it's truly laughable. Only now do I realize that I, Wenxiu, am not even as good as a frog in a well. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder, that's why I told you to go see the universe. On this Dezwa planet, struggles for power and prestige are truly too petty. Wenxiu understood Chen Mo's message. He firmly made a promise, I understand. I will definitely continue cultivating, and then I'll go to the universe. Chen Mo stated his request, it's not just you, I want you to do something big, and I hope I can get your help. Wenxiu was curious, what can I help you with? He immediately stated his desire, I want everyone in this world to start cultivating, so that cultivation no longer remains a privilege for worldly sections. Chen Mo's outpouring of desires left Wenxiu a little overwhelmed. I want you to help me build a team that completely obeys Dili, mobilizing the power of the 4 great ancient sections. Chen Songzi will complete this with you. He continued, under the governance of this team, anyone willing to cultivate can join. I will provide elixirs and magic tools that even ordinary people can use. After hearing all of Chen Mo's desires, he stood up and asked, is this an attempt to create an era where science and technology and cultivation coexist? He smirked and replied, I want cultivators to flourish in this world, springing up like mushrooms. Chen Mo grabbed Wen Xiu's arm and resolutely explained, of course, this will be your world. I will leave Dezhou planet later, and everything after that will no longer concern me. He replied with some hesitation, but you are the revered master of everyone on Dezhou planet. You are the one who started everything here. Wen Xiu believed that Chen Mo's thoughts and abilities far surpassed those of people today. He was very curious about Chen Mo's true identity. Can you tell me who you really are? He only replied, I am Chen, Dili Chen. After that, time continued to pass. Several months later, martial arts academies in various places were successively built and began enrollment. As long as one enrolled in a martial arts academy, all expenses would be paid by Dili. Additionally, Chen Mo also established the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, providing martial arts scriptures to outstanding students. Chen Mo reformed everything. Cultivators, male and female, old and young, formed a system, and non-cultivators could also return to peaceful days. He even had a monument built in his honor. Everyone, to thank Chen Mo for his contributions, also erected a statue for him. Not only that, there was also the supervisory team built by Chen Songzi and Zhu Wenxiu protecting everything. The Grand Elder was very curious why Chen Mo wanted to go to another universe. You built all of this. If you were willing, this world could be yours. Do you still have to go search for that ethereal, illusory future? Chen Mo happily replied, yes, I must go. He suddenly remembered something. Oh right, how's the restoration of the Miaojiang teleportation array coming along? He recounted the situation. The outer perimeter is almost repaired, but the true core still requires your personal touch. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded reassuringly and did not forget to instruct, after I leave here, remember to destroy the teleportation array until someone is able to reactivate it. The Grand Elder rested his hand on his chin, thinking, Chen Mo, Dili truly owes you too much. I am only filled with gratitude. He intended to leave but, hearing those words, inadvertently laughed loudly, haha, all right, I still have one more important thing to do now. Chen Mo had nothing left to do here. He turned his back and declared, finally, I will return order to this world. Scene shift, a towering skyscraper appeared amidst the dark night. Chen Mo sat alone at the top of the tower cultivating. He suddenly stopped and yelled, His image was magnified several times, appearing in the starry night sky. The people below exclaimed in surprise, hey, look quickly. There's someone in the sky, a giant. He solemnly introduced himself, I am Chen Mo, Dili Chen, then explained, perhaps everyone has noticed, the spiritual energy of Dezhou planet has recovered. Chen Mo carefully clarified, the world now might be a bit chaotic, but that's only temporary. He spread his arms, convincing everyone, as long as new rules are established, life in the future will be better than before. Today, I will teach you cultivation techniques. Then he was seen standing on a large cloud, performing various martial arts stances, so that you can all have a sword to protect yourselves well in troubled times. Whether male or female, old or young, everyone can learn with me. Everyone followed what he taught. Another person with hostile intentions, however, thought, a small Dili person dares to be the master of the whole world? It seems Dili must be razed to the ground. Scene shift to the Grand Elder's conference room. Everyone was buzzing with discussion in the meeting. Isn't Chen Mo just inviting hatred for Dili? Now, many people throughout the world who want to maintain the status quo all want to rush to Dili and declare war. One of them spoke up, demanding, perhaps we should hand Chen Mo over, to prevent Dili from bearing the entire world's wrath on his behalf. But another person disagreed with that demand, you're truly heartless. Dili has only survived until now because of Chen Mo, and now you're going to kick away the ladder? He immediately retorted, I'm thinking about the people of Dili. Then he looked towards the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, what do you think? Please say something. He calmly stated his opinion, I trust Chen Mo's decision. I believe Dili can reach a brighter future. The wrath of the whole world, huh? Let it come. I believe Dilly will surely surprise all of you. At that moment, during the day, at Mo Men, a voice announced, Sect Leader Chen, someone is looking for you. The visitor to Chen Mo was Dilip. The little boy from before was now an adult. Joe Dilip greets Master. Chen Mo immediately came to greet the boy, no need for formalities, come inside and sit down. Dilip replied, Thank you, Master. He meticulously observed Dilip and then exclaimed, Before, when I knew you, your strength was still ordinary. Now it seems you've become much stronger. The boy laughed loudly, Haha, you're giving me too much praise. Dilip began to recount his journey. Previously, this disciple went into the mountains to cultivate. Later, I encountered the recovery of the spirit energy of the Emperor Seat Star. My strength increased greatly, but at that time, I was trapped in the mountains and couldn't help Master. Chen Mo smiled and replied, You can't be blamed for matters of fate. The boy continued to explain, however, this time I've come to help you. I've also heard rumors that Master previously declared to the world, and I know that many people in this world are dissatisfied with Master. He curiously asked, So you still came to help me? Aren't you afraid of becoming a target of attack? Dilip resolutely replied, No fear. This time, I came here to join your ranks, to advance and retreat with you, Master. The boy clenched his fist and said, Just give me orders. Chen Mo suddenly stood up, Well said. It just so happens that I'm in need of assistance. Welcome to our team. Dilip joyfully and eagerly asked, That's great. Is it a team of cultivators? He shook his head and replied, No, it's a team of ordinary people. Come with me, you'll understand when you see. Then Chen Mo led Dilip outside to see. The boy's expression was curious mixed with excitement. Master, what exactly are we seeing? He just laughed loudly, haha. Chen Mo took Dilip's hand and pulled him aside. Look, isn't this amazing? The boy was astonished by the scene before his eyes. Below them was a squad, wearing advanced-looking armor. Chen Mo explained, These are controlled by elixirs. They possess the power of cultivators, allowing ordinary people to use magical artifacts. A figure emerged from the thick smoke. It's been a long time coming. It was Jessius. He held a hammer and laughed loudly, saying, Ha ha ha, I, Jessius, king of the south, will make Dilly submit to my feet once more. Jessius loudly provoked, Come and fight. Before he could finish speaking, the deadly squad quickly piloted their robots, charging towards Jessius. He tightly gripped the hammer in his hand and uttered disdainful words, Don't think wearing armor can deal with me. The gap between cultivators and ordinary people is like heaven and earth. Their robots immediately sent Jessius flying. He was bewildered and couldn't dodge in time. What is this? Jessius was thrown backward and fell into a pile of rocks there. He couldn't believe his eyes and said, How is this possible? These scrap heaps can injure me, Jessius? On the other side, Chen Mo and Dilip were observing the battle through a computer screen. He praised, Well done. Fortunately, your mecha training helped. Chen Mo turned his head, satisfied, and said, I'll record your merits when we return. The boy standing behind him only replied with a smile, Haha. Dilip rubbed his head shyly and replied, To be honest, from the beginning, I wasn't confident in your idea. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Dilly people piloted their robots, overwhelming Jessius. They shouted back at his words, Ordinary people can also become cultivators in this era. Jessius couldn't fight back. He screamed and ran away quickly, Help! Jessius loudly called for help, Murat, save me! The team of ordinary people, seeing Murat hovering in the distance, quickly asked, What is that? It wasn't just her. Many more people were arriving from behind. They coordinated with each other, so many cultivators. We must retreat immediately. Murat, from above, mocked him, How ridiculous, Jessius! She quickly descended to the ground. Murat showed disappointment, I can't believe you were defeated by two ordinary people. Jessius immediately approached to explain, I have my reasons. While the two conversed, the team of ordinary people had quickly retreated. He gave various excuses. You don't know, their mechas have many defensive formations and countless offensive formations. I really. Murat only replied, are those your last words? Without hesitation, she directly disintegrated Jessius into dust. He still didn't understand what was happening. What are you doing? Murat mercilessly eliminated him immediately. Humph, losers don't say anything. Leave the rest to us. The scene shifted to the forest on the other side. A subordinate spoke up, Elder, Dali is currently fighting forces in the south. Let's fish in troubled waters. He immediately ordered his troops to advance. Okay, everyone charge. Wealth and women belong to the brave warriors. Duk Lap, through the surveillance screen, discovered they were approaching. He sighed, more people are coming to the forest again. Duk Lap quickly ordered a team out. I command the entire army to attack. They were terrified by the immense power of the team, the people. The elder spoke up to reassure them, it's all right, everyone, just form your formation first. The robot controlling team suddenly attacked first with cannon fire. Invaders, taste this. The elder immediately ordered a shield to be erected. Block it. Your cannon fire can't hurt us. The cannon fire kept raining down, but they were unharmed because they were surrounded by a magical shield. He laughed triumphantly, ha 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 ha, you mortals are just mortals. How can you break through our supernatural army? Suddenly, a large missile was launched, heading straight for them. One of them spoke up, Elder, a missile is coming this way. He was very confident in the shield and said, it's fine, nothing can break it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the missile flew towards them and immediately exploded. The shield was quickly destroyed and disappeared. The elder panicked and reprimanded, what happened? Who didn't properly set up the defensive formation? The subordinate stepped forward to explain, it's not a defensive error. That cannon fire carried spiritual power and broke through our formation. Hearing that, his face darkened, spiritual power on cannon fire? How can this be? Since their shield had disappeared, they could no longer block the attacks from the robot controlling team. They screamed in panic, more cannon fire is coming. Get into the forest. He looked into the forest and ordered, everyone, go into the forest, unaware that someone was already ambushed there. They're here. Everyone immediately rushed out. The commander said, we've been waiting for you. Everyone, charge. Everyone simultaneously charged after his command, kill all invaders, don't miss a single one. The elder was still stubborn and couldn't believe his eyes. Dali couldn't possibly have developed so quickly. Absolutely impossible. He suddenly shouted, I know. Perhaps you have a fully armed force, right? You want to defeat us quickly. The elder yelled out his speculations, you're just cannon fodder. Watch me annihilate all of you here. Chen Mo suddenly appeared and replied, you only guessed half of it. He wasn't alone, for more people were accompanying him from behind. Chen Mo proudly stated, it's true that we don't have many people, but none of us are cannon fodder. The elder angrily launched an attack, I think you are the cannon fodder. His attack, upon reaching Chen Mo, suddenly dissolved into thin air. The elder was surprised, how can this be? He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to charge, whoever offends my Dali must be killed. Kill him for me. Duk Lap quickly rushed forward to attack him, while the others annihilated the rest of the group. Murat observed Duk Lap from a distance and mistook him for Chen Mo. He looks quite formidable. Is he Chen Mo of Dali? Murat threw a fireball at him. Duk Lap yelled, whoa. She pointed at him and asked, are you Chen Mo? You all look the same, I can't quite tell the difference. Murat slowly approached him, but it doesn't matter, who you are isn't important. Then she grabbed Duk Lap's hand and used her enchanting skill. After all dead people are the same. He realized something strange. Why can't I move? She opened her mouth, intending to bite Duk Lap. Die, my love. Just as Murat was about to achieve her goal, Chen Mo suddenly appeared and slapped her to her senses. Excuse me for a moment. He warned, "Be careful, her weapon is enchantment." She clutched her face, which bore his 5-finger mark, and shouted, "So you're Chen Mo? Fine then, die all of you." Chen Mo, unperturbed, took out his phone and said, "Then wait for me to finish this call first." "Great Elder, have all matters been handled?" "Good, I understand. I'll inform the people up front." He asked Marat, "Perhaps you all launched a sneak attack with your best aides, right? Harboring the intention of a decisive victory. Are there no people left at home?" She didn't understand what Chen Mo was saying and immediately replied, "What do you mean?" Marat, confused, said, "What exactly are you talking about?" The subordinate quickly announced, "Elder, our capital city has already been occupied by Dali." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The elder turned to inform her, "Marat, our base has been infiltrated." Chen Mo said with satisfaction, "Driving you mad enough to invade is just the beginning. This outcome is what I want." Time flew by, and 3 years later, the world returned to peace. Dali firmly stood at the peak of this world. A special event was about to unfold, and Chen Mo was also about to face his most important alchemy session. He led Qingqing to a large cauldron and instructed, "Wait a moment, you must follow my command. There must be absolutely no mistakes." Chen Mo emphasized again, "Understood?" She replied, "Yes, master." The sun was slowly rising. He excitedly said, "The sun has appeared." Chen Mo faced the sun and began to gather energy, converging the sun. He looked down at his hand, enveloped in a purple mist. "This is the purple chi of Eastern purple chi, isn't it?" Chen Mo began to compress that energy into a spherical mass, then further compressed it into an energy orb. After all the steps, the orb transformed into a medicinal pill. He sighed in relief. It finally transformed into a purple medicinal pill. Next, he threw the medicinal pill into the large cauldron in front of him and said, "This is also the pill guide." Chen Mo then ordered Ding Tian, "Yang Ding Tian, use thunderclouds." He nodded and replied, "All right." The sky gradually darkened. Ding Tian brought forth many thunderbolts to the cauldron. Humph, humph. Chen Mo continued to take out various herbs, then placed the valuable collected herbs inside. He directly threw all the herbs into the cauldron. "All right, collect." Next, Chen Mo ordered Qingqing, "Qingqing, unleash the phoenix fire." She quickly extended her hand and unleashed a large flame. "Understood." Chen Mo stood beside Qingqing, observing. He excitedly looked into the cauldron, thinking, "This way, what I want will soon be ready." Suddenly, the cauldron exploded. Chen Mo was confused. What's happening? The purple medicinal pill he had put in earlier was now floating in midair, that is. He jumped up to catch it. After a moment of observation, Chen Mo concluded, "This is a 5th-grade medicinal pill." Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, "A 5th-grade medicinal pill? If this gets out..." Chen Mo sternly instructed, "This matter must be kept absolutely confidential, or it will cause chaos." Shi and Ding Tian immediately replied, "Don't worry, master." Suddenly, a wave of pressure arrived. He quickly sensed it. Something's happening. Chen Mo looked up at the sky. A very strong pressure was coming from the sky. The pressure was so strong that it made Qingqing and Ding Tian collapse. They asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I move? Such immense power." Chen Mo thought in surprise, "Even they can't withstand this power. In this world, only my master could do this." As he thought of his master, he realized, "Master, have you finally come to find your disciple? In my previous life, it was probably at this time that Emperor Donghua Immortal found me, took me to cultivate, and even married off his junior sister to me." Chen Mo immediately stopped thinking and shouted, "Master, your disciple is here. It's Chen Mo." He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "Once I meet you, I will definitely tell you everything I've accomplished in this life. You'll be proud of your disciple." The pressure gradually disappeared, leaving Chen Mo confused. Why is the power getting weaker and weaker? He stood alone, calling out to his master in vain, "Master." He rushed over to ask, "What happened?" The pressure from earlier seems to be gone. Chen Mo was disappointed in himself. He knelt on the ground and said, "Master has left Emperor Seatstar. Is he not coming for me anymore?" Ching was very worried about him. Chen Mo, who had always been so strong, was now in tears, thinking he had been abandoned. He repeatedly lamented, "Your disciple is here. Why didn't Master find me? Doesn't he know me anymore? Why didn't he take me with him?" She gently approached him and asked, "What's wrong, Master? What happened just now? Was that your master?" He immediately threw himself into Ching's arms, sobbing like a child, and replied, Master doesn't want me anymore." He thought to himself, with Master's strength, he could scan Emperor Seatstar with his divine sense and see everything instantly. He didn't fail to find me, he chose not to take us. She quickly patted Chen Mo's back to comfort him. "It's all right, your master will definitely need you." Thanks to Ching, he felt better. "Thank you, Ching. I feel much better now." Then he proposed, "I plan to actively seek out Master. You should come with me too." Chen Mo then harbored many doubts. Perhaps Master has changed too. My reincarnation has changed so many things. So where is junior sister Luoli? Does she still love me? Without further thought, his eyes became resolute. No matter what, I must see her again. If she doesn't choose us, I will actively go find her. Transitioning to the Miao border region, Chen Mo's parents and the Dali people came to see the three of them off. He asked, "Are you really just leaving like this?" His mother couldn't hold back her tears, bursting into sobs at having to part with her precious son. Hoo. His father hugged her close and waved, instructing, "Mo heir, be careful on your journey." Chen Mo looked at them and sadly thought, "I don't know how many years this journey will take, but I will always remember all of you." He turned back, reluctantly standing by the space gate. "Goodbye, Emperor Seatstar." Suddenly, another voice called out. Kuyu rushed over, shouting, "Wait for me." Ching was surprised. "You are?" A strange light sucked in Chen Mo, Kuyu, Ching, and Ding Tian, taking all four of them to another place called Heaven's Revelation Star. He walked over, placed a hand on her shoulder, and asked, "And Kuyu, why did you follow us here too?" Kuyu stammered, "Oh." Ching stood nearby and yelled, "We're going to the cultivation world. Do you know how dangerous it is here? Why didn't you stay on Emperor Seatstar?" She closed her eyes tightly and yelled, "I don't want to stay on Emperor Seatstar. I just borrowed the teleportation array for a bit, and you don't need to control me." Then, Kuyu was seen storming off. "We'll each go our own way, and no one controls anyone else." Chen Mo worriedly called out to her, "And Kuyu?" Ching said, "Just let her go." She got annoyed and asked herself, "Why am I so angry? Is it wrong for me to leave you all?" Kuyu calmed down and thought, "In any case, I need to get out of this desolate place first." Before her, a girl was sitting alone, playing a zither lost in thought. Kuyu excitedly said, "Someone. I can go ask around a bit." That girl was Yuan. Kuyu shyly approached and spoke, Kuyu politely greeted her, "Hello, I want to ask for directions." Yuan just remained silent, not bothering to answer. She thought to herself, "This woman looks a lot like someone from Emperor Seatstar. I wonder if we speak the same language." Kuyu continued to explain, "I'm lost. I want to ask you how to get down the mountain," but Yuan remained silent. She thought, "No reaction? Do I need to offer some money?" Then Kuyu quickly took out a bill and offered it to her. This is just a small token." She solemnly presented a 100 denomination bill. "I won't let you help for nothing." The moment Yuan saw the bill, she finally reacted, "This kind of paper. It's exactly like the paper the important person left when they met the village chief last time. Could it be?" She immediately knelt down, bowed her head, and explained, "This humble girl was impolite. Please forgive me, Immortal." Kuyu was confused, not understanding what was happening. She quickly replied, "Sister, what are you doing? Please get up quickly. Yuan's face turned pale. At this moment, she introduced herself. This humble girl's name is Yuan. I already have someone I like. I don't want to bear children for Lu Dezhuang. I beg you, Immortal, please let me go back. Seeing Yuan like that, Kuyu had a bad premonition. Although she didn't know the specifics, it sounded like a bully was tormenting a young girl. I can't just ignore this. She helped Yuan up and asked, what exactly happened? Tell me, I can't just leave you alone. Yuan immediately burst into sobs and told Kuyu everything. Not long ago, 2 cultivators from the Starlight sect came to our village. They were looking for her everywhere to warm their beds. I didn't comply, and they wouldn't let me go home. Her kind nature surged within her. Kuyu patted Yuan's shoulder and said, so you're saying many other girls were also taken? Let's go, take me to their camp. Yuan asked curiously, why? She immediately replied, to rescue them, of course. How can you only care about escaping yourself and not care about your sisters? She hesitated and explained, but they don't want to leave. Kuyu didn't believe her and demanded that Yuan lead her to that place. How can a captured woman not want to escape? You, take me away quickly. At this moment, Tran Mac and Quinn Ton were observing from the side. She spoke, still worried about her. Look at her. Even if there's no trouble, she'll find trouble for herself. He sighed and replied, sigh, but we can't just ignore her. Let's go, follow, and see what happens. Nguyen quickly led Kaduya to the place where she was once imprisoned. It's right there. She used all her strength to stop Kaduya. It's better not to go, they are very powerful. She reassured Nguyen, don't worry, I'm also very powerful. She only gave a few instructions, wait for me to rescue them, then we'll escape together. After that, Kaduya quickly ran inside the stone cave, you just wait for me outside. As soon as she stepped in, she heard the voice of another girl, Lord Immortal. Another male voice replied, ha ha ha, I'm here. Kaduya's face darkened. She gripped the knife tightly in her hand and slowly approached the Lord Immortal. You bully who harasses women, I'll deal with you first. Kaduya immediately rushed forward without hesitation and stabbed him with the sharp knife. She yelled, die. The girl who had been with him witnessed the entire scene. She frantically called out, Lord Immortal. Kaduya reassured her, it's all right now, you can go home. She immediately screamed loudly, someone's dead. Someone killed the Lord Immortal. Everyone, come quickly. Kaduya said, confused, what's going on? I saved you. The people of Tinlan sect quickly appeared and apprehended her, capture her. Another beautiful woman has come to our doorstep. Capture that woman. Tran Mac, Quinn Ton, and Din Tien outside had heard everything. She then mocked Kaduya. She said she didn't need anyone to manage her. She truly only causes trouble for others. He just smiled and ordered, Duong Din Tien, go deal with it. Don't kill everyone, leave one alive to question. He nodded and replied, Tran Mac observed Din Tien and secretly thought to himself, ever since he cultivated demon arts, he seems to have completely lost himself. But he still listens to commands, which is useful. Kaduya was tied up and unable to move. Another perverted man looked at her with greedy eyes. What a beautiful figure. Much more beautiful than the girls in the village. How about we? Before he could finish, another minion rushed in to report, boss, over there. She struggled and yelled, let me go right now. His good deed was suddenly interrupted. He turned back and asked, what now? Before he could understand what was happening, Din Tien suddenly appeared, raising his fist, die. He only managed to utter one word, what? Tran Mac immediately arrived. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, all right, keep this one alive to ask a few things. Tran Mac sat cross-legged on a chair. He calmly demanded, if you don't want to die, answer truthfully. Are you from the Tinlan sect? He trembled and quickly replied, "Yes, I am an elder responsible for managing the outer disciples of the Tin Lawn sect." He excitedly responded, "Then tell me about the Tin Lawn sect and that other planet." He, wanting to save his pathetic life, immediately revealed everything without thinking. The Tin Lawn sect is the actual controller of Tien Kai planet. Recently, they opened a teleportation array, saying they wanted to conquer a low-level planet. He confessed the entire story without missing a single word. "We are only responsible for guarding the array here and waiting for news. But those who left haven't returned. This place, even if it is abandoned." Tran Mac's face darkened upon hearing this. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "Luckily, I told them to destroy the teleportation array. If the Toa planet develops for a few more years, it can surely contend with these planets." Next, Tran Mac began to ask for more details. "How do other cultivation planets compare to this place?" He frowned and replied in alarm, "How would I know that? To go to another planet, the teleportation fee is at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. I wouldn't be able to save up that much in my entire life." He put his hand on his chin and pondered for a moment. "So, the common currency here is spirit stones. But the Toa planet has been depleted of spiritual energy for so long, this item isn't seeing much." Tran Mac thought, "Although I brought some jade stones, they probably count as poor here." He continued to explain, "The elders above us in the Tin Lawn sect have unfathomably profound cultivation. They might have reached nascent soul peak, or even the transformation god stage." He sternly shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" He immediately bowed his head in fear and replied, "Dare not, dare not. Am I not just telling you everything I know?" After obtaining the necessary information, Tran Mac stood up and said, "All right, thank you for telling me so much. Then let's end it here." He thought he had escaped danger and respectfully bid him farewell. Then, "Farewell, Lord Immortal." He just gave a cold smile. "Indeed, it's time to send you off." After that, he directly sent him to meet the King of Hell. Tran Mac ordered, "Search this place and take anything useful." Gwen Tan immediately replied, "Yes." Ka Duyet stood nearby, about to call out, "Tran." After that, she quickly reconsidered. "Tran Mac came here to save me. Can I still continue to go with him?" After a moment of internal struggle, Ka Duyet decided to leave the cave alone. "No, I must be independent." Gwen had been waiting there for a long time. "Lord Immortal, are you all right?" She recounted, "I saw someone go in there again." Ka Duyet happily replied, "I'm fine. Don't call me Lord Immortal. My name isn't Ka Duyet." She shyly asked, "It's just that. Could you let me stay for a while? I have nowhere else to go right now." Gwen enthusiastically replied, "No problem. Please come and stay at my house, Lord Immortal." She turned back to look at the cave and secretly thought, "Sorry, Tran Mac, I don't want to cause you any more trouble." Inside the cave, the three of them were busy rummaging around, searching for valuable items. Gwen Tan spoke up, "It's empty in here." Tran Mac also added, saying that apart from a few broken spirit stones, everything else was trash. A voice rang out, attracting his attention, "Lord Immortal." Three tied-up girls huddled in a corner, scared. They spoke one after another, "All the lords just died. What will happen to us? Please spare us." Tran Mac stood before them and explained, "You were captured, weren't you? Don't be afraid, everything's fine now." The girls curiously replied, "Fine? So we don't have to bear children for Elder Lu anymore, right?" "That's right, we came here to have children with the Lord Immortal. If we go back like this, will it be okay? My parents will scold me." Gwen Tom wondered, "Why are you so unenlightened here? You don't want us to save you, do you?" Tran Mac then pointed to the pile of glass items and said, "These things are useless to me. But for you, they might be quite valuable. Take them home, your family won't say anything to you anymore." Hearing that, they were overjoyed. "That's great. Thank you, Lord Immortal." He urged them, "Quickly take them and go home." When the matter was settled, Tran Mac led Gwen Tan and Din Tien out of the cave. "We should go too." She asked curiously, "They keep calling us Lord Immortal. Does that refer to cultivators?" He simply replied, "It seems so. Perhaps it's the customary way of addressing people here." Next, Tran Mak was seen spreading his arms, feeling the air in this place, but the spiritual energy here is much stronger than on Detoa 10. Gwen Tan offered her opinion and retorted, "But seeing how unenlightened the common people are here, and so many girls lacking self-respect." Tran Mak agreed with Gwen Tan, "You're right." He rubbed his head, looking troubled. "Sigh, we can't change this world either." She suddenly called his name, Tran Mak. Gwen Tan was very perceptive. She always encouraged him, "I believe you can do it. You've already changed Tran Mak." The three of them stood on a high rock. Tran Mak looked down below and said, "If not, then let's try." The three of them stood on a high rock. Tran Mak looked down below and said, "If not, then let's try." The three of them continued to move forward. Gwen Tan provided an analysis. According to the current information obtained, there are two ways for people here to join a cultivation sect. She listed the solutions one by one. One is to be taken to Truong Lak Farm in the town from a young age to test their innate talent. If they have talent, they will be kept for cultivation. That was just the first option. She continued to present the second option. The other way is to rely on paying money to join a new sect. Tran Mak pondered for a moment after hearing this. Although the main power on Tien Kai Tin is the Tin Lan sect, some remote areas also have other factional forces. His gaze drifted into the distance. Of course, this is a remote area. Tran Mak led the two to an unfamiliar but very grand place. For example, this Lak Fong town is under the management of the Ota sect. Gwen Tan was curious, "Are we going to join the Ota sect?" He nodded and explained, "Although I also thought about directly joining the Tin Lan sect. But that might draw too much attention." She looked around, searching, "So where is this Ota sect?" Tran Mak unexpectedly turned to reply, "The Ota sect is right in front of us." In front of him, he only saw the fat guy, Pang Xie, sound asleep, snoring deeply. Tran Mak went over to wake him up. "Pang Xie, don't sleep anymore." Pang Xie woke up with a sleepy face. "What's wrong?" He immediately got straight to the point, "We need some help." He heard that and his eyes lit up. Business is booming. Then he warmly welcomed them. "Hello, big brother, big sister." Pang Xie stood up abruptly and asked, "Do you want to be clients, or do you want to be bosses?" Tran Mak, not understanding, asked, "What do you mean? How does that work?" He looked very excited and continuously asked questions. "I see your appearance. You're from some sect, right? Have you been annihilated? Do you need our help for revenge?" He replied curiously, "So you take on such jobs?" That's what clients are, using money to eliminate others. Tran Mak didn't beat around the bush and asked for the price. "How much does it cost to annihilate a sect?" Pang Xie replied, "Well, that depends on the sect. The price ranges from 500 to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." He laughed heartily, "Haha." Then he asked a probing question, "What if we want to control a major sect like a planet's?" He heard that and immediately changed his demeanor, angrily shouting, "What? What kind of talk is that? Are you here to cause trouble?" Tran Mak quickly waved his hands to explain, "No, I was just kidding, don't mind it." Pang Xie slammed his hand on the table, lecturing him on how to behave. "You can eat casually, but you can't talk carelessly. Don't you know the saying, trouble comes from the mouth?" Tran Mak humbled himself and pleaded with him, "Please don't be angry." "So what does boss mean?" Pang Xie seriously explained, "Boss of course means joining our sect, the Auto sect. But with your appearance, we won't recruit you, you'll only bring trouble to the sect." He immediately took out 2 rare spirit stones and tried to negotiate. "Don't say that, I was just kidding. This is a small token of my sincerity." Pang Xie, not knowing they were good items, immediately yelled, "What is this? Are you messing with me? You're insulting me with 2 old stones?" Tran Mak had already anticipated Pang Xie's reaction. Indeed, spiritual jade stones are truly rare on Emperor's Throne Star. These cultivators here barely recognize them. He lost his patience and immediately told the 3 of them to leave. "Get out. Are you making fun of me?" He continued by taking out a large bag full of spirit stones and asked, "What do you think these are?" Pang Xie took the bag and carefully examined it. He had never seen so many spirit stones and exclaimed, "Holy cow, these are real." Pang Xie's expression immediately did a 180. He happily said, "You must be from a major sect, right? So generous. I'll accept this then." His greed didn't stop there. Pang Xie continued to demand more money. "The price is 1 spirit stone per person, and I'll take you to the auto sect." Tran Mak replied, puzzled, "Didn't I just give you spirit stones? These should be enough, right? Why are you asking for more?" He immediately clutched the bag tightly and replied, "That was a token of respect for me. The entrance fee has to be calculated separately." Kui Tan became furious upon hearing that. "What? You're utterly unreasonable." Ding Tian's expression also changed. "Humph." Tran Mak quickly intervened, "You don't need to be rude, let me talk to him." He walked up to him and held out his hand for the bag. "Pang Xie, give me back my spirit stones." Pang Xie quickly hid the bag. Then he slammed 4 fake spirit stones onto the table with an arrogant attitude. "Here, take them back, you poor trash." Just by looking at the appearance of the 4 spirit stones scattered on the table, Tran Mak knew they weren't real. He pretended to think, then replied, "Pang Xie, that's not right. These spirit stones are clearly fake." He became furious and incessantly shouted, "What's not right? Where is it not right? Do you still want to cause trouble? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all." Tran Mak just silently curled his lips into a sneer. Just a small cultivator in the transformation realm can put on such airs. Pang Xie was about to lay hands on him. Die. Of course, he was no match for Tran Mak. He just lightly punched Pang Xie in the face, sending him flying backward. "Just relying on you?" he cried out in pain. "Ah." Pang Xie clutched his punch die, still boasting, "You dare to hit me." Then Pang Xie was seen taking out something. "Watch me summon my brothers to beat you to death." Tran Mak didn't let him do anything. He walked over and punched Pang Xie in the face again, calling for backup. "Huh?" Tran Mak became like a different person compared to his earlier words. He beat Pang Xie to a pulp. "Take that for trying to swindle my money." Kui Tan said speechlessly, "Earlier, you said not to be rude, but you're having quite a fun time hitting him, aren't you?" He was beaten until his mouth bled. Pang Xie quickly spoke up and handed over the bag. "I'll give it back to you. It's in the drawer, please don't hit me anymore." Tran Mak then went to open the drawer in the table. He replied, satisfied, "That's better." He looked worried and requested Tran Mak, "Don't take it all. There are dozens of my own inside." He used Pang Xie's earlier words to reply, "Then consider it a tribute to me." After retrieving the bag of spirit stones, the 3 of them left the place together. Din Tian spoke up and asked, "Where do we go next?" He happily replied, "Didn't we just pass the Lac Fong restaurant? Let's go have a big meal." Pang Xie was left behind, grinding his teeth, clenching his fists, furious. "Just you wait." The 3 of them went into a nearby restaurant together. Tran Mak asked with concern, "But what do you all want to eat?" Kui Tan then sighed, reminding him, "Oh dear, don't forget our purpose. You've offended him, we're afraid we won't be able to join the auto sect." He calmly smiled and reassured her, "It's fine, we can get in." Kui Tan was confused, "What do you mean? If he doesn't come looking for trouble with us, we should already be grateful." In fact, everything was part of Tran Mak's plan. I hope he does come looking for trouble. Think about it, he'll definitely bring the most powerful people from the auto sect to deal with me, right? Only then did she understand his intention. "So that's it, you want to show your strength so those big shots can see it." As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Xie's voice was heard, "It's them." He led the boss named Dai Hai and 2 others. Pang Xie pointed at Tran Mak and tattled, "Boss, they're the ones who hit me." He spoke with a mocking tone, "Pang Xie, coming to pay your respects to me again?" Dai Hai growled, interrogating them, "You bullied my younger brother and stole 100 spirit shards from him. Kuyan angrily stood up and retorted, "Don't try to deceive people. We didn't take that much from him at all." After witnessing her beauty, he blushed and chuckled, then negotiated, "Humph, indeed a beauty. If you come with me, I'll only take 50 shards from you all, how about that?" Tran Mak stood up to intervene. Men's business should be handled by men. Why should a girl have to step forward? Dai Hai said contentedly, "Well said, if you're a man, you should fight." Pang Xie, standing nearby, reminded him, "Right? Big brother, don't underestimate him, he's very powerful." He asked in surprise, "He's that powerful?" He pointed to the wound on his face and replied, "My face was hit by him." Tran Mak instructed Kuyan and Din Tian, "You two are not to touch them. I'll handle it." She stood with her arms crossed, saying nothing. He stepped in front of them and provoked, "I'm in a hurry, all of you come at me at once." Dai Hai angrily shouted, "What?" He laughed loudly, "This is what you asked for." Then he ordered his henchmen to charge. The brothers rushed forward together. Dai Hai and his henchmen simultaneously charged. He loudly ordered, "Kill him." Tran Mak didn't even lift a finger and instantly sent them flying. "Scram!" Dai Hai exclaimed in surprise, "Divine Realm. Who exactly are you?" He calmly introduced himself, "My name is Tran Mak. I just want to join the auto sect to find a backer, that's all. What do you all want to do?" Pang Xie, standing nearby, shouted at him reproachfully, "If you're a Divine Realm Master, why didn't you say so earlier?" He then went up to Pang Xie and yelled, "At a time like this, you're still blaming others?" He was scolded by his boss and awkwardly replied, "I also." Dai Hai's attitude changed immediately. He turned back and quickly explained, "Brother, this was all just a misunderstanding. This younger brother of mine deserved to be beaten, I will apologize on his behalf." Pang Xie then humbled himself and knelt before Tran Mak, "Please, young brother, don't stoop to my level. Please forgive me this time." He was very surprised that things didn't turn out as imagined. So simple? Much more straightforward than I had predicted. Dai Hai said warmly, "Young brother, rest assured. With me, Tran Dai Hai, here, I'll take care of your entry into the sect, you won't need to spend a single penny." He continued to turn to Kuyan to apologize, "My sister-in-law is very beautiful. I was rude earlier, please forgive my indiscretion." She was confused, "Huh?" When Kuyan heard Dai Hai call her sister-in-law, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. "He called me sister-in-law, he thinks I'm—" "Oh, how embarrassing, but I'm happy." Then he turned around and saw Din Tian still focused on his stomach, "And this brother here is—" Dai Hai generously announced, "This brother certainly has good taste. This meal is on me." He scratched his head, seemingly very understanding. "I'll also order a table, consider it a token of apology." Tran Mak got straight to the point, "But it seems you might also have something going on, right?" Dai Hai laughed loudly, "Haha, listen to yourself, how could I dare trouble you all?" He slowly took a sip of water and thought, looking at his attitude, if I join the auto sect, it will probably bring him quite a few benefits. He really knows how to handle business. He quickly took out a wooden box and said, "Sister-in-law, I was presumptuous earlier. Please accept this small token of my regard." Kuyan curiously leaned in to look, "What is this?" Dai Hai explained, "This is the blazing immortal water. Bathing in this fire-burned water can help girls maintain their youth forever." He awkwardly said, "This is just a small token of my regard, please accept it." She happily replied, "Is that true? Then I won't be polite anymore." Tran Mak pretended to cough a few times as a signal, ahem ahem. Dai Hai immediately realized, "Haha, big brother, don't rush, I also have a gift for you." Next, he also took out another wooden box. "My assets are meager, so I could only get this much for Brother Tran as an apology gift." He slowly opened the box. Tran Mak was very surprised by what was inside, a low-grade spirit stone. He immediately explained, "Although my cultivation isn't high, my mind is quite agile. 80% of the businesses in this town are mine. Dai happily said, so I can still give this spirit stone. Please don't refuse it, Brother Tran. Tran Mac didn't hesitate and took the wooden box. Then thank you, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, do you have a request for me? He offered a glass of water to him and stated his wish. There's nothing else. You need the autosec to find support, so I hope you can become my support. Tran Mac was quite surprised. He didn't expect a rough-looking fellow to also be a formidable businessman. Cooperating with him would be very beneficial for a poor person like himself. Dai enthusiastically said, Brother Tran has extraordinary talent. Achievements are only a matter of time. I only hope Brother Tran will remember to care a little for his brother in the future, and I will be extremely grateful. He satisfyingly clinked glasses with him. Good. Brother Lu has a talent for business. Perhaps our cooperation can make Brother Lu's business blossom throughout this cultivation world. He was overjoyed, so excited that he sprang to his feet. That's wonderful. Borrowing Brother Tran's auspicious words, bring more wine. The sky outside gradually turned a dark night color. Dai-Hi's voice echoed in the late night. Everyone, let's keep drinking. We won't go home until we're drunk. Tran Mac stepped outside to admire the moon and breathe in the fresh air. He secretly thought to himself, starting today, this is my starting point. Little junior sister, sooner or later I will find you in this vast galaxy. Scene change, the Autosex building appeared in the clear blue sky. Tran Mac was sitting in a corner, reading and contemplating, Kuyan Tan opened the door and walked in to announce, Lu Ba is here, saying he's taking us to the Autosect. What is he reading? He quickly closed the book and replied, nothing, but I think she might find it interesting. Then Tran Mac suddenly burst out laughing, haha. He said, I found a new identity for us. The three of them went to meet Elder Wu of the Autosect. Brother Pang introduced, Elder, these are the three of them. He stroked his beard and asked suspiciously, are you people from the Azure Medicine sect? Elder Wu was curious. The Azure Medicine sect was destroyed by others 5 years ago. Haven't you joined another sect all these years? Tran Mac began the act he had meticulously prepared. That year I was still cultivating outside. When I returned, I found out the sect was gone, and I was hunted everywhere, fleeing for a long time until I reached this place. Tran Mac gestured towards Kuyan Tan and introduced, this is my wife, Yin Kuyan Tan, making her blush with embarrassment. He then turned to Din Tian and introduced, this is my senior brother, Duong Din Tian. Tran Mac was deeply engrossed. Just like a Hollywood actor, he pretended to shed tears and said, senior brother was hit in the head by someone and has become foolish. I want to join the Autosect also because I want a peaceful place to heal senior brother. Elder Wu then spoke, what you're saying is reasonable, but the Azure Medicine sect was destroyed long ago. He still couldn't believe Tran Mac, whether you are from the Azure Medicine sect or not, there's no way to prove it. Then Elder Wu made a request, so to prove it, you must concoct the most famous pill in the Azure Medicine sect's cultivation world, the Azure Sky Pill. Tran Mac hesitated and thought for a moment. I'm not afraid of concocting pills, but what is the formula for the Azure Sky Pill? How would I know? He tried to search his memory. I have seen it in books. It is said to be a pill that can increase a cultivator's strength. Its appearance is blue, but other than that. Seeing Tran Mac silent for a moment, he asked, what's wrong, is there a problem? He immediately replied, oh, no problem. Tran Mac quickly agreed to Elder Wu's request, I will concoct an Azure Sky Pill now. Scene changed to the alchemy room. Although he didn't know what the Azure Sky Pill was like, he was very confident in himself, even though I don't know the formula for the Azure Sky Pill. But I will concoct the 13 explosive growth pill, its appearance is also blue, and its medicinal effect is even better. Next, he placed a medicinal flower into the alchemy cauldron. Tran Mac schemed to deceive them, let's just do it this way and see if I can trick my way through. He began to focus all his efforts on alchemy, then used all his power to refine it. Smoke billowed from the vent pipe of the alchemy room outside. Zhua Tianqing, another elder of the Oda sect, was standing and observing everything. He said with satisfaction, good fire, good technique, good potential. Tianqing was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly. Finally, I have found my successor. After that, he quickly jumped down the high cliff. This time, no one will dare to snatch him from me. Meanwhile, Tran Mak was using all his internal energy to refine the Azure Sky Pill. Cracks gradually appeared on the body of the alchemy cauldron and quickly spread. In a short time, the alchemy cauldron could no longer withstand the energy from Tran Mak. It immediately exploded on the spot. He screamed, "Ah!" In situations like this, he just needed to flash a confident smile. "Haha," Tran Mak spoke up, "Elder, your alchemy cauldron isn't very good." Wu Vai's expression suddenly changed completely. "What?" he angrily said, "you exploded the cauldron just to refine one pill. And you still want to join my Oda sect?" Then he immediately turned around and left. "All right, let's leave here quickly." Tran Mak quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment, although the cauldron exploded, then the pill appeared in his hand. But I still managed to refine this pill." Tran Mak presented the pill to Wu Vai and pleaded, "At least show a little respect." He stared at the pill in the boy's hand for a long time, then replied, "All right." Wu Vai took the pill and then meticulously analyzed it. Vibrant color, the fragrance of medicine everywhere. Holding it in his hand, the primordial energy throughout his body felt like it was boiling. It truly is the Azure Sky Pill. At this moment, Tianqing suddenly appeared. He immediately scolded, "You ignorant fool, that is fundamentally not the Azure Sky Pill." He panicked at being exposed. "Oh no, I originally thought I could just bluff my way through. Why did I cause more trouble?" Wu Vai wondered, "It's not the Azure Sky Pill? So what kind of pill is it, then?" Tianqing stepped forward, pointed directly at the pill, and explained, "How can the medicinal power contained in this pill be compared to the Azure Sky Pill? This pill is at least 3 times more potent." The two began a heated argument. Wu Vai argued, "Old man Zhua, what do you know? This is the Azure Sky Pill. Have you refined medicine so much that your mind has become muddled, haven't you?" Tianqing turned and pointed at Tran Mak, retorting, "Old man, you are the muddled one. This isn't the Azure Sky Pill. This is much more potent than the Azure Sky Pill. This young man is a genius." He immediately explained, "This alchemy cauldron exploded because its grade was too low. It couldn't withstand such powerful medicinal energy." Tianqing suddenly took out a treasure that had been with him for many years. "Young man, if you just take me as your master, I will give you this heaven-grade quad cauldron that has been with me for many years." Just as he was about to answer, Wu Vai stepped forward and interrupted Tran Mak. "No, I must clarify this with you." He vehemently insisted that the pill was the Azure Sky Pill. "Zhua Tianqing, I don't care if you take a disciple privately, but this pill is definitely the Azure Sky Pill. Look closely." Tianqing was equally unyielding and immediately cursed, "You ignorant fool." He refused to give in and continued to instruct Tianqing, "You look carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Vai presented the pill to him and advised him telepathically, "You're truly muddled. If this isn't the Azure Sky Pill, this young man won't be able to join the Oda sect." After hearing those words, Tianqing suddenly realized and pretended to be forgetful. "Oh dear, look at my memory. I'm getting old, truly useless." He took the pill, examined it carefully, and replied, "This is clearly the Azure Sky Pill. How could I have mistaken it?" Tianqing then apologized to Tran Mak. "Young man, I'm truly sorry, I misjudged it. This is indeed the Azure Sky Pill." Doubt arose in his heart. Tran Mak had long since detected their divine sense communication. They had just communicated with divine sense. The two elders had seen through his trick. Next, he had to see what kind of scheme they would pull. Wu Vai and Tianqing shared a common thought. "Sorry, young man, let us examine more of your secrets." Tran Mak felt their gazes. It seemed they were still observing him. He spoke up, "This is impossible." Wu Vai was surprised. He's only at the divine realm cultivation level, yet he can refine a third-grade pill. Tianqing immediately replied, "He is a super genius." He took out his treasure again and offered it to him. "Tran Mak, join our sect." I don't even need you to take me as your master. I will give you this heaven-grade quad cauldron. He accepted the heaven-grade quad cauldron that he bestowed upon him. Tran Mak thanks Elder Zwa. Wu Vai suddenly approached Ching and said, "Young man, I don't have anything good for you, but for this young lady, I can introduce Bai Ji, the highest cultivated female here, as a disciple." After that, he turned to look at Ding Tian, "But as for this senior brother of yours, let him play around in the Oda sect." Chen Mo hastily rushed forward to block him and explained, "It's better to let senior brother follow me. His mind isn't stable, he'll cause trouble. With me by his side, I can also look after him a bit." Yet he easily convinced Wu Vai, "All right then, let him follow you." He quickly gave a perfunctory reply and led Ding Tian away. "Thank you, Elder. Senior brother, let's go explore." Chen Mo looked at him worriedly and thought, "Yang Ding Tian is a ticking time bomb. I can't leave him alone. If he goes crazy, I won't be able to stop him." Scene change, Odo sect. In the sect master's room, he asked in confusion, "What? A cultivation level of divine realm, but also a third-grade alchemist?" Wu Vai nodded in confirmation, "That's indeed the case." Tian Xing excitedly said, "The days of our Odo sect's rise have come." The suspicious Odo sect master voiced his thoughts, "But, is it possible he's a spy from another sect?" Tian Xing and Wu Vai exclaimed in unison, "A spy?" Only then did Wu Vai reconsider the Odo sect master's words, "You're right. If you think about it that way, what could a genius like him gain by coming to a small sect like ours, the Odo sect?" Tian Xing, standing nearby, added, "He truly isn't cultivating the Azure Heaven Pill, which means he's not a disciple of the Azure Medicine sect." "But why would he want to conceal it?" the Odo sect master asked worriedly. "Could it be that he wants to cause trouble for our Odo sect? A small sect like ours can't endure such torment." Tian Xing didn't think so. He offered his personal opinion: opportunity and danger coexist. A genius like him, if nurtured a little, would be a great opportunity for our Odo sect to rise. Wu Vai spoke up, "Nurture? Who will nurture him?" He asked a poignant question, "Look, who else in our Odo sect can teach him?" Tian Xing calmly replied, "Then let him research and explore on his own, just let him be. What's wrong with making him an elder?" The Odo sect master replied with interest, "The youngest elder of the Odo sect, that's not impossible." Scene changed to the next morning. The Odo sect subordinate unexpectedly came to meet Chen Mo. "Hello, Elder Chen." He respectfully presented the token ordered by the Odo sect. "I'm here to give you your token." Chen Mo exclaimed in confusion, "Huh? How did I become an elder?" He happily explained, "Elder Chen is a third-grade alchemist. Of course he's qualified to become an elder of our sect. Please take good care of us from now on, Elder." Chen Mo just replied with a hum, unable to help but wonder, if I were to display my true cultivation, would they just give me the position of Odo sect master? Suddenly, Tian Xing appeared from behind him. He laughed loudly, happy for Chen Mo. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, Elder Chen." Chen Mo turned around in surprise and called out, "Elder Zwa." He continued to pretend with another act, "This humble junior has low strength. How can I be worthy of being an elder of the Odo sect?" He waved his hand and replied, "What kind of talk is that?" Tian Xing praised him but then also reminded him, "It's good for young people to be modest, but too much modesty becomes annoying." Chen Mo respectfully bowed and replied, "If that's the case, Chen Mo will certainly devote all my life's learning and effort to bring glory to the Odo sect." After hearing those words, he replied with satisfaction, "A man should be like that." Next, Tian Xing led Chen Mo through towering bamboo groves. He spoke, outlining the rules of his sect. "Our Odo sect has only been around for 100 years. There are no forbidden areas. You can explore freely. Just submit a few pills each month to cover living expenses. The three main pillars of our Odo sect are, the cultivation method lineage belongs to the sect master." Tian Xing looked up and continued to explain, "The magical artifact lineage belongs to Wu Vai, and the alchemical pill lineage belongs to me, Zwa Tian Xing. Of course, now there's an additional person." Afterwards, the two of them entered the house. He pointed around, introducing the stacks of books on the shelves. You can choose any of the cultivation methods and magical artifacts of our sect. Chen Mo happily replied, "Thank you, Elder Zhua." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly stepped forward to observe the pile of books Tian Xing had mentioned. On the surface, he happily accepted, but inwardly, he had thoughts contrary to his outward appearance. Truthfully, none of them are any good, but I should still pick a few. After all, my true cultivation method cannot be revealed. Tian Xing observed for a moment and then asked him, "Found anything good yet?" Chen Mo turned to reply, "It's all right." He casually picked up 2 books and a saber and said, "I want these." He stroked his beard and curiously asked, "Is that enough?" He humbly replied, "One shouldn't be too greedy." Tian Xing was very pleased with Chen Mo's answer. "At your age, you should have such a mindset." Good. He quickly went into a private room, then immediately opened the book he had just taken and began to study. This method of fire control from the fire hand isn't bad. It further enhances my fire manipulation by a few folds. Chen Mo flipped through a few more pages and pondered the past. This falling rain silent is actually in demon race script. I've never encountered it in my previous world. Saying that, he put down the saber and the book neatly on the floor, then prepared to try out what he had just learned. "Let me try." Chen Mo took a step, then he was seen lightly leaping and flying straight into the air. Although this cultivation method is incomplete, it has allowed me to reach the speed of a sparrow hawk. Not bad. Chen Mo excitedly turned around. Next is. The saber suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's hand. I'll figure out a way to upgrade this saber a bit. Chapter 252, Scene Change. Chen Mo held the saber he got from Tian Xing in one hand. With his other hand, he took out the heaven-slaying sword. He excitedly thought, the most basic needs of cultivators are alchemy and artifact refining. It's been a long time since I used the heaven-slaying sword. Chen Mo stared at the heaven-slaying sword in his hand for a long time, then an idea flashed in his mind. I can take this opportunity to refine some impurities from the heaven-slaying sword. After that, he looked at the ordinary saber in his other hand, and those impurities would be very good for strengthening this saber. Then Chen Mo didn't hesitate and immediately put the heaven-slaying sword and the saber into the forge to merge the 2 weapons. It would be best if he could add a grade 3 spiritual artifact. On the other side, Wu Wei was teaching his students, explaining that when forging, temperature is very important. The quiet classroom suddenly erupted with loud clanging noises, clanging, clanging. The students quickly had their concentration distracted by the noise, wondering, is someone refining artifacts outside? It's been almost 2 months now. Every day there's this commotion, but we haven't seen him come out. Wu Wei also heard the noise. He thought, this is probably a type of hammering technique, but not a combat-oriented one, rather one specifically for artifact refining. His face couldn't hide his happiness. This hammering technique seems to contain a great universal truth, like a heavenly melody, exquisite, truly exquisite. Wu Wei was completely captivated by the sound of the hammering. The student sighed, saying, "Master, you're enchanted by the hammering sound again." The clear blue sky gradually turned into a dark, gloomy expanse. Chen Mo was still tirelessly refining his saber day and night. It was probably almost done. Wu Wei used all his current power to perceive, this sound seems capable of helping me break through. It's finally complete. He finally completed the upgrade of the saber. Chen Mo was a bit disappointed. He almost managed to upgrade it to a grade 3 spiritual artifact, but a peak grade 2 is probably sufficient for now. After that, he quickly named the saber, calling you Blaze Mark Saber. Just as Chen Mo finished the upgrade, Wu Wei felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough. It's done, listening to the great Tao, I'm about to break through. Wu Wei immediately entered the saber forging furnace. He said, I must quickly burn the furnace. I can sense that I will break through tonight. Wu Wei excitedly laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I must forge something good for myself. While he was still engrossed in his goal of forging something good, Chen Mo had already swiftly rushed out to test the newly forged saber. He flew through the air, carrying the large saber in his hand. When it's still dark and no one's around, I'll go try out this blade. Chen Mo casually landed and swung a chop at a giant ancient tree. Next, he again used the fire-patterned blade to split the rock into 2 pieces. Humph. Chen Mo was quite satisfied. It's all right, still usable. Can't fight people empty-handed. He casually threw a flame into the middle of the rock slab. Immediately, that spot split in half, revealing a rapidly flowing waterfall. Chen Mo decided to try another move. Finally, let's see if this fire-patterned blade, combined with the fire repulsion hand, can completely incinerate this waterfall. A water snake suddenly appeared from the waterfall. It yelled at him, "Don't even dream about it." Chen Mo exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The water snake quickly lunged at him. Chen Mo showed no mercy. He gripped the fire-patterned blade tightly, ready to challenge it. Perfect timing. Fire repulsion. Then, a powerful stream of fire shot out directly at the water snake. Humph. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Chen Mo wondered, who exactly is with it? A voice suddenly emerged from behind the thick mist. To be able to use the fire repulsion hand like that is quite unexpected. Chen Mo loudly asked, "Who exactly are you?" The figure of the voice gradually became clear. "Who am I? Did no one from the Odo sect tell you? Is the restriction under this waterfall meant for playing around?" She was Xiaohua. Annoyed, she reproached him, "You not only came here, but you also used fire to burn me? How truly hateful." Chen Mo didn't know how to respond. He recalled what Zhuo Tianqing had told him that morning. Didn't Zhuo Tianqing say there were no restricted areas for me to visit freely? Xiaohua exploded in rage, "You're dead." She immediately unleashed a black wolf that pounced on Chen Mo. He managed to dodge to the side. Chen Mo unexpectedly yelled, "What?" With just one glance, he recognized it, a low-level spirit beast, a ghost wolf. The wolf, with its bloodshot eyes, glared at him and growled, "Grr, grr, grr, grr." It didn't give up on Chen Mo and continued to lunge at him. Chen Mo spoke incredulously, "Still coming? Are you looking for death?" He used his fist to deal with the ghost wolf. Humph, humph. After that, he swung his blade at its head. The wolf cried out in pain, "Ow, ow." With just one attack from him, it fell backward, dead before it could gasp. A green spirit stone appeared on the wolf's body. Chen Mo reached out to catch it and exclaimed in surprise, "It's a spirit core." Xiaohua stood by, observing everything, then spoke a few words of praise. "It seems he's not just a small fry. Quite formidable, indeed. Let's try again." He was ready to accept another fight and stretch his muscles. "Then try it. It's been 2 months since I've been active, anyway." Xiaohua raised her hand to her mouth and whistled, "Phew." A foot with 4 sharp claws immediately appeared. This time, it wasn't just one ghost wolf, but an entire pack of wolves that came. Chen Mo was quite surprised. So many? He calmly swung his fire-patterned blade towards them. Perfect timing. Chen Mo lightly swung his hand and yelled, "Die." The ghost wolves couldn't even withstand a normal attack from Chen Mo. She suddenly said, "Again, a peak second-grade spirit artifact. It seems that boring old man has broken through." Meanwhile, another healthy wolf lunged to attack Chen Mo. Xiaohua looked at the fire-patterned blade with envy. "To give such a powerful spirit artifact to a disciple, why didn't you think of getting one for this old granny?" She intended to use her eye technique to see his true strength. Or should I see how strong he really is? Chen Mo instantly recognized it with a glance. She was a peak golden core expert who had always sealed her cultivation, but was now starting to unleash it. He looked at the ghost wolves and an idea sparked in his mind. It would be best to conceal his strength a bit, avoid causing trouble, and just pretend to be weak here. After that, Chen Mo pretended he couldn't fight off the wolves, lying on the ground and groaning, "Ah, ah." Xiaohua lowered her guard, thinking, "It seems this kid has run out of strength." She sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "He's just a fire tribute cultivation disciple, a little clever, but fundamentally not the person I'm looking for." Then Xiaohua ordered the wolves to stop attacking Chen Mo. Disperse, wolves. She told him, go, and don't mention today's events to anyone. Before leaving, Xiaohua didn't forget to threaten him, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will surely kill you. Chen Mo was quite surprised. He wondered, so, who exactly are you? He stealthily returned to the auto sect, just as Tian Tin spotted him. He called out, Chen Mo. Tian Tin joked with Chen Mo, where have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 months. I even thought you'd run away. He chuckled and replied, how could I? I went to find a quiet place to cultivate. His expression immediately changed from cheerful to troubled. How could I run away? I must strengthen the auto sect to take over the Starlon sect. Tian Tin relayed an important matter to Chen Mo. In a few days, there will be a trial in the Heaven Origin Forest. The Starlon sect is hosting it, the rewards are very generous, and you can even win a spatial ring. Chen Mo was quite interested. Not bad. I'll participate. Time passed. 3 days later, many people joined the trial just like him. Chen Mo found his way there. Is this it? Quite a lot of people have come. He tried to squeeze through the crowd. There are too many people here. The Starlon sect's host cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Then he began to state the rules. As you know, the Heaven Origin Forest has countless demon beasts, inexhaustible spirit herbs, and also forbidden lands. Chen Mo and the others listened intently to his words. Recently, our sect disciples discovered another forbidden land. Inside, there are all sorts of opportunities. Whoever is capable enough to obtain them, they are yours. He suddenly frowned and said, but there is only one. There is a flag inside. Whoever can bring that flag back here will be ranked first. A delicate ring appeared in midair, which was the reward for the winner. He offered a series of generous rewards to the winner. The first place winner will receive a spatial ring bestowed by our Starlon sect, and their sect will be exempt from 3 years of taxes. We hope you all do your best. One of the participants spoke up. Will it be very dangerous inside? Can cultivators of the God realm like us handle it? He immediately reassured them, rest assured, everyone, there is no danger inside. Then he gave a small hint, however, that flag knows how to run away, so you all need to do your best. He sighed, explaining, the Forbidden Land can only be entered by cultivators below the Gold Core realm, otherwise, we would have already gone in ourselves. Chen Mo immediately analyzed, if there's no danger at all, wouldn't his Starlon sect, with thousands upon thousands of disciples, be able to find someone with low cultivation? Tian Tin, standing beside him, was curious. There's a conspiracy. He risked his life without any fear. It's fine. I'll go and see. At worst, I'll just run away. After that, the people from the Starlon sect quickly led the participants to a large gate. Welcome, everyone. He directed them while also encouraging them, it's right here. Everyone, do your best. Everyone quickly entered the forest. Chen Mo had only taken a few steps when he sensed something unusual, something strange. This forest is peculiar. His speculation was never wrong. Sure enough, this place was covered by a large formation. The formation was incredibly intricate, likely a 4th-grade formation. Chen Mo immediately sat down, concentrating his senses. I need to study this a bit. The first 4th-grade formation I've seen in this life. While he was engrossed in studying the 4th-grade formation before him, footsteps approached. Someone spoke up, interrupting Chen Mo's concentration, brother over there. The person, named Liang Feiyun, approached and asked, brother, are you also a formation master? I'll apologize to you first. Chen Mo put aside what he was doing and asked in confusion, why? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a change in the energy within his body. My divine sense was bounced back. This place not only prevents those above Gold Core from entering. Chen Mo was very curious about everything around this place, even the divine sense of the Gold Core realm is restricted. How strange. Feiyun scratched his head awkwardly, oh, they're here. A giant python suddenly appeared before Chen Mo and Fei Yun. Chen Mo exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap!" Not only was there a python, but there was also an ape with it. It charged forward and let out a roar, "Gao!" Chen Mo was confused and hadn't fully grasped the situation. As soon as he turned around, he saw the ape charging. "There's another one." Fei Yun negotiated with him with a straight face, grabbing Chen Mo's hand and saying, "I accidentally lured them out. You and I will each take one." He was utterly shocked by Fei Yun. Chen Mo was speechless and could only ask himself, where did this gem come from? He directly lured monsters right in front of me, and even shared one with me. Fei Yun quickly ran towards the python. "I'll go deal with that python. This one is for you." He hadn't even had a chance to agree. "Hey, you!" The ape directly swung its arm, breaking a nearby branch. It roared again, "Gao!" Chen Mo didn't hesitate and charged straight forward to challenge it. He leaped up in front of it and delivered a fatal blow straight to the ape's face. Humph! But it showed no reaction at all. Chen Mo was surprised, no reaction. Then he continued to land many more blows on its head as if unleashing all the dissatisfaction in his heart. Chen Mo yelled, "I have to hit it a few more times." The ape's eyes suddenly narrowed, and its pupils emitted a glowing red light. It angrily swung its fist towards him. Chen Mo was surprised. Following that, he also clenched his fist. The fists of man and beast collided. With the ape's superior strength, Chen Mo was immediately sent flying far away by its blow. He gritted his teeth. "This thing has too much strength." The excited ape continuously beat its chest. Roar, roar, roar. He quickly regained his composure. Does it feel stronger than me, so it's excited?" He channeled all his strength into his ankles. "Let's play with you a bit." Chen Mo leaped in front of it and continuously launched multiple attacks from different directions, making it unpredictable for the ape. It roared angrily, "Gur gur gur gur." Then the ape channeled all its strength and struck straight down at the ground. He sneered, "Humph." Chen Mo gradually became excited. "It's just pure magic power." He secretly thought, a bit difficult to deal with. On this side, Fei Yun was struggling with the giant python. "Take this move. Taste my palm strike." A palm strike he unleashed hit its body directly but left no damage at all. Fei Yun was immediately alarmed. The scales of this venomous forest python are too strong, they can't be pierced. The python flicked its long tongue and lunged at him. Fei Yun leaped into the air, dodging the mouth that wanted to devour him. "You want to eat me too?" He immediately took out his treasure to deal with it, wind-guarding sword. Chen Mo stood nearby observing very carefully. This guy isn't bad. He curled his lips into a smile. At least he has the strength of a late-stage golden core. At this moment, Chen Mo turned to look at the ape. It's carrying another branch on its shoulder. He used his arm to block the branch and chuckled. "You like playing with sticks so much?" The intelligent ape used the dry branch to distract Chen Mo, and its fist quickly lunged towards him. Chen Mo couldn't react in time and took the full force of its punch. He couldn't believe it, it even learned to feint and attack. Chen Mo was sent flying by the ape towards Fei Yun. He turned around and announced, "I'm done over here." Fei Yun hurriedly asked him, "Are you okay? Or should I help you?" Chen Mo used his fist to prop himself up and replied, "No need." He confidently uttered a cool line. This humble Chen Mo has never needed anyone's help. Following that, the ape continued to swing a fist towards Chen Mo. He lightly stepped back to dodge its fist, then loudly recited the name of a move, Silent Falling Rain. The ape looked at him, confused. Chen Mo had now become more serious. "It's probably over. I won't drag this out with you anymore. Prepare to die." Suddenly, a giant fire dragon appeared behind him. The fire dragon transferred all its energy into one of Chen Mo's arms. He yelled, "Humph." He unleashed all the energy straight through the ape's abdomen. It screamed in pain, "Ugh." Fei Yun stood to the side, witnessing Chen Mo's formidable power. He was stunned and then curious. Isn't this person a formation master? He's only at the divine realm cultivation level. How can he unleash such a powerful punch? With just one strike from Chen Mo, the ape was instantly put to sleep. He stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, it's a pity I don't have a personal spatial dimension. It's inconvenient to carry the fire pattern blade, otherwise, it would be much easier. After it's dead, its body will yield a top-grade spirit core. Chen Mo was excitedly about to go get it. This demonic ape is a golden core stage demonic beast. Its spirit core will probably be very useful. He hadn't even taken a step when someone else quickly snatched it away. He happily climbed onto the ape's corpse and discovered the treasure. That person's name was Wu Chang. He quickly extracted the spirit core from its body. He got a good item. Chen Mo then interrupted, did you take the wrong thing? That Wu Chang, who wanted something for nothing, shamelessly replied, what? This thing wasn't in your hands yet, why can't I take it? Fei Yun couldn't stand the sight of it and spoke up to reprimand Wu Chang, kid, what you're doing isn't reasonable. Didn't your mother teach you what manners are? He didn't even realize Fei Yun was scolding him, how dare you curse my mother? Are you an idiot? He yelled at Wu Chang, I'm scolding you. Fei Yun drew out his arrogant wind sword, pointed it straight at Wu Chang's neck, and threatened, stop your chattering, hand over the item quickly, or I'll teach you a lesson. He recognized it immediately just by looking, this is the Imperial Wind Sword. Fei Yun smirked, you know quite a bit, huh? Wu Chang broke out in a cold sweat and looked at the spirit core in his hand. It took him a long time to mentally struggle. Then he decided to throw the spirit core back to Chen Mo. However, Wu Chang's attitude was still very arrogant. I, a magnanimous person, am returning it to you. Fei Yun turned and said, this guy also talks reason when stealing things. He curiously asked, what kind of sword do you have exactly, that its power is so great? He raised the sword and explained, this is the Arrogant Wind Sword, ranked 43rd on the Divine Weapon list, don't you know? Chen Mo wasn't originally from this place, so he had no idea what it was. He continued to ask, what is the Divine Weapon list? Fei Yun patiently explained, the Divine Weapon list ranks the powerful weapons of the cultivation world, only those in the top 100 can make it onto the list. He was very confident about owning such a treasure, and my hand is the Arrogant Wind Sword, ranked 43rd. It's a peak 3rd grade spirit weapon, there's nothing more powerful on your Heavenly Revelation Star. Chen Mo then realized a problem, your Heavenly Revelation Star, so he's not from Heavenly Revelation Star. He propped his hand on his chin, looked at the Arrogant Wind Sword, and pondered for a moment, it's just a peak 3rd grade spirit weapon, my heaven-severing sword is also like that, what's so powerful about this? Fei Yun, however, thought Chen Mo was showing admiration. He sighed, placed his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder, and said, you don't need to admire me. As long as you work hard enough, you'll also have one someday. Chen Mo directly pushed Fei Yun's hand away, all right, we should hurry and find the flag. Don't let that guy from earlier snatch it first. He agreed with Chen Mo, right, no matter what, we can't let that kid from just now find it first. Then he began to introduce himself, hoping to make an acquaintance. Let's formally get acquainted, Liang Fei Yun, of the Heaven Calculating Sect. May I ask who you are? He smiled faintly and replied, Chen Mo of the Wu Su faction. After answering, Chen Mo turned and left directly. Fei Yun hurriedly chased after him. I haven't heard of the Wu Su faction, but you're quite interesting. He hinted, are you interested in being fellow travelers with me? He glanced at Fei Yun and thought to himself, the Star Orchid faction is controlled by the Heaven Calculating Sect, so this Liang Fei Yun could also be considered a high-ranking member from the Central Imperial Court. Chen Mo turned back to look directly into his eyes, but still thought, so why would someone of his status want to go deep into this forbidden area? Is he worried about the Star Orchid faction, so he personally came here to fight? Fei Yun excitedly asked, so? Outwardly, he extended his hand, silently agreeing to the companionship, but what he was thinking was clearly written all over his face. You are a disciple of the Heaven Calculating Sect. Being able to journey with you can also be considered my honor. Fei Yun chuckled, haha, I can clearly see your expression. There's no hint of honor on your face. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. So, here you are? A stranger led a group of subordinates towards them. He arrogantly ordered, "You bastard in front, obediently hand over the item." Chen Mo curiously turned and asked, "Did you provoke them?" Fei Yun quickly retorted, "What are you kidding about? With my noble status, why would I provoke them?" He pointed at Chen Mo and loudly demanded, "You kid with the middle part over there, this has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately, or you won't keep your pathetic life." Chen Mo continued, "See, they really came for you." It was then that he asked for the identity of those people. "Who are you?" That stranger didn't even acknowledge him. He pointed at Five An's arrogant wind sword and said, "Who we are isn't important, but the treasure in your hand is the most important. This sword must have reached 2nd grade, right? It's truly a precious sword." He looked at the sword in his hand and understood, "Is that so? So you came for this sword of mine?" Chen Mo, standing next to him, warned, "I'll give you one piece of advice. Leave this place quickly, or today will be your death anniversary." He laughed loudly, clearly contemptuous. "Ha ha ha ha, this is a forbidden area. Everyone's strength is the same here. How can 2 of you fight against 8 of us?" Five An placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "They came for me. You mustn't interfere, watch me handle them myself." The stranger yelled, "1 against 8? Who are you looking down on?" Then he ordered his subordinates, "Kill them for me." The subordinates rushed forward simultaneously. One of them shouted loudly at him, "Even you will be dealt with." He lunged forward and repeatedly swung his sword at Chen Mo. Chen Mo simply stepped back lightly, managing to dodge his relentless attacks. The remaining people were confused. They exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with this kid? Why can't we hit him? What kind of movement technique is that? I must steal it." He laughed loudly, provoking them, "Haha, if you can do it, then come and get it." The scene shifted to Five An struggling with the remaining group. They scrambled and rushed towards him. "Go, old fifth, chop him down." Five An performed a few sword dances with the arrogant wind sword, eliminating old fifth. "You mere people think you can kill me?" He cried out in pain, "Old fifth." The stranger continued to command, "Let's all charge together. Go die, avenge my brother." He raised the sword high. A blue light suddenly appeared, enveloping the arrogant wind sword. Five An shouted, "Come here and meet your death together." Countless blade-shaped blue lights appeared in the air and shot straight down at the group of people. Chen Mo immediately realized the problem. Not good, that's a large-scale area of effect skill. He conjured a shield for himself, golden light body protection. After that attack, all those people croaked, lying scattered on the ground. Five An laughed contemptuously, "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of trash." He confidently declared, "I can handle it by myself." Then he turned to Chen Mo and asked, "Brother Chen, are you all right?" His expression was a bit off. "You." Chen Mo then called out a move, pushing Fire Hand, and immediately a large flame erupted from his hand. Chen Mo continued to utter the name of another move, pushing Fire Palm, then launched it towards Five An. He used the arrogant wind sword to block the attack. Five An asked, bewildered, "You kid, I was kind enough to help you, why are you attacking me?" Chen Mo saw through his intention, "Are you helping me, or are you trying to probe me?" Five An just laughed and replied, "Your personality truly makes people dislike you." Then he put away his sword. Chen Mo, not to be outdone, retorted, "You're not much better yourself." He was very curious about the boy's identity. "All right, you're right. I was indeed trying to probe you. Are you really a disciple of the Wusu sect?" Chen Mo shook his head and said, "I am not a disciple of the Wusu sect." Five An thought he was right and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha ha, I knew it." Before he could enjoy his joy for long, the boy spoke again, "I am an elder of the Wusu sect." Five An's face showed disbelief. "What?" He wondered, "A sect with an elder who hasn't even reached Golden Core? Is your sect leader's brain short-circuited?" Chen Mo pointed at himself and explained, "Because I am a 3rd-grade alchemist." He was shocked by the boy again. To his surprise, what did you say? 5An confirmed, a third-grade alchemist? Chen Mo smirked and said, don't believe it then. At this moment, 5An's outer expression was utter confusion, and inwardly, it was no different. He was silently thinking for a moment. He's a third-grade alchemist, and from his combat power, I can see he has extremely high talent. 5An quickly invited Chen Mo to his sect. How about you come to my Heaven's Gate sect? You can also be an elder. What do you say? He waved his hand and walked away. No need for that. He hurriedly called out loudly, Brother Chen, listen to me. 5An quickly explained, the Wu-Su sect is merely a second-rate sect under the dominion of the Star Orchid sect, and its territory is only a third-grade planet. Chen Mo paid no attention to him. He was still busy searching each of the people from earlier. 5An continued to ramble on, my Heaven's Gate sect isn't like that. We're on a first-grade planet, and even the Star Orchid sect has to listen to my Heaven's Gate sect. He kept talking nonstop. The density of spiritual energy there is 5 times what it is here. 5An offered benefits to get Chen Mo's attention. We can also provide you with a blessed land for cultivation. We guarantee your cultivation speed will increase by at least 10 times compared to normal. After rummaging through all those people, he only found a few spirit stones. He thought, golden core cultivators are really poor, only this many spirit stones. 5An stood behind him, tiptoeing to secretly peek. Seizing the opportunity, 5An continued to offer another benefit. If you join us, an outer elder of the Heaven's Gate sect will receive 5 low-grade spirit stones annually. Upon hearing this benefit, Chen Mo finally showed some interest. He secretly rejoiced. This guy finally reacted. 5An happily said, a third-grade alchemist will get 12 low-grade spirit stones annually, and can also get a percentage from selling elixirs. He immediately took the bait. Chen Mo grabbed 5An's hand and replied, let's go, we're going to the Heaven's Gate sect now. He hadn't expected him to change his mind so quickly. He changes his mind so fast. Plans immediately formed in his mind. This Chen Mo doesn't even care about a blessed land that cultivators all seek. He's not interested in that, but he's unexpectedly greedy for money. I can definitely use him. Chen Mo pulled 5An's hand and ran like the wind. Where is the Heaven's Gate sect? He quickly said, hey, why are you running so fast? 5An reminded him of their current goal. Brother Chen, there's no need to rush. Wait until we get the flag, then we'll give you the spatial ring and figure things out. That spatial ring is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing that, Chen Mo immediately let go of his hand and walked straight ahead alone. Why didn't you say so earlier? 5An hurriedly chased after him. Brother Chen, don't walk so fast, wait for me. The two of them continued deeper into the forest. Some time later, he walked and observed his surroundings. This forest is really dense. Then he suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal, stop, something's happening. 5An was curious, what's wrong? They quickly hid behind a bush. He kept asking, what exactly is going on? Chen Mo replied, look ahead. Before their eyes appeared the scene of siblings Hin Ni and Not Knock. Each of them carried a basket of herbs, and they were surrounded by a group of assassins. Chen Mo closed his eyes, took a breath, then listed the rare spirit herbs in the 2 baskets. Lu Jiahuang, a first-grade spirit herb, Sha Gu Hua, a first-grade spirit herb, Bactan grass, a first-grade spirit herb, Tam Tai grass, a second-grade spirit herb, Hong Twin fruit, a second-grade spirit herb. Q Duong grass, a third-grade spirit herb, Lam Tin grass, a third-grade spirit herb, Tui Van Tien, a fourth-grade spirit herb. 5An was astonished by him. He exclaimed, you can smell all of that? Are you a devil? He confidently explained, distinguishing the scent of herbs is the most basic thing an excellent alchemist should be able to do. One assassin immediately ordered, you guys have picked quite a few good medicinal herbs, huh? Hand them all over to me. Hin Ni would not accept such a shameless act. She yelled, you Tan Dao sect people, don't be so excessive. My senior brother and I worked hard to pick these. If you want them, go pick them yourselves. He sneered. We came to find the flag. We don't have time to pick herbs, unlike you who specifically carry baskets of them. Chen Mo was curious. Tan Dao sect? Phi Van, with his extensive knowledge, explained, I've long heard that this Tan Dao sect acts very overbearingly, angering many sections. He continued to ask, doesn't the Star Orchid sect manage them? He excitedly replied, of course they do. Let me tell you. They've already taken action against the Tan Dao sect. Of course, the Star Orchid sect did that because they feared the Tan Dao sect's power would become too great and affect them. Chen Mo continued to observe from behind the bush. So what now? What should we do? Phi Van offered his own solution. Later, after the Tan Dao sect kills those two, we'll come out and deal with the Tan Dao sect. All these spirit herbs will be yours. He unhappily said, what kind of plan is that? That's truly disgusting. He thought it was normal. Phi Van shrugged and replied, what's so disgusting about it? We're not killing people to rob them. We're just avenging them, all right? Of course, a humane person like Chen Mo would not listen to such words. On the path of cultivation, there are many principles I understand, but I, Chen Mo, cannot do something like that. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo immediately charged forward, before he could even utter a word to stop him. The assassins began to get physical with Hin Ni. Give us the herbs, and we'll take this girl back too. Ha ha. Knock knock, fearing she would be harmed, loudly negotiated, release my junior sister. Take the herbs, just don't touch her, don't bully people too much. He quickly drew his sword. Seeing this, the man scoffed, what's wrong, want to fight? I think you're tired of living. Knock knock suddenly took out a green pill called Tang Buk Hon, then he swallowed it without hesitation. He shouted, provoking them, come on. They were enraged by Knock knock. This brat used medicine. Brothers, charge. The third brother among them charged forward again. He sneered at him, you want to challenge us with just an iron sword? Go die. Knock knock swung the sword in his hand horizontally, blocking his attack. The third brother then used great force to chop his sword in half. Knock knock exclaimed in surprise, what? The third brother, thinking himself powerful, gloated and mocked continuously, with this level of skill, you want to be a hero? Then, suddenly, a rock flew and hit his hat. He immediately turned around and looked around, who is it? Who ruined my good deed? A foot suddenly appeared and kicked him straight in the back. It was none other than Tran Mak. He looked at the two siblings and asked Knock knock, is she your junior sister? He immediately stood in front, shielding Hin Ni, and replied, she's my junior sister. As soon as Tran Mak heard the three words junior sister, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, remembering Lak Lai. I wonder where my junior sister is now. He admired the two of them greatly, you two are really good. The third brother, pinned down by Tran Mak's foot, finally spoke, brat, who are you? How dare you step on me? Do you know who I am? The remaining men also shouted in unison, release the third brother quickly. He demanded a one-on-one solo fight, if you're so capable, release me. Let's have a fair fight. He frowned and remained silent for a moment, his foot pressing tighter and tighter into the man's back. Tran Mak then replied, when I tried to reason with you, you wanted to play dirty. Now you want to fight me fairly? Do you have any shame left? The subordinates who witnessed the scene were astonished, their jaws dropped. Amazing! The third brother on the ground struggled continuously. Release me, he offered, I'll give you all my spirit stones. Tran Mak didn't speak. He just continued to stomp hard on a vital spot on the man's body. The third brother immediately spat out blood. Pfft. Tran Mak didn't waste words and dealt with him on the spot. Now that I've killed you, everything you have is mine. The subordinates cried out in panic, third brother. You killed third brother. They desperately charged towards Tran Mak, die. He calmly used a simple technique, fire palm. The flame immediately shot towards them. The subordinate screamed in pain, what kind of fire is this? It's so hot. Why can't we put it out? In a short time, they were burned by the fire until they lost all their skin and flesh, their bodies gradually revealing the bones within. Tran Mak stood before their leader. He growled a threat, now, there's only you left. He panicked, sweating profusely, and kept making countless excuses to beg him, Hero, please spare my life. Please have mercy, Hero. I still have a wife and young children above me, and below. Spare my life. Of course, Tran Mak didn't spare him. He stepped forward and gently waved his hand, freeing him, eliminate the roots. Hin Ni was astonished by his power. She wondered, so powerful. Did he come to help us? Nak replied with an open mouth, I don't know either. Both of them, worried, could only watch from afar, I hope so. Tran Mak continued to search the assassins' bodies for valuables. 5An slowly approached and said, I'm really curious, why do you only take their spirit stones but don't care about their weapons? He coldly replied, those weapons are all trash. What do I need them for? He picked up a sword and scoffed, trash? So you're just a money grubber, and one who doesn't know good goods. Tran Mak asked, confused, what do you mean? 5An slowly explained, this trash, each sword is worth at least one low-grade spirit stone. Isn't this more profitable than robbing people for money? Tran Mak now seemed to have an epiphany, so that's how it is. Then I'll take them all. Tran Mak hurriedly ran to retrieve the weapons from before, the spirit stones are mine now. 5An enlightened him, the demon core in your hand can be sold for at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. Knowing his forte, 5An again revealed his talkative nature, the corpses of demonic beasts sold to 2 Lao are also worth dozens of spirit stones. You don't even know good stuff. Tran Mak happily said, then I'll go get the demonic beast corpses. If you don't need the one you killed, give it to me. He jokingly reminded him, can you even get it? Then 5An turned his attention to the 2 siblings, well, don't you have some too? He pointed at the herb baskets on the 2 siblings and persuaded him, why don't you take these 2 baskets of herbs? 3rd grade spirit herbs and 4th grade spirit herbs, this is a huge amount of money. Nak immediately shouted, what do you want to do? Hin Ni also added, we won't give you our herb baskets. He whispered to her, if they dare to steal, I'll fight them. Take these herbs back. If Master's fire poison is removed, you can avenge me. Hin Ni disagreed. She was very worried about Nak, senior brother, you can't abandon me. Then she said very resolutely, if we die together. Tran Mak also shouted loudly in reply, all right, then let's all die together. 5An scoffed, thinking to himself, just now you were acting so noble and righteous, but how are you any different from those other people? Seeing Tran Mak slowly approaching him, Nak, despite being very panicked, still instinctively raised his hand to protect Hin Ni, don't come closer. You people just bully others. He chuckled, ha, and then replied to him, indeed, it's excessive bullying. At this point, one might think Tran Mak had jumped from a protagonist to an antagonist. But no, he suddenly turned and delivered a palm strike to 5An's face. He bewilderedly clutched his eye, which he just punched, and asked, Tran Mak, what do you want to do? Tran Mak seriously replied, what do I want to do? I haven't even asked what you really want to do yet. Tran Mak used a different approach. He approached to negotiate, offering to buy the spirit herb in the medicine basket. How about selling me the 4th grade spirit herb? Nak firmly objected, no. Tran Mak helplessly rubbed his neck and explained, I'm not robbing you. Can't I even buy it? I only need the Tui Van Tien inside. Hin Ni suddenly poked her head out and hit him where it hurt. I heard everything you guys were talking about just now. Do you even have money to buy it? You're clearly a pauper. He was speechless, about to explain, 5An, whose one eye was now swollen like a panda's, suddenly cut in, I have money. He began to disparage Tran Mak and then boasted about himself, he's a pauper, but I'm a 2nd-generation rich kid. Sell it to me. He was so infuriated by 5N that he went crazy. This damned brat, I might as well just directly rob him of his money. Knock still resolutely refused to sell the spirit herb. He politely replied, sorry, it's not a matter of money, this herb cannot be sold. 5N continued to offer another higher price, how about 2 mid-grade spirit stones? If not, then 3. He didn't stay there to argue any further. Knock directly took Hinni's hand and ran away from there. Let's go. Tran Mac loudly called out, wait a moment. He turned his head back, wondering, brother, do you have any other instructions? He unexpectedly said, is your injury about to flare up? Knock pretended to be confused. What do you mean, brother? He was seen through by Tran Mac. He recounted what he had seen. Don't pretend anymore. You took a Tang Buck Hone earlier to win the fight. As someone experienced in this field, Tran Mac was very knowledgeable. The side effects are about to start, aren't they? No sooner had he finished speaking than Knock immediately reacted, beginning to sway. She worriedly supported him and quickly asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? What are the side effects of that medicine? Tran Mac then explained to both siblings, after taking Tang Buck Hone, if not treated in time, it will cause destructive damage to future cultivation. He spoke while approaching Knock. You're afraid of others seeing it, trying to endure it this whole time, and now you're about to collapse, aren't you? Tran Mac presented him with only one choice. I'll give you a choice. Trade your future cultivation path and the pill to remove fire poison for your master for that Tui Van Tien. Without waiting for the two siblings to agree to the choice he offered, Tran Mac conveniently plucked a spirit herb directly from Knock's medicine basket. Hinni screamed, what are you doing? She immediately rushed forward, intending to reclaim the handful of spirit herbs, leaving her brother behind. Give it back to me. As soon as Hinni let go of Knock, he lost control and fell to the ground. She worriedly called out, Senior brother. Hinni no longer intended to retrieve the spirit herb. She immediately ran to help him up. Senior brother, wake up. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Tran Mac was quickly accelerating the process of refining that handful of spirit herbs into a palm-sized pill. In just a short time, he had finished refining a pill. 5N gazed in astonishment at the pill in Tran Mac's palm. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is he refining pills? Using his palm instead of a cauldron to refine pills? Is there even such a technique? He took the pill and went to Hinni, then instructed her. Give it to him. Perhaps the problem plaguing him will be immediately resolved. Hinni quickly took the pill and slowly fed it to Knock. Good. Tran Mac continued to instruct her, now help him up, circulate his chi, and help him dissolve the medicinal power. Hinni obediently followed his instructions. Knock suddenly woke up and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Pfft. He felt much better. Knock quickly questioned Tran Mac's identity. Who exactly are you? You can even use the chaotic medicinal power of the Tang Buck Hone for your own benefit, helping me break through my cultivation. He simply replied, I am Tran Mac. Hinni helped him stand up. Knock praised endlessly, a third-grade alchemist is indeed extraordinary. Benefactor, using your ultimate skill in pill refining truly opened my eyes. Then he took out the water cloud immortal grass that you needed and asked, Benefactor, do you need this water cloud immortal grass? Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony and took it directly. Then I'll take it. Get straight to the point. Tell me, what kind of fire poison is your master afflicted with? Ruo suddenly turned to look at Fei Yun standing over there. Him? He was suddenly looked at with suspicious eyes and showed a puzzled expression. Ruo didn't want to reveal more to anyone else besides Chen Mo. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, Azure Sky Pill. Fei Yun immediately ran over and asked, Hey, is there something you can't say in front of me? Xin Air stepped forward and blocked him. She said sternly, What do you want to do? He was tongue-tied and stammered, you guys. Fei Yun was dissatisfied and got angry. Why do you treat me as an outsider? Chen Mo was quite surprised at this moment to meet real people from the Azure Medicine sect. I pretended to be from the Azure Medicine sect and joined the Auto faction. They also told me to refine pills. I didn't expect to meet real people from the Azure Medicine sect today. He replied, the Azure Sky pill is very famous. Although its refinement is a bit complicated, it's not dangerous anywhere. So why would it cause fire poison to enter the body? Rual quickly explained everything to Chen Mo. Our Azure Medicine sect's lineage, that year, was exterminated by others because of the Azure Sky pill's formula. The pill formula itself was also incomplete. The scene of the pill cauldron reappeared from the past. He began to recall and told him all that had happened. My master is the only remaining disciple of the Azure Medicine sect's lineage and has always been trying to restore the Azure Sky pill's formula. His master, Sirius, appeared through Rual's narration. After countless failures, Master was finally afflicted with fire poison during a pill cauldron explosion. Chen Mo went straight to the point, wanting to know the full story. So tell me, what was the pill formula your master used in the end? Only then can I prescribe the right medicine. He hesitated for a moment. Rual closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, struggling mentally for a long time. This request is indeed reasonable. But the Azure Sky pill is the most important pill formula of the Azure Medicine sect. Master values it more than his own life. Chen Mo saw that he was a bit hesitant and didn't want to reveal the truth, so he took out a piece of paper. He gave the paper to Rual. Take a look at this first. He was curious. After looking at what was inside the paper, Rual immediately exclaimed in surprise, where did this fairness come from? This is me taking advantage. Chen Mo patted him on the shoulder and replied, just take it, anyway. Rual still hesitated and was about to say something, but He happily held the paper tightly with both hands. Rual showed his sincerity, indicating that he was very grateful to him. Benefactor wholeheartedly considers us, yet I am narrow-minded and quibble with a gentleman. Then he immediately made up his mind, I will tell Benefactor the Azure Sky pill's medicinal formula. Rual leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and quietly told him the entire medicinal formula. Only then did he understand everything. So that's how it is. His master hastily tried to restore the Azure Sky pill, using spiritual herbs with conflicting medicinal properties, which caused the pill cauldron to explode and fire poison to enter the body. Rual recounted the past events, but fear still covered his face. When we went to gather herbs, we saw the blue tree, but a very powerful demonic beast was guarding it there. We didn't dare to go over. Chen Mo listened and then made a decision, let's go. We'll find the blue tree. Fei Yun interrupted him, find what blue tree? Aren't we looking for flags? Don't you need the spatial ring anymore? He presented his prearranged plan. I also wanted you to help use a formation to trap the demonic beast so I could snatch the flag. Chen Mo chuckled, then raised his eyebrows and replied, anyway, aren't they helping you by snatching the flags? What's your hurry? His face showed a gloomy expression. Fei Yun could only sigh helplessly, relying only on them. It would be a miracle if they managed to snatch a flag. He suddenly grabbed Fei Yun's arm. He was startled. Without waiting for Fei Yun's agreement, Chen Mo made a decision for both of them. He grabbed Fei Yun's arm and dragged him, running deep into the forest. All right, once we get the blue tree, if no one has snatched a flag yet, I'll help you snatch it. Next, a peaceful night scene appeared, with a deep blue sky full of twinkling stars. Beside it, there were dense tree canopies, with a few birds gracefully flying in the air. All four, Chen Mo, Fei Yun, Rual, and Xin, found their way and saw the blue tree with their own eyes. Chen Mo announced, this is the third-grade spiritual fluid, blue tree sap. Xin excitedly looked at the surrounding scenery, so it's this beautiful here at night. Fei Yun pouted in disdain, what's so great about this? My family's backyard garden is much prettier than this place. He looked around boredly, are you sure there's a demonic beast here? I don't sense any strong demonic aura at all. Could we have mistaken the place? Chen Mo secretly agreed with Fei Yun's words. He's not wrong. I really don't sense any powerful aura. Xian Air immediately pointed in one direction, asserting confidently, it's not a mistake. During the day, my senior brother and I picked Nanyang grass right there. He still didn't believe it and explained, that's nonsense. Blue tree is an extreme yin object, and Nanyang grass is an extreme yang object. How can they grow simultaneously in the same place? He replied, extreme yin gives birth to extreme yang. Fei Yun couldn't help but curse, what the hell is that? At this moment, Iruo also added, in heaven and earth, yin and yang are crucial. If the blue tree is yin, there must be a yang object to balance it, otherwise. After a series of analytical reasoning, he concluded, otherwise, yin and yang will become unbalanced. At this point, Iruo's face darkened. He began to feel scared and asked anxiously, Benefactor, could we have caused a great disaster? Iruo looked into the distance and continued to analyze, cold trees, fire, and water. Within fire and water there is the blue tree, this extreme yin object. Within the cold tree, there is a Nanyang grass, an extreme yang object. He quickly announced to Xian Air, junior sister, we've really caused trouble. She replied, confused, caused trouble? Weren't we just picking herbs? Fei Yun, standing nearby, explained, this herb is like the yin-yang eye of the Tai Chi diagram. We've picked the eye of the fish, and this Tai Chi diagram is very likely to have shattered. He looked towards the blue tree and wondered, originally, after you picked the Nanyang grass, it should have immediately shattered, but I don't know why it's still perfectly preserved. Suddenly, a lot of spiritual energy surrounded the blue tree. Fei Yun immediately pointed it out to the two siblings. But don't you notice? The spiritual energy in the forbidden area is gradually converging here. Next, he gave his own judgment. Perhaps a great upheaval occurred in the forbidden area later, destroying the entire forbidden area into dust and smoke. Xian Air now realized the seriousness of the problem. She quickly asked how to fix it. It's that serious? Is it still not too late if we return the Nanyang grass now? Chen Mo looked up at the spiritual energy flying around and said, the flow of this spiritual energy seems to be abnormal. Suddenly, Fei Yun confidently declared loudly, Quan Tian sect has never miscalculated. Then he began to use his eye technique, his eyes immediately emitted a white light. Eliminate the baseless. Fei Yun's vision immediately magnified. He instantly saw a fox with a blue flag stuck on its ear. Fei Yun yelled in annoyance, damn it, it's just a fox. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the victory flag on its ear. Fei Yun then announced, Chen Mo, we found it without any effort at all. The flag is on the fox's body. He asked skeptically, on the fox's body? He then pointed at its ear and replied, that fox is wearing it like a flower on its ear. He squinted, looking in the direction Fei Yun was pointing. Then, without waiting for Chen Mo to speak, he hastily tried to draw his sword to deal with the fox. No wonder no one could find that flag. I even thought there was some array, but it turns out this little fox was making mischief. Fei Yun was about to rush forward but was stopped by Chen Mo. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem that simple. He didn't heed his reminder, it's just a small demon, I can handle it myself. After this is over, you should still obediently follow me back to Quan Tian sect and become the chief alchemist elder. At this moment, Chen Mo had already realized the danger that was about to come. He worried about the two siblings and instructed them. Both of you, quickly leave this place. Run as fast as you can, you absolutely must not stop. Xian Air asked, perplexed, is it that scary? Chen Mo stood up and patted Iruo's shoulder to reassure him, I've already memorized your master's poison. Based on this aura, I'll be able to find you no matter where you are. He hesitated, but... He then took out the water cloud whip from earlier and placed it in Iruo's hand. If you don't trust me, take this water cloud whip first, but don't use it. Wait for me for 3 days, I will definitely find you. At this point, he completely trusted Chen Mo. Iruo did not accept the water cloud whip back and replied, enough said. Benefactor Iruo's character is highly trusted. Benefactor, please be careful. I shall take my leave." He also bid farewell to the two of them. "See you later." Then Iroha took Xinr's hand, and they left the place together. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Fei Yun. He had already started moving, leaping across the small river alone and heading towards the blue tree. The cracking sound of knuckles made Fei Yun turn his head in surprise to look. He exuded an extremely powerful murderous aura, cracking his knuckles as he said, "Now let me see what kind of fox that little fox really is." Fei Yun spoke up to remind him, "Chen Mo, this little fox is very powerful. Aren't you going to come over and help quickly?" Chen Mo then remained silent for a moment. After that, he began to spout, "Weren't you hailed as invincible in the forbidden area? Now's your chance to prove it. I won't bother you anymore, bye-bye." Chen Mo then left, abandoning Fei Yun to fight the fox alone. He was so angry he was speaking incoherently, cursing at him nonstop. "Chen Mo, damn it, don't you dare leave." The small fox from earlier now transformed into a giant, playing a cat-and-mouse game with Fei Yun. Chen Mo quickly left, thanks to him stalling it, while he went to check something else. Liang Fei Yun probably won't be defeated in a short time. I should still quickly go check what happened to the Yang of the Tai Chi formation. He tried to run as fast as he could, thinking to himself, this forbidden area is formed by combining yin-yang Tai Chi diagrams, and the Tai Chi formation of blue tree and Nanyang grass is just one of them. Chen Mo stopped to observe his surroundings when he got tired. All the yin-yang eyes were interconnected, linking these Tai Chi diagrams into a single entity, a continuous yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. He quickly found the place where those two brothers took the Nanyang grass. This is where they dug up the Nanyang grass. Chen Mo felt the ground with his hand, thinking, such a complex formation, why would it choose to use blue tree and Nanyang grass, such weak third-grade spiritual herbs, as the formation eyes to support it? At this moment, Fei Yun was still fighting the fox. He used the technique with countless green swords to attack it again. Fei Yun was very arrogant. He confidently lifted his head and declared, "I knew it. Liang Fei Yun is an invincible existence in this forbidden area." Before Fei Yun could be arrogant for long, the fox pounced at him from the air again. It struck a powerful blow with its claws where Fei Yun was standing. The rock floor beneath immediately shattered into many large pieces. He was lucky he managed to dodge that terrifying attack in time. Fei Yun exclaimed in surprise, "I used all my strength just now, and it wasn't injured at all?" The fox continued to attack him with its claws. Fei Yun scurried away quickly before its claws could strike again. Under the fox's terrifying onslaught, a large crack appeared beneath Fei Yun's feet, big enough for his whole body to fall through. This time, it didn't strike its claws down but directly lifted the entire rock platform beneath Fei Yun's feet. He shouted, "Oh no!" Fei Yun tried to cling to the two rocks beside him with both hands and feet. Below was a lake with rapidly flowing water. He looked down and said, "First, I'll use a spell to escape from here." Then, a green leaf suddenly appeared, gently falling onto the surface of the lake. The leaf immediately enlarged into a small boat for Fei Yun to climb onto and leave. When he had calmed down, he looked up and saw a familiar figure, Chen Mo. He loudly scolded, "What are you still doing there, beast? Let's go." Chen Mo looked around and asked, "Where's the blue tree?" Fei Yun simply replied, "In the lake." Both of them stood together on the cliff, looking down at the lake below. He asked curiously, "Both the blue tree and the fox fell into the lake?" Fei Yun nodded and replied, "That's right. I originally thought that fox would struggle a bit." He frowned and rubbed his head, "But there's no sign of it. Could it be hiding in the water?" Chen Mo calmly explained, "That's not possible. The Tai Chi formation distinguishes between yin and yang. The blue tree is the yang eye. That lake below is probably a sea of fire." He asked, puzzled, "You mean that fox has been burned to death?" Then Fei Yun anxiously added, "Then wasn't that flag also burned to ashes? It's over. I can't become a third-grade formation master anymore." He looked up and asked him to do the same. "Look, the yang grass we planted earlier is glowing." Yin and Yang coexist to produce the 5 elements, and the 5 elements of Tai Chi evolve into the 8 trigrams. But now the blue tree has fallen into the lake. Something strange suddenly enveloped the water cloud Immortal. Chen Mo continued, the Yin has been extinguished. We need to see what will happen. A constellation suddenly appeared in the blue sky. He pointed at it and explained, look. I originally thought this was a continuous Tai Chi diagram, but in reality, this forbidden area is a complete Tai Chi diagram. Chen Mo suddenly turned to him, what a grand scheme. Beneath this lake, there must be a formidable, terrifying beast that scares the cultivation world. Fei Yun frantically asked, a formidable beast? Is it that little fox? He didn't think it was the fox. Definitely not. No matter how strong a fox is, it's only at the Golden Core realm. After that, Chen Mo didn't think much and directly went down to the lake. The formidable beast sealed by the Tai Chi diagram has probably faded almost completely. That's why it tried to break the formation to get out. He looked at his palm and began to analyze. That fox might just be its puppet, and the flag is a key, the blue tree is a coordinate. Chen Mo loudly urged Fei Yun, the formidable beast won't last long. Let's go over there now, deal with it while it's weak. Interested in a fight? He was quite scared and hesitated to follow Chen Mo down into the lake. Fei Yun remained on the shore and replied, what if there's danger? That's a great demon, equivalent to the soul transformation realm. Or should we go back and find the elders of the Heavens Calculation sect to come and capture it? He reminded him from the lake about the rules of this place. Have you forgotten that the forbidden area restricts cultivators above the Golden Core realm? Chen Mo was starting to lose patience and asked again, it's useless no matter what expert you invite. Are you coming or not? Fei Yun hesitated, then gave his answer, I'm still not going. Hearing that, he immediately scoffed at him. A dignified disciple of the Heavens Calculation sect is actually such a coward. Chen Mo laughed loudly, then flatly severed ties with Fei Yun. Ha ha ha, go on, let's pretend we never met. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a rather stinging remark, goodbye, coward. After that, Chen Mo said nothing more and directly dived to the bottom of the lake. Fei Yun stood there, about to speak, you. His self-esteem wounded by him, Fei Yun gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, how dare you mock me? I am the chief disciple Liang Fei Yun of the Heavenly Calculation sect. He stood alone on the shore and endlessly cursed Chen Mo's back. A small sect like yours, under the Star Orchid sect, is far inferior to my Heavenly Calculation sect. Fei Yun no longer showed fear like before. He also followed Chen Mo and jumped into the lake. How dare you look down on me? Isn't it just fighting monsters? If I go, I go. Who's afraid of who? Down below, Chen Mo had quickly dived deep into the bottom. He thought to himself, the further down I go, the warmer the water gets. Chen Mo shared his thoughts, it's like a hot spring. Suddenly, something appeared in front of him. This is. A blue flame called water fire erupted right in front of him. Is this the legendary water fire? The fox also unexpectedly appeared. Chen Mo turned to look at it. This fox is here too. Could it be? At this moment, he understood everything. I get it. So, the yang side of this Tai Chi diagram relies on you to support it. Chen Mo began to get more excited. It's getting more and more interesting. No matter what, I'll get you. The fox suddenly stared intently at him. Then it used the strength of its 2 front paws to pull up the blue tree. Chen Mo was curious. Is it pulling up this blue tree to attack me? It used its claws to scratch the tree trunk. He carefully observed its every move, using a branch to scratch its claws. Chen Mo cursed in confusion. Damn it, is this a fox or a monkey? Why is it playing with a stick? Next, the fox suddenly stopped scratching its claws on the blue tree trunk. Then it stealthily left. When he saw that, he wondered, why is it running away again? Chen Mo quickly chased after the fox. What's going on? The world in the water is actually the world of inverse shadows. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. Chen Mo immediately became vigilant. where is that sound in the water coming from? It's bewitching magic. He quickly recognized the sound, its enchanting power. I must quickly recite the incantation to calm down. Mo began to silently recite the incantation. The only difference above and below the mirror's surface is the unequal pressure. He tightly closed his eyes, then suddenly heard another voice respond, "What if I adjust the pressure of these two to be the same?" Mo felt strange, as if he had never heard it before. He immediately opened his eyes. In front of him appeared a black shadow with glowing red eyes. It asked, "Can you still tell if you are outside or inside the mirror?" It said, "I am you, Mo." Then it immediately made a move on him. Mo was surprised and quickly retreated. "What? This shadow can even attack me." The black shadow smiled cunningly and explained, "I'm just saying hello, Mo." It unexpectedly emerged from the black shadow and took on Mo's exact form. "My point is, if I defeat you, then I am Mo." He deliberately provoked it. "I wonder why people always come looking for trouble with me. Your face really asks for a beating. Even I want to beat it to death just looking at it." It burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Then it provoked him, "So what are you waiting for?" That guy unexpectedly swung his hand. It continued to replicate countless other copies of Mo. Whoever wins is Mo. He looked at these copies and secretly thought, "This is the silent falling feather movement technique I recently learned. This guy can actually mimic it." It called out to attract his attention, Mo. Then it revealed the secrets he had secretly kept hidden. "Haven't you always felt that you returned from the future, that after reincarnation, you possess a treasure trove?" Another copy also chimed in, "Do you think you have innate talent? The cultivation technique you learned from your master is much stronger than the techniques of Emperor's Throne Star and the cultivation world." Then another one attacked Mo with words, "And then you rely on these powerful cultivation techniques to bully weaker cultivators, and you're smug about it." It yelled, "But let's end it here. I will defeat you, and be the real Mo." The copy immediately unleashed a flame identical to Mo's usual one. "Today, I'll let you taste your own cultivation technique." Numerous copies simultaneously attacked, not only replicating his form but also his moves. They screamed, "Die, Mo! Mountain severing strike!" He quickly blocked with both hands, forming a protective layer, golden body. The flames from those copies couldn't even touch a hair on Mo. He curled his lips into a smile, then, fiery destruction body. Countless fists continuously shot towards him. Mo was momentarily shocked, so many mountain-severing strikes. "I knew this move was powerful, but I've never experienced it firsthand." It laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, you're quite persistent." Then the copy unleashed another move to attack him, World Shaker. The fist of that move immediately shattered Mo's protective barrier. He tried to suppress the pain and slowly stood up, "Ugh." It continued, "Mo, do you see?" The copy was very satisfied to see him in such pain. "This technique of mine can make you suffer immensely." It continued to ask a question that struck directly at Mo's heart. "You are not from the cultivation world, you and I are both from the immortal realm. Why stand on opposing sides like this?" At this moment, he grew angry, then couldn't help but yell, "Shut your mouth." It offered a deal. "Don't you want the water fire? Just help me, and I'll give it to you." Mo bit his hand to keep himself awake. "You're just a shadow, and my body, having undergone several heavenly lightning trials, it's not that simple to defeat me." The copy continued to ask, "Is that so? You still won't yield? Still haven't seen the gap between us?" It continuously made demands to distract Mo. "We can also shake hands and make peace. Let me help you get the water fire." He wasn't easily fooled by that copy. Mo replied, "Help me? Who knows what intentions you have?" Following that, the familiar catchphrase rang out again, "I, Mo, don't need your help. I'll get the water fire myself." It sighed wearily, "Then there's no other way. I must destroy you and become the new Mo." He yelled back in defiance, "You're not Mo, and you never will be." It laughed loudly, then clenched its hand into a fist, bursting with flames. Ha! Then there's nothing left to say. Come and try me then. The four copies immediately surrounded Chen Mo and simultaneously unleashed a move, Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, fourth form, mountains and rivers changed. Chen Mo frowned and thought for a moment. This is the fourth form of the Heavenly Profound Divine Fist that I haven't used at all in this life. Then he immediately yelled and unleashed another technique, Great Divine Ability. A large flame appeared, engulfing Chen Mo's entire body. He slowly dealt with each copy by himself, annihilation. At this moment, 5N was in the middle layer of that lake. He had just dived down for a while when he saw fist-shaped flames erupting. 5N exclaimed in surprise, such terrifying energy. He immediately reached for the arrogant wind sword and wondered, this is a forbidden zone that allows the greatest amount of energy, isn't it? 5N had just drawn his sword and hadn't had time to do anything when a gigantic fireball flew towards him. 5N was penetrated by the immense pressure of that fireball, thwack. His eyes widened as he wondered, is this the strength of a peerless fierce beast? I hope its strength doesn't exceed the golden core stage, that would be good. Below, Chen Mo had also finished dealing with all the copies, with only one remaining. Having witnessed Chen Mo's full power, it said, finally, you've fought back. Is this your true strength? Peak late-stage golden core, one more step and you can shatter your core to form a nascent soul. He scoffed and asked, are you scared now? Of course it was scared, but not of losing, rather, I'm afraid this place isn't enough to unleash our true strength. Let's change locations. The copy suddenly raised its palm, carrying a special formation. Immediately, there was an extremely strong tremor around them. Chen Mo was quickly swept into it. He looked around in surprise, it's been flipped. In a short time, Chen Mo, who had been with the copy in the lake, was now on the shore instead. It spoke up, saying, this is where our true great battle will take place. He looked around in confusion. Then he turned back and asked, is this the mirror world? You've been barely surviving in this world's forbidden zone for many years, haven't you? It flared up in anger and immediately unleashed a palm strike, less talk. Heavenly Profound Divine Fist, fifth form, heaven and earth reversed. Chen Mo immediately countered it with another technique, do you have this? The two attacks quickly collided, creating a tremor on the surface of the lake. 5N was still suspended in the lake. He asked in confusion, what's happening? Next, 5N was seen unexpectedly taking out a medicinal pill and putting it into his mouth. After that, he quickly dived deep into the bottom of the lake. Scene change, the water surface continued to fluctuate up and down. Chen Mo had now been beaten to the point where his clothes were torn and tattered. The clone spoke up to greet you, you're from the Immortal realm, no, you're from the small planet called Detoa 10. Chen Mo quickly regained his composure. He looked around, searching for the source of the voice, but what exactly is the power within your body? I've smelled the scent of space, I've smelled the scent of time. It concluded with a question, could it be that you are also a reincarnator? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face immediately showed a look of surprise. He quickly explained, no, not a reincarnator. This is a reversal of time and space. The voice immediately replied, I must kill you. Chen Mo, enraged, endured the pain, stood up and shouted. He stared intently, and from his eyes emanated a terrifying murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Mo growled. The fox again held another branch in its hand and darted like an arrow towards him. As it ran, it emitted strange sounds, humph humph, Chen Mo heard and immediately turned around. The fox put all its strength into that branch, aiming straight down from above. It decisively struck a blow, hitting Chen Mo. The fox laughed as it attacked, humph 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 humph. Fortunately, that was just an illusion created by him. Then Chen Mo suddenly appeared behind it, shouting the name of the technique he was about to unleash. He used all his strength to punch it directly in the back. The fox cried out. Chen Mo's attack was like an ant bite, itchy, but not painful. He was astonished to find The fox picked up the large log that had fallen to the ground while he was still standing there stunned. Chen Mo carefully analyzed. With his current strength, he couldn't even break its armor. Then he saw the fox throw the log with great force towards him. Chen Mo couldn't react in time to the log's speed. He could only block the large log with both hands, and Chen Mo's body was also pushed backward. It continued to extend its sharp claws towards him. Chen Mo used force to bat the log back towards the fox. It swiftly used both hands to chop the large log into equal pieces. He opened his eyes wide. Chen Mo couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. The fox had no intention of stopping there. Next, it raised an arm. Then it immediately swung its arm down towards him with great force. Chen Mo quickly retreated backward to dodge the attack. He muttered to himself. The fox swung another arm, and he quickly ducked down. Chen Mo continued to count. The clone's voice rang out. The fox frantically swung its claws, attacking him. Chen Mo continued to dodge and count the steps he had avoided. The clone frantically shouted. He murmured to himself. Then he sneered and asked. It anxiously loudly stopped Chen Mo. More and more blood flowed from his mouth. Chen Mo suppressed the pain. Although Chen Mo knew very well how terrifying the consequences would be, he still desperately gambled. After 7 steps, he would probably have little chance of survival, but now there was no other choice, he murmured in his head. The fox had no intention of sparing Chen Mo. This time it used its entire palm to strike him. Chen Mo immediately blocked with his fist, still not forgetting to count. Next was the final step. Chen Mo used one hand to firmly grab a part of the fox's fur. He spun around and pulled hard, a tearing sound echoed through the air, followed by a large patch of fur immediately ripping off its body. The fox painfully jumped up and down in place, then shrieked. Chen Mo acted a bit brutally. The fox was so hurt by having its fur ripped off that it died on the spot. Only then did he slowly approach to take the victory flag from its body. A headache shot straight through his brain. Chen Mo immediately clutched his head and let out a sound. Then, a sword suddenly flew wildly, striking his back with considerable force. Chen Mo, puzzled, immediately turned around. Only then did he discover that the red streaks on the sword were bloodstains. He quickly understood. So that's it, manipulating this fox was a spirit-devouring rat. Chen Mo smirked and said, You saw the fox die, and now you want to take the opportunity to possess my body? What a pipe dream. He suddenly frowned, a look of disappointment on his face. It's a pity. You're the one severely wounded, but you still can't completely kill. Chen Mo suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. See you. At this point, he had almost lost all consciousness. Chen Mo struggled to cover his mouth. The side effects of the Engich that bow were truly this great. Next, his body began to sway slightly back and forth. After that, Chen Mo couldn't endure it anymore and collapsed to the ground unconscious. 5An appeared at this moment, walking alone through the ruins left behind by the battle between Chen Mo and the fox. 5An looked around at everything. He concluded, it seems a great battle truly did take place here. Then, 5An slowly walked over to where Chen Mo was lying. He looked at the boy with curious eyes and thought, so, those terrifying energies I encountered in the lake were all emitted from this guy's fight. 5An frowned with suspicion. He's always been hiding his true strength. This is absolutely not a cultivator of the divine realm. He glanced over Chen Mo's exhausted body and wondered, he's clearly only at the strength of a first-level planetary elder, so why is he in such a small sect? 5An quickly approached the fox and meticulously examined its fur. This fox's fur and claws are all good materials. The meat is useless, at most, it can only be exchanged for a few spirit stones. He held the patch of fur and looked back at Chen Mo. 5An had guessed, but you'll like it, right? Then he chose to ignore it, secretly putting those things into his spatial storage. Oh, never mind, just take it all. 5An still couldn't find the answers to his questions. He continued to stare at Chen Mo for a long time. But what exactly is Chen Mo's purpose? Bringing him into Tone Tien Mon, will it ultimately be a blessing or a curse? Suddenly, 5N pulled out a dagger. He clenched it and thought, or rather. 5N sat down and thought carefully, he's merely a 20-year-old nascent soul cultivator. If he truly serves Tone Tien Mon, perhaps in a few hundred years, Tone Tien Mon will unify the cultivation world. 5N sweated, struggling internally for a long time. But he's hiding himself. This is like a trap, ready to explode at any touch. The danger level is incomparable. Chen Mo, still unconscious, was completely unaware. He finally made a decision. I can't fully control this blade, yet I'm putting all my hopes into my own blade. 5N held the dagger close to Chen Mo's neck and thought seriously, this is an extremely unwise choice. His hand still hesitated, unable to strike decisively. 5N muttered to himself, finally intending to kill Chen Mo. Instead of that, it's better to destroy this blade. A sudden gust of wind blew a leaf into the air. Someone's voice interrupted 5N's actions. This is the true nature of the cultivation world. He spun around in surprise and saw Vo Thuong standing not far away. He sneered, even Liang 5N of Tone Tien Mon cannot escape this vice. 5N immediately stood up, gripping his arrogant wind sword, and replied, I don't understand what you're saying. Tone Tien Mon has proper sect rules. We've never resorted to murder and robbery. Vo Thuong burst out laughing. Haha, that sounds good. I almost believed you. So what were you doing just now? He hastily explained. Of course I was saving him. He was poisoned. I was helping him extract blood to stop the poison. Hearing this, he laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, truly a character from a major sect, even thicker-skinned than ordinary people. 5N replied sternly, if you already know I'm from a major sect, do you dare to stand here, waiting to become a ghost under my sword? He slowly moved to the side. I've been following you for so long, wouldn't it be useless to give up now? He was completely unaware he was being followed, such good tracking skills that even I, Liang 5N, didn't notice. Who exactly are you? Vo Thuong pulled out a short dagger, the kind ninjas use. He smirked and said, remember well, I am Shadow Sect's Vo Thuong. 5N was speechless, realizing this trip had gone too far. The Assassin Sect, ranked 16th on the assassin list, Shadow Sect's Vo Thuong. He asked, did you come to kill me? Vo Thuong sneered and replied, that's right. It seems I've profited greatly this time. The price they offered me isn't even comparable to the treasures on your body. 5N, on the verge of death, still had time to be curious. You're clearly an assassin. Why didn't you attack me from behind just now? Aren't you afraid that once I recover my strength, I'll kill you instead? He then explained, it's fine. The more your strength recovers, the more it proves you're poisoned even deeper. It was then that 5N panicked and quickly checked his whole body. Poison? Where did you poison me? After that, the poison quickly spread throughout his body. He felt his body gradually becoming numb. This time, it's really dangerous, 5N said, unwilling to accept it. I am Liang 5N, young master of the Heavens Calculus sect, wielding the arrogant sword, ranked 43rd on the divine weapon list. Am I really going to die here? Then he immediately used a move to summon countless swords pointed at Vo Thuong. I'll take you on, myriad swords come to court. He was very surprised by that attack. Vo Thuong couldn't dodge in time. 5 swords immediately plunged into him, making him vomit blood. 5N breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had defeated Vo Thuong. Success. He then suddenly appeared behind 5N. Vo Thuong flung a knife, pinning it straight into his back. Then you're overthinking it. Didn't you say an assassin should strike from behind? I'll follow your advice. He turned back in disbelief. What's wrong with the person in front? Before 5N's eyes was now just a dummy. He was surprised. This is a substitute artifact. That's right, I also have a trump card treasure. Having no other choice, 5N didn't hesitate to take out a token. I can't not use it now. Vo Thuong still didn't know what was about to happen. He was still very excited. Hey, what kind of trick are you playing? I'll send you off peacefully myself. A hand suddenly appeared and rested on his shoulder. Vothwang turned his head to look and exclaimed in horror, General Fu Chi. Just moments ago he was gloating, but now he was submissive and quickly negotiated. Wait a moment, I can tell you who ordered your killing, I can give you the antidote. General Fu Chi swung his sword, giving him an indelible mark, and roared, roar. 5An regretfully watched Vothwang die and said, I didn't get to hear who the mastermind was, and now I don't even have the strength to find an antidote. A scene unfolded in the dark night. The water below continued to rush, waves continuously crashing against the shore, sending foam everywhere. The people there ran scattered in all directions. They were all screaming frantically, help! On another side, Not Nuok was helping him knee up the cliff. She looked down and worriedly asked him, the forbidden area is collapsing, can they get out? Not Nuok calmly replied, let's go back. No matter what, I will wait for Benefactor's deadline. He urged her, let's go quickly. Hin Ni still looked longingly down the cliff. A dazzling ray of light suddenly appeared on the water's surface. That light emanated from a small mirror at the bottom of the lake. Inside the mirror, 5An and Tran Mak lay in different positions, one face down and one face up. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Tran Mak suppressed the pain and then tried to sit up, clenching his teeth and exclaiming, it hurts so much. Tran Mak then turned to look and found 5An lying not far from him. He called out, Liang 5An. Tran Mak quickly took out a pill and put it in his mouth. He tried to sit up and crawl towards 5An, but by then Tran Mak's body was depleted of strength. He felt helpless internally. Damn it! Now there's no spiritual energy in my body at all, it's like a dead lake. Tran Mak approached him, then carefully observed every detail before starting to analyze. He's still alive, but it looks like he's been poisoned. Tran Mak turned around and found Impermanence lying relaxed in a corner. He suddenly understood, you got injured fighting him, didn't you? After a moment of thought, Tran Mak turned to look at 5An, asking himself, to save me. Tran Mak continued to take out another elixir, sighing helplessly. Sigh, in my entire life, this is the first time Tran Mak has encountered something like this. I can't believe I was saved by Luang 5An. Next, Tran Mak slowly put the elixir into his mouth. If my life was saved by you, then I definitely have to save yours too. Once that was done, he struggled to stand up with his injured body, then slowly walked towards Impermanence. Then Tran Mak picked up 2 bottles of medicine lying next to him, looked them over, and exclaimed, I don't know which one is the antidote. I can't just use these randomly. He no longer hesitated between the 2 bottles of medicine. Tran Mak turned to look at 5An and made his decision. Oh well, I'll find an antidote for you. He entered the forest alone, it's just that now I can't refine elixirs, I can only mix medicine for you. Tran Mak quickly plucked a handful of leaves nearby and put them in his mouth to chew. Today, I'll also follow Shenong's example of tasting hundreds of herbs, trying a different approach. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach immediately sent a signal. Tran Mak went to the side and vomited a rainbow-colored puddle. He comforted him, Luang 5An, please try a little harder. After that, Tran Mak, dragging his heavily injured body, went searching around by himself. I will definitely save your life. After walking for a while, a house appeared before him. Tran Mak was surprised, a bamboo house? How can there be a house in the mirror world? Could it be the house where the spirit-devouring rat stored its treasures? As he lifted his foot to walk towards it, he suddenly bumped into a bowl. Tran Mak looked down and wondered, a bowl? He happily picked up the bowl, this is great. Tran Mak quickly left that place, with this bowl, I can give him medicine. White smoke billowed from the ground into the air. He improvised a simple stove with wood and rocks and used the bowl to directly cook medicine for 5An. Then Tran Mak went to support him and laid him in his arms. He was surprised, Tran Mak unconsciously touched something on 5An's body and thought to himself, everything on this guy is good stuff. This is a 3rd-grade spiritual armor that's impervious to blades and spears. He coldly blurted out, "Why not just ignore you, let you die, then all the good stuff will be mine." Tran Mak said to himself and then chuckled, "Of course, I was just saying." He picked up the spiritual medicine and said with a pale face, "The internal medicine isn't ready yet, so for external application, I can only chew it." Tran Mak trembled, his face pale, but he still endured and chewed the medicine, so bitter, so incredibly bitter. After he finished chewing the medicine, he sighed to himself, "Oh my God, I can't feel my mouth anymore." Tran Mak looked at Five An's pained face and made a request, "You absolutely must live. Don't let me waste my effort." He began searching from his feet and felt, on the legs too. Tran Mak continued to examine Five An's entire body, and when he reached his stomach, he suddenly discovered something. He frowned as he felt. Then a look of alarm appeared on his face. Tran Mak shouted, "There's nothing." Five An, half-conscious, vaguely let out a soft laugh. He wondered suspiciously, could it be that he is? Tran Mak made a startled guess, is he an Inyan person? He looked at Five An in his arms, still unable to believe it. Who would have thought that the esteemed chief disciple of Quan Tien Mon is? I don't even know if it's innate or acquired. Tran Mak immediately reached out and touched his throat, this Adam's apple of his. A piece of paper unexpectedly fell out. He was confused. Huh? Tran Mak quickly picked up the paper and looked at it. There was a strange object inside, but he quickly recognized it. This is a special spirit stone used for voice alteration. Tran Mak silently looked at him, still unconscious in his arms. He awkwardly said, "I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, really." Then Tran Mak took the cup of finished medicine and slowly fed it to Five An. "Don't worry, I won't pry into your private matters." Next, he helped him up inside. "No matter what, we still need to find a way to recover." Tran Mak carefully helped Five An walk, not forgetting to exclaim, "You're really light." He suddenly woke up, uttering a sound, "Ugh." Tran Mak spoke up to remind him, "Don't move." He noticed something unusual and touched his own neck. "My voice has changed, it's been tampered with." Five An, enraged, immediately turned to look at him. "Tran Mak, let's fight to the death." Tran Mak was so confused that a huge question mark appeared on his face. "What?" Tran Mak pretended not to have discovered his true identity. He joked, "You're in such a state now, and you still want to fight me to the death?" Tran Mak broke out in a cold sweat, panicking internally. Has he realized that I discovered his secret? I don't have any spiritual energy right now. If I really get hit, I'll be at a disadvantage. He continued to explain, "Furthermore, why do you want to fight me to the death? I saved you, and this is how you treat your savior?" Five An grimaced and avoided his gaze. He thought to himself, "It's true that you saved me, but you discovered my secret." Five An awkwardly scolded, "You took off my clothes." Tran Mak immediately retorted, "I wanted to treat your wounds, and besides, we're both men." He launched into a tirade, "What's wrong with taking off a shirt? I didn't take off your pants, did I?" Five An was very surprised by his attitude. He didn't discover my secret? Then why did my fake Adam's apple become so loose? He didn't have the strength to be curious about it anymore. Forget it, maybe I misunderstood. Besides, even if I wanted to fight him, I couldn't win. Tran Mak turned away and said, "Get some rest." Five An looked around curiously and asked, "Where are we going? Are we leaving the Forbidden Zone now?" He immediately explained, "We're still in the Forbidden Zone. This is the world inside the mirror, within a mirror deep at the bottom of the lake." Five An didn't believe it and quickly glanced around at the scenery again. A mirror? This is clearly a world. Could there be another small world within this mirror? Tran Mak nodded and replied, "That's right. Actually, the flag you're looking for is just a marker. This mirror is much more precious than that flag." He looked up ahead and said, "Now we're going to the bamboo house, where there might be more treasures." He was curious, a bamboo house? What's that? Tran Mak slowly explained, "When I went to find herbs for you, I discovered a place, perhaps the cultivation retreat of some senior." Five An turned his head and looked ahead, then asked, "He could use a small world as his tomb?" The inheritance he left behind must be astonishing, right? He suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, did you say that Peerless Fiend was killed by someone? Tran Mac shook his head and replied, no. I heavily injured him, he's probably recuperating now. We need to restore our strength before he does. 5N was very curious and wanted to know the answer. Do you really only have a God realm cultivation? Tran Mac finally decided to tell him the whole truth. No, I concealed my cultivation. I'm at the middle stage of Golden Core. After hearing the answer, he suddenly smacked him on the head and pouted, you concealed so much of your strength. No wonder you could fight me to a draw. Tran Mac was furious, grinding his teeth and glaring at 5N. Your secrets are even more astonishing. I really want to see what a Inyan person is truly like. 5N suddenly made a request. Tran Mac, come to my Quan Tien sect. I can introduce you to a 4th grade alchemist as your master and let you become an inner disciple. How about it? He curiously asked, not an elder? At this, he sincerely explained. Actually, the treatment for an outer elder and an inner disciple is almost the same, and inner disciples have more practical benefits. After hearing those words, Tran Mac couldn't help but curse inwardly. So you previously used a position with poor treatment to lure me? He smirked and replied, oh, forget it. The Quan Tien sect has countless strong cultivators. If I go there, I'll just be an inner disciple. In my auto sect, I'm an inner elder. How majestic is that? 5N disappointedly scolded him, you have no ambition at all, you have talent. Come to my Quan Tien sect, and one day, it's not impossible for the sect leader position to be passed on to you. Tran Mac chuckled aloud and said, you talk as if the sect leader is my father, but I thank you very much for valuing me so highly. He helped 5N walk back to the earlier house. We've arrived at the bamboo house. He looked around and asked, is this the senior's inheritance you spoke of? 5N, lacking knowledge, immediately scoffed, why does it look like a farmer's house? Tran Mac, standing beside him and rotating his shoulders, replied, what do you know? Such powerful figures pursue pure cultivation, arduous cultivation. What's strange about a place like this? Meanwhile, 5N suddenly pulled out a handful of elixirs from his pocket. Then he directly put them all into his mouth. Seeing this, Tran Mac asked curiously, what are you eating? 5N swallowed all the elixirs and then turned his head to reply, I don't know. That answer left him speechless. Tran Mac immediately got angry and scolded him, you don't know? If you don't know, why are you stuffing them into your mouth? 5N explained, they're probably some kind of elixirs for stopping bleeding, restoring vital energy, and healing. I'm eating a bit more to recover faster. He asked in surprise. Can elixirs really be eaten so indiscriminately? You're really rich. After that, Tran Mac made another suggestion. First, let's go inside the house and take a look. Both of them quickly entered the house. Tran Mac looked at the things hanging on the wall and wondered, why are all these agricultural tools here? 5N stood with his hands on his hips and asked again, are you sure this isn't actually a farmer's residence? He put a hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, well, let's go check out another house then. The two of them went to check another room. Before anything, he climbed onto someone else's bed and sat down. Tran Mac reproached him, why are you sitting on someone else's bed? He replied nonchalantly, my whole body hurts right now, what's wrong with sitting for a bit? Before 5N could even warm up the old bed, it collapsed. He angrily cursed, this bed actually collapsed. Next, he discovered something else nearby. There's a basket in here, and it seems to contain books. Tran Mac casually picked up a book titled Heavenly Heart Scripture. He held it up and admired it, this is. After looking through it for a moment, Tran Mac realized, this is the Heavenly Heart Scripture, the Sect Tran Phi cultivation method of the Heavenly Heart Tao sect branch of the cultivation world. The Heavenly Heart Tao sect is one of the strongest forces. He turned to look at the house again and speculated, so, this is the residence of a powerful figure from the Heavenly Heart Tao sect. Then Tran Mac held up the book to 5N, boasting, look, this Heavenly Heart Scripture is a great treasure. He immediately ran over excitedly. Really? There's such a good thing? 5N eagerly took the book. Not bad, let me see. The book in his hand hadn't been held for long before it suddenly disintegrated. He cried out in alarm. What did you do? That was the Heavenly Heart scripture. He uttered in confusion. What? 5N immediately explained. I was just curious and touched it a bit. Who knew this book would be so fragile? It crumbled as soon as I touched it. How can you blame me? After 5N finished explaining, he, however, didn't listen to anything he said. Tran Mac picked up another book. Then you're not allowed to touch it. I'll look at another book. While he was rummaging, trying to find another book, the entire pile of books in the basket suddenly turned to ash. Tran Mac cried out in alarm. What is this? He wondered in confusion. Why did they all turn to ash? What exactly happened? Seeing this, 5N immediately burst into hearty laughter with a smug expression. Haha, I ruined one book, and you ruined a whole basket. Is it my turn to scold you now? Then he quickly consoled him. No need to be heartbroken, it's just the loss of some cultivation techniques, right? 5N was as persistent as a leech. He was just like those multi-level marketing scammers trying to get others to join their organization. Join my heaven-gazing sect. Whatever cultivation techniques you want, I can find them for you. Tran Mac showed disdain. This rich bumpkin fundamentally doesn't understand the value of these books. He turned his face away, ignoring 5N. I'm not staying with you wealthy landlords. I'm going to check out other thatched houses. Tran Mac quickly left. He hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait a moment. The two of them continued on to another place and discovered a coffin. He immediately exclaimed, this house is actually a coffin. 5N stood nearby and said, it feels a bit desolate. Could it be that there are treasures inside? He also intelligently thought of the most practical possibility, but it could also be a pile of dry bones. Tran Mac excitedly raised a hand towards the coffin. Then let's open the coffin. Then he turned to 5N and demanded, why don't you do it? He was surprised. What did you say? 5N bickered with Tran Mac over such a small thing. I do the work. Can't you do it yourself? Tran Mac frowned, crossed his arms, and recounted his efforts to him. I carried you here, and I found the bamboo house too, he said angrily. You should also put in some effort, otherwise, on what grounds would the treasure inside be shared with you? Scolded like that, 5N conceded. He obediently and hastily replied, all right, I'll do it. 5N channeled all his internal energy into his arms, then he tried his best to push open the coffin lid. Humph. Watching 5N tremble all over, unable to push open the coffin lid, Tran Mac standing beside him sighed in exasperation. He couldn't help but mock him. Can you really do it or not? Do you know what it means to use force? Suddenly, 5N turned to look at him, his face completely flushed. That gaze made him skip a beat, and Tran Mac stood stunned for a moment. He shut his eyes tightly and immediately turned his head away. What am I getting emotional about again? He's a half-demon. Tran Mac stood behind, urging 5N, hurry up, think of a way. Then he saw him unexpectedly lift his robe to rummage for something. Next, 5N took out a wooden box, inside which was a puppet. He brought the wooden box close to his face and channeled spiritual energy into its body. After 5N finished channeling spiritual energy, the puppet developed eyes and a mouth and immediately sat up. Tran Mac exclaimed in surprise, ah! The puppet jumped out of the box in his hand, its size gradually changing significantly. At first it was only palm-sized, then it grew several times larger. After it had finished expanding its body, the puppet was even taller and bigger than 5N. Tran Mac looked at it with an admiring expression, while 5N stood by, smiling faintly. Country bumpkin. This puppet quickly used great force to move the coffin lid. With its immense strength, the problem was solved in just a few fleeting seconds. He was surprised. It's open. He placed a hand on Tran Mac's shoulder and urged, go take a look. After both of them approached the coffin and looked inside, they discovered. Before them appeared a girl lying asleep, as beautiful as Sleeping Beauty. Her name was Tula. 5N glanced at Tran Mak and asked, "Is she beautiful?" He slowly replied, "Beautiful. This woman is the third most beautiful person I've ever met." He was surprised and chuckled softly, "Oh, there's even a ranking? So you've met two more beautiful people?" He had a smug expression, of course. Then Tran Mak secretly thought to himself, the first is junior sister Luoli, the second is Yin Ching Cheng. He turned to 5N and asked, "Don't you think she's very beautiful?" He replied coldly, "I, Liang 5N, the great disciple of the heaven calculating sect, have seen all sorts of women. Is this even considered beautiful?" 5N scoffed at Tran Mak and then left, truly a country bumpkin who has never seen anything of the world. He was so angered he nearly went crazy. "You!" Tran Mak puffed his cheeks and muttered to himself, "Forget it, why bother arguing with a half-demon like him? No matter how beautiful a woman is, he can only look." He walked over and patted 5N's shoulder, saying, "This is truly true, young Master Liang. With your vast knowledge, I humbly admit my inferiority." While they were engrossed in conversation, Tu La unexpectedly opened her eyes and woke up. She immediately rushed towards Tran Mak and yelled, "I'll kill you." Tran Mak, caught off guard, was choked by Tu La's hand. "This voice, it's the same sound that spoke to me before." He carefully observed her and speculated, she must be that peerless ferocious creature in disguise. 5N drew his sword and lunged to rescue Tran Mak. "Damn demon, take this." He struck Tu La's arm with his arrogant wind sword. But surprisingly, her arm was not harmed by the sword. Instead, 5N's blade immediately chipped in several places. Tu La tightened her grip on Tran Mak's neck with increasing force, and 5N immediately rummaged through his pocket. Then he was seen throwing out 3 puppets. All 3 puppets thrown by 5N were bitten in half by her. He angrily clenched the victory flag in his hand. Damn it, what on earth can control her? Tu La's attention immediately fixated on the flag 5N was holding. A sudden pain shot through her body. Tu La immediately released Tran Mak, then instantly clutched her head and screamed, "Ah!" He was thrown backward by her. 5N hastily helped Tran Mak up and asked, "Tran Mak, are you all right? Wake up." He coughed a few times. 5N, confused, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Tran Mak suddenly clutched his body and jumped up, saying, "You took advantage of me." His actions left 5N a bit speechless. His expression darkened. 5N slowly asked, "Why would I take advantage of you?" His face contorted. You monster." Tran Mak was so flustered that he started to stammer, You. Tran Mak immediately thought to himself, "No, I can't say that, it's too hurtful. He did save me, after all." He spoke up, "Luang 5N, I like girls. Real girls." After saying it, he felt a bit awkward and scratched his cheek. 5N frowned, thinking to himself, he means he hasn't discovered my true identity as a girl yet, but what's the deal now? We're 2 men, why is he so flustered? He pressed on, "I know you like girls, so what?" Tran Mak was momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond, you. Then he decided to leave. Tran Mak made a request, "Never mind, just stay away from me." 5N then chased after him, "Stay away from you. That's a good one. Do you want to monopolize the treasure in the coffin?" Both quickly went to the coffin to check inside. He leaned in close and curiously asked, "What is that?" Tran Mak explained, "Inside the coffin is a person named Thien Trake. These are his records." Both imagined the past scenes from the notebook. He slowly began to recount. Tens of thousands of years ago, this person was already a grand master who had passed the tribulation. He discovered a beast wreaking havoc in the cultivation world. Following that, the image of Thien Trake frantically holding a mirror appeared through Tran Mak's narration. The beast was incredibly strong. The master could only subdue it by trapping it in the mirror world. The scene of a person and a beast living together, based on his narration, in the mirror world. The beast revealed its true form, which turned out to be a fiery red-haired female dog. He named it Tao Du. As soon as he mentioned this, Tran Mak realized that Tu Lao was the female dog. 5N chuckled and replied, yes, a female dog. The female dog you ranked third just now. He shook his head and turned away, deliberately teasing him. I wonder what the two beauties you ranked first would think. Tran Mak, furious, swore and yelled, shut up. He continued the unfinished story. He confined himself in that beast here, originally intending to completely subdue it, but the beast did not change and injured him. Thien Trake unfortunately passed away. Tran Mak lowered his voice. He never released it, even until his death. He himself eventually turned into a skeleton, and that beast also couldn't recover from its injuries and leave this place. Then he glanced at the bones on the ground and offered his own judgment. I see many bite marks on that skeleton. It must have been bitten by the beast to vent its anger. Tran Mak widened his eyes, thinking, after so many years, its power has dwindled to ours, but it still can't leave this place. 5N impatiently stood with his hands on his hips and asked, where's the treasure you mentioned? Tran Mak didn't answer, only uttering a sound, He angrily scolded, no treasure is one thing, but all my precious items were ruined saving you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? 5N gripped the flag tightly and yelled, in the end, it's only afraid of this. Tran Mak then stepped forward, put his arm around his shoulder, and preached, yo, we're brothers. Why fuss over worldly possessions? As long as we're here and our friendship is here, what else is more important? By now, 5N had also calmed down. He asked, what do we do now? He observed and pondered for a moment before replying. The external restriction is probably about to disappear now, and it's just in time for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flow into this mirror world. Tran Mak seriously said, by then, that dog's strength will quickly recover. Once it recovers, we're definitely dead. He cleverly understood what he meant, so now, while it hasn't recovered, we kill it. Tran Mak nodded, right. Tran Mak pointed at the flag and explained, inside this flag is something that dog fears. You might as well research what's inside a bit, I'll stand guard for you. 5N obediently listened and quickly sat down, all right, it's not like there's any other way. He focused intensely on researching the flag, and streams of green light immediately appeared, enveloping 5N's body. He sat down next to him and silently observed. Tran Mak waved his hand in front of him and repeatedly called out, Liam 5N, Liam 5N. After seeing 5N concentrating without any movement, he decided to go over to the coffin, haha, if you've already entered meditation. Tran Mak quickly climbed inside the coffin. Actually, I saw something similar just now. He reached out and pulled the purple ring from the toe of the skeleton. Although I don't know what it is, if it belonged to a Tribulation Transcendent stage powerhouse, then it must be something good. Then Tran Mak brought a finger to his mouth and bit hard on his fingertip. Now, let's try dripping blood to claim ownership. 5N presented the heaven ring from inside the flag for him to drip his blood into it. Tran Mak picked up the ring disappointedly and examined it. No reaction. He casually put it on his index finger. Forget it, I'll research it later. After that, Tran Mak returned to the skeleton and continued searching. Let's see if there's anything else. As soon as he reached out and touched the skeleton, a voice suddenly echoed from nowhere, giving Tran Mak a fright. Young man, I'm already a skeleton, yet you still want to torment me? He shouted in panic, who are you? The faint figure of Tien Trake appeared. Who am I? I am the skeleton you've been messing with. Suddenly, his body appeared in another place. Tran Mak immediately asked in confusion, where is this? You are old man Tien Trake. You're not dead? He calmly reassured him, young man, don't be afraid. It's just a thought from eons ago. I died many years ago. Now, only a remnant thought remains. He was confused. A remnant thought? Tien Trake nodded and replied, that's right. He continued to explain, the heaven ring chose you, so it will naturally abandon me. My remnant thought will probably dissipate soon. Tran Mak raised his hand with the ring on it and wondered, heaven ring? This iron ring? Tien Trig looked at him with affectionate eyes and replied, I truly admire you. All my life I spent so much effort and could never succeed in becoming the master of this heaven ring. I didn't expect it to acknowledge you. Tran Mak stood up curiously and asked, what does the heaven ring do? He waved his hand and answered his question. To possess the heaven ring is like possessing a true world. That wave immediately emitted countless rays of light carrying power, which were then absorbed by the heaven ring on Tran Mak's hand. Tien Trig resolutely replied, sun, moon, stars, valleys, earth. This is a real world, and you are its master. Tran Mak closed his eyes, sensing the power continuously being absorbed by his body. Half of the Earth's hemisphere immediately appeared before him. Tran Mak simultaneously raised both hands to the sky. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Everything around him from earlier had vanished. Tran Mak returned to that room with a bewildered expression. He excitedly clenched the hand wearing the heaven ring and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, what a bargain! Tran Mak stood up and walked around, admiring it. In my previous life, I didn't even have such good spiritual energy to use. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bright lightning bolts suddenly surged through his body. Tran Mak joyfully shouted, I'm about to break through. He tiptoed out to the yard, turning his head to look at Phi Van, who was cultivating nearby. Tran Mak went out in front of the house and sat right there. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing his body. A powerful beam of light shone directly onto Tran Mak. Then Tran Mak appeared in another place. He sat alone on the peak of a large rock. A galaxy in the universe immediately appeared before him, ocean of consciousness. A floating golden sphere appeared in midair. An arm suddenly reached out and pierced the shell of the sphere. Tran Mak closed his eyes and wondered, is that my nascent soul? I'm about to break through. While he was concentrating on cultivating, he was unaware that someone nearby was secretly watching him. Tu La, in the form of a dog, was hiding nearby, observing Tran Mak. She gritted her teeth and thought, I wasted all my effort to control a fox, to make it bring the tree banner to help me break the formation. It was almost successful. Then Tu La didn't think much and directly pounced on him, it's all because you ruined my plan. Tran Mak felt something unusual. He frowned and thought, this isn't good. A beam of light in the shape of a sword suddenly shot out from Tran Mak's back. It flew towards Tu La. Targeted by that sword, she quickly retreated backward. Full of resentment, she looked at Tran Mak in the distance and made up her mind, now is the best time to kill you. Just as she was about to jump up and attack him again, her body unexpectedly jumped through into another world. Tu La excitedly looked at the surrounding atmosphere. It's amazing, the spiritual energy of this world is incredibly abundant, completely different from the world in the mirror. Next, she unexpectedly cried out, ugh. Tu La's eyes blazed as she thought to herself, just you wait, I'm almost recovered to the nascent soul realm, and that will be the day you die. On this side, Tran Mak also sensed her presence. Oh no, that dog got in. My nascent soul hasn't fully emerged yet, I still need time. Tu La slowly advanced towards him. It's a shame the guy severely injured me, I can't make any more progress. After that, she gradually increased her speed, but this level is enough to kill him. Tu La dashed like an arrow towards Tran Mak and shouted, I'll eat you whole. She took a leap in front of him, simultaneously opening her mouth full of sharp teeth. A newly born nascent soul is the most delicious thing in the world. Tu La opened her mouth wide and lunged, intending to swallow Tran Mak whole. She snapped her jaws quickly. Tu La thought he was neatly inside her mouth. But at that moment, she suddenly realized that Tran Mak had vanished without a trace. Tu La looked up and around. Then she discovered he was sitting on the rock in front of her. She realized, this guy actually possesses spatial power. Tran Mak still kept his eyes tightly closed, focusing on his cultivation. Tu La pounced on him again, give me all your power. The moment she arrived, Tran Mak immediately moved to another spot. The two kept up, one chasing, one fleeing. Tu La shouted, don't run. After a short while, she caught up to him, you can't escape. This world was perfectly fine, and you turned it into this. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Tu Law swung her sharp claws towards him and shouted, if you have the guts, don't run. Just as her claws were about to touch his body, Tran Mak, momentarily unable to move, was directly struck by Tu Law and sent flying backward. She dashed like an arrow towards him and shouted, this time, you're definitely dead. Tran Mak quickly sat up, panting, and wondered, phew, why couldn't I move just now? Next, Tran Mak suddenly felt the condition of the golden core in his body. My golden core, I feel it's about to shatter. Tu La, unwilling to give up, continued to rush towards Tran Mak. You're not dead yet? She continued to deliver a fatal blow to him, but fortunately, Tran Mak quickly dodged it. Tu La was furious. She opened her mouth wide, and a strange light emitted from it. Die. Heavenly Dog howls at the moon. Tran Mak immediately coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Tu La smugly said, you can't run this time, can you? She transformed back into her human form and challenged, kid, fighting me, you're still far from good enough. Tran Mak was alarmed, oh no, my golden core is shattered, but why is there a child here? Tu La continued to pounce and attack, go die. Just as she was about to deliver an attack, a protective barrier suddenly appeared around Tran Mak's body. Tu La exclaimed in confusion, what is that? She was astonished to realize, this guy has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Tran Mak had now completed his breakthrough, and he spoke, this is my world. You have destroyed my world. He angrily shouted directly at Tu La, do you know how much I love this world? Tu La ignored those words, she didn't care at all, who cares about you? What a blabbermouth. Just die. Tran Mak immediately threw a punch at her, it won't be that easy. His eyes were now filled with anger. Tran Mak clenched his fist and declared, now it's your turn. Tran Mak twirled the rope in his hand, saw Tu La had transformed back into a fox, and as she turned to flee, he shouted, don't you run. Tu La opened her mouth wide, running and tilting her head to glance back, observing his actions. Before she knew it, Tran Mak had moved like lightning, appearing right behind her. Where are you looking? He aimed directly at the target in front of him, then swung his arm and launched the rope towards the fox Tu La. The rope accurately struck her face with a powerful whip, making her spit out a mouthful of blood and cry out in pain several times, growl. Growl. Tran Mak raised his hand high and pulled the rope backward. Then he once again whipped the rope, aiming at Tu La to attack, you can't escape. Tran Mak frowned, his hand clenched into a fist, look how my world has been destroyed by you. I'll take you on. Tu La turned her head and angrily cursed, you shameless creature. You clearly caused more destruction yourself. As soon as it turned around, its entire body was wrapped by the rope, and it roared several times, growl. Growl. Tran Mak also seized the opportunity, pulling the rope with all his might, good chance. Tu La's fox body was pulled forward, falling to the ground. Tran Mak ordered it, behave yourself, and hand over the primal power within your body. Blood vessels swelled in the fox's eyes as it firmly said, don't dream. What can you do to me? You can't kill me. Tran Mak threatened it, if you don't hand over your primal power, I'll trap you here. Don't even dream of getting out for your whole life. Tu La defiantly replied, if you're so capable, then don't ever break through in this lifetime. Wait until you've used all your power to break through again, then you won't have the strength to trap me anymore. Tran Mak's hand tightened on the golden rope as he thought to himself, it seems what she says makes sense. Trapping her here also greatly hinders me. Tran Mak cleared his throat, ahem, then let's try a different way. When I cultivate to the soul transformation stage, I'll release you, allowing you to move freely in this world. He took a few steps closer to it, so, when I reach the tribulation stage, you can go wherever you want, okay? Tu La heard Tran Mak's words and calculated in her head, the tribulation stage. I'll need 100,000 years to reach the tribulation stage. Just relying on you, who knows when that will be? Having thought everything through, Tu La stood up straight and bluntly refused him, don't you dare dream. Tran Mak scratched his head, quietly rethinking his next plan, it seems negotiations failed. I should return to the present world first and think of another way. Back in reality, the sky was already dark. Tran Mak walked leisurely towards the house with his hands in his pockets. He looked inside and wondered, I wonder how Luong Phi Van's enlightenment is going. Upon entering the house, Tran Mak saw him sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed tightly, surrounded by a yellowish-orange light, emitting streaks of green light. He's still breaking the core to form a pill. He urgently knelt down, shook the person sitting on the floor a few times, and shouted, Luong Phi Van, stop quickly. Let's leave here and then you can break through. This place doesn't provide spiritual energy for your breakthrough. Something bad will happen. After an unknown amount of time, Phi Van finally opened his eyes wide. His face was flushed, and the corners of his eyes were teary. Sweat dripped from Tran Mak's forehead as he gritted his teeth and wondered inwardly, what's going on? Is the human demon about to reveal itself? He pulled his arm, wanting to help Phi Van stand up. Get up quickly, we need to leave this place immediately. Phi Van grimaced, speaking with great difficulty, I can't stand up. Tran Mak impatiently asked him, are you going crazy? If you don't get up, I'm leaving by myself. Phi Van burst out in annoyance, shouting back at him, I told you, I can't stand up. Are you deaf? Tran Mak wasn't displeased by the scolding. Instead, he smiled, now that's more like you. In front of Phi Van, a green flag was planted in the ground, emitting streaks of green light. He mumbled to himself, within that flag, two worlds merge. The power of these two worlds flows into my body, forcing me to break through. Tran Mak stared intently at the flag, thinking, two worlds? Could this flag be even better than my heaven realm? Phi Van, opposite him, had tears streaming down his face, but there's no spiritual energy in this world. Am I going to die? Seeing his teary appearance, Tran Mak sighed, don't cry one moment and get angry the next, it's too scary. Tran Mak looked at the person in front of him, whose eyes were closed and face pale, and thought to himself, both of his worlds lack spiritual energy. Without energy to break the core and form a pill, he might really die. Or should I use the spiritual energy from my heaven realm to help him? Phi Van opened his eyes and moved them towards him, asking, I have spirit stones in my waist pouch, Tran Mak, quickly get them for me. Tran Mak obeyed him, knelt down and fumbled around, searching, waist pouch. In his head, he silently evaluated, his waist actually feels so soft. Phi Van's cheeks flushed slightly as he urged loudly, hurry up, can you please be a bit quicker? Tran Mak, still focused on searching, retorted, don't rush me. But in his head, he secretly cursed, damn it, how can it be so soft? Who knows how long passed, but he finally managed to put one of his arms into Phi Van's waist pouch. Tran Mak felt a cloth bag inside and thought to himself, this guy really has money. He used so many treasures to save me before, yet he still has so much left. After grabbing the cloth bag, he exclaimed, found it. These are your spirit stones, right? Phi Van leaned against Tran Mak as if all his strength had left him, I can barely move. You absorb the spirit stones. Then transfer the spiritual energy into my body. Tran Mak glanced at the bag and replied, I understand. Immediately after, he focused, holding the spirit stones in one hand to absorb them, while his other hand touched Phi Van's back to transfer the spiritual energy. A look of excitement appeared on his face, and he exclaimed three words, so comfortable. Tran Mak's face darkened, and he unhappily ordered, don't make such disgusting sounds anymore. Phi Van, unafraid, said, stop wasting words, continue. Sitting behind him, Tran Mak successively transferred the spiritual energy from the spirit stones into Phi Van's body. His hand reached inside, and the spirit stones were successively taken out of the black cloth bag. Tran Mak gritted his teeth and asked, what's going on with you? Still haven't broken through? Phi Van smirked and glanced backward, what's the rush? My cultivation, Liang Phi Van's, is profound, and my talent is astonishing, so of course, I need even more spirit stones to break through. Tran Mak's eyes narrowed, and he remained silent. In just a short time, all the spirit stones inside the cloth bag had been used up, leaving only an empty bag. 5An's entire body was now radiating a golden aura. He excitedly shouted, "Third rank formation master, nascent soul realm, I've broken through." 5An then glanced back with a puzzled look. "Tran Mac, what's wrong? You can let go now." Tran Mac gritted his teeth and said, "I want to let go too, but why can't I?" 5An asked again anxiously, "What?" Tran Mac suddenly realized with a start, "Your body is still absorbing my spiritual energy." As soon as 5An heard that, he closed his eyes tightly. "Wait, let me see what's happening." After seeing the reflections within his body, he explained, "I know now. After condensing the vertical meridians, these two worlds have merged into one with me. Because these two worlds have no spiritual energy, it's now using my body as a breakthrough point to absorb your spiritual energy." Tran Mac asked incredulously, "I saved you, so why am I encountering something like this again?" 5N put his hand into his waistband and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm also absorbing spiritual energy. We'll fill this world together." Tran Mac repeated the two words he had just heard, "Fill it?" 5N held the second cloth bag in his hand. "Don't waste words, quick, take out more spirit stones." Tran Mac followed his words and once again put his hand into 5N's waistband, searching. On the ground, there were already 2 or 3 cloth bags and spirit stones scattered around. A voice echoed in the space, "We've consumed so many spirit stones." Tran Mac continuously repeated the motion of absorbing spirit stones with one hand and channeling spiritual energy into the person in front of him with the other. He stared intently at the spirit stone and asked, "Luong 5An, why won't it stop? Are you sure we won't be drained into dry corpses?" 5An's face was dotted with sweat, and his eyes were tightly shut as he replied, "I don't know either." He opened his eyes and smiled, looking at the spirit stone in his hand. "Although these two worlds seem to have become a part of my body, I don't fully control them." Tran Mac, behind him, was secretly calculating in his head. "Or should I use the spiritual energy of the celestial realm? But if he finds out and reports it to the heavenly calculation gate, I'm finished." He sighed, beginning to worry. "But if this continues, neither of us will survive. This is troublesome." Tran Mac saw the golden light rings surrounding the person in front of him and smiled, sighing, "Luong 5An, you're a lucky fellow. Consider it my debt from a past life, Tran Mac." 5An was surprised and tilted his head towards him. "Huh?" 5An, looking confused, asked the person sitting behind him, "What did you say? What do you mean you owe me from a past life?" Tran Mac didn't answer, closed his eyes, and continued to channel spiritual energy into his body. "Do you want more?" 5N let out a cry as he received the spiritual energy. Inside another world, 2 sources of power representing water and lava collided. When Tran Mac opened his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly after seeing the image appearing before him. He stared at the 2 worlds. "This is..." 5N smiled and pointed, introducing it to him, "Isn't it amazing? One side is the lava world, the other is the water world. Water and fire interact but don't merge." Tran Mac suddenly understood. Water subdues fire. So, water subduing fire is within the chess game. He looked up as the 2 worlds of water and fire slowly intertwined. Old man Tianshur indeed has a grand design. It seems to be there. 5An, beside him, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Tran Mac resolutely jumped straight into the water in front of him. "I want to observe it closely." Seeing his action, 5An anxiously called out, "Wait for me." Suddenly, a mysterious voice reached his ear, "It's the Divine Maiden again." 5An immediately turned his head and asked, "Who's there? Get out of here." A shadow appeared and flew next to 5An, and the mysterious voice echoed again, "Hey, why are you so fierce with me? We're all women, can't we get along? Didn't you want to kill Tran Mac?" Azura, now in human form, hovered before 5An. "Why don't you suddenly want to now?" He was stunned and speechless. "Ah." Images of himself and Tran Mac flashed through 5An's mind, but he still retorted stiffly, "Whether I kill him or not is none of your business, is it?" He looked up and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, do you know what kind of existence Tran Mak is? Azura warned, if you're not careful, the entire heavenly calculation gate will be destroyed. She began to use hypnotic words to bewitch him. It's not too late to kill him now. Once the spiritual energy of this world is balanced, killing him will be as easy as turning your hand over. Five-An lowered his head, hesitating, but Tran Mak once saved me. He hadn't finished speaking when Azura's next words cut him off. Do you know what he used to save you? He has a world even more perfect than yours. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her voice enchanting. There are suns, moons, stars, rivers, and mountains there. It's a real world. Five-An repeated the 4 words he just heard. A real world, you mean a real world. He raised both hands, clutching his sweat-soaked face. A real world, you'll get that world. Azura didn't give up, enticing him. All the dangers of the heavenly calculation gate can be resolved. By then, you won't have to work so hard. Her voice echoed in Five-An's ears. Restore your true body, regain your freedom, go wherever you wish, just kill him. His eyes were glazed over, muttering 2 words, kill him. Tears welled up in the corner of Five-An's right eye. The other side of his face seemed to sense something and turned pale. This is Waterfire. At the same time, on the other side, Tran Mak had entered the center of the Waterfire current. He looked at the mass of water shaped like a flame and asked, will you come with me? Tran Mak extended his hand sincerely. Let's conquer the world together. He smiled, watching the water currents slowly move and wrap around him. You agree then? After an unknown amount of time, Tran Mak's entire body seemed to be enveloped by the water current. He joyfully felt his body. I've obtained the Waterfire. Tran Mak happily declared aloud, Waterfire erases the violence of fire, erases the cold of water. He recalled the girl's words from the past, water and fire coexist, warm as spring. I really want a Waterfire flower. Tran Mak confidently announced, little junior sister, just wait, I will bring this Waterfire stone as a gift. He closed his eyes, smiling to himself, little junior sister, I will give you that gift. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the space. A precise blow landed on Tran Mak's hip, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. His face filled with anger, he turned to see who had ambushed him. When he saw the person behind him, he asked in a daze, disbelieving, Luong Five-An, what are you doing? Five-An didn't answer his question, his face expressionless, as he once again raised the sword in his hand and launched an attack. Tran Mak quickly leaned to the side to dodge and shouted his name, Luong Five-An. Tran Mak placed a hand on the spot where he was hit, feeling it heal. Is this the power of the Waterfire world? He landed on the ground, looking at the person still wildly swinging the sword in front of him, asking, are you crazy? Tran Mak raised his fiery fist, not giving him any quarter. You don't know how many eyes a Mavong Jia has? The orange-red flames from his fist enveloped Five-An. He looked at the sword in his hand, which was chipped due to the destructive power of the flames. Nascent soul, are you also a nascent soul? Five-An gritted his teeth. Tran Mak, you really were deceiving me. What exactly are you hiding? He lunged forward to attack once more, a nascent soul cultivator like you pretending to have a divine realm cultivation. Are you a spy from the Wind Blade sect, sent to harm my heavenly calculation gate? Tran Mak heard his words and cursed impatiently. Is that all? What kind of thing is the Wind Blade sect anyway? I don't even know it. Five-An threw his sword towards him, still trying to quibble. Nanshan Sword Master. A yellow ray of light shot towards him from the opposite direction. Tran Mak shouted loudly, unleashing a move that sent Five-An's sword flying. Heaven-slaying sword, I can't even deal with you two. Tran Mak's hand gripped his neck. Imprison the demon, come down to me. He directly threw Five-An into the orange sea of water. Next, Tran Mak turned to observe his surroundings, calculating in his mind, in this world, I can't beat him, I must get out quickly. Just as he had run a few steps, Five-An appeared behind him, steadily sitting on the head of a red dragon, chasing after him. Don't run. Tran Mak gritted his teeth and glanced behind him, checking the situation. Damn it, has the spiritual energy of this world become this dense? He darted towards the giant hand in the sky. I'm not playing with you anymore, goodbye. Back in the real world, Tran Mak opened his eyes and shouted, I'm back. He slowly tried to move the hand on the person's shoulder. It seems I can move now. Phi Van, who was sitting in front, had also exited and looked at him with a warning glance. Don't even think about shaking me off. He stood up straight, wanting to attack again. Don't even think about running away. Tran Mak was startled when he saw Phi Van darting towards him like lightning and hugging him tightly. Hey, hey. Finally, both of them entered Tran Mak's world. Phi Van looked around everywhere. Is this that complete world? It's too perfect, isn't it? He stretched out his arms, excitedly feeling everything. If the Heavenly Gate sect can obtain this world, we will be saved. Tran Mak lowered his head as if lost in his own thoughts, his gaze fixed on a spot on the ground without saying anything. Phi Van clenched his hand into a fist, his tone full of threat. Tran Mak, hand over this world, and I can spare your life. Tran Mak didn't agree to his request but asked back, what's the difference between you and those who harm people and rob them now? When Phi Van heard his assessment, his face became blank, not knowing how to refute it. Tran Mak questioned the person opposite him, harming people and robbing them, is this your true self? Phi Van was stunned and repeated his question, my true self. A past image suddenly appeared in his mind. His master, with hands clasped behind his back, said, Phi Van, the great calamity of the Heavenly Gate sect is approaching. If we cannot overcome it, we will turn into dust. If we overcome it safely, we will ascend to the heavens in one step. He turned his head and glanced at the girl standing behind him, and you are the key to this calamity, Phi Van. Are you willing to shoulder this important responsibility? At that time, Phi Van's eyes were hazy, unsure if he could handle the important responsibilities his master had entrusted to him. Returning to the present, he clenched his hand into a fist and declared, yes, I want to be my true self again. Suddenly, a hazy image of Azura Fox appeared in the sky, and cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. What's wrong with dealing with one person? Only by becoming stronger can one grasp their own destiny. Tran Mak looked up and angrily cursed her, you, cut the chatter. If you keep blabbering, I'll beat you to death. He continued to persuade the person in front of him, Liang Phi Van, you saved me twice, and I saved you twice. We're even. Today, I won't kill you. Go. A faint purple mist suddenly appeared in the space surrounding Tran Mak. His nerves were affected by it, and his words became stammering and incoherent. This is a charm poison. Azura gritted her teeth and admitted, that's right, there's no need to struggle. With your current cultivation, you simply cannot resist the lover's tears. Tran Mak's head drooped, his face flushed and covered in sweat as he thought, a 7th grade charm poison, lover's tears. This is a type of charm poison that even tribulation transcendence experts cannot resist. He cursed indignantly, you damned dog. Azura curled her lips into a mocking smile, instead of cursing me, why don't you look at your friend? Tran Mak looked up towards Phi Van and saw him letting down his hair. He asked him in confusion, half-demon, what do you want to do? Phi Van had now completely shed his male disguise, returning to his true female form. Tran Mak's mouth fell open in disbelief, raising his voice, you're not a half-demon. He looked at her long hair and slender body and finally realized, and not a man either. Phi Van suddenly lunged and hugged Tran Mak's neck tightly, making him stumble, wait. She brought her face close to Tran Mak's and introduced herself, my name is Liang Phi Van. Phi as in Vu Phi, dancing feathers, Van as in Van Fan Chung Sin, clouds distributing among living beings. Tran Mak tried to explain to the girl in front of him. Wait, you've been poisoned now, we've both been poisoned. Phi Van decisively brought her face closer, pressing her lips against his, cutting off all the words he was about to say. Tran Mak's eyes closed tightly, gradually succumbing to her kiss. Azura, on the side, began to utter provocative words, Tran Mak, have you forgotten your junior sister? His eyes widened as if waking from a daze, and he silently called out in his mind, junior sister. Azura's voice echoed in Tran Mak's ears, you already have Yin Qingcheng, and now another woman. Are you worthy of your junior sister Luoli like this? Her tone was full of sarcasm. Isn't she your wife? Didn't you once swear you would definitely find her? Have you forgotten everything? Tranmak's face was bewildered as he thought, my mind doesn't want this, but my body can't push her away. Azura smiled triumphantly. You are a vile, deceitful scoundrel. You fundamentally don't love your junior sister. Her words seemed to surround Tranmak. You are inconsistent. You are a villain. You fundamentally don't love her. He didn't reply, only silently listening to Azura's echoing accusations. She is your wife. She happily thought that her plan had succeeded. His mind is wavering. I'm about to escape. Tranmak resolutely pushed away the woman hugging him, flatly refusing. We are strangers. I won't be responsible for you. 5N still didn't give up, once again clinging close and pulling at his clothes. You saved me twice. I saved you once. I still owe you a life. Tranmak didn't understand the meaning of her words. What did she mean? Didn't we save each other twice? She closed her eyes, hugging Tranmak tightly, her head resting on his chest. Actually, from the bottom of the lake into the mirror world, I wasn't saving you, I wanted to kill you. Tranmak gritted his teeth and asked again, what? 5N raised her flushed face to look at him. So my character is much worse than you imagine. I won't stop. She smiled, assuring him, don't worry, I don't need you to be responsible for me. I just hope that perhaps one day, you can show mercy to the Celestial Calculation sect. Soon after, their clothes were thrown on the ground, along with Tranmak's frantic shout, wait a minute. Azura, who had been waiting on the side, now took advantage of the opportunity to draw a formation circle to break the restraints around her body. The golden ropes tightly wrapped around Azura were slowly dissolving bit by bit. The black power from her formation radiated out into the surrounding space. After an unknown amount of time, Azura was completely freed and joyfully shouted, I succeeded. The black power she emitted grew denser in the air. Azura, in her fox form, gritted her teeth and activated all the power in her body. Finally, she successfully transformed back into human form. I'm free. Azura looked down at the situation of Tranmak and 5N on the ground. I'm not some red apple or anything, remember that. She stretched out her two hands, her whole body radiating a dark purple power, then shouted loudly, my name is Azura. Then Azura pointed a finger out, you despicable couple, accept punishment from hell. A golden lightning bolt struck directly at the two people lying on the ground. 5N turned her head to look at it, mumbling, disappear, let me disappear. Her eyes were devoid of life. If I disappear, I won't have to bear such an important responsibility anymore. Tranmak closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Little junior sister, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a voice from an unknown direction reached his ears, startling him and making him open his eyes wide. Senior brother. Tranmak parted his lips and uttered three words, little junior sister. He seemed to awaken from a daze, as if reminding himself, if I die, I won't be able to see my little junior sister again. Tranmak's entire body radiated an extremely powerful energy, and he silently affirmed to himself, absolutely not. All the power he just unleashed was gradually dispelling Azura's golden lightning bolt. As the attack was repelled, her face turned pale, devoid of any color, and she screamed, clutching her head. In a flash, the power Tranmak unleashed completely enveloped Azura. He frowned deeply, straining so much that the muscles in his body twitched continuously. 5N looked up, horrified by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Azura in the sky was struck by lightning, crying out in agonizing screams. After a long moment, the lightning strike ended, the white smoke dissipated completely, and Azura's image vanished from the sky. On the ground, Tranmak and 5N silently looked up into the sky, under the shade of an ancient tree. Tranmak and 5N, wearing only thin clothes, lay side by side with their eyes closed. Right by the base of the tree, Azura, in the form of a small fox, lay motionless and unconscious on the ground. 5N slowly opened her hazy eyes. She immediately sat up and raised a hand to rub her eyes. Then 5N turned her head to look at Tranmak, who was lying shirtless next to her. This is... Her entire body froze, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth to prevent making too loud a sound. 5N frantically and hastily put her clothes back on. Her hands quickly adjusted her clothes to make them neat. After getting dressed, 5N tilted her head and silently observed Tran Mak for a long time. Finally, she resolutely declared, "I won't be responsible for you." When she looked up, 5N noticed a spatial gate appearing in the sky. She tightly closed her eyes, making a decision. This is. Let me leave this place. Without hesitation, 5N shot straight into the spatial gate. After she left, Tran Mak, who had been closing his eyes all this time, also opened them. Let's just pretend we never met. He also sat up straight and started putting his clothes back on. Next, Tran Mak took a few steps towards where Jura was lying, while saying some threatening words to her. Let's see how I'll deal with you. He grabbed a hind leg and pulled her entire body suspended in midair. Tula knew she couldn't pretend anymore, so her face turned pale. She could only force a fake smile. Humph. Tran Mak put force into his arm, holding her entire body and spinning her extremely fast for several rounds. You tried to poison me, didn't you? Take this. Tula became so dizzy that her eyes turned into a swirling vortex. She was spun until she was no longer lucid, with snot streaming down. After a few spins, Tran Mak threw Tula straight into the opposite cliff. I'll deal with you. When the smoke and dust dissipated, I could see Tula's fox body now stuck firmly to the hard rock surface. Tran Mak curled his lips into a dangerous smile and declared, I won't let you off. He picked her up with one hand and angrily shouted, I might not be able to kill you, but I'll torment you like this every day, torment you until you. Tula, with tears in her eyes, pleaded pitifully, please let me go, stop spinning me. Unconvinced, Tran Mak resolutely ordered, what about the lover's tears? Do you have more or not? Hand it all over to me. She was still stubborn, pretending not to admit, I really don't have any. He lost patience and conjured an orange-red flame in one hand, threatening, you're still lying to me. Seeing the dangerous situation, Tula panicked and explained, I'm not lying to you, I'm sorry, I was wrong. She once again stuck out her tongue, on which rested a strange object. This is my space stone, all my things are inside it, please let me go. Tran Mak observed the space stone in his hand and thought to himself, a space stone? This is quite a good item. He lifted the trembling little fox high up, face to face with her, and proposed, but this is still not enough. I want to sign a demon god contract with you, so you can't stir up any more trouble. Tula bowed her head, her face crumpled as she secretly reconsidered everything. Sign a contract with him? Even Elder Tianze couldn't succeed. Can I sign a contract with a kid with such poor talent? Tran Mak shook her body vigorously and asked again, are you signing or not? Tula struggled and replied, sign, sign, sign. Tran Mak frowned in concentration. He released Tula's body with one hand and conjured a blue flame with the other. Next, he pointed his finger at the center of his forehead, and then, a blue firelight emanated from his fingertip. Opposite him, Tula, with an unwilling expression, placed her front paw in the middle of her forehead, where an orange-red flame was burning at her fingertip. Tran Mak's blue flame and her orange flame flew into the sky and collided. Tran Mak chanted, I, Tran Mak, using the name of the demon god's body, sign this contract. Tula averted her eyes. Her hesitant voice, filled with reluctance, replied, Tula. Tula. Agrees. Tran Mak, dissatisfied with her attitude, cleared his throat, huh? Only then did she lift her face, directly facing him, and declared, Tula agrees to serve Tran Mak as master. A stream of energy shone directly down onto the symbol on the fox's forehead, and she mumbled the oath again, forever and ever, I will never betray, life and death lie in the master's single thought. Tula's entire body curled up and floated in midair, surrounded by a dazzling ring of light. When the ritual was complete, she stared at Tran Mak's hand with the blue flame. Are you satisfied now? I'm your demon pet now, can you please put away that annoying flame? No sooner had she finished speaking than he extended the hand with the blue flame towards Tula's face. She was knocked flying, screaming tragically. Tran Mak warned coldly, from now on, speak to me with a little more respect. Tu La immediately prostrated herself on the ground in fear and earnestly pleaded, "I'm sorry, master, can you please put away that flame? I'm so scared." Tran Mak folded his arms, curling his lips in satisfaction. "That's better." He walked closer to her, knelt down on the ground, and decided, Tu La isn't a good name. "From now on, I'll call you Dudu." When Tu La heard that name, her face completely fell, but she only dared to curse silently in her head. Without absolute strength, there's no dignity. Who would call themselves such a silly name as Dudu? Tran Mak puckered his lips, as if doting on a pet, and called her new name, Dudu. Dudu wagged her foxtail at the call and replied, "Master, master." Seeing her obedient attitude, Tran Mak praised with satisfaction, this is what a standard demon pet should be." Next, he held up the space stone that Dudu had surrendered. "Let's see what treasures you have." After entering the space, Tran Mak exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is countless times more than Liang Fei Van's spatial belt." He noticed the items placed on the shelves. There are also quite a few cultivation techniques and magic artifacts from hell. Yang Ding Tian turning demonic actually turned out very well. After he had examined everything, Tran Mak rubbed his chin and concluded, "You really weren't lying." Stepping outside, he put his hands on his hips and confirmed, "That's right, there really are no lover's tears." Duo honestly assured, "I told you I wasn't lying." "How could I lie to master?" Tran Mak disappeared, leaving a few instructions for her. "You stay here and reflect behind closed doors for me. I need to go out and check something." Coming out into the world in the mirror, he took a few quick steps forward and saw Wu Chang sprawled out in the courtyard of the wooden house. Tran Mak didn't hold back, swinging his leg and kicking him away. "Don't pollute this mirrored world anymore by being here." After dealing with the eyesore, he tilted his head to the side. On the ground lay a brown ceramic bowl. Tran Mak picked up the bowl, moved his lips, and called out a name, "Liang Fei Van, Liang Fei Van, this is the true starting point of our story." The bowl gradually vanished, and he sighed with emotion. It turns out everything was just a misunderstanding. At the same time, on the other side, the bowl appeared in front of Duo, accompanied by Tran Mak's voice, "Your bowl, returning it to you." In the pitch-dark night, Tran Mak sat cross-legged in an open space, moving his hands to activate the power within his body. The space around him seemed to stop moving and fell into an atmosphere of stillness. When Tran Mak opened his eyes, he found himself in another space. This forbidden land has been completely destroyed. It was because Liang Fei Van wanted one side of the flag that the Tin Lan sect fabricated a lie. He placed the Vong Sin mirror on the ground. And I don't even know how many people have died. Tran Mak sighed with emotion as he stepped onto the mirror's surface, launching himself into the air. Everyone has their own destiny. Moving to another place, in the distance was a stone gate with 3 characters carved on a plaque above it, Ota Sect. As Tran Mak prepared to pass through the gate, the first of the 2 disciples guarding it raised his hand to stop him. "Stop, who are you?" he demanded loudly. "This is the Ota Sect's territory. Please present your token." Tran Mak clasped his hands together in a salute and introduced himself. "Gentlemen, I am Elder Tran Mak of the Ota Sect. Please announce my arrival." The second disciple looked at the young man next to him in confusion and asked, "Is there an elder named Tran Mak among us?" The first disciple also rubbed his chin skeptically. "Never heard of him. Moreover, even if he were an elder, he'd still need a token." The second disciple frowned and held out a hand towards Tran Mak. "Did you hear that? Where's your token?" Seeing their attitude, Tran Mak angrily put his hands on his hips and asked in a threatening tone, "What are your names? Do you dare tell me your names?" The first disciple volunteered his name. "My name is Chu Bok Dong." The second disciple followed suit. "My name is Mok Fong Duong." Tran Mak frowned, speechless, and rubbed his head with one hand, thinking, these 2 stupid brats probably don't even understand what retaliation means. He stopped arguing and charged straight inside. "I really am an elder. Just let me in." Bok Dong grabbed his right arm tightly. "No." Fong Duong also grabbed his left arm tightly. Without a token, I wouldn't let the sect master in either. Tran Mak glanced at him, struggling to break free from their grip. I said, let me in. I'm an elder. While they were still grappling, a man approached from a distance. Whose disciple are you? Tran Mak replied to him, I'm not any elder's disciple, I am an elder. The man stood opposite him, hands on hips. Then where's your token? Tran Mak explained, they hadn't made one for me when I left, so where would I get a token from? The man seemed to remember something and asked uncertainly, you are Tran Mak? Seeing that the man seemed to recognize him, he quickly admitted, that's right, I am Tran Mak. Quickly tell them I am an elder. The man closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and recited the rules. However, if there is no token, even the sect master cannot enter. This is to prevent evildoers from infiltrating the sect. Bok Dong and Fong Duong in front chimed in unison, exactly, no token, even the sect master cannot enter. The man, wanting to reconcile with Tran Mak, conjured a table of food. It's okay, you eat first. I'll go into the sect and ask about your token for you. On the wooden table he had just conjured was a steaming hot pot bubbling, and plates of fresh, colorful meat. Fong Duong and Bok Dong looked at the food on the table, their mouths watering, but could only secretly think, delicious. Tran Mak reluctantly accepted, let out a sigh, sat down at the table, and began picking up food. All right, hurry up a bit. Before going inside, the man reminded him, I'll be back after I go. Bok Dong saw him approaching and wanted to check again. Wait, where's your token? The man smiled and put his hand into his robe to search. Right. His hand fumbled for a long time but still couldn't produce the token. Where is it? Tran Mak sat comfortably on the chair, eating food and watching the show. Uncle, you didn't bring your token either, did you? The man shot him a confident look. Don't worry, even if I forget to bring my token, I can still go in. He turned his face, coughed twice, and said his name. 2 disciples, I am Lam's son. Bok Dong spoke unreservedly, don't know you. Lam's son completely lost patience and burst out yelling, I am the sect leader. Tran Mak, sitting on the other side, choked as soon as he heard his title, spitting out all the water he was holding in his mouth. Lam's son was held tightly by both arms but still swayed his body to move forward. That's right, I am the sect leader. Let me in there. Fong Yam firmly refused to let him in. You yourself just said that if there's no token, you can't enter. Bok Dong, on the other side, added, even if you're the sect leader, you can't. Lam's son turned his head back and forth to look at the two of them, gritting his teeth, not knowing how to reply. You guys. Tran Mak, sitting at the dining table, saw his current situation and tried hard to cover his mouth with his hand to keep from laughing aloud. But very quickly, he couldn't hold back anymore and laughed loudly, advising, oh, forget it, come here, uncle. Hot Pot welcomes you. Lam's son was so angry he was panting, but he couldn't do anything, so he turned around and left. He sat down on the wooden bench and pointed a finger at the 2 guarding disciples. You're talking about them. Tran Mak, sitting opposite him, was still leisurely picking up food and advising him, oh, forget it, eat. He chewed his food and quipped, I didn't expect the sect leader of the auto sect to be such a glutton, even putting Hot Pot in his spatial key. Lam's son didn't show any weakness and retorted, I also didn't expect you to still be alive. Tran Mak stopped his chopsticks and asked with a serious face, who said I was dead? He closed his eyes, not looking at him, and replied, Zhua Tianqing. Lam's son began to recount, Zhua Tianqing searched for you several times in the forbidden area but couldn't find you. His eyes widened, he felt that he had caused your death, so he went into seclusion. We didn't even dare to tell Yin Qingqing this news. Tran Mak listened silently as he continued, but now it seems you're not only not dead, but your strength has greatly advanced. Tran Mak moved his chopsticks again to pick up food. That's right, this time I really encountered many things, unbelievable things. Lam's son extended the hand holding his chopsticks and suddenly blurted out his speculation. Do you want to leave the auto sect? Tran Mak asked him back, puzzled, why would I leave the auto sect? Lam's son picked up a chicken drumstick, curled his lips, and assessed, I feel that you are no ordinary person. The autosec wants to keep you, so I made you an elder, but now it seems the appeal might not be enough. Tran Mak casually admitted, indeed, the appeal isn't enough. Lam Sun showed no surprise, just looked at him curiously, so where do you plan to go next? The Starfall sect, or the Heavenly Calculations Gate? He didn't answer him, but instead asked implied questions. Why can't the Auto sect become the Starfall sect? Why can't the Auto sect become the Heavenly Calculations Gate? Lam Sun was startled by his words and dropped the chopsticks he was holding. His face was drenched in sweat. The chopsticks fell and clinked loudly against the bowl. Tran Mak didn't stop but continued, I need powerful help. I want a force stronger than the Heavenly Calculations Gate, or the Wind Blade sect, the Shadow Gate. Lam Sun bowed his head and wondered, then why don't you directly seek out the Heavenly Calculations Gate or whatever? Tran Mak analyzed for him, even you don't trust me, do you think those sects, whose eyes are higher than the sky, would trust me? Lam Sun eagerly asked further, are there some things you can tell me? Tran Mak replied directly, He raised 3 fingers and listed his own information. This year I'm 23 years old, nascent soul. I am a 3rd grade alchemist, also a 3rd grade formation master, and a 3rd grade artifact refiner. Tran Mak's tone was unconcealed as he said, I have countless cultivation techniques. In my eyes, your sex treasure vault is rubbish. Lam Sun's face was now completely darkened, panicked to the point of being bloodless. Tran Mak clenched his hand into a fist. I need to slowly, step by step, become stronger, and then become the greatest force in the cultivation world. Lam Sun changed the subject. What about your goal? What is the purpose of you doing all this? Tran Mak raised 2 fingers and listed his requirements. You just need to help me with 2 things. First, destroy the Starfall sect. Second, help me contend against the entire cultivation world. He stood up abruptly and slammed his hand hard on the table. Are you crazy or something? Tran Mak picked up some meat from the table. Of course not. If there's an investment, there will naturally be a return. The higher the risk, the greater the reward can be. He placed the piece of meat he just picked up into the opposite person's bowl. If you don't have to put in anything, and there's no risk, where can you find such a good deal? Lam Sun glanced away nervously and shook his head. But isn't this risk too great? Contending against the entire cultivation world, isn't that just seeking death? Tran Mak pointed a finger directly at him and exposed, isn't your current situation also on the verge of ruin? Tran Mak ate while analyzing, the newly recruited disciples are all used to guard the mountain gate. This proves you no longer have anyone capable left to use. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to destroy the cultivation world. He tapped the chopsticks in his hand against the bowl, just help me block some attacks, and afterwards, everything will belong to you. I will leave on my own. Lam Sun repeated his previous question. Tran Mak said 3 words with a serious expression. Lam Sun's mouth fell open as soon as he heard that name, thinking to himself, if one could seize this opportunity, they'd ascend to the heavens in one step. He actually wants to obtain the entire Ice God Palace. Tran Mak analyzed for him. Lam Sun's hand slammed down on the table, and he declared without a second's hesitation. He put food into his mouth and said, consider it a deposit. Lam Sun asked in surprise. Tran Mak smiled and rubbed his chin. After an unknown amount of time, he finally entered the auto sect. Tran Mak scratched his head and sighed. Before, when he was still blocked outside the gate, an idea came to him. Feng Yang and Bai Dong immediately changed their attitude when they heard Tran Mak's offer. You're treating us to hot pot? No problem. Come on into the sect. From now on, we're your little brothers. Lam Sun yelled angrily from the side. Entering a room, he took out a mirror and gazed at it. This trip yielded quite a lot, Heavenly Realm, Space Stones, and this mirror. Dodo, tell me, what exactly is this mirror? She replied. Tran Mak continued to ask. Dodo, while enjoying his caresses, explained. But it can't see the future. I'll explain its functions clearly, one by one, as you ask. Her voice echoed through the space. After leaving the room, Tran Mak stretched to loosen his muscles and walked forward. After walking for a while, he saw someone approaching from the opposite direction, so he raised his hand to wave. Tran Mak handed him a set of clothes and a sword. After giving him the items, he turned and left. Upon reaching the gate, Tran Mak waved at the two people in front. "Follow me." The two of them turned around in confusion. He instructed them. Feng Yang thought of a new form of address. Tran Mak praised him with satisfaction. Finally, he led the two of them away from the auto sect. In Xiling town, the streets were bustling with people. From inside a shop, a threatening voice echoed. "Not for sale, this Ice Cloud Immortal is not for sale no matter what." Outside the door, Tran Mak stood with his hands on his hips, staring up at the sign. "This is the place." Behind them, three men suddenly appeared from nowhere, wanting to drive them away. "Get out! Get out! What are you doing?" Tran Mak ignored him and prepared to enter the shop. "I'm here to buy medicine." "Isn't this a pharmacy?" The burly man waved his hand. "Get lost. This pharmacy is closed. We're not selling anymore." From inside the shop, a voice retorted to him, "Who said my pharmacy is closed?" The burly man glanced at something flying towards him and screamed in panic. "Fire!" He and his two subordinates, burned by the flames, ran away in fear, screaming, "Help! I'm on fire! Quickly put out the fire!" The burly man and his subordinates, engulfed in flames, continuously cried for help. "Quick, find water! Run!" Just then, Not Nuok stepped out from the shop. "Benefactor, is that you again?" Tran Mak walked up to the young man and asked, "That fire just now was?" He waved his hand and explained, "It's my master. Please, benefactor, quickly save my master." Upon hearing this, Tran Mak frowned and asked, "What's wrong? He didn't use the water cloud immortal?" Not Nuok lowered his head sorrowfully, tears streaming down his face. "After we returned, we found master had already been poisoned by the fire to his core." Tran Mak thought to himself, fire poison to the core. Medicine and acupuncture can't cure it. Not Nuok earnestly pleaded from the front, "Please, benefactor. You are a third-grade alchemist. You must have a way. I, Not Nuok, will be your loyal servant for life." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, "I saved your life and taught you alchemy, not for you to be a loyal servant to others." Not Nuok knelt on the ground. "The kindness of saving my life, the kindness of imparting knowledge." He bowed deeply and shouted loudly, "This disciple will never forget." That is why this disciple wants to save master's life. What is being a loyal servant? You can even take my life. A shining flower flew out from the shop, accompanied by a voice, "You are the benefactor Not Nuok often speaks of?" The flower landed in Tran Mak's hand, and the person inside the shop offered, "You can take this water cloud immortal. Consider it a thank you gift for saving Not Nuok and Hin Ni. Don't worry about this old man, I know I can't be saved anymore." Tran Mak didn't agree but instead questioned the person, "Whether you can be saved or not is one thing, but I am your guest. To make me stand here, isn't that a bit impolite?" Not Nuok also agreed and pleaded, "Master, please let the benefactor come inside and sit." The person inside the shop sighed helplessly and could only agree. "Let him in." Not Nuok, having received approval, gestured, "Benefactor, please come in." Hin Ni helped Niam Tuc, whose hair had turned silver and had a long beard, and appeared very weak, out from a room. Tran Mak calmly clasped his hands together and introduced himself. "This junior, Tran Mak, from the Wusu sect." He replied. "Please sit." The old man sat down and stated his identity, "I am Niam Tuc, the last remaining disciple of the Green Medicine sect. For the medicine sect to fall to such a state now, I am ashamed." Tran Mak confidently declared, "I can save you." Not Nuok happily exclaimed, "I knew benefactor would have a way." Niam Tuc's attitude was different. He glanced at the young man and said, "State your condition." Tran Mak frankly stated his request, "I want you to help me refine elixirs." Neum Tuc's gaze scrutinized him. Refine elixirs? You yourself are an excellent alchemist. Why don't you refine them yourself? Tran Mak smiled and raised his hands, explaining, because I'm not refining just a few elixirs, but an endless supply. I want to be like the green medicine sect of yesteryear, selling elixirs to the entire cultivation world. Neum Tuc was stunned and asked in disbelief, what did you say? He excitedly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and snorted, leave. You're not welcome. Not Nuak stood by, trying to persuade him, Master, please calm down. The benefactor can save you, and this small request is acceptable. Don't we usually refine elixirs anyway? What's wrong with refining a little more? Neum Tuc turned his face towards him. What do you understand? Selling large quantities of elixirs interferes with the interests of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Why was the green medicine sect annihilated back then? It was precisely because of this. He pointed a finger at Tran Mak again. Could it be that you were sent by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to cause trouble? Do you want us to fall into a trap? Bogdong couldn't hold back anymore, clenching his fists. Old man, our young master is kindly trying to save you. What are you talking about? Fong Dung also added, exactly. You ungrateful old man. Neum Tuc's anger fully erupted, and he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of fire. The fire shot at Baidong and Fong Yang, making them scream in panic, it's burning. On the other side, after unleashing a move, Neum Tuc seemed to have overexerted himself, covering his mouth and coughing cuckoo. Not Nuak worriedly stepped forward to support him, Master. Neum Tuc then looked at the person opposite him. Your strength isn't bad, no wonder you're so arrogant. Perhaps I've wronged you, but this matter cannot be negotiated. You should leave. Tran Mak put one hand on his hip, as if wanting to confirm with him again, saying, Are you afraid of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Hin Ni stepped forward, supporting her father while answering, Of course I'm afraid, who wouldn't be? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's power is immense. Neum Tuc closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and rubbed his head with his hand, his face covered in sweat. He quietly recalled, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion caused me to fall into fire poison, kidnapped my wife, and even tried to deceive my daughter. Tran Mak confidently pointed a finger at himself. Trust me, I will help you dispel the fire poison, restore your strength, and allow you to take revenge on your enemies. Neum Tuc was still hesitating, but Hin Ni, by his side, persuaded him, Father, if benefactor says he can do it, then he can definitely do it. After all, he's a good friend of Liang Fei Van, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Computing Sect. He turned his head to look at the person in front of him. You're a good friend of Liang Fei Van? Tran Mak confirmed, MHM. He said a bit awkwardly, Yes, that's right, we're very good friends. In his mind, he felt a little guilty. I'll have to borrow your reputation, Liang Fei Van, for a bit. As a result, Neum Tuc was convinced. All right, I'll see how you treat me. Tran Mak extended his hand and began to chant, Water of Fire. He saw the water of fire and was startled, terrified. You want to draw fire into your body? Do you know the danger within that? He placed his hand on Neum Tuc's chest, reassuring him, Don't worry, I know what to do. Tran Mak closed his eyes and slowly checked. Indeed, his internal organs are all still burning. The situation is quite serious. His hand moved, pulling a black wisp of gas from the old man's body. Next, Tran Mak transferred that black wisp of gas into his own body. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the painful sensation as the black gas entered his body. Not Nuak worriedly stepped next to him. Benefactor. Tran Mak ordered him, quickly prepare a secret chamber for me. Neum Tuc, standing opposite, raised his hand and pointed the way. Quick, take him. It's that room inside. The wooden door of the room was tightly shut, with Baidong and Fong Yang standing guard outside. Inside the room, Tran Mak sat cross-legged on the mat, staring at the water cloud Immortal in his hand. He gradually absorbed it into his body. This time, I should use this water cloud Immortal. Tran Mak closed his eyes and mentally organized his thoughts. What I need to do now is rebalance this uneven water and fire. At the same time, in another room, Hin Yi worriedly asked Tuc, "Father, do you really feel better now?" He replied while searching through a medicine cabinet. "Yes, I want to take this opportunity to refine some elixirs for myself, and also to help regulate that young man's body." Hin Yi spoke with a respectful tone. I can't believe he directly took father's sickness into himself to refine. The benefactor truly has astonishing strength. Tuc agreed with her words, closing his eyes and sighing, "Indeed, I'm completely convinced now." Suddenly, sounds of banging on the door and threats came from outside. "Branch Master, open the door. Not only did you not give us the water cloud, Immortal, but you also injured someone. Come out here." Tuc turned towards the door and firmly replied, "This medicine shop is for people, not for beasts." The burly man and his subordinates outside, realizing they were being insulted, became enraged. "Who are you calling a beast, you old man?" Behind them, a woman who had just appeared called out loudly, "Tuc, what exactly do you want? Open the door now." Hin Yi heard her voice and anxiously wanted to rush to the door, its mother. Tuc yelled so forcefully that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I said, no one is allowed to open the door." "Cut!" Not Nuak worriedly grabbed his arm. "Master." Tuc frowned and resolutely stopped his daughter. "No. Don't open the door for that woman." Hin Yi, confused by the prohibition, turned to look at him. "Father?" Tuc, exhausted but still trying, reminded her, "She abandoned our father and daughter long ago." She was startled to see him collapse to the ground. "I understand, Father. I won't open the door. Please don't let anything happen to you, Father." The woman outside showed no intention of stopping, continuing to spew harsh words. "You old beast, you only cause more trouble for me. It would be better if you just disappeared." Inside the room, Tuc spat out even more blood. Hin Yi screamed, "Father!" Not Nuak, standing nearby, also cried out, "Master!" Hin Yi's mother turned, preparing to leave, then waved her hand at her henchman. "Don't pay attention to this old beast, let's go." The burly man pointed and gave a few final warnings. "Tuc, I'm telling you, if you still don't know what's good for you, wait until the elder arrives, and he'll teach you a lesson." Inside the shop, Hin Yi still worriedly called out, "Father, are you all right?" Not Nuak shook him. Master, wake up." Tran Mak walked out of the room and could only silently stare at the three of them for a moment. An unknown amount of time passed. A porcelain teacup placed on the table was emitting wisps of white steam. Not Nuak pushed the porcelain cup towards the person sitting opposite him. "Please have some tea." "Is your body all right?" Tran Mak raised the teacup to his lips and asked. "I'm fine." "What exactly happened just now?" Not Nuak closed his eyes, his face darkened, and he sighed, "Ugh, don't even mention it. It's utterly disgraceful." Tran Mak looked at the person opposite him with a puzzled expression. "Just now, I heard Min call the woman outside mothered." Not Nuak lowered his head, deep in thought. "Yes, she's my Shirmu." "No, she was my Shirmu." He looked up and recounted, "But now she's the mistress of an elder from Tien Bao Kak. Tien Bao Kak is the head of Vanda in Tailin Town." Tran Mak raised an eyebrow, curious. "Sounds like there are quite a few stories there." Not Nuak continued, "Previously, Tan Duok Mon and Tien Bao Kak had a good relationship. That elder was also Master's good friend. He sat on the chair with his arms crossed. The result was that Master was betrayed by his best friend. The wife he loved most ran off with his best friend. Master being afflicted with the fire poison is related to her." Not Nuak's gaze was fixed on the ground. "Master has always endured. He lives for Tan Duok Mon, and for his daughter." Tran Mak rested one hand on the back of the chair, thinking to himself, to have such great hatred, yet such firm patience, he is someone capable of great things. He took out a green elixir. "This is for you." If your master can turn hatred into motivation and continue to improve himself, then when he breaks through to the soul transformation realm, this medicine can give him the greatest help. Not Nuak observed the shimmering green elixir in Tranmak's hand. This is. After a moment of examination, he was startled to realize this is a 4th grade soul transformation elixir. Not Nuak confirmed again, disbelievingly, this is the most precious elixir among 4th grade elixirs, every faction wants it. Are you really giving this to us? Tranmak asserted confidently, I'm telling you, I definitely won't take it back. Not Nuak looked at the elixir in his hand, thinking to himself, with this elixir, Master might become a top-tier cultivator. He looked at Tranmak's retreating back, benefactor, who exactly are you? He didn't answer Not Nuak's question, only replying with 2 words, all right. Tranmak walked towards the door, waving goodbye, let your master rest first, I'm leaving. On the other side. In a room filled with banquet tables, flattering remarks continuously echoed, Elder Vu, congratulations. This time, breaking through to the nascent soul realm, you are the leader of our Ota faction. Vu Vai, sitting at the center, humbly replied, it's nothing, nothing. The man sitting next to him stood up and offered a toast, congratulations, Elder Vu. Followed by several echoing praises, Elder Vu Vai is truly amazing. An excited elder pulled Tranmak next to him and introduced him. That's right, this is Tranmak. He refined a 3rd grade Tan Tien elixir with superb skill and is now the youngest elder of our faction. The others immediately responded, raising their wine glasses high. To Tranmak. To our new elder. He also responded to their cheers, thank you, thank you. Seeing all the disciples in the room happily feasting, Tranmak offered a blessing, may you all enjoy your meal and drinks. The party inside was still going on, but Tranmak went out alone first. As he walked, he sighed, ugh, I'm really not used to this at all. He scratched his chin, lamenting in his head, rather than spending time drinking, I'd rather continue refining my fire-patterned blade. As Tranmak reached the door, he saw a dark silhouette on a rock ahead and wondered, why is someone else escaping the banquet? When he recognized the person, he realized it was Vu Vai. Tranmak reached out from behind and took the wine flask from his hand. Elder Vu, today is your home ground, why are you out here drinking alone? Vu Vai saw him tilting his head back to drink from his flask and asked displeasedly, you brat, just focus on diligently refining elixirs. Why bother with my business? Tranmak wiped the corner of his lips and glanced at him, not bothering to be polite when speaking to him. Vu Vai angrily snatched the empty flask back from his hand, nosy brat. Finally, he glanced at him and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, the reason I was able to advance to the nascent soul realm this time was entirely because I heard the sound of a hammer that day. Tranmak, curious, repeated, the sound of a hammer? Vu Vai looked up at the sky, that was not long ago, right in this artifact refining room. I don't know who was in there hammering for 2 months. He faced the starry sky above. In the sound of that iron forging, it seemed to contain a kind of truth within heaven and earth. After I heard it, I broke through a bottleneck of many years and reached the nascent soul realm. Vu Vai bowed his head, unnerved, looking at his own hands. But I don't know why, at this moment, I don't dare to use a hammer. He turned his gaze to the person next to him. I am clearly already a 3rd-rank artifact refiner, yet now I don't dare to use a hammer. Do you know what kind of feeling this is? Tranmak reminded him, calm down a bit. After hearing what he said, the young man secretly thought, hammering for 2 months a while ago, wasn't that me? Vu Vai gestured with his hands. That's why I thought of coming here for a visit, to see if I could still meet that expert and ask for some guidance. Tranmak rubbed his chin, secretly amused. This old man is actually quite endearing. He could gain enlightenment from the sound of my hammer. He's not an ordinary person, after all. I might as well help him a bit. He smiled, placing his hands on his hips, and gave him a suggestion. If waiting like this is useless, I think you might as well try making a 1st-rank material. Even if it's ruined, it won't hurt too much. Vu Vai disagreed, uttering an assessment. First-rank materials aren't cheap either. It's a waste of money. Tran Mak suggested something else. How about using ordinary materials? He shook his head in objection. What would a third-rank artifact refiner like me do with ordinary materials? The young man then analyzed the situation for him. But now you've just started. First, you need to take action, then see what you can refine. Finally, Tran Mak seriously concluded, if you delay, the state you just achieved after your breakthrough will be completely depleted. Wu Vai, spurred by his words, declared grandly, you are absolutely right. Now I need a start. No sooner had he spoken than he took off, leaving only a sentence for the young man, kid, thank you. Tran Mak watched his retreating figure, raised a hand to rub his chin, and smiled contentedly. Then he took out a mirror. All right, let me find some materials from here to upgrade the fire pattern saber. On the other side, Wu Vai locked himself in the forging room, one hand holding tongs, the other continuously hammering. The hammerhead struck powerful blows onto the metal piece being heated in the intense fire. Wu Vai's face was drenched in sweat as he muttered, no, it's still not right. He miserably hugged his head and slumped to the ground. I can even feel the chaos within my own spiritual energy. Now I can't even work with ordinary materials. I am truly ashamed before my sect. Suddenly, a strange clang sound came from the wooden wall next to him. The continuous sound startled Wu Vai, who looked up and stared at the wooden wall. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized, it's this sound. It was this sound that enlightened me back then. As if a guiding voice echoed in the space, what are you waiting for? Get the hammer. Completely enlightened, Wu Vai stood up once more and swung the hammer in his hand. Yes, I feel like I can do it now. He concentrated his strength, striking powerful blows onto the surface of the iron piece on the forge. On the other side of the wooden wall, Tran Mak was also hammering while instructing, legs and hips aligned, elbows tucked in, shoulders and strength combined, strength and chi combined. His voice reached Wu Vai's ears. An artifact refiner's skill is simply about countless refinements and power. Spiritual energy merely assists you. Tran Mak continuously guided. The hammer falls like a collapsing mountain. The hammer rises like thunder. Wu Vai focused on his words. Between the hammer's rise and fall, it all relies on the rhythm of one's own body. To adapt to heaven and earth, to sense heaven and earth, the so-called. On the other side, Tran Mak's face was also covered in sweat. This is the... In the room, Wu Vai clenched his fists excitedly. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wu Mad understands. He again bowed his head and continuously swung his arm, striking powerful blows onto the iron piece with the hammer. After an unknown amount of time, a loud clang echoed from the forge, reverberating throughout the room. Wu Vai smirked, holding up the gleaming saber. I succeeded. Now I can forge with ordinary iron. Tran Mak probed from outside, how is it? He caressed the saber as he replied, I can forge smoothly now. Thank you so much, Senior. The young man nonchalantly responded, don't mention it. As fellow disciples, we should help each other. Wu Vai was surprised and glanced at the wooden wall next to him, asking, you are a fellow disciple? Tran Mak, separated by a wall, crossed his arms. Then, while you still have this feeling, continue to forge a third-rank spirit artifact. I will do it with you. Wu Vai clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Senior's great kindness and virtue, I, Wu Vai, don't know how to repay it. Tran Mak replied to him. No, you can repay it. Wu Vai was startled and looked up. He just asked a question. I know it's very difficult for your disciples to get good materials to practice, isn't that right? Wu Vai closed his eyes, that's right. Outside, Tran Mak proposed a condition. If I'm willing to provide first-grade spirit ore for your disciples to practice with, what do you think? He propped his chin, slightly skeptical, really? In his mind, he secretly calculated, this would be a huge benefit for the auto sect. Tran Mak further explained to him, but your practice is just practice, whatever is forged will all be mine. I won't pay for the forging, and you won't need to pay for materials. Everyone gets what they want. Wu Wei looked at the hammer in his hand, perplexed. But aren't you an excellent artifact forger yourself? Why do you still need us? Tran Mak raised both hands, his tone excited, because what I need isn't one or two, but countless items. I'll turn you into the most excellent forging team in this world. Wu Wei was stunned and immediately accepted. This is a good thing, I agree. Tran Mak, having achieved his goal, instructed him, good, if everything's settled, let's continue forging. Wu Wei's spirit became full of energy at this moment. Yes, Senior. The sky outside was already covered by night, and from inside the room, sounds of clang, clang, clang incessantly echoed. At the same time, outside the door, a group of people was slowly heading towards the room from which the clang, clang sounds were coming. Luan looked at the person standing next to her. Is that Senior Brother Wu in the artifact forging room? What's he doing? The elder stared at the room in front of him, pondering. It seems Junior Brother Wu is making another breakthrough. Luan, confused, spoke up. Didn't Senior Brother just make a breakthrough a moment ago? Why is he breaking through again? The elder also felt doubtful. It seems he's comprehended something else, but this hammering sound sounds like two people. Is there someone else working with him? Luan speculated. It could be Senior Brother Wu's disciple. The elder folded his arms, agreeing, perhaps so. But this disciple must be above his true inheritors. His talent is quite high. The technique even sounds better than Junior Brother Wu's. He smiled with interest. I must meet this disciple. I must cultivate him well. After a period of waiting, Tran Mak also walked out of the artifact forging room. Seeing the people standing opposite him, he asked curiously, so many people, what are you all doing? The elder smiled and gave a reason. Nothing, just came to see Elder Wu forging artifacts. Tran Mak indifferently scratched his nose and greeted them. Oh, well, you all watch then. I'm going back. As he walked past them, Luan behind him spoke to the elder. Senior Brother, you hear the hammering sound is half gone. He's the disciple you want to cultivate. After hearing her analysis, he hastily turned around and shouted loudly, You, stop right there.